Chapter 1 Beauty, lie down. Beauty, lie down on your stomach. Otherwise, I won't be able to apply force later. You, in the Nero room. The beauty's angry voice immediately echoed. Get out. After hesitating for a moment, the beauty lying on the bed bit her teeth and drove the man standing behind her out. Qin Yu smiled and said, Miss Shun, you'll regret this. Shun Lingyun, the young miss of the Shin family, angrily walked out of the room. What's wrong, miss? Outside the room, Xiao Yu saw that her miss was extremely upset. Xiao Yu, let's go. I don't need treatment from that rogue. Lingyun, you absolutely cannot leave now. An old woman outside the door looked nervous and worried, blocking Shin Lingyun. Your condition is already very serious now. You will die within 3 days if untreated. The old woman's name was Lu Huichun, a very famous doctor in Zhuhai province. Shin Lingyun immediately showed a serious expression, but the next moment she was still furious. But my neck is in severe pain, and he told me to lie down and raise my butt. What kind of treatment is this? After hearing this, Lu Huichun also felt confused, but then said, although I don't know why such treatment is used, Qin Yu's medical skills are very remarkable. In this Rootless Heaven Prison, every person who came here near death or whose injuries were so severe they had 1 foot already in hell was saved by Qin Yu using his incredible medical techniques. After hearing this, Shun Lingyun indeed regretted it and looked down at the woman in front of her. If it were someone else saying these words to her, she would certainly think they were in league with that rogue. However, Lu Huichun was different. She had been a good friend of her father for many years and had cured many people for their Shin family. Inside the room, Qin Yu leaned back, putting his feet up on the coffee table in front of him. He was confident after just one glance that in the entire Daxia dynasty, only he could save the beauty named Shin Lingyun. Qin Yu has always been extremely confident about his medical skills, because his medical knowledge comes from the inheritance of his master Yin-Yang Taoist. 3 years ago, he was framed and imprisoned in the Rootless Heaven Prison, where all kinds of extraordinary talented individuals from around the world were held. When he first arrived, Qin Yu discovered that in one of the prison cells there was an insane old man. His speech seemed incompatible with this world, like something out of a web novel, cultivation practices, and Taoist pursuits. Everyone thought that what he said while in his insanity were nonsensical, and no one believed him. But Qin Yu believed him, and eventually successfully became his disciple. During the 3 years, he received the orthodox Taoist inheritance from his master Yin-Yang Taoist, the Yin-Yang Divine Technique. The Yin-Yang Divine Technique included cultivating Taoism, mysticism, medicine, looking Qi techniques, etc. In 3 years' time, through his powerful medical skills and combat abilities, Qin Yu successfully conquered every fierce and extraordinary person in the Rootless Heaven Prison, becoming the legendary young Master Qin in everyone's eyes. Qin Yu picked up a cup of tea from the tea tray that was constantly giving off steam, just about to take a light sip when the wooden door to the cell was pushed open, and Lu Huichun entered with Shin Lingyun. Master Qin, please help young Lingyun. If you do not help treat her, she will die in 3 days. 3 days? Qin Yu shook his head. After studying under me for such a long time, your medical skills haven't improved much. She only has 1 day left to live. Upon hearing this, Lu Huichun's complexion changed dramatically, and she knelt down with a thud. Young Master Qin, please forgive her transgressions, and immediately treat Lingyun. Qin Yu took a light sip of tea, sighed. Huichun, you're quite cunning as well. You say that, if I don't act, wouldn't I be the petty one? Alright, seeing how you, even in your 70s, play games with a young man like me, I'll intervene again to save her. Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. Lu Huichun repeatedly expressed her gratitude, then heard Qin Yu speak again. Miss Lu Huichun, please step outside first. I can treat Miss Shin here alone. Miss Shin, please follow what I instructed before. Lie down on your stomach. Shin Lingyun, irritated by the rogue's words. But she believed Lu Huichun, hesitated for a while, then lay down on the bed beside her. Take off your underwear. Hearing this, Shin Lingyun's body trembled violently. Doesn't that mean being seen completely naked by Qin Yu? Moreover, in such a sexy posture right now. Shin Lingyun hesitated for a while, ultimately giving in, leaving herself without any cover. Standing directly behind her, Qin Yu's eyes nearly popped out. However, in the next moment, he repressed the fire in his heart. I'm going to start treating you now. It might be a little painful, please bear with it. As he spoke, Qin Yu's hands descended, utilizing the Yin-Yang technique passed down by his master. Ah! Suddenly, Shin Lingyun let out a scream and gritted her teeth. Didn't you say it would just be a little painful? This? Ah! Another scream of pain escaped Shin Lingyun as she clenched her pearly teeth tightly. Her long, delicate hands gripped the edges of the coffee table with all her might. Half an hour later, Shin Lingyun stood up with trembling legs and began to rearrange her clothes, lowering her blue dress. Furious at how what was supposed to be a little pain turned into unbearable agony, Shin Lingyun now felt that even without her initial ailment, Qin Yu had inflicted her with one. Ready to unleash her scolding fury on Qin Yu, Shin Lingyun glared at him. She gave a slight gasp upon discovering the severe pain in her neck and unexplained red swelling were completely gone. Shin Lingyun's beautiful eyes gleamed with disbelief as she stared at Qin Yu. At this moment, she finally realized that Qin Yu hadn't been taking advantage of her, but had truly been treating her illness. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Apologies for misunderstanding you earlier. Shin Lingyun sincerely said. Sitting on the wooden chair, sipping hot tea, Qin Yu replied lightly, it's a small matter. Just a reminder, your condition isn't normal. Shun Lingyun didn't show any surprise. She simply said to Qin Yu, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving my life today. How may I repay you?" "Not necessary." Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "You and Ms. Lu Hui-chun should leave quickly. It's the day I depart from here. I have old friends to meet." Shun Lingyun left the Rootless Heavenly Prison with her maid. "Ms. Lu, tell me some basic information about Qin Yu. I want to learn more about him." "All right, I'll send some basic information about Master Qin to Xiaoyu's phone shortly." Then Shun Lingyun boarded the car with Xiaoyu and left. "Miss, that Qin you could see through the peculiarity of your illness. He's really remarkable," Xiaoyu marveled in the car. Shun Lingyun nodded silently, of course knowing that someone had tampered with her health. She'd been trying to investigate this for a while. "Miss, perhaps you shouldn't pursue the investigation further. The downfall of the Qin family must be rooted in something extremely deep. Over these years, due to investigating the Qin family, both you and Master haven't avoided various events and setbacks." "No, we must continue to find out," Shun Lingyun declared. "Years ago, Master Qin did a favor for my father, so the matter of the Qin family must be thoroughly investigated. Moreover, it is rumored that many years ago, Master Qin's infant son was taken away by someone. I must retrieve this child, the sole lineage Master Qin has left in this world." Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. "But I heard Master speak of how Master Qin's son has an arranged marriage agreement with you. If found, wouldn't that mean you'd need to marry him?" Shun Lingyun frowned slightly. "We'll talk about this later. Let's first find the person. 3 years have passed so quickly. I wonder how my parents and sister are doing." Qin Yu looked forward to reuniting with his family. Then suddenly he frowned again. "My master told me to make a trip to Mount Gangshan soon. He has something important left for me there. Why couldn't the old man give it to me directly? Why must I travel so far?" Yunqing, a 4th-tier city in Zhejiang province. After 3 years away, Qin Yu walked along the familiar streets filled with joy. Various vendors shouted in the night market, particularly selling snacks that caught Qin Yu's attention greatly. Spicy soup, beef entrails, barbecues. At this time, back at their rented house, younger sister Qin was trapped by a gang of thugs alone. "Qin, your debt is due. You must pay me back." Li Feng smiled faintly, his eyes roaming over Qin. Qin was terrified. "Big brotherly, can you give me a few more days? I will figure out a way to pay you back. I really don't have the money right now." Li Feng grinned brightly after hearing this. "Let me propose this then, Qin. The principal amount can wait for payment, but the interest still needs settling. If you cannot pay off the interest for now, accompany me for one night as interest." Upon hearing this, Qin's face turned deathly pale immediately. "Big brotherly, please. I will definitely pay you back the interest and principal. Please let me go." How could Li Feng let go of such a good opportunity? His original intention for lending money to Qin was mainly to create leverage over her. "Qin, Big brotherly doesn't want to see you struggle too hard to pay me back. Accompanying me for one night is much easier, and you'll earn some money. And Big brotherly promises you'll have fun and be comfortable." That person's smile was lascivious, and the henchmen around him laughed loudly, greed evident in their gazes. Smack! Li Feng reached out to grab Qin's wrist, ready to drag her away. "Don't! Help! Ah!" Terrified, Qin screamed loudly. Suddenly, an icy voice came piercing through at this moment. "To dare touch my sister? You're looking for death." Chapter 2, The Last Meeting. Qin Yu's sudden roar scared everyone in the small rental house. Qin recognized him at once, under her fear. After being surprised and puzzled, she then became excited and happy. "Brother!" She screamed with excitement, tears streaming down her face as she rushed over. With a thud, Qin threw herself into Qin Yu's arms and burst into tears. "Brother, is that really you? Brother, I've missed you. It's great that you're back." At this moment, all of Qin's heartache and grievances erupted. Her tears wouldn't stop flowing, they poured endlessly. Seeing his sister like this, Qin Yu didn't need to think twice to know that she must have endured much during the past 3 years. "Sister, don't worry. I'm back now, and everything will be taken care of by your brother." Qin Yu was heartbroken as he gently patted his sister's frail shoulders. Since childhood, she had dreamt of becoming an artist. 3 years ago, she was admitted to the most beautiful art university in Zhejiang province. By now, she should have been attending classes there, but instead. At this point, Lei Feng, the leader of the young gang, approached with a grin. "I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you. Qin Yu, you convict." Qin Yu raised his eyes towards Lei Feng, recognizing him. "Lei Feng, if you dare to target my sister, I'll kill you." Lei Feng sneered. "So, Qin Yu, 3 years in jail must have muddled your brain. How dare you challenge me? I see that the one seeking death is you." At this moment, Qin calmed down from her happiness and excitement. Turning around, she placed herself between her brother and Lei Feng and his group. "You can't bully my brother." Lei Feng laughed, glancing again over Qin. Despite her thin figure from malnourishment, she still possessed an alluring figure with curves where they mattered. He exposed a greedy and lecherous look. "I won't harm your brother if you agree to my conditions just now. Go with me and become my girlfriend. Moreover, if you truly become my girlfriend, not only will I not bully your brother, but I'll take him as a junior disciple. He can follow me, and he'll live luxuriously as well." Qin hesitated. If it were just herself, even if she dies, she would never follow Lei Feng. But now, if she didn't agree, her brother might be beaten to death by Lei Feng's gang. Her brother has already suffered so much. Just after getting out of prison, he encounters such a situation. "Just now, it seemed like you used your right hand to grab my sister's wrist." Qin Yu took a step forward, coldly looking at Lei Feng. Qin Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Brother. Yo-ho. Lei Feng saw Qin Yu's intention to fight him. Good, come on, I did use my right hand. As he spoke, he provocatively lifted his right hand and waved it in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu gave a cold laugh and with his left hand slapped Lei Feng's forearm, applying force with his fingers. Snap. The sound of a bone breaking made everyone shudder. Then, throughout the small rented house, Lei Feng's pig-like screams of pain echoed. My hand up. Lei Feng clutched his right hand with his left, hunching over as he retreated step by step. This scene left everyone present speechless. Attack. Crush him for me. Lei Feng gritted his teeth and roared. The group of youths immediately rushed up, brimming with menace. On their side were 7 or 8 people, while Qin Yu stood alone, fearless. Without hesitation, Qin Yu moved, quick as lightning. In one swift motion, he defeated them all, leaving each with broken bones, either arms or legs, and rolling about on the ground in agony. Kneeling, Qin Yu advanced toward Lei Feng, terrifying Lei Feng enough to cause him to retreat hurriedly. Qin Yu, I warn you. Though you are skilled, I am connected to higher-ups. If you... Qin Yu, what do you want to do? At this point, Qin Yu grabbed his left shoulder. You should consider yourself lucky, Lei Feng, since you haven't yet done any real harm to my sister. Otherwise, you'd never reincarnate. Snap. Again came the crackling sound of another bone crushed under raw force. Lei Feng let out a soul-piercing scream before collapsing unconscious. At this unexpected turn of events, Qin Qing was shocked and bewildered. She stared dumbfounded at her brother, wondering if this was indeed the same person she knew. Miss, I've learned some background information about Qin Yu. 3 years ago, because his father Qin Hai was assaulted, Qin Yu fought back and ended up in prison. Downstairs at the rental house, Shun Lingyun, hearing the report from her servant Xiao Yu, instantly realized Qin Yu must have been framed. Not long afterward, Qin Hai was found to suffer from a serious illness, requiring treatment for these years. The Qin family spent everything trying to cure Qin Hai. In which hospital is Qin Hai now? One of the high-end private hospitals in Yunqing, Baiyun Advanced Private Hospital. Shun Lingyun, upon hearing this, silently nodded without saying anything and turned to leave. In the rented house, Qin Yu looked at the gang of people led by Lei Feng sprawled on the ground wailing, and roared with anger. Get out. If you dare to come and harass my family again, next time it will mean death. In the next moment, the group of young hooligans supported each other, stumbling and hurrying away as if they were rushing to be reborn. Qin Yu's eyes still burned with fury until Lei Feng's gang disappeared from his sight. Then he turned around, and his gaze became tender. Looking at his sister, he was both delighted and filled with anxiety. Fortunately, I returned just in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qin Qing nodded repeatedly. Sis, where is Dad? Instantly Qin Qing burst into loud sobs. Qin Yu saw this and immediately panicked. What's wrong with my sis? Did something happen? Brother, after you were locked up, Dad was so heartbroken that he fell ill. This illness has lasted for nearly 3 years. I've been treating Dad, but all the money is gone, yet Dad's condition hasn't improved. Instead, it keeps worsening. Recently, I learned that a highly skilled doctor named Dr. Lu Wenxi had come to Baiyun Advanced Private Hospital in our city of Yunqing. I thought perhaps Dr. Lu could save Dad, so I took him there. Dr. Lu said after diagnosing him that there was hope for Dad, but after several days of treatment, he then told us that Dad couldn't be saved. Brother, go to the hospital now and see Dad one last time. Chapter 3 Slander. After hearing this, Qin Yu was once again seized with a wave of fear. Fortunately, I returned just in time today, otherwise our family would really have been broken and ruined. Qin Qing thought Qin Yu meant the fear of missing the last farewell and started crying again. That's right, brother. If you had come back one day later, you really wouldn't have seen Dad for the last time. Qin Yu rubbed Qin Qing's head with a smile. Sis, don't worry. Now that your big brother is here, Dad will not die. He had full confidence in his medical skills. Back in the Rootless Prison, countless people were left with only a last breath but still managed to pass on, yet he had saved them. To put it simply, as long as someone wasn't completely dead, he had a way to save them. Qin Qing didn't understand and stared at Qin Yu blankly. What do you mean, brother? Take it literally. Qin Yu patted his sister on the shoulder and walked out briskly. Let's go. Take me to the Baiyun Private Hospital. I can save Dad. Qin Qing stood there stunned, her mouth slightly open, watching her brother's retreating figure and muttering under her breath. Can you really save Dad, brother? It wasn't until a moment later she realized something and quickly caught up. Did you just say you can save Dad? You must be joking, right? Whether I'm joking or not, won't you know when you see it? Come on, or else I'm worried Dad might have an accident. At this time, in one of the ordinary wards of the high-end private hospital Baiyun in Yunqing, Qin Hai was seriously ill, tossing and turning restlessly, his life flickering like a fading candle. He lay unconscious on the bed, a breathing tube inserted into his mouth. By the bedside was Qin Hai's younger sister, Qin Meifang. She looked down at Qin Hai lying in the hospital bed with a cold expression. You are still hanging on to your last breath, damn it? How much longer do you plan to drag me down? Qin Meifang paused momentarily, then revealed a cruel look on her cold face. Big brother, blame me all you want, but what I'm doing is actually helping you gain some release. But in fact, during the almost 3 years that Qin Hai has been ill, Qin Meifang has never come to help out much. Her words and actions were motivated by her desire to get the 20,000 yuan that Qin Hai had privately hoarded. And this sum of 20,000 yuan was actually intended to be left for Qin Yu. Even on his deathbed, Qin Hai didn't bring it out for treatment. Qin, the girl, didn't know about this, nor did Qin Yu. And besides, he was still in prison, so if only Big Brother died, those 20,000 yuan would be mine. At this very moment, the look in Qin Meifang's eyes towards Qin Hai turned vicious. She no longer hesitated. Extending her hand, she grabbed the breathing tube aiding Qin Hai and prepared to pull it off. Just then, the door to the ward suddenly opened. Qin Meifang, what do you think you're doing? Qin Yu saw Qin Meifang grab the tube from his father's mouth and angrily shouted. Then he rushed over, forcibly pushing her hand away, and said angrily, I never expected such wickedness from you, Qin Meifang. How could you plot to murder your own older brother? Qin Meifang was seized with panic, but quickly regained her composure, instead shouting angrily at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, what nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly harm my brother? But what were you going to do grabbing Dad's tube with both hands just now? Qin Meifang couldn't answer immediately. After pausing for a few seconds, she responded haughtily. I saw the tube loose on Big Brother and wanted to resecure it. Helping, Qin Yu sneered. All these years, I've never seen you help father. Instead, you've taken advantage of him with various excuses to swindle his money. Get out. Qin Yu roared in anger. If you weren't Dad's blood sister, you'd already be dead. Without another word for Qin Meifang, Qin Yu turned around and knelt by the bed, gazing at his unconscious father lying in the hospital bed. Sadness filled his heart. Dad, I'm back. Tears welled up in his eyes. At that exact moment, the door to the hospital room swung open again. Qin, let me tell you a piece of good news. Dr. Lu completed learning a set of techniques yesterday after consistent practice and research. He claims that if he uses acupuncture on Qin Hai, he can certainly cure his illness. There is no need for any further examinations or medications. The person who spoke was exactly Peng Chunling, Qin Hai's primary doctor. Qin Yu stood up, glanced at the tall, middle-aged female doctor with a somewhat larger build compared to regular women, and frowned slightly. After hearing what his sister told him about the affairs concerning this hospital earlier, he suspected they were tricking patients, and now listening to what Dr. Peng said, Qin Yu became more certain of his suspicion. He was just about to speak when Qin beat him to it. Looking excited, Qin asked, Is it true, Dr. Peng? Will Dad be healed quickly if Dr. Lu performs acupuncture on him? Upon hearing this, Peng Chunling smiled broadly, nodding earnestly. Qin, don't worry. Dr. Lu is a renowned physician with great fame in Zhejiang province. If he says he can heal, he definitely will. Good, too good. Qin was even more elated. Turning to Qin Yu, she said, Brother, this time we'll save Dad. Qin, you know that Dr. Lu is a renowned physician. The people who see him are all high-ranking officials and nobles. The cost of treatment isn't cheap. I understand. Qin, seeing the chance to save her father, didn't care about the money. Peng Chunling's broad face once again showed a thick smile. 1 needle costs 10,000, and 20 needles will be used. Upon hearing this, Qin widened her eyes. Isn't that another 200,000? She had just gotten excited without considering the exact amount of money. Peng Chunling immediately noticed Qin's hesitation and started persuading her. Qin, think about it. 200,000 can exchange for your dad's life, which is already a very low price. Do you know that those billionaires, when afflicted with incurable diseases, want to trade their entire fortunes worth billions to live, but cannot get such a chance? Treat. Qin gritted her teeth. Dr. Peng, we will try our best to raise these 200,000 yuan. Even if I have to sell my kidneys, I must raise enough money. Please help us arrange an appointment with Dr. Lu. Seeing this, Peng Chunling was overjoyed inside. Young people these days really understand priorities. Compared to lives, money means nothing. She turned around and walked out of the ward, planning to report this good news upstairs. Hold it. However, at this moment, Qin Yu spoke up and stopped Peng Chunling, who was about to leave. Dr. Peng, since Dr. Lu is a renowned physician with great medical skills and has helped so many powerful officials recover, why hasn't he been able to cure my father until now? And now he suddenly claims he learned some powerful acupuncture techniques and demands another 200,000 to proceed. Doesn't this seem too coincidental? Peng Chunling frowned and glared at Qin Yu. Who are you? You're not the patient's family member, so you don't belong here. Get out. He's my brother. Qin immediately interjected. Brother? Peng Chunling was startled. Dr. Peng, my brother doesn't know the situation well, so he said that. Qin Yu interrupted Qin. Sis, this woman and that Dr. Lu are clearly deceiving people. They're just exploiting the psychology of patients wanting to survive in order to scam money. After hearing this, Peng Chunling became furious. Young man, you're committing slander. Someone, arrest this person. He is slandering me and Dr. Lu. Chapter 4, Spitting Blood. Qin Yu was furious. This private hospital, along with Dr. Peng and that so-called Dr. Lu, were clearly deceiving his father and sister for their money, which were all hard-earned cash from their sweat and toil. He immediately took action against the 3 security guards who approached him, one slap at a time, sending them flying in different directions. Smack. Finally, he naturally didn't spare that unscrupulous Peng Chunling either. Even more force was used, hitting Peng Chunling so hard she flew 5 or 6 meters and lost 4 front teeth. Libel. Qin Yu said angrily. It's only because you're ordinary people. Otherwise, with such unscrupulous actions, you would already be dead. Sis, we'll go and handle our dad's discharge now. I can cure our dad. Qin panicked. Brother, you've caused trouble again. Why are you hitting people again? After Qin Yu injured Dr. Pang, it would be impossible for his dad to get treatment from Dr. Lu. Qin Yu noticed his sister's tone and consoled her. Sister, don't worry, I will surely be able to cure Dad's illness. Let's go. Just at this moment, two men led several others rushing over. Qin Xing recognized them. One of the middle-aged men was the president here, Liang Jianhua, and the other shorter man was precisely the renowned Dr. Lu Wenxi. Liang Jianhua immediately saw Pang Chunling lying on the ground with blood dripping from her mouth and turned around to glare angrily at Qin Yu and his group. What's going on? How dare you assault someone in my hospital? Assault. Qin Yu's expression was grim. Your unscrupulous hospital, I've barely taken any action as a lesson, which is extremely lenient toward you already. Liang Jianhua, being the dean of this high-end private hospital, naturally had strong connections and power. Despite being exposed by the other side, he was utterly fearless, thinking about how to eliminate the young man before him. Who are you? Do you know what you're saying? Our Baiyin Senior Private Hospital is well known in Yun City. Not only did you slander us, but you also assaulted someone here. You'd better cooperate with me and clarify things in Julie, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Liang Jianhua smirked inwardly. Once in Julie, you'll remain there forever. He thought that using his network of connections later could kill the young man inside. Qin Yu glanced back at his father Qin Hai, knowing that he was currently being tormented by pain and started to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Get out of my way. I'm taking my father home for treatment. I don't have time to settle accounts with you right now. Liang Jianhua smirked coldly. Want to leave the hospital? That works too. Pay off all of Qin Hai's outstanding fees, and you can leave immediately. Leaving the hospital would be better. Privately find someone to deal with this young man. Qin Yu was puzzled for a moment and asked Qin Xing. Sister, haven't we paid off our dad's expenses yet? How much do we still owe? Qin Xing frowned, suddenly feeling that her brother wasn't very reliable, and timidly spoke up. Brother, we still owe them 150,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu became flustered, filled with regret inside. He should have asked Shen Lingyun for some money after treating her in the heavenly prison earlier. But Qin Yu quickly thought it through and immediately declared righteously. Your black-hearted hospital has swindled so much of Dad and my sister's hard-earned money. Now you even have the audacity to demand full payment? The fact that I haven't made you return the previous money is something you should thank your lucky stars for. Young man, my hands personally healed your father. Are you saying my medical skills aren't good? Do you know who I am? At this point, the slightly shorter middle-aged man standing beside Liang Jianhua coldly stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu instantly realized. Oh, so you're that charlatan Lu Wenxi. What did you say? Lu Wenxi exploded in anger, revealing a fierce gaze. Qin Yu understood and laughed lightly. Dr. Lu, if you're this upset, doesn't it mean I've hit a nerve? Qin Xing grew increasingly worried that her brother was making things worse, so she immediately stepped forward. Brother, just speak nicely. He is Dr. Lu. Whether Dad lives depends on him. Hurry up and apologize to Dr. Lu. Sis, this Mr. Lu isn't even a true doctor. I seriously doubt his reputation as a doctor is fake. Also rest assured, I said I can treat Dad, and I certainly will. Excellent boy, Lu Wenxi coldly remarked. Now, even if you kneel down and beg me, I absolutely won't step in to save your father. Hearing this, Qin Xing was immediately frantic. Dr. Lu, please don't take it to heart. My brother acted rashly and knows nothing. Let me apologize on his behalf. Sis. Qin Yu immediately stopped Qin Xing. He understood his sister's feelings and actions, as they were anxious to save their dad. Since that's the case, I will immediately start treatment on Dad right here. He quickly went to the bedside, took out quite a few silver needles. Boy, I warn you. Liang Jianhua suddenly said at this moment. You're not a doctor in my hospital. If you kill your father, it has nothing to do with our hospital. Moreover, our hospital will sue you for illegal medical practice and causing death. You're going to end up in jail. Qin Xing, you've witnessed everything. When your dad dies, make sure you cry and create a commotion here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Qin Xing was completely at a loss now, unsure of what to do next. Lu Wenxi chuckled sardonically at this point, watching for the fun. He couldn't believe that Qin Yu, a young man, truly knew anything about medicine. Besides, Qin Hai's condition was extremely severe. Not only ordinary doctors, but also other renowned physicians would be incapable of saving him. Qin Yu had Qin Hai lie down and began treatment. Lu Wenxi observed from behind and saw Qin Yu extending both hands simultaneously. He was holding 7 silver needles in each hand, 3 in the left hand and 4 in the right. Swish, swish, swish. A flick of the wrists, and the 7 silver needles were shot toward Qin Hai's body, landing on 7 different acupoints. Incredibly precise, without the slightest deviation. Instantly, Lu Wenxi was stunned, wide-eyed. After the needles were properly set, 10 seconds passed. Wah! Qin Hai on the bed violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was black and emitted a foul stench. Chapter 5, Illegal Practice of Medicine. Voila! Qin Hai, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up and started coughing up blood in large gulps. Dean Liang Jianhua, upon witnessing this scene, felt startled and suspicious. When he noticed that the blood Qin Hai had spat out on the ground was black, as the dean, naturally knowledgeable in medicine, he immediately realized that this act of spitting out blood would actually be beneficial for Qin Hai. Though the process looked simple, merely making Qin Hai spit blood, it was actually extremely difficult. In Yun City, only a few people could achieve this, including himself, as the head of the hospital, who couldn't perform such a feat. But how did Qin Yu, so young, manage to do it? Wasn't he always in jail? The hospital still possessed some information regarding Qin Hai's family situation. Watching Qin Yu wake up his unconscious uncle, Qin Hai, Yin-Yang Taoist momentarily became stunned, fixatedly staring at Qin Yu. Similarly surprised, Auntie Qin Meifang's mouth slightly opened wide in astonishment. She and her brother Qin Hai's family weren't on good terms, but she had watched Qin Yu grow up, knowing very well that he had never studied medical techniques. Yet somehow, he had genuinely awakened her older brother. It must be just about spitting out blood. Could it be that Qin Yu just fiddled around and worsened her brother's condition? At this thought, Qin Meifang became inwardly overjoyed. If it were true, then that would be wonderful. This way, I don't need to do it myself. However, there needed to be a plan to lure Qin Yu back into trouble. Her sharp eyes stared at Qin Yu's figure pensively, then flickered with malice. Qin Meifang decided firmly to get this kid thrown back into prison. Only then would my getting the 20,000 yuan my brother has privately stashed away be much more secure. Just as she was about to speak and accuse Qin Yu, an angry shout sounded by her ear. Qin Yu, you killed him with your treatment. Qin Meifang turned abruptly and unexpectedly saw Yin-Yang Taoist furiously pointing at Qin Yu, screaming. What did I say before? I said you're not a doctor, and you know nothing about medical arts, absolutely forbidding you from treating patients with what you think is right. Now look, you made Qin Hai cough up blood. Qin Yu, let me tell you, the nature of this matter has changed. Huang Fong was delighted inside, unexpected joy overwhelming her since she didn't even open her mouth yet. The hospital's dean had taken the lead. Yin-Yang Taoist was, after all, the authority here. His words carried immense weight, far surpassing her own accusations. But if she added some fuel, this fire would burn hotter. Qin Yu, you deliberately tried to kill my brother. Qin Meifang pointed at Qin Yu and scolded loudly. He is your father, yet you used the excuse of treating him to murder him. Director Liang, as the younger sister of Qin Hai, I hereby demand your hospital handle this matter. Arrest Qin Yu. He killed my brother. After spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Qin Hai had just woken up, not fully conscious yet, in a state of confusion. Aunt, please don't frame my brother. He wasn't killing our father. He was treating him. Qin was filled with great anxiety inside and fearfully worried. She was afraid her brother would be arrested again because of this incident. Regardless of whether or not her brother's actions worsened their father's illness, the original intention was undeniably good. You girls stay out of this. Qin Meifang pushed Qin aside suddenly. Qin stumbled, nearly falling down, but was caught by the shoulder by Qin Yu who had turned around. Brother, it's fine, let me deal with it. Qin Yu gave her a reassuring smile. Previously, he had been checking on his father's condition, which was why he remained silent. After the examination, he understood that under his treatment, his father was already perfectly fine. Qin Meifang, what exactly did you just say? Qin Yu fixed his glare, taking a step forward to Qin Meifang. You said I murdered my father? Do you know what I saw when I first entered the room? If I hadn't arrived timely today, my father would have been truly killed by someone else. Faced with such a direct confrontation from Qin Yu, and with her intentions exposed, Qin Meifang immediately panicked. Qin Yu, don't slander others. Though somewhat rattled, at this moment she dared not falter, otherwise things would become problematic. Who exactly wants to kill someone? I believe everyone now understands. Qin Yu, Dean Liang already warned you, yet you insisted on harming my brother, making him cough up blood in large amounts. Dean Liang, quickly, call someone to arrest him. Slap. Qin Meifang's scream abruptly stopped as her left cheek was slapped hard by Qin Yu. She spun halfway around where she stood, landing with a thud, blood oozing from her mouth along with 2 teeth she had spat out. Qin Yu angrily stated, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. I refrained from doing anything just now, and I didn't expect you to still dare to shout around. If it weren't for the sake of my father, your fate would be even worse. Upon witnessing this, Liang Xuanhuan not only did not feel an ounce of fear, but was secretly pleased within. This Qin Yu has indeed given me plenty of reasons to catch him. You few quickly, seize Qin Yu for me. Qin Yu, under the circumstance of you not having a medical practice license and curing people, it falls under illegal medical practice. And it has caused extremely serious consequences, killing someone with treatment. Also, you attacked someone. Now, I am going to arrest you and bring you to the police station. Liang Xuanhuan, looking dignified, pointed his fingers at Qin Yu and accused him. At the same time, 3 hospital security guards quickly approached Qin Yu and stretched out their hands to grab him. Qin Yu gave out a cold snort and acted swiftly. So fast were his movements that the 3 security guards in front of him didn't even have time to figure out what happened before they felt excruciating pain in their chests and flew backward. Following that, he took 1 step forward and slapped backwards. Smack! A deep sound resounded, and Liang Xuanhuan was struck heavily and fell on the ground. You black-hearted Dean, I haven't dealt with you yet, and how dare you point your finger at me and yell? Looking for death. Liang Xuanhuan was also uncontrollably angry. Ignoring the intense fiery pain on his right cheek, he swiftly stood up and angrily pointed at Qin Yu. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Lu Wenxi's voice beside him. Qin Yu, the technique you just used should be called the 5 elements 36 needles, right? Liang Xuanhuan let out a surprised him. 5 elements 36 needles? What is it? But it sounded quite powerful. Qin Yu was slightly surprised as well, glancing towards Lu Wenxi. Didn't expect you, a quack doctor, could actually recognize it. Yes, what I just used is precisely the 5 elements 36 needles. Dr. Lu, Is this 5 elements 36 needles powerful? Powerful, definitely powerful, Lu Wenxi replied. Reviving the dead, regenerating flesh. A mere 6 words revealed the extraordinary strength of the 5 elements 36 needles that Qin Yu had just demonstrated. Chapter 6, Sincerity. Liang Jianhua was astonished, never expecting that the needle technique mastered by Qin Yu would be so powerful. Qin Yu, name your price. I will buy this whooshing 36 needles technique from you. Lu Wenxi was overjoyed inside, never imagining that he would encounter such an extraordinary formation even in a small city like Yin City. If he could obtain and learn the whooshing 36 needles, not only could he free himself from his previous predicament, but he would also leap to become a renowned doctor. He must get hold of this needle technique. After hearing Qin Yu's cold laugh, Lu Wenxi asked, since Dr. Qin knows how formidable this whooshing 36 needles is, do you think it's appropriate for what price? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxi felt immense joy, believing there was hope for a deal. After pondering for a moment, he said, 200,000 yuan. Qin Yu almost fell off his chair in shock. Dr. Lu, are you joking with me? 200,000 yuan. You'd better go home, wash up, and sleep. With that, he turned back, intending to take his gradually regaining consciousness father home. Seeing this, Lu Wenxi's expression immediately turned serious. Then he gave Liang Jianhua a look. Liang Jianhua understood instantly and promptly said, Qin Yu, you want to leave the hospital? It's not impossible, but you must first settle the unpaid surgery fee, hospitalization fee, and medication costs for your father, right? Qin Yu paused for a moment, turning his head to ask Qin Qing, sis, haven't we settled the fees incurred during our stay at the hospital? Qin Qing softly nodded. How much? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Qing quietly replied, 200,000 yuan. Damn, another 200,000. No wonder Lu Wenxi opened with offering 200,000 to buy my whooshing 36 needles. Everything has already been calculated beforehand. Not bad, you owe us 200,000, Liang Jianhua chuckled coldly. Moreover, Qin Yu, your illegal practice of medicine is undeniable, and you've injured Dr. Pang, Qin Meifeng, 3 security guards from the hospital, and myself. With so many people injured, if this gets reported to the authorities, I believe you'll have to spend a few more years in jail. At this point, he used the threat of imprisonment to pressure Qin Yu. Liang Jianhua knew that Qin Yu had just been released from jail and would probably dread hearing about being arrested again. Yes, Director Liang. You should quickly send Qin Yu back to prison, sentence him to 8 or 10 years. Qin Meifeng, who had been silent while holding her left cheek, suddenly became lively upon hearing the mention of Qin Yu going back to prison. Upon hearing that her brother might be sent back to jail, Qin Qing immediately panicked. Qin Yu turned around, and his gaze towards Liang Jianhua grew dark, thinking to himself, I've already given you the chance to live, yet you don't cherish it. Looks like you truly wish to die. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Liang Jianhua and Lu Wenxi assumed he was afraid. Both exchanged a covert glance and saw hidden joy in each other's eyes. Qin Yu, if you don't want to return to jail, then hand over the whooshing 36 needles. Everything I mentioned earlier can be resolved for you. And the cost of 200,000 won't need to be paid by you either. Arrogance. Just at that moment, a sharp female voice came from outside the ward. Liang Jianhua and Lu Wenxi immediately frowned, annoyed that someone dared scold them in this hospital. Who? Liang Jianhua turned to berate, but when he saw the person arriving, his voice stopped abruptly. Lu Wenxi was equally surprised and began showing signs of panic. But Qin Yu showed a trace of surprise. The newcomer wasn't anyone else but Shen Lingyun, whom he had previously treated. Miss Shen, why have you come here? Liang Jianhua's tone trembled. Shen Lingyun and her maid Xiaoyu walked in slowly. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't know that you, Director Liang, and Lu Wenxi dare to treat my savior like this. How dare you threaten Mr. Qin, claiming that if he doesn't hand over the needle technique, you will arrest him back to jail? Are you both looking for death? Liang Jianhua and Lu Wenxi were immediately terrified, trembling with fear, confusion, and suspicion. This young man, Qin Yu, is Miss Shen Lingyun's savior? How could that be possible? Shen Lingyun is from the illustrious Shen family in Jiangcheng, the capital of Zhejiang province. Her status is extraordinarily high, her influence and power reaching to unimaginable heights. How could Qin Yu, a former prisoner, possibly know Shen Lingyun, let alone save her life? Mistake. This is a mistake, Miss Shen. Liang Jianhua hastily apologized. In this moment, he wanted to die. He couldn't have anticipated that his suppression of Qin Yu would actually offend Shen Lingyun. If Shen Lingyun wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Yes, Miss Shen, we didn't know that Mr. Qin was your friend, which is why all those things happened. Mr. Qin, I deeply apologize for my earlier rudeness. Lu Wenxi hurriedly bowed to apologize to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. He had already known about Shen Lingyun's extraordinary identity when he was in the Rootless Prison, but now it seemed that Shen Lingyun's status was even more powerful than he had realized. Just as he was about to speak and tell Liang Jianhua and Lu Wenxi to get lost, Shen Lingyun had already beaten him to it. Mr. Lu Wenxi, how can a simple apology make up for your offense against Mr. Qin, my savior? If someone stabs you 10 times and later apologizes, saying it was a mistake, do you think that would be enough? Gulp. Lu Wenxi instinctively swallowed his saliva. What the hell? Isn't this too harsh? 10 stabs. He felt like his gallbladder was about to burst from fear and quickly said, after reconsidering, I admit I lacked sincerity. Mr. Qin, how about this? Let me compensate you with 1 million yuan as an expression of my apology and sincerity. 1 million yuan? Qin Yu was taken aback, finding this acceptable. 1 billion yuan. At this moment, Shen Lingyun coldly interjected again. Qin Yu was astonished. 1 billion yuan? Is this really appropriate? Still, he secretly felt delighted inside. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wenxi nearly fell flat on the ground. Miss Shun, I don't have that much money. You don't. Shen Lingyun gave him a disdainful glance. In the past few years, you've cheated so many people in Jiangxing using your medical skills. I estimate it should exceed 1 billion. That's exaggerated. It's not nearly that much, Lu Wenxi hastily protested. Besides, I returned most of the money recently. I truly don't have much money left, Miss Shun. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Wenxi's mind. I have a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum here, which is very valuable. I'm willing to offer it to Mr. Qin as compensation. A 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum? Indeed, this is excellent, I agree. This time, Qin Yu immediately chimed in. To him, a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum might be worth more than 10 million or even 1 billion yuan. Money, in Qin Yu's eyes, wouldn't bother him, but precious herbs were immensely significant to him. Beside him, Liang Jianhua watched all this unfold, feeling utterly disheartened. It seemed Shen Lingyun wouldn't let him off lightly either. And what made it worse was that the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum that Lu Wenxi was handing over to Qin Yu had been given to him by none other than himself just moments before. The regret gnawed at him bitterly. Dean Liang, what about you? I hope your sincerity won't disappoint me, or else the consequences will be severe. Shen Lingyun cast her icy gaze upon Liang Jianhua. Chapter 7 Meeting Water turns into Dragon. Inside the hospital room, Qin Qing was astonished, and also extremely puzzled, looking at Shen Lingyun who had suddenly appeared and now stood at the door of the ward. What a beautiful woman. Moreover, she looks very capable. Who is she exactly? And she's on my brother's side. She knows my brother. It would be great if she were my sister-in-law. Qin Qing gave a pure smile in her heart. Beside her, Qin Meifang's face was ghastly pale, full of panic as she looked at Shen Lingyun, trembling with fear inside. She naturally realized that the identity of this woman who had suddenly shown up was no ordinary one. Even the dean here was scared to death. Even the renowned Dr. Lu Wenxi hastened away like someone rushing for reincarnation after being allowed to leave, visibly relieved. If this woman decided to deal with me. Gulping, Qin Meifang instinctively swallowed her saliva. Liang Jianhua regretted sending Lu Wenxi millions worth of Polygonum multiflorum. If only he hadn't done it earlier. Now he could have taken it out to save his own life. 100 million. Where am I supposed to get that much money? Miss Shun, I truly do not have 100 million. Liang Jianhua lamented. 100 million. 20 million. Interrupting Shen Lingyun mid-sentence before she could ask him to die, Liang Jianhua quickly said, Miss Shun, I can really just collect 20 million from everything I own. Any more than that, and you might as well kill me because I wouldn't be able to produce it. Mr. Qin, Shen Lingyun turned towards Qin Yu. If Liang Jianhua compensates you with 20 million, would you feel somewhat satisfied? Qin Yu chuckled. 20 million? A bit less, but okay. He's only the dean of this hospital. 20 million might indeed be all that he has. To Qin Yu, 20 million was merely a small sum. Back in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, countless people begged to offer him money, and none of their offers fell below 100 million. But back then, his master did not let him accept any of it, so he didn't. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Liang Jianhua sighed with relief and thanked Qin Yu repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is truly benevolent. Mr. Qin is incredibly generous. Get out fast, Shen Lingyun then sternly said. Deliver 20 million into Mr. Qin's hands within 3 days, or you will vanish from this world forever. Good. I will certainly hand over 20 million within 3 days. After saying this, Liang Jianhua fled the ward as if running for his life. Then Shen Lingyun's gaze shifted onto Qin Meifang standing nearby. Qin Meifang was terrified, her body shaking. I'm Aunt of Qin Yu, what do you plan to do? Shen Lingyun simply glanced at her, not even uttering a word. Her maid, Xiaoyu, stepped forward briskly. What do you plan to? Smack. Xiaoyu slapped Qin Meifang's cheek and dragged her, like dragging a garbage bag, to the door, throwing her out with a loud thud. Mr. Qin, these flies have been dealt with for you. Shen Lingyun indifferently said. Even facing her savior, she showed no smiles. Qin Yu casually nodded but still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Shun. Mr. Qin, you are too courteous. Compared to your assistance to me, my actions are nothing much. I wonder if Mr. Qin has time tomorrow evening? I would like to invite you for dinner as part of my thanks. Qin Yu was surprised but promptly smiled and agreed. No problem. All right, I will send someone to inform you of the location. Afterward, Shen Lingyun left the ward with her maid Xiaoyu. Exiting the hospital, they got into the car. Xiaoyu finally couldn't help asking. Miss, although this Qin Yu saved you, I think there's no need for us to take the initiative to invite him to dinner. He could have made a request when necessary, and we would help him accordingly, which would be considered as our gratitude. In Xiaoyu's eyes, how noble her miss was. Although Qin Yu saved the miss, he was far from qualified to share a dinner with the miss. No, Xiaoyu. Shen Lingyun shook her head. I know what you're thinking, but Qin Yu is definitely not as simple as he appears. I sense that aside from medical skills, Qin Yu possesses something much more powerful. Surprised, Xiaoyu asked. What do you see, miss? Shen Lingyun shook her head again. Nothing specific. It's just a feeling of mine. Xiaoyu was somewhat bewildered. Just a feeling? Isn't this decision by you too arbitrary, miss? This time, Shen Lingyun didn't shake her head anymore. revealing a faint smile. Arbitrary? No way. Qin Yu will surely become a dragon meeting water in the future. Xiaoyu frowned, not entirely believing her miss's words. Deep down, she still thought that Qin Yu was an excellent doctor, but not as incredible as the miss described him. Brother, that woman earlier was so beautiful. Who is she? Inside the ward, Qin giggled and curiously asked Qin Yu. Brother, does she have feelings for you? She first helped us with the hospital issues and then invited you to dinner before leaving. Is this a date? Qin, seeing that their father had been cured and all the family troubles resolved, was in high spirits. She couldn't help teasing Qin Yu at this moment. Does she like me? Qin Yu chuckled. I'm not even sure if I'd like her. Do you think your brother is some random guy on the street, letting any woman just like him? Qin laughed. You should be happy with what you got. That Shin miss was so pretty and seemed quite capable. If she really likes you, it must be because you saved the world in your past life. This time, Qin Yu didn't reply, secretly amused inside. I don't know if I saved the world in my previous life, but in this life, I can save the world if necessary. Let's go. We'll take Dad out of the hospital. Thanks to what happened earlier, they didn't even need to bother with the discharge procedures. At night, when Father Qin Hai and his sister had fallen asleep, Qin Yu climbed out of his room through the window and leapt away, quickly leaving home. He wanted to train. The spiritual energy was all absorbed while I was in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, and my cultivation has remained at the late stage of Grand Warrior. I can't break through anymore. Now that I've come out, I need to find a place full of spiritual energy and use this 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum to properly cultivate myself. Let's see if I can break through the martial sage realm. That night, Qin Yu roamed around many places in the city that were supposed to be rich in spiritual energy, but found them all too scarce to support his cultivation. Could it be that there are no spiritually rich places in a small city like Yunqing? Though disappointed, Qin Yu continued searching. Unknowingly, he arrived at the banks of a great river that ran through the entire Yunqing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw a semi-mountain across the river emitting a dense amount of spiritual energy. That's right. How could I forget this place? Yun Tan. Overjoyed, Qin Yu leaped over the wide river and entered the semi-mountain where Yun Tan was located. He then chose a spot abundant with the strongest spiritual energy and began cultivating. Chapter 8. Unlike the past. This moon seems unusually bright tonight. Bright it is, but why does it look reddish to me? You fool. I guess you've been reading too much of the novel from the red moon onwards. Where's the red moon? Who? The Yun Tan, an extremely high-ranking place, had dedicated security guards. 2 guards were chatting and laughing when they suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind. What's going on? Why did such a strong wind suddenly start blowing? Yeah, though we're now in the rainy season, the weather forecast didn't mention any typhoons coming these days. At that moment, fierce winds whipped through the entire Yuntan mountain, actually creating a tornado. Leaves were flying all over the place, and even many trees were uprooted. Quickly look. All this wind is rushing to that location. One of the guards pointed towards a very lush spot halfway up the mountain. There, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged, his hands forming a strange seal in front of his chest. He was cultivating the Wuxing chaos scripture method passed down by his master circulating within him. Spirit energy flowed like wild winds inside his body, simultaneously absorbing the spiritual essence from the surroundings. It was precisely because of Qin Yu's cultivation that caused the fierce winds and even stirred up a tornado. Meanwhile, in front of Qin Yu, a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum plant was suspended in midair, emitting a 5-colored spiritual aura that extended from its surface towards the strangely sealed hands in front of Qin Yu's chest. As streams of 5-colored gas continuously surged out from the Polygonum multiflorum, the 1,000-year-old plant began shrinking visibly at an alarming rate. Bang! Suddenly, a loud muffled sound erupted from within Qin Yu's body, as if a barrier had been broken. Right after, Qin Yu's internal energies skyrocketed dramatically. Boom! Half an hour later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, which had remained tightly shut until then, revealing a glimmer of light in them reflecting 5 colors. Pooh! He exhaled a breath of stale air that also emanated 5 colors, although in a much diluted hue. Excellent. Qin Yu slightly curled his lips upward with a trace of a smile. Finally broken through. Finally surpassed the peak of the great martial artist stage. I believe that if I can find treasures like this 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum again, and couple that with an environment abundant in spirit energies, there's no doubt I will be able to break through the martial ancestor realm in the future. After breaking through, feeling exceptionally pleased, Qin Yu spent some time adapting to the powerful force inside him. After his somewhat agitated emotions calmed down, he emerged from the forest. Pooh! As Qin Yu lightly leapt down from a height, and just thought about turning around, a startled shout reached his ears from behind. Qin Yu? That voice. Qin Yu's heart was filled with surprise as he immediately turned around, confirming that the speaker was indeed an acquaintance. Wen Shuemei, his former first love. Truly, it's you, Qin Yu. You, how did you end up here? When Shuemei looked up at the spot where Qin Yu had jumped from earlier. Qin Yu, you wouldn't be stealing things here, would you? Qin Yu's expression darkened. This when Shuemei not only betrayed him in the past, but also harmed him with her boyfriend. Of course, anger naturally brewed within him. Isn't Qin Yu still supposed to be in jail? How are you here now? All right. When Shuemei self-answered, looking happy at that realization. Certainly, you must have escaped from prison and dare not return home or see anyone. With no money on you, you came here to steal money and things. That makes sense. Yuntan being a high-end place certainly houses many valuable items. When Shuemei, you should thank your stars for being a woman. Qin Yu spoke coldly. At the same time, You ought to feel grateful that you were once my girlfriend. Otherwise, you would already be disabled. Had it been someone else, Qin Yu reckoned he might have already taken action. Oh, the roles should be reversed. When Xuanhuan sneered coldly, had it not been for the consideration that you were once good to me, I'd call the police right now and send you back to jail. What is this? Suddenly, footsteps approached quickly. Qin Yu lifted his eyes, instantly his gaze becoming even colder than before. The newcomer was none other than Xuanhuan's boyfriend and the person who had sent him to jail years ago, Xiaokong. Xiaokong, you arrived just in time. When Xuanhuan promptly stepped forward, voluntarily wrapping her arm around Xiaokong's, pulling him closer to her bosom. Take a look at who he is. Following when Xuanhuan's finger direction, Xiaokong paused momentarily, surprised, exclaiming, Qin Yu? Stunned for a solid 5 seconds, he finally reacted. You were sentenced to 5 years in jail, weren't you? How are you out so soon? Xiaokong, is it really necessary to say more? It's obvious he escaped from prison. Just now, I saw him jump down from above. I bet he definitely came to Yuntan Mountain to steal things. Xiaokong finally realized the truth, giving Qin Yu a cold sneer. So, you've escaped from prison. Should I call the police and have you sent back now? After pondering for a moment, he said, no. Better yet, I'll just kill you here and now. What an idiot. How dare you hurt me back then? This time, I will cripple you first, and then slowly torture you to death. Qin Yu had already been planning to take revenge on Xiaokong. As he became a martial artist over these years with his strength growing continuously, he was no longer the insect who could be wantonly trampled and humiliated by Xiaokong like before. Moreover, he had also found out that the reason why he was originally sent to the Wujin Celestial Prison was due to the covert manipulations of Xiaokong. Xiaokong wanted him dead. However, he would never have imagined that it was precisely this action which gave him an unprecedented opportunity, turning him into such a powerful martial artist today. Just as Xiaokong was about to make a move, he suddenly remembered that an important person had come to Yun City recently. There must be absolutely no problems during this critical period. It was a matter of great importance. Let you live a little longer. After Patriarch Mu leaves Yun City, I will kill you. This piece of trash, Xiaokong stated firmly. When Xuanhuan looked surprised. Killing someone like you should not affect Patriarch Mu's visit to Yun City. She harbored no sentiment whatsoever towards Qin Yu and utterly detested him. No, Xiaokong shook his head. The arrival of Patriarch Mu in Yun City is a crucial event. There can't be even the slightest mistake. Don't worry, Snowplum, I will kill him later. Let's go. Xiaokong pulled when Xuanhuan and turned away. Qin Yu originally intended to kill Xiaokong as well, but after hearing him mention Patriarch Mu and its great significance, his curiosity was piqued. He thought it might be interesting to let Xiaokong go for now, so he could see who this Patriarch Mu was and what they were coming to Yin City for. Even though killing could wait, causing some pain was necessary. Qin Yu gave a cold smirk and lightly slapped the air with his palm. The next moment, Xiaokong felt a chill run through his body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Xiaokong, what's wrong with you? When Xuanhuan immediately noticed something amiss with Xiaokong and asked, shit, maybe it's because the Yuntan Mountain is cold at night, and I just felt a wave of chills. The strong winds weren't just whipping around earlier? It has to be that. Don't worry, soon I'll warm your body with mine. All right. Xiaokong forcefully grabbed when Xuanhuan's upturned buttocks. Chapter 9, maybe today is just too exhausting. At the foot of Yuntan Mountain, Xiaokong and when Xuanhuan had already gotten into the car, and Xiaokong could barely contain himself. Xuanhuan, come on, let's do it right here. Here. When Xuanhuan exclaimed in surprise, glancing out the window. If someone happens to pass by and discovers what we're doing in this car, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What's so embarrassing? Xiaokong dismissed her concerns. Then all right. Despite her worries, when Xuanhuan thought this would please Xiaokong and decided not to hold back. With a rustle of clothes, she quickly undressed entirely. It must be said, while when Xuanhuan wasn't particularly kind, her sweet face and voluptuous figure made up for it. However, if it weren't for these traits, Xiaokong, the young master of the He family, one of the 5 major families of Yun City, wouldn't have taken an interest in her. Seeing when Xuanhuan's alluring body, Xiaokong became increasingly excited. He also hurriedly stripped himself down to nothing, but when he glanced down, he was surprised. Why am I not reacting? When Xuanhuan noticed the situation too and wondered silently. If I've undressed in front of you, why are you still not reacting? Though she thought this in her heart, she didn't dare say it aloud for fear of upsetting Xiaokong. Instead, she said, Xiaokong, maybe it's because you've been busy with Elder Mu's affairs all day. Perhaps you're just too tired. Allow me to help you first. Xiaokong became even more aroused hearing her words, and he smiled happily as when Xuanhuan started to act. Besides liking her sweet appearance and great figure, he also enjoyed her initiative, especially at moments like this. It was a little past 5 in the morning, the sky just beginning to brighten. A black supercar was parked at the side of the road near the base of Yuntan Mountain, swaying gently. If anyone were nearby, they would surely know what was going on inside. Despite spending a full 10 minutes trying, when Xuanhuan found that Xiaokong still couldn't get things going. When Xuanhuan felt somewhat dissatisfied within, and Xiaokong was also troubled at that moment, unsure of what was wrong with him today. In the past, there was never any need for foreplay whenever he and when Xuanhuan got together. Xuanhuan, forget it. Even Xiaokong felt it was unfair to ask her to keep helping him further. Maybe I'm just really tired today. Hearing this, when Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief internally. Finally, it's over. But outwardly, she acted proactively and said, Xiaokong, I can keep helping you. Perhaps soon enough. No, it's almost dawn. Many people exercise around here in the morning. We should go home. He Xiaokong didn't take this issue to heart, thinking it was merely fatigue. Likewise, when Xiaomei thought the same. Around 8 a.m., Qin Yu returned home with tea snacks he had packed from Longxiang Tower in Yin City. Brother, Qin, who was cooking breakfast, called out in surprise upon seeing Qin Yu return. Why are you up so early? You plate them up, I'll call Dad out. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Tea snacks from Longxiang Tower. Qin was surprised again. The most authentic and also the most expensive tea snacks in Yin City came from Longxiang Tower. Having grown up in Yin City, Qin had never tasted them before. Seeing Qin standing stunned there, Qin Yu flicked her nose. What are you staring at? Hurry up. This is too extravagant. Qin Yu. Qin quickly plated up the snacks and placed them neatly on the square dining table. Qin Hai was recovering well. Dad, here's some for you and sister. Forget the snacks from Longxiang Tower. Even the moon's pastries, I'll pluck them for you. For so many years, as their son, he had never let his father or sister live even a single good day. But such a situation would not exist anymore. Qin Yu knew that with his current powerful abilities, living comfortably would be effortless. Earlier in the hospital, that Miss Shun seemed very pretty. Is she your girlfriend? Qin Hai suddenly asked. Dad, she isn't brother's girlfriend. Finding a girlfriend now, getting married, takes quite a bit of money. Qin hastily interjected. Don't worry about the money. Qin Hai responded. Qin Yu, I've saved up 200,000 yuan. It's intended for you to marry a wife. Ah. Both Qin and Qin Yu let out a shocked exclamation, looking at their father Qin Hai with astonishment. Father, if you had hidden 200,000 yuan, why didn't you use it when we had no money for medical treatment? Qin Yu was both puzzled and shocked. Kai Hai shrugged off the matter indifferently. I've lived half my life already. Dying means nothing more than passing away. And at that time, my illness was untreatable anyway. I didn't want to waste this money. On top of that, if the money went toward treating me, how would you pay for your wedding later? Qin Yu was deeply moved at this moment, profoundly feeling the love his father had for him. To ensure he had money to marry a wife, his father had been unwilling to spend the money to save his own life. Bang! At that very moment, the house door suddenly flew in and collided heavily with a wall, shattering into pieces with a crash. Chapter 10 Qin Yu's Identity. The loud crash and explosion scared Qin Hai and Qin so much that they jumped. Qin Yu immediately became furious, standing up in a flash and turning to look at the door. How dare someone come to my doorstep for a fight? Whoever you are, you must die. The next moment, he saw 5 or 6 social ruffians quickly walk in, looking fierce. Are you Qin Yu? One of the small-time leaders among the 5 or 6 people pointed at Qin Yu and asked. Qin Hai and Qin were trembling with fear. But instantly, Qin Hai reacted quickly, taking 2 steps forward and standing in front of Qin Yu. Who are you guys? What do you want with my son? I am Qin Yu's father. If there's any matter, talk to me. Fear is instinctual, but protecting one's own child stems from love. Qin Yu was moved again and consoled by saying, Father, let me handle this. Rest assured, I won't lose my temper. And I will no longer fight with others. Because right now it's your son who's been beating up others. Yes, old man, get out of here. We're looking for your son, Qin Yu. The small-time leader cursed. Qin Yu, yesterday you injured our brothers from the Mighty Tiger Gang. Today, you must come with us. Our boss of the Mighty Tiger Gang wants to meet you. He wants to know what kind of god you really are. Isn't it brazen enough all over? How dare you oppose our Mighty Tiger Gang? Qin Yu smirked coldly. Mighty Tigers? In my view, you are nothing more than a bunch of rats. The rat gang would be more suitable. What did you say? Do you believe I can take you down right here? That minor official glared fiercely. Qin Yu, speak properly. Qin Hai scolded in anger, fearing that the other group might beat Qin Yu to death. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu realized that he was still at home and couldn't hurt anyone in front of his family members, especially not in front of his father. He suppressed his inner anger. All right, I'll go with you. Qin Yu quickly thought of 2 things. First, it wasn't convenient to act at home. Second, this Mighty Tiger Gang issue needed to be resolved thoroughly. Otherwise, if the opponents took advantage of his absence to harm his father and younger sister, he would regret it bitterly. Naturally, Qin Hai didn't want Qin Yu to face the boss of the Mighty Tiger Gang alone, but under the persuasion of Qin Yu and Qin, he reluctantly agreed. In the humble home, Qin Hai sat before the 4-person dining table in the living room, looking down at the Longxiang Tower pastries Qin Yu had brought back packed up, and suddenly sighed deeply. If something happens to Qin Yu this time, how can I possibly face you, brother Qin Tian? Beside him, Qin heard her father's murmurs and felt both surprised and puzzled. She frowned, thinking, brother Qin Tian? Who is he? And, Dad, what does brother's incident have to do with Qin Tian? Who is Qin Tian anyway? Qin Hai was deeply worried about Qin Yu and couldn't care less about hiding things at this moment. After sighing deeply, he told Qin Tian is actually your brother Qin Yu's real father. Back then, I used to work together with brother Qin Tian. Later, when Qin Tian was about to get into trouble, he entrusted Qin Yu to me on his deathbed. Ah! Qin cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes wide open, her hands unconsciously covering her mouth. Her father's words sounded like thunderclaps in her mind. After quite a while, she finally recovered. So, brother isn't actually my biological brother? Qin Hai nodded. Qin Yu indeed isn't your real brother. There's no blood relationship between you two. It's just a coincidence that we all share the same surname. Then, what kind of person is brother's father? What about his mother? Qin Hai sighed bitterly and said, Qin Yu should not have led such an ordinary life. He should have possessed a better, stronger platform. It is us who have held him back. Remember, King Qin, no matter what, neither you nor I should ever be a burden to Qin Yu. As for your brother's mother, I don't know where she went. Qin Hai sighed deeply, feeling sorry for Qin Yu in his heart. Following the 5 or 6 ruffians, Qin Yu arrived at a nightclub half an hour away from his house. Due to the fact that it was morning, there were no customers here consuming anything yet. The whole nightclub was quiet and peaceful. Qin Yu stood before the nightclub, glancing around, unexpectedly discovering its relatively high standards. It seems the Mighty Tiger Gang has some background after all. He secretly remarked to himself, originally assuming that the Mighty Tiger Gang was merely a group of normal street-fighting ruffians. If they were only common social riffraff, they couldn't have managed such a high-class nightclub. Qin Yu felt a little anticipation towards what sort of person the boss of the Mighty Tiger Gang could be. What are you spacing out here for? We've already reached here. Are you thinking of running? Seeing Qin Yu standing still in front of the nightclub, the minor official mocked him with a jeer. Qin Yu smiled without responding and stepped into the nightclub door in one stride. He followed the group directly to the 6th floor, which was the rooftop of the nightclub. He glanced around and discovered there were no private rooms here. Instead, it was divided into several rooms like offices. Qin Yu walked into the last office at the end of the corridor with them. The moment he entered, an overwhelming sense of luxury struck him, everything gilded and splendid. The entire office was nearly 200 square meters, with about a dozen people inside, all tall and muscular, evidently specialized in fighting. Further away, by a floor-to-ceiling glass window, stood a large desk. Behind the desk sat a bald man on a swivel chair, while in front of the desk sat a skinny, not very tall man. Third brother, I've brought the person here. Then the small-time leader from before spoke respectfully to the bald, strong man. The bald man frowned, looking at Qin Yu. You're Qin Yu. Yesterday, you injured my brothers from the Mighty Tiger Gang. Yes, it's me. Qin Yu stood calmly, hands behind his back, cool and composed. To be able to injure my brothers, your skills must be decent. I'm giving you a chance to explain why you hurt my brothers. If your reasons are justified, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yu felt a bit surprised, glancing at the bald man called Third Brother, thinking, are today's gang bosses all this reasonable? The big brother, why waste words with this kid? Kill him directly. At that moment, the thin man sitting in front of Third Brother looked coldly at Qin Yu, revealing killing intent. You're the first person who dared to harm our Mighty Tiger Gang's brothers. Attack. Kill him for me. Chapter 11. Cutting off the grass at the roots. The thin man giving orders was Wang Chuanjun, the second in command of the ferocious Tiger Gang. His style was very different from that of their boss, Wu San, ruthless and brutal. When he saw Qin Yu, the person who had injured members of his ferocious Tiger Gang yesterday, he immediately ordered his men to kill Qin Yu. In fact, bringing Qin Yu back had been an order from the boss Wu San. If it were up to him as the boss, he would have already wiped out Qin Yu's entire family. Why bother bringing him back? There were over a dozen brothers of the ferocious Tiger Gang in the office. Upon receiving the second-in-command's order, they rushed toward Qin Yu immediately. Qin Yu gave a cold laugh. He never had any good feelings for these people anyway. He had come this time to completely exterminate them. Since that was the case, perfect. He moved instantly, slapping his palm out with a loud bang, sending the first member of the ferocious Tiger Gang, who charged at him, flying backward. That man arched his body, and with a loud crash smashed into one of the walls of the office, becoming embedded in it. This scene terrified the rest, leaving them speechless, stunned into halting their charge. Wang Chuanjun, the lean second-in-command, also shot to his feet, shocked. Though he appeared thin, Wang Chuanjun was actually the strongest fighter in the ferocious Tiger Gang, even surpassing the boss Wu San. But that single palm strike from Qin Yu had genuinely startled him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Not even he might be able to pull off such a powerful strike. A master. Wang Chuanjun immediately realized it, but showed no fear, roaring furiously. What are you useless fools stopping for? Attack, strike together, and kill this kid. Wang Chuanjun understood. If the opponent was a master, and both sides had already shown enmity, the only way for them to survive was by killing this youth called Qin Yu. The more than a dozen brothers of the ferocious Tiger Gang, upon hearing their second-in-command's decision to join the fight, suddenly became invigorated. Kill this kid. Attack. Charge. Roaring like wild beasts, with courage inscribed on their chests, they charged forward. Qin Yu gave another cold laugh and moved even faster this time, striking out like a charging leopard, swift and agile as he darted through the crowd of more than 10 enemies. No one could clearly see his movements or actions. They just heard continuous heavy thuds, then watched helplessly as their companions were flung away, flying like footballs kicked by someone strong. Smack. Finally, Qin Yu pressed his palm onto Wang Chuanjun's shoulder. Bang. Despite his wiry frame, Wang Chuanjun felt as though a massive force had struck him, making his legs unstable, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees. Faster than lightning. These 4 words instinctively popped into Wang Chuanjun's mind at that moment. This young man Qin, you might also be a martial artist. The next instant, Wang Chuanjun thought of something horrifying. Wu San could no longer remain seated either. Staring wide-eyed with panic, he fixed his gaze on Qin Yu. Please, Qin Yu, spare me. Wu San reacted quickly, hurriedly begging for mercy. He wanted to save his brother, Wang Chuanjun, but he was also trying to save himself. He knew if Qin Yu killed Wang Chuanjun, he wouldn't stand a chance to escape. Spare you? Qin Yu laughed angrily. When your people targeted my sister, did you think about sparing her? Target my sister? Wu San was puzzled. What happened here? He glanced down at Wang Chuanjun, who was kneeling on the ground against his will. Wu San wasn't aware of the full story. He only knew that some youth yesterday had been injured by Qin Yu, which prompted him to want to bring the issue up and ask questions. Earlier, a girl named Qin Qing asked our ferocious Tiger Gang for money. Yesterday, Li Feng went to collect it, and there may have been some conflict. Wang Chuanjuan's voice had become noticeably weaker, his body bearing immense pressure, though his training allowed him to still speak. Upon hearing this, Wu San immediately grasped the situation and angrily scolded. I warned you before, Wang Chuanjun, to manage your people and not cause trouble. Just collect the money. Don't do anything else. Qin Yu, I apologize. This is a mistake made by our ferocious tiger gang. How about this? The loan your sister borrowed from us? We'll call it off. Also, my men may have scared you yesterday. I'll compensate you with 50,000 yuan, okay? Let's put this matter behind us. Qin Yu chuckled. Boss San, right? Are you here to play jokes? You think scaring my sister can be forgiven so easily with such a small price? Surprised, Wu San hadn't expected that even after showing such humility, Qin Yu wouldn't agree. Wu San, are you insane? The kneeling Wang Chuanjun yelled in anger. This kid injured our brothers yesterday, and today he killed or seriously injured more than a dozen people here. You're actually thinking of apologizing and paying compensation. I think your brain is filled with water. Do you have any ability to be a boss at all? Wang Chuanjun, shut up. Wu San was extremely angry. I was trying to save you, and now you want to undermine me? And also, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. What time is it now? You're the one who got pinned to the ground by a single slap, and yet you're still yelling? Wang Chuanjun ignored the anger of his boss Wu San and continued. Qin Yu, you are indeed very skilled. I guess you should also be a martial artist, right? But this world doesn't only have you as a martial artist. I'll tell you, if you kill me, Bo Yi, the real boss behind our fierce tiger gang, will definitely kill you. Not only will he kill you, but he will certainly kill your family too. And I won't hide it from you. Our Lord Bo is also a martial artist, and his strength is very formidable. Oh yeah, I've seen your sister. Though she's a bit thin, she does look quite nice. After we kill you, we will definitely sell her to Myanmar so that she can live an inhumane life. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu became enraged immediately and applied force with his palm on Wang Chuanjuan's shoulder. Snap! The sound of breaking bones was extraordinarily crisp, followed by Wang Chuanjuan's heart-wrenching screams. The cracking sound and screams made Wu San beside him tremble uncontrollably. Bo Yi. Qin Yu frowned, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that there was a true boss hiding behind the fierce tiger gang, and furthermore, he was also a martial artist, cutting off the grass at the roots. Qin Yu reaffirmed his thoughts. Especially knowing the other party was a martial artist, he needed to completely wipe out this nonsense fierce tiger gang. Alright, take me to see your real boss Bo Yi now. He didn't want to let this issue drag on, intending to resolve the problem immediately. Wu San was shocked. Wang Chuanjun had been gritting his teeth, enduring excruciating pain. But now upon hearing Qin Yu voluntarily proposing to find Bo Yi, he was utterly surprised, momentarily forgetting the severe pain. He looked up at Qin Yu with astonishment. Chapter 12, Qin Xiao. The apparent leader of the tiger gang, Wu San, drove the car, while Qin Yu sat in the back seat of the minivan with Wang Chuanjun under guard. The minivan quickly left the nightclub. I will now call Grandpa Bo to confirm if he is in Yunqing today. Wang Chuanjun said. Whatever. Qin Yu showed an indifferent attitude. He was not at all concerned about any tricks Wang Chuanjun might play, nor did he fear any prior warnings or preparations from the other side. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are just show. Actually, Wu San, who was driving, didn't want to trouble his boss. Grandpa Bo's main purpose in coming to Yunqing was for recuperation, and he didn't want to get involved in too many things. But as things stand now, if we don't have Grandpa Bo step in, this matter would be really difficult to handle. Hey Grandpa Bo. Upon answering the phone, Wang Chuanjun endured great pain, laughing flatteringly and speaking respectfully. Son of a bitch, Wang Chuanjun, do you want to die? A furious voice came from the phone. Don't you know that I'm here in Yunqing to recuperate? I'm recuperating, yet you're calling me so early. You should be glad that I got up for morning exercise today. Otherwise, several of your bones would be broken. Qin Yu besides suddenly frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. This voice sounds somewhat familiar, but he could not confirm the owner of the voice right away. If it were normal circumstances, I absolutely wouldn't dare to disturb you, Grandpa Bo. Wang Chuanjun immediately explained. Now our tiger gang has encountered something unsolvable, so we must have you step in, Grandpa Bo. Oh, what kind of trouble can't be solved by you and Wu San? What happened exactly? Hurry up and say it. There's a guy whose sister borrowed money from our black tiger gang, but refused to pay back. Then the guy's brother returned, and turned out to be a martial artist, almost beating 20 of our brothers to death or severe injury. And he also severely injured me. Now I'm bringing him to meet you. He says he wants to meet you. What? Furious voices came again from the phone. Someone dared to step on my ground in Yunqing? Son of a bitch, which one is blind to dare this? Just bring him over. I'll torture him and kill him. Fuck, the suffering I endured in the Rootless Heavenly Prison in the past. Today I'll let this guy experience it. Let him know what hell feels like. I'll be waiting in Jizu Le Club. Bring that kid over as soon as possible. Rootless Heavenly Prison. Grandpa Bo? And the catchphrase, son of a bitch? Qin Yu figured out who this person was. It was Feng Tianbo, who had been imprisoned in the Rootless Heavenly Prison. Back in those days in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, Feng Tianbo was beaten daily by Qin Yu until he screamed in agony, kneeling down and begging for mercy every day, suffering endlessly between life and death. Wang Chuanjun heard Grandpa Bo's anger, feeling elated, forgetting that his own life was hanging on a thread decided by Qin Yu. He chuckled cruelly. Young man Qin Yu, you're done for this time. Didn't you hear it just now? My boss Grandpa Bo already said, he's going to torture you like in the Rootless Heavenly Prison. Do you know what the Rootless Heavenly Prison is? Looking at you, I reckon you probably don't know or haven't heard about it. My boss Grandpa Bo was imprisoned there for a few years, reportedly tortured every day till the brink of death. But even so, Grandpa Bo still managed to survive from the Rootless Heavenly Prison, proving his strength. So, don't think just because you're a martial artist, you can rule Yunqing unilaterally. Grandpa Bo's strength is unimaginable for you. After hearing this, Qin Yu found it amusing. Is that so? The strength of Grandpa Bo, I really can't imagine. Still mouthing off, huh? Wang Chuanjun coldly snorted. Hope in front of Grandpa Bo, you can still be as defiant as you are now. Qin Yu replied. You can rest assured, no matter facing anyone, even your Grandpa Bo, my attitude will remain unchanged. It's just I don't know whether your boss Grandpa Bo will go soft upon seeing me. Wu San, who was driving, originally considering asking Grandpa Bo to spare him a lifeline, as everyone was at fault in this matter. But he never expected this young man Qin Yu to be so full of himself. Even if he wanted to plead for him, he guessed when facing Grandpa Bo, he would end up dead anyway. Forget it. This thing is hard to intervene and help. Let this Qin Yu fend for himself. He'd better seek his own good fortune. Wang Chuanjun didn't have the same lenient attitude as Wu San. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, he laughed with anger. Good, very good. Have to say, Qin Yu, you're quite tough. Still stubborn till death approaches. We'll see if you can still talk big when you meet Grandpa Bo. I'm curious how you're going to die. In less than an hour, Qin Yu arrived at Jizulu Club with Wu San and Wang Chuanjun. Brother San. Brother Jun. The group of younger members at the entrance of the club immediately shouted, then gave a puzzled look at Qin Yu. Wu San and Wang Chuanjun nodded slightly, then took Qin Yu straight into the club and up to a hall on the 6th floor. There were already over 10 people in the hall. They also greeted Wu San and Wang Chuanjun as they arrived. The hell are you, Qin Yu? This group had been by Feng Tianbu's side and understood what happened roughly through their phone call. Now seeing Qin Yu, someone couldn't hold back anymore. How dare you mess with our wild tiger gang? You're looking for death. Heard this Qin Yu is also a martial artist, but he doesn't seem like one. Yeah, he looks more like a pretty boy to me. Hell, let's just grab some weapons and hack him to death. We don't even need Grandpa Bo to deal with him. Wang Chuanjun, seeing this, laughed cruelly. Kid, are you beginning to be scared here? Grandpa Bo is in that room and will come out soon. You're done for today. Having reached one of the core venues of the Wild Tiger Gang, Wang Chuanjun completely relaxed, starting to shout and provoke again. Wu San stood aside, watching silently. In his heart, he felt a little sorry for Qin Yu. Such a young martial artist was about to die here prematurely. Qin Yu glanced indifferently at Wang Chuanjun. I can guarantee that today is not the day I will die. You absolutely will die. And, after my boss Grandpa Bo sees me, he will kneel before me. You'll regret the day you crossed me. Wang Chuanjun was stunned, staring at Qin Yu as if he were a fool, taking quite a while to react. Shit, has your brain turned to water, Qin Yu? You mean when Grandpa Bo sees you, he will kneel to you? Isn't this guy from the 3rd People's Hospital in Yun City who escaped? His mind must have been kicked by a donkey. How could Grandpa Bo kneel to him? Doesn't he know the grand reputation of Grandpa Bo? In the whole Yun City, very few people dare to cross him. That's true. Even in Jiangxing, the provincial capital of Zhejiang province, our Grandpa Bo is famous. This guy must be insane. Bang! Just then, the door of one of the rooms was slammed open, and Grandpa Bo stepped out furiously. Damn it! Who doesn't know his own death? Who dares to mess with my wild tiger? His voice abruptly stopped. Feng Tianbu caught sight of Qin Yu, instantly frozen in place like a stone statue, standing there unmoving. Qin, tada tada. He rushed over quickly, then kneeled in front of Qin Yu with a thud. Young Master Qin. Chapter 13 Kill him. Plop. The sound was extremely crisp. With this, all present, Wu San, Wang Chuanjun, and the more than 10 younger brothers who were yelling earlier, were all stunned. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, large enough to fit a fist. The young brothers stood like statues, unable to move, shocked by the unprecedented scene before them. This is Grandpa Bo, their own leader, a powerful warrior. Grandpa Bo, famous throughout the entire Cloud City, is someone very few dare provoke. And yet, at this moment, he's kneeling before some unknown young man? Am I dreaming? Wu San was speechless, blankly looking at the scene, his mind a complete void. He understood Grandpa Bo better than anyone here. He knew some of Bo's past, that he came to Cloud City mainly for recuperation, and that Bo was an exceptionally powerful warrior. So powerful that even in Jiangxing, no one would willingly provoke him. But such a powerful Grandpa Bo knelt without a word before Qin Yu. Wu San looked up, staring intently at Qin Yu, full of doubts. Who exactly is this Qin Yu? Why is Grandpa Bo so respectful? No, it should be said, so afraid. Not only did he kneel, but his body was trembling uncontrollably. Naturally, Wang Chuanjun was also utterly dumbfounded, his brain not just blank, but buzzing loudly. Although he still didn't know what happened, a trace of fear had already begun to creep into his heart. Sweat poured down from both temples. Their boss, Grandpa Bo, actually knelt before Qin Yu. This is impossible. Absolutely something that cannot happen. Wang Chuanjun refused to accept such an event, yet the irrefutable fact lay right before his eyes, forcing him to believe. Suddenly, a phrase that Qin Yu had said earlier surfaced in his mind. In a bit, your boss Grandpa Bo will see me and kneel before me. Shit. Sure enough, as soon as Grandpa Bo saw Qin Yu, he immediately rushed over and knelt. Who exactly is this Qin Yu guy? Even Grandpa Bo acts as if he's seen a ghost when he sees him. Seen a ghost? If Wang Chuanju knew that every day in the Rootless Heaven Prison, his boss Grandpa Bo was severely beaten by Qin Yu, screaming like a butchered pig daily, then he'd understand why at this moment Feng Tianbo saw Qin Yu like seeing Lord Yama himself, not merely seeing a ghost. Qin young master, when did you get out of the Rootless Heaven Prison? Feng Tianbo, kneeling on the ground, massive sweat beads continuously dripped from his forehead, plopping onto the ground. I got out these last couple days. Qin Yu stood with hands behind his back, facing Feng Tianbo, exuding an air of world-dominating arrogance. Unexpected, Feng Tianbo, you are calling yourself Grandpa Bo now? Qin Yu lightly chuckled. Thump. Feng Tianbo trembled even more violently, hurriedly saying, Young Master Qin, they all started calling me that on their own. It wasn't because I asked them to do so. Feng Tianbo, looks like in the Rootless Heaven Prison, I didn't beat you enough after all. Do you need a live lesson right now? Feng Tianbo nearly fainted with fear, banging his head on the floor making loud thuds. Young Master Qin, I've made a mistake. Young Master Qin, I've made a mistake. Begging you for mercy, please, I beg you. This scene once again rendered Wu San, Wang Chuanjun, and others dumbstruck, unable to think straight. You've made a mistake? So tell me, where have you gone wrong? Feng Tianbo froze, stopping his kowtowing, stunned, unsure how to answer for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled the phone call Wang Chuanjun had just given him. In a flash, he turned around and roared furiously at Wang Chuanjun, who was still dazed. Damn it! Wang Chuanjun, come here! Wang Chuanjun nearly died from fright upon hearing this deafening roar, quickly rushing over obediently. Bo, boss Bo, Feng Tianbo, upon hearing this, wanted to tear Wang Chuanjun limb from limb. Damn, are you stupid? Just now young Master Qin clearly disliked being called boss Bo. And you're still calling me Grandpa Bo? Do you want me to die being beaten? Your mother, Bo. Feng Tianbo cursed angrily. Call young Master Qin. Oh, Master Qin. At this moment, Wang Chuanjun was like a dead dog, hesitant and fearful, flustered and anxious. Kneel down and call him Master Qin. Feng Tianbo erupted in rage again, slapping Wang Chuanjun's left kneecap, resulting in a crack as the knee bone shattered. Plop. Wang Chuanjun fell to his knees, enduring the intense pain with gritted teeth, and called out through clenched teeth. Master Qin. Qin Yu coldly lowered his gaze and gave a chilly look at Wang Chuanjun kneeling before him, remaining silent. And you, Wu San, and all of you. Feng Tianbo was so angry. He wanted to slap all of you fools dead. I came to Yin City just to take a break, recuperating in peace, but who would have thought you imbeciles would offend a young Master Qin who's even more terrifying than Lord Yama? After hearing this, Wu San immediately scurried over and knelt down with a loud plop. Young Master Qin. Showing extreme respect, the other dozen men followed suit. Slap. Feng Tianbo delivered a palm strike that sent more than 10 of Wang Chuanjun's teeth flying across the room. Enraged, he demanded, Speak. What the hell did you do? To offend young Master Qin. At that moment, Wang Chuanjun regretted it deeply enough to turn green, never expecting that though Qin Yu looked ordinary, he was someone absolutely impossible to provoke. Even their boss, Grandpa Bo, the powerful warrior, quaked with fear in front of him. No need to explain. Just as Wang Chuanjun opened his mouth, he heard Qin Yu's calm voice cut through. Surprised, he raised his eyes questioningly toward Qin Yu. At once, Feng Tianbo had an ominous feeling surge through him. Kill him. Indeed. The moment Feng Tianbo heard Qin Sha say there was no need to talk, he already guessed what was coming. This is how young Master Qin operates, decisive and ruthless. Chapter 14, an unprecedented opportunity. Kill. Just 2 words, yet they thundered like lightning through the minds of everyone in the hall. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, fear coursing through their veins as they stared at Qin Yu like he was a ghost. No, it should be said that they looked at him as if he were Lord Yama. Without a word to kill. At this moment, Wang Chuanjun's heart was pounding wildly. He had originally thought to bring this young man, named Qin Yu here, to have him killed. Now, however, he didn't expect that he would be the one facing retribution. And even his so-called big boss Bo, Yi could only kneel before him like a dog. Stunned, terrified, Wang Chuanjun finally realized that he might very well die this time. Lord Bo, save me. Lord Bo, please save me. Bo Yi was both angry and regretful, cursing in his heart. You ignorant fool, why offend anyone else when you chose to offend young Master Qin? After cursing, his heart filled with regret again. Although Wang Chuanjun was somewhat sinister in character, he did follow orders and, as a martial artist, his strength was not bad with good talent. If he truly died this way, it would indeed be rather pitiful. Seeking mercy from me is useless. If you wish to survive, you must seek forgiveness from young Master Qin. Bo Yi scolded Wang Chuanjun furiously. Wang Chuanjun immediately woke up. Yes. Master Qin, I was wrong. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness. It was my short-sightedness. I beg Master Qin to spare this dog's life. In the future, I will work tirelessly for your happiness, Master Qin. While begging for mercy, he slapped himself hard across the face. It rang out loudly throughout the entire hall. Everyone saw the dark red finger marks appearing quickly on his cheeks. Qin Yu remained standing with his hands behind his back, slightly tilting his head, showing an arrogant demeanor, but he didn't look at Wang Chuanjun. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Feng Tianbo beside him and spoke coldly. Feng Tianbo, has it been a while since I last beat you? Have you forgotten my style? With a jolt, Feng Tianbo's heart suddenly tightened. He certainly remembered Qin Shao's nature, decisive in judgment, consistent in actions. If Qin Shao said someone should die, that person would definitely not see the sunrise the next day. The only reason just now was that Feng Tianhua, cherishing talent, tried to let Wang Chuanjun plead for mercy. I'm sorry, Master Qin. I know what to do. Wang Chuanjun's cheeks instantly turned pale as paper, pleading loudly. Lord Bo, please don't kill me. Master Qin, I realize my mistake. Give me another chance. I'm wrong, Wo. Feng Tianhua couldn't afford to waste more time by then. He rushed forward and knelt before Wang Chuanjun, shouting, in the next life, grow some eyes. As soon as those words fell, Feng Tianhua raised his hand and struck a palm against Wang Chuanjun's head. A dull loud sound echoed, and Wang Chuanjun's cries for mercy stopped abruptly as he fell with a thud. Wu San and over 10 brothers of the Tiger Gang watching this scene had their hearts stop beating, not daring to breathe, not daring to make any noise. Just earlier, they too had dared to provoke Master Qin. Now, he had just made Bo Yi kill Wang Chuanjun. Would it now be their turn? Thinking about it, Wu San and others became as pale as snow instantly. Bo Yi also felt quite worried. If possible, he wanted his group of subordinates, including Wu San, to stay by his side and help him. Especially Wu San. Although his martial arts talent wasn't as good as Wang Chuanjun's, he was upright, loyal, and valued righteousness. Because of these qualities, Bo Yi had allowed Wu San to act as the public leader of the Tiger Gang. Master Qin, Wang Chuanjun deserved death. As for Wu San, Feng Tianhua probed cautiously. Upon hearing his words, Wu San and over a dozen people had their nerves stretched tight, fixated on Qin Yu waiting for his command. He stays, handle the rest. Qin Yu's eyes focused on Wu San. Wu San sighed deeply in relief, akin to a half-hour respite suddenly allowing him to breathe again. However, the other dozen or so people were scared stiff, immediately begging for mercy. This time, Feng Tianhua didn't say anything more. He understood this nobleman's nature perfectly. When he decided to kill, he acted without hesitation. Thus, Feng Tianhua showed no concern for how much his subordinates begged for mercy, killing them directly. Master Qin, it was my mistake this time. After taking care of the group, Feng Tianhua respectfully stood before Qin Yu. I did not know you came out from the Rootless Heavenly Dungeon, nor did I know my own subordinates offended you and your family members so rudely. The matter is closed. Qin Yu interrupted him. Wu San had already stood up, not daring to speak recklessly beside their leader Lord Bo. In front of this young Master Qin, even Lord Bo seemed like a little schoolboy, timid and submissive. Do you know why you are still alive? Suddenly, Wu San saw young Master Qin looking at him. Wu San was momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. He even became fearful again, wondering if answering incorrectly would lead to his death. He shot Feng Tianhua a look for help, but noticed that Feng also looked confused and worried. You're not a bad person. In the future, follow me and help me with some tasks. Wu San still wore an expression of confusion. Feng Tianhua, however, beamed with joy. What's wrong with you, Wu San? Why are you just standing there foolishly? Haven't you heard young Master Qin give you such a great opportunity? Do you know how many strong individuals desire to stay by young Master Qin's side, but lack this chance? Without any doubt about what his leader said, Wu San immediately felt both delighted and moved, and repeatedly thanked. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you. Young Master Qin nodded approvingly. Qin Shaohua, how about I also follow by your side? Feng Tianhua chuckled. Killing his mood with a sharp glare, Qin Yu coldly replied. Absolutely not. Just now, I heard those men mention how renowned you are in Yun City, and even in the provincial capital Jiangcheng of Zhejiang province, where your influence is strong. If you followed me around, it would be too conspicuous. Feng Tianhua was utterly disappointed, thinking that if his subordinate could join young Master Qin, surely he should have been able to as well. All right then, young Master Qin, please let me know if there's ever anything I can assist you with. Qin Yu smiled. Actually, I need your help right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhua became ecstatic. Please command, young Master Qin. I want a villa on Yunten Mountain. Can you make this happen for me? Piece of cake. Feng Tianhua answered without hesitation. I'll handle this within the next few days and personally deliver the villa keys to you, young Master Qin. Satisfied, Qin Yu nodded. Previously, he had been pondering ways to acquire a villa on Yunten Mountain. Currently, the only place in Yun City with acceptable spiritual energy was near Yunten Mountain. Since he wanted to cultivate, staying there would be more convenient. After resolving the matters concerning the Tiger Gang, Qin Yu left the Zhizulu Club and headed to the dinner appointment Shen Lingyun invited him to. Chapter 15. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Taizi Tower, one of the few five-star restaurants in Yun City. By the time Qin Yu arrived near the restaurant entrance, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, the busiest hour. Luxury cars and famous vehicles filled the parking lot in front of the restaurant. Young lords from noble families and CEOs of corporations walked into the restaurant, accompanied by beautiful women. Amidst the bustling crowd, Qin Yu immediately spotted Shen Lingyun. He saw her buying a bouquet of flowers for a little girl at that moment. Out of all the people coming and going, he only noticed Shen Lingyun helping the little girl with the flowers. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu began to have a different impression of Shen Lingyun. Miss Shen, you really are kind-hearted. Qin Yu approached Shen Lingyun with a smile. Shen Lingyun responded with a smile. This isn't kindness. I didn't just give her money for nothing. I simply bought the flowers from her hand. After hearing this, Qin Yu's impression of Shen Lingyun became even better, and he couldn't help but look at her several times more. It had to be said that Shen Lingyun was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. As for identity and status, he didn't care at all. In front of him, any wealthy family would have to bow their heads. At this moment, Shen Lingyun was also silently looking at Qin Yu. Aside from her initial gratitude for his saving her life, she now felt an additional strange emotion toward him. What are you staring at my lady for, Qin Yu? Suddenly, Xiao Yu, Qin Lingyun's maid, coldly interrupted the perfect eye contact between them. Qin Yu furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look at Xiao Yu with disapproval. Although you helped Miss Shin quit drugs, which saved her life once, do you think that qualifies you to pursue her? Qin Yu, you're dreaming. You don't know how noble our Miss Shin is. Even though your medical skills are good, you are absolutely unworthy to aspire for her. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Let me kindly remind you, since you previously saved Miss Shin, drop this pipe dream as soon as possible. Qin Yu was annoyed, but he refrained from acting impulsively. You should thank Miss Shin for standing up for me at the hospital before. You should also consider yourself fortunate to be her maid. Otherwise, you might already be dead. Xiao Yu scoffed disdainfully after hearing this. Qin Yu, I admit your medical skills are truly remarkable. But when it comes to physical strength, I could beat you hands down. Shut up. Qin Lingyun was furious and gave Xiao Yu a stern glare. How can you treat someone who has been my savior like this? Do you respect me at all in your heart? Of course, miss, I respect you immensely. But I won't tolerate anyone trying to get enormous advantages because they once saved you. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Xiao Yu insisted. Apologize. You must apologize to Mr. Qin immediately. Apologize to Qin Yu? Xiao Yu smirked coldly. He doesn't deserve it. Go inside and eat, Mississippi. I'll wait for you outside the restaurant. With those words, she walked away hastily before Qin Lingyun could respond. Qin Lingyun sighed deeply, irritated, and turned to Qin Yu. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. Let's go inside and start eating. For Qin Lingyun's sake, Qin Yu did not dwell on the matter with her maid Xiao Yu. Quickly, he followed Qin Lingyun into a relatively small private room. Mr. Qin, considering it's just you and I dining, if the private room were too large, it would feel overly spacious instead. I wonder if such a small private room bothers you. Qin Yu smiled. Before tonight, I've never eaten here either. Being able to come here already fills me with great satisfaction. Of course, this is all thanks to Miss Shin's blessing. Qin Lingyun giggled softly and sat at the round table designed for four. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier outside the restaurant. It's all my fault for spoiling Xiao Yu too much. Even though Xiao Yu is my maid, we grew up together since childhood, and our bond is akin to sisters. I already see her as part of my family. Qin Yu nodded and remembered how Qin Lingyun had purchased flowers from the little girl earlier at the entrance. From this, he could infer that she truly regarded Xiao Yu as a sister. Miss Shin has a kind heart, he said with a smile. At this moment, there came a light knock on the door of the private room, and then a middle-aged man hurriedly entered. Miss Shin, hello. Your presence truly makes my Tai Zi Tower shine with honor. Qin Yu didn't recognize the middle-aged man, but heard Qin Lingyun nodding in response. Hello, Mr. Li. Miss Shin, if you plan to stay in Yun City for some time, you're welcome to dine here anytime. Please consider it a favor to me, and naturally, there will be no charge mentioned. Qin Yu understood that this middle-aged Mr. Li must be the owner of Tai Zi Tower. All right, I will surely come again if I have time. Yes, I'll always be waiting for Miss Shin's visit. This gentleman is... Mr. Li looked at Qin Yu. Qin Lingyun quickly introduced him. His name is Qin Yu, and he's my friend. Qin Yu, this is Li, the general manager of Tai Zi Tower. Oh, so you're Miss Shin's friend. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin. Looking at Mr. Qin, one can see he's an outstanding talent. Qin Yu smiled in response as he shook hands with Li. After chatting for a while in the small private room, Li tactfully excused himself. Qin Lingyun suddenly laughed and said, Earlier, when you called me Miss Shin and I called you Mr. Qin, it just felt weird. Besides, such formalities make us sound distant. But I feel our relationship has already gone beyond that of regular friends. Before Mr. Li came in, I was also thinking about how to break this strange feeling between us. Now that he's gone, we're already friends, and there's no need to call each other Mr. or Miss so awkwardly. Qin Yu also smiled. That's great. Then I'll just call you Lingyun. Hello. Qin Yu, my name is Qin Lingyun. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, not expecting Qin Lingyun to have such a cute side, then lightly shook her hand. Smooth, tender. Their relationship grew closer, and their conversation became more unrestrained. Qin Yu asked, Lingyun, you must be from out of town. What brings you to Yin City this time? He knew Qin Lingyun was from Jiang City and had a powerful background. She certainly wouldn't have come here just for sightseeing. Qin Lingyun immediately replied. This time, I came to Yin City mainly because I was invited by Master Mu. Master Mu? Qin Yu slightly furrowed his brows, immediately recalling that during the morning on Cloud Altar Mountain, when he met He Xiaokong, he had also heard the mention of this title. Chapter 16, Elder Mu's Banquet. Qin Yu, have you heard of Elder Mu? Qin Lingyun saw the look of bewilderment on Qin Yu's face and immediately asked. In the next moment, she answered her own question. However, given Elder Mu's prestige, it's not surprising that you've heard of him. After hearing Qin Lingyun's words, Qin Yu became even more curious about who Elder Mu was. He asked, I indeed heard something, but I don't know much about Elder Mu. Could you tell me more, Lingyun? Qin Lingyun was surprised at first. In theory, Qin Yu should have had a basic understanding of Elder Mu, but she quickly realized Qin Yu had spent these past few years in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, which explained everything. She nodded with a smile. Elder Mu's full name is Mu Bufan. He is a big shot in Jiangcheng, the provincial capital of Zhujian province, wielding significant influence in both the business world and martial arts circles. In Jiangcheng, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound, many people defer to him. His words carry immense weight. Qin Yu nodded, realizing that Elder Mu's background was far from ordinary. At the same time, he finally understood why Xiaokong had refrained from attacking him earlier during the morning despite his initial intentions, not wanting to cause any trouble at this critical moment when Elder Mu arrived in Yunqing. However, what was the connection between Elder Mu's arrival in Yunqing and the attack planned against him? He was about to ask Shen Lingyun the connection between Elder Mu's visit and the He family or He Xiaokong when a restaurant server entered. Miss Shun, Mr. Qin, the dishes are served. The female server smiled as she announced. Shen Lingyun looked at the dishes freshly brought onto the table and said to Qin Yu, "Let's eat and talk at the same time." She immediately picked up her chopsticks and reached for Yun City's famous specialty, Zosa fish bean curd. Wait! At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Shen Lingyun's right wrist. "What's wrong, Qin Yu?" Shen Lingyun asked, shocked by the sudden tension in Qin Yu's expression. "This Zosda fish bean curd is poisoned." "Ah!" Shen Lingyun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Poisoned?" "Yes." Qin Yu responded briefly. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers of his left hand, gathering spiritual energy within his body. Puff! Following a muffled sound, a pale white light emerged at the tip of his fingers. On the other side of the table, Shen Lingyun stared with wide eyes, unable to comprehend Qin Yu's skill. What kind of technique did Qin Yu use? She watched as the pale white light danced like a small flame. Then she saw Qin Yu guiding this white light into the fish bean curd that she had just picked up. Sizzle! The light stayed inside for only a few seconds before being withdrawn. Shen Lingyun observed the originally pure white light turning black. "Did you see that, Lingyun?" Qin Yu asked, his expression serious as he looked towards Shen Lingyun across the table. "It was white before going in, but turned black after penetrating it. My light method is even more precise than silver needles. This dish has been poisoned." Shen Lingyun completely trusted Qin Yu and what he said. Immediately, anger flashed across her face. "Xiao Yu!" With a loud bang, the private room door was thrown open forcefully, almost falling apart. Xiao Yu rushed in swiftly, recognizing from her mistress' voice that it carried deep anger and worry over potential danger. "Miss." When she came in, however, she noticed that Shen Lingyun was perfectly fine without any abnormalities. "Lock down the entire Tai Zi Tower immediately. These dishes were poisoned." Xiao Yu's complexion changed drastically at once, revealing horror and rage. "They're asking for death." Turning around immediately, she went outside and found the boss here, Li Li. When he learned of the situation, his legs went limp with fright, nearly falling down. He then immediately closed the place off and stopped anyone from leaving. Qin Yu remained throughout the ordeal beside Shen Lingyun in the small room, acting as a protector in case someone tried to take advantage of the chaos to make a move. As Xiao Yu began investigating everyone at the Tai Zi Tower restaurant, Qin Yu had to admit, despite the maidservant's somewhat unpleasant temperament, her capabilities were undeniably strong. Within less than 15 minutes, they discovered the culprit behind the poisoning. It was none other than the very beautiful waitress who had brought them the food just moments ago. Now, Xiao Yu had already thoroughly subdued her, stripping away all ability to retaliate. Yet the waitress maintained an unyielding demeanor, filled with murderous intent. However, her gaze focused not on Shen Lingyun, but entirely on Qin Yu. "You've now gotten yourself into some real trouble, young man." The woman sneered menacingly at Qin Yu. "Because I discovered the poison in the food just now?" Qin Yu asked, smiling. "Seems you have a little bit of self-awareness." The woman chuckled coldly and nodded. "Big deal. Just your Jisha sect?" Contempt laced through Qin Yu's tone. Her expression shifted to surprise. "You know I'm from the Jisha sect? I've known it since long ago. When I was helping Lingyun detoxify and cure the previous poisoning, I already determined that it was your Jisha sect responsible for poisoning Lingyun. If you knew it's a matter related to our Jisha sect, how dare you ruin our plans? Our Jisha sect will definitely not let you go unpunished." Qin Yu smirked coldly. "Then your Jisha sect can certainly come and try." Beside him, Shen Lingyun was furious upon hearing this. "Xiao Yu, take her back and interrogate her for more information." "Yes, miss." Xiao Yu responded immediately. Reaching out to lift the kneeling woman, she discovered something alarming at that moment. The woman's body went limp. Plop! The woman from the Jisha sect fell to the ground, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Oh no!" Xiao Yu exclaimed in shock as she attempted to prevent the other woman from committing suicide with poison, but it was too late. "I'm sorry, miss. This time, it was my negligence." Standing up, Xiao Yu bowed her head apologetically, filled with self-blame. "You're not to blame for this, Xiao Yu." Although Shen Lingyun felt regretful and angered by the incident, she understood that the other side had been prepared for every eventuality, making it nearly impossible to prevent. "Xiao Yu, please go ahead and handle the aftermath so it doesn't affect the regular operations of Prince Tower and Mr. Li's business." Xiao Yu responded once, then carried the deceased woman from the Jisha sect, and quickly left the private room. After Xiao Yu's departure, Li Li scurried in, incessantly trying to explain to Shen Lingyun that he knew nothing about this matter and had no connection with the opposing party. He also ordered his staff to bring some other dishes to replace the tainted ones. "Qin Yu, I sincerely apologize. I originally wanted to treat you to a proper meal to express my gratitude, but such an incident happened." Shen Lingyun turned to Qin Yu after dismissing Li Li. Qin Yu smiled gently. "It's fine. I've grown accustomed to things like this." In Rootless Heavenly Prison, he had lived almost every day in similar situations of struggle and danger. "Lingyun, why does the Jisha sect target you?" Shen Lingyun thought for a moment before shaking her head. "This is quite a complex matter. I'll explain in more detail another time when there's an opportunity." Seeing this, Qin Yu did not press further. "If you need my help anytime, just let me know." Smiling, Shun Lingyu nodded, then paused suddenly, as if recalling something. Oh right. Earlier we were talking about Elder Mu's arrival in Yunqing. Elder Mu has a grandson named Mu Tianlong. Several years ago, Mu Tianlong met a great master in Yunqing, followed whom he practiced martial arts. Now that he has achieved success, Elder Mu plans to host a grand banquet in celebration for his only grandson. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. For this banquet, Elder Mu entrusted one of the most powerful local families in Yunqing, the He family, to take full charge of the arrangements. Chapter 17. The High-Spirited He Xiao. Qin Yu heard this news and finally understood why He Xiaokong hadn't made a move against him that morning. It turned out that the He family was hosting the banquet held by Elder Mu in Yun City. With this crucial juncture, He Xiaokong naturally didn't dare to cause any trouble. Qin Yu was glad. Since the He family was fully responsible for hosting the banquet, things would be easier. He had been thinking about where to find a large stage to make He Xiaokong take a big fall. Miss, everything has been taken care of. At this moment, Xiao Yu walked into the room. This time, she did not leave. Someone had already poisoned her mistress earlier, and she was worried that someone might secretly attack her mistress, which could be dangerous. Even though Qin Yu was here accompanying them, could he truly protect her mistress? Xiao Yu felt disdainful and disbelieving. Shen Lingyu noticed Qin Yu was lost in thought and asked, Qin Yu, what's wrong? Qin Yu looked up at her. Lingyun, can you get an extra invitation? I also want to attend the banquet hosted by Elder Mu and experience the world. Of course, no problem. In fact, even if you hadn't said it, I was planning to bring you along and introduce you to some people. Shen Lingyun responded with a smile. Good. Qin Yu, it's better that you have self-awareness. To attend the banquet that Elder Mu is hosting for his grandson, to see the real important figures, only then will you understand your own status and strength, and know how big the gap is between you and my miss. Xiao Yu stood behind Shen Lingyun, laughing coldly. Xiao Yu. Shen Lingyun scolded her angrily. If you continue to disrespect Qin Yu, then you will return to Jiangsheng during this period. I will arrange someone else to come over. This time, Shen Lingyun was truly angry. Qin Yu had saved her twice, but her personal attendant Xiao Yu still showed such an attitude towards Qin Yu, which she couldn't tolerate. Miss, get out. Shen Lingyun interrupted her speech angrily. Reflect properly outside the room. Yes, miss. Xiao Yu knew her mistress's temperament well. If she got truly angry, there was no way she could dissuade her. What made her angry was that her mistress would get so upset over someone like Qin Yu. Her eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Qin Yu and quickly walked out of the room. Qin Yu didn't even look at Xiao Yu, instead smiling as he looked at Shen Lingyun opposite him. From Shen Lingyun's actions of being angry with Xiao Yu and even wanting to replace her, Qin Yu realized that Lingyun truly considered him a friend. If so, he should help her again. Qin Yu knew that the Jisha sect would likely continue to target Lingyun, so he thought about drawing a talisman with protective properties for Lingyun. Time passed quickly, and all the major families and powers in Yun City showed great importance and respect for Mu Buf's arrival. On the night before the banquet, various TV channels and online media in Yun City began tracking and reporting on the preparations for the event. That evening, while Qin Yu was drawing a talisman for Shen Lingyun at home, he saw the live broadcast showing the preparations for tomorrow's banquet and interviews with some important figures. Elder Mu, regarding the reason you're holding this banquet in Yun City this time, everyone has heard some rumors, but has never received your official confirmation. The live TV broadcast was interviewing Mu Bufan. I wonder if Elder Mu would kindly tell everyone in Yun City the reason the day before the banquet. Mu Bufan chuckled lightly. There's nothing inconvenient about it. 6 years ago, my grandson Mu Tianlong accidentally had a grudge with Grand Master Zhang Haiwu, a martial arts master, but successfully became his disciple and went up the mountain to learn martial arts. Now, after 6 years, Tianlong has achieved his learning goals, descended from the mountain, and become independent as a teacher. For this reason, I want to hold a banquet in Yun City to thank some important friends in the city. The rumor turns out to be true. Here, I congratulate Elder Mu, and also congratulate your grandson Tianlong for successfully becoming an independent master. Mu Bufan nodded with a smile. Also, I always feel that Yun City is a treasure land for me and my grandson. Therefore, I plan to open a branch company in Yun City. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused all the people present to gasp in surprise, excitement, happiness, and full anticipation. The reporter immediately said, Elder Mu's move is absolutely a great benevolent action for our Yun City. The branch company of the Mu family group is certainly not a small matter. I would like to ask Elder Mu, who will eventually be entrusted with managing the Yun City branch company. As soon as the question was raised, it immediately triggered waves of discussion. With Mu Bufan's formidable strength and influence, if someone were chosen by him to help manage the Yun City branch company of the Mu group, they would gain enormous benefits. The influential figures present in Yunqing all became intensely eager, their eyes fixated on Mu Bufan. And the head of the He family, He Wei, and his son He Xiaokong were also there, both revealing extremely anticipatory expressions. Father, I believe that the branch company of the Mu group in Yunqing will definitely be managed by our He family. He Wei actually had a good amount of confidence in his heart, but on the surface, he said, Xiaokong, as long as Elder Mu hasn't made an official announcement, you must not mention even a single word about this matter. Don't worry, Dad. I understand the situation. Our He family already has a significant advantage in vying for Elder Mu's favor. I won't make any foolish moves at this moment. Elder Mu, will the management of the Yunqing branch also go to the He family, who have been so responsible in organizing this banquet? At this moment, the reporter suddenly asked a key question. The other 4 major families of Yunqing's 5 prominent families were also present. Upon hearing this question, each one grew grim-faced, instinctively turning their heads toward He Wei and his son He Xiaokong. Meanwhile, the live broadcast turned its camera toward the father-son duo. Actually, everyone knew that, if nothing unexpected happened, the Yunqing branch of the Mu group would definitely be handled by the He family, just like the organization of this banquet. The people from the other four families looked at He Wei and He Xiaokong, feeling both discontent and hatred toward the confident demeanor they displayed. Qin Yu continued carving the talisman while watching the live television broadcast. Seeing the self-assured appearances of He Xiaokong and his father He Wei, Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk. After tomorrow night's banquet, I hope the two of you can still look so smug and overconfident. At the same time, through the screen, Qin Yu noticed that He Xiaokong's expression wasn't too good. Several days without being able to perform, filled with frustration and impulses yet unable to release them. It must be quite torturous. He Xiaokong, in this world, only I can cure the hidden ailment on your body. Before long, the talisman was completed, and Qin Yu intended to give it to Shun Lingyun soon. Chapter 18, Unexpectedly Meeting an Acquaintance. Bro, just as Qin Yu finished drawing the talisman, his younger sister, Qin, walked in. Her eyes fell on the television screen in the living room, which just so happened to be showing a scene with the He family father and son. Qin immediately recognized He Xiaokong, the young master of the He family from the TV. Years ago, it was He Xiaokong who had attempted to defile her. Their father had intervened in time, blocking him and engaging in a fight with him. But their father was no match for He Xiaokong. Fortunately, at that moment, her brother arrived, engaged in a scuffle with him, and was ultimately imprisoned. Bro, I know you still feel indignant and unwilling to let go, but the He family is one of the 5 major families of Yin City. We are no match for He Xiaokong. Bro, let's give up. You shouldn't keep Zhou-chan with He Xiaokong anymore. I'm worried he will have you arrested again and thrown back into prison. You've just been released, I don't want to see you get thrown back in there. As she spoke, tears welled up in Qin's eyes, and she suddenly flung herself into Qin Yu's embrace, clinging to him as if afraid of losing him should she loosen her grip. Touched by this, Qin Yu originally intended to tell her not to worry, that he was different now, and that the He family and He Xiaokong were nothing compared to him. But before he could say it, he hesitated, realizing that if he said such things, his sister wouldn't believe him, and instead it would only make her and their father even more anxious. So he smiled and reassured her, rest assured. As you said, the He family has immense power. I've finally managed to return, and I definitely won't confront them head-on. Because, the He family simply didn't have the qualifications or the strength to rival him. Qin was surprised and pulled away from Qin Yu's embrace, looking up at him. Really? Are you not just humoring me? Qin Yu chuckled lightly. Of course it's true. The taste of losing one's freedom in prison is not pleasant. I certainly don't want to experience it again. Upon hearing this, Qin finally believed him, sighing in relief, and hurriedly added a reminder. Yes, bro, you must not be thrown into prison again. That's right, sis. You and Dad should pack lightly. We're preparing to move to a new house. What? Move to a new house? Qin was surprised and confused. Bro, where are we moving to? Do you have money to buy a house? Qin Yu smiled again and said, when I was in the hospital, wasn't Miss Shun demanding compensation from that black-hearted dean? I've already received part of the money, so I figured we could change our house. He glossed over it casually, but actually, the amount of money given to him by Liang Jianhua wasn't enough to buy any villa in Yuntin Mountain. Well, I have some errands to attend to, so I'll be going out first. Qin Yu quickly left. After leaving home, he began planning some future arrangements. After moving into a villa in Yuntin Mountain, he would continue using its spirit energy to cultivate, enhancing his own strength. As his master had said, this world was far from as simple as he thought. Although his current strength wasn't weak, he was far from invincible, so continuously improving his strength was necessary. Besides, cultivation requires a great deal of wealth. Only with wealth can one buy various valuable herbs. For example, like the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum I obtained from Lu Wenci. Without enough money, even if I encountered such things, I couldn't afford them. I can't keep relying on all sorts of tricks to snatch things every time, can I? I guess it's about time I start considering building my own force. I can't always guard Dad and sister. I must ensure their safety. Time passed quickly, and a day went by. On this evening, Mu Bufan held a banquet for his grandson at a mansion outside Yin City. Carrying the invitation given to him by Shun Lingyun, Qin Yu set off alone. When he took a taxi and arrived at a place called Lajong Villa in the suburbs, he saw that a row upon row of luxury cars and sports cars had already parked here. Many people were continuously entering the mansion with invitations in hand. A lot of people in the whole Yin City wanted to attend this banquet hosted by Mu Bufan, hoping to meet him and perhaps gain his favor. Or through such banquets, meet some of the big shots in Yin City. Unfortunately, with such a high-specification banquet, Mu Bufan didn't plan to invite too many people to participate. Get out. At this moment, while Qin Yu was slowly walking towards the entrance of the villa, he suddenly heard several staff members responsible for welcoming guests shouting angrily. This invitation letter of yours is fake. This is a grand banquet held by old Master Mu for his grandson, and you dare to play such death games. Beat him till dead, then throw him out. The leader of the several staff members angrily pointed at a middle-aged man. The other staff members immediately surrounded the man, punching and kicking him, and then threw him out like a dead dog. Seeing this, Qin Yu was speechless. Isn't it just a banquet? Do they have to come in with a fake invitation card? He shook his head and quickly walked towards the villa entrance. Qin Yu. Suddenly, a startled exclamation came from behind. Qin Yu immediately turned his head and unexpectedly found two acquaintances. Though they were familiar, they were not exactly friendly. A man and a woman, Jiangrong and Deng Wan, relied on their family's power during school days to bully others. Many students had been bullied by them back then. Qin Yu, how could you possibly be here? Jiangrong quickly approached Qin Yu, wearing an expression of confusion. Right? Shouldn't Qin Yu still be in jail at this moment? Qin Yu sneered inwardly. These two were like dogs who couldn't quit eating feces. Upon seeing him, they immediately revealed their true nature, eager to embarrass him. But this time, you two are going to hurt yourselves by lifting the stone. I was released a few days ago. A few days ago? Jiangrong furrowed his brow. Did you get out due to commutation? This seems highly unlikely. He knew that Xiaokong had used his connections to ensure Qin Yu received a heavy sentence, so there was no way he would be released early for good behavior. Could it be that Qin Yu escaped? If you think I escaped, feel free to report me to the police. Qin Yu said with a smile, looking calm and composed. Deng Wan snorted. Do you think we won't report you out of classmate sentiment? You're greatly mistaken. A social scourge like you doesn't deserve my respect for past ties. As she spoke, she took out her phone as if really intending to call the police. Wait. Jiangrong stopped her, noticing Qin Yu's calm demeanor, which didn't seem forced. There might be some hidden reason behind this. We'll leave this matter for Xiaokong to handle. Let's enter the banquet first. Jiangrong signaled to Deng Wan with a look, and she immediately understood. The fact was that they had no real qualification to attend such a banquet. They only managed to come after persistently nagging Xiaokong, and they didn't even have an invitation letter. In this situation, it was better not to cause unnecessary trouble. Jiangrong and Deng Wan quickly walked toward the entrance of the estate. But before they'd gone 2 steps, something fell off. Qin Yu, what are you following us for? Qin Yu laughed. Why am I following you? That's what I'm asking you. To attend the banquet? Of course. You are attending the banquet? Jiangrong and Deng Wan were astonished and skeptical. Chapter 19. Fake. This invitation must be fake. Qin Yu, did you say something wrong or did I hear it wrong? You came to attend this banquet? Jiangrong said angrily. Do you even know what kind of banquet this is? Do you know who arranged this banquet? Qin Yu smiled and replied. Of course I know. This is the banquet that Elder Mu held for his grandson, and it was fully organized by the He family. Jiangrong and Deng Wan were once again surprised. If you know all of this, why did you come? Are you here to make jokes or find trouble? Someone invited me, so I came. Jiangrong and Deng Wan were confused again. Someone invited you to this banquet? They looked at each other and then laughed sarcastically without any respect. Qin Yu, I understand now. You absolutely came here to make jokes. Do you know how high level this banquet is? Not just you, a labor reform convict fresh out of jail, but even many big shots in Yunqing didn't get an invitation. They've tried everything these days. Their heads almost burst trying, and they couldn't obtain an invitation. What qualification do you have as a labor reform convict to be invited to this banquet? Jiangrong and Deng Wan began mocking Qin Yu, one after another. Qin Yu found it amusing. Indeed, they seemed determined to dig their own graves. Whether I am qualified isn't decided by the two of you. Stop right there. Jiangrong shouted to stop Qin Yu, who was walking forward. Then he shouted to several staff members at the entrance. The two of us are friends of your young master, Xiaokong. He invited us to this banquet today. This person, he pointed at Qin Yu in front of him, is our classmate, a labor reform convict, and I seriously suspect that he escaped from prison this time. He is here to cause trouble at the banquet. He absolutely cannot be allowed in. Throw him out. Several staff members guarding the entrance and exit of the mansion were actually clan members arranged by the He family. They recognized Jiangrong, who indeed seemed acquainted with their young master. But they did not recognize the previous conflict between Qin Yu and Xiaokong. Hello, if you want to participate in the banquet inside, please show your invitation. Anyone who claims that no invitation is needed because someone else invited them will not be permitted to enter. At that moment, the leader stepped forward, coldly staring at Qin Yu. That guy? Jiangrong pointed at the leader and yelled. You don't need to be so polite with him. He's just a labor reform convict. Just beat him up and throw him out. Actually, he wasn't being too polite. But until he confirmed whether the man had an invitation letter or not, he didn't dare to act rashly. If this little brat suddenly pulled out an invitation card, and they had acted beforehand, that would cause major trouble. All of them were very clear that those who could come to this banquet were important figures in Yunqing, none of whom could be easily offended. He was waiting until he confirmed that the fellow in front couldn't produce an invitation letter. Then he'd immediately order his subordinates to beat him up severely. At this moment, Qin Yu cast a strange glance towards Jiangrong and Deng Wan, realizing from Jiangrong's earlier words that it seemed neither of them had received an invitation. Then, combining this with the grandeur of this banquet, given the power level of the Ji family and the Deng family in Yunqing, they probably wouldn't qualify to receive an invitation letter for this banquet. Xiaokong indeed had a pretty good relationship with Jiangrong, but it wasn't enough to give them an exception with a single invitation. For the sake of this banquet for Mu Bufan, Xiaokong became much more cautious than before. What are you looking at, Qin Yu? Jiangrong felt a bit uneasy. Seeing this, Qin Yu became more certain that they absolutely didn't have an invitation, so he chuckled. Jiangrong, Deng Wan, I also suspect the two of you don't have an invitation letter, and this time you're just trying to sneak into the banquet. Jiangrong immediately felt uneasy and flustered on his face. What nonsense are you saying, Qin Yu? Now it's not about checking me, but checking you. What are you people standing there for? I'm a close friend of your young master He. This Qin Yu is an escaped prisoner, wanting to mix in and disrupt the banquet. Beat him, and throw him out. Qin Yu laughed again. Jiangrong, look at how angry you've become. I bet you don't have an invitation either. Jiangrong froze instantly, furious. Damn it, he'd been tricked by Qin Yu. He immediately suppressed the impulse and panic in his heart, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Don't I have one? Could it be that you, Qin Yu, have an invitation? Take it out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. At this point, the leading person coldly spoke. Why ask him? Qin Yu definitely does not have an invitation. Deng Wan said coldly. You'd better throw him out immediately, otherwise if he ruins this banquet, killing all of you won't be enough to compensate. Hearing Deng Wan's words, the few members of the He family guarding the entrance and exit of the estate instantly became anxious and scared. They were fully aware of the importance of this banquet and how significant it was for the He family. If anything went wrong, they believed the family head and young master would definitely kill them. Boy! With these thoughts, the leader's expression turned serious, his tone darkening. Please take out your invitation card immediately, otherwise, I will really have to act. Qin Yu, there's absolutely no invitation card on you. Xuanhuan smirked at Qin Yu, a curve pulling at the corner of his lips. Deng Wan remained silent, waiting to see Qin Yu get taken down by the He family clan members. Qin Yu glanced at Xuanhuan and Deng Wan, then softly laughed. Then widen your dog eyes and take a good look. As he spoke, he took out a bright red invitation from his person. Xuanhuan and Deng Wan froze in shock, their eyes widening. Although they hadn't received an invitation themselves, they had seen one at He Xiaokong's place. What Qin Yu had just pulled out matched exactly what they had seen before, at least on the outside. How could this be? How could Qin Yu possibly have a real invitation to this banquet? Xuanhuan and Deng Wan were dumbfounded, instinctively glancing at each other. The He family clansmen who took the invitation didn't have time to open it when suddenly a shout came. Fake! This invitation is absolutely fake. Chapter 20. The invitation must have been stolen by Qin Yu. Fake. This invitation held by Qin Yu is absolutely fake. Xuanhuan was indignant and refused to believe that Qin Yu could obtain an invitation to such a prestigious banquet. After all, neither he nor Deng Wan had managed to get one. At this moment, Deng Wan woke up as if from a dream and hastily chimed in. Yes, this invitation of Qin Yu's must be fake. Just now, someone with a fake invitation tried to sneak in. You'd better check immediately. The petty head guard at the entrance of the villa had already taken the invitation passed over by Qin Yu, looking coldly at him. Kid, if I find out your invitation is fake, the consequences will be worse than what happened to that person earlier. I'll break both your hands and legs. Qin Yu chuckled lightly. Go ahead, check. The clan member who was a petty head of the He family immediately examined the invitation in hand, but furrowed his brows after just a few glances. What's wrong? Did you find out it's fake? Xuanhuan snickered. I told you. Qin Yu here is nothing more than a labor camp prisoner. How could he possibly get an invitation to this banquet? You're just standing there doing nothing. Beat this guy up right now. He even directly gave orders to several members of the He family, but no one listened to him. On the contrary, that petty head looked up at him. Young Master Ji, this invitation is real. Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, then immediately asked doubtfully, impossible. Qin Yu has been in jail all along. He himself just said he only got out these past few days. What kind of qualifications does he have to receive an invitation? I've figured it out. Suddenly beside them, Deng Wan shouted out, her face showing excitement. What? Xuanhuan turned his head to look at her. Stolen. Deng Wan glared at Qin Yu. It must have been stolen by Qin Yu, and then he claimed someone sent it to him. You think about it. Qin Yu has always been in jail, and you and I both know Qin Yu is just a penniless fellow, with no forces or connections behind him. How would anyone send him such a precious invitation? That's right. Why didn't I think of it before? This time, it was Xuanhuan who suddenly woke up like someone waking from a dream, feeling both excited and happy. Good, listen carefully you lot. This invitation really is genuine, but Qin Yu stole it. Stealing invitations is much more serious than trying to slip in with a fake one. You can kill him on the spot if you want. Enraged, Xuanhuan pointed at Qin Yu. Qin Yu laughed mockingly. You two sure do have wild imaginations. Don't have an invitation yourself, so you start claiming others' invitations were stolen. Do you believe me when I say I'll summon someone out here soon, making you both cry? Fine, go ahead. Qin Yu summoned them. Lord Manager Liu? Before he could finish his sentence, Xuanhuan suddenly appeared both surprised and agitated, recognizing an elder who stepped out from the manor, whom he had met previously when searching for He Xiaokong at the He residence. This elder was Lu Tai, the manager of Mu Bufon's household. Lu Manager, your timing is perfect. I have something extremely important to report. Upon hearing this, Lu Tai stopped his hurried pace and turned his head to look at Xuanhuan, saying impatiently, What is it? Speak quickly. Overjoyed, Xuanhuan immediately pointed at Qin Yu. Lu Manager, this person is called Qin Yu, a labor reform prisoner. He's barely been released from prison a few days ago, and he stole this banquet's invitation, wanting to infiltrate. I strongly suspect that he wants to cause trouble during the banquet. Is that so? Lu Tai exclaimed in mild surprise, and turned towards Qin Yu according to the direction indicated. However, Lu Tai did not jump to conclusions based solely on Xuanhuan's words and asked, Are you Qin Yu? All invitations went through my checks, and among those sent out, none contained the name Qin Yu. Young man, tell me exactly what's going on. Qin Yu replied calmly. This invitation isn't originally mine. Someone else gave it to me. Given by someone else? Who? Shunlingyun gave it to me. Shunlingyun. Lu Tai echoed in astonishment. You claim this invitation was given to you by Miss Shunlingyun? His tone became sharp. That's right, precisely gifted by Miss Shunlingyun. Nonsense. Lu Tai rebuked angrily. Miss Shunlingyun is the young miss of the Shun family in Jiangqing, the capital city of Zhejiang province. Her status is incomparably noble. How could she possibly know someone lowly like you? And even if she knew you, what merit or virtue do you possess that would make Miss Shun give you an invitation? Then, he turned to look at several clan members of the He family. Miss Shun absolutely wouldn't give this fellow an invitation. Regardless of whether this invitation is real or fake, drive this young man, named Qin Yu, away and ensure there are no hitches at the banquet. You lot deal with this trivial matter well. I'm now rushing off to welcome young Master Tianlong. After finishing his instructions, Lu Tai hurriedly left. Yang Rong, Ding Wan, why haven't the two of you come in yet? As Lu Tai had just entered, He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei came out from inside the villa. Qin Yu? Before Ji Yangrong could open his mouth, He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei spotted Qin Yu standing nearby, feeling surprised, confused, and amused. Qin Yu, how does a good-for-nothing like you end up here? He Xiaokong quickly approached Qin Yu. Does young master he still need an explanation? Of course, it's to attend this banquet hosted by Elder Mu, Ji Yangrong mocked. Then he informed He Xiaokong about everything that happened earlier. Ha! He Xiaokong burst into loud ridicule. You Qin Yu, you're here, just for a laugh. You say Miss Shin sent you an invitation? Why don't you say she's your girlfriend instead? Facing Qin Yu, He Xiaokong unleashed a tirade. Do you know who Miss Shin Lingyun is? Even I have to wait in line just to speak with her. And yet, you, an inferior piece of trash who's been in jail for years, claim that Miss Shun gave you an invitation? When Shuamei chimed in with mockery. Qin Yu, Miss Shun is a swan in the sky, while you're not even as worthy as a toad, just an ant. Qin Yu didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei as if they were fools. Miss Shun is not my girlfriend, but she truly is my friend. And this invitation was indeed given to me by her. If you don't believe me, when she arrives, everything will be revealed. Upon hearing this, an idea struck He Xiaokong on how to embarrass Qin Yu in front of everyone. Fine, since you insist that Miss Shin Lingyun is your friend, then let's make a bet, shall we? If Miss Shin arrives, and she doesn't know you, then kneel down and lick my shoe sole clean. He Xiaokong refrained from saying the rest, because he was full of confidence in his certainty of not losing. No problem. Qin Yu agreed with a smile, and then counter-asked, and if you lose, and Miss Shin really is my friend, what will you do? He Xiaokong coldly snorted, completely unperturbed. If so, I'll kneel down to you and kowtow 3 times. Good, it's settled. Just as Qin Yu spoke, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was none other than Shun Lingyun calling. Chapter 21. Who dares to block my friend Shin Lingyun? Qin Yu, you don't mean to say that this was the call Miss Shin Lingyun gave you, right? Qin Yu hadn't had the chance to answer when He Xiaokong on the other side already started mocking him. Qin Yu looked up at him and said with a smile, sorry, it really was. He Xiaokong, Wen Shuamei, Ji Yangrong, and Dang Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wen Shuamei even mocked. Qin Yu, go ahead and keep pretending. I just want to see how long you can pretend. Qin Yu didn't respond to them and answered Shin Lingyun's call instead. Qin Yu, where are you? Why don't I see your figure? Haven't you arrived yet? I already told someone to pick you up. At that moment, Qin Yu had declined Shin Lingyun's offer of sending people for pickup. Now he smiled and said, Lingyun, I've been here for a while, only blocked by a few dumbass at the entrance of the villa, unable to get in. Block you? The phone carried Shin Lingyun's voice, filled with surprise and confusion. Who dares to block you? Wait a moment, I'll come out to pick you up. After Qin Yu put down his phone, He Xiaokong immediately sneered and said, what's wrong, our Mr. Qin? Aren't you going to say that Miss Shin Lingyun is coming over now to see which idiots dare to make things difficult for you? Qin Yu, grinning like an idiot, gazed at He Xiaokong. I just realized that our Mr. He has the ability to predict the future. Just let me know if you can predict the consequences awaiting you soon. He Xiaokong shook his head and laughed. I don't know what consequences await me, but I can be sure that very serious consequences will befall Qin Yu. He had already decided that once tonight's banquet was over, he would immediately deal with Qin Yu. Previously, upon meeting Qin Yu on Yun Mountain, he had tolerated it because he was about to help Elder Mu prepare for this grand and lavish banquet. Once tonight's banquet concludes, he could focus on dealing with Qin Yu without any worries. Who dares to obstruct my friend? At this moment, a cold voice echoed outside the villa gate, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei both were shocked internally. They both recognized this voice as belonging to Shun Lingyun. He Xiaokong immediately turned his head and his eyes instinctively widened. It was indeed Shin Lingyun. This. Instantly, his heart tightened. Could it be Qin Yu, who exactly blocked you from entering? Under He Xiaokong's shocked and worried gaze, Shin Lingyun quickly walked to Qin Yu, her attitude friendly, her tone full of concern. Boom. In that moment, the 4 people, He Xiaokong, Wen Shuamei, Ji Yangrong, and Dang Wan, had their minds explode, feeling dizzy and confused. This is impossible. Is Qin Yu really Shin Lingyun's friend? Am I dreaming? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Wen Shuamei stared intensely at Qin Yu, feeling extremely complicated inside. Qin Yu, the person she abandoned, was actually Shin Lingyun's friend? She fully understood how noble and powerful Shin Lingyun was. Even her current boyfriend, one of the 5 great families of Yin City, Master He of the He family, couldn't make Shin Lingyun glance at him once. Yet, this useless Qin Yu became her friend? What exactly was going on here? Shin Lingyun's gaze fell upon the 4 people standing across from Qin Yu, He Xiaokong, and Wen Shuamei, noticing their abnormal expressions filled with fear and astonishment. She instantly understood what had happened. He Xiaokong, did you bring people to obstruct and mistreat my friend Qin Yu? Gulping. He Xiaokong was completely stunned, not knowing how to reply to Shin Lingyun. Terrified, his face went pale, Large beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, finally managing to weakly say, Miss Shun, I didn't know Qin Yu was really your friend. I am familiar with Qin Yu. I know he used to be in jail, and has just been released, so. He Xiaokong didn't dare to continue. So, Mr. He assumed there was no way Qin Yu could possibly be a friend of Lin Yun. You deliberately made it hard for me to enter, refusing my entry even though I held an invitation to the banquet. Qin Yu chuckled lightly, and said. He Xiaokong's heart leaped violently again, angry yet powerless, knowing Qin Yu was purposefully saying this to make Shen Lingyun turn against him. Hey, Mr. He, why are you sweating profusely? Are you having kidney problems? Qin Yu naturally saw through it. He Xiaokong was simply afraid, though being manipulated by himself secretly included kidney deficiency as one of the reasons. When Xiaomei immediately retorted angrily. Qin Yu, you're the one with kidney problems. Your entire family suffers from kidney problems. He Xiaokong is extremely strong. We made love 3 times last night. In reality, during this period, He Xiaokong had been impotent, while when Xiaomei's desires were intense. She had actively helped He Xiaokong several times orally, but still, he could not perform. Slap. A sharp sound of a slap echoed as Shen Lingyun's maid, Xiaoyu, delivered a heavy slap across when Xiaomei's face. Speak properly in front of the public. When Xiaomei was stunned by the slap, her eyes flashing with anger, but she didn't care who the other person was and angrily retorted. Who do you think you are? You dare to hit me. You're just a maid. Do you know who I am? I'm He Xiaokong's girlfriend, and I'll be the future daughter-in-law of the He family. How dare you lay a hand on me? Xiaokong. Slap. Another resounding slap rang out. When Xiaomei had just started calling for her boyfriend He Xiaokong, when she was interrupted mid-sentence by another slap that struck her other cheek. He Xiaokong was almost driven mad with rage. At a time like this, how could you and Xiaomei dare to insult Shen Lingyun's maid? Even though she is just a maid, her status and position far surpasses yours. When Xiaomei. Are you trying to get me He Xiaokong killed? When Xiaomei? When Xiaomei was dumbfounded, staring blankly at He Xiaokong. Xiaokong, you actually hit me? Apologize. He Xiaokong coldly commanded, disregarding her feelings or expression. Upon hearing this, when Xiaomei became even more confused, looking at him in disbelief. Xiaokong, it was her who hit me just now, and now you want me to apologize to her. When Xiaomei, I will only say this once. He Xiaokong glared furiously at When Xiaomei. You, immediately apologize to Miss Xiaoyu. Otherwise, there will no longer be any relationship between you and me. When Xiaomei clutched her already swollen cheeks with both hands, unable to accept what she saw in He Xiaokong. Chapter 22. Kidding? I'm serious. When Xiaomei found it hard to believe. She thought He Xiaokong loved her dearly, but now he not only angrily slapped her for someone else, but also made a servant girl who hit her apologize. She naturally felt boo-foo cheap, unwilling, and heartbroken. But when she considered that He Xiaokong belonged to one of the 5 great families in Yun City, and after tonight's banquet, he could very likely become the leader among the 5 great families. Initially, she had left Qin Yu and followed He Xiaokong precisely because of his family's strength and influence. So in the end, when Xiaomei gritted her teeth and apologized to Xiaoyu. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. After speaking, her gaze filled with hatred fell on Qin Yu. It's all because of you. Qin Yu, you damn Laogai prisoner. If it weren't for you, today I wouldn't have been beaten by this lowly maid and had to admit my fault. Qin Yu, don't let this moment go to your head. When Xiaomei, will never let you get away with this easily. When Xiaomei secretly resolved in her heart. I'm sorry, Miss Shun. He Xiaokong quickly apologized to Shen Lingyun at this time. It's my failure to manage the people around me properly. Shen Lingyun coldly said. You don't need to apologize to me, but you should apologize to Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled faintly, looking at He Xiaokong opposite, and noticed that his face was ashen to an extreme. He Xiaokong indeed felt extremely irritated in his heart. Who am I? The young master of the He family, one of the 5 major clans in Yun City. How could I possibly apologize to Qin Yu, a worthless man? Back then, I played him in the palm of my hand, got Qin Yu arrested and imprisoned, and even used my connections to send him into the dreadful Wugan dungeon. There was no way he could accept apologizing to Qin Yu. He Xiaokong glared furiously at Qin Yu. What qualification does this waste have for me to apologize to him? However, he soon noticed Shen Lingyun beside Qin Yu, whose expression became even more cold than before. His heart tightened suddenly, as if someone had firmly gripped it. His angry brain instantly became clear. Given Shen Lingyun's powerful background and strength, if I don't follow her requests, in the future both myself and the He family behind me might be faced with immense trouble. Thinking about this, He Xiaokong hesitated internally, and finally bit his teeth and bitterly said, I'm sorry, Qin Yu. When Xiaomei, Jiangrong, and Dengwan were so shocked they froze in place, blankly watching this scene unfold. The esteemed young master of the He family, He Xiaokong, really apologized to Qin Yu? Isn't this unprecedented? Qin Yu is merely a labor camp convict. The 3 of them couldn't accept such an event, especially when Xiaomei. Originally, she abandoned Qin Yu because she thought there was no hope with him, choosing instead to follow He Xiaokong. Qin Yu smiled deepened slightly, and he spoke. Young master He. Actually, there's no real need for an apology. Upon hearing this, He Xiaokong seethed inside. Enraged, he glared at Qin Yu, cursing inwardly. Qin Yu, are you deliberately picking a quarrel with me? If there was no need for an apology, why didn't you say that earlier? I've already apologized to you. However, Qin Yu then took a different tone. Young master He. All you need to do is abide by the bet we placed just now. Admit defeat gracefully, kneel down, and give me 3 loud kowtows. The commotion at the entrance of the villa had long since attracted many bystanders. When Qin Yu's words fell, the atmosphere immediately quieted, and everyone was taken aback. They did not know Qin Yu and guessed he wasn't from any wealthy family, as it was learned from He Xiaokong's words just now that Qin Yu was a labor camp convict. They could hardly imagine that a convict would dare make the respected young master of one of Yun City's 5 most influential families kneel down and perform 3 kowtows. How dared this young man named Qin Yu make such a bold move? Was it solely because Miss Shen Lingyun was present and supporting him that he dared to propose this suicidal demand? But isn't Shen Lingyun living in the provincial capital of Zhejiang province, Jiangxing, and not in Yun City? Soon, she will leave Yun City. What will happen to you, Qin Yu then? Do you truly rely on Miss Shen to protect you forever? Dream on. When Xuemei, Ji Yangrong, and Deng Wan looked at Qin Yu with surprise, shock, and anger, He Xiaokong was similarly furious and disbelieving that Qin Yu dared to request something like this from him. He glared angrily at Qin Yu, and if Shen Lingyun weren't standing nearby, he'd probably try to kill Qin Yu. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting impulsively, deeply inhaled, and forcibly suppressed his rage, struggling to force out a semblance of a smile. Qin Yu, just now I was only joking with you. You don't have to take it seriously. Qin Yu chuckled. Joking? If this time Lingyun wasn't here or hadn't arrived in time, would you, young master He, still call this just a joke? Even if you think it's just a joke, I'm serious. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me. Upon hearing this, He Xiaokong felt as if he was about to explode with anger. His hands dropped, tightly clenched into fists, and at that moment, he almost lost his composure and was about to step forward and beat Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you piece of trash, I've already made such a concession, and I've already lost face in front of so many people, and yet you're still clinging to this matter. If it weren't for Shen Lingyun being here, I would have beaten you to death 100 times by now. Qin Yu, you're going too far. Just at this critical moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the crowd of onlookers. The young master He has already taken the initiative to make concessions, saying it was just a joke with you. Why don't you let it go? If there's a way out, everyone can just move on smoothly. Qin Yu looked in the direction of the voice and immediately recognized who the person was. Li Jiqiang, the CEO of Yunqing Cloudtop Drones. So it's you, Mr. Li. Li Jiqiang smiled and nodded. Didn't expect you. Qin Yu, to still remember me? Of course I remember. I used to work for a while in your drone company. Yes, I also remember that. Li Jiqiang said. How about this, Qin Yu? We forget what happened between you and young master He, and I'll hire you as the business manager of my drone company. Li Jiqiang naturally couldn't be that benevolent. He had his own plan. Currently, his drone company is stuck in a development bottleneck, needing a large amount of capital and connections. If he could successfully help young master He resolve this crisis, he would gain He Xiaokong's recognition and gratitude, and thus receive the support of the He family, possibly even financial investment. Li Jiqiang thought even further ahead. Though on the surface, it looks like Shen Lingyun is helping Qin Yu suppress He Xiaokong. If possible, Li Jiqiang believed Shen Lingyun wouldn't want to strain relations with the He family. He knew very well about Qin Yu's background, or rather, lack thereof. There's no reason for Shen Lingyun to create resentment with the He family, one of the 5 great families of Yun City, over someone like Qin Yu. Moreover, the He family has received Mu Bufan's approval, which is also something Shen Lingyun needs to consider. Chapter 23 Kneel and Kowtow. Faced with the olive branch extended by his former company's boss, Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. Never mind, Mr. Li. I couldn't dare to work for your company again. In those days, I was just newly promoted in your company, then falsely accused of stealing a colleague's iPhone and got fired. But as a matter of fact, I was merely a scapegoat for someone's kept mistress's younger brother. I'm really afraid of becoming a scapegoat once more in your company. Li Jiqiang, pierced at his weak point, immediately got angry. What are you talking about, Qin Yu? Are you saying who keeps a mistress? Qin Yu glanced at Li Jiqiang, who looked quite flustered and laughed sarcastically. Mr. Li, why are you so worked up? I didn't say that you keep a mistress. I only said that there is someone in your company who keeps a mistress. Li Jiqiang stood dumbfounded. His previous anger had an overtone that reminded of, if not for my silver, where would you get 300 taels? For a moment, he was speechless. Qin Yu no longer bothered with him, but instead looked at He Xiaokong. Mr. He, accept the loss graciously, kneel down. Otherwise, after tonight, you will be known as a man who doesn't keep his word. If you deal with people like this, and if it reaches the ears of Senior Mu, what do you think he will think? Upon hearing this, He Xiaokong shuddered involuntarily and glared at Qin Yu. Do you dare to spread rumors recklessly, Qin Yu? Qin Yu laughed and shook his head. Mr. He, I'm not a person who likes to gossip behind others' backs. But tonight so many people here witnessed everything. I believe that by tomorrow, the entire Yun City will know about this incident. He Xiaokong was stunned again, looking around at the onlookers, his face turned grave. However, even so, asking him to kneel to Qin Yu was impossible. As for the rumor reaching the ears of Senior Mu, this was actually not too difficult to handle. When the time came, he could explain it, which should be enough to pass muster. Shen Lingyun suddenly spoke up. Mr. He Xiaokong, you turn out to be a man who breaks promises. It seems that Senior Mu made a mistake this time. He entrusted such an important banquet to you to organize. I see that this banquet may have some other mishaps tonight. Senior Mu hasn't arrived yet, right? When he comes later, I'll remind him. He Xiaokong felt panic rising inside him. He looked at Shen Lingyun, angry indeed, angry enough even to want to kill this Shen Lingyun. But unfortunately, she has great power and isn't someone he can pick a fight with. On the surface, he dared not show any sign of dissatisfaction. Whether it was Qin Yu's words or the rumors from the crowd, he didn't need to worry about them. But this Shunling Yun was entirely different. She had enormous influence. Even Senior Mu had to give her some respect. If she said anything bad about him to Senior Mu, no matter how much he explained afterward, it wouldn't have any effect at all. Just as He Xiaokong was panicking inside, he heard Shunling Yun speaking again. Mr. He, I advise you best to accept the loss gracefully. At this point, this matter has already affected the progress of the banquet. If this continues to drag on and ruins the banquet, the fury of Senior Mu will descend, and you, He Xiaokong, and your family may not be able to bear it. Another wave of fear passed through He Xiaokong. Of course, he knew that if tonight's banquet were ruined, he and his family would suffer heavy blows. Damn, that damn Shunling Yun. Damn, that damn Qin Yu. Must I really kneel publicly to Qin Yu and kowtow 3 times? He Xiaokong felt extremely reluctant, but Shunling Yun's words echoed in his mind, leaving him no choice but to give in. Plop. He Xiaokong knelt down on both knees. Seeing this, when Xue Mei immediately rushed over to pull him up, "What are you doing, Xiaokong? You are the rightful heir of the He family. You absolutely cannot kneel to Qin Yu, a convict who has served time in prison. Get up quickly. Get out of the way." He Xiaokong was burning with anger. You mentioning it only adds salt to my wound. Besides, Qin Yu is your ex-boyfriend. Damn it, maybe if it weren't for this relationship, I wouldn't be facing this humiliating scene today. Seeing this, Qin Yu smirked coldly. Back then, you schemed against me, sending me to jail and leveraging relationships to place me into the ruthless Wugan prison. Now, my revenge on you is just the beginning. The main performance is still to come. He Xiaokong, you did kneel, but I distinctly remember the bet between us two. If you lost, not only must you kneel down, but also kowtow 3 times. After hearing this, He Xiaokong was consumed by anger inside, and the nails of his 10 fingers dug into the flesh of his palms. Suppressing the rage in his heart forcefully, he smashed his head onto the ground 3 times in quick succession. Since he had already knelt, he might as well finish this quickly. Qin Yu laughed. Not bad at all. Our He Xiaokong is truly a man who breaks his word. Let me take you inside. At this point, Shunling Yun spoke to Qin Yu, who nodded and followed her into Lijiang Villa. The rest of the onlookers quickly dispersed and went inside the villa as well. Only after everyone had left did He Xiaokong struggle to get up, not because he was tired, but because his dignity had been trampled upon, leaving him feeling utterly drained. When Xue Mei, Jiangrong, and Dengwan rushed over to offer their support, He Xiaokong angrily flung his arm away, fuming internally. If it weren't for the 3 of you, I wouldn't have suffered such a disgrace today. Xiaokong, are you alright? When Xue Mei knew He Xiaokong must be in a terrible mood, which was why he had shrugged off her assistance. Qin Yu is just a man reveling in small-time success. He's nothing more than a useless convict. It's only by sheer luck that he met Shunling Yun. Once Shunling Yun leaves Yun City, Qin Yu will revert to what he was before. At that point, we'll still be able to destroy him. Yes, that's right, Ji Yongrong added with a fawning smile. He doesn't need to dwell on tonight's incident. As Miss Wen said, Qin Yu is just enjoying temporary success. By the time, there won't even be a need for Mr. He to lift a finger. I can take care of him. Mr. He, let's go inside quickly. At these words, He Xiaokong's anger finally erupted. Get out. You two still want to go inside? You two still want to attend this banquet? Do you think you have the qualification? Get out immediately. Damn it. If the 2 of you hadn't stopped Qin Yu here, I wouldn't have been humiliated by him. Qin Yu followed Shunling Yun into the banquet hall, where she encountered a few acquaintances and greeted them. Qin Yu stood alone, holding a tall wine glass, savoring some red wine, when unpleasant whispers reached his ears. So that's Qin Yu? I didn't expect a convicted criminal to be able to attend this banquet. Exactly. I feel it's an enormous irony. Yes, back then, I went through a great deal of effort and used my connections to barely secure an invitation. I think being at the same banquet as someone like Qin Yu who has been in jail completely diminishes my standing. Absolutely. I also believe someone who's been in prison shouldn't be allowed here at all. Listening to the murmurs among the guests in the banquet hall, Qin Yu remained calm, not taking it to heart. Suddenly, who the hell ever decided that someone who has been in jail isn't qualified to be here? Chapter 24. You're dead for offending young Master Qin. In the banquet hall of Chapter Manor, some people learned that Qin Yu was once a labor reform convict who had served time in prison and began to mock him. However, suddenly, a loud hum of anger was heard from the entrance of the banquet hall. Almost everyone turned their heads to look, and when they saw Feng Tianbua, those who were just mocking immediately changed expressions and dared not utter another sound. Who the hell? Which one of you morons said that having been in jail disqualifies someone from being here? Step out now. Feng Tianbua strode in quickly and scanned over the group who had mocked Qin Yu earlier. They became even more frightened, all lowering their heads and avoiding eye contact with Feng Tianbua, fearing that he would lash out at them next. Feng Tianbua, as a powerful martial artist, is very famous in Yun City, and few dare to provoke him. Even the 5 great families do not dare to offend him easily. Uncle Bo, Uncle Bo. At this moment, the man who had earlier claimed has no qualifications to be here, approached Feng Tianbua stiffly, bowing low and smiling like a dog. That statement I made wasn't directed at you. It was meant for others. But I know it might have caused misunderstanding, Uncle Bo. So I apologize right away. Feng Tianbua gave him a disdainful glance. Who were you referring to? That person, believing that explaining himself and ensuring it wasn't about Feng Tianbua would make things pass, immediately rejoiced and pointed at Qin Yu, saying, Uncle Bo, I'm referring to this kid. Ah. Feng Tianbua nodded as if enlightened. All right, from now on, If there's any trouble at your home or company, or anything happens, don't come to me anymore. The joyous expression on that person's face froze instantly. UNC? Get out! Feng Tianbo shouted angrily. Li Jiqiang happened to be nearby and noticed Feng Tianbo showing up. He wanted to flatter him. After all, the other was a powerful martial artist. Establishing deep ties with him would greatly help Li Jiqiang in the future. Uncle Bo, please don't get angry. Li Jiqiang smiled while approaching Feng Tianbo. Qin Yu did indeed serve time in prison previously, but how can his imprisonment possibly compare to yours, Uncle Bo? You were imprisoned in the Rootless Celestial Prison. Do you know what kind of place that is? An ordinary person wouldn't even have the qualification to be locked up there. Feng Tianbo sneered coldly. Another unworthy individual. Sorry, he also spent time in the Rootless Celestial Prison. Li Jiqiang, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, his disbelief evident on his face. Qin Yu was also thrown into the Rootless Celestial Prison? How could that be possible? Qin Yu is merely an ordinary person, working under my supervision then, without even leaving any significant achievements behind. He Xiaokong had just regained composure, walked in exactly during this conversation, and added, It's true Qin Yu ended up in the Rootless Celestial Prison back then. It was through my connections that I arranged for it. He Xiaokong had intended for Qin Yu to suffer endlessly in the Rootless Celestial Prison, enduring torture day and night. Unexpectedly, this operation granted Qin Yu an enormous opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Jiqiang immediately understood and continued flattering Feng Tianbo. Did you hear that, Uncle Bo? The reason Qin Yu could enter the Rootless Celestial Prison was because of He Xiaokong's arrangement, not because he's some extraordinary person getting captured. Therefore, Qin Yu, this useless man, absolutely cannot be compared to you, Uncle Bo. Useless? Feng Tianbo gave a cold laugh, his gaze towards Li Jiqiang becoming deeply meaningful. I see that you are the real waste. You similarly need to roll aside before me. You are unqualified to speak in front of me. Stunned, Li Jiqiang couldn't understand where he went wrong. Given Feng Tianbo's formidable martial power and influence, he ultimately slinked away dejectedly. He Xiaokong was astonished, unable to comprehend why Feng Tianbo would berate Li Jiqiang so harshly. He held some good feelings for Li Jiqiang since this marked the second time Li had taken sides with him. He Xiaokong, it's you. As he pondered uncertainly, Feng Tianbo's mocking voice rang out by his ear. At first, I also found it strange why young Master Qin was merely an ordinary youth, yet ended up in the Rootless Celestial Prison. Never expected it was you who sent him there. Yes, it was me. Feng Tianbo snorted again. He Xiaokong, offending anyone would have been better than offending young Master Qin. This time, you're dead for sure. Not even the He family can protect you. With that, Feng Tianbo turned around, walking elsewhere in the banquet hall, unwilling to say too much to someone who was soon going to die. He Xiaokong listened with great puzzlement. Young Master Qin? Am I doomed because I offended Qin Yu? Humph, it's just that you know Shen Lingyun. As Xuanmei said, once Shen Lingyun leaves Yun City, at that time I'd like to see who else can help this useless Qin Yu. Even with the protection Shen Lingyun had given earlier and Feng Tianbo's recent reminder, He Xiaokong was still completely unafraid. In his view, these were only temporary advantages. Qin Yu, come over here, I'll introduce you to some people. Qin Yu knew Feng Tianbo had just stood up for him, but he still quietly stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass window, sipping wine. Then he heard Shen Lingyun calling him over. Following Shen Lingyun, Qin Yu came to a small group of a few people and found that no one else could get close to them. The introductions that followed confirmed what Qin Yu had been thinking. Qin Yu, let me introduce you. Shen Lingyun said. This is Zhuo Jin, president of the Pearl River Province Medical Association. This is Mo Qiu, president of the Triangle Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Zujuan, deputy commander of the southern military region of Daxia. Qin Yu glanced at the two men and one woman in front of him as per Shen Lingyun's introduction. Indeed, these three individuals were not ordinary people. No wonder they formed their own exclusive circle. Out of respect for Shen Lingyun, each of them greeted Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and responded politely. President Zhuo, you're the president of the medical association, and Qin Yu is also extremely proficient in medical skills. I think there are many topics you both might find in common. This statement by Shen Lingyun was meant to help Qin Yu quickly fit into the small circle, but unexpectedly Zhuo Jin felt slightly annoyed upon hearing it. Mo Qiu, the female president of the Triangle Chamber of Commerce, and Zhang Zujuan looked at Qin Yu with newfound suspicion. Medical skills, extremely proficient? Anyone described in this way must truly possess outstanding medical abilities. But Qin Yu looked only about 20 years old. Could someone of such young age really have exceptional medical skills? Both of them doubted it. At this moment, Zhuo Jin smirked lightly and asked Qin Yu, which medical university did you graduate from? Or perhaps, who was your mentor? If Miss Shin said your medical skills were excellent, then surely you graduated from a very prestigious medical school, or perhaps studied medicine under some famous divine healer or renowned doctor. Chapter 25. Qin Yu is a liar and has no right to be your friend. Following Zhuo Jin's question, Mo Qiu and Zhang Zujuan curiously looked at Qin Yu. And Shen Lingyun nearby, hearing the tone of Zhuo Jin, which was not obviously hostile, but certainly unfriendly, quickly helped diffuse the situation before Qin Yu could speak. Earlier, I suffered quite a serious injury. I sought treatment from several renowned doctors in Jiangcheng, but none could cure me. Later, it was Qin Yu who helped heal me. Shen Lingyun believed that using her own personal experience as proof would be sufficient to demonstrate Qin Yu's remarkable medical skills. Moreover, before seeking Qin Yu's help for treatment, she had indeed consulted many famous doctors, even divine physicians, and there was really no significant improvement. Mo Qiu, upon hearing about Shun Lingyun's injury, immediately became worried. Lingyun, are you injured? It doesn't make sense that one could injure oneself unless someone is trying to harm you. Who is it? A rival family perhaps? Shun Lingyun chuckled lightly, touched by Mo Chio's genuine concern. Thank you for your care, Sister Mo, but I'm fine now. She tactfully avoided discussing how she got injured. Mo Chio, being the president of the Triangle Chamber of Commerce, was naturally an intelligent person. She immediately understood that Shun Lingyun didn't feel comfortable revealing details about her injury. The Shin family was powerful in Jiangcheng, and there were many things she shouldn't inquire into. She realized she had been a little rash just then. Zhuojin was also quite surprised in his heart and had no doubts about Shun Lingyun's words. Miss Shun, why didn't you ask me for help with your treatment? Perhaps if you had asked me, you might have healed more quickly. If Shun Lingyun had sought his help at the time, there wouldn't have been any business for this young man named Qin Yu. At this moment, he began looking at Qin Yu with an unusual gaze. Could it be that this boy called Qin Yu was truly such a masterful doctor? It should not be the case. The deputy commander of the southern military zone of Daxia, Zhang Zujuan, who had been silent all along, gently narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Yu. He could see that Shun Lingyun's attitude towards Qin Yu seemed different from her attitude towards others. It felt like more than just an ordinary friendship. If Shun Lingyun harbored good feelings for this Qin Yu, that would not be good news for Tianlong. At this thought, Zhang Zujuan remembered Mu Bufan's grandson, Mu Tianlong. I need to think of a way to belittle Qin Yu before Tianlong arrives. Otherwise Tianlong will lose the advantage in the contest over Shun Lingyun. Zhang Zujuan started considering ways to make Qin Yu humiliate himself in public and how to suppress him. Suddenly, he recalled someone mentioning earlier that Qin Yu had been in jail, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. Qin Yu, I heard you've been in jail. Was there some kind of mistake? Or are there some other hidden circumstances? Though Zhang Zujuan's words sounded as though he cared for Qin Yu, they were actually deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. Naturally, Qin Yu picked up on Zhang Zujuan's provocation immediately, yet he responded calmly and effortlessly. There was no mistake. I've indeed been in jail. Some years ago, the young lord of the He family did something harmful to my family, and I injured him as a result. Zhang Zujuan found this amusing inside. There was no hidden reason, only a pretense to bring up the fact that Qin Yu had served time in prison. Oh, so intentional harm. So, Qin Yu, you deserve to go to jail. To be honest, I believe those who are pitiful always have something hateful about them. Since you were once belligerent, it seems unlikely you'll change that nature later. Moreover, having served time in jail follows you for life. Reformed prisoner becomes your label. Qin Yu, don't blame others for looking at you with odd gazes. I work in a war zone and have dealt with many reformed prisoners. One can say 9 out of 10 reformed prisoners will continue to commit crimes. The remaining one already passed away long ago. This speech was extremely unpleasant. Mo Chio, hearing this news, was filled with surprise and unexpected emotions. She hadn't expected Qin Yu in front of her to have been in jail, yet Sister Lingyun approved of him being her friend? What exactly is going on here? Besides, Sister Lingyun said Qin Yu saved her? She secretly glanced at Shun Lingyun and noticed a trace of displeasure appear on her breathtakingly beautiful face at this moment. Mo Chio felt another wave of shock and suspicion rising within her heart, perceiving that Sister Lingyun seemingly cared deeply about Qin Yu. Zhuojin's heart was cold with ridicule. It turns out Qin Yu had been in jail once, a reformed prisoner. What use is his so-called excellent medical skill then? Who would trust a doctor who's been in jail? Moreover, whether Qin Yu had genuinely learned medicine now seemed questionable. She couldn't understand why Miss Shun was so kind to Qin Yu. Facing Zhang Zujuan's overt sarcasm and hidden mockery, Qin Yu showed no anger but instead smiled and replied, Director Zhang, if I were you, I wouldn't waste energy focusing on others at this moment. You should pay attention to your health instead. Zhang Zujuan frowned. Qin Yu, what do you mean? Literal meaning. Is it hard to understand? Qin Yu said with a smile. If Director Zhang doesn't understand, then I'll be more straightforward. I can see that Director Zhang has a latent illness which will soon flare up. Of course, if treated in time now, you can prevent the flare-up and avoid severe pain. A latent illness? Zhang Zujuan gave an incredulous humph and burst into laughter immediately. I've always been in great shape, extremely healthy. I haven't been sick or had any ache for years. Where does this so-called latent illness come from? Could you possibly be trying to divert the topic, Qin Yu? Besides, if you were really a doctor, then I could judge based on your diagnosis of my supposed latent illness that you're nothing but a quack. Miss Shun, I think Qin Yu's a fraud. He doesn't deserve to be your friend. Shun Lingyun remained silent, her expression still unpleasant. Seeing this, Zhang Zujuan quickly added, All right, since Miss Shun doesn't believe me, let's get President Zhua to check right away. He turned his head towards Zhuojin beside him. President Zhua, please take a look. Do I have a latent illness? Zhuojin acknowledged the request and immediately examined Zhang Zujuan's body seriously. I've carefully checked. There's absolutely no problem with Director Zhang's body. Then he grinned at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I think you don't even understand medicine. You aren't even a quack. Miss Shun, I strongly suspect Qin Yu deceived you. Your wound wasn't healed by him. Miss Shun, you need to be careful about making friends. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head as he spoke. President Zhua, you call me a quack just because you can't detect it yourself. That doesn't seem quite fair, does it? The reason you can't see Director Zhang's latent illness is because your medical skills haven't reached their true potential yet. To be honest, it's not entirely your fault. Director Zhang's latent illness is indeed very hidden. I believe even the most advanced medical equipment wouldn't detect it. Director Zhang has long led troops in battle and should have sustained injuries to the left thigh. left abdomen, and right chest. Those injuries weren't serious, but they've accumulated over time into latent illnesses. They'll soon erupt completely. Qin Yu, you're a spy. Before Qin Yu could finish speaking, Zhang Zujuan angrily pointed at Qin Yu. Chapter 26, Misdiagnosis? As Qin Yu pointed out one by one the injuries Zhang Zujuan had suffered before, Zhang reacted quickly and immediately accused Qin Yu of being a foreign spy. In this way, he could not only cover up the truth, but also arrest Qin Yu on the grounds of espionage. Once Qin Yu was taken back to the Southern Military District by him, Qin would be like fish on a chopping board, left to his mercy. Qin Yu was surprised. He didn't expect that just casually pointing out the hidden injuries on Zhang Zujuan's body would result in the latter falsely accusing him of being a spy. He shook his head, laughing. Director Zhang, if I were really a spy, would I be so stupid as to point out in front of you the places where you've been injured? Zhang Zujuan sneered. This is hard to say. Perhaps you are trying to win my trust through such matters. Unfortunately, however, your plot has been discovered by me at once. As for which country's spy you are, we will know clearly once you're caught and interrogated properly. Hold it. Shen Lingyun couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stepped forward to interrupt Zhang Zujuan. Director Zhang, I can vouch for this. Qin Yu absolutely isn't a foreign spy. Zhang Zujuan was annoyed and displeased in his heart when he glanced at Shen Lingyun. He simply couldn't imagine that Shen Lingyun would go to such lengths to help Qin Yu. Given the enormous power of the Shen family, he couldn't very well ignore Shen Lingyun's intervention. Still, unwilling to easily let go of such a good excuse, he spoke up, saying, Miss Shen, you cannot judge a person's character by appearances alone. Moreover, Miss Shen should have only recently met Qin Yu in Yin City, right? You don't know much about him. Miss Shen should be more cautious. Shen Lingyun paid no heed to these warnings. Director Zhang, I know what kind of person Qin Yu is better than you do. If Director Zhang insists on thinking that Qin Yu is a foreign spy, then I, Shen Lingyun, guarantee with the name of the Shen family that Qin Yu is not a spy. Hiss. Zhang Zujuan inwardly gasped, unexpected by Shen Lingyun's earnest effort to protect Qin Yu. The Shen family's reputation. This carried significant weight. Helpless, he realized continuing this stubborn approach would utterly alienate Shen Lingyun, and instantly changed his tone, smiling and saying, Since Miss Shen guarantees this, perhaps I am too sensitive. It's truly unavoidable. It's just a professional quirk, ha. Qin Yu coldly smiled, thinking that if this deputy commander of the Southern Military District truly couldn't see straight and eventually captured him to take to the Southern Military District, he wouldn't mind obliterating the Southern Military District entirely. Suddenly throwing around the term spy, as Zhang Zujuan did, made the atmosphere at the scene somewhat awkward. Mo Chio noticed the situation and chuckled lightly, making a joke to try easing the tension. Qin Yu, since you've managed to cure Lingyun, I also believe your medical skills must be extraordinary. Could you check my body to see if there are any problems? Qin Yu turned his head to look at Mo Chio, who had the best attitude among the three present, and smirked, saying, Of course. President Mo is Lingyun's friend, and thus my friend. After speaking, he became serious, carefully observing the Mo Chio in front of him, then slightly furrowed his brow. Seeing Qin Yu's change in expression, Mo Chio frowned as well. Qin Yu, does that mean there really is something wrong with my body? She felt dejected. She had only intended to lighten the mood earlier so as not to put Lingyun in an awkward position. Shen Lingyun also noticed Qin Yu's frowning at this moment and worried. Qin Yu, Mo is my good friend. If there really is something wrong with her health, you must help treat her. She was well aware how skillful Qin Yu was in medicine. Relax, I already said, your friend is my friend. Qin Yu looked at Shen Lingyun. President Mo, when you sleep at night, your sleep quality must not be very good. By the second half of the night, you always sweat, sometimes to the extent that your clothes get soaked. This condition indicates a severe weakness and excessive yin energy within the body. One remedy involves using decoctions prepared from herbs like tangkai, sapochnikovia, angelica, simicifiga, Ceta multiceps, suchanchin, dragonwort, fleabane, photinia, trichosanths, polygonum cuspidatum, cieli, 3 bowls of water soaking for 3 hours, simmering for 1 hour, drinking for a month. That should work. Of course, this method may be a bit troublesome and takes quite some time. The second method involves finding an excellent massage master who will help press the wushu, gili, qichong, and shoumen acupoints daily for half a month. But this method also requires a long period of time and might involve some privacy concerns for President Mo, which might not be the best solution. Shen Lingyun fully trusted Qin Yu. Learning that Mo Chio indeed had health issues, she became anxious. Knowing Qin Yu's exceptional medical skills meant there should be better solutions. After all, even the strong poison in her system before was resolved by Qin Yu, let alone Mo Chio's condition being far less complex compared to her previous state. She immediately asked, Qin Yu, shouldn't you have a better way to quickly help Sister Mo? Mo Chio frowned slightly at this moment, looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded and spoke. There is a way, and it's more efficient. However, it's not something that can be done if you simply wish for it. That is, President Mo should have intercourse with her partner, allowing for the yin-yang balance between a man and woman. In that case, President Mo's ailment would automatically disappear, and she could be completely cured in 3 days. The yin-yang harmony actually includes normal sexual activity between men and women as one form of it. The next moment, Mo Chio's expression became unpleasant. Beside them, Zhuijin, who had been silent all along, burst into laughter. Pretend. Qin Yu, go on pretending. Now your true face has been revealed. Miss Shun, did you see? Qin Yu doesn't actually know medical techniques. You must have been deceived by him before. I said he couldn't cure you, Miss Shun. Huh. Qin Yu was puzzled and carefully examined Mo Chiu again, confirming that his diagnosis wasn't wrong. Then he turned to look at Shun Lingyun and noticed her expression also seemed strained. Before Shun Lingyun could speak, Zhang Zujuan interjected with a smile. Qin Yu, maybe you're not really a foreign spy, but I can confirm that you're not an incompetent doctor. You just don't know medicine at all. What's wrong with Lingyun? Where's the issue? Qin Yu ignored whatever Zhang Zujuan said and instead questioned Shun Lingyun. At this point, Shun Lingyun hesitantly responded. Qin Yu, Sister Mo got married to someone else 6 months ago. Qin Yu mentally gasped. She had already gotten married 6 months ago? Upon hearing this sentence, he immediately understood what it meant. In other words, Mo Chiu must have been engaging in marital life for at least half a year. Qin Yu looked back at Mo Chiu again, wondering in his heart, what's going on here? Could it be that I misdiagnosed her? The next moment, he remained firm that he hadn't made a mistake. Chapter 27, Begging Me When the Time Comes. Qin Yu firmly believed that he had made no mistake. Mo Chiu's body definitely had the issues he had just mentioned, yet she wouldn't admit it, which probably meant there was some inconvenient reason. He suddenly realized everything. Perhaps Mo Chiu's marriage had some hidden aspect unknown to others. After figuring this out, Qin Yu also didn't want to embarrass Mo Chiu, so he smiled gently and said, I'm sorry, President Mo. Perhaps I really made a mistake in my observation. After hearing this, Mo Chiu quietly sighed with relief in her heart, forcing herself to manage a smile as she nodded slightly at Qin Yu. She was utterly astonished. Qin Yu's medical skills were indeed as remarkable as Lingyun's sister had said. They were simply extraordinary. He had accurately diagnosed her problems after just a brief examination, surpassing even Zhuo Jin, the president of the Guangdong Province Medical Association. Qin Yu might lack proficiency in other areas of medicine, but in diagnosing her condition, Qin Yu surpassed Zhuo Jin. Zhuo Jin could not detect any ailments in her body at all. Qin Yu, you're finally sensible. Now that you can no longer pretend, you've admitted your error. Are you trying to prove that you can recognize and correct your mistakes? Zhang Zujuan chuckled sarcastically. If you don't understand medicine, don't pretend here. Medicine isn't something you can fake. It gets exposed immediately. Just like how you look now. Absolutely ridiculous. Beside them, Mo Chiu watched as Zhang Zujuan relentlessly mocked Qin Yu. She felt sympathy but couldn't acknowledge that Qin Yu's diagnosis was correct without exposing her own affairs. After much deliberation, she ultimately restrained herself. Qin Yu gave a calm, light laugh. Deputy Commander Zhang, I may have made a mistake in diagnosing President Mo, but when it comes to diagnosing you, I'm 100% certain there's been no error. Moreover, I can clearly tell you that your underlying illness will soon manifest. Zhang Zujuan sneered with disdain. Qin Yu, maybe earlier on, you could fool people a bit, but given what happened with President Mo just now, don't you think talking about this now is ridiculous? Ridiculous. Qin Yu laughed. When Deputy Commander Zhang's underlying illness erupts in the future, I hope you can still laugh then. Besides, let me give Deputy Commander Zhang an early warning. When the symptoms break out, no one will be able to treat you. At that point, if you want me to help, perhaps Deputy Commander Zhang might kneel down to beg me, and I'll consider whether to lend a hand or not. With these words spoken, Qin Yu turned and left. The identities of these few individuals were indeed formidable, but they still weren't enough to impress him. Since the other party was showing their contempt, there was no intention to continue conversing further. Hey Qin Yu, don't leave. What's the rush to go? Zhang Zujuan smirked as he continued mocking. Enough, Commander Zhang. At this moment, Zhuo Jin wore a scornful expression as he observed Qin Yu's gradually retreating back. I guess Qin Yu himself realizes he can't keep pretending anymore, so it's embarrassing for him to stay here. Yeah, right. Zhang Zujuan grinned in agreement before turning his gaze to Shun Lingyun and saying, Miss Shun, did you see that? Qin Yu doesn't actually know anything about medicine. He was only faking it in front of you earlier. That's right, Miss Shun. Zhuo Jin echoed. He must have used some means to deceive you. Miss Shun, I suggest you let me take a look instead to ensure that the toxins in your body are fully removed. Otherwise, missing the optimal treatment window would pose a serious risk. Originally, Shun Lingyun had intended to introduce Qin Yu to a few figures of some standing and influence, but she never expected Zhuo Jin and Zhang Zujuan to ignore, belittle, and mock Qin Yu so openly. I understand Qin Yu's medical abilities better than both of you. Today, I've truly seen through you two. Fine, from now on, we will no longer have any contact under any circumstances. Having said this, Shun Lingyun also turned around and walked away. Zhuo Jin and Zhang Zujuan stood frozen in place, watching Shun Lingyun quickly catch up with Qin Yu, both feeling very perplexed. After a few seconds, they glanced at each other. Is Miss Shun really cutting ties with us because of Qin Yu? Zhang Zujuan was utterly amazed. Zhuo Jin frowned. That's strange. Qin Yu had already revealed that he knew nothing about medicine, so why does Miss Shun stubbornly trust him? Zhang Zujuan looked towards Mo Chiu beside him. President Mo, since you're closer to Miss Shun, do you know what's going on with her? As the party concerned, you should know Qin Yu doesn't understand medicine, right? Exactly. His diagnosis of you is completely off. Based on what I see, President Mo's complexion looks excellent. There's not a trace of sickness. Zhuo Jin added confusedly. And just now, Qin Yu admitted that he misjudged the situation and confessed he didn't know medicine. Yet why does Miss Shun still believe in him? At this moment, Mo Chiu found herself torn again inside. She too wanted to vindicate Qin Yu, but her personal circumstances made it. She sighed deeply and seriously said to Zhang Zujuan, Director Zhang, I suggest you still find a powerful divine doctor for diagnosis. In case what Qin Yu said is true, It would be dangerous then. After speaking, Imo Chiu also quietly left. Zhang Zujuan frowned. What does President Imo mean by this? Then he turned to Zhuojin and asked, President Zhua, could there really be some hidden illness in my body? Zhuojin became puzzled too. He carefully scrutinized Zhang Zujuan from head to toe, but found no abnormalities. Still, out of caution, he spoke up. Director Zhang, stretch out your hand. Let me check your pulse. After feeling the pulse for a while, Zhuojin shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, Director Zhang, your body is completely fine, very healthy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zujuan was overjoyed, and once again mocked Qin Yu silently. Pretending to be mysterious, do I not know my own body clearly? Shit, if it weren't for Miss Shin's sake, I would have slapped Qin Yu to death just now. After Qin Yu left, he had no idea about Zhang Zujuan and Zhuojin's actions. He saw boss Feng Tianbo surrounded by a group of people, but didn't walk over. Qin Yu. Suddenly, he heard Shin Lingyun calling his name from behind. Qin Yu turned around, slightly surprised. Lingyun, aren't you going to reunite with your friends? I'm sorry, Qin Yu. Shin Lingyun's flawless face showed an uneasy expression. Qin Yu naturally understood what her words implied, smiling and shaking his head. This matter between them two has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. Although that's the case, if I hadn't thought of introducing you to some influential people, the incident like the one earlier wouldn't have happened. Qin Yu continued smiling and said, apart from my dad and sister, you're one of the few who are genuinely kind to me. Master Qin. At this moment, Feng Tianbo pushed through the crowd surrounding him and hurriedly walked to Qin Yu. Miss Shun. Boss Bo. Shin Lingyun responded with a smile. Feng Tianbo hesitated for a moment before laughing and saying, Miss Shun, I can't really accept that Boss Bo title you gave. You two chat first, I'll come back later. Shin Lingyun said a sentence and turned to leave. Here are the keys to the best villa on Yuntan Mountain, Master Qin. Feng Tianbo took out a set of keys from his body and handed them to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded satisfactorily, took them, and then said to him, Boss Bo, continue helping me with some tasks. Master Qin, as you command. Bo Boss was delighted inside. Master Qin finding him to do errands proved that he trusted and recognized him. Help me find some medicinal herbs. I need them to refine the 9 tripods return elixir. 9 tripods return elixir? Boss Bo immediately widened his eyes. Master Qin, is this the same 9 tripods return elixir you used before when you helped King Ghost Seedness of the 10,000 images? Chapter 28. Lingyun, what do you think of Tianlong? Yes, it's precisely the 9 tripods restorative pill. Feng Tianbo was overjoyed and thrilled upon hearing Qin Yu's definitive response. Good, this is fantastic. Qin Shao, if you could refine more 9 tripods restorative pills, it would definitely create a huge stir in Yunqing. No, I'm thinking too small. It won't just be Yunqing, but the entire Zhejiang province that will be shocked. The reason Feng Tianbo was so excited and happy was because he had personally witnessed the incredible effects of the 9 tripods restorative pill. At that time, Gijianshu, the Wanxiang king, was sent to the Wugan Heaven prison with broken limbs, severed tendons, 10 broken ribs, and shattered bones. It was as if one foot was already in the ghost gate. Feng Tianbo remembered several renowned divine doctors, who were said to snatch people back from the Lord of Death himself. All treated Gijianshu, but they ultimately left shaking their heads. But in the Wugan Heaven prison, Qin Shao refined 9 tripods restorative pill, making Gijianshu take it. In half a day, Gijianshu not only returned from the ghost gate, but also managed to walk on his own, lively and full of vitality. An astonishing feat, indeed. Uncle Bo, must you react like this? Xiaoyu, who had come with Shin Lingyun, saw Feng Tianbo's ecstatic expression and spoke up dissatisfiedly. I admit Qin Yu's medical skills are impressive, but not to the extent of snatching someone from the hands of the Lord of Death, right? Such extraordinary medical skill, even the first divine doctor of Daxia couldn't achieve. Feng Tianbo shook his head, puzzled by why this attendant of Shin Lingyun always went against Qin Shao. Miss Xiaoyu, perhaps you haven't fully seen how incredible Qin Shao's medical skills truly are. Isn't there a famous saying in the medical field? Reviving the dead and regenerating bones. That's exactly referring to Qin Shao. Xiaoyu sneered contemptuously. No, I don't think this is sufficient to describe Qin Yu. You should say Qin Yu is a living god, and even the Lord of Death has to bow before him. Feng Tianbo chuckled softly and ceased debating with Xiaoyu, turning his head towards Shin Lingyun instead. Miss Shin, no matter what, Qin Shao is worth your trust in any situation. Please believe in Qin Shao. Shin Lingyun smiled lightly and nodded. Of course, Qin Yu is my friend, and I trust him. After hearing this, Qin Yu gave a smile and nodded towards Shin Lingyun. And regarding Xiaoyu's distrust, he didn't really take it to heart. There was no need for him to ensure that every person around him believed or approved of him. Upon hearing Shin Lingyun's words, Xiaoyu became irritated. Why did mistrust Qin Yu so blindly? Moreover, Qin Yu made an incorrect judgment earlier concerning Chairman Mo, perhaps just as Chairman Zhua suggested. Qin Yu might actually know nothing about medicine. That Miss got better under his care could very well have been a coincidence. Xiaoyu shot Qin Yu a sideways glance quietly. Oh yes, Lingyun. Qin Yu suddenly said at this moment, seeming to recall something. I'm worried that someone may harm you, so I want to give you a talisman. Saying this, he took out the previously drawn Yin-Yang talisman, which had been made into a bracelet, offering it to Shin Lingyun with both hands. Lingyun, keep this on you at all times. When critical moments arise, it can protect you once. Shin Lingyun was surprised, not expecting Qin Yu to consider giving her such a gift. In the next instant, she grinned charmingly, looking exceptionally beautiful and captivating. extending her long, delicate hands to accept the talisman made into a bracelet. Then, she picked it up and carefully examined it. Thank you, Qin Yu. I like this talisman bracelet very much. As she spoke, Shen Lingyun immediately took off another bracelet she had been wearing on her left wrist and replaced it with the talisman bracelet Qin Yu had gifted her. She then raised her pale left wrist slightly, flickering it before Qin Yu's eyes. It looks great. This bracelet of yours, miss, looks like typical street stall goods and doesn't suit your elegance at all. Furthermore, the bracelet you just took off is worth 50 million. Qin Yu's talisman bracelet cannot possibly be compared to it. Talisman. On the side, Feng Tianbo looked on, his eyes gleaming greedily. He had witnessed the formidable strength of the talismans depicted by Qin Yu. Absolute power beyond measure. 50 million? The talismans created by Qin Shao were treasures money couldn't buy. Qin Shao, could you see about preparing a talisman necklace or bracelet for me as well? Qin Yu smiled. Uncle Bo, given your authority and strength, surely no one would dare actively harm you. Therefore, you don't need the talisman. Feng Tianbo helplessly smiled bitterly. It's not about whether value equates to elegance or compatibility. This was when Shen Lingyun reprimanded her attendant Xiaoyu. What matters is who gifted the bracelet, and if it was presented genuinely. I find this talisman bracelet gifted by Qin Yu suits me perfectly and fits my essence harmoniously. Old Mu. At this moment, the banquet hall was in an uproar as everyone rushed forward, trying to get as close as possible to greet Mu Bufan, who had suddenly appeared. In their eyes, even if they couldn't earn Mu Bufan's appreciation, gaining a bit of familiarity would still be a great gain. Of course, there was actually someone at this banquet with more prestige than Mu Bufan, and that was Shen Lingyun. However, since she appeared, she has been giving off an attitude of keeping her distance from others. Not only is it not easy to introduce oneself, but even greeting her up front isn't simple. Qin Yu also turned his head and immediately recognized the person. Despite having gray hair and a slightly hunched back, his spirit remained robust. Regarding someone like Mu Bufan, he had naturally heard about him before and felt a favorable impression. Mu Bufan lightly smiled, nodding politely at all those surrounding him, which served as a greeting. However, he didn't say much and wasn't overly enthusiastic. He walked directly over to Shen Lingyun. Miss Shen. Although the Shen family was far more powerful than the Mu family, Shen Lingyun held a great deal of respect for Mu Bufan both as a person and in his conduct. He was indeed someone worthy of admiration by others. Not to mention, his abilities were unsurpassed. Mr. Mu Bufan laughed heartily. After many days of not seeing you, I find that you're getting even more beautiful. I thank you for giving me the honor, Miss Shen, and gracing the banquet held for Tianlong with your presence. Compared to the others, Mu Bufan showed Shen Lingyun immense respect and warmth. Shen Lingyun lightly laughed and said, if invited by Mr. Mu, how could I refuse to come? Besides, I'm also pleased for Tianlong. Upon hearing this, Mu Bufan chuckled delightedly. When Tianlong learns that you are also attending this banquet, he will surely be very happy. I suspect that the first person this boy wants to see after leaving his master and descending from the mountain won't be me, but you, Miss Shen. Shen Lingyun shook her head. You are his only relative, his grandfather, so the first person Tianlong will wish to see must be you. Tianlong has been practicing martial arts on the mountain under Master Jiang Haiwu with such dedication and focus. There is certainly going to be success. Miss Shen, I may sound biased towards my own grandson, but I truly believe that Tianlong doesn't fall short of any other young man of his age. Speaking of which, although my grandson is still young, he is also of the age where he should start thinking about establishing a household. What a pity there hasn't been a suitable match yet. Miss Shen, what do you think of Tianlong? Chapter 29, Mu Tianlong's arrival. Shen Lingyun naturally heard that Mu Bufan was deliberately matchmaking between herself and his grandson, which made her instantly unhappy. She had known Mu Tianlong for a long time, and they were friends for years. But Shen Lingyun never had any romantic feelings towards Mu Tianlong. However, at this moment, she couldn't speak rudely to Mu Bufan, though the smile on her face already diminished. My opinion doesn't matter. This simple sentence expressed her unwillingness to talk further about this topic. Mu Bufan, who achieved great success, is naturally astute. He immediately understood Shen Lingyun's repulsion and realized it was not the right time to continue this topic. At the same time, he thought of Qin Yu who recently appeared around Shen Lingyun, wondering if this young man called Qin Yu caused Lingyun's disdain for his grandson. With this in mind, Mu Bufan immediately smiled and asked, Lingyun, I've heard that you recently met a new friend here in Yunqing? Seems to be called Qin Yu, right? As he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Qin Yu standing beside Shen Lingyun with a gaze that was neither cold nor warm. At this point, Qin Yu indeed formed a new impression of Mu Bufan, feeling somewhat disappointed. You are Qin Yu, right? I also just heard some rumors about you. Did you really sit in jail before because of harming someone? Being in jail isn't necessarily bad. You can reform yourself after getting out. And there's an old saying, heroes shouldn't be questioned about their origins. Young man, work hard, and there will still be bright prospects ahead. Though this speech sounded pleasant and seemed faultless, it obviously touched upon Qin Yu's sore spots, attempting to humiliate him. Upon hearing Mu Bufan's words, Qin Yu didn't feel disappointed anymore, but rather developed a strong aversion. This was outright making him embarrassed in front of everyone. He was surprised, never expecting that the illustrious Mu Bufan would actually go to such lengths to suppress a young person. Then Qin Yu realized that even Zhuo Jin and Zhang Zemin earlier could very possibly have been arranged by Mu Bufan as part of a ploy. Qin Yu, Elder Mu is talking to you. Why don't you respond? Don't you understand what propriety means? During his contemplation, Qin Yu suddenly heard Xiao Yu scolding him. Do you know Elder Mu's identity and influence? She continued. Even across the entire Zhejiang province, he is a highly respected dignitary. For such a remarkable figure to speak to you. Qin Yu, you actually have no response. Even if an ordinary person talks to you, you should respond appropriately. Did you stay in prison too long that you've forgotten the basic etiquette of dealing with others? Qin Yu gave Xiao Yu a cold look. When you open your mouth and spout unpleasant things without letting others finish, do you think you're the epitome of propriety? People who lack strength and manners are the ones who shout loudly like you. Qin Yu was slightly annoyed. Both Mu Bufan and Xiao Yu were scheming and using tactics, deliberately picking at his weak points, wanting him to embarrass himself in front of everyone and feel humiliated. Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, shut up. Shun Lingyun angrily interrupted Xiao Yu's words. If you hadn't opened your mouth rudely and kept talking incessantly, perhaps Qin Yu would have already responded to Elder Mu. Xiao Yu looked at her young mistress, realizing she was truly angry, and dared not say more. Seeing her stop talking, Shun Lingyun turned to look at Mu Bufan. Elder Mu, this is indeed a new friend I've met here in Yunqing, Qin Yu. He's a good person, just not very skilled at socializing. She helped Qin Yu out of the predicament, giving a simple reason to Mu Bufan, essentially trying to placate the situation. By now, Shun Lingyun was inwardly very upset. Mu Bufan chuckled twice and once again showcased broad-mindedness in front of everyone, waving his hand. I understand. Actually, your friend seems decent. Young man, work hard, and I hope to see your successful figure in Jiangqing. After speaking, he used the excuse of having to greet other guests and left. Feng Tianbo watched Mu Bufan leave slowly and chuckled internally. Initially, Feng Tianbo held respect for Mu Bufan. Indeed, Mu Bufan is an extraordinary figure. Previously, he had considered taking the initiative to approach and greet him politely. But judging from recent events, it was fortunate he hadn't done so, or it might have aroused Qin Xiao's displeasure toward him. At this point, Feng Tianbo remained silent, indicating his stance, supporting Qin Yu. No matter how extraordinary Mu Bufan is, no matter how powerful he is, today he has made an enemy of Qin Xiao. There will be no good days ahead for him. As Mu Bufan left, the focus and gazes of the crowd at the banquet shifted from Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun to follow Mu Bufan. Shun Lingyun paid no attention to the glances or focus of everyone around her. The only reason she attended this banquet tonight was out of respect for Mu Bufan. Qin Yu, how did you think of giving me such a bracelet? When facing Qin Yu, Shun Lingyun's smile was light and sweet. Did you make it yourself? Qin Yu nodded. Yes, I made it myself. Isn't it a bit ugly? At this moment, Shun Lingyun showed her mischievous side, suddenly furrowing her beautiful straight brows. It is indeed a little ugly. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly as a strange feeling stirred within him, and he felt somewhat unhappy because Lingyun didn't seem to like the bracelet. Puffed. Shun Lingyun laughed. It is a little ugly, but I really like it very much. In all the countless bracelets I have, this is my favorite one. Qin Yu paused for a moment, then also burst into laughter in the next instant, realizing that just now Lingyun had been teasing him. Looking at such a playful side of Shun Lingyun, he found her even more beautiful and enchanting. The laughter and talk between the two quickly attracted the attention of many people again. What merits does Qin Yu possess that he could become so close to Shun Lingyun, a noble fairy? What has Qin Yu done that earned Shun Lingyun's favor? Shit, in what way am I inferior to Qin Yu? Young master he, who was also at the banquet hall, looked on with great anger at the intimate behavior between Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun. You damned convict. Go ahead and laugh, keep up your act. Wait until Shun Lingyun leaves Yunqing. Then you'll see how I'll ruin you. Senior Mu, young master Tianlong has returned. Chapter 30, Confession to the Goddess. With the return of Mu Tianlong, the banquet hall immediately became restless. Qin Yu turned his head toward the entrance of the banquet hall, and indeed saw a white figure striding in quickly. It was none other than Mu Tianlong, the only family member of Mu Bofan, his grandson. Qin Yu noticed Mu Tianlong dressed in a white suit, towering over 6 feet tall, with a dignified and impressive demeanor as he walked with great confidence. Just from his presence alone, it was clear that he was extraordinary, resembling a true dragon among men. This is Mu Bofan's grandson, Mu Tianlong. His bearing truly stands out. His name suits him perfectly, Earthly Heavenly Dragon. Yeah, his aura alone surpasses 99% of those young masters from noble families. Not only is this Mu Tianlong the grandson of Elder Mu, but also the formal disciple of Grandmaster Jiang Haiwu in martial arts. His status, identity, and power are all top-notch. That's correct. Becoming a disciple of Grandmaster Jiang Haiwu isn't something achievable simply because he is Mu Bofan's grandson. If he didn't possess incredible martial talent himself, it would have been impossible. Absolutely true. From what I know, Jiang Haiwu has already reached the peak of the 7th realm in martial arts. SSS. The banquet hall echoed with sharp intakes of breath. The first 3 realms of martial artists are respectively warrior, martial artist, and great martial artist. The warrior level further splits into levels 1 through 3. Martial artists cover levels 4 through 6. The great martial artists similarly range across the 7th through 9th great martial art realms. Each realm further divides into early, mid, late, and peak stages. As a peak 7th realm great martial artist, Jiang Haiwu's reputation spread far and wide, exceeding even Feng Tianbu's. Mu Tianlong entered the banquet hall swiftly, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes shining. Instantaneously, everyone made way for him on both sides, clearing a path like a hero welcomed by a crowd of thousands. Mu Tianlong clearly enjoyed such treatment, the undivided attention from all. He rushed up to Mu Tianlong and dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Grandpa, finally Tianlong has come down from the mountain. In the future, I can stay by your side and take good care of you. Since childhood, Mu Tianlong lost both his parents and was raised by his grandfather Mu Bofin. Thus, his affection for his grandfather ran deep. Moved with joy and excitement, Mu Bofin nodded repeatedly, his aged eyes moist with tears. Excellent, Tianlong. You finally returned having completed your studies. Your grandpa is extremely delighted and comforted. While speaking, he pulled Mu Tianlong up and tightly held onto his broad hands. Grandpa, if it weren't for your love and cultivation, there would be no me today. Mu Tianlong held very sincere feelings for his grandfather, Mu Bofin. Mu Bofin reflected deeply. Tianlong, if your parents were still alive and could see how remarkable you've become, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed and comforted. Both grandfather and grandson were highly emotional, their words filled with deep sincerity, even moving almost everyone present at the banquet. And the beautiful women attending the banquet were moved even more deeply. Initially, most of them had come hoping to catch Mu Tianlong's eye, although the chances were extremely slim. Yet why not try? Even if it wasn't about catching his fancy, spending just one night with Mu Tianlong would be worth it. And if somehow, that single night led to carrying Mu Tianlong's child, they could achieve nobility, becoming the phoenix that flies high upon the branches. Not to mention, given Mu Tianlong's temperament, looks, talents, and powerful background, it was enough to captivate almost every woman present. Everyone wanted to help Mu Tianlong sire offspring. Everyone. Mu Tianlong turned around, sweeping his gaze over all attendees, appearing brimming with vitality and self-confidence. Thank you all for coming today, celebrating my happiness and success. I've spent these years learning martial arts on the mountain with my master. Today, after returning having mastered strong martial skills. In the past, I was just an aimless wastrel under the protection of my grandpa and the Mu family. But from today onwards, my grandpa and the Mu family will be protected by me, Mu Tianlong. The Mu Tianlong you see today absolutely has the strength to do so. These words displayed Mu Tianlong's unwavering confidence in his own strength. With Mu Tianlong's martial arts aptitude and having trained with Grandmaster Jiang Haiwu for a few years, I believe he surely possesses such capabilities. Yes, I think today's Mu Tianlong doesn't fall short when compared to the young lords or geniuses of martial families. Fall short? I think Mu Tianlong surpasses them. He has greater potential. Dragon Lord is the most handsome. Dragon Lord is my dream Prince Charming. I must help Dragon Lord have a baby. Huh, you? Just line up, because the one helping Dragon Lord with his babies will certainly be me. Following Mu Tianlong's spirited speech full of confidence, a wave of heated discussions erupted throughout the venue. After a brief moment of quiet, Mu Tianlong continued. During the years I was away from my grandpa, learning martial arts under my master, I thank everyone here for taking care of and helping my grandpa and the Mu family. In gratitude, I, Mu Tianlong, promise to always lend a hand whenever any of you need my help in the future. I will assist each one of you to solve any difficulties. With his immense martial prowess, Mu Tianlong felt at this moment that nothing could stand in his way. He even thought he could pluck the moon from the sky if he so desired. In this world, powerful martial artists were the ones who set the rules. Everyone else, be they leaders in various industries or heads of financially mighty groups, all lived under the rules established by these formidable martial artists. Long live Lord Dragon. Lord Dragon is truly just and noble. This banquet tonight was excellent. We never expected to receive such a vow from Lord Dragon. With Lord Dragon's current martial power, indeed, he can achieve all of this. Starting today, with Mu Tianlong's protection and leadership, the Mu family will ascend to greater heights. Yes, I think the Mu family might become one of the most prominent families in Daxia. Everywhere people buzzed with admiration for Mu Tianlong. Qin Yu remained calm, not giving much thought to Mu Tianlong's declaration or the confidence exuding from him. He understood fully how complicated this world really was. Not to mention Mu Tianlong, his master Jiang Haiwu was still too weak. Although a peak 7th realm martial grandmaster might seem incredibly powerful in Yun City or Zhujiang Province's Jiang City, if one considered the whole of Daxia, it wasn't particularly impressive, not even comparing from afar. If Jiang Haiwu were to fight him, Qin Yu knew he could kill him with just one slap. Qin Yu's cultivation had already transcended to a peak 9th realm martial grandmaster. The next step would be becoming a martial sage. That was why he was eager to move to the Yuntin Mountain where the spiritual energy was abundant, aiding him in rapidly breaking through to the martial sage level. You may not know, but several years ago when I entered my master's tutelage, apart from safeguarding my grandpa and the Mu family, there was another very important reason. The crowd grew curious upon hearing this. What could be the other important reason? That was to win the favor and recognition of my goddess after cultivating great martial power. Now, I can finally realize my wish, to confess my love to my ideal goddess. Chapter 31. Rejection. Getting. Upon hearing Mu Tianlong's words, Shen Lingjuan's heart skipped a beat in the middle of the scene. She thought to herself, I hope it's not me, otherwise the situation will be very embarrassing. If Mu Tianlong was confessing his feelings to her, Shen Lingjun was well aware that she would have to reject him. Having known each other for so many years, she had never fallen for Mu Tianlong. After Mu Tianlong revealed this extremely important reason, the entire crowd let out exclamations of surprise and curiosity. Who is the girl who could be so lucky that even young Master Long has taken a liking to you? Yes, if she could follow young Master Long, This girl will absolutely be very happy for life. Who could it possibly be? Could it be me? If it's me, then that would be wonderful. In that case, I'll make sure to help Tianlong produce little monkeys as soon as possible. Even though the beautiful ladies at the venue did not speak a word aloud, their inner excitement and tension were much more palpable than the loud talking men. They hoped that the goddess spoken of by Mu Tianlong would be themselves. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Mu Tianlong slowly walked down, heading directly toward one direction. Upon seeing this, Shun Lingjun felt helpless as she realized that Mu Tianlong was walking toward her. Others also immediately noticed this point, knowing that Mu Tianlong was originally heading for Shun Lingjun. Lingjun, you are my goddess. Standing in front of Shun Lingjun, Mu Tianlong gazed deeply. Of course, I knew that young Master Long's goddess would not be an ordinary person, and indeed it turns out to be Miss Shun. Yes, only a goddess like Miss Shin matches young Master Long. Correct, with the strength and network of connections from the Shin family, the two of them are indeed very compatible. Everyone began discussing, feeling that Mu Tianlong and Shun Lingjun were simply a perfect match made in heaven. The other charming beauties at the conference, looking at Shun Lingjun, sighed helplessly in their hearts. If young Master Long's chosen goddess is Shun Lingjun, none of them really have anything to say. In terms of beauty and figure, she surpasses any girl here without falling short. As for grace, Shun Lingjun, being from the capital city of Jiangcheng in Zhuang province, radiates an unparalleled noble aura that none of these girls can compare with. And regarding background and strength, well, there's simply no comparison here. Just as those men said, Shun Lingjun and Mu Tianlong truly form a perfectly matched pair. Shun Lingjun remained silent, but her exceptionally beautiful face started showing signs of unease. Lingjun, since the first time I saw you years ago, I've been deeply attracted by you. Ever since then, you've been my goddess. However, I fully understood back then that I neither had the qualification nor the ability to pursue you. You are like the brightest star in the night sky. After that, I have been striving tirelessly, finally obtaining fortune under Grand Master Jiang Haiwu, dedicating my whole self to martial arts over the past few years. Now, I've achieved some success. I finally have both the courage and ability to pursue you, my goddess Lingjun. Lingjun, please rest assured, my strength doesn't end here. I promise to you, within 5 years, I will definitely become a great martial arts master of the 9th realm, and within 8 years, I will become a martial ancestor. Lingjun, agree to be my girlfriend. Sigh. Once again, the sound of exclamation filled the banquet hall. A 9th realm great martial arts master within 5 years? A martial ancestor within 8 years? Master Long is just 25 years old now, meaning becoming a 9th realm great martial arts master at 30 and a martial ancestor at 33? That is nothing short of astonishing. Yes, at such an age, across all of Daya, very few people can achieve such feats. So what I said earlier holds true. Mu Tianlong's ability to become an indoor disciple under Master Jiang Haiwu wasn't due to the power of the Mu family, but solely thanks to Mu Tianlong's martial talent. If he truly achieves that, Mu Tianlong won't be any weaker than the top talents of the top martial families in Daya. With Master Long's outstanding martial talent, I believe he certainly can achieve this. If I had Master Long's martial talent, I'd wake up laughing every day in my dreams. Wake up laughing? I'd willingly cut 50 years off my life. Many were marveling and lavishly praising Mu Tianlong's extraordinary martial talent and strength, while others began instigating a commotion. Agree with him. Agree with him. Together. Together. The atmosphere on site was extremely lively and exciting. He Xiaokong, standing among the crowd, watched this moment and couldn't suppress his joy, letting out a smirk. Qin Yu, see how you handle this? Mu Tianlong is the grandson of Old Mu and an indoor disciple under Grand Master Jiang Haiwu, a great martial arts master. His background is much stronger than yours, and so is his strength. You want to hook up with Shun Lingjun? Aren't you despairing now? You damned labor reform prisoner. Once Shun Lingjun accepts Mu Tianlong's pursuit and becomes his girlfriend, I believe Shun Lingjun probably won't even bother with you anymore. At that time, I will definitely crush you. As grandfather Mu Bufan, watching the scene unfold, his heart was naturally filled with excitement and happiness, even more so than when Mu Tianlong left the mountain after completing his apprenticeship. If it truly comes to fruition, this would be an incredibly great thing. Shun Lingjun is not only beautiful but also exceptionally talented, with a flawless family background far exceeding that of the Mu family. Zhou Jin and Zhang Zujuan in the crowd were also secretly rejoicing, smirking as they looked at Qin Yu. They both believed that Shun Lingjun absolutely would not refuse a martial arts genius like Mu Tianlong for someone like Qin Yu. In terms of background, Qin Yu cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Mu Tianlong. Facing the cheering of the crowd and everyone's anticipation, Shun Lingjun revealed a cold expression on her stunning face and spoke in a grave tone. Tianlong, I'm sorry, I cannot accept your proposal. I will not be your girlfriend. The venue fell deathly silent in an instant, pin-drop silence. Everyone was completely surprised, their mouths agape as they stared at Mu Tianlong and Shun Lingjun. No one could have anticipated that Shun Lingjun would reject Mu Tianlong, and do so in such a firm manner. Mu Tianlong was dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought that over these past years, having cultivated powerful martial arts abilities, he could now move Shun Lingjun, expecting that upon confessing his feelings she would immediately agree. But never did he imagine. Chapter 32, He Xiaokong reports. Everyone at the scene was stunned, never expecting Shun Lingjun to reject Mu Tianlong, and she almost immediately refused without any hesitation. Mu Tianlong stood frozen, unable to react for a long time. Lingyun, why? Why won't you accept me? Is it because you think I'm not good enough? Still, no one said a word. All of them looking at Shun Lingyun, waiting for her answer. The crowd thought that while the Mu family might be inferior to the Qin family, Mu Tianlong, who had returned after completing his studies, was already excellent and should theoretically be a match for Shun Lingyun. Mu Bufan's expression was not good, as he didn't expect such an outcome, and he was worried about his grandson. Servant Xiaoyu frowned, confused why Miss Shun would reject Mu Tianlong. In her eyes, Mu Tianlong was much better than Qin Yu. In fact, Qin Yu couldn't even compare with Mu Tianlong, neither in personal strength nor in background or connections. Shun Lingyun's face was cold as she stared at Mu Tianlong. The reason is simple. You're not the person I like. Hearing this, Mu Tianlong froze again. I'm not Lingyun's ideal partner. No, Lingyun. A moment later, he reacted. Lingyun, do you think I'm not good enough? I assure you, I've made a commitment just now. Within 5 years, I'll become a 9th realm martial master, and within 8 years, break through to a martial ancestor. You know me, I always keep my promises. Shun Lingyun shook her head helplessly. Mu Tianlong, don't you understand what I mean? I don't like you. From the very beginning, I never felt anything romantic towards you, and this has nothing to do with whether you're excellent or not. This realization made Mu Tianlong sigh internally. If that were true, then everything would be easy. He hurriedly added, Lingyun, if you truly believe I am already good enough, that my abilities and strength can match you, then everything else can be discussed. Trust me, I will have the ability and means to make you feel something for me, to make you fall in love with me. Feelings can be gradually cultivated. Shun Lingyun wished she could slap some sense into Mu Tianlong right there. She was growing impatient. Mu Tianlong, no matter how you perceive it, or whether you understand me, it doesn't change anything. I genuinely don't feel that way about you. Feelings like are impossible to cultivate. Either you have them, or you don't. From the very start, I only had feelings of friendship toward you and never harbored romantic feelings. At this point, Qin Yu's figure flashed through Shun Lingyun's mind. She realized she indeed liked Qin Yu. Perhaps Qin Yu lacked Mu Tianlong's background and connections, and perhaps his martial arts skills weren't as strong as Mu Tianlong's, but none of these things obstructed the feeling of liking that arose in her heart for Qin Yu. Miss, I think young Master Long makes a good point, Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. Feelings can be nurtured over time. Just like Lord and Lady Shun, their arranged marriage began without affection, but now they live in perfect harmony. With someone as excellent as young Master Long, I'm sure he can find a way to make you fall in love with him. Yeah. Mu Tianlong, hearing the servant next to Shun Lingyun say this, inwardly rejoiced, sensing hope. Lingyun, in the future, I will devote myself entirely to making you happy. Xiaoyu, shut up. Shun Lingyun was utterly annoyed inside, glaring back at Xiaoyu. Do not butt into matters of the heart. Then turning her head back to Mu Tianlong. I've spoken clearly enough. As for whether you understand or accept it, that's your own affair. We're leaving. Finally, Shun Lingyun addressed Qin Yu before turning around and walking away. Mu Tianlong's world went fuzzy for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Lingyun, wait. As Shun Lingyun took 2 steps, she was stopped by Mu Bufan. Approaching her, he continued. Lingyun, I honestly didn't know about this either. Even though you dislike Tianlong and have rejected him, there's no need to leave so hastily. Why don't you stay and continue participating in the rest of the banquet? Naturally, since Tianlong's actions have troubled you, this old man sincerely apologizes to you. Shun Lingyun looked at Mu Bufan standing before her, seething with anger inside. Didn't he know? Isn't Mu Tianlong your grandson? How could you, as his grandfather, be unaware of who he likes? Did you not know Mu Tianlong intended to confess during the banquet? Since the moment Mu Tianlong declared his feelings for her, she had known the main purpose of Mu Bufan's elaborate banquet tonight was to have Mu Tianlong publicly declare his love to her on stage. She realized she had been outmaneuvered by Mu Bufan. Mr. Mu, if I tell you that my father also does not know the current state of affairs regarding his daughter, do you think that would be believable? Shun Lingyun was not the least bit courteous to those who plotted against her, even if it was Mu Bufan, a person with high prestige and status. Mu Bufan's expression darkened instantly, but he dared not act rashly. Not only did he dare not react, he immediately thought about how to continue explaining himself. The Mu family had great strength and an extensive network, but compared to Shun Lingyun's clan, the Qin family, there was still quite a gap. Even though she rejected his grandson, he could not afford to sever ties because of this, much less create animosity. Miss Lingyun, I truly didn't know that Tianlong intended to profess his feelings for you at this banquet. Of course, I didn't know he liked you either. After all, I'm an old man, and Tianlong doesn't like discussing such things with me. For several years now, he has been studying martial arts under Grandmaster Zhang Haiwu. Our grandfather-grandson exchanges have decreased even more. Mu Bufan knew very well that no matter what, he mustn't admit anything in this situation. After hearing these words, Shun Lingyun let out a cold laugh. Master Mu, I believe that in dealing with people, one should always be sincere. Only when you treat others genuinely will they treat you honestly in return. There is no need for me to stay longer at this banquet. As soon as she finished speaking, she completely ignored Mu Bufan, walking past him, and left in quick strides. Naturally, Qin Yu followed closely behind her. Shun Lingyun detested cunning individuals, and thus would not spare any more face for Mu Bufan. Confronted with this scene, everyone remaining in the banquet hall was astonished, but dared not say more. Bang! Clash! Suddenly, the banquet hall resounded with the sounds of collision and shattering. Many were startled and looked over to see Mu Tianlong now smashing and throwing various objects on the dining tables and items atop them in an attempt to vent his rage and sense of injustice. Why? Why? I've become so powerful already. These past few years, I studied martial arts day and night with my master, bleeding, sweating, enduring loneliness and boredom. All for your sake. Miss Lingyun, why do you reject me? Fueled by unbridled fury, Mu Tianlong continued to wreak havoc upon the various objects within the banquet hall. Everyone sighed with regret. Tonight, which was originally meant to be Mu Tianlong's moment of glory, had turned into something completely opposite. He Xiaokong, seeing this opportunity, felt secretly jubilant and decided it was time to seize it. He approached Mu Tianlong and said, "Young Lord Long, Miss Shen rejected you not because you're not outstanding enough, but rather, someone has stolen Miss Shen's heart away from you." Chapter 33. Qin Yu is dead for sure this time. Mu Tailong was surprised for a moment. Someone had taken away Lingyun? Suddenly, he seemed to understand why Lingyun had rejected him. He immediately said angrily, "Who's there? He's what kind of person? How dare he take my Lingyun?" Seeing this, He Xiaokong secretly rejoiced and immediately said, "Qin Yu. He's from our Cloud City. He has been in jail for the past few years and was just released. He somehow got acquainted with Miss Shen and then by some means made her reject you." Qin Yu. Mu Tailong glared furiously. Yes, that young man who was standing beside Shen Lingyun earlier. He Xiaokong added another sentence, wanting Mu Tailong to immediately have a deep impression of Qin Yu. That young man. Mu Tailong remembered Qin Yu's appearance. How dare a convict even entertain thoughts about Lingyun? Good, good. Mu Tailong nodded continuously and gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see what capabilities you have." Seeing this, He Xiaokong was overjoyed inside. "Qin Yu, I wonder how you're going to die this time." Tianlong. At this moment Zhang Zujuan also spoke up. "This time, your failed confession was very likely due to the meddling of that little guy called Qin Yu. Just now, before you returned, I've already had contact with him and discovered that Miss Shen treats him differently than others. I feel like their relationship isn't ordinary. In principle, Qin Yu is merely a convict, and Miss Shen absolutely would not fall for such a person. He must have used some sort of scheme to bewitch Miss Shen. Indeed, Miss Shen trusts Qin Yu's medical skills very much." President Zhuijin of the Provincial Medical Association also stood up and said, "Miss Shen mentioned that she was previously poisoned and sought treatment from numerous skilled doctors and famous physicians, but none could cure her. However, Qin Yu did. As for this point, I seriously doubt it. I've also questioned Qin Yu and found out that he didn't graduate from any medical university, nor did he learn medicine from anyone else. He fundamentally doesn't know any medical practices. So, I conjecture that he must have deceived Miss Shen by some sort of trickery." He Xiaokong had already stepped back outside. When he heard that Zhuijin and Zhang Zujuan were also speaking ill of Qin Yu, his excitement increased even more. These two are major figures across the entire Zhejiang province. A single word from them carries more weight than hundreds from others. "Qin Yu, you're definitely done for this time." "Correct, correct. I've always said that Qin Yu, that convict, had no right to enter the venue. Never would I have thought that he employed some devious tricks to charm Miss Shen. At the entrance of the villa earlier, Qin Yu took advantage of Miss Shen's influence to suppress young Lord He. Upon seeing it, I knew Qin Yu wasn't a good person. Originally, I guessed he was probably a convict." In the banquet hall, many people pointed fingers at Qin Yu as well. Facing backward into the crowd, He Xiaokong felt even happier, smiling at when Xuanmei by his side. "Xuanmei, Qin Yu will most likely not be as simple as just getting beaten to death this time. He may even be torn limb from limb." When Xuanmei revealed a hint of a cold smile. Before being killed, he'd better be tormented severely for some time. At first, Mu Tianlong still doubted whether Qin Yu, just a convict, could win Shen Lingyun's heart, but after hearing so many people talking about it, especially the words from Zhang Zujuan and Zhuijin, he finally completely believed that Qin Yu had stolen his beloved Lingyun away. "Qin Yu, you damned convict. You actually dared to use sinister methods, making Lingyun love you and rejecting me. I will definitely make you regret ever coming into this world. To make you suffer unbearably." The president of the Triangle Chamber of Commerce, Missouri Chiu, could no longer bear to watch and interjected. "Lord Long, I think the relationship between Qin Yu and Sister Lingyun is not exactly as everyone says. It's not mutual love or even dating. Moreover, Qin Yu is not as inadequate as everyone claims. I believe that Lord Long should personally investigate the matter." Infuriated, Mu Tailong shot an angry glance at Mo Chiu. "President Mo, are you trying to speak on Qin Yu's behalf? I've seen it with my own eyes and felt it firsthand how Lingyun treated me earlier. Of course, I know all of this has nothing to do with Lingyun. It's entirely Qin Yu's doing." Zhuijin also became unhappy. "President Mo, what's wrong with you? You yourself experienced firsthand just now that Qin Yu doesn't understand medicine at all, and his diagnosis for you was completely incorrect. You should understand this better than any of us." Zhuijin assumed that Mo Kaiyu hadn't spoken the truth about Qin Yu's false diagnosis and lack of medical knowledge. Hearing this, Mo Chiu moved his lips slightly, wanting to tell the truth to prove Qin Yu's innocence, but realizing the significance of the matter, he eventually held back. As she hesitated, she suddenly heard Zhang Zujuan's irritated voice. "President Mo, could it be that you've also been fooled by Qin Yu's tricks? Right now, are you actually going against your conscience to speak for Qin Yu?" Mo Chiu turned his head towards Zhang Zujuan, wanting to say something but eventually just sighed and reminded him instead. "Director Zhang, you'd better pay attention to your health." Then he left helplessly. "Hey, what's wrong with President Mo? How come he would help Qin Yu? It's possible he has taken a liking to Qin Yu." I have to admit, while Qin Yu might not be a good person, he is indeed quite handsome. I think this possibility isn't low either. With Mo Chio's departure, many people in the banquet hall started mocking. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the banquet hall echoed with a hearty laugh. People looked in the direction of the laughter and found Feng Tianhua, Boss Bo. Everyone was shocked and confused. All of you here are fools. A bunch of fools who don't know when you're dead. Yi Shaokong was originally very happy and excited, but upon seeing Feng Tianhua stepping up to help Qin Yu, he became upset. What do you mean, Grandpa Bo? You're helping Qin Yu like President Mo? Help? Feng Tianhua scoffed coldly. Does young Master Qin need my help? You are truly all unaware of your own deaths. Yi Shaokong, you're done for. Offending young Master Qin means even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't save you. At this moment, a figure rushed forward like a leopard and appeared before Feng Tianhua. Mu Tianlong. He swung a punch toward Feng Tianhua's head. This punch carried immense power, the roaring wind following its force. If it were to hit directly on the head, Feng Tianhua's skull would definitely explode like a watermelon. Chapter 34. Let Qin Yu retreat after realizing the difficulties. No one in the banquet hall expected that Mu Tianlong would suddenly make a move, and everyone could see that this was a deadly strike. Grandpa Bo was also surprised, but he showed no fear at all. Facing Mu Tianlong's sudden fierce attack, he raised his hand and punched back fiercely. Bang! A loud sound exploded in the banquet hall, with a surge of force emanating from between the two punches, sweeping outwards in all directions. The onlookers felt a strong gust of wind blow past them. After exchanging punches, Mu Tianlong and Grandpa Bo both retreated several steps, resulting in a tie. Mu Bufan, Zhang Zujuan, and all other guests at the banquet looked at this scene with amazement in their hearts, and many were even happy. They all knew that Grandpa Bo Feng Tianhua had very strong martial arts skills and had been famous for a long time. Even in the provincial capital Jiangxing of Xuanhuan province, he had a significant reputation. Yet Mu Tianlong was still able to fight Grandpa Bo to a standstill, which was enough to prove Mu Tianlong's martial arts talent and strength. Considering that Mu Tianlong was only 25 years old now, his future martial arts abilities would certainly be even more powerful, brimming with infinite possibilities. As they thought about what he had said earlier, breaking through to the great martial artist at the 9th level within 5 years and becoming a martial sage within 8 years, they realized even more deeply that Mu Tianlong was absolutely not just saying these things for nothing. However, in Feng Tianhua's eyes, Mu Tianlong's martial arts talent and strength weren't worth mentioning at all. He snickered. You've been studying martial arts with Jiang Haiwu for a few years, and it doesn't seem to have done much for you. With this kind of skill, if you think you can go up against young Master Qin, you might as well pick your grave site right away. After speaking, Feng Tianhua burst into laughter to the sky, then walked out of Zhang Manor. Mu Tianlong didn't stop him. He clearly understood that his current strength could only result in a tie with the other party, and he was unable to kill Feng Tianhua. As for Feng Tianhua's claim that Mu Tianlong could only end up dead if faced against Qin Yu, Mu Tianlong felt highly contemptuous inside his heart. Not to mention whether Qin Yu was even a martial artist or not. Even if he were, since he looked around Mu Tianlong's age, Mu Tianlong wouldn't believe for a moment that Qin Yu's abilities could rival his own. Qin Yu, I'm going to tear you apart with my hands. With this unexpected situation occurring, the originally grand and solemn banquet came to an abrupt end. Everyone gradually dispersed, and in the lounge behind the banquet hall, only the grandfather-grandson pair of Mu Bufan and Mu Tianlong remained. At this moment, Mu Tianlong realized why Shun Lingyun had rejected him and understood that in every aspect, Qin Yu was inferior to himself. And yet he was still planning to kill Qin Yu, but he couldn't help feeling angry and unwilling to accept it. He simply couldn't understand why Shin Lingyun would reject him because of a convict named Qin Yu. Gulping down a few mouthfuls of alcohol while sitting at a desk. Beside him, Mu Bufan watched as his grandson, who should have been spirited tonight and was supposed to win over the beauty, fell into the opposite scenario. His heart ached naturally, and he sighed. Drinking like this, Tianlong, isn't good for your body. Rest assured, that little guy Qin Yu will absolutely be no match for you, so there's still a great chance you can pursue Miss Lingyun. Thud. With an irritated expression, Mu Tianlong slammed the wine bottle onto the table before him. Grandfather, I just don't understand. If Qin Yu is a reformatory convict, and is far inferior in any aspect, then why does Lingyun choose him? I can't comprehend it at all. If Qin Yu was either the young master of a powerful martial arts family, or himself possessed great martial arts talent and strength, then I'd accept losing without reservation. But now what does this mean? Mu Bufan pondered for a moment and decided it would still be best to remind his grandson. Tianlong, although this Qin Yu has neither background nor connections, I sense this person is not simple. If you want to deal with him, be cautious. Don't get overturned by minor obstacles. Snatching up the bottle on the table with his left hand, Mu Tianlong gulped down 2 mouthfuls of alcohol with a disdainful look. Qin Yu is just a useless reformatory convict. Killing him is no different than stepping on an ant. Seeing how carelessly his grandson viewed Qin Yu, Mu Bufan felt worried. After some consideration, he added, Tianlong, if you just kill Qin Yu, Lingyun will surely resent you. By then, pursuing her will become even harder. Mu Tianlong, being no fool, instantly understood what his grandfather meant. What should we do then? Mu Bufan smiled faintly. This problem isn't hard to solve. As long as Qin Yu knows when to give up or Shin Lingyun's family considers Qin Yu to be a failure, everything will be fine. At this point, Mu Tianlong failed to fully understand and looked questioningly at Mu Bufan. Isn't the Qin family currently in trouble? And solving this predicament won't be easy. We can take advantage of the Qin family's predicament, and if Qin Yu knows when to retreat, or if Ling Yun and her father come to realize that Qin Yu has no real abilities, then by that time, even without your involvement, there will naturally be someone who will drive Qin Yu away from Ling Yun's side. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianlong's eyes lit up immediately as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. That's right. How could I not think of such a good plan? You're still the best, grandfather. Qin Yu, I apologize. Inside one of the cars heading towards the urban area of Yunqing, Shun Lingyun, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke to Qin Yu, who was driving. This banquet tonight shouldn't have been something you should have attended. Qin Yu glanced at Shun Lingyun and smiled lightly. It's got nothing to do with you. Some people were just asking for it at the banquet. Besides, you were thinking about introducing me to some influential people. Listening to Qin Yu's sincere words and seeing the genuine smile on his face, Shun Lingyun finally relaxed the heart she had been holding in suspense. But the next moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable uneasiness. After considering for a moment, she finally decided to speak up. Qin Yu, Mu Tianlong, and I actually knew each other a long time ago. However, it was always him pursuing me unilaterally. I've never had any feelings for him. Qin Yu was surprised. He didn't expect Shun Lingyun to specifically explain this to him, though truthfully, he hadn't even given this much thought. During the banquet, Ling Yun had already immediately rejected Mu Tianlong, clearly showing her thoughts and attitudes. Qin Yu wasn't a fool when it came to matters of the heart. He immediately understood that Ling Yun cared and was concerned about him. He turned his head once again to look at Shun Lingyun and found her even more beautiful and charming at this moment. Lingyun, your trip to Yunqing should have only been for tonight's banquet, right? Now that the banquet is over, are you planning to go back to Jiangxing? Shun Lingyun was naturally a smart woman and quickly picked up on the implication in Qin Yu's words. She gave Qin Yu a gentle smile. According to my schedule, I need to return to Jiangxing tomorrow. From the tone of your voice, just now, were you hoping I would stay longer in Yunqing? Qin Yu chuckled softly. Yes, if possible. I hope Ling Yun you can stay in Yunqing for a few more days. Chapter 35 Exchange of Hearts. Upon hearing Qin Yu's answer, Shun Lingyuan's beautiful smile on her face became even more radiant. Since young Master Qin has extended such a warm invitation, I shall stay longer in Cloud City. After speaking, she took a deep look at Qin Yu, her beautiful eyes twinkling with laughter, then turned to gaze out the car window at the swiftly retreating nighttime scenery, her face brimming with joy. Qin Yu also felt a surge of happiness in his heart. At the same time, he thought about the might of the Shun family behind Ling Jun. To gain the approval of the Qin family, especially Ling Juan's father, and to prove that he is worthy of Ling Jun, it was time to strive and make himself stronger. This strength refers not only to personal martial arts abilities, but also to wealth, power, and network of connections. Of course, he knew for sure that he was absolutely worthy of Ling Jun. However, those who do not know his true strength or cannot see it would naturally think otherwise. This was understandable. Ling Jun was the young miss of the Shun family from Jiangxing, the capital of Zhejiang province. But what about him? A labor reform prisoner who had served several years in jail. If he had a daughter in the future and she found a boyfriend like that, he would probably slap the guy senseless. It was high time to move to Yuntan Mountain. Yuntan Mountain was the place in Cloud City where spiritual energy was most concentrated. It was highly advantageous for his cultivation as well as the refining of the 9 tripod pills. After sending Ling Jun back to her lodging in Cloud City, Qin Yu didn't return home, but went to Yuntan Mountain to practice instead. I must break through to the martial sage level as soon as possible. Cultivation knows no days. The night passed in a blink. There was no way Qin Yu could have enhanced his cultivation to reach the martial sage realm through just one night's worth of training. When he returned home, it was barely 9 in the morning. Unexpectedly, there were guests visiting. Wei Min, an old friend of his father Qin Hai, they maintained a very close relationship. In addition, there were 2 others, Wei Min's wife Huang Rongfang and their son Wei Dong. Qin Yu knew something about the Wei Min family. Uncle Wei Min was a good person, but his wife and son weren't exactly ideal. Huang Rongfang was pretentious, liked to show off and compare with others, while Wei Dong inherited her character. Didn't expect you'd really come out, Qin Yu. Good. You must reintegrate into society after coming out. Let the past be the past. Seeing Qin Yu's figure, Wei Min was very pleased, and he even stood up voluntarily to walk over to Qin Yu, patting his shoulder hard as an encouragement. Yesterday, I heard that you've been released recently. I wasn't too sure, so I decided to come take a look. Never thought it was actually true. Your father didn't tell me either, or we could have rejoiced together. Qin Yu could hear that Uncle Wei Min sincerely rejoiced for him, so he smiled in response. Yes, because of my excellent behavior inside, I got an early release due to sentence reduction. With medium height, arms crossed, Huang Rongfang exuded an expression full of disdain. Now that Qin Yu is out, you should behave properly and not go astray again. Otherwise, you'll get caught again. If it's a second imprisonment, you won't be getting out after 3 or 5 years. Moreover, behaving yourself isn't an easy task. Since you've been branded as a labor reform prisoner for life, anyone hearing you're a labor reform prisoner will dare neither be friends with you nor employ you. After listening, Qin Yu felt uncomfortable, as Huang Rongfang's haughty, sharp-tongued nature was exposed immediately. Knew hearing someone belittle his son this way upset Qin Hai too, but given she was his decades-long old friend's wife, he couldn't say anything harsh right now. Wei Min sensed that the atmosphere was turning awkward and obviously realized his wife had said too much, so he tried to smooth things over quickly. Isn't Qin Yu already reformed? Besides, back then it wasn't for committing unforgivable crimes like murder or arson. It was just an excessive act of self-defense while saving his father. Rest assured, Qin Yu. Nowadays, the society is very open-minded. Many places accept reformed people. Wei Dong, having inherited the traits of his mother Huang Rongfang, sneered and said at this moment, "Do you think this is a TV drama, Dad?" In today's society, background checks are more stringent than ever. To give a simple example, if your credit score inquiry count increases, or you have even one overdue payment on your credit card, the bank blacklists you instantly. You won't be able to take loans for anything. How much less likely would it be for someone who's previously been a convict in jail to succeed? Qin Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, Huang Rongfang and Wei Dong were truly mother and son. However, Qin Yu wasn't one to let Wei Dong talk freely. Smiling, he replied, "Loans and such things are only necessary for those who don't have enough money. I believe I will never need a loan in my entire life." Wei Dong scoffed immediately. "That's quite a big statement, Qin Yu. As if you're rich right now. If you really had that much money, and you've been out for several days, why do you still let your father and sister live in this house that's only dozens of square meters? Moreover, I heard from my mom that this place seems to be rented." "Indeed, this house is rented. It doesn't belong to Qin Yu's family," Huang Rongfang continued smugly, arms crossed as she stared at Qin Yu with a mocking smile. "Qin Yu, I never realized you had such a big mouth before. Who would have thought that after serving a few years in jail, your arrogance would grow so large? You don't need loans? I believe the real reason you say that is because, as a labor reform prisoner, you can't qualify for any loan. It's not that Aunt Huang looks down on you, Qin Yu. I'm certain that you'll never be able to buy a house in your entire life to filially honor Qin Hai." She paused for a second then added, "Unlike my son who just purchased a 200 square meter penthouse these few days." "That's right, and it's in one of the most upscale neighborhoods near Yuntan Mountain in our Cloud City. The property prices there are much higher than other areas." Wei Min could feel uncomfortable about his wife's harsh words, but didn't want to scold her publicly in front of so many people. He quickly changed the subject, forcing an awkward smile as he said to Qin Hai, Yes, old Qin. Wei Dong has recently bought a new house. The reason I came over today was first to see Qin Yu. Secondly, I'd like to invite all of you to visit the new house, sit for a while, and perhaps we could gather for a meal with both families." Qin Hai gladly accepted the invitation, genuinely happy for his old friend. "Sure, congratulations, old Wei. Qin Yu, you must come." Wei Min turned around to look at Qin Yu, earnest in his invitation. Qin Yu was slightly surprised. "You've also bought a house near Yuntan Mountain?" "Also." Huang Rongfang immediately caught onto the significance in Qin Yu's question. "What do you mean by this also, Qin Yu?" Chapter 36, Helping Qin Yu Find a Job. "Qin Yu, by saying, also, you don't mean that you also bought a house near Yuntan Mountain, do you?" Huang Rongfang sneered and said, "Have you been in jail all these years and don't know how expensive the housing prices in Cloud City are now? Moreover, although the houses around Yuntan Mountain aren't as expensive as those on Yuntan Mountain itself, they're still significantly pricier compared to other areas of Cloud City. A house there costs no less than 2 million yuan, and some can go up to over 5 million. Could you really afford a house near Yuntan Mountain, Qin Yu?" Huang Rongfang absolutely couldn't believe that Qin Yu could afford such an expensive house since he had been in prison for several years with no opportunity to make money. Besides, given his abilities, how could he possibly earn a large amount of money? Like mother, like son, Wei Dong at this moment thought along the same lines as Huang Rongfang. He even chuckled and said, "You bought a house, Qin Yu? Could it be that doing manual labor while in jail has become so lucrative these days? Did you make enough money from a few years of manual labor to afford a house? But actually, even if you have the money, Qin Yu, it wouldn't matter because having money alone doesn't guarantee you a house on Yuntan Mountain. Not even I qualify to buy a house on Yuntan Mountain yet." "Exactly." Huang Rongfang immediately laughed and chimed in. "The people who live on Yuntan Mountain are either filthy rich or highly influential. Ordinary wealthy individuals simply cannot afford houses there. To be able to buy houses near Yuntan Mountain already shows how remarkable we are." Wei Dong slightly raised his chin, exuding a proud air. "Let's not talk about Yuntan Mountain anymore. Even the houses near it. If it weren't for my extensive connections and knowing many people, finding relationships to eventually purchase a house in a neighborhood at the foot of Yuntan Mountain would have been impossible." Seeing her brother constantly belittled by Huang Rongfang and Wei Dong, Qin Qing felt indignant and wanted to find out just what extraordinary figures they claimed to know. So she asked, "Then whose connections did you use, Wei Dong?" Upon hearing this, Wei Dong was inwardly delighted, realizing this was an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. "Oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am currently the manager of the Yuntan Mountain Sales Center. Recently, I sold several villas to quite a number of distinguished figures, not only making several million, but also getting to know many important individuals. Because of the wealth I earned and the connections I made, I managed to buy a large apartment exceeding 200 square meters in a high-end neighborhood at the foot of Yuntan Mountain. If I hadn't known those significant individuals and maintained good relationships with them, earning money alone wouldn't have enabled me to purchase a house in that upscale neighborhood." Qin Hai, after hearing this, naturally felt glad for his longtime old friend Wei Min. Smiling, he addressed Wei Min. "Old Wei, you must feel consoled now, right? Wei Dong is truly outstanding, having earned so much money. As for this son of his, perhaps his character might have some flaws, but in terms of ability, he certainly deserved recognition." He laughed with pleasure. "Wei Dong has done a fine job. I'm rather proud of this point as well." Wei Dong, upon hearing Qin Hai's praise, was happy inside and then continued, "Actually, whether I earn more or less working as a sales manager on Yuntan Mountain isn't the main thing. What I value most is being able to meet big shots across various industries in Cloud City there. Knowing them and forming deep ties with them is my greatest resource and will enable me to achieve greater success in the future. Being a sales manager on Yuntin Mountain is merely a stepping stone. Pausing for a moment, Wei Dong revealed an even more smug expression. And I'll tell you something else. Yesterday, I sold the Wanglu Villa on Yuntin Mountain to Uncle Feng Tianbua. Uncle Bo, Qin Hai and Wei Min both froze momentarily, revealing expressions of surprise. Uncle Bo, I'm sure you've heard of him, right? Wei Dong noticed Qin Hai's astonished look and became even prouder in his heart. Uncle Bo is a powerful martial artist whom even the 5 great families in the entire Cloud City wouldn't dare offend. Even in Jiangcheng, the capital city of our Zhejiang province, he's a prominent figure. Through this real estate transaction, I've left a deep impression on Uncle Bo. As Uncle Bo moves in the future, I'll have the chance to get closer to him. The more I interact with him, I believe I will gain Uncle Bo's appreciation. At that time, I'm sure I'll soar to great heights. Qin Hai hasn't met Uncle Bo personally, but he had indeed heard of this person and knew him to be an extremely formidable individual. Wei Dong, you must seize this opportunity carefully. If you receive Uncle Bo's sponsorship, you will undoubtedly achieve greater success in the future. Old Wei, this time, your Wei family will surely produce someone remarkable. Qin Yu quietly observed Wei Dong pretending to be important beside him, suppressing laughter within, choosing not to expose his bluff. The mansion that Uncle Bo bought yesterday, wasn't it the very set of keys he had given himself at last night's banquet? Wei Min was also hearing about this matter from his son for the first time, which naturally made him very excited. He then began to remind Wei Dong. Wei Dong, you need to be careful in front of Uncle Bo and not speak recklessly. Always show respect when speaking or acting in front of Uncle Bo. Wei Dong casually waved his hand and responded nonchalantly. In his eyes, gaining Uncle Bo's favor was a foregone conclusion, with no difficulty whatsoever. Wei Min's gaze stealthily fell upon Qin Yu, noticing that he hadn't spoken much. Wei Min worried that Qin Yu might feel bad seeing how outstanding Wei Min was performing. So Wei Min suggested again, Wei Dong, since you know so many wealthy individuals and big bosses, why don't you help Qin Yu? Find him a decent job. Wei Dong furrowed his brows, looked at Qin Yu up and down, revealing disdain. Dad, this isn't an easy thing. Qin Yu has been in jail. It's impossible to hide that fact. The people I know are all big company and conglomerate CEOs. They wouldn't want to hire a reformed criminal. Huang Rongfang chimed in at this moment. That's right, hiring someone with a prison record could damage their company or group's image. Moreover, they would worry if such an ex-convict might commit another crime like murder or arson. This finally got Wei Dong worked up. What way of speaking is that? He muttered a curse under his breath to his wife, then turned back to look at his son. The ones you know are wealthy elites and big bosses in Cloud City. Their companies and groups are huge, and they may not overly care about one employee's past. Besides, aren't you on good terms with them? All you need to do is put in a word, maybe saying Qin Yu is your cousin or something. Arranging someone shouldn't be too hard. Work? What kind of international joke was that? Qin Yu quickly interrupted Wei Min. Uncle Min, there's no need. This would only inconvenience Wei Dong. I can handle the job situation myself. No, Qin Yu. Wei Min appeared resolute, thinking that Qin Yu was refusing out of consideration not to trouble his son. I've been friends with your father for decades, and I've watched you grow up. You just got out. Finding a good job on your own won't be easy. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely have Wei Dong solve this for you. Chapter 37. Qin Yu, let's take a look at the house you bought. Qin Yu knew that Uncle Wei Min truly wanted to help him and had to admit that among this family of 3, Uncle Wei Min was the only good person. Wei Dong, I don't care what methods you use. Uncle Wei Min turned back to look at his son. In any case, you have to help Qin Yu find a job, and it absolutely cannot be as a security guard or warehouse manager. Qin Hai didn't say anything at this moment. In fact, if possible, he also hoped that Wei Dong could help his son find a good job. After all, Qin Yu having been in prison is a stain, making it very difficult for him to find work outside. Wei Dong felt helpless in his heart. He knew his father's character well. When stubborn, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Having no choice, he reluctantly agreed, thinking, first agree, then later just say it wasn't so easy to find. Qin Yu, you don't worry, I will follow up on your job situation properly. Uncle Wei Min saw his son agree, and was quite happy. Old Wei, this time you've really gone out of your way. Qin Hai also sighed with relief, full of gratitude. Brother Lao Qin, why are you being so formal with me? Is there even a need to say these things between us? Let's go, today is a joyful day. We should gather at my place. Qin Hai gladly agreed. Qin Yu, Qin, both of you come along too. Uncle Wei Min said again. Naturally, Qin Yu also agreed. He had originally been planning to move to Yuntin Mountain anyway. Sis, quickly pack your things. We'll also move over today. Qin was about to refuse when she heard Qin Yu's voice. She paused for a moment, perhaps because she had seen how her brother had been mocked and ridiculed by Huang Rongfang and Wei Dong's mother-son duo, feeling Bufu cheap, resentful. At this moment, she readily agreed. Yes, brother. I'll immediately go tidy up. Qin Hai frowned, feeling puzzled in his heart. Did Qin Yu really buy a house outside? Uncle Wei Min's heart was equally filled with doubts, but he said nothing. Huang Rongfang burst into ridicule again. Qin Yu, did you actually buy a house outside? Is it in some godforsaken place? Wei Dong showed disdain. Mom, the current Yun City is no longer the Yun City from several years ago. Even in very remote areas, housing prices aren't low. It costs at least several $100,000 for a suburban house. He simply couldn't believe that Qin Yu, a labor reform convict, could possibly afford such an amount? Qin Yu smiled. That's quite coincidental. My house is also near Yuntan Mountain. Near Yuntan Mountain? Huang Rongfang snorted derisively. Didn't you hear what my son said, Qin Yu? Even though the houses near Yuntan Mountain aren't as great as those on Yuntan Mountain itself, buying a house there isn't something you can do just by being rich. The most important thing is still connections. By now, Uncle Wei Min felt increasingly that Qin Yu's actions seemed off, becoming somewhat displeased. Is Qin Yu unable to let this go because of pride? He secretly speculated, a sudden sense of disappointment arising. Qin Yu, we must be realistic in our conduct. Uncle Wei Min said. Qin Yu knew Uncle Wei Min was saying this because he didn't want him to lose face, so he immediately laughed and explained. Uncle Wei Min, I met a friend who bought it for me as a gift. You know a friend? Wei Dong immediately laughed. Is he a roommate from prison? Huh. He couldn't stop laughing. F***ck. How could someone who's been in jail possibly have several million to buy property near Yuntan Mountain? Are you Qin Yu going to tell me next you're flying now? Uncle Wei Min sighed, and Qin Hai didn't know what to say. Huang Rongfang's smile was radiant. Everyone understood. Qin Yu couldn't possibly have friends at that level. Qin Yu also chuckled. Yes, you're right, Wei Dong. It's indeed a friend I met in prison. Wei Dong was surprised. I didn't expect it. Qin Yu, you seem to dig around pretty well. Alright, I want to see if your house is really near Yuntan Mountain. Subsequently, the group left their rented apartment and headed towards Yuntan Mountain. More than an hour later, the three members of the Qin family followed the trio, led by Wei Min, to a high-end residential area at the foot of Yuntan Mountain. As Qin Yu walked in, he discovered that while the place wasn't comparable to Yuntan Mountain, it still deserved its reputation as a premium neighborhood. To be able to buy a house here, this Wei Dong also has some capability. Soon, they arrived at the spacious flat Wei Dong had just purchased. The size was impressive, with nearly 230 square meters of interior space, 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 study. The floor was paved with premium gray marble, and the luxurious modern Chinese-style renovation was striking. Old Wei, this house is beautiful, big enough, spacious enough, and exactly in the style of new Chinese design you like. There's also an independent tea room. Too good. Yes. Wei Min sighed. When we were younger, we used to say that when we had money in the future, we would all buy a spacious flat and certainly arrange an independent tea room. Qin Hai sincerely rejoiced for his old friend. Now your wish has finally come true. Congratulations, Old Wei. Hi, Uncle. I know my dad likes the new Chinese-style decoration, and he has always had this one wish, to own an independent tea room. So, I specifically looked for a unit like this, choosing a house with such a decorative style. Wei Dong smiled and said, we, as children, when we earn money, our main purpose is to respect and honor our parents, making sure they can live a good life. Good, Wei Dong, that's very admirable. Qin Hai once again genuinely rejoiced for his old friend Wei Min. Old Wei, to have a son as outstanding as Wei Dong, you're truly lucky. Wei Min was of course happy inside, but he quickly consoled. Uncle Qin, you should feel reassured. One day, you'll also own a house like this. I believe Qin Yu will surely achieve success in business and take good care of you. Qin Yu chuckled, but said nothing. Huang Rongfang chimed in sarcastically at this point. Not everyone can be as accomplished as my son. To buy a house in such a high-end neighborhood near Yuntan Mountain, and it's even over 200 square meters. Besides, Qin Yu went to jail. Finding a job would already be a stroke of luck for him. Wanting to make a career or rise rapidly, he might only realize that while dreaming in bed tonight. After hearing this, Wei Min was angered inside. Can you speak properly, woman? You've kept mocking Qin Yu. Why don't you say something encouraging? Isn't it great if Qin Yu achieves greatness? Are you trying to provoke me, Wei Min? Huang Rongfang wasn't someone to suffer losses easily. She immediately jumped up and countered. How dare you scold me? Were my words wrong? I was just stating facts. I didn't deliberately malign Qin Yu. Dad, Mom, stop arguing. Wei Dong stepped in to mediate and took the opportunity to change the topic, smirking towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu, didn't you say you also bought a house nearby? Take us for a look. Chapter 38 The New House, at Yuntan Mountain. Yes. Huang Rongfang immediately chimed in, her smile extremely bright. Qin Yu, didn't you say you also bought a house near us? I'd also like to take a look. She glanced at Qin Yu, her heart filled with derision. She couldn't possibly believe that Qin Yu could afford a house around here. Money. Qin Yu was just an ex-convict. Where would he get the money? The housing prices around here were the highest in the entire city of Yun. There were hardly any houses below 2 million yuan, and even those for 2 million plus were only 40 to 50 square meter bachelor apartments. Moreover, her own son had said that buying a house in this area would require connections. What people do you know, Qin Yu? All you know are other ex-convicts. Wei Min instantly knew what his wife and son were up to, so he quickly interjected. We'll visit Qin Yu's house another day. Let's discuss today, inviting Qin Hai, Qin Yu, and Qin Qin to our new house as guests. Come on, Qin Yu. He stepped forward and pulled Qin Yu aside. Today is not only about celebrating Uncle Wei's new house, but also your reintegration into society. Qin Yu felt grateful to Wei Min, but he still smiled and said, Uncle Wei Min, no problem. Since Aunt Huang and Wei Dong want to visit my house, I will show you. Wei Min stopped in his tracks, looking surprisingly at Qin Yu, confused. You young man. Wasn't I helping you out of trouble? Why are you jumping back in? Huang Rongfang and Wei Dong, mother and son, were equally surprised and puzzled, secretly laughing to themselves after exchanging glances. They thought, has Qin Yu's time in prison messed with his mind? Didn't he see that our dad was helping him? Old Wei, eating and drinking don't need to be rushed. Since you care about Qin Yu so much, don't you want to see the house he supposedly bought? Huang Rongfang asked with a smirk. Wei Dong joined in. Exactly, Dad. We can eat and drink anytime. And why not do it at Qin Yu's new place? Qin Yu, I'd like to see where you're taking us to view this house. Wei Dong secretly laughed, waiting for Qin Yu to embarrass himself in front of everyone. And Huang Rongfang mocked Qin Yu internally too. At this point, even Qin Qing, who always supported and believed in her brother, felt worried for Qin Yu. She might not be familiar with real estate, but she did know the insane prices of houses near Yuntin Mountain, exactly as Wei Dong said. It wasn't easy to buy property around here. Wei Min observed all this with growing anxiety inside, silently blaming. Why don't you understand the situation, Qin Yu? If you really lead everyone to see a non-existent house, isn't that going to expose you? And why are you so face-conscious? Alright, let me show you my new house. Qin Yu chuckled before walking ahead. Wei Dong and his mother, Huang Rongfang, exchanged glances again. They muttered to themselves. Pretend, Qin Yu, keep pretending. Let's see how you're going to cover this lie. They hurriedly followed, faster than anyone else. After Qin Yu left the community gate, he directly walked towards the entrance of Yuntin Mountain. Huang Rongfang and Wei Dong noticed and became suspicious, realizing where Qin Yu was heading. Qin Yu, where exactly are you leading us? Wei Dong shouted and stopped him. The direction you're walking toward leads to Yuntin Mountain. You're not telling us your new house is actually on Yuntin Mountain, are you? Qin Yu, if you're going to lie, at least make it more realistic. Huang Rongfang laughed scornfully. Your new house on Yuntin Mountain? What kind of international joke is this? Qin Qing carried 2 simple luggage bags and was very dissatisfied with Wei Dong and Huang Rongfang's mockery of her brother. But she didn't know how to defend him at this moment. Even Qin Qing, who always supported and believed in her brother, began to feel nervous. Could he really afford a house on Yuntin Mountain? Wei Min sighed and shook his head. Qin Hai looked embarrassed. Qin Yu smiled and said, I'm not kidding. Come on, you'll understand shortly. Then he continued striding toward the entrance of Yuntin Mountain. Wei Dong paused momentarily, then chuckled. Good. Later when you can't even enter the gate, then I'll know if you're kidding. Everyone continued following Qin Yu up the path. Manager Wei. At the entrance of Yuntin Mountain, there were 7 or 8 security guards in black uniforms. They recognized Wei Dong as a sales manager first. Isn't Manager Wei resting today? How come you're back? Oh, I understand now. Certainly Manager Wei must have brought customers to look at a house. The security captain approached Wei Dong for a conversation and glanced at Qin Yu and others. Wei Dong smiled. Nope. This gentleman is one of our Yuntan Mountain homeowners. I'm merely accompanying him. Hearing this, the security captain once again took a serious look at Qin Yu, his eyebrows gradually furrowing. An owner? But he had no impression of him at all. As the security captain, he almost knew every owner here because there weren't many residents to begin with. Each one was a very important figure in Yun City, making them easy to recognize. You're an owner of Yuntin Mountain, so why do I have no memory of you? Wei Dong smirked, a face full of mockery as he looked at Qin Yu, waiting for his response. Here comes the moment when he trips up. Huang Rongfang sneered. Qin Yu, didn't you say your new house is on Yuntin Mountain? How come the security here doesn't recognize you? Wei Min sighed in irritation but continued to speak up for Qin Yu. It could be that Qin Yu is a new owner. The security don't see many new faces, so it's normal they wouldn't recognize him. Alright, we've already established Qin Yu's house is on Yuntin Mountain. Let's go back to our place then. I've already opened the wine. Actually, the wine hadn't been opened yet. Qin Yu remained unperturbed and told the security guard. The house was gifted to me by someone else. Today is my first time here. It's perfectly normal you wouldn't know me. After hearing this, the security captain immediately showed a look of surprise and once again scrutinized Qin Yu from head to toe. He did look quite handsome, but no matter how he appeared, it wasn't like he was a super rich second-generation heir. You're saying someone gave you a house? That seems highly unlikely to me. What's going on here, Manager Wei? The security didn't want to risk offending Qin Yu, in case he was a super rich heir with powerful connections. What if the person was just extremely low profile, revealing nothing about themselves? If that was the case, then he'd be doomed. So, to play it safe, he sought Wei Manager's opinion. Wei Dong shook his head while smiling. I'm not sure what's happening either. He says his new house is on Yuntan Mountain. Isn't your new house supposed to be on Yuntan Mountain, Qin Yu? How come you can't even enter the community gates now? Huang Rongfang chuckled sarcastically. Qin Qing was deeply upset. She didn't want to see her brother being looked down upon and mocked, but faced with such a complicated situation, she really had no idea how to help her brother. Qin Yu softly chuckled, then pulled out a key from his body, showing it in front of the security guard and Wei Dong. Chapter 39. This house belongs to Mr. Bo. When Wei Dong saw the key in Qin Yu's hand, he was completely stunned, blankly staring at the key that was swaying back and forth in front of him. He immediately recognized it. The key Qin Yu had pulled out was definitely the key to the Yuntan Mountain Villa. Yuntan Mountain is the highest grade neighborhood in the Yun City, and its keys are very distinctive. As the sales manager here, Wei Dong instantly recognized it. How is this possible? After being stunned for a while, Wei Dong finally snapped out of it. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Qin Yu. How do you have the key to the Yuntan Mountain Villa? Qin Yu smiled and said, I've been saying it all along. Someone gave me a house in Yuntan Mountain, so isn't it normal for me to have the key? The security captain also instantly recognized that the key Qin Yu took out was indeed the key to the Yuntan Mountain Villa, causing a sudden wave of fear in his heart. Shit. Thank goodness I didn't argue with him just now. He glanced at Qin Yu again, still feeling confused but beginning to believe that Qin Yu really owned a villa on Yuntan Mountain. Impossible, Wei Dong angrily said. How could someone give you such an expensive villa? You've been in jail for the past few years. Who could you possibly know? All your acquaintances were those labor reform criminals. Qin Yu, tell me quickly, where did you get this key from? Wei Dong couldn't accept it. Qin Yu was nothing more than a labor reform prisoner. How could someone gift him a villa? Even Wei Dong, as the sales manager of Yuntin Mountain, with outstanding business capabilities and connections to several prominent figures, hadn't been able to buy a house here. What right did Qin Yu have to have one? At this moment, Wei Dong felt deeply boo-foo-cheap, resentful/irritated. It's fake. While Wei Dong was extremely puzzled, his mother, Huang Rongfang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He turned around and saw his mother furiously pointing at the key in Qin Yu's hand, shouting loudly. Qin Yu, the key in your hand must be fake. How could anyone give a labor reform prisoner like you a villa? And that too on Yuntin Mountain. So this key of yours is absolutely fake. Wei Dong opened his mouth slightly, thinking, is it fake? Then he slowly turned back and stared at the key in Qin Yu's hand again. It's not fake. Wei Dong was sure of it. But if it's not fake, then is Qin Yu's key really given by someone else as the key to a Yuntin Mountain villa? It's impossible. He's just a labor reform prisoner. How could anyone gift him a villa? So the only reasonable explanation is the key is fake. Exactly. Emotion overpowered reason, and Wei Dong knew that the key in Qin Yu's hand was fake. At this point, he accused it as such. In his view, Qin Yu absolutely cannot own a villa on Yuntin Mountain. Qin Hai saw someone accusing his son of forgery and could no longer tolerate it. Before, due to Wei Dong helping him find a job, he often held back. It won't happen. Qin Yu wouldn't use something fake to deceive people. I know his nature well. That's right, my brother isn't like that. Qin also spoke up for her brother at this moment. Huang Rongfang scoffed coldly. Is he not like that? You, Qin Yu's father, and you, his sister, naturally defend him. Fine, then you two tell us who exactly gifted him the villa? How many days has he been out of prison? Where could he have met such a person who can gift others large villas? This. Qin Hai and Qin were immediately left speechless. Wei Min stood up to help Qin Yu. Maybe Qin Yu really did meet some nobleman? Didn't he come out earlier because of good luck? Coincidentally meeting a benefactor at this time and receiving their admiration. Yes, it must definitely be like that. Qin Hai quickly agreed and threw Wei Min a grateful look. There's no need to argue. Qin Yu interrupted both sides with a smile. To find out whether this key is real or fake, why don't we just go into Yuntin Mountain and try opening the villa door? With these words, he took the lead walking into Yuntin Mountain. Huang Rongfang and Wei Dong exchanged glances, revealing expressions of astonishment. Are they pretending? Could it be that Qin Yu really does own a villa inside? Wei Dong felt puzzled inside, and Huang Rongfang jeered. Qin Yu, you're so stubborn, aren't you? Alright, I want to see if your fake key can actually open someone else's big villa. The group quickly followed Qin Yu. They hadn't walked far when they encountered several middle-aged men dressed formally walking towards them. Seeing this, Wei Dong's face lit up with joy and excitement, and he quickly rushed forward. These individuals were property owners of Yuntin Mountain, and their villas had been sold to them by Wei Dong himself. Mr. Chun, Mr. Tang, Mr. Peng. Wei Dong approached the three individuals and took the initiative to shake their hands. Mr. Wei, thank you for your assistance in purchasing the villa before. That's right, I also entrusted all matters to Xiao Wei for full handling. Xiao Wei, check when you have time, and come over to my villa for tea. Drinking tea is no fun, come to my place for drinks. The three of them had a decent attitude towards Wei Dong. After a bout of laughter and talk, the three left. Huang Rongfang, seeing this, was elated. My son is indeed outstanding. Working here mainly involves networking with those big bosses. Qin Hai couldn't help but admire. Old Wei Dong is really good. The three bosses treated him very well just now. Wei Min, seeing his son's brilliance, felt equally happy and proud. Qin harbored resentment in her heart and was rather unhappy, muttering. So what? It's not that impressive just knowing a few people. Wei Dong slightly lifted his chin and walked back, briefly introducing the three big bosses from earlier to everyone. Then, they continued following Qin Yu deeper into Yuntin Mountain. They quickly passed through the outer area and entered the central zone of Yuntin Mountain. Wei Dong furrowed his brows. Qin Yu, either the key in your hand is fake or stolen. Do you know what kind of place is inside? What kind of place? Everyone was puzzled. That's the center of Yuntin Mountain. The cheapest villa inside starts at 30 million yuan. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise, understanding why Wei Dong suddenly reacted so strongly. In other words, if someone truly gave Qin Yu a villa, it would be at least a 30 million yuan villa. Would anyone really give this to Qin Yu? Moreover, these central villas are not even qualified to be bought by many famous wealthy individuals in Yun City. You must be at a top level to have the qualification to buy one. After hearing this, the expressions of the group changed suddenly as they were extremely surprised. Even the prominent rich do not qualify to buy such properties. Qin Yu smiled without speaking and continued walking deeper, soon arriving in front of one of the villas. Wei Dong slightly opened his mouth and burst out laughing loudly the next moment. Qin Yu, you're crazy. Do you know who owns the villa right in front of us? It belongs to Mr. Bo. Chapter 40. This key must be stolen by you, Qin Yu. Qin Yu, if you want to die, die far away. Don't drag your family and my family into this. Wei Dong shouted angrily at Qin Yu. This villa on the top floor was the one I sold to Grandpa Bo yesterday. Now you claim it's yours, Qin Yu. Absurd. How could Grandpa Bo give his villa to you? As Wei Dong berated Qin Yu harshly, everyone present was astonished. They couldn't believe that the key in Qin Yu's hand actually belonged to Grandpa Bo's villa. Would Grandpa Bo give his newly purchased villa to Qin Yu? What kind of international joke is this? Who is Grandpa Bo? He's a towering figure in Yun City, someone even the 5 great families of Yun City wouldn't dare offend. How could someone of such stature possibly give Qin Yu anything, let alone something he couldn't aspire to? Qin Hai was immediately flustered. Regardless of whether the key in his son's hand was genuine or not, pretending it belonged to Grandpa Bo's villa was akin to seeking death. Wei Min was also growing angry, feeling frustrated with Qin Yu's lack of ambition. Qin Yu, didn't you just come out from inside? Why would you still behave like this? Qin Yu, are you here to make jokes or to die? Huang Rongfang sneered. You say Grandpa Bo's villa is yours? Did Grandpa Bo give it to you? Just now, you might as well have said you found Grandpa Bo's villa key on the road. Qin Yu turned back and looked at everyone. He saw concern and worry. He saw mockery. Without saying a word, he took the key and inserted it into the lock of the main door. Click. Huh. Wei Dong and others were filled with doubts. Click. The lock turned. Qin Yu pushed the door open and even walked in. Wei Dong was stunned, dumbfounded, standing there blankly as his mind went completely blank. At this moment, his mind was confused. He had no idea where Qin Yu got the key from, but it truly opened the Cloud Altar Mountain Lord villa that Grandpa Bo had bought yesterday. Huang Rongfang was also incredibly skeptical. What's going on? How is this possible? Wei Min and Qin Hai exchanged glances, also feeling unexpectedly surprised. Qin Qing, carrying 2 large bags of luggage, stood like a huge rock in front of the main door. Sister, why are you just standing there dumbly? Do you feel tired from carrying these 2 heavy bags? Oh, brother, I'm coming in now. Qin Qing didn't know what was happening either, but she was inexplicably delighted, and a sense of pride washed over her. She held her head high, hummed a tune, carried the 2 heavy luggage bags, and slowly walked past Wei Dong and Huang Rongfang. She didn't care how her brother got the key. As long as it could open this villa, it was enough for her. Seeing Qin Qing leisurely walk past them, Wei Dong snapped out of his astonishment and shock. Your key is stolen, Qin Yu. He quickly rushed into the Lord Villa. Exactly. Yes. Wei Dong woke up upon uttering these words spontaneously. Joyful excitement coursed through him as if he had discovered some world heritage. The key in your hand, Qin Yu, must be stolen. That's the only explanation that fits everything. Right. Huang Rongfang furiously slapped her thigh with a loud and crisp paw sound. Qin Yu, you've been in jail all along, so there's no way you can know rich people, let alone important figures. And who is Grandpa Bo? He's a significant person across the entire Yin City. How could you, a labor reform prisoner, possibly know someone like Grandpa Bo? But the villa keys are in your possession, so the only reasonable explanation is that you stole Grandpa Bo's key. The mother and son pair stormed in and started criticizing Qin Yu wildly, not caring about the luxurious decor of this villa. Brother, this villa is so beautiful, Qin Qing exclaimed in amazement. It looks like a palace, magnificent and splendid. Qin Hai and Wei Min were also shocked by the luxurious decoration of the Lord Villa. They both shared the same sentiment as Qin Qing. It rivaled a palace. Or perhaps, anyone who sees such opulent decorations would feel the same way. Qin Yu glanced around at the extravagant decoration of the Lord Villa. Indeed, it was very lavish, but he wasn't particularly surprised. At this point, he turned to look at Wei Dong and Huang Rongfang, smiling and saying, stolen. Why don't you try stealing one for me? Try stealing something from Grandpa Bo, Wei Dong, and see if you can do it. Isn't it because you think you're better than me? If I can steal from Grandpa Bo, then surely you should be able to too. Wei Dong coldly snorted. I'm better than you in other ways, not in thievery. You being a labor reform convict, it's normal for you to be better at stealing than me, right? However, Qin Yu, why did you steal from Grandpa Bo instead of someone else? This time, you are absolutely doomed. Qin Yu helplessly chuckled. If it weren't for Uncle Wei Min's genuine kindness toward him, this Wei Dong might have already been slapped hard and thrown away by now. I told you, the villa was given to me as a gift. The person who gave it to me is Feng Tianhua. Qin Yu, how dare you? Wei Dong immediately yelled in anger. You stole Grandpa Bo's key and still dare to call his name directly here? And you claim that Grandpa Bo gave this villa to you? Why don't you ask your father and sister? Would they believe you? I won't even mention other people. Qin Hai looked troubled and increasingly worried. How could someone like Grandpa Bo possibly give such an expensive large villa to his son? Qin Qing also calmed down, disbelieving that the powerful Grandpa Bo would give her brother a villa that rivals the imperial palace. Even though she wished her brother could be successful, this clearly seemed impossible. Wei Dong saw that neither of them responded and laughed coldly. Qin Yu, what do you think will happen if I tell Grandpa Bo about this matter? Upon hearing this, Qin Hai immediately turned pale. No, you can't. Wei Dong, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I stole the key, not Qin Yu. Dad? Qin Qing shouted anxiously, her feet stomping. Wei Min was angry. Wei Dong, what are you trying to do? Your Uncle Qin and I are decades-long friends. You cannot expose Qin Yu. Are you senile? Huang Rongfang scolded. If we know about this, but don't tell Grandpa Bo, we'll be implicated too. Do you want our entire family to die alongside this stubborn labor reform criminal? Qin Yu, there's a way I won't report you. Wei Dong suddenly smiled at Qin Yu. First, admit that the key was stolen. Then, confess that you're a labor reform criminal. Qin Yu sneered. You should thank being the son of Uncle Wei Min. As for exposing me, go ahead. If you don't go, then you're a coward. Wei Dong was stunned, glaring at Qin Yu. Fine, since I've given you a chance and you didn't take it, don't blame me. He immediately took out his phone to contact Feng Tianhua. Who opened this door? At that moment, a surprised voice came from outside the villa gate. Hearing this, Wei Dong instantly rejoiced. This voice belonged to none other than Grandpa Bo himself. Chapter 41. The villa is a gift I gave to Qin Xiao. Wei Dong had originally intended to immediately call Feng Tianhua and tell him that someone had stolen his penthouse villa. Yesterday, when he was selling the house, he had gone through great trouble to get Feng Tianhua's phone number. However, he unexpectedly heard Feng Tianhua's voice at that very moment. He grinned as he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes full of mockery. Qin Yu, you're dead this time. Did you hear the voice outside the door? That's exactly Boss Bo. In a while, you'll personally explain to Boss Bo how you got the key. As he finished speaking, he quickly turned and walked away. Wei Min immediately understood. The person outside must be Boss Bo. Wei Dong. Wei Dong. Wei Dong, stand still. But there was no response at all. Huang Rongfang chuckled and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you'd better think of an excuse. Qin Hai was terrified, his brain buzzing, large beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He could think of no solution, but one thing was clear in his mind. No matter what, he must help Qin Yu avert this disaster. Qin Qing was equally frightened, her face turning pale. She thought about how to save her brother. What ability did she have to save her brother? Her body? Yes. Qin Qing suddenly brightened up. Even if it meant sacrificing her body, she would save her brother. If Boss Bo agreed, she was willing to trade her body for her brother. Qin Yu, however, found it amusing as he watched Wei Dong's back disappear rapidly. Boss Bo, Wei Dong shouted from far away towards Feng Tianhua. Feng Tianhua looked up and immediately recognized Wei Dong, frowning instantly, clearly displeased. Wei Dong, what do you mean by this? I bought this villa yesterday. It has become my private property. As the manager of the Yuntan Mountain Sales Center, you cannot enter without my consent, right? Do you think just because you sold me a villa yesterday, we are now good friends? Feng Tianhua was extremely angry inside. After all, this villa was something he had given to young Master Qin. How dare an outsider barge in uninvited? It was as if asking for death. Moreover, if young Master Qin happened to be here right now, Feng Tianhua might really slap Wei Dong to death. Seeing how angry Boss Bo was, not only was Wei Dong not worried, but he even felt happy and secretly rejoiced. He quickened his steps, reached Feng Tianhua, half bent over, and smiled, saying, Boss Bo, you've misunderstood. The one who opened your villa wasn't me, but someone else. I only came in because I saw it wasn't you. Someone stole your keys and entered. I was just planning to contact you, Boss Bo, and let you know about this. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhua became enraged instantly. Who? How dare someone steal from Feng Tianhua? Find death. You, take me there immediately. Wei Dong was elated and made a gesture inviting Feng Tianhua forward. Boss Bo, I'll take you there right away. He was overjoyed internally. Qin Yu, this time you're definitely done for. I never imagined Boss Bo would be so furious. Feng Tianhua followed Wei Dong, rushing into the gate anxiously and entering the grand hall of the penthouse villa, with a group of brothers trailing behind. Qin Hai noticed a middle-aged man behind Wei Dong who appeared extremely angry and seemed to be ready to kill. He realized instantly that this must be Boss Bo. He rushed to speak. Boss Bo, it was me who stole the key to your villa, not my son. Qin Qing saw such a ferocious Boss Bo and nearly lost her nerve, but she quickly forced down her fear, determined to use her body to save her brother. Wei Min was similarly very concerned. Wei Dong, please help Qin Yu explain to Boss Bo. Huang Rongfang merely laughed and said nothing, stepping back 2 steps to watch the drama unfold. It's him, Boss Bo. Not only did Wei Dong ignore his father's plea to defend Qin Yu, but he pointed his finger at Qin Yu instead. This is Qin Yu. He stole your villa keys and claimed that you gave them to him. Then Hishanju entered. Boss Bo, you don't need to give him any face. I don't know him. Just deal with this kid as you see fit. Slap. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed loudly in the spacious villa hall. Then everyone saw a figure flying 3 meters sideways before falling heavily onto the ground with a thud. Instantly, the villa hall fell silent like death itself. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What was going on? It was clear that Qin Yu had stolen the keys, yet Boss Bo had slapped Wei Dong away with a single hand? What is wrong with you? Huang Rongfang saw her own son getting flung by the slap, her temper rising immediately. She shouted angrily at Feng Tianhua and quickly advanced, wanting to strike him. It was Qin Yu who stole the keys, not my son. Why did you hit my son? Slap. Before Huang Rongfang could even get close, she was struck by Boss Bo with a slap that spun her around in place and knocked out 2 of her front teeth. Everyone was shocked again, left utterly baffled. Amidst the confused, unexpected, and stunned gazes of the group, Feng Tianhua quickly walked to Qin Yu's side. Master Qin, Qin Hai, Wei Min, and Qin Xing felt their eyeballs almost pop out. The Wei Dong lying on the ground and his mother Huang Rongfang were so astonished that their jaws dropped as well. Master Qin? Could it be that Boss Bo actually called Qin Yu Master Qin? In the respectful manner, Feng Tianhua stood straight in front of Qin Yu, saluting slightly with a humble demeanor, like a child who had made a mistake. What the hell was going on here? Qin Hai and Wei Dong were completely dumbfounded. Qin Yu smiled lightly and gave a slight nod. Master Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't know you would come here today. That you've been disturbed by this pest is my fault. I will take care of this immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tianhua turned and headed toward Wei Dong. Wei Dong's face instantly paled like snow. He naturally understood what taking care of this meant according to Boss Bo's words. Don't kill my son. Huang Rongfang realized the situation too and immediately stepped in front of Wei Dong, arms spread wide. Boss Bo, that's enough. Qin Yu suddenly called out at this moment. Wei Dong, I already told you. Qin Yu's gaze was calm as he looked at Wei Dong, still sprawled on the ground. You should thank your father for being Uncle Wei Min. If it had been someone else, this incident wouldn't have ended so easily today. Feng Tianbo comprehended everything upon hearing Qin Yu's words and connecting them with the situation at hand, along with what Wei Dong had just said to him moments ago. The Wanglu villa that I bought through you yesterday, I transferred it to Master Qin the same night. Chapter 42. Face Change. When Grandpa Bo spoke, everyone in the villa hall, including Wei Dong, Huang Rongfang, and Qin Qing, was stunned. They couldn't believe that the king of buildings at Yintan Mountain had actually been gifted to Qin Yu. Yet the truth was right before their eyes, forcing them all to believe it. After believing, Wei Dong, Huang Rongfang, and Wei Min were left with doubts in their hearts. Hadn't Qin Yu spent the last few years in jail? How did he have the chance to meet Grandpa Bo? And looking at how respectful Grandpa Bo had been towards Qin Yu just now, it was clear. Grandpa Bo had even taken the initiative to call him young Master Qin. The three looked at Qin Hai beside them and saw his face equally bewildered, showing clearly that he knew as little as they did. Qin Qing's heart naturally held some doubt, but there was also a touch of pride. It seems her brother really is outstanding. Young Master Qin, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're moving? I could have helped you move your things. Grandpa Bo said again. Hearing this, Wei Dong and Huang Rongfang let out a sharp intake of breath. What's going on here? Not only did Grandpa Bo give Qin Yu a villa, but he was even willing to help move personally? That's Grandpa Bo we're talking about, renowned and famous. Qin Yu calmly said, there's no need for such trouble. Moreover, I don't really have much stuff to move anyway. Yes, I almost forgot, Grandpa Bo replied with feigned ignorance. All those old things are useless now. We'll need something new instead. Whatever you need, young Master Qin, I'll send people out to buy immediately. Qin Yu shook his head and said, no thanks. He then glanced at the group of brothers behind Grandpa Bo. Why did you bring your men here? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Bo chuckled. I brought medicine over for you. Medicine? Qin Yu paused momentarily before realizing. You moved pretty fast. Grandpa Bo grinned. Fortunately, I had some inventory left, and it just so happens to be what young Master Qin needs. All right, have your men place the items over there. Feng Tianbo quickly turned around. Put the items in the dining area. Yes, Grandpa Bo. The group of brothers promptly placed the spirit medicine there. Young Master Qin. Feng Tianbo turned around, grinning slyly. Just moved in today, shall I celebrate with you? He wanted to seize the opportunity to deepen his relationship with young Master Qin further. Qin Yu frowned. No thanks. I prefer some peace and quiet. You and your men go back first. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Though Feng Tianbo was rejected, he didn't feel annoyed at all and responded cheerfully. Got it, young Master Qin, we'll go back first. I'm waiting for your call. Already standing up, Wei Dong and Mother Huang Rongfang felt dizzy and utterly dumbfounded. Just now, that person smiling ingratiatingly at Qin Yu was Grandpa Bo. Am I seeing ghosts? Uh-huh. So it turns out that the Building King Villa truly was a gift from Grandpa Bo to you, young Master Qin. My apologies. I was mistaken earlier. Wei Dong ignored the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, quickly stepping forward to Qin Yu, plastering a grin on his face. Qin Yu coldly laughed. Your change of face is faster than peaking opera. Nevertheless, one can't deny Wei Dong's skills when it came to flattering people with power. He wasn't afraid of ridicule. Hai Ge, you've hidden too well. Huang Rongfang chimed in. You knew Qin Yu knows Grandpa Bo and has risen to prominence, but didn't tell us. Qin Yu, ever since you were a child, I've always said you'd amount to something great in the future. Look at the situation now, it proves I was right. The aunt's discernment is still quite exceptional. Seeing Huang Rongfang's hypocritical attitude, Qin Yu felt disgust within him and chose not to respond. Young Master Qin, I am the sales manager here. Rest assured, I will manage this king villa well for you. Wei Dong immediately said next. At that moment, he had an idea. Even a grand figure like Grandpa Bo bowed low to Qin Yu, indicating that Qin Yu must have something that surpassed Grandpa Bo. If he could establish a connection with such a person, his own rise would be inevitable. Qin Yu instantly saw through Wei Dong's thoughts, responding coolly. No need to bother Manager Wei. Grandpa Bo has arranged someone specifically to manage this for me. Then he turned to Wei Min. Uncle Wei Min, it's far from your home, but just a short walk. In the future, Uncle Wei Min should visit more often. Keep company with my father raising goldfish, drinking tea, or planting flowers. That way, the two of you can have companionship and won't get bored. Wei Min was delighted. Not only were his close friends fewer day by day, but the ones he had good relationships with could probably be counted on one hand. Young Master Qin, rest assured, Wei Min had not yet had the chance to speak when Wei Dong stepped forward and promptly agreed on behalf of his father. In the future, I will definitely come together with my father to accompany Uncle Qin Hai. Get out. Wei Min glared furiously at his son, greatly disapproving of the change in his son's attitude before and after. Wei Dong, if you're not ashamed, I am. Look at how you belittled Qin Yu earlier, and then mocked him endlessly. Now seeing that Qin Yu has proven exceptional, you immediately change your face. You get out right now. In the future, I don't need you to accompany me here. I can still walk on my own. Mr. Wei Yu, you shut up. Wei Min again cast a sharp glance at his wife, Huang Rongfang. Huang Rongfang, you were cheering quite happily earlier too, but Wei Dong acting this way now is all because of you. You and Wei Dong leave here together. Huang Rongfang was completely stunned. After decades had passed, she was still witnessing for the first time Wei Min yelling at her like this. Instinctively, she wanted to snap back, but when the angry gaze fell upon Qin Yu, she quickly swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. In the end, The mother and son quietly left the villa. Afterward, Wei Min stayed alone, ate dinner, and drank tea with Qin Hai for a while before leaving contentedly. What happened just now, Qin Yu? How did Grandpa Bo give you such a big villa and respect you so much? After Wei Min left, Qin Hai and Qin Qing looked at Qin Yu in the living room. Qin Yu thought for a moment, realizing there was no way to hide the matter anymore. So he said, Dad, sister, during the time in prison, I apprenticed myself to an extremely powerful person as my master. These past few years, I've learned a lot about martial arts, as well as other skills from him. My martial prowess is now very strong, and it so happens that Grandpa Bo was in the same cell as me. At that time, I made him suffer, so now he's scared when he sees me. Knowing that I've been released, he specifically gave me this villa. After hearing this, although Qin Hai and Qin Qing were surprised, they didn't doubt Qin Yu's words at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found any reasonable explanation. At night, after Qin Hai and Qin Qing both went to sleep, Qin Yu began to refine the 9 tripods restoration pills in his spacious master bedroom. Chapter 43, A Beating, Then Thrown Out. When it came to wealth, Qin Yu had never held the attitude that money was as worthless as dirt. Before being framed and entering prison, his family was in dire need of money and wealth. After learning martial arts from his master and becoming a warrior, he came to understand the importance of wealth even more. Practicing martial arts often meant practicing with money. For example, the batch of spiritual medicines that Bo Yi sent over today would require a large amount of money to purchase. But now Bo Yi had taken care of it. However, this was just the beginning. As his cultivation advanced in the future, he would need even more divine herbs, and thus the required wealth would increase correspondingly. Additionally, Qin Yu thought about Shen Lingjun. He clearly understood the status and strength of the Shen family. If he really wanted to pursue Lingjun and gain the approval of her family, a great amount of wealth would be indispensable. To earn a large amount of wealth, the 9-tripod restorative pill will be the first step. Qin Yu looked at the pile of divine herbs before him and revealed a trace of a smile. He was full of confidence in his alchemy skills. During the years he spent refining pills with his master, the Yin-Yang Taoist in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, one could say he surpassed even his master. Even his master couldn't help but praise his alchemy talent. Boom! He summoned a massive dark red pill furnace. With a gentle slap, the fire ignited beneath the pill furnace with a whoosh, producing a peculiar flame. In an instant, the temperature of the entire master bedroom shot up. Qin Yu's left hand trembled slightly, and one type of herb automatically flew into the pill furnace. 3 minutes later, with another flick of his wrist, he sent another type of heavenly and earthly herb into the pill furnace. In less than 15 minutes, the entire master bedroom was already filled with a strong medicinal aroma, which began spreading to all corners of the villa. The fragrance of the 9-tripod restorative pills reached the rooms of Qin Hai and Qin Qing, making them sleep unusually deeply through the night. The next morning, in the villa study, Master Qin, Bo Yi stood respectfully before the desk, calling out respectfully. Qin Yu nodded, taking out a small red brocade box from his body. Inside is a 9-tripod restorative pill. Sell it as soon as possible. Sibilance. Bo Yi sucked in a cold breath. Just yesterday, he had delivered the herbs. How had Master Qin managed to refine it so quickly overnight? This speed. Good. Bo Yi was excited and happy, holding the red brocade box in both hands. Master Qin, rest assured, I have already found a buyer long ago. Oh, who? Qin Yu was somewhat surprised, not expecting Bo Yi's efficiency to be consistently so high. The Liang family from Cloud City. Feng Tianbo said. The Liang family is also one of the 5 great families of Cloud City. Their power greater than even the He family. Qin Yu nodded. This buyer indeed suits perfectly. The old man of the Liang family is gravely ill, beyond any curative means. That's perfect then. This 9-tripod restorative pill you have can save his life. Exactly. After this, Master Qin, you will be the Liang family savior, a guest of honor in their home. However, for Master Qin, this is something you would hardly care about. Bo Yi was well aware of Master Qin's capabilities. An insignificant family like the Liang family, he wouldn't even bother considering. By the way, Master Qin, Bo Yi suddenly added, can I let the Liang family know that this pill is crafted by your hand? Qin Yu replied, no problem. Bo Yi smiled, understanding what he needed to do, then turned around and left the villa. Watching Feng Tianbo's retreating figure, Qin Yu also got up and walked out of the villa. Lingjun has agreed to stay here in Cloud City for a while, but the time she can stay won't be too long. I need to make the most of my time with Lingjun. Just as he hadn't walked far from the villa, he encountered 2 familiar people head-on. He Xiaokong and Wen Xuemei. Qin Yu? They were astonished. You, why are you here, a convicted laborer? He Xiaokong's eyes fell on the Wang Villa of Yuntan Mountain, not far behind Qin Yu. Do you know what place this is? It's the very center and the most expensive part of Yuntan Mountain. How could someone like you, the damned labor convict, dare approach here? Had there not been the last incident at yesterday's banquet, He Xiaokong would still have been wary of Qin Yu's connection to Shen Lingjun. However, with Mu Tailong having murderous intentions toward Qin Yu and absolutely wanting to chase Shen Lingjun back, He Xiaokong believed without a doubt that Qin Yu would be cast aside by Shen Lingjun. Therefore, He Xiaokong now didn't fear Qin Yu at all. Qin Yu was puzzled and frowned at him. Is He Xiaokong not thoroughly taught a lesson from last night? Today, are you asking me to give you a more profound one? When Xuemei sneered and said, Qin Yu, actually you're not that great. You just happen to have Shen Lingjun's help. But what do you think will happen if Shen Lingjun stops helping you? He Xiaokong wore a mocking expression as he looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu laughed, roughly understanding the situation. It was likely these two assumed that Mu Tailong would certainly take Shen Lingjun away from him. leaving him without protection or assistance. Unfortunately, you're overthinking it. Mu Tailong can't take Lingjun away, and I don't need her protection or help. He Xiaokong sneered. Qin Yu, you're taking advantage of an opportunity and still complaining. If it weren't for Shen Lingjun protecting you, I would have crippled you at the manor gate last night. Since you claim you don't need anyone else's protection, then fine. Today, I'll throw you out of here and let you know exactly where you stand. You useless bastards, get your asses over here right now. He Xiaokong turned and yelled loudly at a group of security guards who were just patrolling nearby. This team of guards wasn't the same as the one from yesterday, but they recognized He Xiaokong. He Xiao. The squad leader respectfully called out. What are you fools eating? He Xiaokong shouted angrily, pointing at Qin Yu ahead. How could you let someone like this, a convicted laborer, into the compound? And this is the Tower King Villa on Yuntan Mountain. If anything gets stolen by him, it'll be far more than just losing your jobs. The squad leader and the 7 or 8 security guards behind him immediately trembled with fear as they glanced at Qin Yu. They didn't recognize that Qin Yu was actually the owner of the Tower King Villa. Go, grab this labor convict and throw him out. Since Shen Lingjun was still in Yun City, He Xiaokong knew he couldn't go too far. You son of a bitch, asking for death. Grab him, beat him up, and throw him out. Chapter 44. If you wish, you can come to my mansion for a visit. He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei took 2 steps back, their faces full of mockery as they looked at Qin Yu, waiting for the show to begin. There were 7 or 8 security guards here who could definitely take down Qin Yu. The squad leader of the security team quickly led his men and surrounded Qin Yu. He Xiaokong is the young master of one of the 5 great families in Yunqing, so he certainly appears much stronger than this naive young man before him. Listening to He Xiaokong is certainly the right choice. Seize him. The squad leader waved his hand. Qin Yu gave a cold laugh and immediately struck out, slapping the 7 or 8 guards with just one palm, making them fall over and roll on the ground in pain. Just as He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei's mocking grins appeared on their faces, they instantly froze. When did this cursed labor reform prisoner Qin Yu become so skilled? After a brief moment of doubt, He Xiaokong quickly reacted, saying with a smirk, You, Qin Yu, this labor reform prisoner, have only been out for a few days and are now assaulting people again. Moreover, injuring so many people. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at He Xiaokong. Too many. I think it's still not enough. He slowly walked towards He Xiaokong, revealing a playful grin. He Xiaokong immediately realized Qin Yu's intentions and became alert. What do you intend to do, Qin Yu? Will you really dare to harm me? Are you not afraid of being sent back to prison by me? Qin Yu slightly raised an eyebrow. Send me back to prison? Is it still like a few years ago, He Xiaokong? With that, he slapped a hand out, and with a loud bang, He Xiaokong was struck and flown away. Xiaokong. Wen Shuamei was both furious and worried, never expecting Qin Yu to actually dare to hit He Xiaokong. You, Qin Yu, dared to actually hit me. You're looking for death. He Xiaokong angrily glared at Qin Yu from where he lay on the ground. What are you all doing? At this moment, a roar came from afar, and they saw 2 men running over quickly. Qin Yu recognized one of them as yesterday's security captain. Seeing them, He Xiaokong's face lit up. This time, Qin Yu, you're finished. He immediately got up. One of them is the supervisor here, and the other is the security captain. You injured people here, and they, representing Yuntan Mountain, will definitely be able to deal with you. This time, even Shen Lingyun won't be able to protect you. Qin Yu, I'll see how you die this time. Qin Yu looked disdainful. If the supervisor and the security captain also don't have sense, he wouldn't mind continuing to act and dealing with them. Supervisor Du, Captain Fan. He Xiaokong immediately shouted to the 2 who had arrived. This person is called Qin Yu, a labor reform prisoner. Just now, he assaulted your subordinates. He also assaulted me, and he has only been out for a few days. Don't give him any face. Beat him up thoroughly, then escort him to the authorities and send him back to prison to stay there for another few years. However, neither Supervisor Du nor Captain Fan paid any attention to He Xiaokong and didn't even look at him once. Instead, they hurriedly approached Qin Yu and slightly bowed their heads. Young Master Qin. In unison, they respectfully called out. Qin Yu was a little surprised but quickly figured it out. It was probably Wei Dong who told them about yesterday's events. They knew about his close relationship with Feng Tianbua. For someone whom even Feng Tianbua must respect, how could they, a supervisor and a security captain, dare to offend him? Beside them, He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei, who were ready for a good show, were once again shocked and dumbfounded. A supervisor and a security captain of Yuntan Mountain stood humbly in front of Qin Yu, bowing and calling him, Young Master Qin. They exchanged glances, both surprised and confused. Wen Shuamei felt furious inside and extremely dissatisfied. Supervisor Du, Captain Fan, why are you 2 so courteous to this labor reform prisoner Qin Yu? You even call him Young Master Qin. He doesn't deserve such respect from you. For several years, he has been in prison. Today, he suddenly showed up here, and I seriously suspect he sneaked in to steal something. Hurry up, you 2 check what valuable items Qin Yu has on him. Surely they're stolen goods. The residents of Yuntan Mountain are all big shots in Yun City. Yes. He Xiaokong snapped back to his senses at this point and immediately chimed in. Certainly, he must have sneaked in to steal things. Hurry up and search Qin Yu. Labor reform prisoner. Security Captain Fan frowned and shot a contemptuous glance at He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei, thinking to himself, You 2 idiots. Yesterday young Master Qin personally took out the keys to the Yun'an Mountain Villa, and only afterward did I learn from Manager Wei that young Master Qin is a big shot whom even Boss Bo has to respect. Sneaked in to steal things. Supervisor Du also gave them a sharp look. Young Master Qin doesn't need to sneak in. He is one of the legitimate owners of Yuntan Mountain. And the villa right in front of us belongs to young Master Qin. He Xiaokong and Wen Shuamei blinked, slightly opening their mouths as they raised their eyes to glance at the king villa of Yuntan Mountain not far ahead, then blankly turned back to look at Qin Yu. It's impossible. Wen Shuamei frowned and angrily said, "This is absolutely impossible. I know Qin Yu very well. He is just a labor reform prisoner, and his family is so poor they can't make ends meet. How could he possibly afford to buy a villa here on Yuntan Mountain? And it's even the best and most expensive one." Supervisor Du sneered coldly. "Miss Wen, just because you lack ability doesn't mean you can say others are like you." As he spoke, he took out his phone, opened the Yuntan Mountain management system, and pulled up the owner information. At the very top was the owner information for the King Villa. Wen Shuamei was shocked to see the name, Qin Yu, glaringly displayed in that column, which hit her hard. Her eyes widened with disbelief. What is going on with Qin Yu? By all means, this should be absolutely impossible. Though Wen Shuamei found it extremely unfair and hard to believe, she was fully aware that since the system listed Qin Yu's name, he was indeed an owner here, and not just any owner, but the owner of the King Villa on Yuntan Mountain. Her eyes were fixed fiercely on Qin Yu before her, filled with unwillingness. It was precisely because Qin Yu had once owned nothing, been impoverished and considered useless, that she had abandoned him to choose He Xiaokong, the young master of one of the 5 great families of Yunqing. Yet, she never expected that in just a few years, Qin Yu had completely transformed into the owner of the most luxurious villa in the highest-end residential area of Yunqing. Isn't this just slapping her own face? If only she hadn't abandoned Qin Yu back then, wouldn't she now be the owner of the King Villa on Yuntan Mountain? Even He Xiaokong didn't have the means to purchase this villa. At this moment, Wen Shuamei felt a twinge of regret deep inside. Qin Yu looked at his ex-girlfriend Wen Shuamei, whose face openly showed resentment, dissatisfaction, and regret. A smirk of disdain appeared on his face. "Wen Shuamei, if you wish, you can come visit my King Villa." Chapter 45, Wasting He Xiaokong's 2 legs. Qin Yu. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Wen Shuamei became even angrier. She felt her lungs might burst. That's not right. Wen Shuamei suddenly had a thought flash through her mind. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she suddenly realized that even if this most expensive mansion on Yuntan Mountain belonged to Qin Yu, it didn't necessarily mean that Qin Yu bought it with his own money. He had spent the past few years in prison. Where could he have gotten so much money? So, this mansion must not have been bought by Qin Yu himself. It should be given to him by someone else. Given. Xinlingyun. Wen Shuamei's eyes brightened immediately, feeling secretly pleased. Yes, it must have been given to Qin Yu by Xinlingyun. Otherwise, there's no way he could have afforded this villa. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt less regret and less unwillingness. This proved that Qin Yu was still the penniless waste of a man. Now, he had merely used some unknown tricks to deceive Xinlingyun, but once she found out, Qin Yu would die a very painful death. Moreover, now Mu Tailong has returned, and he will definitely win Xinlingyun over. Even if he doesn't succeed, Mu Tailong will not let Qin Yu off easily. In any case, Qin Yu will soon meet a terrible end. Qin Yu. Wen Shuamei sneered. "You're just a lowly opportunist. Don't think I don't know your villa wasn't bought with your own money. I know your situation very well. Your family has no money at all, and after spending several years in jail, you wouldn't even be able to afford a dilapidated house in the suburbs, let alone the Lord Villa on Yuntan Mountain." After pausing for a moment, she continued, laughing. "This villa must have been given to you by Xinlingyun." Like a sudden awakening from a dream, He Xiaokong got excited. Yes, it must have been Xinlingyun who bought it and gave it to you, Qin Yu. But, Qin Yu, let me kindly warn you, the better Xinlingyun treats you, the more miserable your death will be later. Mu Tailong will definitely not let you go. Qin Yu laughed and shook his head. Two fools. Du Tian also couldn't help but laugh. Mu Tailong. He'd heard of him before, the grandson of Mu Bufan from Jiangsheng, returning now after acquiring great learning. But even a powerful figure like Boss Bo has to treat young Master Qin respectfully. How then is Mu Tailong? Miss Wen, the two of you are mistaken. He sneered and said, as the manager here, I do have some understanding of the property owner's situations. This Lord Villa was purchased by young Master Qin himself, not given to him by Miss Shan. Actually, Du Tian did not fully understand the real situation. Saying this was simply to please Qin Yu. Someone who even the powerful Boss Bo needs to please. If one could attach oneself to him, future prospects were surely boundless. When Shuamei scoffed at what Manager Du had said, Director Du, I don't know what your relationship with Qin Yu is, but I won't believe you. I know Qin Yu better than you do. If he really had enough money to buy this Lord Villa, he wouldn't have ended up in jail back then. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at her. No, Wen Shuamei, what you should say is, if you had known I had so much money and power back then, you wouldn't have abandoned me and chosen He Xiaokong. Wen Shuamei chuckled coldly. Qin Yu, I know that even now you still feel Bufu cheat and can't let go, because I abandoned you back then. You've always harbored hatred for this matter. I know. However, it's unfortunate for you that all you can do is harbor this resentment and take no action against me. Perhaps you can still gloat and show off these few days, but let me remind you that once Xinlingyun leaves Yun City, both He Xiaokong and I can crush you anytime we want. Also, Mu Tailong absolutely will not leave you alone. Just cherish these few days well. Time is running out. Family saw how arrogantly Wen Shuamei treated young Master Qin and stepped forward to strike her. You bitch, you're asking for it. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase himself and ingratiate himself with young Master Qin. He could tell that Director Du's speech was precisely aimed at pleasing young Master Qin. He naturally couldn't fall behind. He also understood that Qin Yu was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful person. Do you dare? When Xiaomei showed no fear at all, since she was He Xiaokong's woman. He Xiaokong was also greatly angered at this point, stepping forward and blocking Fan Li in front of Wen Xiaomei, looking for death. Fan Li, do you really think being the security captain of Yuntin Mountain makes you someone important? Let me tell you, you're still only a security guard. If you dare touch my woman, He Xiaokong, I'll cripple you on the spot. If Qin Yu wasn't here, Fan Li would naturally be afraid of the young master of the He family. However, he gave a cold sneer and said, Mr. He, since you have offended the owners on Yuntin Mountain, I naturally have to step forward on behalf of the business here and teach the offenders a lesson. Today, I will show you whether this security guard dares or not. After saying that, Fan Li continued to move forward, raising his hand to strike. He Xiaokong was stunned for a moment, obviously unable to comprehend how Fan Li, a mere security guard, dared to defy him again and actually dared to lay hands on him. Hold it. Suddenly, Qin Yu called out to stop Fan Li. Fan Li was surprised but immediately complied, turning around and smiling as he said, Young Master Qin, I wanted to help you teach Wen Xiaomei a lesson for being so blind. Naturally, Qin Yu could see that the other party was trying to ingratiate himself. He had no aversion to the sycophantic actions of Fan Li and Du Tian. He nodded slightly and moved forward. He Xiaokong thought Qin Yu was afraid and dared not touch him, scoffing with disdain. Qin Yu, are you scared? You finally realized that you're nothing more than a little clown. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow lightly, smiling faintly. A jumping clown? Humph. The next moment, he kicked out with his left foot. Bang bang, two dull sounds echoed. Snap. Almost simultaneously, two bone-breaking sounds resounded, exceptionally crisp, making Du Tian's and Fan Li's scalps tingle. Ah! He Xiaokong's screams of agony were akin to a pig being slaughtered, almost echoing throughout all of Yuntan Mountain. Qin Yu, how dare you break both my legs? Aye. Before he could finish speaking, He Xiaokong's consciousness began slipping away, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Qin Yu said indifferently, both legs? Wasn't your third leg already useless lately? Unluckily for you, that one is also wasted by you. When Xiaomei, who had originally squatted down to support He Xiaokong, suddenly heard these words and stared at Qin Yu in shock. Chapter 46, Fiancé. Qin Yu, it's actually you? When Xiaomei was surprised and could not believe that every time she wanted to exercise with He Xiaokong, he was always unable to get up. It turned out all this was due to Qin Yu's doing. Qin Yu coldly sneered. So what if it is? When Xiaomei, take He Xiaokong and roll out of here immediately. You're never to come near me again. Go. When Xiaomei wanted to say something more, but was immediately scolded by Qin Yu. Annoyed and frustrated, when Xiaomei could do nothing at the moment but grit her teeth and glare angrily at Qin Yu before carrying the unconscious He Xiaokong and leaving. Mr. Qin, please rest assured, I will specifically assign people to monitor your tower villa. People like Wen Xiaomei won't bother you anymore. Security Captain Fan Li said flatteringly. Yes, Mr. Qin. Manager Du Tian quickly smiled as well. By the way, Mr. Qin, I came today because I have other things to find you. What thing? The third miss of the Tang family from our Yuntin Mountain Villa neighborhood will be arriving in Yun City tomorrow. She wants to specially visit you. The Tang family has a deep relationship with Grandpa Bo. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly and immediately thought it should be because the Tang family had learned of his connection with Feng Tianhua. That's why the third Miss Tang would come to see him. Could it be they needed his help? He speculated in his mind. He also guessed that perhaps Feng Tianhua had revealed some of his capabilities. Previously, Qin Yu had heard that the big boss behind the Yuntan Mountain Villas was the Tang family. And the Tang family was one of the prominent families in another large city in Zhejiang province, Changcheng. The Tang family was very powerful. Virtually every large city in Zhejiang province had the villa complex managed by them. And Changcheng was among the top cities in Zhejiang province. After this little interlude, Qin Yu continued on towards the agreed-upon meeting location to see Xin Lingyun. In an open-air cafe in the commercial center of Yun City, after he arrived and looked around but didn't see Xin Lingyun's figure. Could I have come late? Qin Yu recalled being delayed by He Xiaokong and Wen Xiaomei earlier in the neighborhood. You indeed made someone wait hungry. A mocking voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, Qin Yu saw Mu Tailong. A bit surprised, Qin Yu asked, Mu Tailong, are you following me? Mu Tailong gave a cold laugh, but did not directly respond. Instead, he said, Qin Yu, you've already had people investigate your situation. Before going to jail, your family was penniless. Then you ended up in prison for 3 terms. I can't understand where your courage to pursue Lingyun comes from. With your current condition, if it were me, I wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of Lingyun, let alone pursue her. Qin Yu laughed. So, you'll never be better than me. Haha, how ridiculous. How could a respectable martial arts genius and grandson of Mu Bufan like me be inferior to you, a reformed prisoner? Mu Tailong burst out laughing. That you sent people to investigate me already proves that you're no match for me. Qin Yu continued smiling. On the contrary, I've never cared about anything related to you, Mu Tailong. Because in my eyes, you're not worth a single ounce of my attention. Hearing this, Mu Tailong became enraged. Qin Yu, you're looking for death. With Lingyun present earlier, I couldn't act. Now I'll cripple you first. With a punch, he hurled it toward Qin Yu's head. It was clear this wasn't simply about crippling Qin Yu. It was an attempt to kill him. Not in the least frightened, Qin Yu knew killing Mu Tailong was as effortless as crushing an ant. Stop it! Just as Qin Yu was about to counterattack, a sudden sharp cry echoed nearby. In the next moment, a graceful shadow darted forward. Shun Lingyun appeared in front of Qin Yu, slapping a palm outwards. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mu Tailong was sent reeling several steps back. Mu Tailong, how dare you lay hands on Qin Yu? Shen Lingyun glared fiercely at Mu Tailong. And Mu Tailong was inwardly shocked, staring dumbfoundedly at Shen Lingyun. Was Lingyun's martial arts power really this strong? Qin Yu was equally surprised inside, never having considered the level of Lingyun's martial arts skill before. Being able to force Mu Tailong to retreat proved that Lingyun's martial arts skills were already quite formidable. Lingyun, I just wanted to make Qin Yu realize that he doesn't deserve you at all, said Mu Tailong. Shen Lingyun was irritated. Whether Qin Yu deserves me or not is not for you to decide. Lingyun, don't delude yourself any longer. Qin Yu is nothing but a convict. Don't you know that? This matter I already know, and I don't care a bit. Enraged almost to fainting point, Mu Tailong retorted. Immediately Shen Lingyun added, Mu Tailong, I've already told you at the banquet, I do not like you. Even without Qin Yu, I wouldn't like you. Please stop harassing me from now on. Otherwise, I'll only despise you even more. Mu Tianlong was stunned on the spot, unable to believe that Shen Lingyun had said all this to him. After a while, he finally came to his senses. Why Lingyun? In which way am I not good enough? In what way do I fall short of Qin Yu, the convict sentenced to labor reform? I completely cannot understand your choice right now, Lingyun. Beside them, the maid Xiaoyu frowned too, puzzled by her young mistress's behavior. Just as young Master Mu had pointed out, in any comparison, Qin Yu fell miles behind Mu Tianlong. Thinking about this, Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu, who was shielded behind their young mistress, and flashed a look of disdain. Moreover, if it weren't for the timely arrival of the young mistress just now to block Mu Tianlong's punch, Qin Yu might have already become a corpse by now. No, I refuse to believe this. Lingyun, I refuse to believe these words you've said. Mu Tianlong glared fiercely and suddenly looked at Qin Yu. That's right, Qin Yu. This must be because of you. Surely you must have done something underhanded to Lingyun, making her lose her rationality and sense of judgment. President Zhuijin also said the same thing. Qin Yu laughed. Mu Tianlong, when I say you're not as good as me, why are you still so stubborn? With such an IQ, maybe you're not even worthy to compare with me. Sticking to his own opinion, Mu Tianlong coldly smirked. Qin Yu, don't think that after deceiving Lingyun, getting her recognition and favor, you can therefore claim Lingyun. I tell you, both Shen family and Lingyun are in great trouble. Staying by her side won't help her. You might not even know how you will end up dying. Shen Lingyun paused for a moment, then angrily shouted, Mu Tianlong, shut your mouth. Great trouble? Immediately Qin Yu thought of the intense poison on Lingyun's body previously and the poisoning incident at the restaurant a few days ago. However, Mu Tianlong clearly had no intention of stopping and continued. In order to investigate the case of her fiancé's entire family being wiped out, Lingyun has been targeted by many factions. The Shen family is also facing huge trouble because of this. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a wave of surprise, as if his heart had been tightly squeezed. Chapter 47, Arranged Marriage. Qin Yu actually didn't fear those forces at all. In terms of martial arts strength, even though he wasn't yet invincible under heaven, Qin Yu was unafraid of anyone. However, Lingyun already had a fiancée. This realization left him incredibly surprised, and also filled with disappointment and sorrow. Mu Tianlong saw Qin Yu's reaction and knew Qin Yu must have been shocked. He mocked. Qin Yu, you understand now, right? No matter how cunning your schemes are, you still can't obtain Lingyun. She has already made marriage vows with another. And besides, those factions are extremely powerful. If you stay by Lingyun's side, you'll only become a burden. Like just now, if it weren't for Lingyun rushing to block my palm in time, you would have already been killed by me. At this moment, Qin Yu felt disheartened and had no mood to quarrel with Mu Tianlong. He was musing about the fact that Lingyun already had a fiancée, and from the way Lingyun risked her life to investigate her fiancé's family's annihilation, it seemed that Lingyun deeply cherished that fiancé, right? Shen Lingyun, seeing Qin Yu's sorrowful and disappointed expression, made her so furious that she almost wanted to slap Mu Tianlong into death right there. Mu Tianlong, if you keep mouthing off, do you believe I won't hesitate to cripple you right now? Seeing Shen Lingyun angry and noticing Qin Yu's dismay, Mu Tianlong smirked inwardly, continuing, Lingyun, if you want to uncover the truth behind your fiancé's family destruction, both my master and I can help you. And moreover, we possess the ability to help you with that. Shen Lingyun said nothing, looking extremely displeased, wanting to kill Mu Tianlong on the spot. Seeing this, Mu Tianlong deemed it wise to stop while ahead, smiling and saying, all right, I won't say more, and I'm leaving. He cast a derisive look at the dejected Qin Yu before swiftly turning to leave, his face beaming with smugness. Qin Yu. After Mu Tianlong left, Shen Lingyun called out, Lingyun, tell me, is it true that you really have a fiancé? Qin Yu looked up, fixing his gaze on Shen Lingyun before him. Even though they hadn't known each other long and interacted even less, Qin Yu had already fallen in love with Shen Lingyun. It wasn't because Shen Lingyun belonged to the powerful Shen family, had endless wealth, or held an exalted status. Rather, it was because Qin Yu was deeply captivated by her beauty, grace, and character. Moreover, Shen Lingyun never held any bias towards him. Unlike others who treated him differently after knowing he had been to prison, she did not. That was truly rare and commendable. Before Shen Lingyun could speak, her nearby maid Xiaoyu spoke up coldly first. Yes, my miss already has a fiancé, and his background is very strong. Kinsman Qin Yu, as a convict laborer, you don't deserve our miss at all. You're just a toad yearning for swan meat. Already in a bad mood, when Xiaoyu spoke like this, Qin Yu's patience snapped. Even Buddhas get angry. He shot Xiao Yu a fierce glare. If it weren't for you being Ling Yun's attendant, akin to a younger sister, you'd already be dead. Xiao Yu snorted disdainfully. You dare kill me? Just you, a convict laborer? If it weren't for Miss arriving in time earlier, you would have already been killed by Mu Tianlong. And yet here you are still boasting loudly. Enough, Xiao Yu. Shen Lingyun scolded furiously. You leave here immediately. Sensing Qin Yu's feelings of loss, concerned, Shen Lingyun expelled Xiao Yu so she could have a private talk with Qin Yu. With a disgruntled face, Xiao Yu turned and left. Lingyun, what exactly is going on with you having a fiancé? Qin Yu asked. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now, I've already fallen in love with you. But, disappointed and crestfallen, Qin Yu sighed. Shen Lingyun shared no feelings with her fiancé, which meant things could work out, and she could be taken from him. But the problem was that Shen Lingyun clearly held deep feelings for her fiancé. Qin Yu, please let me explain. Shen Lingyun said earnestly. I didn't tell you I had a fiancé back then because at the time, I didn't feel anything romantic towards you. But after some time spent together recently, especially after last night's banquet where you willingly allowed me to stay behind, I realized I've unconsciously fallen for you. Huh. Qin Yu understood. Then what about your fiancé? Shen Lingyun sighed. Qin Yu, actually, I've never met that fiancé. Our betrothal was decided before birth. My family perished long before I was born. Crazy coincidence too, he's also surnamed Qin. So let alone affection, I've never once seen him, I don't even know what he looks like. Perhaps, he's already dead for all we know. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart eased somewhat. As long as Lingyun has feelings for her never-seen fiancé, everything would be fine. In that case, he wouldn't let go. Lingyun belonged to him. And as for that so-called fiancé, may he go to hell. Lingyun noticed Qin Yu's restored smile and relaxed, then continued. I've been investigating the whereabouts of my fiancé for the sake of my father. Really? What happened? Qin Yu asked. My father and Uncle Qin were sworn brothers, and the relationship between the two families was extremely close, which led to the decision of an arranged marriage before birth. But later, Uncle Qin's family was wiped out in one night. Fortunately, his son managed to escape with someone else. For all these years, my father has been searching for Uncle Qin's son, while also investigating the reason and perpetrator behind the Qin family's extermination. In doing so, my father was critically injured by individuals from powerful factions, resulting in the complete loss of his martial prowess. All these years, we have been looking for renowned physicians, hoping to cure my father and restore his lost martial strength. Qin Yu nodded. I understand now. The poisoning incident and the earlier attempt in the restaurant are related to this matter. No wonder Mu Tianlong said I'd be a burden. Shen Lingyun looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, are you afraid? Qin Yu smiled. Afraid? There isn't anyone in this world who can make me afraid yet. As he spoke, he grasped Shen Lingyun's delicate hand. Lingyun, I've already considered you my woman. Your affairs are mine. I'll join you in finding Uncle Qin's son. At the same time, we'll uncover the truth behind the extermination of the Qin family. We'll find the culprit and seek vengeance for Uncle Qin's family. Upon hearing this, Shen Lingyun felt immense joy and excitement within her heart, her breathtaking face lighting up with a sweet smile. Thank you, Qin Yu. As your man, this is what I should do. By the way, suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to recall something. I just remembered, you mentioned that your uncle was severely wounded by enemies. Was the injury very serious? It was very severe. After years of treatment, it no longer threatens his life, but he will not be able to regain his martial abilities unless he fully recovers from the wounds. Qin Yu nodded, and then took out a red silk box from his body. Chapter 48. It's time to make a move on the He family. What is this? Shen Lingyun accepted the red brocade box, and asked curiously. This is the 9-tripod restorative pill, an extremely potent medicinal pill. As long as someone still has a breath of life left, they can be saved. Lingyun, you take it back, and let your father consume it. It will surely cure his illness effectively. Shen Lingyun was both surprised and stunned, looking at the pill in her hand. She naturally trusted Qin Yu, and had personally experienced his exceptional medical skills. She just didn't expect that this single pill could be so powerful. Qin Yu, my father will definitely be very happy. Then Shen Lingyun wanted to say something, but ultimately held back from speaking. Qin Yu guessed what Lingyun wanted to say. It must be about taking him along to the Shun family to meet her father. After all, if this 9-tripod restorative pill truly cures Lingyun's father, he might regard Qin Yu differently. However, Qin Yu also understood clearly that the Shen family, as a powerful ancient martial arts family with great power, would worry even if he cured her father and may not treat him well. Worse, if they found out about their romantic relationship, there would likely be unpleasantness. Especially because Lingyun's father highly valued Uncle Qin and his missing son, hoping for a marriage alliance between them. If her father now learned Qin Yu was his daughter's boyfriend, how could there be any goodwill? And Qin Yu did not want to visit the Shen family right now. Currently, his martial strength was strong, but he lacked fame or influence, nor vast wealth. Any visit would probably lead only to scorn. Understanding this, Qin Yu thought about it. If one day he had a daughter and knew her boyfriend had nothing, he too would worry about his daughter's future and become dissatisfied. Qin Yu, then I'll take this 9-tripod restorative pill back and give it to my father, and I'll return in a few days. I'll wait for you. Qin Yu felt delighted, sensing Lingyun's reluctance to part from him even briefly. Subsequently, he escorted Shen Lingyun to Yun City Airport to board her flight. Watching Lingyun's plane soar into the high sky, Qin Yu turned to leave. Unexpectedly, he met two familiar faces, Ji Yangrong and Deng Wan. Qin Yu, it seems like your protector and backbone have already left Yin City. Ji Yangrong said laughing. glancing at the large plane flying far into the air, displaying an mocking expression. Dang Wan laughed too. Qin Yu, we told you long ago, Shen Lingyun can't possibly always stay in Yin City. She can't protect you forever. Now that she is gone, no one will forgive you this time. You offended Mu Tianglong, crippled He Xiaokong. They're bound to kill you. Qin Yu felt exasperated, considering Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan as unbearably annoying flies. Good times are coming, Qin Yu. I've just sent a message to the He family, informing them Shen Lingyun has left Yin City. Ji Yangrong smiled more brilliantly. You just wait for the He family people to come for you. I'm waiting to see how exactly you're going to be killed by He Xiaokong's father. Only fear that by then, even wanting to die isn't an easy thing. Qin Yu chuckled coldly. Kill me? Fine. It's time to deal with the He family. He thought about how he'd been out of the Rootless Heavenly Dungeon for some time now, having already dealt with some issues around him. Lingyun would be away for a short while, during which he'd have free time to settle accounts with the He family. Dealing with the He family? Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances and smirked. Qin Yu, are you not awake or overly worried? So your brain is broken down? Ji Yangrong burst out laughing. Do you consider yourself to be Shen Lingyun, or do you think Shen Lingyun is still by your side? Compared to the He family, you are merely a mere ant. Dang Wan also jeered and said, it was only because of Shen Lingyun's help that you were able to achieve minor success. Ant. Qin Yu smirked coldly. That's correct, indeed like an ant. But the ant isn't me. Rather, in my eyes, the He family is merely a little insect I can crush anytime I wish. You two are nothing more than lapdogs to He Xiaokong and the He family. Go tell them, in a few days, I will make the He family disappear from this world. Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan were even more shocked, as if they had misunderstood what he said. Qin Yu. With these words, I doubt Shen Lingyun herself wouldn't easily say such things. Ji Yangrong looked at Qin Yu like he was something incomprehensible. Eradicate the He family? I see that sitting inside all these years has addled your mind. No, Dang Wan chimed in. In my opinion, this is even more brainless than being foolish. To destroy the He family? Are you, Qin Yu, serious? Absolutely the funniest joke ever. And within a few days. Ah, that's right. Dang Wan's face lit up with a mocking smile. Qin Yu, just now you said you would destroy the He family within a few days, didn't you? Well, it just so happens that a perfect opportunity has presented itself before you. Qin Yu furrowed his brows. A perfect opportunity? Ji Yangrong clearly understood what Dang Wan had implied and immediately chimed in with a laugh. Exactly, this is indeed a perfect opportunity. But I wonder if Qin Yu can actually live up to the boastful words he spoke. Qin Yu, Dang Wan continued. The reason we came to the airport today is because we're here to pick up the private jet of the fourth master of the He family. He is also one of the strongest warriors in the He family. This time, he has specifically returned from Jiangxing, the provincial capital of Xuanhuan province, mainly to deal with you. You crippled both of He Xiaokong's legs, and when he heard about it, he was absolutely enraged and immediately rushed back. Qin Yu, since you're so full of bravado, do you dare to wait for He's return right here? Ji Yangrong also sneered mockingly. Qin Yu, we might as well tell you outright. He is already a level 7 great warrior and serves as deputy headmaster of a martial arts academy in Jiangxing. How does that make you feel? Are you afraid yet? Qin Yu had heard of He, known as He Xiaowu, who did indeed possess considerable martial prowess and could be considered one of the pillars of the He family. However, he hadn't known that He Xiaowu had become the deputy headmaster of a martial arts school in the provincial capital of Xuanjiang. What Qin Yu didn't realize was that over the past few years, thanks to He Xiaowu's efforts in Jiangxing, he'd made some important connections, which greatly assisted the He family's development in Yin City. Even more surprising, He Xiaowu had met Mu Bufan, and their relationship was fairly amicable. The reason Mu Bufan held a banquet in Yin City and even entrusted the He family with its organization was due to He Xiaowu's influence. Afraid? Qin Yu gave a cold laugh. Fine, then I'll start by wiping out the pillar of the He family right here. Let He Xiaokong and his entire clan get an early taste of despair. With that, he turned around and walked into a bubble tea shop inside the airport to wait for He Xiaowu. Chapter 49. The fourth master of the He family takes action against Qin Yu. In less than half an hour, Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan, who were waiting at the airport, saw the figure of He Xiaowu, the fourth master of the He family, standing nearly 1.78 meters in height, with a slim build and sporting a small mustache. Fourth master. The two of them quickly approached, and Ji Yangrong took over He Xiaowu's luggage. He Xiaowu nodded slightly, his expression grim. Tell me again in detail about Xiaokong's situation. I want to know how that damn Qin Yu managed to break both of Xiaokong's legs. He Xiaowu had already learned via phone that the one responsible for crippling his nephew was Qin Yu, and since he had no children of his own, from the day He Xiaokong was born, he had regarded him as his own son and loved him dearly. When he heard that He Xiaokong had been disabled, he immediately rushed back from Jiangxing, the provincial capital of Zhejiang province, determined to avenge his nephew. I heard this morning He Xiaokong and when Shuamei arrived at the Yunten Mountain Villa area. Later, they were cornered by Qin Yu, followed by Qin Yu attacking He Xiaokong. Ji Yangrong said, as for what happened in between, I guess it must be because Qin Yu harbored resentment from being thrown into jail after previously beating He Xiaokong, which is why he retaliated by crippling him. Enraged, He Xiaowu shouted, damn it, Qin Yu is asking for death. At the time, elder brother should have listened to me and killed this kid. If we had, none of this would have happened. Do you two know where Qin Yu is staying now? Take me there immediately. I'll arrest him and drag him to the hospital to disable 3 of his limbs right in front of Xiaokong. Upon hearing this, Jiangrong and Dang Wan exchanged glances, both of them grinning with delight. Thinking, Qin Yu was definitely doomed today. Fourth master, what a coincidence. Dang Wan laughed, saying, today Xin Yun left Yin City, and Qin Yu just saw her off at the airport. He's still here. Yes, yes. Jiangrong chimed in immediately. Earlier, he even threatened us, saying our He family isn't worth a damn compared to him. He also proclaimed he would destroy the He family within days, eradicating them from this world. You insolent fool. He Xiaowu exploded in fury. How dare such a worthless man act so arrogantly? Doesn't he remember how powerless he was before our He family? How he groveled like a dead dog? How we could do anything we wanted to him? Where is Qin Yu now? Leave me there. I will kill him right here today. Once again, Jiangrong and Dang Wan exchanged smiles, thinking, this will be quite the spectacle. Immediately afterward, the two led He Xiaowu toward a nearby bubble tea shop. At that moment, the shop was filled with people, all waiting for flights or seeing someone off. Qin Yu sat in a corner, sipping a straw pensively while leisurely browsing short videos on his phone, completely unaware that Jiangrong and Dang Wan had brought He Xiaowu into the bubble tea shop. Since Qin Yu didn't view He Xiaowu as a threat, he wasn't on guard, for there was no need to be. Fourth master, that's Qin Yu over there. Jiangrong pointed towards the shadowy figure of Qin Yu in the corner. Everyone, leave immediately. Pointing angrily at Qin Yu, He Xiaowu yelled, Qin Yu, today is your death day. His tone brimmed with unimaginable fury, and his voice was thunderous. All the people inside the shop turned their heads sharply toward He Xiaowu, and some immediately recognized him. Isn't that fourth master he of the He family? That's right, he's the fourth master of the He family known for his martial arts prowess. Is he the renowned fourth master of the He family? We'd better leave. Someone must have infuriated the fourth master. Yes, let's leave quickly to avoid getting involved. Everyone inside the bubble tea shop scattered in panic, rushing out including the shop employees. Qin Yu? Fourth master he is targeting Qin Yu? Who is Qin Yu? Qin Yu? That name sounds familiar. Oh yes. Qin Yu is the one who caused trouble at the banquet held by Elder Mu for his grandson, Mu Tianlong. So I understand. The banquet was organized by the He family but disrupted by this man Qin Yu, which is why fourth master he wants to cripple Qin Yu. Fourth master he is their strongest martial artist. Qin Yu is surely going to die. At that moment, Qin Yu slowly released the straw from his mouth, turning around in his seat to calmly face He Xiaowu. Actually, before being sent to prison, he had met He Xiaowu once. Now upon seeing him again, Qin Yu noticed that He Xiaowu hadn't changed much outwardly, but he himself had undergone tremendous changes. It's really you despicable bastard. Seeing Qin Yu, He Xiaowu couldn't contain the rage bubbling up within, glaring fiercely at him. On that day, I should have disregarded everyone's opinion and killed you outright. That would have been best. What a pity. He let out a long sigh, thinking about how his nephew Shao Kong had been crippled by such a worthless person, possibly becoming an invalid for life. Qin Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of cold smile. Indeed, it's regrettable. If you had killed me back then instead of sending me to jail, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Now that you want to kill me again? He chuckled and shook his head. Fourth master you can no longer do it. Qin Yu, I'm sure your brain must be damaged. Before He Xiaowu could speak, Jiangrong jumped in, pointing at Qin Yu to mock him. Is there anyone fourth master can't kill? He is a great 7th realm martial artist and the deputy head of Jiangqing's majestic martial arts school. Killing you will be like slaughtering a dog. Dang Wan naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to put pressure on Qin Yu. Qin Yu, don't forget that Xin Yun has already left. There's no one around to protect you. I'd like to see if your backbone is as hard as your mouth. Fourth master, don't talk too much with this ex-convict. Just beat Qin Yu to disability and drag him to the hospital to vent all the frustration for young Master He. She began shouting fiercely. Wow, who exactly is Qin Yu? How dare he challenge Fourth Master He like this? Doesn't he know who Fourth Master He is? Or does he not understand the terrifying power of Fourth Master He? It seems he knows. Didn't we just hear that Qin Yu had met Fourth Master He before? Perhaps Fourth Master felt sympathy at that time and didn't kill Qin Yu. Outside the bubble tea shop, people started whispering and pointing fingers at Qin Yu again. Enraged, He Xiaowu burst into loud laughter. Big talk. All right, I'll first cripple you with one strike. As soon as these words were spoken, he took a step forward like a hunting leopard rushing toward its prey. In less than a blink of an eye, He Xiaowu's tall and slender figure appeared in front of Qin Yu and swiftly delivered a palm strike. The fierce palm wind whistled, even creating a faint sound explosion as it aimed directly at Qin Yu's head. Chapter 50, Senior Master He is defeated. He Xiaowu made his move, and it was a fatal strike aimed directly at Qin Yu's head. There was no intention of merely crippling Qin Yu first. Jiangrong and Dang Wan both reacted with wild joy upon seeing this. They noticed that Qin Yu, in this life and death moment, remained completely still, as if he had no reaction whatsoever to the incoming palm strike from Senior Master He. Everyone thought Qin Yu was strong, but it turns out he has no reaction when faced with Senior Master He. No, it's because Senior Master He is too powerful. He even bragged earlier, saying that the He family were mere ants and would be destroyed. Not only did Jiangrong and Dang Wan think this, but He Xiaowu also believed the same. Young man, with such feeble strength, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll send you straight to the western heavens. With a cold snort, He Xiaowu slapped towards Qin Yu's crown. Even at this critical moment, Qin Yu continued sitting calmly on his chair, his right hand holding a mobile phone. The next moment, he formed his left hand into a palm. As He Xiaowu's hand was about 20 centimeters away from his skull, Qin Yu suddenly thrust his left palm outwards. faster than lightning. A dull sound resonated as a figure was hurled backwards. With a thud, it crashed heavily 5 meters away. Instantly, the tea shop, inside and out, fell deathly silent. And the person who had been thrown back just now was Senior Master He. Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan were stunned, staring dumbfounded at Hishobu lying on the ground. The crowd gathered outside the tea shop was equally shocked. They all knew who the people involved inside were. Assuming that after Senior Master He's slap, the young man Qin Yu would surely die, they could not have imagined that the outcome would turn out this way. The illustrious Senior Master He had actually been sent flying by Qin Yu's palm strike. How could this be? Lying on the ground, feeling his internal organs shaken violently, Hishobu raised his eyes to gaze at Qin Yu, seated motionlessly on the chair, exuding calmness, and experienced feelings of surprise, shock, and disbelief. Qin Yu, so you've become a martial artist too? Qin Yu chuckled faintly. Senior Master He, I've already told you before. If this was a few years ago, you killing me would indeed be akin to squashing an ant. But today, the roles are reversed. Hishobu got up, angrily humping. No wonder you acted so arrogantly and domineeringly after leaving prison. You've become a martial artist. However, Qin Yu, don't be overconfident. I didn't know you're a martial artist just now. It was simply carelessness on my part. Do you truly think you're stronger than me? What a laughable notion. While Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan had guessed to some extent that Qin Yu might be a martial artist, none of them expected his power to be so immense that he could send Senior Master He flying with just one palm. After hearing Senior Master He's words, everything became clear, and they finally put their worries to rest. It turned out it was merely Senior Master He being careless, and Qin Yu wasn't as strong as everyone had assumed. Once Senior Master He focused fully and used his true abilities, Qin Yu would surely lose. Sure enough, Hishobu said furiously, Qin Yu, I won't let my guard down this time. I'll show you what real strength means. As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward, moving like a hunting leopard and charging towards Qin Yu. This time, his speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qin Yu, lifting his hand to strike a heavy palm blow. Whoosh! The wind from his palm roared with immense force. Everyone present clearly saw that Hishobu's current palm strike was much more powerful than his previous attempt. Still, Qin Yu remained perfectly still, only using his left hand for defense until the very last moment, then struck back with equal force. Boom! Hishobu was once again sent flying by the sound of the impact. What's more, this time, he flew even further, crashing 10 meters away. The silence inside and outside the tea shop was deathlike once more. Everyone stood there rigidly, statuesque, filled with shock, awe, and disbelief. What happened? Clearly, Senior Master He had taken the situation seriously this time around and utilized all his strength. Yet why did he still get slapped away by Qin Yu? Moreover, Senior Master He's second attempt, which used even more power, resulted in him flying further than the previous instance. Just who was this Qin Yu? So young, yet with such formidable martial arts prowess. Wasn't he excessively extraordinary? Indeed, when did Yun City produce such a martial talent? All spectators were astonished and perplexed. Inside the tea shop, Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan were frozen like statues, their minds going completely blank. Both of them wondered, was this all just a dream? The mighty pillar of the He family, a martial arts expert, the vice principal of Jiangqing's imposing martial arts gym, and a grand 7th realm master, Grandpa He Si, had actually been thrown away by Qin Yu twice in a row? The first time was due to negligence. But what about this second time? What was the reason? Was it because Grandpa He Si was too weak while Qin Yu was exceedingly strong? At this moment, Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan were completely flabbergasted, and Hishobu, lying on the ground, felt utterly astonished and shocked, equally confused and bewildered. If the first time he was slammed back, there indeed was an element of carelessness on his part. But what about the second one just now? He had already taken things seriously and almost used all his strength, yet the result was still that he was slapped away by Qin Yu. Even worse, it seemed like Qin Yu was playing with him. As Hishobu was about to question Qin Yu, he suddenly sensed a strange force within his body moving along his meridians, rushing toward his dantian. Not good. His heart filled with fear as he realized the danger of this strange power within him. But it was already too late. Boom. A muffled sound erupted from his dantian at that instant, followed by him coughing up a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, he could feel his strength quickly fading. Eyes wide as a bull's. Qin Yu. Hishobu knew his dantian had been ruined by Qin Yu. Grandpa He Si, this time you didn't mess up due to negligence again, did you? Qin Yu suddenly stood up and slowly walked out. Oh yes, you seemed to mock me earlier, saying it was an enormous joke. Grandpa He Si, do you think it's still an enormous joke now? Hishobu burned with rage inside, realizing that he had been rendered useless by Qin Yu right after getting off the plane upon returning from Jiangxing, before even stepping foot back into his family. Qin Yu, who exactly taught you martial arts? How could you have grown so powerful in just a few short years? Logically, it's impossible. Before you went to prison, you were just an ordinary person, and your stint in prison was only a few years. In a few years' time, how could an ordinary person become such a powerhouse? Not even the most talented martial prodigy in Daya could achieve this. Qin Yu stopped in front of Hishobu, lowered his eyes, and revealed a trace of disdain. You're not worthy to know. Chapter 51, Mu Tianlong's Scorn and Ambition. Qin Yu glanced at Hishobu, who was unexpectedly surprised, confused, shocked, and now a cripple, hesitating for a moment before deciding not to deliver the killing blow. Compared to killing him outright, leaving him in such a disabled state, while simultaneously plunging the He family into despair, would be far more tormenting. Qin Yu turned around, glanced at Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan beside him, immediately frightening them so much that their bodies trembled violently. Their legs went weak, and with a thud, they knelt down. They finally realized just how formidable Qin Yu's martial skills were, even stronger than Master He, to the point where he had already incapacitated Master He. A powerhouse like this could snuff out their lives as easily as stepping on an ant. I'm sorry, Qin Yu, I was wrong. I won't dare again, please don't kill me. Ji Yangrong quickly pleaded for mercy. Dang Wan also hurriedly begged. Qin Yu, it was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. My arrogance blinded me. I beg you, spare me. The two continued to beg, completely panic-stricken. Perhaps Qin Yu dared to cripple Uncle He but refrained from killing him because there was the powerful He family behind him. But what about them? Though they had a decent relationship with the He family, they weren't direct relatives. Even if they were killed by Qin Yu, the He family likely wouldn't take up arms for them. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled lightly and slowly walked out of the milk tea shop. In his view, killing the two useless people Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan held little meaning. Perhaps letting the two live under constant shadow was a far crueler fate. With a thud, He Xiufu finally couldn't hold on, his head tilted to one side as he fell down. Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan acted as if they hadn't heard or seen anything. They didn't check on He Xiufu nor help him up. At this moment, their souls still unsettled, they remained gripped with fear, unable to understand why Qin Yu let them go so easily. Even if he decided not to kill them, he should have at least given them a beating. Could it be that he would come back to settle the score later? Or perhaps find someone to capture and torture them before finishing them off? Gulping audibly, Ji Yangrong and Dang Wan involuntarily glanced at each other in horror. Yinsheng Ren AI High-End Private Hospital. He Shuji, one of the masters of the 5 major families and the eldest brother among the few brothers of the He family, along with He Xiaokong sitting in a wheelchair, looked at He Xiufu lying unconscious in bed, their expressions dark and extremely unpleased. Their frustration, anger, reluctance, disbelief, and even a touch of fear were evident. Father, did Uncle Four really get beaten into disability by that labor camp waste Qin Yu? Even at this moment, He Xiaokong couldn't believe that Qin Yu had such capabilities. He Shuji clenched his teeth, sighed deeply, then nodded and said, "It is indeed Qin Yu." Both Ding Wan and Ji Yangrong were present on site, and many others witnessed the scene too. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Even after receiving confirmation from his father, He Xiaokong found it hard to accept. 3 years ago, Qin Yu was just an ordinary person, and for the past 3 years, he has been in jail. How did he suddenly become a martial artist? And moreover, a highly skilled martial artist capable of disabling Uncle Four. He knew his fourth uncle was a powerful master at the 7th level of martial arts. Reasonably, Qin Yu shouldn't be able to achieve this level. He Shuji was clearly puzzled as well and regretted immensely. We should have listened to Old Four back then and killed Qin Yu once and for all. That way, our He family wouldn't face this predicament now. He Xiufu was the most powerful martial artist in the He family and knew many influential people in Jiangxing, the provincial capital. The main reason the He family became one of the 5 major families in Yun City was due to He Xiufu's strength and connections. Now that He Xiufu has been disabled, losing his strength, his network of relationships would likely disintegrate, bringing enormous crisis upon the He family. Father, regardless of Qin Yu's current strength, we must kill him. He Xiaokong's expression filled with righteous indignation. With Shun Lingyun away from Yun City recently, this is our best chance to attack Qin Yu. Hearing this, He Shuji thought for a moment and agreed. This truly is a good opportunity. You are right, Xiaokong. Whether it's for avenging you or Old Four, we need to eliminate Qin Yu. If Qin Yu is as strong as they say, then it's even more imperative for us to strike him down as soon as possible. Just then, the ward door opened, and Mu Bufan and Mu Tianlong rushed in. He Shuji and He Xiaokong were both surprised and quickly came forward to welcome them. Senior Mu, young Master Mu. His demeanor was respectful. Mu Bufan nodded faintly, looking rather serious as he directed his gaze towards He Xiufu lying unconscious. How is Xiufu? I came here as soon as I received the news. He Xiuji sighed. After emergency treatment, he is out of danger, but his Dantian has been destroyed. He can only be an ordinary person from now on. Upon hearing this, Mu Bufan showed a look of unsurprise and spoke solemnly. I didn't expect Qin Yu's martial arts strength to be so powerful. Actually, at the banquet earlier, I had already sensed that he was not an ordinary person. Yes, our He family didn't expect Qin Yu to become such a strong martial artist in just a few years, He Xiuji exclaimed. Old Four came back especially from Jiangxing this time with the intention to kill Qin Yu, but it ended up like this. He Xiuji shook his head. Rest assured, I will definitely kill Qin Yu. Mu Tianlong suddenly interjected, confident in his own abilities. After hearing this, He Xiuji and He Xiaokong rejoiced secretly in their hearts. Mu Tianlong stepping up at this moment could not have been better. With the addition of Mu Bufan and Mu Tianlong, grandfather and grandson duo, eliminating Qin Yu would become much simpler. However, at this moment Mu Bufan reminded his grandson, Tianlong, you must not underestimate Qin Yu. Judging from the current situation, his power is stronger than I imagined. Mu Tianlong paid no heed. Grandpa, don't worry. Qin Yu isn't as strong as you think. In fact, earlier today, I met Qin Yu face to face, and I almost killed him with one punch. When facing my attack, Qin Yu seemed completely unprepared. If it weren't for Ling Yun appearing timely, his head would already have exploded from that punch. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Grandfather, do you know who I am? Looking across the entire Zhejiang province, my martial talent doesn't fall short compared to those top geniuses from the martial families. Even stronger. In the future, I will surely surpass all martial artists in Zhejiang province, and even rival those super strong individuals from the capital city. Chapter 52. The Miracle Drug of Revival. Mu Bufan was actually also a powerful martial artist, even more formidable than He Si Yi and He Xiu Wu. He deeply understood that his grandson Tian Long, with such a gifted talent for martial arts, if allowed to develop smoothly, would undoubtedly become an even greater martial artist than himself. There was even an extremely high possibility that he could achieve what Tian Long himself had said, surpassing all martial artists in the Pearl River province and becoming comparable to the super strong ones in the capital city. But the premise was that he could grow up smoothly. However, Mu Bufan realized at this moment that his usually proud grandson was overly confident and feared that he might suffer a major setback from Qin Yu. Mu Bufan hesitated at this moment, considering whether he should directly intervene to help his grandson eliminate the troublemaker Qin Yu or let his grandson hit a wall with Qin Yu, thereby learning a lesson and realizing that he should focus on practicing martial arts steadily. The He family was plotting how to deal with Qin Yu, but at that time, Qin Yu was happily dining with his father Qin Hai and his younger sister in the Wang Villa on Cloud Altar Mountain. Feng Tianbo knew how to treat people well. Without waiting for Qin Yu's arrangements and regardless of whether Qin Yu agreed or not, he had already sent people to take care of their daily life and diet. He even arranged a professional butler. Qin Hai naturally knew these people were all arranged by Lord Bo. Although he thought it was somewhat excessive and unnecessary, he didn't say much. He understood that all this happened because of how outstanding his son Qin Yu had become recently, and many things weren't something an ordinary person like him could understand or change. His only concern was Qin Yu's unknown background, and he worried about. After dinner, Qin Yu was taking a walk in Cloud Altar Mountain, inwardly rejoicing. The spiritual energy here has recovered significantly since my last absorption. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, but after his surprise subsided, doubt crept into his mind. My master said the spiritual energy on Earth is scarce, and very few places experience such rapid recovery after the spiritual energy has been absorbed. It seems Cloud Altar Mountain is no ordinary place. Or perhaps the Tang family of Zen City possesses some hidden, yet powerful means to allow the spiritual energy in one area to quickly recover after it dissipates or decreases. Big brother. As Qin Yu harbored doubts in his heart, suddenly, he heard the voice of his sister Qin Qing calling from behind. Brother, how come you didn't invite me to join your stroll? Qin Yu looked at his cheerfully smiling sister and smiled bitterly. Are you lazy? Why would you be willing to follow me for a walk? Qin Qing gave him an unfriendly glance. Big brother, I'm not lazy. It's just that I happened to be tired at that moment. Oh, sure, you happen to be tired. Qin Yu laughed. What is it? Spit it out. Qin Qing hesitated for a moment, startled. Do you know I have something to discuss with you? Who am I to you? Your big brother? Do you think you can hide anything from me? Hurry up and tell me. Qin Qing felt suddenly nervous, hesitating before she began. One of my friends, she found out she wasn't biologically born into her family, but adopted as a child. What should she do if her biological father finds her? Should she leave her adoptive parents and fully return to her biological parents, or stay with her adoptive family? Qin Yu frowned, looking at his sister. Do you have a friend like this near you? Which one? You don't have many friends, and I seem to know them all. Qin Qing was surprised by Qin Yu's unexpected question. Well, forget who among my friends, big brother. This friend was met within the past couple of years, and you haven't seen her. Qin Yu nodded, comprehending. After all, he had spent the last 3 years in jail. Thinking about it for a moment, he answered his sister's question. In my opinion, your friend, regardless of how her biological parents are, should always be good to her adoptive parents, even better than her biological ones. If it weren't for her adoptive parents raising her, she wouldn't have survived. Hearing this response, Qin Qing was elated inside, almost shouting in excitement. She understood that this single sentence from her older brother meant everything. Walking with Qin Yu for a while, she then found a reason to go home first. How's it going? Qin Hai was anxiously waiting. Father, don't worry. I'm sure brother will never leave us. Qin Qing smiled. He said that regardless of how our biological parents are, we must treat our adoptive parents well, even better than the biological ones. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was immediately moved to tears. At this moment, in a bedroom on the second floor of a villa belonging to one of the 5 great families in Yin City, the Liang family, the patriarch Liang Wei and his daughter Liang Xiaobing looked at the faint signs of vitality returning to grandfather Liang's bedridden form, rapidly improving right before their eyes. Both stared wide-eyed in astonishment, mouths agape. It took an indeterminate amount of time before Liang Wei regained composure. Turning woodenly toward Feng Tianbo standing beside him, he asked in bewilderment, Lord Bo, what kind of divine drug is this? Is it really so miraculous? To be honest, over the years I've seen many powerful medicines, but never anything this exaggerated. Lord Bo Feng Tian had just arrived at the Liang residence with one of the 9 restorative pills Qin Yu had prepared. The timing was perfect. Old Master Liang had just been holding on by his last breath, with one foot already in the grave. He immediately instructed Liang Wei, head of the Liang family, to feed the 9 restorative pill to Old Master Liang. And then, the scene earlier unfolded. Lord Bo beamed with a radiant smile. This is the 9 restorative pill, an extremely potent medicine. As long as a person hasn't completely passed away, or even if they've died just moments ago, the 9 restorative pill can revive them from death. 9 restorative pill. Master Liang and his daughter Xiao Bing exclaimed in unison, harboring no doubts about Lord Bo's words since their grandfather had just been in that exact condition. Liang Xiaobing, wearing slightly revealing clothing which displayed a deep valley, paired with a tight hip-length trouser suit and dark red hair, looked questioningly at Lord Bo Feng Tian. Is the 9-ding restorative pill yours, Lord Bo? Are there any more besides this one? Despite her fiery appearance, Xiao Bing also knew the prestige of Lord Bo. Yes. Lord Bo, do you have more 9-ding restorative pills? If so, I'd like to buy 5 or 6, or 7, or 8 more. Liang Wei said expectantly with a smile. A pill that could bring the dead back to life was something one could never have too much of. Lord Bo couldn't help but feel delighted inside. Qin Yu's 9-ding restorative pills were already becoming highly sought after. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, Master Liang, Xiao Bing, these 9-ding restorative pills were not concocted by me. I don't have that kind of ability. Both Master Liang and Xiao Bing looked surprised. It wasn't you, Lord Bo? Then who? They all knew of Lord Bo's formidable strength. Qin Xiao, his name is Qin Yu. Lord Bo replied with a grin. Chapter 53, Elder Liang visits Qin Yu. Qin Yu. Grandpa Bo did not hold back and directly mentioned Qin Yu's name. Upon hearing it, the head of the Liang family, Liang Wei, slightly frowned as he felt that this name sounded familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't quite recall at the moment. Liang Xiaobing also furrowed her brow. I've heard this name before. It seems to be. That's right. It was the Qin Yu who successfully took away Shin Lingyun, the young lady of the Shin family, and the supposed fiancé of Mu Tianlong, during the banquet hosted by Mu Bufan for his grandson, Mu Tianlong's grand appearance. Liang Xiaobing excitedly stated. So, it turns out that this super elixir that can bring the dead back to life was actually refined by him. Then it sounds like this Qin Yu is extremely powerful. Upon hearing this, Liang Wei immediately associated it with the correct individual and became more shocked. It really never occurred to me that it was actually that Qin Yu who had refined it. Even though Grandpa Bo's words couldn't possibly be lies, Liang Wei still found the matter too extraordinary to believe and asked again. Is everything you just said true, Grandpa Bo? Could such an incredible divine medicine truly be created by that young man Qin Yu? His underlying implication being that Qin Yu appeared far too young and, according to reason, would be incapable of understanding the high-level craft of refining elixirs. Feng Tianbo laughed and said, absolutely true. Qin Xiao's capabilities are beyond your imagination. Refining elixirs is merely a glimpse of his power. After hearing Feng Tianbo's words, Liang Wei nodded, but in his heart, he suddenly started worrying about Qin Yu. Grandpa Bo, wasn't Mr. Qin offending both the He family and Mu Lao by making such a stir at the previous banquet? The He family is already very powerful. Add Mu Lao into the mix. Will Mr. Qin be able to handle it? Feng Tianbo sneered disdainfully. Compared to Qin Xiao, what are the He family and Mu Bufan? They're nothing but ants. They'll get obliterated. Upon hearing this, Liang Wei froze momentarily, feeling shocked and full of doubts. Is Mr. Qin really that powerful? I've heard he's barely over 20, extremely young. And yet, at such a young age, he can refine elixirs and also possess formidable martial arts strength? Who exactly is this Mr. Qin? Perhaps everything Grandpa Bo has said is true, but Liang Wei was still worried. Grandpa Bo, Mr. Qin is my father's savior, and thus the savior of our Liang family. Please kindly take me to visit Mr. Qin so I can express the gratitude of myself and the entire Liang family towards him. These were his honest words. The Liang family had reached its current level of strength and achievement, all because of his father, Elder Liang. Elder Liang's full name was Liang Xiaolong, who had once been a senior officer in the Southern Military District of Daya when he was younger. Even back then, he alone supported the development of the entire Liang family. Later, after retiring, he continued using his accumulated network of connections along with his own strength to elevate the Liang family into one of the top 5 most powerful families in Yun City, even surpassing the He family in strength. However, after Elder Liang, the Liang family faced a situation where there were no successors capable of taking his place, especially among the grandchildren generation. Once Liang Xiaolong passes, the power of the Liang family would certainly diminish significantly. Because of this reason, Liang Wei referred to Qin Yu as the savior of the entire Liang family. Feng Tianbo instantly saw through Liang Wei's primary concern that Qin Xiao might be eliminated by the He family and Mu Bufan. However, this was utterly impossible. He thus smiled and gently refused. Lord Liang, there will be many opportunities in the future. You should stay at home now and keep Elder Liang company. Suddenly, Liang Xiaolong sat up from the bed, quickly descending without showing any signs of physical discomfort. This sight once again stunned Liang Wei and Liang Xiaobing into complete amazement. They originally thought that with Elder Liang being revived from a near-death state by Qin Yu's pill, he'd still need to lie down recuperating for a good couple weeks at least. But now he was already walking. This Jioding pill was clearly even more miraculous than fairy medicine. Father and daughter couldn't help but marvel inwardly once again. Are you fully recovered, Dad? Why are you getting up? You should continue resting on the bed. Liang Wei hurriedly walked over to his father, extending his hand wanting to offer support. Liang Xiaolong swatted his son's extended hand away. No need. I feel like my body is completely recovered. Mr. Qin's pill is indeed miraculous. I must personally visit my savior. So he was truly fully healed. Liang Wei still couldn't quite believe it, even if those were the exact words spoken by his father. Hearing this, Liang Xiaobing immediately became agitated. Grandfather, let me accompany you. In reality, she secretly wanted to see what kind of person Qin Yu was, what he looked like, How could someone so remarkable exist? And furthermore, how did he manage to snatch the young Miss Shen Lingyun from under Mu Tianlong's nose? Liang Xiaolong smiled and glanced affectionately at his adored granddaughter. All right, Xiaobing, you come with me to visit Mr. Qin. Grandpa Bo, facing a former high-ranking official of the Southern Military District, had to show some respect, so this time he didn't refuse but agreed to take Liang Xiaolong to meet Qin Yu. By the way, father, at this moment, Liang Wei suddenly spoke up. Seeing your recovery today has made me overly excited, causing me to forget something. What's the matter? Liang Xiaolong looked at him. Previously, I already arranged for Deputy Commander Zhang Zujuan from the Southern Military District to come and visit you today. If you're not here, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Hearing this name, Zhang Zujuan, Liang Xiaolong's happy and expectant expression immediately turned somber. Zhang Zujuan is no good guy. Initially, I promoted him, but after I retired and asked for his help in securing some business deals from the Southern Military District, he came up with all sorts of excuses to avoid helping me. I estimate this time he's not coming genuinely to inquire about my health. You can just dismiss him. After hearing this, Liang Wei felt displeased as well. Understood, father. So you should go visit Mr. Qin right away, and I'll handle him here. At this point, Qin Yu had no idea that the Liang family patriarch was visiting along with his granddaughter. He was busy talking on the phone with someone else. The person on the other end of the line was the dean of the hospital where his father was previously hospitalized, Liang Jianhua. Dean Liang is calling you this time to ask if you can help me procure some medicinal herbs over 100 years old. Prior to this, he had instructed Feng Tianhua to search for such rare herbs. Yet as they say, a different trade is like climbing a different mountain. Despite Feng Tianhua's influence, since he wasn't very familiar with these herbs, his efforts weren't bearing much fruit, and he hadn't been able to find them. In urgency, Qin Yu had no choice but to reach out to Liang Jianhua, who was a doctor and also possessed a 1,000-year-old polygonum multiflorum, so contacting him might make obtaining the desired spiritual herbs easier. Upon receiving Qin Yu's call and understanding his request, Liang Jianhua was thrilled and eagerly promised. Sure thing, Mr. Qin, I won't let you down. Qin Yu, trouble's brewing. Just after Qin Yu hung up the phone, his father, Qin Hai, rushed into the study breathlessly. A group of soldiers has arrived outside the door, pointing guns at the people sent by Grandpa Bo. Chapter 54, This is on you. Originally, Feng Tianhua had arranged a professional person to be Qin Yu's butler, but later reconsidered and found this might not be ideal. A professional butler is naturally excellent at managing a villa and taking care of the daily needs of Qin Yu's family. But when it comes to personal safety, he cannot compare with Feng Tianhua's brothers from the ferocious tiger gang. Therefore, he immediately replaced him with his trusted man, Wu San, who was appointed as Qin Yu's butler, leading a group of brothers from the ferocious tiger gang with some martial arts training to guard the Tower King Villa. At this moment, in front of the gate of Tower King Villa, Wu San led more than a dozen brothers from the ferocious tiger gang to block a group of over 20 fully armed soldiers outside the gate. More than 20 soldiers were all heavily armed, holding submachine guns. Get out of the way. The leader on the opposing side was an officer named Lu Zhan, who held a pistol, shouting at Wu San, "Or I will shoot you. You are from the Southern Military Region. What are you doing here? Aren't we all citizens of Daxiao? Shouldn't your guns be pointed at external enemies? Now you're attacking the very people you're supposed to protect." Wu San knew that he was no match for their opponent, Lu Zhan, let alone having them armed with guns. If they fought, it would surely mean certain death. However, at this point, he didn't flinch one bit. Protecting Master Qin and his family wasn't just the task given to him by Boss Bo. Moreover, Wu San deeply respected Master Qin and was willing to do anything for him. So even if it meant death, he wouldn't take a single step back. "You must immediately go inside, call Qin Yu out, and tell him to follow us." Lu Zhan glared furiously at Wu San. He recognized Wu San as the apparent leader of the ferocious tiger gang, merely someone involved in underground forces. In Lu Zhan's eyes, they were a righteous army compared to the dark side represented by Wu San. He had deep disdain for these underground factions, seeing them as tumors in society. "Want to take away young Master Qin? Tread over our dead bodies first," Wu San roared. "Brothers, even if we die, we absolutely can't let them pass easily." "Understood, Brother 3. Dozens of brothers from the ferocious tiger gang responded unanimously, each with expressions showing their readiness to face death without fear. Seeing this, Lu Zhan revealed a sneer. "Foolish." Then he pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet hit less than a meter in front of Wu San. "This is your last warning. The next shot will kill you." Lu Zhan laughed mockingly, his eyes full of disdain. However, Wu San didn't yield at all, with a bold heart engraved with the word courage. "I've said it before, if you want to take young Master Qin, you have to tread over our corpses. But before dying, we'll definitely take some of you down as well. Do you really think you can?" Lu Zhan smirked sarcastically. "Are you too proud of yourself or too underestimate the soldiers of our Southern Military Region?" Wu San remained dignified. "If we can take one down, that's one. If we can take two down, that's a pair." Lu Zhan laughed out loud. "Fine, then let me see if you social scum and garbage can truly take down my comrades." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his gun and aimed it at Wu San's chest. Just at that moment, Qin Yu walked out from inside the villa. "How audacious, daring to aim a gun at my people." "Master Qin." Wu San was surprised, immediately respectfully addressing Qin Yu, bowing slightly. "Master Qin." The rest of the brothers also bowed their heads and called out loud, with a momentum and bearing that did not fall short of Lu Zhan and his Southern Military Region warriors. Wu San and his group had witnessed the immense strength of Qin Yu, and they also knew that Bo Yi, powerful as he was, revered Qin Yu like a god. Therefore, all the brothers from the ferocious tiger gang held Qin Yu in great respect. When Lu Zhan saw the actions of Wu San and his group, he snorted again with contempt. People who don't know better might think you're part of the regular army of Ardashia. But in reality, you're nothing more than a bunch of underground forces, filth in society. Qin Yu stood steady in front of Wu San and others, with a cold look, eyeing Lu Zhan across. Qin Yu, if you cooperate and come with us quietly to the headquarters of the Southern Military Region, I won't make things difficult for you. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being unfriendly. My attacks sometimes don't know restraint. As a high-ranking official of the Southern Military Region, Lu Zhan's martial arts abilities were certainly not weak. After listening, Qin Yu immediately guessed that it should be because their deputy commander Zhang Zujuan's latent illness had suddenly flared up, sought help from someone else, received no results, and now finally remembered him. He laughed. Isn't your deputy commander Zhang Zujuan constantly tormented by burning pain in his chest? You can tell him, this is just the beginning. When it gets serious, both his hands and feet will feel numb, and inch by inch, his skin will feel like being pricked by needles, with excruciating pain. Finally, his whole body will start decaying, and he will bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Go, otherwise, I will wipe all of you out right here. Qin Yu angrily rebuked. Wu San and the others, upon seeing this, felt a jolt in their hearts. They looked at Qin Yu's back and suddenly found him even more towering, like a mountain. On the opposite side stood soldiers from the Southern Military District of Daya, and the one leading them was clearly an officer of no small rank. Given such a background, even Bo Yi wouldn't dare to treat them this way. But young Master Qin was angrily condemning and even declaring that he would kill them. What did it mean? It meant young Master Qin was directly opposing the state apparatus. This wasn't something that even Grandpa Bo would dare to do. Wu San and over 10 brothers from the ferocious tiger gang once again had their understanding of young Master Qin refreshed. Impressive. It turned out that young Master Qin was indeed fearless. Sticking with such a formidable person would surely never go wrong. Lu Zhan was stunned when Qin Yu mentioned his deputy commander's illness. After all, as the second in command of the Southern Military Region, the illness needed to be kept secret. Logically, Qin Yu should have absolutely no way of knowing about it. And yet Qin Yu could clearly articulate Deputy Commander Zhang's condition. At this moment, Lu Zhan finally understood why Zhang asked him to bring Qin Yu back. Judging from this, the young man Qin Yu really did possess some remarkable capabilities, capable of curing Commander Zhang's hidden ailment. Good, Qin Yu. Lu Zhan sneered coldly. Since you don't appreciate my polite approach and choose the hard way, then don't blame me. He had already made up his mind. Since Qin Yu wouldn't cooperate, they would beat him until he did. First, give him a lesson, to show him who's boss. Lu Zhan suddenly raised his left hand, aiming his pistol at Qin Yu's thigh. He thought injuring one of Qin Yu's thighs wouldn't affect his ability to cure Commander Zhang. Seeing this, Qin Yu gave a cold laugh. In the next instant, his figure vanished from its original spot. Lu Zhan was suddenly alarmed. When he was still recovering from the shock, he suddenly felt a hand grabbing his shoulder, and at the same time, his left hand was empty. The gun had been snatched away. What incredible speed! Lu Zhan was horrified by Qin Yu's strength revealed in that single action, obviously much stronger than himself. Much stronger. I've given you your chance. It's on you now. A cold voice echoed in Lu Zhan's ears. Chapter 55, Forever a Guest of the Liang Family. Crack. Lu Zhan's left shoulder was crushed, and the bones made a crisp cracking sound. Even though everyone present had experienced life and death situations, they still felt their scalps go numb at this moment. Then, Qin Yu used a little force with his other hand, making a crackling sound as the handgun taken from Lu Zhan was crushed into powder. This is a warning for you, and also for Zhang's military. Qin Yu said coldly. He wants me to help treat him. I already told him what he needs to do beforehand. Instead of acting in a bullying way because of one's strength and power. After a brief pause, he added, also, I want to add another condition. Have Zhang's military bring over a herb that has grown for more than 100 years. Get out. Qin Yu kicked Lu Zhan, who was squatting on the ground in pain, holding his left shoulder with his right hand, flying away as if kicking a dead dog. The more than 20 remaining warriors from the Southern Military Region all turned pale, feeling Qin Yu's powerful strength. No one dared to move recklessly. Even their own superior officer was powerless against Qin Yu, let alone themselves. The warriors carried their commanding officer Lu Zhan away, leaving dejectedly. Wu San and more than a dozen brothers of the Tiger Gang were all stunned, with only one thought remaining in their heads. Too powerful. Their hearts were filled with excitement and awe. Beating up an official of high rank from a military zone in Daya Summer, driving away a group of warriors by himself, the level achieved would probably only be accomplished by Qin Xiaoyu. Of course, it required strong power as the foundation. Wu San knew well that Bo Yi possessed extraordinary martial skills, but there was some confusion about why Bo Yi held such respect, even fear, for Qin Xiaoyu. Even if Bo Yi's ability might be slightly inferior to Qin Xiaoyu's, it shouldn't differ too much, so he should not have been afraid of Qin Xiaoyu to such an extent. Until this very day, he finally understood. Qin Xiaoyu's power far surpassed his imagination. Wu San looked at Qin Yu with admiration. The rest of the brothers also felt similarly honored to be arranged here as one of Qin Xiaoyu's guards. Qin Yu walked back slowly and said to Wu San and the others, Brother 3, take care of my father and sister, let me handle the rest. In particular, when you encounter people and situations beyond your handling, contact me immediately. If we can avoid unnecessary sacrifices, we should do so. In Qin Yu's heart, Those sent by Bo Yi are naturally regarded as his own people. For his own people, he always treats them with utmost sincerity. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Wu San and the others were deeply moved, thinking that even before, they felt that Bo Yi had treated them pretty well. At this moment, Wu San and his fellow brothers could clearly feel that Qin Xiaoyu genuinely saw them as brothers. That sense of respect made Wu San and the others feel an indescribable emotion. Understood, Brother Qin. Wu San cried out excitedly. Brother Qin. The rest of the more than a dozen brothers shouted in unison. Qin Yu nodded, then walked back to the villa. Who exactly were those people wearing military uniforms just now? Seeing his son come back, Qin Hai immediately stepped forward and asked, looking quite worried. They are from the southern military zone. Dad, you don't need to worry, I've already dealt with them. And don't worry about them coming after us afterward. Qin Yu explained and consoled. I'm concerned about them going after you. Qin Hai was still worried, especially after learning about their identities. Why would people from the southern military zone bother you, brother? Qin Qing's delicate face revealed deep concern. Sister, Dad, put your minds at ease, you really don't need to worry. Seeing that his previous explanations hadn't set their minds at ease, Qin Yu said with a smile. Their deputy leader is injured, wanting me to help treat him, but their attitude wasn't good, so I sent them back. When asking for help, one must adopt the proper manner. After knowing the reason, Qin Hai and Qin Qing weren't as worried. If Qin Yu could heal their deputy commander, they wouldn't easily have any wrong ideas about harming him. Even though they need your help, you shouldn't remain so aloof. Qin Hai was still uneasy. Yeah, brother, Qin Qing also advised. These people are from our Great Xia's southern military zone, not ordinary gangs or families. We can't afford to provoke them. To ease his family's concerns, Qin Yu decided to respond to their worries accordingly. Master Qin. Just at that moment, Master Bo arrived with Liang elder Liang Xiaolong and his granddaughter Liang Xiaobing. Grandpa Liang also brought a large number of gifts. Qin Yu, Qin Hai, and Qin Qing turned around to look at them and the mountain of gifts, wearing expressions of confusion. Master Qin, let me introduce you. Feng Tianbo smiled and said, this is Mr. Liang Xiaolong from one of the 5 great families in Yun City, and beside him is his granddaughter Liang Xiaobing. Realizing what was going on, Qin Yu immediately saw Liang Xiaolong walking quickly towards him, bowing deeply. Master Qin, I will forever remember your kindness in saving my life. As long as I am alive, or even if I am gone, Master Qin will always be an honored guest of our Liang family in Yun City. As long as I am alive, or even if I am gone, Master Qin will always be an honored guest of our Liang family in Yun City. After hearing this, Qin Hai and Qin Qing finally understood that Qin Yu had saved Grandpa Liang of one of the 5 great families in Yun City. Qin Yu smiled lightly and nodded. Grandpa Liang, you are too kind. Please rise. Liang Xiaolong bent over by 90 degrees out of extreme respect for Qin Yu. Furthermore, Liang Xiaolong then spoke to Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, you have given me back my life. Without you, today would have been my death anniversary. From now on, whenever you need help from this old man, please do not hesitate to ask. I will give all I have, working tirelessly without any hesitation. Qin Yu again smiled lightly and nodded, feeling the sincerity from Grandpa Liang. However, he fully understood why Mr. Liang would adopt such an attitude. The main reason the Liang family in Yun City had entered the top 5 families was precisely due to the existence of Liang Xiaolong. His connections and strength were guarantees of the Liang family's rise. If he were to die, the Liang family's power would definitely suffer a serious blow, and their enemies, or competitors, would surely seize the opportunity to attack the Liang family. In that case, there would be a significant chance that 2 families could be destroyed. Even if they aren't wiped out entirely, they would only be surviving precariously. By the way, old Master Liang, Qin Yu suddenly asked, I remember your family's core business is medicine, but in recent years it seems not only to have stagnated from advancing further, but has even regressed. Why is that? Chapter 56, Chief Zhang who arrived in a wheelchair. Qin Yu had never met Liang Xiaolong, the patriarch of the Liang family, but he had heard about some matters concerning the 5 great families in Yun City. He knew that the Liang family's pillar industry was medicine, which was also the foundation of their fortune. Liang Xiaolong was surprised when Qin Yu suddenly brought up this matter. He sighed and then said, Indeed, our Liang family's pharmaceutical industry has seen regression in recent years. There are several reasons for this. Taking a breath, Liang Xiaolong continued. Firstly, a few years ago, I invested a great deal of money, time, and effort to expand the pharmaceutical industry of the Liang family. I aimed to secure the military supplies drug chain of the Southern Military District, but faced deceit and manipulation, suffering heavy losses. Secondly, over the past few years, competition between the Liang family and the He family in the pharmaceutical industry has been fierce, leading to significant losses for both parties. Thirdly, these 2 factors have caused immense pressure on the Liang family's pharmaceutical business, leaving us with little room or ability to research better medicines. These 3 are the main reasons for the decline of our pharmaceutical businesses. Of course, there are other minor reasons that aren't too important. After hearing this, Qin Yu analyzed that the 3 reasons mentioned by Liang Xiaolong could indeed have a fatal impact on the pharmaceutical industry of the Liang family. Then, Qin Yu said to Liang Xiaolong, Elder Liang, I'll give you a prescription so your Liang family pharmaceutical company can produce it. Huh. Liang Xiaolong was once again caught off guard, not expecting Qin Yu to voluntarily offer something like this. As for what the exact prescription was, he didn't care at all, firmly believing its efficacy would be incredibly powerful. This much, he understood after being revived by the 9-tripod restorative pill crafted by Qin Yu. Seeing that Liang Xiaolong did not further inquire about the specific details of the prescription, Qin Yu had already guessed what he was thinking. Still, he smiled and explained, "The formula I'm giving to your Liang family will produce a universal cure for all illnesses. Of course, it cures diseases that are non-fatal or not classified as terminal conditions by today's medical community. All others will see immediate relief." SSS. Many people, including Liang Xiaolong and Liang Xiaobing, couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. Feng Tianbo remained calm, as such medicine was just child's play for Lord Qin. Liang Xiaolong struggled to suppress his excitement and happiness, saying, "Thank you, Lord Qin, for granting such a tremendous opportunity to me and my family. Lord Qin, rest assured, I will mobilize all the manpower and resources of the Liang family to fully produce this miraculous drug." At this moment, Liang Xiaolong felt as though he were in a dream. He originally came here just to thank Lord Qin, who had saved his life. He had never imagined gaining any more advantages from him. What he now gained was far beyond advantage. It was truly an opportunity for his family to leap into prominence. No, it should be said, a grand opportunity. He was well aware that the prescription provided by Lord Qin absolutely allowed a pharmaceutical company to dominate Daya. Feng Tianbo was also surprised, never expecting that Lord Qin would proactively bestow such a huge benefit upon Liang Xiaolong, making even him feel slightly envious. However, this fleeting thought disappeared quickly. He deeply understood that as long as he remained by Lord Qin's side, the opportunities he would receive would absolutely surpass anything given to Liang Xiaolong, and they would be even greater. "Elder Liang, I can provide you with the formula, but you must meet 2 conditions, Qin Yu suddenly stated. "Speak, Lord Qin, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. First, within a few days, use the produced medicine to drive the He family out of the pharmaceutical industry. Second, I want 60% of the profits." Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaolong's face darkened immediately. Qin Hai and Qin Qing had been listening silently from the side. Now noticing Liang Xiaolong's grim expression, they both thought Qin Yu seemed to be pushing things too far. "Big brother Qin, you only provided a recipe. All the rest was coming from the Liang family. Taking 60% of the profits felt somewhat excessive." The father and daughter both silently agreed on this point. Feng Tianbo appeared annoyed. "Old Liang, are you finding the profit distribution excessive? You've personally experienced the power of Lord Qin's refined pills. Once the formula goes public, it is no exaggeration to say it will sweep across the entire Zhejiang province and perhaps even the entire Daya pharmaceuticals market. Lord Qin is providing you an opportunity. If this formula went to another pharmaceutical group, your Liang family would certainly go bankrupt." Liang Xiaolong gave a wry smile. "Uncle Bo, you misunderstand. It's not the proportion of profit allocation that troubles me. The real challenge is producing the medicine in just a few days. It's an extremely high difficulty. I've spent my entire life dealing with medicine and know how challenging it is to develop a new drug. Lord Qin, I simply lack the confidence to produce the medicine within a few days." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Qin Yu chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. The prescription I give you will come with clear instructions, and it doesn't require any clinical trials. You can put it directly on the market. In fact, as long as you have enough equipment and raw materials, you could start production today and be on the market tomorrow." SSS. Liang Xiaolong once again drew in a sharp breath of cold air, shocked beyond measure, but also excited and happy. "All right, absolutely amazing, young Master Qin. If that's true, then I'm confident I can produce the medicine within a few days. Young Master Qin, you're truly extraordinary, much more so than I imagined. And you're also incredibly handsome. No wonder you managed to snatch Shun Lingyun away from Mu Tianlong." At this point, Liang Xiaobing, who had been quiet until now, suddenly interjected with a laugh. "I realize I'm starting to like you too." In the end, she couldn't help adding one last teasing comment. Everyone paused for a moment, surprised at Liang Xiaobing's sudden remark. Liang Xiaolong, however, was simply embarrassed, his old face reddening as he angrily scolded. "Xiaobing, don't speak nonsense. Young Master Qin is our family's great benefactor and must be respected properly." Qin Yu smiled faintly. "No harm done, Elder Liang. Your granddaughter here is quite interesting. She speaks her mind. People without guile like her are worth getting to know." Liang Xiaolong's mouth opened slightly as if to say something, but no words came out. Liang Xiaobing, hearing this comment, was overjoyed and added, "Young Master Qin, judging by age, we seem about the same. We probably share common interests and topics. I enjoy racing cars. Why don't we arrange a day for me to take you racing on the Emperor Road of Qinzi Mountain in Yun City?" Before Qin Yu could respond, Qin Qing stepped forward, interrupting, "My brother is very busy and doesn't have time for trivial matters." "Trivial matters?" Liang Xiaobing felt annoyed inside. What did she mean by trivial? That was her hobby, and this young girl clearly didn't understand anything. She shot Qin Qing an icy glare, thinking to herself, is this Qin Yu's sister? She looked far from attractive, not at all like Qin Yu. Qin Qing thought that Liang Xiaobing was trying to grab her brother's attention, so she confronted her angrily, while subtly warning her not to entertain any thoughts about him. Just then, another unexpected guest arrived at the villa. It wasn't anyone else, it was Zhang Zujuan, but his condition wasn't good right now. Seated in a wheelchair, he was pushed in by one of his soldiers. Chapter 57. Kneeling down to beg for help. Old Liang and Liang Xiaolong were quite surprised when they saw their former subordinate, Zhang Zujuan, who is now the deputy commander of the southern military region, in such a sickly condition. His illness was so severe that he had to use a wheelchair and be pushed by others. Feng Tianbo couldn't help but laugh inwardly upon seeing Zhang Zujuan's pitiful state, recalling how arrogantly Zhang Zujuan had behaved at the banquet not long ago, but now he has no choice but to personally come to seek Qin Xiao's help. The others are not very aware of Zhang Zujuan's situation. Qin Yu looked at Zhang Zujuan being wheeled in, and a smile flickered across his face. He then noticed Lu Zhan and Zhuojin following behind Zhang Zujuan. Lu Zhan had already received some simple bandaging. Zhuojin, however, did not look well. Upon seeing Zhuojin's troubled expression, Qin Yu immediately understood that after Zhang Zujuan's latent illness flared up and became severe, Zhuojin's treatment was completely ineffective, resulting in him being scolded by Zhang Zujuan. Qin Yu's guess was spot on. In fact, even before Lu Zhan brought a team, Zhuojin had already tried treating Zhang Zujuan, but with no effect whatsoever. This made Zhang Zujuan extremely angry. At the previous banquet, Zhuojin had proudly sworn that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Zujuan's body, promising that if any problems arose, he would certainly cure them. But the truth? It seemed like his body had indeed experienced a latent disease as Qin Yu had said, and it wasn't something Zhuojin could fix. If it weren't for their previous relationship, Zhang Zujuan would have killed Zhuojin with one slap. When old Liang was shocked by Zhang Zujuan's transformation, Zhang Zujuan and Zhuojin were equally shocked and surprised upon seeing him. They both knew that Liang Xiaolong was severely ill and unable to walk for a long time. Zhang Zujuan had originally planned to go see whether Liang Xiaolong had passed away today, and Zhuojin, who had helped treat him earlier, was well aware that Liang Xiaolong's illness was very serious and beyond his capabilities to cure. But surprisingly, Liang Xiaolong appeared to be perfectly fine with rosy cheeks. Both Zhang Zujuan and Liang Xiaolong felt deeply shocked and confused. What was going on here? Could it be? Zhang Zujuan's astonished gaze instinctively fell on Qin Yu. He subconsciously asked, "Leader, who cured your illness?" Liang Xiaolong initially didn't want to respond to Zhang Zujuan, but thinking that it was Qin Xiao who cured him, he finally replied irritably. Of course it was Qin Xiao. Would it have been the waste standing next to you, Zhuojin? Before losing consciousness, Zhuojin had treated Liang Xiaolong several times, charging plenty of money but providing no improvement, instead worsening the condition. Now seeing Zhuojin again, Liang Xiaolong doubted whether Zhuojin had been scamming him all along. Qin Yu, Zhang Zujuan, and Zhuojin were greatly astonished as their gazes fell on Qin Yu. Indeed, it was Qin Yu. Had it not been for Qin Yu curing Liang Xiaolong's condition, neither of them would have believed this back then. However, this incident of Zhang Zujuan's latent illness flare-up had already proven Qin Yu's extraordinary medical skills to them. Hearing once again that Qin Yu had healed Liang Xiaolong, Zhang Zujuan and Zhuojin finally fully recognized Qin Yu's remarkable medical abilities. Without any doubt. Actually, Zhuojin joined this trip with another purpose in mind, believing that since he himself couldn't heal Zhang Zujuan's latent illness, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to either, thus hoping to see Qin Yu humiliated. At this moment, Zhang Zujuan said, "Qin Yu, I was wrong about what happened at the banquet. Now please help me." After listening, Qin Yu chuckled lightly. "Deputy Commander Zhang, didn't your latent illness cause a memory decline, making you forget what I told you that night?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zujuan's expression turned gloomy. Of course, he remembered what Qin Yu had said that time, but asking him to kneel down to beg was absolutely impossible. Remember, he was the esteemed deputy commander of the southern military district of Daxia. How could he possibly kneel before such a young man? Even though this person possessed the ability to save him, that would still be unacceptable. Seeing Zhang Zujuan silent with a difficult expression, Qin Yu laughed again and said, "Since Commander Zhang has forgotten due to his illness, let me remind him again. Commander Zhang just needs to kneel and plead with me, and I might consider helping." As these words echoed through the air, the mansion's grand hall fell silent. Old Master Liang Xiaolong was surprised inside, never expecting Qin Yu to dare put forward such a condition to Zhang Zujuan. Li Xiaobing's beautiful eyes shone brightly, finding Qin Yu utterly handsome. Feng Tianbo inwardly chuckled, viewing this as the consequence of Zhang Zujuan daring to challenge Qin Xiao. There is no one in this world who can match wits with young Lord Qin. Zhang Zujuan's face darkened to an extreme level, making him kneel before Qin Yu? That was absolutely unimaginable. Even though he was asking Qin Yu for help to save him, Zhang Zujuan's gaze toward Qin Yu turned angry. "Qin Yu, I think one should not go too far when doing things or being a person, so that we can all maintain good relations in the future. Why don't you make other demands? Except kneeling, any other condition, I will agree to you." Qin Yu shook his head with a smile. "Commander Zhang, don't say that any other condition I would propose is something you cannot meet. Even if you could, right now I want you to kneel and beg me more." "Qin Yu." Zhang Zujuan burst into anger. Various harsh words were already at the edge of his lips, but he swallowed them back. Qin Yu calmly controlled the situation. "Commander Zhang, I advise you not to be enraged. If you say the wrong thing, then it won't just be about kneeling down and begging me later. Besides, didn't I ask Zhuojin to bring you a message and a plant older than 100 years? Is it because your subordinates failed to pass on my message, or did you simply not want to bring it over?" Although Zhuojin had some grievances against Zhang Zujuan now, he couldn't help himself from retorting. "Qin Yu, do you think plants over 100 years old are cabbages sold on the street corner? You can't just buy them as you please. Furthermore, Qin Yu, aren't you being too greedy? You even demand a plant over 100 years old just for saving someone. Why don't you directly ask for a plant over 1,000 years old?" Qin Yu let out a sound of surprise, then deliberately acted like he suddenly realized something. "President Zhua, your words have really awakened me from a dream. Commander Zhang, I've changed my mind. If you want me to save you, apart from kneeling down to beg me, You'll also have to give me a plant over 1,000 years old. Chapter 58. I want Commander Zhang to kneel. Zhang Zujuan's lips twitched furiously. Even finding a century-old medicinal herb was extremely difficult, let alone for someone not specialized in medicine who didn't have many connections. Shit, now we're talking about a millennium-old herb. Where am I supposed to find that? This is harder than plucking the moon. At this moment, Zhang Zujuan was almost spitting blood in anger and seething inside. That damn Zhuojin, good for nothing but ruining everything. If it weren't for my current powerless condition due to illness, I would have slapped him to death already. 100-year-old herb, I'll try to get one. Zhang Zujuan immediately said, interrupting Qin Yu's words as well as Zhuojin's big mouth, fearing he would continue blabbering and somehow come up with a 10,000-year-old herb which would cost his life. Qin Yu, after all, I'm not specialized in medicine. There aren't many ways for me. Plus, with a 100-year-old herb, it's basically something you encounter by chance, not something you can just get whenever you want. Qin Yu wasn't too concerned. He had only mentioned casually earlier that Zhang Zujuan hadn't brought any herbs. He clearly understood that a century-old herb was rare to come across. Otherwise, Feng Tianhua would have already helped him find one. A millennium-old herb? Zhuojin continued to shout loudly. Qin Yu, it seems you're not just insatiable, but are also demanding excessively. Qin Yu smiled and looked at him. Yes, now I'm being excessive. If you, President Zhua, are capable, then cure Commander Zhang yourself without coming here to beg me. Zhuojin was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say, so angry he felt like exploding. Lu Zhan couldn't stand it anymore, worried that Zhuojin, whose medical skills were questionable but talent for troublemaking considerable, might create more chaos. President Zhua, why don't you go back first? Here, I'll stay with Commander Zhang. Zhuojin immediately realized that Lu Zhan was implying he was annoying, which made him even angrier, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Lu Zhan. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that my medical skills aren't enough to treat Commander Zhang, and you're trying to kick me out? Lu Zhan hurriedly explained. President Zhua, you've misunderstood. That's absolutely not what I meant. Humph. If that's not what you meant, then what exactly is your meaning? Lu Zhan snorted. Lu Zhan, you should remember, I've treated many soldiers in your southern military district before. You yourself, previously injured severely in an ambush, were treated by me. And now, for the sake of Qin Yu, you treat me like this? Aren't you being a bit ungrateful? While listening to Zhuojin's complaints, Zhang Zujuan could hardly suppress his inner anger and wanted to burst out. I precisely mean that. Get out immediately. But due to courtesy, also considering that the other party had indeed treated quite a few of his subordinates before, he managed to hold back. Zhuojin then turned to look at Qin Yu. Commander Zhang, Lu Zhan, you two must not easily trust Qin Yu. I don't know how he diagnosed Commander Zhang's hidden illness, but even if he did see it, it doesn't necessarily mean he can cure it. Qin Yu is so young and hasn't studied medicine. Are you really willing to believe he knows how to heal? In a leisurely tone, Qin Yu replied, President Zhua, my medical skills and whether or not I can heal will be evident through comparison. It's said that initially, you treated Liang Lao several times. And then I heard that after your treatments, not only did his health not improve, but his condition became worse. Now, Zhuojin, I seriously suspect that you were just scamming money from my family Liang. Liang Xiaolong stepped forward angrily pointing at Zhuojin. Qin Xiao treated me once and immediately pulled me back from the brink of death. In less than half a day, I could walk briskly again. Zhuojin, you're unworthy of being the president of the Guangdong Province Medical Association. Only now did Zhuojin recall that Liang Lao was cured by Qin Yu. Upon hearing these words, he was already boiling with rage. Now his heart was on fire with indignation, but he refused to acknowledge the truth. Furiously pointing at Qin Yu and Liang Xiaolong, he said, you two must be. Plop. Before Zhuojin could finish his sentence, he fainted. Everyone was surprised and bewildered. They didn't expect Zhuojin to faint from anger. Wu San. Present, Master Qin. Throw President Zhu out. Yes. The next moment, Wu San and several brothers of the mighty Tiger Gang carried Zhuojin away from the villa. Mr. Qin, just now my brothers and I were disrespectful. I sincerely apologize here. Lu Zhan said while bowing 90 degrees to Qin Yu. Please help treat Commander Zhang. I'll kneel on his behalf. As he spoke, he knelt down. No need. Qin Yu interrupted. What I want is Commander Zhang to kneel, not you. You aren't worthy. Lu Zhan had already bent his knees halfway and was frozen in midair. Though he felt irritated, he did not dare to show it. He absolutely dared not irritate Qin Yu further, or else the young doctor might really stubbornly refuse to treat Commander Zhang, which would bring great trouble. Qin Yu's gaze fell on Zhang Zujuan in the wheelchair. Commander Zhang, if you're mindful of the treatment, you may leave. I have other guests here. Liang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked, deeply admiring Qin Yu's courage and dominance. If this were any other divine doctor or renowned doctor, despite possessing the skills to save Zhang Zujuan, none would dare to push their advantage to such an extent. Instead, they'd most likely seize this opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Zujuan and befriend the grand power of the southern military district of Daxia. Beside Liang Xiaobing stood her usual crowd of admirers, rich second generations, officials' children, martial artists, but none compared to the Qin Yu standing before her. Dominant, even tyrannical, old Master Bo, however, continued with a smile on his face as if watching a drama unfold. This was Qin Xiao's temperament. Anyone who offended him, anyone who provoked him, would never come to a good end. Zhang Zujuan's face turned pale with fury. He himself was no ordinary person. He was the esteemed deputy commander of the southern military district of Daxia, wielding immense authority and power. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Yu kept persistently demanding his submission and apology through kneeling. However, Zhang Zujuan also understood clearly that the only one who could save him was Qin Yu. If he didn't follow Qin Yu's demands, his death was inevitable. What an abominable situation. To kneel or not to kneel? Zhang Zujuan hesitated as he couldn't bring himself to swallow his pride. Young Master Qin. At this moment, Grandpa Liang Xiaolong, suddenly whispered something into Qin Yu's ear. Come over here for a moment. There are things I wish to discuss with you. Qin Yu nodded, turning to follow Liang Xiaolong aside. Zhang Zujuan watched this exchange closely, his heart tightening in anxiety, fearing that this old leader of his, Liang Xiaolong, might say ill words about him to Qin Yu. Damn it, the insufferable Liang Xiaolong. Had he known this earlier, he should have knelt before Qin Yu right then and there. He bitterly regretted this choice in his heart. Chapter 59, 2 Conditions. Mr. Qin, just now I mentioned that my Liang family spent a great amount of money and manpower in order to take on the southern military region's outsourced pharmaceuticals business, only to be deceived. And this person was exactly Zhang's military. He used to be my subordinate. Back then I took care of him a lot, and also helped him advance his position. Never would I have thought that people are so fickle. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, but had already known long ago what kind of person Zhang Zujuan was. Director Liang, your meaning is? No, Mr. Qin, you've misunderstood. Liang Xiaolong immediately said. What I'm telling you isn't hoping that you wouldn't save Zhang Zujuan. Earlier, I was just complaining. On the contrary, I hope Mr. Qin helps to treat him. But the prerequisite condition is that Zhang Zujuan brings over the military pharmaceuticals business of the southern military region to us. If Mr. Qin doesn't have any other better cooperative partners, our Liang family can take it on. As for the profit shares, etc., leave it to Mr. Qin's decision. Qin Yu paused. Earlier he hadn't really thought about this point. Thus he nodded and said, Director Liang's proposal is very good. Fine, then I will lend a hand to treat Zhang Zujuan. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaolong's face lit up with joy. Even though on the surface the profits for his Liang family would decrease, they'd form a tighter relationship with Mr. Qin. Liang Xiaolong knew clearly, this is more important than any wealth. Sitting far away in a wheelchair, Zhang Zujuan saw the happy expression on Liang Xiaolong's face, growing even more worried. He guessed that Liang Xiaolong must be saying bad things about him, urging Qin Yu not to save him. After ending the private conversation, Qin Yu slowly walked back. Thud. Before he could open his mouth, he saw Zhang Zujuan kneel down from the wheelchair. Qin Yu, before I fail to see how powerful you truly are, please help me. As long as you are willing to save me, it's not just 100-year-old medicinal herb. I'll agree to any condition. Everyone was surprised. None expected Zhang Zujuan to concede so quickly. However, they quickly understood. In the face of life and death, no one remains calm. Kneeling down. It means nothing. Qin Yu originally wanted to talk about the southern military region's pharmaceutical needs, but didn't expect Zhang Zujuan to make such a move suddenly. He instantly came up with an idea. Zhang Zujuan, do you still remember what I originally said at the banquet? Zhang Zujuan was stunned. Original words? What original words? Since you've forgotten, let me remind you again. Qin Yu saw his confused look and lightly laughed. My exact words were, perhaps if you come and beg on your knees later, I might consider helping you. Do you understand now? You beg, and I may consider acting, but not necessarily. Zhang Zujuan opened his mouth wide and stared for half a day before bursting into rage. Are you mocking me, Qin Yu? Aren't you afraid I'll choose mutual destruction? Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. Leader Zhang, if it truly comes to that step, your fish will surely die. But this net of mine you will certainly fail to destroy. Now that you've begged for mercy on your knees, I can save you. But there are 2 additional conditions. If you don't agree, even if you bring the entire military district's people here, I'll annihilate them all. Liang Xiaolong frowned. Young Master Qin's arrogance was truly immense. Annihilating the entire southern military district? Could young Master Qin possess an almost terrifying martial strength? Looking at Qin Yu's youthful face, he felt that possibility was slim. Liang Xiaobing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart fluttering. Simply a godlike man. Only Feng Tianbo knew Qin Yu possessed such immense strength. What conditions? Zhang Zujuan wasn't concerned about Qin Yu's words, nor did he believe them. He only cared if he could survive. 1. A 100-year-old medicinal herb. 2. The southern military region's outsourced medical supplies shall be taken over by the Liang family. If you cannot meet these 2 conditions, then you might as well kneel here until you die, and I still won't act. After hearing this, Zhang Zujuan finally understood what Director Liang and Qin Yu had talked about earlier. It seemed like they were plotting to take over the business of military medicine supply. He showed signs of difficulty. To tell the truth, Zhang Zujuan wasn't really an unkind or ungrateful person. Director Liang Xiaolong had helped him in the past. By rights, when Liang Xiaolong approached him regarding taking over this business, he should have agreed. To whom wouldn't he give it? However, there were some complicated matters involved. The first condition, no problem, give me some time, and I'll find it. But the second condition, can we change it? Qin Yu frowned. I'm not discussing this with you, but informing you. If you can't achieve it, then your subordinates can drag you out from here immediately. Qin Yu was completely unfriendly. Zhang Zujuan looked uncomfortable but dared not retaliate since his life was in another person's hands. He hesitated in his mind, as the military needs pharmaceutical business of the southern military district had been taken over by Mu Bufan. Mu Bufan's network and strength were much more powerful than Liang Xiaolong's. How could Zhang's military dare to cut off Mu Bufan's business? However, if he didn't cut it off, Qin Yu wouldn't step in to save him, which meant he would die within a few days. After much deliberation, Zhang Zujuan decided to prioritize saving his own life. He then said to Lu Zhan, "Pass me the phone." Upon seeing this, Qin Yu lightly smiled. Bo Yi also chuckled inwardly. No one could resist young Master Qin. Liang Xiaolong was both happy and excited, marveling at Qin Yu's overwhelming presence. "Hey, Director Ding." Zhang Zujuan, after much persuading, finally convinced the head of the Southern Military District. The chief commander agreed to terminate cooperation with Mu Bufan and hand over the military pharmaceuticals business to the Liang family. "Did you hear that? Can you treat me now?" Zhang Zujuan felt irritated inside, as though his throat was tightly gripped by Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head. "Not yet. Sign the contract immediately first, then I will treat you." Zhang Zujuan was fuming inside. If it weren't for Qin Yu possessing the medical skill to cure him, he would have wanted to kill him on the spot. "Go, draft the contract immediately." He yelled at Lu Zhan behind him, unable to lash out at Qin Yu, so instead vented his anger on his subordinate. Soon, Liang Xiaolong signed the supply contract for the Southern Military District's military pharmaceuticals with Zhang Zujuan. "Let me remind you one thing." Finally unable to contain himself, Zhang Zujuan said gravely, "You'd better cure me completely, or else you will suffer horribly." Qin Yu paid no attention and took out the silver needles, starting to perform the 5 elements 36 needles technique on Zhang Zujuan. In less than half an hour, Qin Yu had finished applying the needles. "All done." Zhang Zujuan blinked in confusion. "It's done? That's it." Qin Yu. The next moment, his startled cry stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes, his mouth gaping in astonishment. How is this possible? I actually feel. Chapter 60 Zhang Haiwu is coming to Yunqing. As a soldier, Zhang Zujuan has grown from a mere warrior to the current deputy commander of the Southern Military Region. He has gone through countless battles, suffered innumerable injuries, and been treated by many skilled doctors. No matter the severity of his injuries before, none had ever been treated within half an hour. But this time, despite suffering from such a severe latent ailment that left him wheelchair-bound, Qin Yu somehow completed the treatment in less than half an hour, and even more precisely, it only took 15 minutes. To complete the treatment so quickly led Zhang Zujuan to initially believe that Qin Yu was just pulling his leg. However, as he was about to flare up, he suddenly felt a significant improvement in his body. Zhang Zujuan, surprised, suddenly remembered the Wuxing 36 needles that Zhuo Jin mentioned earlier. Recalling how Qin Yu performed it, now seemed indeed like it could be it. "Qin, young master, did you just use the Wuxing 36 needles?" he asked unconsciously. This time it was Qin Yu's turn to be surprised. "You know the Wuxing 36 needles?" Upon hearing this confirmation, Zhang Zujuan was certain that during the treatment, Qin Yu had used the Wuxing 36 needles. He couldn't help but get excited. "Previously, I heard the bastard Zhuo Jin talk about this set of acupuncture techniques, which were lost in ancient times. It said that this set of Wuxing 36 needles can bring back the dead and regenerate white bones. Incredibly powerful, incredibly miraculous. I didn't expect that young Master Qin had mastered such an extraordinary technique." Finally, Zhang Zujuan understood why Qin Yu appeared so arrogantly from their first meeting. He truly had the capital for his arrogance. Looking at Liang Xiaolong, Zhang Zujuan asked instinctively, "Old leader, was your condition also cured by Qin with the Wuxing 36 needles?" He assumed that should have been the case. Otherwise, given Liang Xiaolong's precarious situation, almost entering hell, there wouldn't have been much anyone could do. Liang Xiaolong smiled and replied, "No, Qin just gave me a pill. Within less than half a day after consuming it, I was fully healed and restored to my original state." Sigh. Zhang Zujuan was stunned beyond measure, gasping audibly. He had no doubt about Liang Xiaolong's words. There was no reason for them or others to deceive him at this point. Moreover, he knew well that old leader Liang Xiaolong would not speak recklessly. One pill. What exactly kind of divine medicine is that? It managed to fully revive you from your deathly condition within half a day. Truly a divine drug. Zhang Zujuan couldn't resist another exclamation. Then, he turned his head towards Qin Yu. "Young Master Qin, do you still have such divine pills? I also want to buy one." Qin Yu nodded. "Of course I do. But currently, they aren't for sale. Liang Lao is the first person to consume this medication in recent times. Currently, this drug hasn't been finally priced, nor introduced into the market yet. After the pricing is decided, Commander Zhang can purchase whenever you wish." Zhang Zujuan continuously nodded, full of anticipation. Good. Young Master Qin, you must reserve one for me in advance." He could foresee that when such divine drugs hit the market, they would certainly cause a frenzy, and it felt wise to book one early. Zhang Zujuan hadn't noticed, but without realizing it, his address to Qin Yu changed from young man to young Master Qin. Simultaneously, any resentment in his heart over Qin Yu's earlier humiliation, making him kneel, had completely vanished. Just at that moment, his phone rang. It was Mu Bufan. Immediately frowning and feeling a headache, Zhang Zujuan answered the call. "Senior Mu. Commander Zhang, I would like to know what happened." An annoyed voice came from the other end of the line. "Senior Mu, please don't worry." Zhang Zujuan smiled apologetically. "The situation is like this. The old leader from the Southern Military Region came to see me these past few days, asking me to assign the outsourced medical needs business of the military district to him. I thought, since he is my former superior, he did help and promote me quite a lot in the past. In addition, the Southern Military Region's medical supply over the past few years has been handled by you, Senior Mu. Allowing this change should also not pose too much of a problem right now." Zhang Zujuan didn't dare to directly confront Mu Bufan, Mu Bufan's influence and strength were formidable. A great part of his becoming the deputy commander of the southern military region relied heavily on Mu Bufan's support, possibly even surpassing the aid received from Liang Xiaolong. Furthermore, if in the future he aimed to occupy the top position in the southern military region, he would definitely need Mu Bufan's strong support. Humph. Immediately, a derisive laugh sounded from the phone. I've known you, great deputy commander Zhang, for who knows how many years, yet I never knew you were such a sentimental individual. While listening to Mu Bufan's sarcastic remarks, Zhang Zujuan naturally felt unhappy inside. Shit, I am still the deputy commander of Daxia's southern military region. No matter how powerful you are, Mu Bufan, shouldn't you at least show me a little respect? As upset as he was, in order to stabilize Mu Bufan and continue gaining his support, Zhang Zujuan forced down his irritation and continued with a gentle laugh. Mr. Mu, rest assured, I will definitely find a way to compensate you. I'll hand over all the other external businesses of the southern military region to you. What do you think? Moreover, I can use my power to help you attract other businesses. No need, Mu Bufan snorted. You can give all the remaining businesses of the southern military region to your former superior. As for those outside the military zone, there is absolutely no need for your assistance. But let me remind you one thing, Commander Zhang. Mu Bufan paused and said solemnly. If it weren't for my full support back then, do you think you could have become the deputy commander of the southern military region? Since you did this to me first, don't blame me for going further. Not only the position of the future main commander of the southern military region, but even your position as deputy might be something you can't hold on to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zujuan's anger flared up, having just been completely controlled by Qin Yu. Now Mu Bufan also wants to control him? What the hell? You really think I'm someone to mess around with? He could no longer suppress the fire in his heart and roared angrily. Mu Bufan, I know you're capable, but I'm still a deputy commander of one of Daxia's military regions. Do you really think you can boss me around like that? I represent Daxia. Oh, does Commander Zhang represent Daxia? What an impressive show of power. Zhang Zujuan, my grandson, Mu Tianlong, has extraordinary martial arts talent and will surely rank among Daxia's top martial artists someday. I wonder if you'll be able to withstand his dominance when that day comes. Besides, I'd like to kindly remind you that Tianlong's master, Jiang Haiwu, will soon come out of seclusion. He learned about some unpleasant things Tianlong encountered in Yunqing, and he says he will come take a look. Take care of yourself, Deputy Commander Zhang. Chapter 61, The Powerful Jiang Haiwu. Upon hearing the news that Jiang Haiwu was coming to Yunqing to stand up for Mu Tianlong, Zhang Zujuan's complexion immediately changed. Old Mu, we can talk things over. Beep, beep. The phone emitted a disconnected sound. Old Mu, Zhang Zujuan called out twice. After confirming the other side had hung up, he put down his phone. This is not good. Master Jiang Haiwu of Mu Tianlong is about to come out of seclusion and head to Yunqing. Hearing this message, Liang Xiaolong beside him also showed changing expressions. Qin Yu understood what was happening and indifferently remarked. Is it that Jiang Haiwu? Yes, exactly him, Zhang Zujuan replied. He noticed Qin Yu's dismissive demeanor and reminded him. Young Lord Qin, Jiang Haiwu is an 8th realm great martial artist who has already surpassed the peak. He entered closed-door cultivation recently, and this time, after breaking through, he may very well be at the 9th realm great martial artist level, with very formidable power. Moreover, his visit to Yunqing is clearly to assist Mu Tianlong. I've heard from Mu Fan that Jiang Haiwu is very fond of Mu Tianlong and even plans to pass on his position to Tianlong in the future. After hearing this, Qin Yu still sneered. An 8th or 9th realm great martial artist alone scares the esteemed deputy commander Zhang into such a state. If a martial ancestor were to come, wouldn't Commander Zhang not dare to even step out of the military zone gates? Facing Qin Yu's mockery and ridicule, Zhang Zujuan did not become angry because Jiang Haiwu's strength was indeed formidable. Young Lord Qin, I do not know where your confidence stems from, but let me warn you again. Jiang Haiwu is not an ordinary martial artist. Even as just an 8th or 9th realm great martial artist, his combat prowess is comparable to a martial ancestor. It is precisely for this reason that Mu Fan agreed to let his grandson train under Jiang Haiwu. Also due to this, Mu Fan and everyone else envy Mu Tianlong, who can become a disciple of Jiang Haiwu. Qin Yu was surprised, sensing that this Jiang Haiwu was somewhat unusual. Go on. Seeing Qin Yu's expression of surprise, Zhang Zujuan inwardly smirked. So you're finally scared? Jiang Haiwu is the sole inheritor of the Yangshan Palace in this era, having obtained its true teachings. The Yangshan Palace, according to legends, was once an immortal cultivation sect during ancient times. This actually has some basis. The inheritors of Yangshan Palace's true teachings possess extremely formidable combat prowess, much stronger than same-level martial artists. They are even capable of fighting across levels. And Jiang Haiwu has killed powerful warriors across levels before. When Jiang Haiwu was still an 8th realm great martial artist, he could already slay 9th realm great martial artists. If he breaks through to 9th realm great martial artist status, his strength will reach the level of martial ancestor strength. Qin Yu was shocked again, not by Jiang Haiwu's formidable combat power, but upon hearing the words, immortal cultivation. His master had once said that immortal cultivators once appeared in this world, and his master's cultivation path differed from the current martial arts methods. Of course, whether encountering immortal cultivation, Qin Yu could not confirm. Next to him, Feng Tianbua didn't pay much attention to this news. He didn't know if Jiang Haiwu was an immortal cultivator, nor whether Yangshan Palace was an immortal sect. What he could confirm was, if there truly were immortal cultivators in this world, or individuals who closely resembled them. This person must definitely be young Lord Qin. Of course, it was very impressive that xuanhuan could kill across levels. But compared to young Lord Qin, he still fell far short. Back then in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, there were numerous renowned martial ancestors. However, despite being only at the 8th realm great martial artist level at the time, Qin Yu had still beaten those powerful martial ancestor lords until they howled and knelt down begging for mercy. Therefore, Feng Tianbo believed that if there truly were any immortal cultivators in this world, they would definitely be Qin Yu. It was also since that time that Feng Tianbo realized Qin Yu's martial arts realm and combat strength could not be simply judged based on the contemporary martial arts system. Young Lord Qin, according to my information, Mu Tianlong originally planned to come here today to settle accounts with you. Zhang Zujuan continued. Perhaps it was because he learned that his master, Jiang Haiwu, is coming to Yunqing, so he didn't come. Qin Yu fell into deep thought and paid no heed to what Zhang Zujuan was saying. Zhang Zujuan, seeing this, felt that perhaps Qin Yu was afraid. He then made up an excuse and quickly left. Commander Zhang, where do we find herbs that have been around for more than 100 years? Exiting Wang Villa on Mount Yuntao, Lu Zhan asked Zhang Zujuan in a low voice. Zhang Zujuan chuckled and shook his head. No need to look. What? Lu Zhan was surprised. Jiang Haiwu is coming to Yunqing specifically for Qin Yu and his group. Once he arrives, Qin Yu and his people will probably all die. There's absolutely no need to look for any kind of 100-year-old herbs. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan suddenly understood and laughed. Commander Zhang is wise indeed. Young Lord Qin. After Zhang Zujuan left, Liang Xiaolong also gave a reminder. Although we don't know if Jiang Haiwu is a cultivation practitioner, or perhaps this world doesn't even have any cultivation practitioners. But Jiang Haiwu's martial arts abilities are indeed extremely powerful and strange. I've even heard an even more exaggerated claim. Qin Yu became curious. What kind of exaggerated claim? Jiang Hai was merely at the peak of the 8th realm, yet it's rumored that he killed a martial ancestor level expert. Of course, this is just hearsay, known by very few people. I can't confirm whether it's true or false. So, young Lord Qin, you need to be careful. Qin Yu still didn't take it seriously, instead smiling and saying, if Jiang Haiwu is truly that powerful, then it would be good. Otherwise, I might find it too boring. Liang Xiaolong was stunned. Even Liang Xiaobing felt this time that Qin Yu's tone was somewhat overconfident and excessively arrogant. Only Feng Tianbo knew that even if Jiang Haiwu broke through to the martial ancestor level, he still wouldn't be Qin Yu's match. At the same time, in a forest on the outskirts of Yunqing, trees around had been chopped down at their wastes, scattered chaotically everywhere. And quite a few large rocks were also cut into pieces by some sharp object. Brother, I am still far behind you. A pleasant female voice sounded. A graceful woman held a green long sword in her left hand, breathing heavily, but smiling as she looked at Mu Tianlong across from her. You see, these past few months, I've been practicing tirelessly, hoping to narrow the gap between us. But I never imagined the gap was still so large. I haven't made up any ground at all. This woman was none other than Mu Tianlong's junior sister Qin Qilan. Sister Qilan, you're already much better than before I descended the mountain. Qin Qilan smiled bitterly. Big brother, you don't need to comfort me. I know during our sparring just now, you held back, otherwise I wouldn't have lasted this long. And besides, brother, you haven't even used the unique skill set of Zhengyang Palace, the supreme Yang technique. Mu Tianlong chuckled but didn't say anything. Tianlong. At this moment, Mu Fan hurriedly walked in, his expression less than favorable. Chapter 62, Cooperation. Grandpa, what's wrong? Before Mu Tianlong could speak, Qin Qilan had already asked first. Mu Bufan was very familiar with Qin Qilan. He knew that since Qilan saw his grandson Tianlong, she is like Tianlong and has been pursuing him ever since. And Mu Bufan himself also held a deep affection for Qilan in his heart. Leaving aside strength and background, actually Mu Bufan liked Qilan more than Shen Lingyun. Qin Qilan immediately saw that something unpleasant had happened to Mu Bufan. Our Mu family's business of military medical supplies in the southern military district has been taken away by someone. Mu Bufan did not hide it. His grandson has already come down the mountain, and it is time to participate in all the family affairs. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianlong immediately frowned, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Isn't it that Qin Yu causing trouble again behind our backs? Mu Bufan nodded. Currently, the only person opposing us is Qin Yu. It must be him. Damn, Mu Tianlong said angrily. Is it something that just happened? Seeing his grandfather nod, he became even angrier. Damn. If I went to find Qin Yu and killed him today, there wouldn't be such an issue now. Senior brother, how dare this Qin Yu oppose you? Qilan beside him asked in surprise. Forget it. No matter who he is, he must die. You don't need to act, senior brother. Let me kill him. Will you, junior sister? Mu Tianlong showed surprise and disbelief. Let's forget it, junior sister. This is between Qin Yu and me. I don't want to involve you. How can you say that, senior brother? Your matter is my matter. If I didn't know, then fine. But since I know now, I will not sit back and watch. You stay here, senior brother. I am going right now to kill Qin Yu. Qin Qilan looked at Mu Bufan. Grandpa, do you know where Qin Yu is now? Mu Bufan nodded and said, according to the information we have, Qin Yu is currently having dinner with friends at Prince Tower. Good, I'll go straight away and kill Qin Yu. Senior brother, wait for my good news. With these words unfinished, Qin Qilan's elegant figure disappeared from the spot. Watching his junior sister Qin Qilan walk away, Mu Tianlong secretly chuckled in his heart. He was originally troubled because if he personally dealt with Qin Yu, Shun Lingyun would surely resent him for life, and he wouldn't be able to win Lingyun over in that case. But Qin Yu still had to die. When he didn't know what to do, his junior sister Qin suddenly arrived, and seeing her gave him an idea. Let his junior sister Qin go and kill Qin Yu. Even as it was, he deliberately let his grandpa recount the incident here today. Of course, Mu Bufan did not understand his thoughts. One of the highest-end five-star restaurants in Yunqing, the Prince Tower. In one of the private rooms, two stunning beauties were dining with Qin Yu. One of them was Mo Chiu, president of the Triangle Commerce Association, whom Qin Yu met at the banquet earlier. The other was Tang Zi, the third miss of Jiaoqing Tang family, the big boss behind the Yuntan Mountain Villa community. I thought you've already left Yunqing, President Mo. Qin Yu only found out upon arrival that Mo Chiu also joined the dinner. Initially, he thought it was just himself and Miss Tang. Mo Chiu giggled teasingly. Little brother Qin, are you complaining about me being here, disrupting your intimate dinner with Sister Tangzi? Qin Yu laughed softly without answering, understanding that she was just joking around. Tangzi didn't comment on the jest either, giving a subtle smile. I and Tangzi share a bond akin to sisters. When I heard she would come to Yunqing, I stayed behind. Brother Qin, I am honored that you accepted the invitation to meet. Let me toast you. Tangzi expressed herself openly, showing great respect with a friendly tone. Qin Yu raised his glass to hers, finishing it in one gulp. Miss Tang, it's too kind of you. Brother Qin, I wasn't aware before that Grandpa Bo purchased the villa for you. Had I known earlier, I would have directly gifted it to you. Tangzi stood up, coming near Qin Yu and filling his cup voluntarily. Qin Yu was surprised. He never imagined that the esteemed third miss of the Tang family would show such respect. He guessed she probably needed help with something. Brother Qin, I believe you must have heard about the close relationship between our Tang family and Grandpa Bo. Actually, the depth of our connection runs even deeper than what outsiders know. Qin Yu nodded. Brother Qin, I hear that your medical skills are exceptional. Tang Zi mentioned suddenly after another toast to Qin Yu. Yes. Mo Chiu interjected enthusiastically. On this point, I can testify for Brother Qin. His medical abilities truly are remarkable. Speaking here, she blushed slightly, adding apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Qin. Your diagnosis of me at the banquet was actually correct, but due to some privacy concerns, I couldn't admit it in front of so many people. 10,000 apologies. Qin Yu smiled and said, President Mo, you're being too formal with me. I didn't take it to heart. Actually, at that time, I'd already guessed that you must have something difficult to say. Mo Chiu looked surprised, then nodded gratefully and sighed. That's exactly it. I am indeed married, and it has been for a while, but my husband is an adopted son-in-law. To be honest, I am still a virgin. But such matters, I absolutely cannot disclose them in front of so many people. Otherwise, my husband's face would be completely lost. If this matter were exposed, it would also be a significant issue for my Mo family. Qin Yu nodded, showing understanding, and also proposed a solution. President Mo, you can have someone look for jiang grass, grind it into powder, and drink it with water. This will solve the problem within a few days. Mo Chiu's face showed gratitude, not expecting Qin Yu to bear no grudge against her, and even provide a solution. She smiled and nodded toward Qin Yu. Tang Zi, seeing this, gained a deeper understanding of Qin Yu's medical skills, and thus laughed as she said, Young Master Qin, I actually came to discuss something with you. Qin Yu looked at her. Miss Tang, please go ahead. I hope young Master Qin can cooperate with our Tang family. Cooperation. Qin Yu was surprised. He originally thought the other party came to Yunqing to deal with something else, like treating diseases, and never imagined they were thinking of cooperating with him. Yes, cooperation. Tang Zi nodded seriously. After years of hard work and strategic planning, our Tang family already owns numerous connections and resources, but it's still not enough. Our Tang family hopes to find someone like young Master Qin to cooperate with, maximizing our Tang family's connections, resources, and platforms. In this way, our Tang family can reach a higher level, and young Master Qin can obtain limitless wealth and honor. Chapter 63, A Visit from Sister Ma Tianlong. After hearing Tang Zi's proposal, Qin Yu was greatly surprised. He had never anticipated that the other party would come with such an idea. Before he could say anything, Mo Chiu standing beside him was already excited. This is great. Brother Qin, this is absolutely a good opportunity for you. For both you and the Tang family, it's a win-win chance. She paused for a moment and then continued. You have medical skills stronger than Zhu Jin, the president of the Guangdong Province Medical Association. The Tang family has even larger platforms, wider networks, and more resources. You can utilize these platforms, networks, and resources to develop your own career, earning unimaginable wealth and immense fame. At that time, you can also proudly appear in front of Uncle Shun. If so, you and Miss Shun will be perfectly matched. Qin Yu could hear that Mo Chiu sincerely hoped the best for him. This indeed is a win-win opportunity. Qin Yu nodded, undeniable. However, the next moment he shook his head. But I apologize, Miss Tang. I am currently unable to cooperate with your Tang family. Qin Yu had his own plan and did not actually need to collaborate with the Tang family. Of course, if there was no personal plan, working with the Tang family would still be a good choice. Tang Zi sat frozen in her seat, unable to believe that Qin Yu would refuse her offer. At the same time, she started to feel quietly irritated. This time, she believed she had come with full sincerity, specifically rushing over from Zen City to visit Qin Yu. She clearly expressed her intentions and believed that her actions were undoubtedly beneficial to Qin Yu without any drawbacks. She couldn't understand why he refused her suggestion. However, Tang Zi did not intend to ask Qin Yu the reason. In her eyes, Qin Yu's rejection just now was undoubtedly a huge insult to her. After all, She was none other than the esteemed third daughter of the Tang family, coming all the way to personally reach out to Qin Yu, showing utmost respect. Yet Qin Yu had rejected her outright, without any word. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Tang Zi no longer wanted to stay with Qin Yu, but still suppressed her dissatisfaction and discomfort within. She took a deep breath, suddenly raised the wine glass in front of her, and said to Qin Yu, "If that's how it is, then I won't bother brother Qin either. I'll toast you this drink." After speaking, before Qin Yu could react, she gulped down the entire cup in one go. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first." Seeing this, Qin Yu revealed a smile filled with helplessness. He knew that Tang Zi was a stubborn girl, yet didn't place her previous actions at heart. Imo, however, was becoming a little anxious. She glanced at Qin Yu, then immediately shouted towards Tang Zi, who was already heading toward the door of the private room. "Sister Zi, don't rush to leave. You can listen to what brother Qin has to say. Perhaps there are some reasons, and you two parties could further communicate." Tang Zi turned back and unhappily replied, "No need. If brother Qin already has another plan, there's no point in changing it because of my family." In fact, she believed that whatever plan Qin Yu had before, it wouldn't compare to collaborating with her family. Imo was also helpless now. Knowing Tang Zi's straightforward personality, she sighed softly. Tang Zi did not stop her steps, reached the door, and pulled it open. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a figure flew past the doorway. She was startled. Qin Yu and Imo also looked on suspiciously, instantly rising to their feet. The next moment, Qin Yu saw a delicate woman holding a 3-foot green sword appearing by the entrance of the private room. "Xuanhuan." Tang Zi was utterly shocked. "How did you, Tang Zi, end up here as well?" Even Xuanhuan, who had stormed into the Crown Prince Tower, was immensely taken aback. "What's Jia Ji doing in Yun City?" Xuanhuan held a long sword, looking fierce as she glared at Tang Zi before her. Tang Zi felt irked too. "Why does it matter what I'm doing here in Yun City?" Xuanhuan huffed angrily. "I get it now. Certainly, it must be that you're plotting with Qin Yu against our Qin family to become the top clan in Zen City, right? Tang Zi, don't waste your efforts. Your Tang family is no match for our Qin family. Not to mention the other powerful members of our Qin family. Even I alone can wipe out all the warriors that your Tang family has hired. Those so-called experts are merely nonsense." Tang Zi smirked disdainfully. "Xuanhuan, don't think that having practiced martial arts in the mountains for a few years makes you unbeatable. The powerful warriors in my family could easily kill you." "Is that so?" Xuanhuan scoffed dismissively. "In that case, once I kill Qin Yu, I'll return to Zen City immediately. Let me see whether the useless people you hired could stand up against me or not." Tang Zi immediately gasped. "Why you? You say you want to kill brother Qin?" Imo was also shocked, recognizing Xuanhuan as the disciple of Grand Master Xuanhuan, known for her formidable martial arts skills. Qin Yu had roughly guessed the other party's identity by now, most likely Ma Tianlong's junior sister. "Xuanhuan, you cannot kill Qin Yu." Tang Zi immediately spread her arms to block Xuanhuan. But she wasn't a martial artist and could not hinder Xuanhuan in the slightest. Xuanhuan kicked off with both feet, leaping into the air, easily bypassing Tang Zi below her. Imo watched Xuanhuan overhead with immense fear. "Qin Yu, run!" However, Qin Yu remained perfectly still, facing Xuanhuan's blade that was already hurtling toward him with cold calmness. "Be careful, Qin Yu. Hold your hand." Tang Zi and Imo both screamed in alarm at the same time, but could only helplessly watch the extremely sharp sword pierce towards Qin Yu's chest. In midair, Xuanhuan saw that Qin Yu did not react at all to her sword strike, and a sneer rose in her heart. "How dare he defy my master with such negligible strength, showing no fear against my deadly blow. Today I shall kill you." Clang. At the critical moment, a metallic sound suddenly echoed in the small private room. Tang Zi and Imo widened their eyes, mouths slightly open, their faces full of disbelief. In midair, Xuanhuan was equally surprised, confused and astonished, frozen like someone under a binding spell, unable to move an inch. She looked incredulously at Qin Yu below. It was evident that Qin Yu had lifted his left hand, 2 fingers gripping the longsword that was less than 10 centimeters away from his left chest. His right hand rested behind his back, his demeanor relaxed and confident, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Qin Yu, you are actually a martial artist?" Xuanhuan was overwhelmed with surprise. Qin Yu smirked coldly. "Without even knowing if I am a martial artist or not, you came here to kill me?" As his words fell, he applied slight pressure with his 2 fingers. There was a bang as the 3-foot green blade snapped in half. Simultaneously, Xuanhuan herself was hurled back and crashed with a loud boom into a wall inside the private room. Chapter 64, Qin Yu's capital. Tang Zi watched Xuanhuan being thrown back in shock, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Xuanhuan had excelled in martial arts since she was young and later became the disciple of Xuanhuan, a grandmaster at Yangshan Palace and the only contemporary inheritor of its legacy. After years of training, her martial prowess grew even stronger. Yet Qin Yu easily defeated her, and it seemed as if he hadn't even exerted much effort. Tang Zi turned her head toward Qin Yu, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling overwhelmed with confusion and curiosity. Who exactly was Qin Yu? His miraculous medical skills were otherworldly, and his martial abilities were extraordinarily powerful. Imo had been in Yun City for days, busy dealing with her guild's affairs, and had not heard about Qin Yu disabling Elder He from the He family at the Yun City International Airport. Not until this moment did she realize that Qin Yu was a martial artist too, and from the looks of things, he was an immensely powerful one at that. She finally understood why, at the banquet a few days ago, Qin Yu remained so calm and composed when faced with Zhang Zujuan, Zhuijin, Mu Bufan, and others, never showing any signs of panic or inferiority. Qin Yu had enough capital and strength to look down on everyone. In addition to his incredible medical skills, he possessed equally impressive martial arts prowess. Either one of these alone would have been enough to surpass most people. Qin Shilan was thrown back by a terrifying force and crashed into the wall. Her internal organs churned painfully, and a gush of blood forced its way out of her mouth. Looking up at Qin Yu, her eyes filled with astonishment. "You're also a martial artist, Qin Yu?" Even now, she struggled to believe that Qin Yu could also be a martial artist like herself. Qin Yu shook his head. "Is it your stupidity or your master Morong Tianlong's deliberate negligence? Didn't anyone inform you that I'm also a formidable martial artist? Why rush in without knowing the full picture and attempt to kill me? If he's been back in Yin City for several days now, why hasn't he acted against me himself but sent you instead?" Qin Shilan paid no heed to Qin Yu's words, snorting dismissively. "Don't try to sow discord here, Qin Yu. No matter what you say, I will never doubt my senior apprentice brother Tianlong, nor will I mistrust him. Whatever he does must have its own reasons." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately realized that Qin Shilan was blinded by so-called love. He sighed. "Since you're wholeheartedly devoted to Mu Tianlong, let me tell you something. You've actually been used by your senior apprentice brother Mu Tianlong. Do you know why he set his sights on me? Isn't it obvious?" "Of course, it's because you offended my senior apprentice," Qin Shilan replied furiously. "Well, how do you think you offended him?" Qin Yu asked. Seeing that Qin Shilan stayed silent, he continued. "Your senior apprentice believes that I took away the woman he loved, hence deeming me his enemy. Do you understand this yet? In other words, in the heart of your senior apprentice Mu Tianlong, there is another woman, not you, Qin Shilan." "Impossible." Qin Shilan immediately rejected this notion angrily. Had it not been for her inability to move at the moment, she would probably have lunged her sword again towards Qin Yu. "This is absolutely impossible. My senior apprentice loves only me. There can be no second woman in his heart." Mo Qiu, upon seeing this state of Qin Shilan, also let out a long sigh. "Qin Shilan, I am a woman as well, and seeing you like this pains my heart. I can verify everything Qin Yu said is true. Regarding your senior apprentice's ideal goddess, haven't you heard of Shin Lingyun? He pursued Shin Lingyun but was rejected. When he saw that Lingyun and Qin Yu got close and developed good relations, Mu Tianlong thought it was Qin Yu who stole Lingyun, which caused him to get rejected. It's precisely for this reason that Mu Tianlong went after Qin Yu. Normally speaking, with Qin Yu being directly involved, plus others coming forward to corroborate, most people would have believed it. But I won't believe you. You're all part of the same gang, intentionally saying such things so I'd turn against my senior apprentice and distrust him. No matter what you say, I'll always believe in my senior apprentice." Qin Shilan glared angrily at Qin Yu. "Today I lost. If you want to kill me, go ahead." Tang Zi, watching this once powerful rival, wasn't sure whether to find it laughable or enraging. "Are you insane, Qin Shilan? How can you fail to see such an obvious fact? All right, let this person die. It's for the best. Go ahead, young Master Qin, and take care of her." "Let it be, young Master Qin," Mo Qiu interjected. "This girl doesn't really have malicious intentions. She's just blinded temporarily by love. Let her go." After considering for a moment, Qin Yu said, "Go then." Qin Shilan was surprised. She originally thought she would definitely be killed this time, and she sadly thought about never seeing her senior apprentice again. However, she didn't show the slightest gratitude toward Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, you just wait. I'll go back and practice martial arts well, and one day I will definitely kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, she got up, holding her long sword in her left hand, and stormed out of the room in anger. After this small interlude, Tang Zi stayed behind. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively just now." At the dining table, Tang Zi voluntarily raised her glass to Qin Yu and apologized. Qin Yu responded with a raised glass, chuckling lightly. "It's fine, I can understand Miss Tang's feelings. If it were himself, coming from another city specially to find someone, offering an olive branch-like cooperation, only for the other party to refuse, naturally one would feel uncomfortable. With the current situation, apart from medical skills, he has nothing particularly outstanding that could attract others." Tang Zi stayed behind and apologized while raising her glass because she understood that with Qin Yu's otherworldly medical skills and formidable martial prowess, there is no need for him to collaborate with the Tang family. He could easily become powerful on his own, or even potentially surpass the Tang family effortlessly. "Miss Tang, refusing to cooperate with your family earlier wasn't due to any contempt I have for you or your family," Qin Yu explained. "It's because my current situation involves some minor issues, and I'm worried it might endanger you all." After hearing this, Tang Zi suddenly seemed to see a hope for collaboration with Qin Yu, so she eagerly smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, I know Mu Bufan is also a strong martial artist with wide connections. His grandson Mu Tianlong has strong martial talent as well. But even if it's the Mu family, our Tang family doesn't fear them. Don't worry about that aspect, Mr. Qin." Mo Qiu immediately chimed in. "That's right, Mr. Qin. The strength of the Tang family from Chan City is very powerful. It's not easy for Mu Bufan to deal with the Tang family. You can consider collaborating with Sister Zi." Qin Yu shook his head. "The trouble I mentioned isn't referring to the Mu Bufan grandfather-grandson duo. Rather, it refers to Mu Bufan's master Zhang Haiwu. I heard that Zhang Haiwu has already come out of seclusion and is planning to visit Yun City these few days." Chapter 65, Mu Tianlong's Cruelty. Upon hearing that Jiang Haiwu would soon emerge from his seclusion and come to Yin City, Tang Zi and Mo Chiu immediately showed signs of worry on their faces. I've heard that before closing himself off for cultivation, Jiang Haiwu was already a peak 8th realm great martial artist. After breaking his seclusion, isn't he now a 9th realm great martial artist? Tang Zi said anxiously. Mo Chiu also expressed concern for Qin Yu. Previously, I overheard some gossip. I don't know if it's true. What kind of news? Tang Zi asked. Jiang Haiwu defeated a martial ancestor at the 8th realm peak level of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Tang Zi's expression instantly changed. Defeated a martial ancestor? Indeed, this Jiang Haiwu is far too powerful. What should we do, young Master Qin? Mo Chiu also questioned. Young Master Qin, why don't you leave Yin City first and hide for a while outside? That's a good suggestion. Tang Zi agreed. Young Master Qin, we shouldn't be afraid of taking a temporary retreat. It doesn't mean weakness, especially against someone as powerful as Jiang Haiwu. You're still young. No one would blame you if you decided to stay away for a period. Hiding. Qin Yu smiled, but his heart stirred slightly, realizing how genuinely concerned Tang Zi and Mo Chiu were for him. Mo Chiu thought, based on Qin Yu's character, hiding wasn't something he would do. So, after reflecting briefly, Mo Chiu suggested another solution. Qin Yu, maybe contact Ling Yun and have her mediate this matter. With the might of the Shun family backing her, Jiang Haiwu will surely have to give her some face and won't dare do anything drastic to you. An excellent idea indeed, Tang Zi concurred. No need. Qin Yu laughed. If I relied on Ling Yun's connection to the Shun family to deal with Jiang Haiwu, how could I possibly face her father or other members of the Shin family later? Rest assured, I appreciate both of your concerns. Just an ordinary Jiang Haiwu. His presence hasn't even entered my consideration yet. No matter what brings him to Yin City this time, as long as he doesn't go looking for trouble, there's no problem. And if he seeks trouble, well, then I'll just send him on his way. Tang Zi and Mo Chiu exchanged glances subtly, wondering silently in their hearts why Qin Yu showed absolutely no fear. Could he truly possess such resolve to face Jiang Haiwu? Or was Qin Yu actually stronger than Jiang Haiwu? No, that was absolutely impossible. The two women simultaneously reassured themselves. Not wanting to dwell further on the topic, Qin Yu turned toward Tang Zi with a smile. Miss Tang, now that you know I will face Jiang Haiwu, do you still want to continue our cooperation? Without using any tricks, Tang Zi replied. Young Master Qin, to be honest, given the current situation, I'll need to return home and consult with father and the other elders of the clan. This is not something I can decide alone. Qin Yu nodded lightly with understanding and didn't blame her for showing concern. Qin Xilan dragged her wounded body back to the villa in Yin City where Mu Bufan and Mu Tianlong resided. Little sister, what happened to you? Seeing Chun Xilan injured and clearly quite badly hurt, Mu Tianlong was greatly surprised. Big brother, it was that Qin Yu who injured me. As expected, Mu Tianlong was deeply shocked inside. He had a clear knowledge of his junior sister's capabilities, but hadn't imagined Qin Yu capable of injuring her. It seemed this Qin Yu's martial prowess wasn't weak after all. A faint worry began to grow within him, though it quickly dissipated. He was extremely confident in his own strength and had also received the genuine transmission of his master's Yang God art. He firmly believed that once he unleashed the Yang God art, regardless of Qin Yu's power, he would be able to kill him. Why didn't you tell me earlier, big brother, that Qin Yu is also a martial artist? Qin Xilan asked, somewhat taken aback. For this question, Mu Tianlong had already prepared his response and smiled, saying, Little sister, I knew Qin Yu had trained but never fought against him, so I assumed he wasn't strong. I didn't expect Qin Yu to be stronger than I thought. I'm sorry, little sister, this was an oversight on my part. Rest assured, I will avenge you and slay Qin Yu. Hearing Mu Tianlong vowing revenge for her by killing Qin Yu, Qin Xilan was overjoyed. She grinned and said, I knew you care about me, big brother. Qin Yu and that Mo Chiu claimed that the person you love is Shun Lingyun, not me. They said you're only exploiting me through our relationship. Unexpectedly startled, Mu Tianlong rushed to explain. Little sister, they were lying to you. They are trying to sow discord between us siblings. Don't worry, little sister. In that moment, Qin Xilan's heart was filled with sweetness, and she dismissed whatever Qin Yu and others had said without a second thought. I definitely won't be deceived by Qin Yu and them. From the beginning, I've known that what Qin Yu says is nothing but lies. I'm not naive or foolish. Relieved upon hearing this, Mu Tianlong smiled and said, That's good. I was worried you might be fooled by Qin Yu. By the way, master brother, Qin Xilan suddenly remembered something. I just saw Tang Zi from Zen City with Qin Yu as well. I'm worried Qin Yu might be trying to recruit the Tang family's strength to go against you. Master brother, be careful. Mu Tianlong furrowed his brow. This was something he hadn't even considered. Seeing his reaction, Qin Xilan immediately said, Master brother, don't worry too much. If Tang Zi really uses her family's power to help Qin Yu, I will mobilize my Chun family's forces to counter them. The Tang family may have hired a lot of martial experts, but they are no match for us Qin family in the end. Mu Tianlong smiled slightly and nodded. You truly treat me well, sister. After hearing this, Qin Xilan felt like honey had flowed through her heart, and she grinned sweetly again. Of course I will always be good to master brother. Master brother, wait for me. Once I return this time, I will cultivate hard, quickly boosting my strength. As soon as possible, I will return to help you kill that despicable Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianlong nodded. Good, master brother trusts you. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and pulled Qin Xilan into his embrace. Qin Xilan was completely astonished. Her breathing momentarily stopped, Master brother Yu. Never before had her master brother treated her in this way. She felt delighted, excited, as if her dream had come true. It must be because my efforts this time touched him deeply, so this is why he acted like this. Indeed, it's evident that master brother loves me, not Xinlingyun. Fortunately, I didn't believe Qin Yu in what he said. Since you've helped me so much, sister, why not assist me one more time? Master brother, you want me to help you? Thud, a dull sound echoed. Qin Shilan's words were cut off halfway, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she couldn't comprehend how her master brother could suddenly attempt to kill her. Master brother you. Splash. Qin Shilan collapsed, utterly devoid of life. Chapter 66. The Divine Medicine Emerges. Even as all signs of life had completely faded, Qin Shilan's eyes remained wide open, fixed on her master brother Mu Tianlong. She could never comprehend why the beloved master brother she adored would suddenly turn on her with such fatal hostility. How could he? When she loved and helped him so much. Unfortunately, she would never hear any reason now. Just at that moment, Mu Bufan walked in from outside the villa, witnessing firsthand how his grandson Mu Tianlong killed Qin Shilan. The elder's eyes almost bulged out, stunned motionless where he stood. For many years, Mu Bufan had practically accepted Qin Shilan as one of his own, as his future granddaughter-in-law. He could see clearly how well Qin Shilan treated his grandson, so much so that she would willingly give up her life for him. And yet, the irony was, Qin Shilan had indeed lost her life this time. Tianlong, what have you done? After an unknowable duration, Mu Bufan finally came to his senses. Only then did Mu Tianlong realize his grandfather had entered. He turned around, his expression calm, betraying no hint of unease. This scene, Mu Bufan observed just as vividly, leaving him filled with bewilderment. But wasn't the sister disciple who Tianlong had just slain someone who had loved and sacrificed her life for him? Could it be that Tianlong truly felt no sorrow at all? Simultaneously, Mu Bufan felt a chilling coldness welling up within him. How had his grandson become so indifferent, so heartlessly merciless, even to the point of being utterly devoid of sentiment? Even if achieving his current success involved his constant ruthlessness and decisive actions throughout, he would never go so far as to strike down one of his real inner circle. Even if he often taught his grandson not to hesitate or drag his feet when accomplishing great things, requiring resolution and audacious methods, surely it didn't mean killing off his own people. At that moment, the chill inside Mu Bufan grew even stronger, along with a vague feeling of uneasiness. Tianlong, why? Why did you suddenly kill Qilan? He asked again twice in succession. How Qilan has treated you? You should know better than me, better than anyone. Then, Mu Bufan saw a faint smirk of coldness cross his grandson's face. Grandfather, every person has their mission and function. And Qilan's mission and role were to help me. It is now time for her to play her part fully. After hearing these words, Mu Bufan slightly widened his mouth, momentarily unsure how to communicate with his grandson. Qilan's mission and role were to assist me in wiping out Qin Yu's group, and help me retrieve Lingyun from Qin Yu. Mu Tianlong said coldly, devoid of emotion. Qilan just went to kill Qin Yu, then immediately perished herself. As long as I inform the Qin family in Chan City that Qilan was killed while fighting Qin Yu, they will undoubtedly believe my words, convinced it was Qin Yu who killed Qilan. At that point, the Qin family will surely send people after Qin Yu. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Besides, as Qilan is my junior sister, now that Qin Yu has killed her, I thus gain a justified reason to kill Qin Yu. So, even if I really do kill Qin Yu, Lingyun will not fault me for anything. Upon reaching this point, Mu Tianlong suddenly revealed a crafty smile. Furthermore, when Qilan went to kill Qin Yu, Tang Zi from the Tang family of Chan City was also present. With this, the Qin family will inevitably direct their anger toward the Tang family too. Since the two families have always been unfriendly, facing this situation, the Qin family will surely take action against the Tang family. Years ago, that cheap woman Tang Zi rejected my pursuit. This can be seen as a small retribution for her. As Mu Bufan listened to his grandson Mu Tianlong's speech, the uneasiness and chill deepened, signaling danger. Suddenly, he felt his grandson before him seemed alien, transformed into someone he barely recognized. One may be ruthless, one may be brutal, but one cannot be so utterly heartless. Today Tianlong could execute Qilan. Could it be that someday he might also harm me, his grandfather? Deeply chilled, Mu Bufan truly didn't know what to say to his grandson. In this instant, he appeared to have aged significantly. However, Mu Tianlong paid no mind to his grandfather's thoughts. He began contacting the Qin family in Chan City, informing them of the news that Qin Yu had killed Qin Qilan. As expected, the Qin family erupted in rage. They instantly shattered their phones and caused Mu Tianlong's eardrums to ache intensely. That same day, the Qin family took immediate action. On one side, clan members were dispatched to deal with their rival in the same city, the Tang family. On the other side, powerful clansmen rushed toward Yin City, intent on killing Qin Yu. As the former pharmaceutical leader of Yin City, Liang family still possessed formidable influence. After acquiring Qin Yu's medicinal formula, they proceeded through the night with production. By early morning, they introduced to the market the medicine Qin Yu provided, the 100 Diseases powder. With the extensive network, reputation, and robust channels Liang family had established in the pharmaceutical industry over many years, it took merely a morning of vigorous promotion to seize the entire pharmaceutical market of Yin City. This caused an enormous sensation. The Liang family's 100 Diseases powder this time is rumored to be extremely potent. It cures all ailments, achieving miraculous effects. Right? I reckon if we buy a few boxes for the family, we might not even need to visit hospitals anymore. Indeed, as long as it's not some incurable critical illness, taking the 100 diseases powder can cure almost anything. Can that be possible? Is it really as effective as advertised? Yes, I have doubts too. So do I. Don't you believe? If I hadn't personally bought a box for my old man to take and instantly cured his years-long gout, I wouldn't have believed you either. Let me tell you straight, this 100 diseases powder is absolutely effective. I want to buy a few boxes myself. Unfortunately, the Liang family has imposed purchase restrictions. One ID card can only buy 2 boxes. You're kidding me. Let's go immediately to buy 2 boxes then. Now? It's already too late. The retail stores in the Eastern District have already sold out. Like an omnipresent virus, the 100 diseases powder swept through the entire Yun city in just one morning. Not only did it become street talk, but it also dominated the headlines on various online platforms. It soared to the top of every major ranking list. There was even a forum specifically for 100 diseases powder, where posts surged to a staggering 500,000 in one morning alone. Liang Xiaolong and his father, Liang Wei, could barely contain themselves in their study within the Liang family villa. Their excitement was palpable. Dad, Qin Yu's 100 diseases powder is truly remarkable. It seems no less powerful than the divine medicine that saved your life, Liang Wei said happily. Liang Xiaolong couldn't stop laughing, nodding repeatedly. That's right, Qin Yu is truly a genius. With this, our Liang family will surely reclaim the position as the top leader in Yun City's pharmaceutical market. Dad, your vision is too narrow. Liang Wei laughed and said, at this rate, we won't just dominate Yun City. I believe it won't be long before our Liang Pharmaceutical Group takes over the entire pharmaceutical market of Pearl River Province. Liang Xiaolong's smile grew broader as he acknowledged his son Liang Wei's insight. Now that the 100 diseases powder has been a success, it's time for us to accomplish what Lord Qin entrusted to us. Chapter 67. The He family faces an unprecedented crisis. Yes, father, what should we do now? Asked Liang Wei. Liang Xiaolong's expression became serious as he said, you must immediately release the message through various channels that any enterprise or company continuing to cooperate with the He family, be it upstream or downstream in the pharmaceutical field, will be considered our enemy. Our Liang group will not only cut off all commercial dealings and cooperation with them, but also they will face various forms of oppression. If any partner can promptly terminate all cooperation with the He family, our Liang group may consider opening up the collaboration on 100 diseases powder to them. Simultaneously, to serve as a deterrent, starting today, we will not only suppress the He family, but also comprehensively strike at the groups, enterprises, and families that have had severe conflicts and disputes with our Liang family in the past. Understood, father. I'll implement it right away. Where there's joy, there's sorrow. While the Liang family is flourishing, the He family, on the other hand, is in a sorry state. He Xiuji, the head of the He family, has been continuously suffering blows during this period. First, his son had his legs broken and became a cripple. Then his fourth brother was also incapacitated by Qin Yu, causing the He family to lose its strongest pillar of martial strength. Now, their main competitor, the Liang family, has released a miraculous drug that swept across the entire Yun City pharmaceutical industry. The He family's pharmaceutical business is facing an unprecedented impact. Additionally, under the intimidation of the Liang family, the previously cooperative partners have successively cut ties with the He family. At this moment, He Xiuji feels an overwhelming sense of doom. What can be done now? Alone in the study of the He family villa, He Xiuji paces back and forth. He has already locked himself in the study for over 2 hours, desperately searching for a way to save the family. The current options are only 2. Suddenly stopping in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky gradually shrouded in darkness, he contemplates deeply. One hope is that Yi Yin returns soon with good news. The other option is to seek help from Mu Bofin. Yi Yin is his wife, who left the country some time ago to seek opportunities to develop and strengthen the family. Without delaying a moment longer, He Xiuji leaves the villa immediately and heads toward Mu Bofin to seek assistance. Master Mu, please think of a way to save my He family. Arriving at Mu Bofin's villa in Yun City, He Xiuji pleads for help immediately. However, Mu Bofin seems completely deaf, displaying a face full of worry, offering no response whatsoever. At this moment, all he could think about was the incident where his grandson Mu Tianlong killed Qin Qilan. He could not comprehend why his grandson Tianlong had become so cruel and merciless, so heartless and ruthless, willing to do anything to anyone close to him in order to achieve his goals. Wouldn't he someday, for a certain purpose, take action against me, his own grandfather? Just thinking about this made Mu Bofin tremble with fear inside. Seeing that Mu Bofin showed no response, He Xiuji hesitated for a moment and asked again, Master Mu, please find a way to help me. I really cannot come up with any solutions. Mu Bofin's thoughts were interrupted. He raised his eyes to look at He Xiuji, standing in front of him, clearly annoyed, his expression gloomy. Even though he wasn't completely flustered, he still had quite a lot of troubles on his mind. Apart from worrying and fearing over the matter of his grandson Mu Tianlong, his businesses had also encountered some fairly serious issues. The military supply medication business from the Southern Military District was seized by Qin Yu, which was quite a significant blow to Mu's group. Although the business scope of Mu's group is vast, the Southern Military District's military supply medicine was a substantial business, not exactly a cornerstone, but undeniably very influential. In Qin Yu, Mu Bofin could feel the immense pressure coming from him. Thus, with an unbearable headache, Mu Bofin didn't even want to deal with He Xiuji. Moreover, he had conducted some investigations regarding Qin Yu and learned that 3 years ago, it was the He family who used their influence to send Qin Yu into prison and into the notorious Rootless dungeon that struck terror into everyone's hearts. All of Qin Yu's recent actions were targeted towards He Shaokong and the He family. As for himself and his grandson, it could be said they were merely collateral damage due to the He family's actions. Upon reflecting on this, Mu Bofin felt rage building within him, almost tempted to slap He Xiaoji to death, who stood before him. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his anger with great difficulty, Mu Bofin said, "This whole situation with Qin Yu was created by your He family. Now you have the nerve to come ask me for help. Because of Qin Yu, do you know how much damage my Mu group has suffered? You He family are just a bunch of failures. 3 years ago, you could have easily crushed Qin Yu, but instead, why did you choose to send him to prison? Now that he's turned things around and is seeking revenge, you're powerless to stop him and can only regret it." After hearing this, He Xiaoji felt an immense bitterness in his heart and regretted it to the core. He should have followed his fourth brother's suggestion 3 years ago and directly killed Qin Yu. Then such a situation wouldn't have arisen now. Pastor Mu, how could I have foreseen that within merely 3 short years, Qin Yu would transform from an ordinary person into a martial arts expert? Mu Bofin gave a cold laugh. Yes, you couldn't foresee it at that time. So today your He family is facing an impossible situation. I imagine you also didn't expect this, right? As for your He family's problems, I have no solutions. You'd better go back and think of something else. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoji's face turned ashen, like he had swallowed bitter aloes, trying to say something, but seeing Mu Bofin's resolute refusal to help, ultimately changed into a long sigh as he turned toward the door. He family head, please rest assured, I already have a way to deal with Qin Yu and the Liang family. Just at that moment, Mu Tianlong, smiling broadly, briskly walked in from outside the villa, followed by Zhuijin. Zhuijin also shed off the previous discouragement of being looked down upon by Zhang Zujuan and suppressed by Qin Yu, looking very satisfied. Hearing this, He Xiaoji suddenly brightened up. Young Lord Long, do you have any methods to counteract Qin Yu? Seeing his grandson's silhouette, Mu Bofin inexplicably felt a wave of fear rising in his heart, apprehensive of when his grandson might act against him next. At the same time, he also wondered curiously what method Tianlong had come up with to handle Qin Yu. Frankly speaking, even he himself couldn't think of any strategies. Mu Tianlong smiled, extending his left hand. Take a look. What is this? Chapter 68, Jumping into the Pit. Panacea powder? Mu Bufan and He Xiaoji immediately recognized the medicine in Mu Tianlong's hand as the miraculous drug created by Qin Yu and the Liang family. They were puzzled. Is your idea related to this panacea powder? Asked Mu Bufan. Grandpa, I've already figured out a way with President Zhuo to deal with Qin Yu and the Liang family, said Mu Tianlong with a smile. We will buy some panacea powder, then President Zhuo can deduce each ingredient and their ratios from these panacea powders, and finally organize the formula. Excellent. Zhuijin took a step forward and showed a confident smile. Give me half a day, and I'll figure out the formula for panacea powder, then we'll produce it too. Mass produce it, and quickly launch it on the market, selling it at a price lower than the Liang family. Combined with my identity as the president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association and the fame of the first divine doctor in Zhejiang Province, we'll proclaim that this panacea powder was developed by me, while the Liang family stole our recipe and sold the medicine at a high price. I believe no one would think the Liang family is innocent. They will definitely believe what I say. He Xiaoji was overjoyed, clapping his hands and praising. Right? This is an excellent plan indeed. With President Zhuo's identity and reputation, no one will believe the Liang family, Qin Yu and his group. Mu Bufan nodded twice, acknowledging the plan. This method is really good. Mu Tianlong smiled and looked at He Xiaoji before him. President He, your family has a medical production line and resources as powerful as the Liang family. With half a day plus 1 night, you should be able to mass produce these panacea powders, right? He Xiaoji was extremely excited. Just now he was still thinking about any way to seize this opportunity, but never expected Mu Tianlong to give him the opportunity voluntarily. Rest assured, young Master Long, not to mention half a day and 1 night. Just 1 night is more than enough. Mu Tianlong nodded. Great. Qin Yu could never imagine that the miraculous drug they developed would become the fuse leading to their downfall. Zhuijin's medical skills were indeed good. Within less than half a day, he figured out the formula for panacea powder and handed it over to the He family to immediately begin large-scale production. The next morning, using strong social connections and relationships, the He family played a video interview with Zhuijin on major television stations and online platforms in Yunqing City. In the last few days, a so-called miracle drug named panacea powder that was released by the Liang family in Yunqing is actually the culmination of my lifelong research, and I have already succeeded. But just a month ago, I discovered that someone had stolen it, and despite our best efforts, we could not find who had taken it until a few days ago when the Liang family began mass production and sales of panacea powder. That's how we finally found out that the thief turned out to be the so-called Liang family from Yunqing. Now, as the president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association, I formally authorize the He family in Yunqing to be the sole producer and seller of panacea powder. Our pricing won't be as ruthless as the Liang families. Our goal in developing panacea powder is to help the masses, not to make money. At the same time, regarding the theft committed by the Liang family, we reserve the right to pursue legal action. Once this interview aired, it immediately caused a stir across the entire Yunqing city, even more sensational than the earlier promotion and sale of panacea powder by the Liang family. My goodness, turns out panacea powder was developed by the president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association and not by the Liang family. I already thought it was strange. Liang Group's pharmaceutical business hasn't launched any new drugs in several years. Why did they suddenly release such a miraculous drug? Now everything makes sense. It was because they stole President Zhua's results. Only a genius like President Zhua, known as the top doctor in Zhejiang Province, could develop a miraculous drug like panacea powder. Absolutely, let alone the fallen Liang family in the pharmaceutical world. Even the most advanced pharmaceutical enterprises couldn't possibly come up with panacea powder. Shit, I thought Liang family was a conscientious pharmaceutical enterprise, who knew they actually stole others' achievements and sold the drugs at a high price. The Liang family is a cancerous tumor in the pharmaceutical industry, a scourge of society, I feel all of us should firmly resist the Liang family. In just one night, the Liang family, which was once considered a great hero and a popular public welfare company, became seen as a malignant tumor and black-hearted merchant, spurned and thoroughly trampled by everyone. Moreover, all the people didn't stop at just words, they took action, flocking to pharmacies owned by the He family to snap up the exclusively distributed panacea powder, produced by He family and developed by Zhuojin. In less than half a day, almost the entire population of Yunqing swept clean all the panacea powder produced by the He family. For such results, He Xiaoji was delighted and thrilled. Indeed, the strength and influence of President Zhua are extraordinary. Revived our He family in just one night. Completely turned the situation around. This time, even with the big cake of military medical supplies from the southern military region, the He family is likely to decline. At the Mu family villa, Mu Tianlong and Mu Bufan listened to He Xiaoji's report on the situation in Yunqing over the past half day, and the grandfather and grandson both smiled happily. Even for a moment, Mu Bufan forgot about the disheartening and frightening side of his grandson. Zhuojin looked smug. No matter how skilled Qin Yu's medical techniques are, isn't he now ruined by me? As long as I bring Qin Yu forward again tomorrow, everyone will know that it was Qin Yu who stole my panacea powder. Mu Bufan kept nodding. Since that banquet evening, they had been suppressed by Qin Yu and his group, but finally, they could vent their frustration. Besides ruining Qin Yu's reputation, we must find a way to put him back in jail, he suggested, thinking that if Qin Yu enters jail again, then he would use all his connections to kill Qin Yu inside, eliminating future troubles. He Xiaoji was very pleased. Right, at that time, we must get relevant departments involved, arrest Qin Yu first, charge him with theft, causing significant losses and impacts, sentence him to 8 to 10 years, and then we can deal with him however we want. In Wang's villa, at Yun Mountain, as soon as Qin Yu finished practicing in the backyard garden and returned to the living room, he saw his father Qin Hai and sister Qin Qing sitting there, clearly furious. Qin Yu, this so-called panacea powder was developed by you and produced and sold by the Liang family. Now they claim that you and the Liang family stole it from Zhuojin. That's absolutely infuriating, brother. Qin Qing was also extremely annoyed. Father, sister, don't worry. Everything is under my control, Qin Yu said with a smile to calm them down. Master Qin. At this moment, Liang Xiaolong rushed in quickly, his face beaming with a concentrated smile, showing no concern or anger despite being cursed throughout the city of Yunqing. And after such a terrible day for the Liang Pharmaceutical Company today, Master Qin was indeed insightful. Zhuojin and the He family did indeed jump into the trap you set for them. Chapter 69, Zhuojin's Ruin. Qin Hai and his daughter Qin Qing were puzzled. Was this part of Qin Yu's plan? Qin Yu, do you have some kind of plan? Liang Xiaolong chuckled as he said to Qin Hai. In fact, young Master Qin had already anticipated that Zhuojin and Mu Tianlong would definitely take such actions. So, preparations were made from the start. Qin Hai and Qin Qing nodded in realization with expressions of understanding. Qin Yu also smiled and said that Zhuojin's medical skills are simply no good. He actually thinks he can buy some all-disease powder, then deduce all the various herbs, ingredients, and their proportions within it, and obtain its formula. Ridiculous. If all-disease powder could really be reverse-engineered so easily, it wouldn't be called all-disease powder. Liang Xiaolong grinned approvingly. Absolutely correct. The so-called all-disease powder formula deduced by Zhuojin produces nothing but fake all-disease powder, whose effects pale in comparison to young Master Qin's version. Now, the more people buy it and praise it, the greater the letdown will be when everyone discovers tonight that those medicines don't work as advertised. It certainly won't compare to the all-disease powder we sold previously. Tomorrow, more people will criticize Zhuojin and the He family, causing them to crash harder than they anticipated. After hearing this, the father-daughter duo of Qin Hai and Qin Qing finally understood Qin Yu's plan, and their anxieties eased completely. Qin Yu gave a cold smirk. Young Master He Xiaokong and He Xiaoji, your He family should brace yourselves. This is just the beginning. Upon hearing these words, Liang Xiaolong was overjoyed internally. He never expected that after competing with the He family for so many years, he wouldn't need the Liang family to expend any effort at all. Very soon, the He family would fall. He had seen Qin Yu's strength and knew that Qin Yu could indeed obliterate the He family. At this point, Liang Xiaolong suddenly remembered something and said to Qin Yu, young Master Qin, some of my friends also want to participate in the business dealings surrounding the all-disease powder. I dare not make decisions privately, but I wonder if you have time to meet them. No time. Qin Yu refused coldly, without hesitation. With everything centered on avenging himself against the He family right now, how could he have any intention to meet potential business partners? After hearing this, Liang Xiaolong regretted deeply that he ever brought up such an issue to Qin Yu. The fact that Qin Yu had entrusted him with the production and sales rights of the all-disease powder was already an enormous blessing. A night passed, and the next morning, the entire Yun city erupted in chaos. Shit, are the batches of all-disease powder produced by the He family counterfeit? After my father took it, an entire night went by with absolutely no effect. Same here. My mother suffered through a whole night of angina pain. Those all-disease powders had zero effect. I had the same experience yesterday. My rheumatism made me writhe in pain all night. Assuming the consumption of the all-disease powder concocted by President Zhuo would help, yet there was no improvement at all. I still endured excruciating pain. It's the same everywhere. I seriously suspect that President Zhuo's all-disease powder is counterfeit. Huh. What research has President Zhuo done? I reckon he bought some all-disease powder manufactured by the Liang family, tried to reverse engineer it into an alleged recipe, and reproduced it, but alas, it didn't work one bit. To sum it up, all-disease powder isn't what President Zhuo claims, that it's his lifelong research, but instead, it's stolen goods. And President Zhuo, he's nothing but a fraud. That's right, Zhuo Jin is a fraud, and the He family is a black-hearted pharmaceutical company. Let's go find them and demand an explanation at the He family's retail store. In streets large and small, tea houses and shops alike, everyone criticized Zhuo Jin and the He family regarding their so-called all-disease powder. It was clear to everyone by now, their concoctions were counterfeit drugs. At the moment inside the He family villa, He Xiaoji had thought upon waking up this morning that he'd rake in immense profits for today. But who would have thought it would turn out like this? His head felt like it was about to explode. What the hell is going on? Didn't President Zhuo say he deduced the formula correctly? With identical ingredients, proportion, and formula, why is there such a disparity in outcome? One side is effective, while the other completely useless? He Xiaoji was very aware that if he couldn't handle this matter properly, his He family would lose its foothold in the pharmaceutical world entirely. However, under the present circumstances, he saw no viable solution. Crisis management efforts proved meaningless. First things first, contact President Zhuo immediately. After pacing around fruitlessly for a long time without finding any leads, all He Xiaoji could think of was contacting the original architect behind this mess, Zhuo Jin. He immediately grabbed the phone on his desk and dialed Zhuo Jin's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed has been turned off. This revelation sent He Xiaoji into a daze. What nonsense! How dare he vanish at such a critical moment? Zhuo Jin, you've only lost personally, but I've lost my entire family. At this time, Zhuo Jin had fled to Mu Bufan's villa on the Yun City side. As the instigator of everything. Just yesterday, his interview clips were broadcasted across all major platforms in Yun City, and being the president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association, he was one of the first to receive the news about the issues with his researched all-disease powder. So, he quickly took refuge at Mu Bufan's home. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, the Zhejiang Province Medical Association promptly convened an emergency high-level meeting, where it was collectively decided to revoke Zhuo Jin's position as the president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Society. Waste. Huge waste. In the living room of the villa, Mu Bufan was uncontrollably furious and loudly scolded Zhuo Jin as useless. If such a trivial matter couldn't be handled properly, how could you cause such a huge mess? Zhuo Jin, you should be grateful that this didn't involve my Mu family, but only the He family. Otherwise, I would tear you limb from limb. Worried and frightened, yet feeling wronged, Zhuo Jin meekly said, Master Mu, I didn't want it to turn out like this. I had already deduced every herb and its proportion within Qin Yu's all-disease powder. However, the produced product turned out to have such significant differences. I assumed I made a mistake, so right before coming here, I specifically re-examined the process again. I can confirm that there is absolutely no error. I don't know which step went wrong. Upon hearing Zhuo Jin's words, Mu Bufan glared at him with malevolent eyes, wishing to slap him dead. But he had spent quite some time, energy, influence, and finances on Zhuo Jin previously, eventually pushing him to the position of president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association. If Zhuo Jin died now, all his previous efforts would have been wasted. Bang! The villa door was violently pushed open, and Mu Tianlong stormed in furiously, taking fast steps. Chapter 70, Mu Tianlong's Plan. Zhuo Jin discovered that Mu Tianlong's gaze towards him radiated a killing intent, and immediately began to tremble with fear. He slightly lowered his head, not daring to make another sound. He feared that if he made even the slightest sound, he might be dead the next moment. Worthless. Everyone is worthless. Mu Tianlong also scolded Zhuo Jin as useless, even cursing those around him as useless. None of you are of any help. After waking up today, he learned about the entire situation in Cloud City, knowing that Zhuo Jin's so-called reverse-engineered 100 diseases powder was utterly useless, making him so angry that he wanted to kill Zhuo Jin and exterminate the He family. Moreover, not only was Zhuo Jin useless, but he also recalled his previous junior sister Qin Yu and the He family, realizing that all the people around him were completely useless waste. Upon hearing his words, Zhuo Jin dared not make a peep, retreating like a turtle into its shell. Mu Bufan looked at his fiery grandson standing before him, filled with great concern and fear. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene where Mu Tianlong suddenly attacked Qin Yu. Then he involuntarily wondered whether he might be the next target. Every time he thought of this, Mu Bufan would feel a chill running through him. Tianlong, could it be that our opponents this time are too powerful, which is why we keep encountering accidents? Originally, Mu Bufan intended these words to comfort his grandson, but this sentence caused Mu Tianlong dissatisfaction. Mu Tianlong raised his eyes, and a shadow of darkness passed over them. Grandpa, Do you think Qin Yu is very powerful and hard to deal with? Once Mu Bufan heard this, he immediately felt the tone was off, and after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly explained, Tianlong, I didn't mean that. Qin Yu has Feng Tianbo aiding him, and now also needs the help of the Liang family. His strength is indeed different from the opponents we have encountered before. He originally wanted to mention Shen Lingyun, but remembering that she was almost like a taboo for his grandson, he swallowed the words already on the tip of his tongue. Mu Tianlong suddenly chuckled softly. Grandpa, don't you think your explanation is illogical? Feng Tianbo's strength isn't particularly powerful, and the Liang family can be easily wiped out. How much help could they be to Qin Yu? It's not because of other people that Qin Yu is difficult to handle. It's because Qin Yu himself is strong. Huh. Mu Bufan was surprised. He never expected Mu Tianlong to come up with such words. He had always thought that his grandson's eyes were clouded by hatred and anger, and according to reason, he should not have been able to perceive these things. Seeing his astonished grandfather, Mu Tianlong smiled again. Even though I really want to kill Qin Yu, and I am furious about how Qin Yu took Lingyun away from me, I am not blinded by all this. After the defeat of my junior sister by Qin Yu, I truly realized that this person, Qin Yu, is not weak. Even if it was just me against him, even if I could kill him, it would certainly not be an easy thing. Mu Bufan sat stunned on the sofa, looking disbelieving, while simultaneously feeling excited and happy, regaining a sense of loss found again. Because I know Qin Yu is strong, taking Lingyun into consideration, I decided to use Chan City's Qin family and my master against Qin Yu. Mu Bufan nodded in approval. That's good, using everything around us reasonably and sparing no effort. One must know oneself and one's opponent to have a greater chance of success. Mu Tianlong added. Before this, I've secretly investigated Qin Yu. There's something that surprises me greatly. 3 years ago, Qin Yu was just an ordinary person, but spending 3 years in prison turned him into the current powerhouse. Mu Bufan understood this somewhat, nodding in agreement. That's correct. Qin Yu developed all his skills during the 3 years in prison. Mu Tianlong nodded. In other words, Qin Yu met someone powerful in prison and earned their recognition and training. So, doesn't that mean there is also a powerful teacher behind Qin Yu? Mu Bufan immediately came to this conclusion. Take note of this, Tianlong. He warned. This time, Mu Tianlong snorted contemptuously. True, Qin Yu's teacher does have some ability, managing to make Qin Yu so powerful within 3 years. However, no matter how skilled his teacher is, he absolutely cannot surpass my master. After hearing this, Mu Bufan immediately reacted, a smile appearing on his face. That's true. Master Zhang Haiwu is the only heir of Yangshan Palace in modern times. It is rumored that their patriarch was a mysterious and powerful cultivator, and Master Jiang himself possesses incredible strength, able to defeat grandmasters without even having reached grandmaster level. Such strength naturally cannot be compared with Qin Yu's teacher. His heart, which had been hanging, relaxed a little. It was precisely because he had seen Zhang Haiwu's strength that he initially agreed to let his beloved grandson study under him. Maybe we don't even have to wait for my master to come. Qin Yu might already be killed by someone else. Mu Tianlong said with a smile. Mu Bufan looked puzzled. Qin Shilan's entire family was enraged when they learned she was killed by Qin Yu, and immediately dispatched Qin Tian. By now, Qin Tian should already be on the way to Cloud City. Qin Tian? Mu Bufan was surprised. He's the first martial arts expert of the Chan City Qin family. Qin Tian is Qilan's uncle, and very powerful. Qin Yu might not be able to match him. Moreover, this time the Qin family isn't just sending Qin Tian. There are other experts coming along with him. I'm sure even if they can't kill Qin Yu, they will surely seriously injure him. At that point, I'll step in to finish off Qin Yu. Mu Bufan nodded, satisfied with his grandson's plan. Good, caution ensures long-term safety. Especially when facing enemies of similar strength, one must be careful. Now we just need to wait for Qin Tian and his group to arrive. He Shuji had been trying to contact Shuijin, but failed repeatedly, pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot griddle. Dad, if we can no longer reach Shuijin and he goes completely into hiding, what will we do? He Xiaokong asked worriedly, sitting in his wheelchair, a look of anxiety on his face. This damn Shuijin, I should have killed him back then, instead of letting our He family fall into such a difficult situation today. The fourth uncle of the He family, He Xiaowu, who had recovered considerably, was seated on the sofa in the villa's living room, radiating killing intent. Unfortunately, he had become incapacitated and was no longer the martial expert who could easily kill Shuijin with a flick of his hand. This useless Shuijin has truly dragged down our He family this time. He Shuji felt completely helpless. He had already given up going to find Mu Bufan and Mu Tianlong for help, as it was originally their joint plan, and there was probably no good solution now that things went awry. In fact, the only hope to save the He family would be finding Shuijin and making him publicly admit that the so-called 100 diseases powder was something he stole from the Liang family, with no knowledge from the He family. Bang! Suddenly, the front door of the villa was pushed open. The 3 He family members all looked up, immediately revealing expressions of joy and excitement. Chapter 71, The He Family's Doom. Mom, He Xiaokong, seeing the person who suddenly appeared, was so emotional that tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice trembled. The newcomer was none other than He Xiuji's wife, He Xiaokong's mother, Yan. For the past half year, she had been abroad seeking opportunities for her family to grow stronger and looking for a more powerful patron. During this half year, she hadn't been in contact with her family, nor could He Xiuji reach her. Mom, you're finally back. Seeing her dearest one, He Xiaokong couldn't help but burst into tears. Wife, you're finally back. Hishoji was equally happy and excited. He walked forward quickly and wanted to embrace his long-missed wife. But Yin went straight past him, giving her husband, Hishoji, a cold look and clattered over to the wheelchair on high heels. She lowered her eyebrows and a face full of charm revealed deep sorrow. My son, how could this? Who did this? After taking a deep breath, Yin barely suppressed her grief and angrily asked. She knew while abroad that something had happened to her family, but she didn't know the specific details. She had just seen her son with his legs broken and had no idea who the culprit was. Qin Yu. Xiaokong also controlled his emotions and angrily replied. Qin Yu. Yin frowned slightly with her charming monobrow. Isn't he the waste who 3 years ago hit you, and then we put him in jail? Yes, it's exactly him. Yin looked puzzled again. How is that possible? Isn't he an ordinary person? His family is also just a poor household. How could he have broken your legs? Wife, here's what happened. At this point, Hishoji came forward and began to inform his wife of all that had occurred over the past period in detail. After listening, Yin understood the ins and outs of the situation, her expression unappealing as she got annoyed, shooting a glare at her husband, Hishoji, before her, feeling deep down that her husband was utterly useless. You can't even deal with someone like Qin Yu, and you let our son be beaten to disability. How do you run this clan? And how are you supposed to be his father? Upon hearing this, Hishoji felt awkward and humiliated. He didn't expect his wife to return after half a year away with nothing but icy looks and mockery for him. However, he could not rebut, because indeed the He family currently faced a dead end, and their son had truly been beaten disabled by Qin Yu. Don't blame brother, said Hishoji respectfully about his elder brother. Qin Yu is actually too strong. I've been made a cripple by him too. Ian's gaze fell on Hishoji sitting on the sofa. For this younger brother-in-law, she had always admired and respected him from the beginning, thinking her younger brother-in-law far exceeded her own pathetic husband. After marrying into the He family, she found that her brother-in-law Hishoji was much stronger and had more charisma than her own husband, regretting it internally ever since. At this moment, seeing her younger brother-in-law turned into a cripple, Yin was furious but did not blame Hishoji. Instead, she angrily rebuked the main house representative. Look at the patriarch, completely unfit. He's absolutely. She restrained herself from saying, worthless piece of garbage, considering the crowd present. If voiced, it would bring discomfort later. Faced with Yan's dominant nature, Hishoji acted like a naughty elementary student who dared not speak extra sentences, enduring silently whatever blame she directed. By the way, sister-in-law, did you successfully complete your business trip this time? Did you manage to find a strong social network to rely on? Hishoji could no longer bear to see his older brother being scolded continuously by the sister-in-law, and promptly changed the subject. Right. Mom, how is your side going? Xiaokong also hurriedly chimed in agreement. Ian originally intended to continue berating them, but answered smoothly following their inquiries. Having gone for half a year, of course the business has been concluded. A great benefactor has also been found. You see, she turned her head and looked behind her. Hishoji, Xiaokong, and Hishoji all followed her gaze, and they saw a burly white Westerner of European-American descent. He's called Brian, a powerful psi ability user. He used to be a trusted assistant under Mori, the former leader of Hell Angels. This time when I learned about the trouble happening to our He family and rushed back, Mori, worried about my safety, arranged for his trusted aide to protect me. To safeguard our He family. The trusted assistant under the former leader of the Hell Angels? Xiaokong was shocked. Mom, does this mean Brian has immense power? Hearing this, Ian smiled lightly on her charming face. Brian, show my family a bit of your strength. Without a word, Brian immediately unleashed a punch. A deafening sound echoed through the living room. The next moment, another thunderous roar sounded as a wall of the villa collapsed instantly. Sucking in a breath sharply, Hishoji, Xiaokong, and the third one were taken aback. This kind of power was able to collapse a wall from a distance without any physical contact. Not even a grandmaster of the seventh realm could achieve such a feat. Is this what they call a psi ability user from Europe and America? His strength is truly extraordinary. Mom, things are going to be great now. With Brian's help, we can definitely kill Qin Yu and that Feng Tianhua. That's right. My dear, these psi ability users near the Hell Angels are extremely powerful. This time, our He family is saved. Hishoji was delighted and excited, but was soon glared at by Ian, forcing him to lower his head slightly. Then Ian turned back to her son and younger brother-in-law. You two stay here. I'm going to kill Qin Yu now, destroy their entire family. How dare anyone lay a finger on my family? Qin Yu is looking for death. With those words, she angrily stormed out of the villa. At the summit of Cloud Altar Mountain, in the Tower King Villa, several brothers from the Tiger Gang stood guard at the gate, ensuring the safety of Qin Yu's family. Who are you two? We're here to kill you. Ian yelled furiously. The next instant, Brian darted forward like a cheetah and delivered a strike from afar. Boom. Several burly men were sent flying back, crashing into the villa along with the door. Inside the Tower King Villa on Cloud Altar Mountain, Wu San led a group of Tiger Gang members doing security work around the hall. Suddenly, they saw several of their guards being thrown inside together with the main door. Chapter 72, Powerful Psionics. Looking for death. Who is that? Wu San immediately hurried forward and stood in front of the living room passage. The rest of the brothers in the villa's living room quickly came to stand behind Wu San. The next moment, Wu San and the others saw Ian and Brian slowly walking in. Ian, you're back? As the wife of one of the 5 great families of Yunqing, the He family, Wu San immediately recognized her. And Ian naturally also recognized Wu San, the leader of the Tiger Gang. Slightly surprised, she then sneered. I didn't expect that you, the mighty Wu San, the boss of the Tiger Gang, would be here acting as someone's butler. Moreover, you're helping a damn labor reform convict named Qin Yu. What? Having been the boss for too long, have you lost your mind? Could it be that you've stooped so low as to act like a dog? And not just any dog. Surely you could at least serve someone with real power or reputation. Wu San was angry. Don't make remarks like being a dog all the time. It's offensive. Also, young Master Qin isn't a labor reform convict. He's no waste of life. Young Master Qin's strength is beyond your imagination. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, young Master Qin will make you regret it. Of course, Wu San knew about the feud between young Master Qin and the He family. Even if Yin left today with the white man behind her, it wouldn't have the slightest impact on young Master Qin's plan to destroy the He family. But clearly, he felt the powerful presence of the white man, a Sai warrior, and now, with young Master Qin not being in the villa, he worried that he wouldn't be able to protect Qin's father who was resting upstairs. So he tried to dissuade Yin with his words. Yin scoffed disdainfully. How powerful can a labor reform convict be? Truly laughable. Brian, attack for me. Kill everyone here. Yes, madam. The white Sai warrior answered, took a step forward, and rushed toward Wu San and the others like a caged leopard released from its confines. Seeing this, Wu San realized that any words were now useless. They had to fight to the death. Brothers, under no circumstances can we allow this foreigner to harm young Master Qin's family. Fight! He shouted, charging first toward Brian. His fist rose high as he smashed it toward the Sai warrior rushing at him. Boom! With a direct punch, Wu San's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, he felt numbness spread through his entire arm. Simultaneously, he noticed everything and everyone around him rapidly retreating. Then came a deafening crash, and Wu San was thrown into the screen wall in front of the living room. What immense strength! Wu San was shocked internally. He was a warrior himself, and not a weak one at that. Yet this man managed to send him flying with a single punch. He forced down the surge of blood rising in his chest, extremely worried that he and his men couldn't hold off this white Sai warrior, failing to protect Qin, young Master Qin's father resting upstairs. Seeing this scene, the remaining members of the Tiger Gang initially froze, but then courage bloomed in their hearts like a word carved upon their chests, and they charged toward Brian without thought for their lives. How could ordinary gang members withstand a psionic warrior like Brian from the Hell Angels? With a single punch, a force akin to a visible wave erupted, throwing over a dozen of the Tiger Gang's brothers far into the air. A cacophony of screams filled the air as the bodies rained down. Most of them were now incapable of continuing the fight, rolling on the ground in agony and crying out in pain. Some were even killed outright. Only 3 stragglers remained standing, still fighting. Wu San approached these few, took a deep breath to steady himself, and said furiously, even if we die, we must protect young Master Qin's family. Yes, Boss San. Wu San led the remaining men forward once more. This time, he altered his strategy. Knowing full well that direct confrontation would prove fatal, when his footsteps halted momentarily, his figure flickered, positioning himself behind Brian. Lifting his massive fists, big as sandpots, he aimed for the back of Brian's skull. Wu San planned to use the remaining brothers to distract the opponent while he struck from behind, killing or injuring him. But Brian wasn't fooled by such tactics. At the same time he threw a punch, his body shifted effortlessly to avoid the attack from behind. Not only that, but he once again sent the remaining Tiger Gang brothers flying with brutal ease, killing 2 instantly. Next, Brian turned swiftly, slapping his hand back with deadly precision towards Wu San's head. Terrified at having his strike missed earlier and now countered, beads of sweat broke out on Wu San's forehead as he lunged forward hastily, narrowly avoiding certain death. Brian smirked coldly and pursued relentlessly. A pursuit battle broke out in the expansive hall of the villa. With a bang, everything in the living room was smashed to pieces by Brian. The racket caused Qin, who had been resting in his bedroom upstairs, to wake up quickly. Upon hearing the dialogue coming from the living room, he instantly realized that someone had come for revenge. I need to go down and check. Qin wanted to leave the bedroom, but was stopped by 2 brothers of the Tiger Gang standing guard at the door. Uncle Hai, you can't go downstairs. It's dangerous. Don't worry, the Tiger Gang will take care of it. But I just heard the screams of our brothers. Let me go down and take a look. Qin was very concerned. During this period, he had deeply felt the respect and care shown by the members of the Tiger Gang towards himself, Qin Yu, and his family. Naturally, at this moment, he also worried about them. Uncle Hai, please rest assured. Our third leader Wu San is handling the situation below. He is the strongest warrior of the Tiger Gang. You call yourself such a loyal dog, yet you're running around everywhere? It's useless. All you're doing is stalling. You'll still be killed by Brian. The 2 brothers. Qin. At once, Qin understood the situation downstairs. After a brief thought, he quickly walked back into the room, picked up his phone, and dialed Qin Yu's number. At this time, Qin Yu was accompanying his sister Qin to visit Qi Shi, the most renowned painter in Yin City. Master Qi Shi, my sister actually has quite an impressive talent for painting, but it's been delayed these years due to some family issues. Qin Yu said to Master Qi Shi, I hope you will kindly guide her well. Rest assured, young Qin, I will teach everything I know and have learned without reservation to Qin. Qin Yu nodded, then turned to Qin. Sis, you stay here and follow Master Qi Shi to study painting well. Master Qi Shi is the most famous painter in Yin City. Okay, brother, don't worry, I will definitely learn well. Right at this moment, Qin Yu's phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was from his father. Sister, tell him to answer quickly and see what father needs. Qin Yu had noticed as well. Chapter 73. You beg me on your knees. Where are you, Qin Yu? Qin Yu answered the call and immediately heard his father's voice filled with anxiety. He instantly reacted, switching the phone to the other ear so that his sister Qin wouldn't worry. Dad, I'm about to head back. What do you want me to bring? Just tell me. Qin Yu said with a light smile. Come back quickly, someone has come to the house. The third brother and the others are almost unable to hold them off. All right, I understand. Qin Yu hung up the phone and then smiled as he spoke to Qin. Sis, go ahead and start learning painting from Master Qi. Sure. Dad asked me to buy some things on my way back. Qin didn't suspect anything and happily responded, letting her brother Qin Yu return home quickly. As Qin Yu walked out of the studio, the next moment he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swift like wind and lightning, heading back to Yuntan Mountain, looking for death. As he hurriedly rushed back, Qin Yu angrily muttered, who could it be? The He family or Mu Tianlong? Regardless of who it is, if anyone dares to harm my family, even if it's the King of Heaven, I'll kill you. Qin Yu's speed was extremely fast, his body becoming a shadow darting through the streets and alleys. In the living room of the Tower King Villa, bang! A huge dull sound landed. Wu San's strength could no longer keep up. Brian caught him and delivered a punch to his chest, causing him to fly away like a cannonball. His massive figure crashed into a large vase, shattering it into pieces with a clatter all over the floor. Clutter. Wu San, lying on the ground, finally could not hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, his entire aura faded, leaving him without the strength to even stand up. Bang! Brian walked over to Wu San, stepped on his head with one foot, and pressed his skull firmly against the ground. Why aren't you running now? Weren't you just running pretty fast before? With these words, Brian smirked, delivering a punch from afar, causing another heavy sound as it landed. A terrifying force struck Wu San's abdomen, instantly creating an indentation. Fudge! Wu San spat out a large amount of blood. Next, Brian lifted his foot which had been stepping on Wu San's head and harshly stomped down on his left thigh. Crack! His thigh bone broke. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain finally made Wu San scream uncontrollably. Yin watched nearby, her elegant face devoid of any compassion or pity, instead revealing a cold sneer. Brian, continue. Break his other leg. Yes, madam. Brian raised his foot, then brought it down fiercely again. Crack! The right thigh of Wu San broke with a pig-like howl echoing again in the spacious living room. Yin laughed loudly. If Wu San hadn't come here to act as Qin Yu's guard dog, he might be living a very comfortable life now. Even more likely, in the future, there would be a great possibility for cooperation between him and our He family. Ah! Wu San screamed in agony. After quite some time, he slightly adapted to this severe pain, took a deep breath, and coldly chuckled. You, Yin, Qin Xiaoya was already going to deal with your He family, yet you dare to stage this farce. You will surely regret it. Yin sneered again. Qin Xiaoya? He's nothing but a useless convict, calling himself Qin Xiaoya? Truly a joke. From what you've said, Qin Yu doesn't seem to be here? Then let him live a bit longer. He should be grateful for not being here at this moment. Otherwise, I would tear him apart instantly. Dealing with our He family? Just a convict. Brian. Suddenly, she raised her voice several decibels. Help me cripple Wu San's third leg, break his hands and feet, cut off his tongue, and make him a waste forever. I will let everyone in Yun City know that this is the consequence of siding with Qin Yu. Yes, madam. The white foreign energy user Brian responded, raising his left foot. Stop. Suddenly, a shocked cry rang out. Hearing this, Wu San immediately turned his head and immediately got angry. What are the two of you doing? How can Uncle Hai be allowed to come out? That startled shout came from Qin Hai. Big Brother 3, if we don't come out now, you'll be killed. The two brothers of the Tiger Gang were both angry and worried. Qin Hai looked at Yin. You are targeting our family. This has nothing to do with Big Brother 3 and the rest. I beg you, spare Big Brother 3 and the others, and do whatever you want of me. Uncle Hai, go back, I'll handle this. Big Brother 3 shouted. Brian smirked coldly and stomped on the broken bone of Wu San's thigh, making him wail instantly. If you let go of Big Brother 3, direct everything at me. Qin Hai immediately added. Yin knew that this Qin Hai was Qin Yu's father. Looking at Qin Hai, she felt both delighted and furious inside. You're Qin Yu's father, right? Do you want to save your son's watchdog? Yes, please let third brother and the others go. You can do whatever you want to me. Qin Hai said. Also please let my son go. Whatever you have, bring it on me. Yin smiled. Let your son Qin Yu go? Why did he brutally attack my son in the first place? My son had his legs broken by him. If they don't heal, he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Yin was furious. Qin Hai froze for a moment, at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, he hastily said, if you don't mind, I am willing to give up the rest of my life for you. Serving young master he as a slave, and tending to all his needs forever. Just let third brother go and spare my son's life. He knew Wu San's martial prowess was immense, but even someone as powerful as Wu San was easily gravely injured by that foreigner. His son might be slightly stronger than third brother, but he probably couldn't beat the foreigner either. So, Qin Hai chose to beg for mercy. Moreover, this time, the other side only brought one foreigner. What if there were more powerful foreigners, or even stronger ones? Qin Yu would be in grave danger. Do you wish to save your son Qin Yu? Yin laughed coldly. Then she nodded twice. All right. You must kneel and beg me first. Perhaps I won't kill him so quickly. Plop. Without hesitation, Qin Hai dropped to his knees instantly. Uncle Hai, Don't kneel to this despicable woman. Wu Xin screamed despite the excruciating pain. He understood very well that young Master Qin's power could effortlessly slay the current psionics users before them and obliterate the He family with ease. There was no need for Qin Hai to kneel to Yin. Besides, if Qin Yu's strength wasn't enough, even if Qin Hai knelt, Yin wouldn't let anyone here live. As long as you are willing to forgive third brother and let my son live, I will do anything you ask. Qin Hai added after kneeling down. Chapter 74. A slap into a mist of blood. Yin laughed loudly, the foul breath in her heart slightly released. But she still felt it was far from enough. Qin Hai, 3 years ago your son injured my son. We've already given you a chance and didn't kill him. We only imprisoned him. Who would have thought that after 3 years, our He family had to pay an enormous price because of this? If one is not educated properly, it's the father's fault. Qin Yu's actions today are also your fault. Qin Hai, kneel down and kowtow hard. Otherwise, I will immediately let you watch everyone here die because of the two of you. I'll kowtow right now. Just please don't kill anyone. Qin Hai started kowtowing violently. Wu San's eyes flared with anger as he wanted to stop him and even wanted to kill Yin. But at the moment, he couldn't even stand up. Seeing this, Yin continued to laugh, laughing without restraint. She slowly walked over and stood firmly in front of Qin Hai. Your son is a failure, and so are you as a father. But who would have thought that such a pair of failures hurt my son? I will make sure that you both regret being born into this world. The moment she finished speaking, Yin slapped him fiercely. With a loud bang, Qin Hai, who was incessantly bowing, was thrown to the ground heavily. This caused blood to gush out from his forehead, which had been previously scratched by the continuous bowing. You bitchy Yin. Uncle Hai is just an ordinary person. You coward, come for me instead. Wu Xin erupted in fury, exploding with unprecedented strength, and somehow managed to struggle to his feet. But the next second, he was slammed away by Brian. Bang! Yin kicked Qin Hai again, hitting him in the stomach this time. Qin Hai flew several meters away and vomited blood with a splashing sound. This intense pain rendered Qin Hai speechless. Wu Xin also spat out large amounts of blood and lay there nearly lifeless. He lifted his eyes to look at Qin Hai and continued angrily saying, if you dare to harm Uncle Hai, young Master Qin will definitely not let you go when he returns. Today will be your death day, and certainly the end of your He family. Yin showed disdain, smirking coldly. Would the good-for-nothing labor reform criminal like Qin Yu really destroy my He family? Alright, then let's spare your life Wu San, and let you see whether Qin Yu can annihilate my He family or not. As soon as she finished speaking, she took another slow step forward, arrived at Qin Hai curled up on the floor, lifted her left foot, and then trampled down forcefully. Her stiletto heel pierced through Qin Hai's thigh. Being an ordinary man, Qin Hai couldn't endure such severe pain, letting out a scream of anguish immediately. Yin watched this and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, wonderful. This is too wonderful. I enjoy hearing the howls of agony from such a useless creature as you. Hearing your cries makes me feel so comfortable. The next moment, she exerted even more force with her left foot. Crack! A bone fracture could be clearly heard. Immediately following this, came another cry of pain from Qin Hai. His thigh bone was snapped by Yin. Yin smiled while saying, rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. I'm waiting for your son Qin Yu to return. I want Qin Yu to watch how I kill his father. Damn! At this moment, a roaring voice of rage entered from the villa entrance. Yin, Brian, and Wu Xin hadn't reacted yet when they saw a figure flash into the living room of the villa the next moment. Qin Yu, upon seeing his father lying on the ground, crushed under Yan's foot and her high heels piercing into his thigh, Qin Yu burned with fury, his eyes red with hatred. Yan, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and said, I will make sure you suffer worse than death, bitch. Seeing Qin Yu suddenly returning, Yan's heart surged with anger, but also joy and excitement. She lifted her left foot, turned around, and walked slowly towards Qin Yu. You're finally back. I was worried that if you useless scum, learned about my return and I killed your bunch of lackeys, you'd hide out of fear. Just moments ago, I was thinking that if you didn't show up, I would use your father to lure you out. Didn't expect that you, the convict, still have some filial piety. Fear, Qin Yu said angrily. Returning to Yunqing, my primary goal was to obliterate your He family and let your He family experience despair. Originally, I planned to let your He family feel the full weight of despair and perish within it. But, Qin Yu looked at his father lying on the ground, seriously injured, his killing intent cold. Now, I've changed my mind. Today, I will exterminate your He family. Ha ha ha. Yin threw her head back laughing. Eradicate my He family. Even in your dreams. Qin Yu, you wouldn't dare do such a thing. 3 years ago, you were just an ordinary person. In merely 3 years, how much could you possibly change? Martial artist? Even if you're a martial artist, how strong could you be? Relying on Wild Tiger Gang or Feng Tianhua? Indeed, Feng Tianhua's power is formidable, but do you think I, Yin, would come back empty-handed and unprepared? For an enemy, the hatred can only be relieved when you kill them with your own hands. Qin Yu said in a deep tone. I never thought of having someone else help me destroy your He family. Humph, then let me see what you are capable of. Yin responded with a cold snort. Brian, help me cripple him. Without hesitation, the white-skinned psychic flash stepped right in front of Qin Yu, rearing back to land a fierce punch aimed straight at his chest. In the face of such a powerful strike, Qin Yu didn't even glance at it, nor made much of a movement. He simply raised his left hand, then slapped down. Bang! In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the entire villa to tremble. Yin, who was standing not too far away, froze, her elegant face's smirk of disdain turning rigid, her alluring eyes wide open, her beautiful mouth slightly agape, as if containing something. She became petrified in that moment, unable to move. Just now, with one slap from Qin Yu, Brian had been instantly turned into a bloody mist. How is this possible? Finally, Yin came back to her senses, disbelief washing over her, making her doubt whether she was seeing things or dreaming. She was well aware of Brian's strength, yet he had just been reduced to nothing but blood spray by Qin Yu. Her gaze landed on Qin Yu, involuntarily trembling. How powerful was Qin Yu really? Clap, clap. The sound of footsteps once again jolted Yin from her stunned state. She lifted her eyes, watching Qin Yu approach her slowly. Yin felt horror and fear rising inside her, alongside dread. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't imagine that in nearly 3 years' time, Qin Yu had truly become a martial artist. And not only that, his martial power was terrifyingly strong. Qin Yu. Chapter 75 Torture, Yin. Qin Yu. You can't kill me. Yin finally came to her senses. That's right. Qin Yu, you can't kill me. If you kill me, not only you but also your father, your sister, and everyone around you will die. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh as he continued to walk towards Yin. How ridiculous. And now, you still dare to use my family as a threat. At this moment, Yin regained her composure, no longer fearing. She said, Qin Yu, didn't I already tell you before? I prepared extensively for my return. Do you really think the only power around me is the psychic Brian? I have been overseas for more than half a year, and during that time I accomplished many things, getting to know many powerful individuals. Qin Yu ignored all of this and kept walking towards her. Qin Yu, I've established a very close relationship with the former leader of the powerful Western organization, the Hell Angels. If you dare lay a hand on me, he will surely not let you go easily. The former leader of the Hell Angels? Qin Yu was surprised upon hearing the name. Seeing his reaction, Yin became elated inside, knowing that Qin Yu must be afraid. Looks like you've heard of the Hell Angels and know how formidable this organization is. You must have also heard about their former leader Mori, who is extremely powerful, far surpassing the Brian from earlier. So, Qin Yu, if you dare to touch me, both you and your family will perish. Pausing for a moment, Yin revealed a shocking revelation. Qin Yu, I'll tell you openly. This time, the former leader of the Hell Angels, Mori, has returned with me to Daxia. He's currently in our Yun city. Once something happens to me, he will definitely rush over immediately, leaving you no chance to escape with your family. Qin Yu laughed coldly, taking out his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Huh? What are you doing, Qin Yu? Yin was taken aback, seeing Qin Yu suddenly make a call. Aren't you claiming Mori is your backer? Well, I'll summon him then. The call was quickly picked up. Do you still recognize my voice? Qin Yu asked solemnly. There was silence on the other end for a while. Then a startled exclamation came, in Daxia language with a foreign accent. Qin, young Master Qin. I heard you're currently in Yun City. Coincidentally, I've also returned there. Lu Wang Villa at the Yun Altar Mountain. Give yourself 20 minutes. If you don't show up by then, you should know what the consequences will be. With a click, Qin Yu ended the call immediately after speaking. Qin Yu hadn't expected that Yan's so-called supporter would actually be the former leader of the Hell Angels, Mori. Back when they were both imprisoned in the Rootless dungeon, Mori screamed in agony every time he was beaten, having had his arms and legs broken countless times. To put it simply, Mori was utterly terrified of him just as a rat would fear a cat. Qin Yu wanted Yin to feel despair, to witness what kind of existence her so-called patron truly was compared to himself. Qin Yu, are you just putting on an act here? What's the point of all this? Yin sneered coldly, ridiculing him. She wouldn't believe that Qin Yu knew Mori, much less that Qin Yu could speak to him with such superiority. Mori was the former leader of the Hell Angels, powerful and esteemed. Qin Yu was just a labor reform prisoner. There was no way they would know each other. Whether it's an act or not, you'll know in 20 minutes. Qin Yu smirked as he reached Yin. But before that, I'll give you a taste of physical pain. Shocked, Yin shouted furiously. Dare you, Qin Yu? Whap! A loud slap echoed like thunder. Qin Yu slapped her hard across her right cheek, sending Yin flying sideways until she slammed into the ground 5 meters away with a heavy thud. Yin spat out blood and 3 teeth. Yin, am I too hesitant? Qin Yu mocked her again, continuing to walk toward Yin slowly. Yin's eyes blurred with stars as dizziness overwhelmed her. Seeing Qin Yu approach, fear surged within her. However, she persisted in hurling threats. Qin Yu, how dare you really injure me? Everything I said is true. The former leader of the Hell Angels, Mori, is indeed in our Yun City. He will absolutely kill you. I know Mori is indeed in Yun City, not only in Yun City, but also en route here right now. With another whap, Qin Yu grabbed Yan's hair with his left hand, hoisting her up in the air. Aya! Yan screamed in agony, feeling as though her scalp might tear off. Wu San lay sprawled on the ground, watching this scene unfold with great delight, his heart filled with indescribable excitement and happiness. Hit her. Beat her till death, you wretched woman, Yan. He didn't dare to speak because the group of people he was with had failed to protect Qin Hai, allowing Qin Hai to be severely injured by Yin and her group. He knew that Lord Qin would definitely be angry inside. Moreover, after everything settled down, Qin might even hold them responsible for their failure. Yin, compared to the others in the He family, you are far more deserving of death. Qin Yu said furiously. But rest assured, I won't let you die easily. Killing you would merely grant you relief. I will make you wish you were dead instead of alive. Regardless of what Lord He Kong or the He family planned, they were only targeting him personally. But Yin dared to scheme against his family members. She even injured his father. This was something Qin Yu absolutely could not tolerate. Smack. Lifting his right hand, Qin Yu struck forcefully across Yan's cheek. The slap not only caused pain on her cheek, but also yanked her scalp due to the abrupt head motion. The intense twist in her head tightened her already stretched scalp even further, causing a searing pain much worse than just the slap itself. Smack. Qin Yu swung again. Harming my family is only the beginning. Smack. I'll let you experience true despair, a living hell. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Yu gripped Yan's hair tightly, as each slap resounded violently against her face. After every slap came a shriek of anguish. In no time, Yan's elegant face began to swell, distorting her original features. But despite the damage, she still maintained an allure that would captivate men who favored older women. Though nearly unconscious from the beating, unable to articulate words, her enchanting eyes remained defiantly fixed on Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you'll regret this. After inhaling a breath, she weakly added, Mr. Mori is in Yin City. When he finds out that you've injured me, he will surely kill you, along with your entire family. Qin Yu gave a cold laugh. Don't worry, he'll be here soon. However, the outcome will likely leave you utterly hopeless. Having finished speaking, Qin Yu grabbed Yin by the collar of her tight skirt with his right hand and tore it with a loud rip, exposing her upper body before throwing her aside carelessly. Just then, a tall foreigner entered the hall, accompanied by several people. It was Mori. Chapter 76. Qin Yu's Wrath, Even Gods and Devils Fear. In less than 20 minutes, Mori had already arrived at Wang's villa on Cloud Altar Mountain. Qin Yu's strength and fearfulness were deeply felt by Mori when they were in the Rootless Heavenly Prison. When Mori heard that Qin Yu ordered him to arrive within 20 minutes with such an irritated tone, Mori was almost terrified out of his wits at that moment. He immediately rushed over without delay, like rushing through a reincarnation. Yin, who had originally been thrown to the ground, suddenly saw Mori's figure. Her first reaction was that Mori had come to rescue her. She became excited and quickly got up from the ground, yelling, Mr. Mori, save me. Quickly save me. She shouted in excitement while walking fast towards Mori. He is Qin Yu. I was injured by him. Yin angrily pointed at Qin Yu. Without a word, Mori quickly walked over. Mr. Mori, help me kill this damned labor reform prisoner. Smack. Ian's angry and agitated voice suddenly stopped as she was hit by Mori and flew sideways. Mori quickly walked to Qin Yu and knelt down with a thud. Young Master Qin. Wu-san watched this scene and slightly opened his mouth wide. Of course, he had heard about the American-European underworld force, the Hell Angels. As the former leader of this organization, Mori must naturally be very powerful. But he never expected that Mori would kneel down in front of young Master Qin without uttering a word. SSS. He drew in a breath of cold air. Previously, Grandpa Bo mentioned that young Master Qin was very powerful. His fame in the Rootless Heavenly Prison was terrifying, so much so that gods, Buddhas, and devils all bowed their heads before him. Looking at this scene, Wu-san finally understood the true meaning of what Grandpa Bo said. Initially, Ian was extremely confused after being slapped away by Mori. But when she saw Mori rush towards Qin Yu and kneel down, she froze like she was struck by lightning and petrified on the ground. Her mind went blank. She couldn't understand no matter how she thought about it. Isn't Mori the former leader of the Hell Angels, one of the strongest underground forces in Europe and America? Powerful and esteemed. On the other hand, Qin Yu? He's just someone freshly released from labor reform, isn't he? Then why is Mori now kneeling before Qin Yu? And more importantly, looking like a subordinate who made a mistake, ready for execution at any time. Master Qin, Ian's affairs are not related to me. I didn't know her target was you. Master Qin, please believe me. I truly knew nothing about this matter. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at him. Of course, I know you didn't know that Ian was here to deal with me. Otherwise, do you think you could still kneel before me? SSS. Mori took a deep breath as if a huge boulder weighing thousands of caddies was slightly lifted. Afterwards, Qin Yu paid no attention to him and let him stay kneeling there. Turning to his father, Qin Hai. Dad, does it hurt a lot? Seeing that Qin Yu was fine and seemed very capable, Qin Hai momentarily suppressed the situation and relaxed, forcing himself to flash a faint smile. Qin Yu, Dad is fine. Don't worry about me. Qin Yu saw the effort his father was making to make him feel reassured, which caused him heartache inside. On the contrary, he grew angrier at Ian and the He family. Dad, rest assured. With me here, nothing will happen to you. As he spoke, he pressed a few acupoints on his father's body. Immediately afterward, Qin Hai felt the intense pain diminished significantly. Good. Qin Hai felt glad. The more talented Qin Yu was, the happier he became. Dad, I've already helped you relieve the pain. Your injuries won't endanger your life. Don't worry, Qin Yu added. I'll deal with Ian and the He family first. Qin Hai originally wanted to tell Qin Yu to let it go, considering it better to have fewer troubles. But he ultimately held back his words. He already knew that his son Qin Yu was no longer the ordinary person he was 3 years ago, but had become a martial artist with immense power and artistry. As long as he could handle the situation, that was enough. As long as Qin Yu remained safe, that was sufficient. Just at this moment, Feng Tianhua arrived with several dozen brothers from the Tiger Gang. Seeing the situation, anger surged in his heart alongside concern. At the same time, upon seeing Mori kneeling on the ground, Feng Tianhua recognized him instantly, surprised and startled. When they were initially in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, both he and Mori were beaten half to death by young Master Qin multiple times. Plop. Feng Tianhua swiftly approached Qin Yu, fell to his knees without a word, kneeling beside Mori. Mori glanced at him, feeling amused yet somewhat frustrated. He didn't expect that his cellmate from the Rootless Heavenly Prison would meet under these circumstances outside, and this meeting was also quite special. Master Qin, I am inefficient in my duties, please punish me. Yin, who was still not recovered from the shock and surprise, looked at this scene and fell into deep doubt and great astonishment again. She already knew that Grandpa Feng Tianhua had helped Qin Yu, but she had never expected that Feng Tianhua, with his formidable martial arts strength, would act like a subject before a king. What on earth was going on? Wasn't Qin Yu supposed to be in jail? How could he transform after being in jail, becoming a presence as majestic as a king? Qin Yu didn't say anything. He slowly walked to Feng Tianhua and Mori, placed his hands behind his back, slightly raised his head, and lowered his gaze. The reason this incident happened is partially due to me. I was too careless. And this is precisely why you, Feng Tianhua, are still able to kneel before me. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to kneel before me. SSS. Feng Tianhua felt icy cold inside. Even though during the time in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, he had been injured countless times by young Master Qin, and he had seen young Master Qin's angry face before, he had never heard such a cold tone of voice as now. Feng Tianhua's heart was squeezed as if by something, and he became extremely tense. But you also bear significant responsibility. Yes, young Master Qin. The main responsibility lies with me. Feng Tianhua said repeatedly. Starting from this moment, I will move into Cloud Altar Mountain to personally protect young Master Qin's entire family. Qin Yu nodded. If Feng Tianhua lived nearby, indeed he could constantly guard his father and sister. But it was still not enough. Feng Tianhua wasn't weak, but he was far from invincible. Many people were stronger than him. I must break through the Wuling realm as soon as possible. Qin Yu silently resolved within himself. Once I break through the Wuling realm, I will be able to use my methods and set up an array in this villa. When my own array is completed, it will be able to withstand much more powerful enemies. Mori noticed that Qin Yu's attitude towards Feng Tianhua softened, but he seemed to still harbor considerable anger towards himself, making him panic greatly. From earlier until now, young Master Qin hadn't spoken another word to him. Could it be that young Master Qin blames all of this incident on him? Thinking about this, Mori couldn't help but tremble slightly. His forehead slammed hard against the ground with a loud bang. Young Master Qin, I truly did not know about this matter. Chapter 77. Heading to annihilate the He family. Moliai once again distanced himself from the issues caused by Yin and her group. Qin Yu's anger towards Moliai was indeed greater than towards Feng Tianhua. Taking a deep breath, he restrained his impulse to punch Moliai and asked sternly, Do you really think this matter has little to do with you? Wasn't the psychic who accompanied Yin earlier not one of your people? Gulping audibly, Moliai felt terrified inside. Sure enough, young Master Qin is blaming me. Young Master Qin, that one is indeed my person, but I didn't know that bitch Yin would bring him here to harm your family. Also, Yin and I have no real relationship. Just came to me, begged for half a year, and slept with me for 3 months before I reluctantly agreed to give her some business. And 2 days ago, this wretch suddenly ran to me, saying there was trouble at home, needing a powerful psychic to help, so I let one accompany her. Young Master Qin, please give me a chance, I will definitely make up for it. After hearing this, Qin Yu was also surprised, never expecting Yin to use her beauty as a lure on Moliai. Instinctively, his gaze shifted to Yin lying on the ground not far away. Actually speaking, although Yin is middle-aged, she takes good care of herself, with a graceful face exuding charm, a tall figure, and a full upper body, indeed very alluring. Yin lowered her head after being exposed. She had already realized that even if she begged Moliai now, Moliai wouldn't help her anymore. Young Master Qin, if I had known from the beginning that Yin was your enemy and would dare harm your family someday, I would have 10 livers. I wouldn't dare agree to her requests. Moliai cried out and pleaded for mercy. After hearing so much, Qin Yu naturally believed Moliai and knew he wouldn't dare to scheme against him or deceive him. His anger dissipated a bit. Get up. Hearing this, Moliai sighed in relief. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. I roughly understand the cause and effect of the situation, but you can't completely absolve yourself from responsibility. I know, young Master Qin. Moliai immediately said. In this period of time, stay in Yunqing and protect my family alongside Feng Tianhua. Qin Yu thought since he might not be able to break through the martial spirit realm for a while, unable to set up an array, he considered keeping Moliai around. Understood, young Master Qin. Feng Tianhua, handle everything related to the villa with the brothers. Yes, young Master Qin. Moliai, take all your people and come with me to the He family. At first, I intended to let the He family linger on a little longer, allowing them to experience despair before wiping them out. But since Yin dared to harm my father, today will be the day the He family perishes. Upon hearing this, Yin became immediately frantic. Qin Yu, I was wrong. I was entirely wrong. Every fault is mine alone. Please don't harm the He family. She clearly understood that with Qin Yu's current strength and influence, annihilating her He family would be like taking candy from a baby. Qin Yu coldly glanced at her and then continued addressing Moliai. Have your people arrest her and bring her along to the He family. Daring to injure my father, let Yin taste what despair truly means. What it means to lose all hope. I want her to witness with her own eyes as her beloved ones die one by one in front of her. Understood, young Master Qin. Moliai responded with a nod, waving his hand. Instantly, two white foreign psychics grabbed Yin and dragged her toward the villa exit, one on each side gripping her pale, slender arms. Qin Yu, please don't destroy my He family. As long as you leave my family unmolested, anything you desire of me can be done. I can become your exclusive possession. I can make you satisfied every night. Qin Yu, I beg you. Yin screamed, shouting loudly. Unfortunately, Qin Yu remained entirely unmoved. Of course, setting aside everything else, Yan's mature charm would be irresistible to any normal man. Moly, I knew Qin Yu didn't like such loud commotion, especially the unpleasant words. He yelled angrily. You lowly woman, Yan, how could young Master Qin possibly look upon someone like you? At the same time, he slapped her across the face, knocking Yan unconscious with a resounding pap. Qin Yu led a large group, with Moly quickly rushing to the He family. Qin Yu. In front of the main gate of the He family villa, several guarding clan members instantly recognized Qin Yu getting out of the car first. After getting out of the car, Qin Yu's expression was somber as he quickly walked over. Just as a few members of the He family were puzzled, he had already made his move. No, there wasn't even a real move. It was merely an eruption of energy within his body that sent a visible surge of air gushing out. With a boom, several members of the He family were sent flying backward, along with the gate, crashing straight into the grand hall of the He family villa. The He family was finally going to be annihilated. Actually, this was earlier than planned. But Qin Yu couldn't care about that right now. This was the consequence for Yin daring to harm his family. At the same time, eradicating the He family was also a warning to potential enemies. You may attack me, but not my family. Inside the grand hall of the He family villa, the three, He Xiuji, He Xiaokong, and He Xiuwu, were eagerly awaiting good news from Yin when a sudden loud crash startled them. They all turned their heads to look. Damn, who dares to attack our He family? Seeing the two massive iron gates hurled inside, and the several dead clan members, He Xiuji exploded in rage. He Xiaokong and He Xiuwu were similarly enraged and bewildered. During this period in Yunqing, their family's only enemy besides Qin Yu was no one else. Even if there were others, those enemies wouldn't dare to directly invade like this. And Qin Yu already had Yin dealing with him. Yet in the next moment, the three of He Xiuwu's eyes widened as they slightly opened their mouths in disbelief, staring at the figure walking slowly in. Qin Yu, how is this possible? Sitting in his wheelchair, He Xiaokong couldn't believe what he saw as Qin Yu slowly approached. Wasn't Mother supposed to go and kill you with powerful European and American psychics? How can you be here now, Qin Yu? These two questions were also the doubts shared by He Xiuji and his brother He Xiuwu. Qin Yu coldly smiled, hands behind his back, as he slowly moved forward. In the next moment, Yin appeared behind him, unconscious. She was being held up by two tall Caucasians gripping her pale, slender arms. The critical detail was, she was completely bare on the upper part of her body. Chapter 78 Role Reversal. Mom, wife, elder sister-in-law. Seeing Yan's wretched state, and her upper body completely naked, all exposed to the eyes of others, He Xiaokong, He Xiuji, and He Xiuwu were furious. Qin Yu, I will kill you. Qin Yu, I will tear you into pieces. Qin Yu sneered. He Xiaokong, He Xiuji, I think at this moment you should be thinking about how to make me let you go, so you can survive. And not just talk big. Kill me. Tear me limb from limb. Yin has already been beaten like this by me. Do you really think you have the strength to kill me? You still naively think it's 3 years ago, don't you? Mole, wake up, Yin. Yes, young Master Qin. Mole. Hearing these two words, He Xiuji, He Xiuwu, and He Xiaokong realized who the foreigner standing slightly behind Qin Yu was. They immediately understood that Mole was the former leader of the European and American underworld force, the Hell Angels, a powerful figure. And he was also the strong person their wives had been seeking help from over the past 6 months. But such a powerful person calls Qin Yu young Master Qin. And the tone, so respectful, like an ancient minister treating his king. What exactly is going on here? Isn't the former leader of the Hell Angels, Mole, supposed to be helping Yin? Why has he turned his gun around now? Mole swallowed a lump in his throat and angrily spat onto Yan's face, which radiated grace. Yin let out a startled cry, abruptly woke up, and realized after a moment of bewilderment that she was in the He family villa. Mom, wife, He Xiuji and He Xiaokong, father and son, shouted again, hearts aching with anger. Yin was immediately filled with immense terror as she knew Qin Yu was truly planning to obliterate the He family. She didn't care about her exposed upper body or about her son. She immediately begged Qin Yu for mercy. Qin Yu, you can do whatever you want to me, but please don't kill my son, don't destroy the He family. Qin Yu, I beg you. I'll do anything you ask. Let me be your servant, your personal maid. Let me warm your bed, everything, all right? If it's what you want, Qin Yu. Thump. While crying and begging for mercy, Yin fell to her knees. Yin, why didn't you think of the consequences when you and that energy user attacked my father just now? Qin Yu said gravely, and thinking back to what just happened, he felt a wave of fear. If he hadn't returned home in time just now, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Seeing his beloved wife kneeling down to beg someone else, especially Qin Yu, He Xiuji was enraged to the point of almost bursting his lungs, while his heart was full of pain and guilt. Wife, stand up. We don't need to beg him. If necessary, we'll fight them to death. Shut up. Yin screamed at He Xiuji. Do you have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for your weakness, if you weren't a coward, how could it have come to this for me and the He family? He Xiuji stood frozen, never expecting to be called weak and cowardly by his own wife. The insults between you two should continue after you see each other in hell. Mole, make your move. Yes, young Master Qin. Mo Lei waved his hand. Kill everyone in the He family except for these three. Then he pointed towards the three people, He Xiuji, He Xiaokong, and He Xiuwu. Mo Lei understands Qin Yu's character. He must take revenge with his own hands. The entire He family, those who are truly Qin Yu's enemies, are just the three people in front of him, namely He Xiuji, He Xiaokong, and He Xiuwu. The Hell Angel's powerful energy users immediately set out to hunt and kill all members of the He family inside and outside the villa. Soon, cries of horror and death filled the air. Meanwhile, it began to rain bright red blood. Qin Yu, stop. Stop it now. He Xiuwu yelled, feeling torn apart, wanting to rush forward to rip apart Qin Yu. But with his current condition just barely recovered, he couldn't even run, let alone kill Qin Yu. He Xiuji stared with wide eyes, ready to burst. Ah, Qin Yu, I will kill you. Not caring about anything, seeing his clansmen killed one by one, his head became hot and impulsive, and he suddenly took a step forward and rushed towards Qin Yu. Bang! Qin Yu stood still, hands crossed behind his back, gave a faint smile, then unleashed his powerful internal energy and sent the charging He Xiuji flying backwards with ease. Dad! Seeing his father crash heavily into a wall, He Xiaokong shouted anxiously. At this moment, he hated Qin Yu more than ever and regretted it bitterly. Qin Yu, I regret. I should have killed you 3 years ago instead of sending you to jail. Qin Yu smiled. If you had tried to kill me 3 years ago, it would have been no different from stepping on an ant. But, now the roles have reversed. And to think, I owe my current strength entirely to you, He Xiao. Thanks to your use of connections and resources, I was sent to the Rootless dungeon. Qin Yu. He Xiuwu finally climbed out of the wall he had crashed into, glaring angrily at Qin Yu. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he panted heavily. He gritted his teeth and said, I never expected that in just 3 years, you would go from a mere civilian to a true martial artist. And your power is so formidable. Suddenly, He Xiuwu sneered, but don't get too arrogant. You killed Qin Shilan, and her family, the Chan City Qin family, will definitely send strong warriors to avenge her by killing you. Perhaps today I'll die by your hand, and maybe my entire family will perish under your wrath. But you won't last long either. Once the powerful warriors of the Qin family arrive, it will be the end for you, Qin Yu, and your father and sister. At that time, my whole family will be waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. As ghosts, my family will not let you off easily, Qin Yu. He Xiuwu burst out laughing hysterically. Qin Yu was taken aback with doubt. Qin Shilan, isn't she Master Mu Tainglong's junior sister? She's dead? Was she killed by me? Recalling their fight that day, he felt this scenario was highly improbable. Sure, his attack had been fierce, but he had deliberately avoided the vital areas. An injury of that nature wouldn't be fatal for someone of Qin Shilan's martial prowess. Realizing this, Qin Yu quickly understood the situation. With a cold smile, he inwardly thought, someone must have secretly framed him. This way, everyone would believe it was him who killed Qin Shilan, including the Qin family of Chan City. Naturally, they would send someone after him. This scheme of using others' hands to kill was quite clever. But who could be behind it? Mu Tainglong? Qin Yu nodded quietly, believing Mu Tainglong was the most likely suspect. Seeking death, Qin Yu chuckled coldly. Throughout his life, he detested nothing more than being framed. And 3 years ago, it was precisely due to He Xiaokong's treachery that he ended up in prison. Chapter 79. Killing you outright would be letting you off too easily. He Xiuji saw Qin Yu lost in deep thought and assumed he was afraid. Thus, he burst out laughing. Ha! Qin Yu, you finally become scared, haven't you? The power of the Chan Chengqin family is incomparably great. They will certainly kill you, your entire family. At that time, we'll meet again on the Yellow Springs Road. Qin Yu came back from his musings and looked at He Xiuji with a hint of a cold smile. Fear? There's no one in this world who can inspire fear in me. A mere Chan Chengqin family isn't much different from ants. When it comes to fear, I'll let you experience it first. After his words fell, Qin Yu turned around and slowly walked toward He Xiaokong in the wheelchair. Captain! Both He Xiuji and Yi Yan felt their hearts leap. What are you going to do, Qin Yu? Yi Yan immediately called out anxiously. Stop! No, I beg you not to touch my son. He Xiuji, filled with anger and worry. Qin Yu, you can't kill my son. If you dare to kill my son, I'd rather die. After speaking, he shouted loudly. Everyone join me in killing Qin Yu together. At this moment, only a few members of the He family remained in the villa hall, and they followed the patriarch He Xiuji as they rushed toward Qin Yu. Facing the 6 or 7 people rushing toward him led by He Xiuji, Qin Yu didn't even glance at them once, still moving slowly toward He Xiaokong. When several of He Xiuji's men rushed up, Qin Yu once again utilized the powerful energy within his body to hurl the group away. Pum! He Xiuji crashed into the wall again with heavy force. Qin Yu, I'm wrong. He Xiaokong was thoroughly terrified now, no longer displaying the earlier arrogance and disdain. I beg you not to kill me. I made a mistake. He really wanted me dead, entrapping me so I'd get arrested and sent to jail. Qin Yu, all mistakes are mine. Please don't kill me. I deserve death for setting you up. Qin Yu, I won't oppose you anymore. Qin Yu, please forgive me. I'll kowtow to you. Pung, pung, pung. He Xiuchu was both flustered and furious. Qin Yu, you cannot kill my nephew. Being childless, he had always regarded He Xiaokong as his own son. Step by step, Qin Yu walked up to He Xiaokong who was still kowtowing, a faint smile on his face. Huh. His left index finger pointed out, landing on He Xiaokong's forehead, which was already scratched and bleeding profusely. Qin Yu. He Xiaokong trembled all over from sheer terror, unable to even speak properly. He had even pissed himself from fear. Qin Yu laughed. He Xiao, how could you have peed yourself in fright? Huh? Where has the proud young master of the He family gone, who once treated me like an ant? Ian tried to rush over, but was tightly held down by Mo Lei's men. Qin Yu, stop it. You can't kill my son. Qin Yu, ah. Ian screamed her heart out. Qin Yu glanced at her once. Ian, I told you you'd understand what despair feels like. This is the price for hurting my father. Qin Yu, I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. Kill me then. Yes, vent your anger on me. Don't kill my son. Ian kept pleading for mercy, her tone turning more desperate with each word. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. No, I've said before that I would make you wish you were dead. As his words subsided, Qin Yu applied slight pressure, releasing a stream of internal energy from his left index finger. Pum! With a muffled sound, a small hole suddenly appeared on He Xiaokong's forehead, as if pierced by a bullet. Bright red blood gushed forth. Putong! He Xiaokong collapsed on the ground in horror, his vitality fading rapidly. Xiaokong! It was only now that He Shouji climbed out from the wall and witnessed this scene, emitting a sky-splitting scream. Xiaokong ah! He Xiuqiu shouted in unison. My son ah! At this very moment, Ian finally understood what despair truly felt like. Qin Yu, I will kill you. He Xiuqiu struggled out from the sofa and staggered toward Qin Yu, throwing a punch. For He Xiuqiu, now powerless and just a cripple, Qin Yu showed no mercy at all, slapping him flat onto the floor. Pum! A kick landed on his head. Ian. Qin Yu looked at Ian, whose face was frozen blankly. Do you understand what despair feels like now? Ian paused, lifting her head and looking straight at Qin Yu, exposing an intense hatred. Qin Yu, I'll never let you go unpunished. Even if I become a ghost, I will never leave you alone. Qin Yu sneered. At this point, I want to know, what ability do you still possess to make me suffer? Huh? Suddenly, he applied great force with his foot. Bang! He Shouwu's head exploded like a watermelon. Qin Yu. He Shouji screamed as he rushed over. He had witnessed his son and younger brother being killed by Qin Yu. Losing all composure, he charged toward Qin Yu, intending to kill him. Qin Yu raised his hand and slapped down in one fluid motion. With a bang, he forced the charging He Shouji to kneel down on the ground. He Shouji, your wife was absolutely right when she called you trash. You are nothing but a pathetic fool. Oh, I should also inform you of something. Qin Yu paused for a moment. While Ian was abroad for half a year, she slept with Mo Lei for 3 months. I wonder what you think about that. In an instant, He Shouji's eyes widened. Twisting his neck around to look at Ian, his mind went completely blank. Waifu, Ian no longer cared about her husband's feelings. She even refused to give him a glance. CHCH. Ha ha. Suddenly, He Shouji burst into laughter. Qin Yu, just kill me. Just kill me. At this moment, He Shouji lost all will to live. His son was dead, his younger brother was dead, and now his wife had humiliated him beyond measure by wearing the biggest green hat in the world. Nothing seemed better than death. As you wish. Seeing the equally hopeless He Shouji, Qin Yu felt a wave of satisfaction well up within him. In the next second, he pointed his finger at He Shouji's forehead, delivering a muffled thud as it made contact. A small hole appeared on He Shouji's forehead too. With a heavy thud, He Shouji fell onto the floor, crimson blood continuously gushing out from the small hole on his forehead. Turning around, Qin Yu slowly walked toward Ian. Qin Yu, kill me. Kill me. I'll become a ghost and wait for you on the Yellow Springs Road. Ian was utterly desperate, her heart long dead. All she could think about was asking Qin Yu to end her life. Qin Yu stopped in front of her, first smiling, then furrowing his brows lightly for several seconds before laughing again. I said I'd make you suffer worse than death. To let you die so easily would be giving you too much. Chapter 80. The He family's demise. Qin Yu, you killed me. You killed me. At this moment, Ian felt utterly hopeless. Her son, as well as the entire He family, had already been killed by Qin Yu, and she was powerless to seek revenge, a revenge impossible for her to achieve in this lifetime. She fell into endless despair and so decided to end it all. Perhaps, as her useless husband had said, not long after, the Chan City Qin family would send a powerful person to kill Qin Yu, and her whole family could wait for Qin Yu on the road to the underworld to then take revenge on his family at that time. Qin Yu sneered. Ian, I remember you should also have an extended family, the Yi family, right? With these words, Ian's originally lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, her expression greatly changing. Qin Yu, what are you planning to do now? I warn you, don't dare to harm my Yi family, otherwise even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Qin Yu laughed, with a brilliant smile. How laughable. Is there really such a thing as ghosts in this world? Do you believe in such things? Even if there were, no matter how fierce the evil spirits or demons, I will destroy them in front of me, Qin Yu. Mo Lei. Yes, Master Qin. Mo Lei stepped forward one step, respectfully responding. Go. Immediately send people to annihilate the Yi family, leave no one alive. Understood. Mo Lei replied with a sound, then pointed at 2 white foreign supernatural beings. You two go to the nearby new city to wipe out the Yi family. The Yi family in the new city is also a prominent family, very easy to find. Yes, boss. No, please don't. Qin Yu, just kill me. You've already destroyed my Yi family. I beg you not to harm my Yi family. Watching those 2 supernatural beings quickly walk out of the villa, Ian screamed loudly in despair. She deeply regretted it, regretful to the point where she wanted to die immediately. If only she hadn't dared to harm Qin Yu's family just now. If only she hadn't provoked this slaughter god, Qin Yu. Mole, Qin Yu suddenly said again. Didn't Ian sleep with you for 3 months? Why don't you torture her cruelly, and then let our brothers play with her for 3 days and nights, and finally kill her? Upon hearing this, Mole was momentarily stunned but then happily said, Received, young Master Qin. When Ian heard this, her whole body went rigid for a moment. In her heart, she was a noble woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't think that even being the wife of the head of the He family was a disgrace. She could sleep with someone like Mole for 3 months because he was the leader of the Hell Angels. But letting others desecrate her body was something she absolutely couldn't accept. Qin Yu, how ruthless you are. This time, Ian stopped pleading for mercy. She knew that no matter how she pleaded, Qin Yu wouldn't spare her. I will haunt you as a ghost. SSSS. Mole acted swiftly, tearing off Ian's clothes from below her waist in one swift motion. Instantly, Ian was completely naked in front of everyone. The next moment, more than a dozen Europeans pinned Ian down. That night, Qin Yu set the entire He family mansion ablaze. The news spread quickly through Yunqing. The He family had been wiped out. The He family matriarch's maternal home, the Yi family in New City, was also obliterated. This event caused a huge uproar in Yunqing, with much talk among the people. The He family was one of the 5 great families in Yunqing and recently received favor from He Bufan. Who would have thought such a powerful family would be destroyed in a single night? Who did this? What kind of strength does this person possess? That's right, just wiping out the He family is already incredibly strong, and they did it under immense pressure from He Bufan. Do you think it could be the person behind Liang family's 100 diseases powder? Suddenly, someone raised this possibility. Isn't 100 diseases powder something the Liang family developed themselves? Someone asked, not fully understanding. Humph, the Liang family is like a setting sun in the pharmaceutical industry. They certainly don't have the ability to create a miraculous medicine like 100 diseases powder. There must be some powerful force behind them. Indeed, I think this possibility is highly likely. Look, the Liang family and He family have always been at odds, and recently their conflict over 100 diseases powder has intensified. So, out of anger, the powerful individual behind the Liang family obliterated the He family. This makes sense. Everyone nodded, finding this explanation reasonable. However, this person is too ruthless. In one night, 2 major families were massacred. All present showed signs of shock. At this time, in the Liang family estate study, Liang elder, Liang Xiaolong, greeted an unexpected visitor. Su Jia's Su Lu from Yunqing. Director Su, what brings you here unexpectedly? Liang Xiaolong asked. Su Lu got straight to the point, his expression serious. Elder Liang. Many in Yunqing are spreading rumors that the person who wiped out the He family and the Yi family is the mysterious figure who helped your Liang family develop 100 diseases powder. I want to meet him. Liang Xiaolong's expression shifted slightly, confirming that the other party had indeed come for this reason. Since Su Lu had already guessed, it was pointless to hide it. Liang Xiaolong solemnly warned. Director Su, neither my Liang family nor you or your Su family have ever had any enmity. I must warn you, it's best not to investigate this matter further. And definitely do not provoke that great person. Su Lu shook his head. Master Liang, no matter what, I must meet him. Liang Xiaolong took a breath and reiterated. Director Su, you've already seen how powerful he is. But in fact, his strength far exceeds what you've witnessed. If you provoke him, neither you as city director nor your Su family might withstand his wrath. As Liang Xiaolong looked at city director Su Lu before him, doubt arose in his mind. Based on his understanding of Su Lu, he rarely managed affairs. Anything happening in Su City would never interest him. Why had he acted so differently this time? Su Lu again earnestly stated, Master Liang, you misunderstand. I want to meet the mysterious strongman behind you, but not to hold him accountable for destroying the He family and Yi family. Moreover, with a powerhouse at that level, do you think either me or the resources of the city director's office could stand up to him? Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaolong felt both surprised and unsurprised. Why do you wish to see him? He dared not agree to introduce others to Qin Yu casually, fearing Qin Yu's displeasure, which could drag his Liang family into trouble. Or worse, if those introduced offend Qin Yu, his Liang family could still be implicated. Su Lu sighed. Master Liang, I know what you're worried about. But I assure you, I have important matters to discuss with the mysterious strongman. As for the details, it's best you don't know them for now. You might find it strange that I, the city director of Su City, who previously never intervened in any business, am now acting this way. I have my reasons. Now, I finally see an opportunity. The mysterious power behind your family is my last hope and chance. Master Liang, please help me. Chapter 81, Mu Bufan's History of Prosperity. Liang Xiaolong could sense that City Lord Su Luqing seemed to be holding back some deep-seated grievance. Looking back, over the years, actually City Lord Su Lu and the Su family had never intentionally caused hardship for the Liang family. Old Liang, I would appreciate it if you could speak with that mysterious powerful individual on my behalf, Su Lu said, seeing Liang Xiaolong hesitate. Liang Xiaolong exhaled. All right, I'll try to contact him for you. Whether he chooses to see you or not is up to fate. You wait here. Su Lu revealed an expression of gratitude. Good, thank you, old Liang. Liang Xiaolong left the study, went to another room, and dialed Qin Yu's phone. Qin Xiao, there's something here I'd like to consult you about. Go ahead and say it. City Lord Su Lu from Yunqing wants to meet with you. The City Lord wishes to meet me? Qin Yu looked puzzled, immediately thinking it might be related to them wanting to investigate him. All right, have him come and find me. He thought that if the City Lord's palace was indeed going to hold him accountable, He might as well deal with everything at once rather than prolonging the matter like this trouble with the yen. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu returned to the living room. At this moment, his sister Qin Qing had already come back and learned what had happened today. Brother, why didn't you tell me about such a big incident at home? Qin Yu saw his sister looking a bit angry and apologetic, so he smiled and said, I didn't want you to worry. I wanted you to focus fully on studying painting with Master Qi Shi. But brother, you're my family. If something happens to any of you, what am I supposed to do? I'd surely worry if anything unexpected happens to all of you. Brother, no matter what happens in the future, you must let me know. Qingqing, don't blame your brother. He just didn't want you to worry. Qin Hai helped excuse Qin Yu. After treatment by Qin Yu, he had fully recovered, showing no sign of injury. Dad, sister, both of you relax. I promise that nothing like what happened with Yin today will ever happen again. Qin Yu looked very serious. All right. Although Qin Qing was no longer upset with Qin Yu for not telling her right away, she asked, Brother, was the He family really obliterated entirely by you alone? Upon hearing these words, Qin Hai stopped breathing momentarily, his eyes fixed intensely on Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at his father and sister without denial. He Xiaokong tried to make inappropriate advances toward you, Sister Qing, and framed me, leading to my imprisonment. Today, Ian even led people to assault Dad. The downfall of the He family was inevitable. The actions of Ian only expedited their demise. Hearing Qin Yu's definite answer, both Qin Hai and Qin Qing were shocked. They felt fear upon realizing what Qin Yu had done. Although they knew Qin Yu had changed after being released from jail and grown more powerful, when they heard he had eradicated the entire He family and killed many people, they instinctively felt scared. But then they remembered that Qin Yu did all this for them. Even initially being sent to prison was because Qin Yu had injured He Xiaokong while trying to save Qin Qing. Today's destruction of the He family happened because Yin and his men assaulted Qin Hai. Realizing this, Qin Hai and Qin Qing ceased feeling afraid and instead recognized Qin Yu's love and protection for them. From now on, whenever you interact with new people or do things, you need to be more cautious. You must take care of yourself above all else. Qin Hai worriedly spoke, knowing that although his son Qin Yu had become a powerful warrior, those who opposed him were equally formidable. As soon as these words left his mouth, Qin Hai instantly showed signs of surprise and concern, noticing someone walk in. City Lord Su Lu of Yunqing. Could the He family situation have alarmed officialdom? Is the city lord here to arrest Qin Yu? This was his immediate thought. Qin Qing also recognized Su Lu, sharing her father's worry. However, Su Lu's next action left both Qin Hai and Qin Qing baffled. I, Su Lu, respectfully greet young Master Qin. Su Lu came forward and bowed politely before Qin Yu, speaking respectfully. Qin Yu nodded. Let's go outside to talk. Regardless of Su Lu's true purpose in visiting him, Qin Yu didn't wish for his father or sister to learn too much and worry. Lord Su, please be straightforward and tell me your intent. Qin Yu walked alongside Su Lu along the circular path near the Yuntan Mountain Villa residence. Su Lu sensed a slightly displeased tone in Qin Yu's voice and quickly clarified. Young Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here concerning the He family matter. In fact, I am seeking your assistance. Hearing this response, Su Lu secretly rejoiced within. Young Master Qin, I hope you can help me eliminate Mu Bufan and his grandson Mu Tianlong. Qin Yu was taken aback and looked at Su Lu with some confusion. He was no longer the ordinary person he had been 3 years ago, and he had long heard about how Su Lu ascended to the position of Yunqing City Lord. It was Mu Bufan who had personally propelled him to that position. Su Lu, noting Qin Yu's confusion, said, That's right. I owe my current position as Yunqing City Lord in part to Mu Bufan's assistance. But when Mu Bufan was still unknown, my family also helped and promoted him. Qin Yu was surprised again. He truly didn't know about this matter. At that time, Mu Bufan was young, and he hadn't yet established a foothold in Yunqing. He brought a team of workers to take on some construction projects for my family. My family saw that he was diligent and quick-witted, so we extended a helping hand to promote him. That's how he gradually grew and expanded his power. But his ambitions were too great. He wanted to break free from the influence of my family, so he framed us. By chance, Mu Bufan met Lin Jejia, the daughter of one of the most powerful families in Zhejiang province. One day, he took her to the construction site where an accident happened, and she was crushed to death by a heavy object. The influential Lin family, upon hearing the news, was furious and immediately sent people to destroy our family. Mu Bufan pleaded on our behalf, and as a result, some members of my family were killed along with everyone at the construction site, which finally pacified the Lin family's anger. Afterward, my family entered a long period of decline while Mu Bufan began to develop his own strength, utilizing our resources to expand into the provincial capital. After many years of hard work, he built up his current power and status. But I found out, Lin Jejia's death wasn't an accident. I already have clear evidence. He paused briefly before continuing. Besides revenge, there is another reason for me seeking help. Mu Bufan once said that without his permission, I would forever remain the city lord of Yunqing and wouldn't be able to rise higher. I refused to accept that. So, I humbly asked for Qin Shao's help. Chapter 82, making Mu Bufan and the Lin family turn against each other. Qin Yu figured out that the city lord of Yunqing, Su Lu, had only managed to ascend to his position with Mu Bufan's backing, and had been controlled ever since. In other words, Lord Su Lu was merely a puppet. As for why Mu Bufan had achieved so much today, it was originally due to the help of the Su family, and later he had exploited various resources from the Su family. However, after Mu Bufan became successful and famous, he did not show any gratitude to the Su family. Qin Yu looked sympathetically at Su Lu and nodded, saying, "All right, I accept your request. In fact, even if you hadn't come to me, I would have dealt with Mu Bufan and his grandson anyway." Su Lu didn't care about the feud between Qin Yu and Mu Bufan. What mattered to him was that Qin Yu had agreed to help him. He must seize this opportunity and ensure that Mu Bufan and his grandson die. "Young Master Qin, here is the evidence from years ago when Mu Bufan killed the young miss of the Lin family," said Su Lu as he handed over a mobile phone to Qin Yu. "Young Master Qin, all you need to do is give this phone to the Lin family in Jiangxing. Once they see the video on it, they will understand who killed their young miss back then. With this, the Lin family will definitely turn against Mu Bufan, and they will certainly use their powerful forces to deal with him." Qin Yu took the phone. Then he heard Su Lu add, "Young Master Qin, I also have another condition. I hope you can help me again." Qin Yu looked up at him. "Go ahead, speak." "I hope that for the next month, the Bai Bing San and xuanhuan produced by Liang's family will only be sold in Yunqing." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt surprised and confused. Su Lu immediately explained, "Young Master Qin, having entered the political arena, I naturally have my own ambitions and wish to climb higher continuously. There is a senior figure within the province who wants to promote me, but currently, my political achievements in Yunqing are not outstanding enough. Therefore, I hope that both the Bai Bing San and xuanhuan can initially be sold exclusively in Yunqing, thereby significantly boosting the city's tax revenue, allowing my political achievements to stand out as well." Understanding dawned on Qin Yu, and then he smiled. "I see. No problem, City Lord Su. This is a small matter. For the past 2 months, I'll only sell Bai Bing San and xuanhuan here in Yunqing." Su Lu instantly rejoiced. "Thank you, young Master Qin." With Qin Yu's assurance, Su Lu's confidence in receiving a promotion increased significantly. Qin Yu chuckled. "City Lord Su, there's no need to be so polite. We are mutually assisting each other." Su Lu bitterly smiled and shook his head. "In truth, I know that even without my evidence, young Master Qin has the power to handle Mu Bufan and his grandson. In reality, it's mostly young Master Qin who is helping me. Your assistance, young Master Qin, I will remember deeply in my heart." Nodding, Qin Yu neither confirmed nor denied Su Lu's words, then said, "Whether it's the He family, Mu Bufan and his grandson, or even the Chan Chengqin family, none of them are something I fear. The only thing I worry about is the safety of my father and sister. Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will mobilize the strength of the Su family and the City Lord's mansion to fully ensure the safety of your family." After listening, Qin Yu silently nodded. Although the Su family and the Yunqing City Lord's mansion may not be extremely powerful, they do have some significance. Adding Feng Tianbua and Mo Lei into the mix, he finally felt slightly reassured. Not wanting to say more, Qin Yu opened the mobile phone in his hand, wanting to see what happened back then. The next moment, he saw Mu Bufan's younger self appear on the screen along with a young girl, who should have been the young miss of the Lin family. The scene unfolded exactly as Su Lu had described. Mu Bufan brought the young Lin miss to a construction site where an accident occurred, and a massive piece of steel fell from above, striking the young Lin miss. At the end of the footage, there was even video showing Mu Bufan tampering with the piece of steel that would eventually fall. It took me many years after becoming the City Lord of Yunqing to find this piece of video. A worker on the construction site had accidentally filmed it back then. Su Lu explained from the side. Qin Yu nodded. "Excellent. With this video, it's sufficient to prove that the death of the Lin family young miss was caused by Mu Bufan. The Lin family will certainly send people to deal with Mu Bufan." After Su Lu left, Qin Yu immediately called Feng Tianbua. "Old Bo, deliver this item to the Lin family in the provincial capital Jiangxing. Inside is the evidence of Mu Bufan killing the Lin family young miss from years ago." Qin Yu originally intended to personally deliver the evidence to the Lin family, but realized that recently, he had been swamped with matters. Besides, Mu Bufan and his grandson were still in Yunqing, so he couldn't leave. Worried that something similar to the Yin incident might happen again. Thinking it over, he decided Feng Tianbua was the most suitable choice. Feng Tianbua was instantly surprised. So the Lin family young miss from years ago was killed by Mu Bufan. He then gave a cold laugh. "This will be interesting to watch. Lin Wujia of the Lin family has never been able to let go of his sister's death. Back in the day, if it wasn't for Patriarch Lin holding him back, the Su family might have already become history. If Lin Wujia finds out that the person who killed his sister wasn't the Su family but Mu Bufan, he would certainly kill Mu Bufan." Qin Yu nodded. "Send it over as soon as possible and personally hand the evidence to Lin Wujia." "Yes, young Master Qin." The next day, the Liang family held a grand banquet. In this period, the Liang family had one good thing after another. First, Grandpa Liang Xiaolong, recovered. Then they gained Qin Yu's favor, becoming the sole business partner for Bai Bing San and xuanhuan. Now their longtime rivals, the He family, had also been obliterated. For a moment, everyone in the Liang family saw the great possibility of their family becoming the first and most dominant family in Yunqing. Thus, they specially held a banquet that day. With the Liang family's current power growing stronger, the majority of the upper class in Yunqing attended the banquet. The Liang family has been having everything go smoothly for them recently. Yes, if things continue at this rate, the Liang family will definitely become our Yunqing's first family. I wonder when the Liang family will finally release Bai Bing San on a large scale. It's not only that. The Liang family previously promoted a very powerful pill, but because of He family and Zhuo Jin's scheming on the second day, the promotion was stopped. What kind of pill is it? I don't know either. I wasn't paying much attention at the time. After all, Bai Bing San has been too eye-catching. Greetings, everyone. At that moment, the voice of Liang Xiaolong, the patriarch of the Liang family, rang out in the banquet hall. Hundreds of people immediately became quiet. Today, I am very happy that you, my friends, have come to attend this banquet. Tonight's banquet is not only to celebrate my return from the brink of death, but more importantly, I want to use this banquet to announce to everyone that our Liang Pharmaceutical Company plans to mass produce and release by Bing San in the near future. Chapter 83. The all disease powder was also developed by Mr. Qin Yu. Following Elder Liang's speech, the banquet hall immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. The pharmaceuticals company owned by the Liang family truly benefits all of us citizens of Yunqing. Yes, in no time, Liang Pharmaceutical Company will surely become the leading medical enterprise here in Yunqing. Not just Yunqing. I see with such a powerful momentum of all disease powder, it might not take half a year for Liang Pharmaceutical to enter the provincial capital and rank among the top 10 medical enterprises. The entire banquet hall was lively and buzzing. As head of the Liang family, Liang Wei listened to everyone's chatter and looked at the hundreds of upper-class individuals attending this event, feeling immensely touched inside. 10 days ago, his Liang family had almost fallen into despair. Liang Wei knew this wasn't him being pessimistic, it was reality. He clearly understood that his family always relied heavily on the old man. If the elder passed away, the strength of the Liang family would inevitably be greatly diminished. At the same time, the pharmaceuticals company was stuck, everything seemed trapped in a deadlock. Now, however, the situation presented an entirely different picture, full of vigor and vitality. And the one who brought about this tremendous change was Master Qin. In his heart, Liang Wei marveled. Qin Xiao had barely exerted any effort, yet already transformed his Liang family beyond recognition. Qin Xiao's strength is simply incredible. Simultaneously, he realized Qin Yu had given new life to his Liang family. Right at that moment, Qin Yu arrived accompanied by his younger sister Qin Qing. 3 generations of the Liang family, Liang Xiaolong, Liang Wei, and Liang Xiaobing, quickly stepped forward to greet them. Master Qin, Miss Qin. Liang Xiaolong stopped in front of Qin Yu, respectful and formal, much like ancient ministers seeing their king. As for Liang Wei, as head of the family, he could only stand behind the elder, giving off the impression he didn't even have the qualification to personally welcome Qin Yu. Although there were hundreds of important figures from Yunqing in the banquet hall, most of them hadn't actually met Qin Yu yet. Curious thoughts filled these people's minds. What exactly was the background of this young man called Qin Yu? How was it possible for even the robust Liang family elder to bow so low before him? A few people did recognize him. He was the one who had made a splash at He family's grand dinner celebrating Mu Tianlong's arrival. Just as most were wondering uneasily, they saw Liang Xiaolong inviting Qin Yu to sit in the honored seat. People became more confused than ever. Sitting in the honored seat? What exactly does Qin Yu mean to the Liang family? How's Qin Qing doing learning painting under Master Qi Shi? Liang Xiaobing sat next to Qin Qing and asked with a smile. Master Qi Shi was introduced by Liang Xiaobing to Qin Yu's siblings. She was a good friend with Qi Shi's son. Qin Qing no longer held the same level of resentment towards Liang Xiaobing as she did during their first meeting. She smiled in response. Master Qi Shi truly lives up to his reputation. He's incredibly talented. I will devote my heart to studying under him. Suddenly, Liang Xiaobing grinned mischievously. Actually, Master Qi Shi's son is very handsome. How about I introduce you two? Let you get acquainted. If there's a connection, once you two are a couple, then when Qin Qing wishes to learn painting under Master Qi Shi again, it'll be even more convenient. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing felt annoyed. No way, Sister Xiaobing, please don't meddle. I haven't thought about finding a boyfriend yet. Her adorable cheeks turned red, and she lowered her head slightly, sneaking a glance at her brother Qin Yu sitting a few seats away. Liang Xiaobing has always been spirited. Upon witnessing Qin Qing's shyness, she couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I was just teasing. Besides, Master Qi Shi's son might not even like your type. He and I both enjoy having fun, like speeding cars. All right, seemingly recalling something, she turned her head to Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, when would you have time? I'll take you out racing. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He'd merely agreed casually before, yet this girl took it seriously. Sure, let's check our schedules. Liang Xiaolong. Upon seeing this, Liang Xiaolong immediately interjected helplessly. Don't act disrespectful. Don't worry, Elder Liang. Qin Yu interrupted him. He didn't mind such small matters. See, Mr. Qin doesn't care. Liang Xiaobing stuck her tongue out at Liang Xiaolong mischievously. That night at the banquet welcoming Master Mu Tianlong, I didn't notice how remarkable Qin Yu was. Indeed, I also attended that banquet, and I didn't see Qin Yu having significant influence. Back then, he seemed to be accompanying Miss Shen Lingyun of the Shen family. Could it be that due to Shen Lingyun's standing, the Liang family shows Qin Yu such respect? Yes, that makes sense. Hearing these discussions, those present who hadn't attended that night's banquet and had never seen Qin Yu before finally realized. Could this be the Qin Yu who stole away Mu Tianlong's goddess? Oh yes, it must be him. Unbelievable. Indeed, I believe the Liang family is showing him such respect because of Shen Lingyun. Gentlemen, at this moment, Liang Xiaolong stood up with a smile. I've already heard. You are all very curious about young Master Qin's identity. Now, I'll tell everyone. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, as everyone curiously looked at Qin Yu, waiting for Liang Xiaolong to speak. Liang Xiaolong successfully captured everyone's attention, then became serious before starting his formal explanation. I'm sure all of you know that not long ago, I was on my deathbed, 1 foot already in the realm of ghosts. Many renowned doctors were invited, but none brought any improvement. Fortunately, We were able to invite young Master Qin. It was he who revived me. Among all the miraculous doctors I've met or heard of, Mr. Qin Yu is undoubtedly the most skilled, truly capable of bringing the dead back to life. As his words settled, the banquet hall remained silent, and then, so Elder Liang was saved by Qin Yu? No wonder he is treated with such respect by 3 generations of the Liang family. Yes, if it were my savior, I would invite them to sit at the honored position too. Is Qin Yu really a divine doctor? He looks no older than 20-something. Isn't he too young? Didn't Elder Liang say clearly? Qin Yu is the divine doctor who saved him. Could the Liang elder possibly fake this? You really have short-sightedness despite your long hair. Some disciples of divine doctors start learning medicine from childhood. It's not strange at all for someone in their 20s to become a master. The entire banquet hall buzzed with lively discussion. Seeing this, Qin felt extremely happy, since everyone was talking about her brother. Her beautiful eyes discreetly glanced at Qin Yu, her heart filled with joy. Her brother was undeniably the handsomest man under the heavens. Liang Xiaolong chuckled, lowering his left hand to signal for quiet among everyone. Not only that, but the all-disease powder was actually also developed by Mr. Qin Yu. Chapter 84. I wonder if Qin Yu can save himself. Was the 100 diseases powder really developed by Qin Yu? Is this true or not? I think it should be true. Based on Liang family's performance in the pharmaceutical field over the past few years, they simply don't have the ability to develop such an effective medicine. That's correct. A miraculous drug like 100 diseases powder must be created by a master physician. At the banquet, hundreds of elite figures from the upper class of Cloud City all looked at Qin Yu, surprised and amazed. Of course, there was also suspicion and admiration. At this moment, Liang Xiaolong chuckled again. Some of you might still doubt that 100 diseases powder was developed by young Master Qin, but whether you believe it or not, this is the fact. If it were false, with my reputation, there would be no need for me to promote someone else. In fact, there is another matter. Another matter? Everyone once again looked at Liang Xiaolong in surprise, thinking, could there be something even more powerful than the 100 diseases powder? I just said that my life was saved by young Master Qin, who is a master physician. Do you know how young Master Qin saved me? A pill. This time Liang Xiaolong didn't prolong the suspense and blurted out directly. Everyone froze on the spot, taking some time to gradually react. A pill. Is it true or false? If it's true, then wouldn't this one pill be a miraculous drug? Respected Dr. Qin, do you have more of those pills? I'd like to buy one. I'll buy it too. While some people were still doubting the authenticity of the event, others had already begun proposing to purchase the kind of miracle medicine that could bring the dead back to life. They thought, regardless, what if this was true? Wouldn't they then possess a miracle drug? It's equivalent to having an extra life. Listening to the overwhelming praise from the majority of the crowd, Qin Yu saw everyone's enthusiasm and was very satisfied in his heart. One could say that this banquet was specially set up for him by Liang Xiaolong. As he spoke, his reputation in Yin City began to grow rapidly, along with his esteem. As for wealth, with the mass production and listing of 100 diseases powder, riches would inevitably come flooding in like an unstoppable torrent. Moreover, there was also the 9 tripods restorative pill, which, for them, was akin to a divine medicine, and it could certainly bring explosive wealth. For a while, both wealth and prestige were realized. At this moment, Qin Yu thought of Shun Lingyun, and of the powerful Shun family from the provincial capital. After obtaining these wealth and prestige, he finally had slightly more capital to face Shun Lingyun's father and clan members on equal terms and speak respectfully. Of course, the scene was filled with distinguished individuals from Cloud City who all had their own thoughts. Many still believed themselves to be smart enough not to fully trust everything. They thought that this was just Grandpa Liang deliberately creating such momentum to hang a great doctor in the name of Liang Pharmaceutical Company to win the trust of everyone. Thus, Liang Pharmaceutical could take over a larger share of the market. Even better, through pharmaceuticals, Liang family could make even more profit, becoming the top family in Cloud City. Actually, both Qin Yu and Grandpa Liang could feel that some people didn't believe it, but they didn't care. A small number of people who did not believe couldn't affect the overall situation. Master Qin. At this very moment, Mayor Su Lu arrived, happily called out, and quickly walked up to Qin Yu, showing respect. I'm extremely sorry, I left early, but halfway through, I encountered a traffic accident. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. It's fine. Grandpa Liang. Su Lu already respected Liang Xiaolong, but now added even more gratitude. It was precisely due to Liang Xiaolong's introduction that he could receive Qin Yu's help. Congratulations to Grandpa Liang and the Liang family. Wishing success for the massive sales of Liang Pharmaceuticals' 100 diseases powder. Thank you, Mayor Su. This scene once again shocked the hundreds of elites present. Mayor of the prestigious Cloud City was actually deferential to Qin Yu as well. Furthermore, when he first arrived, he didn't first apologize to Grandpa Liang but immediately greeted Qin Yu. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. The Liang family was the host of tonight's banquet. Unless Qin Yu's status and power made even Mayor Su Six respect and fear him. Hissing. Upon realizing this, almost everyone present felt a chill down their spines. Simultaneously, everyone once again became curious and suspicious about Qin Yu's identity. Not only that, with the mayor of Cloud City showing such respect to Qin Yu, those who previously doubted Qin Yu also began to believe that he wasn't just a figurehead promoted by Grandpa Liang, but a real master physician. Young Master Qin, I wonder when you will be free. There is an elder in my home who has been plagued by chronic illness for many years, with little improvement despite numerous treatments. We've consulted quite a few renowned physicians before. Su Lu deliberately said so. adding to the momentum behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised in his heart and then bitterly smiled. Actually, Su Lu didn't have to do this. The momentum created by Liang Xiaolong earlier was already sufficient. However, Qin Yu wouldn't refuse on the spot and smoothly picked up the conversation. No problem, City Lord Su. You set a time. Su Lu showed happiness and gratitude. Then I thank young Master Qin in advance. As these words faded away, everyone present became even more convinced that Qin Yu was a divine doctor and that 100 Diseases powder was developed by Qin Yu himself. And there was also that miraculous pill capable of bringing the dead back to life. Young Master Qin, the 100 Diseases powder you've developed is truly a blessing for all the people of Cloud City. Su Lu continued riding the wave. Not only does it help relieve the pain of Cloud City's residents, but it also saves them considerable expenses at hospitals for treatment. Esteemed Dr. Qin has dedicated his medical skills to saving lives. Esteemed Dr. Qin has great virtue. Dr. Qin, do you have any more pills that can bring the dead back to life? Yes, I want to buy one, and if possible, I'd like to buy several more. The commotion grew louder. Qin Yu became increasingly satisfied in his heart, and he also felt very pleased with City Lord Su Lu. Su Lu knew how to get along well with others. He secretly said so in his mind. Divine Dr. Qin? So let's see if Divine Dr. Qin can save himself today. At this very moment, a mocking laugh echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall. This obviously adversarial statement immediately silenced the scene. Everyone looked towards the doorway together, seeing Mu Tianlong's figure. Another middle-aged man was with him. The middle-aged man advanced fiercely, his eyes filled with rage as though he wanted to kill someone. Mu Tianlong arriving now. This is going to be a good show. That's right. Previously, Qin Yu disrupted the banquet specially prepared for Mu Tianlong. Now the roles are reversed. It's Mu Tianlong disrupting Qin Yu's moment in the spotlight. Yes. This banquet may seem on the surface to celebrate Liang family's joyous occasion, but in reality, it's set up for Qin Yu. At that time, Qin Yu also stole Mu Tianlong's goddess. Perhaps this arrival means Mu Tianlong intends to kill Qin Yu. Indeed, Qin Yu is done for this time. Everyone started chattering among themselves. Chapter 85, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Liang Xiaolong, Liang Wei, and Liang Jingwu were surprised and frightened in their hearts, never expecting Mu Tianlong to suddenly arrive at this moment. It was obvious that he had come for revenge against Qin Yu. Mu Tianlong was the personal disciple of Xuanhuan, a great martial artist, with formidable strength. Their Liang family would naturally not be a match for him, and even Qin Yu might not be able to defeat him. Furthermore, Mu Tianlong had a teacher, Xuanhuan, who could rival a martial patriarch. Qin Yu's strength absolutely couldn't compare with Xuanhuan. Now, this was troublesome. Liang Xiaolong and his father Liang Wei felt a deep chill in their hearts. Su Lu also felt shocked. Although young Master Qin had wiped out the He family, the He family's power could hardly compare with Mu Tianlong. If Qin Yu were killed by Mu Tian at this moment, he worried that exposing the affairs of Mu Bofin would not only halt, but could lead to exposure as well. In that case, he would certainly die. Even Liang Xiaobing was worried about Qin Yu at this time. The crowd was full of worry and mockery, yet Qin Yu showed no fear. On the contrary, he laughed and said, "Should I rescue myself? Mu Tianlong, don't talk nonsense. Even if your master Xuanhuan came, I wouldn't be afraid." Hearing this, Mu Tianlong sneered coldly. What arrogance! My master Xuanhuan may not have reached the cultivation level of a martial patriarch, but his powerful combat ability rivals that of a martial patriarch. Do you mean Qin Yu, your strength can be compared to that of a martial patriarch? Qin Yu is being too arrogantly self-confident. Yes, even Mu Tianlong might not win, let alone Jiang Deshi, who is overwhelmingly strong. Those without real strength are always loudly boasting. Everyone started discussing again. All of you shut up now. At this point, a middle-aged man standing beside Mu Tianlong shouted furiously. With this angry shout, the entire banquet hall immediately became quiet. Everyone looked at him, only to be coldly glared at by the other party, then hearing him continue. Among you, who is on Qin Yu's side? Upon hearing these words, many secretly rejoiced, simultaneously retreating to one side, while maintaining enough distance from Qin Yu, implying they were not on Qin Yu's team. In fact, almost everyone in the banquet hall kept their distance from Qin Yu, and chose to stay back watching the scene unfold. On the spot were only several people from the Liang family, and Su Lu, the city lord of Yuncheng. Of course, Qin didn't need any further explanation. She'd rather die than leave her brother Qin Yu's side. Liang Xiaolong's expression darkened slightly. However, it was now unavoidable that his own Liang family had already allied with Qin Yu. Even if the few of them chose not to stand by Qin Yu's side, they would already be seen as enemies in the eyes of Mu Tianlong and Mu Bofin. Since that was the case, they might as well firmly take Qin Yu's side. Who knows? Despite this, who knows, having a low probability of happening. But there was nothing else that could be done. They could only hope that young Master Qin survived this calamity tonight, and hope that Xuanhuan wouldn't arrive in Yuncheng so soon. Su Lu also felt involuntarily compelled, even regretting asking Qin Yu for help earlier. There was an ineffable feeling akin to boarding a pirate ship. Qin Yu's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, sensing that his strength wasn't weak, possibly even stronger than the most powerful martial artist in Yuncheng. He wondered who this person was in his heart. Qin Yu, you must be very curious about who this person is, right? At this point, Mu Tianlong smiled and said, "He is Chun Hui, the first strongest person of the Zen City Qin family, and the uncle of my younger sister Qilan." SSS. Instantly, there arose several gasps of surprise. So this person is Xuanhuan of the Qin family. The Zen City Qin family is also a powerful martial arts family, and this Xuanhuan has remarkable strength, with few people in Zen City able to suppress him. Xuanhuan clearly came here for Qin Yu. This time Qin, you will certainly not survive. That's right, one Mu Tianlong is already difficult enough to handle. Now, with the addition of an even more powerful Xuanhuan, Qin Yu must not be a match for the two of them. Not really. Don't you guys wonder why Zen City Xuanhuan rushed to Yincheng to deal with Qin Yu? That's true. What exactly happened? After Qin Yu learned the identity of the other party, everything became clear. This was definitely related to the death of Qin Qilan. And it seemed that this Xuanhuan believed some people's words, thinking it was him who killed Qin Qilan. Xuanhuan, let me remind you. He warned, my niece Qin Qilan was not killed by me. You've been manipulated by others. Hundreds of surrounding people were astonished. Qin Qilan, the young miss of the Zen City Qin family and Mu Tianlong's junior sister, had actually been killed. Was Qin Yu the murderer? This. Xuanhuan glared furiously at Qin Yu. Do you know fear now, Qin Yu? Then why did you kill my niece? Let me tell you, no matter how you deny it or how much you regret, I will definitely kill you today to avenge my dead servant. Qin Yu could have simply attacked Xuanhuan without explanation, but he didn't want to take the blame for something he didn't do. He refused to be framed. He had already been framed once 3 years ago by He Shaokong and the He family. He knew that the most likely culprit for Qin Qilan's death was Mu Tianlong. For me, there was absolutely no need to kill Qin Qilan, because I knew she was being used, and I wanted her to go back and see Mu Tianlong's true face. Moreover, I believe that your niece was killed by Mu Tianlong. Mu Tianlong. The crowd of hundreds was again filled with shock and surprise at Qin Yu's claim. This statement seemed too astonishing to them. After all, wasn't Qin Qilan Mu Tianlong's junior sister in martial arts? Facing Qin Yu's accusation, Mu Tianlong appeared calm and collected, as if truly innocent. Qin Yu, if you want to shift the suspicion to someone else, shouldn't you choose a more credible person? Qilan was my junior sister. We practiced martial arts together on the mountain for years with such strong bonds. How could I possibly kill her? Qin Yu stared at Mu Tianlong. Why did you kill her? I was a little confused before, but now with Xuanhuan's arrival, everything became crystal clear to me, including why you kept my identity as a martial artist hidden from Qin Qilan. Your ultimate goal, Mu Tianlong, was to use the strength of the Zen City Qin family against me, to kill me indirectly through someone else. Mu Tianlong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Yu to uncover so much so quickly and figure out his plan. A fleeting sense of fear crept into his mind after being exposed, though it disappeared almost instantly. Xuanhuan remained silent, listening quietly beside him, furrowing his brows slightly. Use the power of my family to kill Qin Yu? Chapter 86. The strongest member of the Qin family. Mu Tianlong remained calm. Qin Yu, your idea is good. When you saw Elder Xuanhuan come, you immediately thought of the reason of killing by proxy, trying to shift the suspicion onto me. Your reasoning is quite reasonable, but you have underestimated the bond between me and my younger sister. Moreover, I had no need to sacrifice my younger sister in order to use the Qin family against you. I myself possess enough power to kill you. If not, my master could slaughter you as easily as stepping on an ant. Correct. Xuanhuan angrily pointed at Qin Yu. You despicable person, stop spouting nonsense here. No matter what you say, I will never believe that Tianlong killed Qilan. Qin Yu frowned, shaking his head silently. Qin Qilan was exactly too good to him, trusting him too much, which led to her being used and lured into coming to deal with me. She was surely killed by Mu Tianlong when she went back, and then he framed it on me. Xuanhuan angrily said, Qin Yu, you know that Qilan went to kill you. Would you kindly spare her? Wouldn't you take vengeance by killing her? Indeed, I should have killed her, Qin Yu said. But I've already mentioned before, knowing that Qin Qilan had been used by Mu Tianlong, I decided to let her go, hoping she would see through Mu Tianlong's true nature. Because Mu Tianlong does not truly love your niece. This point can be attested by many people present. At the banquet before Mu Tianlong descended the mountain, he confessed his feelings to Shun Lingjun in front of everyone, only to be rejected. He got upset, so he intended to come after me. HM. Xuanhuan exclaimed in surprise, looking over to Mu Tianlong next to him. Mu Tianlong calmly said, Indeed, there's this story. However, Elder Xuanhuan, I have explained everything clearly to my younger sister. She also understands, love cannot be forced. Afterwards, when she heard that Qin Yu had stolen away the person I loved, she decided to help me kill Qin Yu. What she did not expect was that she herself was killed by Qin Yu. Mu Tianlong spoke sincerely, and Xuanhuan believed him. After hearing Mu Tianlong's explanation, although Qin Yu initially felt that there was a high chance Mu Tianlong was responsible, now he could be 100% sure that Mu Tianlong had killed Qin Qilan. I must make Mu Tianlong confess to killing her himself. There is no way I will take the blame for him. I cannot be framed by him. Qin Yu was determined not to fall prey to being set up. Mu Tianlong, just wait for it. Once I break through to the Wu Ling realm, I will be able to use various formations effortlessly to make you tell the truth. Qin Yu, don't try to defend yourself anymore, die. As Qin Yu was pondering deeply, Xuanhuan roared furiously and delivered a punch. Bang! A deep rumbling sound echoed through the air as the sudden punch landed. Following that, 2 large vases nearby were shattered into countless pieces with a loud bang, falling scattered across the ground. Hiss! Hundreds of spectators drew a sharp breath, astonished. Indeed, the strength of the first-ranked member of the Qin family from Chan City is very formidable. The power ripple from one punch alone managed to shatter the vase. Surely Xuanhuan's cultivation has surpassed the Wu Ling realm? In that case, Qin Yu is certainly going to die. This is what those watching thought in their hearts. Liang Xiaolong, Liang Wei, Su Lu, and others instantly changed their expressions. They all knew that the Qin family of Qin City was a powerful martial arts clan, and that Qin Hui, as the strongest member of the Qin family, was immensely strong. But they hadn't expected him to be this strong. They couldn't help but worry about Qin Yu, and at the same time, they worried for themselves. If Qin Yu is beaten to death, then they aren't far from death either. Mu Tianlong secretly rejoiced in his heart. He watched as Qin Hui charged like a fierce tiger. He hoped best that Qin Yu would die at the hands of Qin Hui. Deep inside, he didn't care whether Qin Yu died directly by his own hand. As long as Qin Yu was dead, that was fine. Furthermore, if things went this way, it would perfectly fit his original plan. Someone else killed Qin Yu. It has nothing to do with him. In such a situation, even if Qin Yu really was killed, Ling Jun wouldn't blame him for it. Qin Yu could feel the tremendous force of the incoming punch. Indeed, Qin Hui's martial strength was no ordinary thing, far surpassing any warrior from Yin City. He might have reached the peak of a great martial master at the 9th realm. That's what Qin Yu speculated internally. Boy, you're looking for death. Qin Hui saw that Qin Yu stood motionless while deep in thought, thinking he had been terrified by his great power and paralyzed with fear. However, in the next moment, he saw Qin Yu move. It appeared that Qin Yu's left hand slowly lifted up, extending out. Seeing this seemingly feeble palm strike, Qin Hui sneered inwardly, fully confident that Qin Yu wouldn't stand a chance. Bang! A massive collision sound rang out, and a circle of force flickered into view, spreading out like waves. This! Qin Hui was stunned in place, his eyes almost bulging out. Contrary to what he had expected, Qin Yu did not go flying backwards. Instead, he blocked the punch with immense power using just one palm. The hundreds of upper-class spectators were also dumbfounded, standing still like statues. Their mouths were slightly agape, expressions filled with disbelief. What the heck? How could Qin Yu block Qin Hui's punch? Qin Yu's counter just now was way too effortless. Is Qin Yu's strength this powerful? With a single relaxed palm, Qin Yu effortlessly parried Qin Hui's powerful punch, stunning everyone. Mu Tianlong stood not far away, his mouth slightly agape as well, the look in his eyes flickering. He had already sensed that Qin Yu's martial prowess was not weak, but never would he have imagined it was this strong. He managed to block Qin Hui's attack. Mu Tianlong questioned himself silently. If he were to face Qin Yu alone, he might not perform better than Qin Hui. Stunned, Qin Hui glared at the Qin Yu in front of him. Qin Yu, this young man's martial prowess is formidable. His previous punch was not fully powered, but it employed 7/10 of his strength, which was enough to sweep through Zen City. And yet, Qin Yu easily blocked it? I didn't expect it. That your strength is so formidable. No wonder you could kill my niece. But, in the next moment, Qin Hui's voice cut off abruptly. Thinking his right fist could break free from Qin Yu's grasp, he found it impossible. It can't be. Unwilling to accept it, Qin Hui increased his efforts, unleashing his full strength. Bang! The clash of forces produced a dull sound. Yet, Qin Hui was still unable to escape Qin Yu's control. This scene was noticed by the onlookers, as Qin Hui's body movements were quite large at this moment. Chapter 87, Murderous Intent Arises. It's now. Just as Qin Yu and Qin Hui were entangled, Mu Tianlong nearby suddenly muttered a sentence. The next moment, he emitted an array of dazzling white light from his body, disappearing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he reached Qin Yu's side, throwing a punch towards the other's head. This punch carried a streak of white force, which was very terrifying. Big brother. Qin screamed in fright. Qin Yu had been paying attention to Mu Tianlong all along, but Mu Tianlong's strength could not pose any threat to him. As seen, he lifted his left hand, formed it into a palm, and slapped it out. Bang! Mu Tianlong's body flew off like a kite cut loose, crashing through a wall with a loud crumbling sound. Everyone present was shocked again. They were first astonished by Mu Tianlong's formidable power. Wasn't that just the Yang God Palace's Yang God technique? Yes, I've heard once that upon using the Yang God technique, the body will emit white light. Indeed, Mu Tianlong has truly inherited Master Zhang's teachings. But, even so, Mu Tianlong still cannot defeat Qin Yu. He was just slapped away by Qin Yu. Right, what's up with Qin Yu? So powerful, capable of slapping away Mu Tianlong despite being outnumbered. Qin Yu is simply too strong. At this moment, facing Qin Yu, Qin Hui felt deep fear rising in his heart. What kind of strength do you actually have, Qin Yu? A martial lord? Qin Hui couldn't help asking. He himself was already a 9th-level grand martial artist, and throughout Zen City, only a few could defeat him. Even when looking at the provincial capital, Jiangxing, only those senior-level experts could surpass him. Yet Qin Yu suppressed him on one side, while simultaneously managing to slap Mu Tianlong away. And earlier, Mu Tianlong had used the Yang God technique. Qin Hui was extremely curious about just how far Qin Yu's martial arts prowess had progressed. Qin Yu sneered. Qin Hui, I believe now you have a clear understanding of my strength. Do you think someone of my caliber would lower myself to deal with your foolish niece? For me, killing her serves no purpose. It was only then that Qin Hui returned his thoughts to the matter at hand, and indeed began to find Qin Yu's words reasonable. But if Qin Yu didn't kill Qilan, then who did? Until this moment, he still hadn't suspected Mu Tianlong. Regardless of just a trivial Qin Qilan, even your entire Qin family, if I really intended to destroy you, you would be powerless to resist. So, if it truly were me who killed Qilan, would I deny it? Qin Hui felt a tremor within him. At this point, he also understood. There seemed to be no reason for Qin Yu to deny the act if he genuinely had killed Qilan. Could it be Tianlong killed Qilan? As Qin Yu further spoke, Chen Hui finally developed different thoughts. Seeing his wavering expression, Qin Yu knew Chen Hui was beginning to waver internally, so he let go of Chen Hui, turning to look at Mu Tianlong, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Since you don't admit it voluntarily, I will force you to tell the truth, Qin Yu thought, slowly advancing towards Mu Tianlong. Mu Tianlong felt unwell overall at this moment, with internal injuries causing severe vibrations across his vital organs, feeling as though they might split open. A trickle of blood even leaked from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Qin Yu, who approached step by slow step, a trace of fear surfaced in his heart for the first time. Damn, could Qin Yu's martial ability truly have grown to such an extent? Why? Impossible. Curse it. Even though I've been meticulously careful, taking advantage of Chen Hui distracting Qin Yu before deploying the Yangshan technique, still, I cannot win against Qin Yu. Deeply shaken within, Mu Tianlong started doubting his own determination. Mu Tianlong. Qin Yu advanced step by slow step, speaking solemnly. You should understand that your abilities are far inferior to mine. In my eyes, killing you would be no different than crushing an ant. However, this time, I give you a chance. Just say how your younger sister Qin died. I won't kill you and let you leave. Mu Tianlong laughed. Do you think threatening me with death will make me succumb, Qin Yu? The younger sister was killed by you, Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head. Mu Tianlong, you don't cherish the opportunity given to you. I'll give you more time. If I walk up to you and you're still not telling the truth, then don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Tianlong showed no fear. Qin Yu, do you truly think your strength is invincible? Strength can kill me. Preposterous. After a brief pause, he mocked. Correct, this time I did lose to you. But don't ever think you'll always be stronger than me. I've merely trained under my master for too short of a time, and haven't fully inherited all of my master's teachings yet. As long as I continue to practice, once I've inherited all the true techniques of the Yang God Palace, it won't take too long before I can definitely kill you. Qin Yu, with calm indifference yet pressing his advantage. I know that you pride yourself on your martial arts talent, which is what makes you feel honored. But have you thought about me? You did send people to investigate my situation, didn't you? Come dang. Mu Tianlong's heart suddenly jumped, his eyes showing a stunned expression. Only now did he remember that Qin Yu was apparently just an ordinary person 3 years ago, and then after being released from prison 3 years later, had transformed into a powerful martial artist. This meant that within just 3 short years, Qin Yu evolved from a common person into a martial artist surpassing the 9th realm. How could this be possible? Could it be that Qin Yu's martial arts talent is even higher than mine? Mu Tianlong's heart shook again. But the next moment, he quickly became alert, raising his left hand to wipe away the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Correct. Qin Yu, you are indeed remarkable. But I, Mu Tianlong, will absolutely not lose to you. Besides, my master has already completed seclusion. When he arrives in Yunqing, Qin Yu, you are bound to die. Mu Tianlong always had an enormous amount of confidence in his own martial art talent. On top of that, he still had the backing of the Yang God Palace. As long as he fully comprehended and mastered its true techniques, he would definitely surpass Qin Yu. Moreover, no matter how strong Qin Yu seemed now, there was absolutely no way he could surpass his master. Bang! Qin Yu came to a stop, standing 1 meter away from Mu Tianlong, murderous intent brewing within him. Since you persistently refuse to disclose the reasons behind Chen Qilan's murder, then go down there to apologize to her. He firmly believed it was Mu Tianlong who killed Chen Qilan. If the other side would rather die than reveal the truth, then he would have no choice but to kill him. As for finding out the truth about Chen Qilan's death, Qin Yu decided to continue investigating until the truth was uncovered. Once he broke through to the Wu Ling stage where he could deploy formations, uncovering the truth would only become easier. With this in mind, Qin Yu hesitated no longer and extended his hand, pointing it out. Chapter 88, Disabled. Qin Yu no longer wanted to spare Mu Tianlong, so he pointed his finger towards the latter's forehead. However, he noticed that Mu Tianlong wasn't panicking at all at this moment, but instead revealed a hint of a strange smile. In the next moment, Qin Yu saw Mu Tianlong vanish completely from under his eyes with a swoosh. What is? Qin Yu was inwardly surprised. Hundreds of people in the banquet hall were also shocked by this scene and felt extremely confused. Suddenly disappearing like that? What sort of supernatural means was this? Qin Yu lightly furrowed his brows and carefully observed the place where Mu Tianlong had been standing. Sure enough, he saw some ashes that had been burnt. Upon closer inspection, he found they were left after the burning of talismans. Talismans would burn after activation as they worked through magical power. When combined with Mu Tianlong's sudden disappearance, Qin Yu immediately guessed it must have been a 1,000-mile talisman. But talismans are something for cultivation practice. How could Mu Tianlong possess them? After figuring out Mu Tianlong's trick, Qin Yu fell into another doubt. Then, he remembered the legend of Yangshan Palace he had heard about before. Could it be that Yangshan Palace was really a cultivation sect in the ancient times? Qin Yu muttered in his heart. He then thought about Jiang Haiwu's combat prowess far surpassing that of same-tier warriors, feeling more convinced that this Yangshan Palace was extraordinary. It seemed this Yangshan Palace concealed great secrets, and it would be necessary to take a look one day. But then again, the skills Mu Tianlong had shown during this period belonged to the martial arts system of the present world, not cultivation techniques. So what exactly was going on here? Could it be that Jiang Haiwu didn't teach Mu Tianlong real cultivation techniques? Qin Yu felt there were quite a few questions about this whole situation. What kind of technique did Mu Tianlong just use? He disappeared into thin air just like that. This skill is truly powerful. If combined with assassination techniques, I think it's simply heaven-defying. Yes. By using this ghostly technique to suddenly disappear and reappear, one can really achieve killing without form. Indeed, as Zhang Haiwu's personal disciple, Mu Tianlong possesses great strength and skills. If Mu Tianlong's skills are already this powerful, then his master Zhang Haiwu must be even stronger. And given time, Mu Tianlong will definitely become even stronger. That's right. Perhaps Qin Yu can currently surpass Mu Tianlong, but he feels he isn't Zhang Haiwu's match, and he will absolutely lose to Mu Tianlong in the future. Many people agreed with this point of view. Although Qin Yu was lost in thought, he still overheard the murmurs of some people around him. However, he didn't give it any thought and didn't blame those people either. Since mouths belong to others, they have the freedom and right to say what they want, as long as they don't cross any bottom lines. Moreover, even if Zhang Haiwu practiced divine methods like himself, Qin Yu didn't feel any fear. His master, Yin-Yang Taoist, was absolutely more powerful than Zhang Haiwu, and the Yin-Yang method he cultivated couldn't possibly be compared with the heritage of Yangshan Palace. The only thing that was somewhat pressing was the need to break through to the Wuling realm as soon as possible. As long as he breaks through the Wuling realm, he'll be able to unleash various powerful cultivation techniques such as formations, which can deal with complex situations. He must break through as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Qin Yu also remembered another task his master had instructed him to carry out. Head to Gangshan Mountain. There was less than 2 months left before heading to Gangshan Mountain. In order to ensure everything goes smoothly, I must elevate my cultivation to the Wuling realm before setting out for Gangshan Mountain. Liang Xiaolong and Liang Wei, father and son, were both delighted and worried. This was their first time seeing Qin Yu's true strength, which was much greater than they had imagined. But the tricks Mu Tianlong had shown earlier also filled them with dread. Not to mention, the upcoming grand martial artist, Zhang Haiwu, whose strength would surely be even greater than his disciple Mu Tianlong. Among peers as grand martial artists, Xuanhuan's abilities absolutely couldn't match Zhang Haiwu. Still, as they had realized earlier, at this point, their Liang family has no way back. They must continue following Qin Yu. Similarly, Su Lu also became aware of this reality. Qin Yu was more powerful than he had imagined, yet his opponents seemed even more formidable. However, unlike the Liang family, Su Lu had one extra option: rise to a higher position. As long as he left Yin City and took up an important office in the provincial capital Jiang City, he would consider himself safe. Qin Yu knew that everyone around him was thinking differently, but he paid no attention. Slowly stepping forward to the strongest man in Chunsheng, Chunhui, he calmly asked, "Do you still believe it was me who killed Qin Shilan?" Chunhui felt bitter, knowing full well that with Qin Yu possessing such immense strength, his own niece wouldn't even have scratched him. Since he couldn't cause any harm, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't take his niece seriously, and thus saw no need to deliver a fatal blow. Who would have the heart to kill a girl? Now it was quite obvious that Mu Tianlong was lying, which meant there was something suspicious about him. In fact, it was highly possible that Mu Tianlong had killed his own niece. But could he dare say such a thing? Setting aside Mu Tianlong, who possessed exceptional martial arts talent, having received the true teachings of Yangshan Palace, and whose strength was comparable to his own, even his grandfather Mu Bufan wasn't someone the Liang family of Chan City could openly defy. Moreover, Mu Tianlong had an extremely powerful master behind him, Zhang Haiwu. No matter how one looked at it, Mu Tianlong was not someone they could easily offend. Seeing this, Qin Yu shook his head with a cold laugh. Stubbornness leads to self-destruction. I've given you more than one chance, but you refuse to cherish them. So don't blame me. He could more or less guess what Chunhui was thinking at this moment. Since Chunhui had made his choice, he would have to bear the consequences of his actions. After his words, Chunhui was shocked as he raised his eyes, only to see a hand reaching out towards him. Bang! A dull sound rang out. In the next moment, Chunhui felt an excruciating pain in his dantian area. Then he instantly lost all spiritual energy and strength, collapsing with a thud on his knees. I won't kill you. I'll let you live like a dog and witness how things will unfold in the future. And then you will regret your decision today. Although Chunhui was filled with anger after being disabled, he also felt somewhat relieved. Qin Yu could have killed him outright. Once again, hundreds of people present were stunned. A formidable warrior like Chunhui, the strongest martial artist of Chan City's Qin family, had been reduced to a cripple with just one palm strike. Wasn't Chunhui supposed to be a great martial master at the Ninth Realm? Such a great martial master was effortlessly neutralized by Qin Yu with just a single palm strike. At this moment, everyone once again deeply realized Qin Yu's formidable power. Indeed, young Master Qin is truly remarkable. Young Master Qin's talent far surpasses that of Mu Tianlong. I think young Master Qin might even rival Zhang Haiwu. Facing the admiration from those around him, Qin Yu remained utterly unfazed. These people were nothing but fickle opportunists. Upon returning to the Wang Villa on Cloud Terrace Mountain, before Qin Yu could even sit down, he received a message from Shun Lingyun. Chapter 89. Lingyun is coming back. Qin Yu, I'm flying back to Yunqing this afternoon. Wait for me. The two messages were very brief, yet they conveyed Shun Lingyun's longing for Qin Yu. Upon learning that Lingyun was returning and also feeling her yearning for him, Qin Yu naturally felt very happy and anticipated her arrival. Moreover, this time Xuanhuan, Lingyun's father, would also come along. Brother, sister Lingyun is coming with her father. You need to behave well. Qin was also very happy. Of course, brother is excellent too. To Qin, her brother was the best in the whole world. She also believed that only a celestial being like Sister Lingyun could match her brother. Does this mean, brother, you're meeting the parents? Qin joked. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at his happy sister. In a sense, it might indeed be considered meeting the parents. Nearby, Qin Hai became nervous when he heard that Lingyun's father would also be coming, and upon hearing about meeting the parents, he grew even more anxious. Qin Yu, I heard that the Xuan family from Jiangcheng is a renowned and prestigious family in the provincial capital. Aren't we too far apart? A family like mine will drag you down. Qin Hai was both worried and self-blaming. Seeing this, Qin Yu comforted him with a smile. Dad, don't overthink it. Lingyun has never cared about my background, and I believe her father won't have any bad thoughts about me just because of this. Besides, your son isn't bad either now. After listening, Qin Hai recalled his son's recent performance, and his mind eased slightly. However, he still remained very concerned. Qin Yu thought that what he had achieved recently in Yunqing should be decent enough. Of course, compared to the powerful Qin family, there was no way to compare. But at least I have shown infinite potential. Moreover, I treated xuanhuan with the Jioding restoration pill. So, there shouldn't be any issues. Qin Yu speculated silently in his heart. At this moment, he received a call from Liang Xiaobing. Does Qin Xiao have time now? There's a car race later. Let's go together. Don't think about refusing. You've already promised me twice before. Qin Yu did not immediately agree, but thought for a moment. Lingyun and her father wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. There seemed to be nothing to do in the meantime. All right, I'll go and check it out. Yes, great. I'll pick you and Qin up right away. Excited screams came through the phone. Half an hour later, Qin Yu and Qin got into Liang Xiaobing's blue supercar. Ferrari. Qin Yu and Qin didn't know the specific model, only recognizing the brand. Xiaobing, your supercar is amazing, so cool. To be honest, it's my first time sitting in a supercar. As Qin became closer with Liang Xiaobing, she spoke without reservation. Liang Xiaobing felt surprised subconsciously but then realized, thinking about Qin Xiao's past life. 3 years ago, he was just an ordinary person. For the past 3 years, he was in prison, and only began to rise after being released. So, it made sense that Qin hadn't sat in a supercar before. If you like it, Qin, I can drive you around the country every day in the future. And if you really like it, I can give this car to you. Liang Xiaobing laughed and said, coincidentally, I picked up this car just a week ago. It's practically new. What? Qin was surprised. You want to give me this supercar? How much does it cost? Too expensive. Even though Liang Xiaobing and her had become good friends, she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Liang Xiaobing laughed. Not expensive. Only a little over 1 million. Less than 2. After hearing this, Qin nearly bulged her eyes out and exclaimed in astonishment. Almost 2 million. And you say it's not expensive? Your family must be really wealthy, Xiaobing. Listening on the side, Qin Yu stayed silent, feeling a pang in his chest. He felt guilty. Actually, his family, the Qins, were already very wealthy now. Without mentioning anything else, just the Wang Villa on Yunnan Mountain was worth several billion yuan. A 2 million yuan supercar was just peanuts. But in her sister's consciousness, their Qin family wasn't considered rich. Also, Bibing powder and Jioding restoration pills belonged to their Qin family and were much more valuable. Liang Xiaobing also noticed Qin's mindset and said, Qin, you need to change your mindset. Do you know? Probably right now, your Qin family is the richest in Yunqing. They are also the most powerful. So don't mention a 2 million yuan supercar. Even a 20 million yuan hypercar would be easy for Qin Xiao. After hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and nodded, suddenly thinking that it might not be a bad idea to let his sister spend more time with Liang Xiaobing. At the very least, this girl could help change his sister's mindset. 20 million? Qin was shocked, her mouth slightly agape. Brother, are we really this rich? She obviously still hadn't realized it. Perhaps she was too used to being poor. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Sis, Xiaobing is right. He smiled as he looked at Qin. These next few days, you can go with Xiaobing to the provincial capital and buy a few sports cars. Go for the 20 million ones. Yes, Qin Xiao, I'll take care of this. Liang Xiaobing excitedly agreed. Qin, however, panicked. Brother, that's not what I meant. Enough, sis. Qin Yu interrupted her with a smile. Do I not know your character? One of the main reasons I came back this time is to improve our family's living conditions. As night fell, Liang Xiaobing took Qin Yu, Qin, and herself to Windmill Mountain in the suburbs. Windmill Mountain was a scenic area where many people drove to visit during the day. The summit offered views of a sea of clouds, along with dozens of large windmills, forming a wind power generation base. It was closed off at night, disallowing visitors. However, for the wealthy second generation of Yunqing, this posed no problem. In fact, because it was closed off, it had become a popular spot for street racers. The blue supercar passed by Windmill Academy at the foot of Windmill Mountain, which was a university in Yunqing. Qin Yu was a graduate from this school. Looking at his alma mater lit up with bright lights, memories of his time there immediately surfaced in his mind. When Xuanhuan had also attended this school, she was 2 grades below him. The school romance between Xuanhuan and himself had once been very pure. Both had planned to find stable jobs in Yunqing after graduation, rent a house for the first few years of working, diligently save money, and strive to have enough for a down payment within 5 years so they could finally have a home truly their own. Then they would marry and have children. What a beautiful life. Unfortunately. Chapter 90. Let Qin Yu speak for himself. Unfortunately, after graduating and entering the workforce, when Xuanhuan gradually changed under the temptations of money and other factors. Ultimately, when Xuanhuan left her own past behind and chose to be with He Jiaxiao, the young master of one of the 5 major families in Yunqing, Qin Yu sat in his sports car, gazing at Finchila University, lost in deep thought. Could it be that you also graduated from Finchila University, Mr. Qin? While driving, Liang Xiaobing noticed Qin Yu's deep contemplation and asked curiously. Only then did Qin Yu snap out of it and nod slightly. That's quite a coincidence. A little while later, I'll introduce you to some friends of mine who also graduated from Finchila University. You two might even know each other. Liang Xiaobing seemed pleased. In fact, Qin Qing had also noticed her brother's expression. Seeing his unusual demeanor, she realized that he must have been reminiscing about his past with his ex-girlfriend when Xuanhuan. She quickly changed the subject. Xiaobing, how much farther is it? Where exactly on Finchila Mountain are we going? I've driven on the mountain road of Finchila before. It has many curves, and on one side of the road is a cliff. Isn't it too dangerous to race cars there? She fired off several questions one after another, all aimed at ensuring that when Xuanhuan wouldn't bring up Finchila University again. Qin Qing, there are some things you don't understand. When Xuanhuan responded smugly. We specifically chose the winding road of Finchila Mountain because it makes car racing so exhilarating. Would you call it racing if the road was just straight? You could just step on the gas pedal all the way, and there'd be no skill involved. As for the danger, she paused for a moment and glanced at Qin Yu. Isn't your brother here? With his incredible martial arts abilities, he can handle any danger. The two girls kept talking as they sped quickly towards Finchila Mountain. In less than 20 minutes, their blue Ferrari supercar arrived at its destination, stopping halfway up the Finchila Mountain road where there was a slightly larger platform. Once out of the car, Qin Yu saw that another vehicle was already parked not far from the platform. A young man walked over with a light-hearted smile. Xiaobing, you're here. The young man's smile gave people a warm feeling. Qin Yu observed that this young man seemed likable and thoughtful. Qi Tian, come, let me introduce both of you. Liang Xiaobing took Qin Qing and moved forward. Qi Tian, the son of Qi Shi the master painter. This is Qin Qing, now a student of your father. And this is her brother, Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian immediately smiled and greeted Qin Yu and Qin Qing actively, showing no arrogance as the son of a famous painter in Yunqing. Qi Shi held an extremely high status and reputation in the painting circles of Yunqing and even across the entire Zhejiang province. Had it been someone like He Xiaokong, he would definitely have displayed a haughty attitude by now. However, Qi Tian showed none of it. This earned him a few more points of goodwill from Qin Yu. Moreover, Qin Yu noticed that Qi Tian's gaze upon his younger sister seemed a little different, filled with affection. His sister, meanwhile, looked down slightly, blushing shyly. Qin Yu had to admit that this Qi Tian indeed looked handsome and radiant. For the past period, I've been in the provincial capital and didn't know my dad had taken on a new student. After briefly getting acquainted, Qi Tian smiled and said this, his gaze continuously fixed on Qin Qing. By the way, haven't you been in the provincial capital for some time? Liang Xiaobing asked. Were you there for something important? Previously, she and Qi Tian often raced cars here. It wasn't anything important, just visiting a friend in the provincial capital. He came along with me to Yunqing this time, and he's still inside the car. This evening, he will also be racing cars, and soon I'll introduce you to him. Instinctively, the three of them looked towards the nearby sports car. Where are the others? Due to insufficient lighting on the scene, Liang Xiaobing couldn't clearly see Qi Tian's friend from the provincial capital inside the sports car. Looking around, she also didn't see anyone else. They've all come, they're just further up. Just as Qi Tian finished speaking, several men walked down from a bend in the road. Qin Yu turned his head and noticed that they were all dressed in racing suits and helmets, making it impossible to recognize their faces. Mr. Qin, let me introduce. Qin Yu. Suddenly, a startled voice interrupted Liang Xiaobing. One of the men walking over removed his helmet, revealing surprise and amazement as he looked at Qin Yu. Then he rushed over and exclaimed again, Qin Yu, what are you doing here? At this time, shouldn't you still be in jail? Could it be that you escaped? By now, Qin Yu had also recognized the shouting man. He was none other than Tang Yuxiao, his junior from Finchila University. Speaking of which, Tang Yuxiao also had some connections with Wen Xuanhuan and himself. Back when Wen Xuanhuan hadn't yet graduated, Tang Yuxiao had aggressively pursued her. Unfortunately, at that time, Wen Xuanhuan only liked him, Qin Yu, and she paid no attention to Tang Yuxiao whatsoever. After being rejected multiple times, Tang Yuxiao began to hold a grudge against him, Qin Yu. At that time, he was already thinking of ways to deal with him, aiming to make his life miserable. However, after Wen Xuanhuan graduated and left school, Tang Yuxiao gradually faded into obscurity. Yuxiao, what are you talking about? It's not. Did this person just sit in jail? Not just sitting in jail. Didn't you hear Yuxiao say it earlier? This person escaped from prison. At this moment, the other men also took off their helmets and looked at Qin Yu with suspicion and disdain. Qi Tian was also quite surprised and puzzled, glancing at Qin Yu and thinking, did he actually serve time in jail? But he quickly averted his gaze, fearing that his stare might make Qin Yu uncomfortable. And he immediately said, Brother Yuxiao, I think you must be mistaken. Qin Yu is a friend Xiaobing brought over tonight. He couldn't possibly have been in jail. Let's go, we should start the race soon. I've been away from Yunqing for a while, so I can't wait any longer to race. As he spoke, he put an arm around Tang Yuxiao's shoulders and walked towards the sports car. He wasn't sure whether Qin Yu had really served time or not, but if he had, it would be best to stop this topic to avoid any awkwardness for Qin Yu and Qin Qing. Tang Yuxiao immediately shrugged off Qi Tian's hand, pointing at Qin Yu with a determined look on his face. There's absolutely no way I could be mistaken. I graduated from Finchila University, and so did Qin Yu. 3 years ago, he assaulted someone and was sentenced to 5 years in prison, something that became widely known among our classmates. If you don't believe me, why don't you let Qin Yu explain himself? Tang Yuxiao felt elated inside at this moment. Back in school, he hadn't had many opportunities to humiliate Qin Yu. This time, he wouldn't miss the chance. Chapter 91. Go tell Grandpa Bo if you have any issues. The gazes of the rest, including Qi Tian, turned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu slightly raised his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Yes, I did serve time in prison. At that time, I was indeed sentenced to 5 years, but due to my good behavior in jail, I was released early. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuxiao showed a smug smile. You hear that? Qin Yu himself admitted it. Xiaobing, what's going on? How could you bring a labor reform convict here? That's right. How can we let someone who has been to prison participate in racing? If he were to do something extreme during the race, it would be very dangerous. I won't race with someone who has been in jail. The other three jumped in one after another, saying unpleasant things. Qi Tian was actually a little surprised at first, but then quickly said, Friends Yu Zhao and the rest, there's really no need to make such a big fuss about it. Although Qin Yu made mistakes in the past, he has paid the price. Now he is no different from us, ordinary people. You guys shouldn't look at Qin Yu with prejudice. Qin Yu was once again taken aback and felt even better about Qi Tian. He didn't expect Qi Tian to so strongly defend him at this moment. Right, young Master Qin is my friend. They say a hero doesn't ask where others come from. Liang Xiaobing said, Why don't you care what Qin young master did in the past, as long as you know what kind of person he is now? Moreover, not everyone who goes to prison is truly guilty, for example excessive self-defense. Liang Xiaobing also roughly understood why Qin Yu was sent to prison. Tang Yuxiao scoffed. What you're saying, Xiaobing, makes me feel like you're just sitting there talking without feeling any pain. Is it true that regardless of whether Qin Yu was once a murderer or arsonist, as long as he's out, we don't need to care about his past? If we really don't need to care, then why do government officials and state-owned enterprises require job applicants to produce a clean criminal record certificate? That's right. Who knows what serious crime Qin Yu committed 3 years ago to end up in jail? In short, anyone who has done wrong and served time isn't a good person. Qi Tian seemed to sense something and looked at Tang Yuxiao. Friend Yuxiao, did you have some grudge with Qin Yu when you were in university? Now that you've met again, you are nitpicking relentlessly. Besides, if young Master Qin really committed those terrible sins, would he have only received a mere 5-year sentence? Liang Xiaobing became angry and yelled. Since you all claim such moral high ground, alright. I know Grandpa Bo was once in jail too. Why don't you four repeat everything you said earlier to Grandpa Bo's face? I have Grandpa Bo's phone number. If you have the guts, I will call him right away and let you say them. Gulyalu. Upon hearing Grandpa Bo, Tang Yuxiao and the rest immediately cowered, unable to say a word in return. I'll go get the car first. Right. I'll also bring the car over. The three found excuses to run away. Tang Yuxiao also silently turned around and left. They knew Liang Xiaobing would cover for Qin Yu, so they didn't dare to go too far. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. After the departure of Tang Yuxiao and the other three, Liang Xiaobing immediately apologized to Qin Yu. At the same time, she secretly worried about those four. If they had known that Qin young master standing in front of them had once with one slap turned Qin Hui, the strongest in Qin City's Qin family, into a cripple, they might have been frightened enough to wet their pants on the spot. Qin Yu smiled. It's nothing, just 4 insignificant ants. After listening, Qi Tian didn't think there was anything inappropriate about Qin Yu's words. On the contrary, he thought Qin Yu had a great mental attitude. Wide-minded. Mr. Qin, let's go to my car, I'll introduce you to my friends in the provincial capital. Qi Tian took Qin Yu and the other two to his sports car. Before Qin Yu and the others reached Qi Tian's sports car, a man, looking close to 30, got out. Mr. Qin, Xiaobing, this is a friend I met in the provincial capital, xuanhuan. This is Miss Liang Xiaobing, the young miss of one of the 5 great families in our Yun city. Hello, Brother Zeng. Liang Xiaobing showed none of her usual mannerism as a young lady from a noble family. Hello, Miss Liang. This person is... Qi Tian continued, introducing Qin Yu. I recognize this person. Meeting you here is an honor for me. Hello, Dr. Qin. I am Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan interrupted Qi Tian's introduction, initiating a greeting to Qin Yu, and extended his hand. Qin Yu was surprised, not expecting the other party to know him, and politely shook hands in response. Qi Tian was even more surprised than Qin Yu, showing confusion and glancing at Qin Yu. Doctor? Is Qin Yu a doctor? What doctor? Dr. Qin's name has already become famous in Yun City. Only those 4 idiots from before don't recognize Dr. Qin. Seeing Qin Yu's surprise, Xuanhuan quickly explained. Qi Tian was originally puzzled but then laughed awkwardly. Were you also subtly mocking me for being an idiot, Brother Zeng? Xuanhuan paused for a moment and then laughed. Sorry, I mistakenly insulted my own ally. Qin Yu also chuckled, increasingly feeling that Qi Tian was quite a good guy. Besides, Xuanhuan from the provincial capital was also pretty decent. Brother Qin, are you really a miraculous doctor? How could I not know about this at all? After laughing, Xuanhuan asked. Brother Qin is indeed a very skilled miraculous doctor. It's just that you haven't been in Yun City for a while, so you're not aware of what's been happening here. Qi Tian was surprised again. Did all these things happen in such a short period of time? His tone revealed astonishment. It was only astonishment, without any doubt. At this moment, Qi Tian finally understood why Qin Yu had earlier referred to Tang Yuxiao and the other 3 as ants. It turned out he really had the strength and capital to say that. The group chatted cheerfully, during which Qin Yu sensed a powerful spiritual energy emanating from xuanhuan. He was a martial artist, and a strong one at that. However, xuanhuan was deliberately suppressing his power, so an average person wouldn't feel anything. Even other martial artists weaker than xuanhuan wouldn't sense it. But Qin Yu practiced an ancient divine art far above the current world's martial arts system, so with a bit of careful perception, he could detect it. Lingyun had been the same way back then. Lingyun always suppressed her martial prowess, and Qin Yu never thought of her as a martial artist until she clashed with Mu Tianglong that one time and exchanged blows with him. That was when Qin Yu realized how formidable Lingyun's martial power was. He estimated that Lingyun should be at least at the Wu Ling level, or even higher. Wu Zong. She was even stronger than Mu Tianglong. Dr. Qin, whenever you come to the provincial city, please let me know. I have to treat you to a grand feast. Qin Yu nodded. Just at that moment, an expensive supercar came speeding down the bend on the road, its high beams glaring straight at Qin Yu. Chapter 92, like a dog. Just as Qin Yu, Qi Tian, xuanhuan, and the others were chatting happily, suddenly a sports car appeared from the curve of the highway. The car's high beams shone directly on Qin Yu and the group, blinding Qi Tian, Liang Xiaobing, and Qin Qing so that they couldn't open their eyes. The next moment, the driver parked the sports car in front of Qin Yu and the others. A young man got out of the car, shouting loudly. Waste of space. Tonight I'm going to make you lose so badly you'll be stripped to your underwear. After the initial shock, Liang Xiaobing thought the guy was targeting Qin Yu, but it seemed the youth was actually aiming for xuanhuan standing nearby. Regardless of who he intended to insult, Liang Xiaobing immediately flew into a rage. Are you mentally challenged? Turn off your headlights right now, or I'll smash your car. Qi Tian panicked upon hearing this and rushed forward to stop her. Xiaobing, don't say things recklessly. This is not someone we can easily offend. Liang Xiaobing didn't care about such concerns. With someone like Qin Yu, a martial arts expert who could crush the first warrior of Chun family in Chan City with one slap, and even force Mu Tianglong to rely on ghostly skills to shield himself, she didn't see why anyone should remain untouchable. Humph, no matter how great you think you are, that's still no excuse for shining your headlights straight into people's eyes without manners. You're asking for death. At this, the young man who had just stepped out of the car glared furiously at Liang Xiaobing. Do you believe me if I throw you off the mountain right now? Qin Jin, this is between you and me, and has nothing to do with other people. Xuanhuan quickly stepped in front of Liang Xiaobing to block her. All right, I'll handle you first, this waste of time. Then I'll teach the crazy woman behind you a lesson. Qin Jin from the provincial capital Jiangxing smirked coldly. Xuanhuan slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and did not counter verbally. Qin Yu noticed his reaction, slightly furrowing his brow, sensing there might be something on Xuanhuan's mind. Master Qin. Tang Yuxiao approached hastily, smiling apologetically with an obsequious demeanor. You've finally come. How about this place for the competition? Are you satisfied with it? Qin Jin nodded. Not bad. This place indeed suits the competition well. Thank you, Master Qin. Tang Yuxiao was extremely pleased. After this Yin City competition is over, come find me in Jiangxing, stay by my side. Hearing this, Tang Yuxiao became even more excited, nearly screaming in gratitude. Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. Rest assured, once I follow Master Qin, I will wholeheartedly handle every task Master Qin assigns me. Liang Xiaobing saw his groveling appearance and felt disgust rise in her heart. Tang Yuxiao, you look like a dog now, wagging your tail non-stop to your master. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuxiao didn't get angry. Instead, he glanced at Liang Xiaobing with a smirk. Li Xiaobing, take advantage of the time while Master Qin hasn't acted against you to laugh. Eventually, you won't be able to smile anymore. The Liang family is one of the 5 great families in Yin City, powerful and influential, but that's only within Yin City. Once you leave Yin City, your family is nothing. Especially before the Qin family in Jiang City, your family is mere ants. I will definitely watch how your family is crushed under Master Qin's hands. Liang Xiaobing showed no fear because she had Qin Yu protecting her family. Then let's see what happens. Qin Yu gazed steadily at Qin Jin, suspecting that this person must already be the young master of an exceedingly powerful family in Jiang City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to stand against Xuanhuan, who possessed considerable martial arts strength. Tang Yuxiao was also not the type to blindly follow someone. He was sharp-minded. Qin Yu directed his gaze toward Tang Yuxiao, contemplating deeply in his mind. Qin Yu. As Qin Yu was observing him, Tang Yuxiao also looked back at him. This proves that when Shui Mei's choice of you years ago was a colossal mistake. If she had chosen me back then, and now gaining the appreciation of Master Qin, soon I would certainly rise to power and prominence. I wouldn't end up like you, watching helplessly as when Shui Mei was snatched away by that worthless He Shao Kong. After listening, Qin Yu laughed, shaking his head. Is your brain soaked in water, Tang Yuxiao? All they offered you was the opportunity to work by their side, and you truly consider yourself royalty now? Do you really believe this puts you on the path to success? You're overthinking it. Tang Yuxiao retorted. Qin Yu, are you envious because I'm about to soar? Come, I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to act as my lackey, I'll let you stay by my side and guard my door. How does that sound? Liang Xiaobing exploded in anger. Do you know who you're speaking to, Tang Yuxiao? I think you want to live longer than you deserve. Who knows if Tang Yuxiao would be scared out of his wits if he knew he stood face to face with a martial arts expert capable of disabling Chun Hui with a single palm strike. An existence? Tang Yuxiao sneered. Oh right. I'm talking to a reformed laborer. Thank you, Liang Xiaobing, for reminding me. Qin Yu once injured someone and went to jail. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be a watchdog for me. Huh, you? Liang Xiaobing wanted to rush over and punch him, but was stopped by Qin Yu. Usually, only those without strength will bark like dogs. Liang Xiaobing exclaimed excitedly. Right, right, young Master Qin hits the nail on the head. Tang Yuxiao cast a cold glance at Qin Yu. Let's see how long you can keep mouthing off. Everyone get in the cars, the race is about to start. He shouted loudly, and all the participants for tonight's street racing got into their cars and drove to the starting line. Xuanhuan, I'll definitely ruin you tonight. Qin Jin sneered as he glared at Xuanhuan before turning around and getting into his sports car. Xuanhuan remained silent with another hint of cold smile on his face. Qin Yu noticed this scene as well, feeling that something must happen during tonight's race. Sis, let's go, we'll get in the car too. Qin Yu turned around and found Qin Qin looking somewhat dazed. He knew that his sister must be scared. Sis, don't worry, I'm here. Whatever happens, I'll protect you. Upon hearing this, Qin Qin reacted. All right, I trust my brother. She sat in the passenger seat of Liang Xiaobing's sports car. Xiaobing, let's head straight to the finish line and wait for Qi Tian and Xuanhuan. Huh, Liang Xiaobing was surprised. Young Master Qin. Qin, aren't you planning to participate in the race? It's rare to come out once, might as well experience it. Qin Yu shook his head. Nope, not tonight. The situation seems a bit off. Right, I won't join the race either. Qin Qin immediately said. She just came to check things out and never intended to take part in any street racing. Moreover, the atmosphere earlier was clearly wrong. All right, since that's the case, let's head directly to the finish line and wait for them. As they spoke, Qin Yu was about to sit in the back seat of the sports car. Qin Yu, are you chickening out? Just then, Tang Yuxiao loudly mocked. If you're just here to watch the race, you might as well go home and sleep instead. Pansy. Chapter 93, the race begins. Qin Yu only wanted to avoid participating in the race for his sister's sake. He also realized that tonight's race was a showdown between Xuanhuan and Qin Jin, so he didn't want to get involved. However, when he heard Tang Yuxiao mocking him, he stopped, turned around, and said to Tang Yuxiao, Tang Yuxiao, I advise you not to invite your own death. Perhaps your driving skills are great, but that doesn't mean you can beat me. Tang Yuxiao mocked even louder. What a huge joke. I wouldn't dare say anything else, but when it comes to racing, I can make you lose so bad that you'll call me daddy. Liang Xiaobing couldn't bear it anymore. Young Master Qin, just participate in the race and let Tang Yuxiao eat your dust from behind. Haha, let me eat dust? I'm afraid, Qin, you won't even be able to see my taillights. Tang Yuxiao was full of confidence in his driving skills. Qin Yu glanced at Qi Tian's sports car not far away, then turned back and looked at his sister and Liang Xiaobing. The two of you go to the finish line first. After speaking, he walked over and sat in the passenger seat of Qi Tian's sports car. Big brother, please be careful and take care of yourself. Qin Qin shouted as she watched her brother's back. Liang Xiaobing wasn't worried at all and smiled. Qin Qin, don't worry. Your brother's martial arts abilities will keep him completely safe here. Then she drove off toward the finish line at high speed. Young Master Qin, don't worry, I can definitely win against Tang Yuxiao. Qi Tian was excited and laughed while talking to Qin Yu sitting next to him. At this moment, all the sports cars had lined up at the starting line, waiting for the start. Qin Yu nodded but still reminded them, don't be too careless. As far as I know, Tang Yuxiao has been street racing frequently since university. His driving skill should already have reached the level of an amateur driver by now. Qi Tian nodded. I know this as well. Relax, I can still win him. Besides, the main characters of tonight's race are Xuanhuan and Qin Jin. I just need to suppress Tang Yuxiao. Qin Yu silently agreed. He knew well that the stars of the competition were indeed Xuanhuan and the others. As for Tang Yuxiao, he suspected there was more to it than just participating in the race. He needed to be on guard against Tang Yuxiao. Qin Yu gazed at the sports car ahead driven by Xuanhuan and quietly muttered something in his heart. Please all drivers prepare yourselves. Just then, someone with a loudspeaker shouted. After speaking, Qin Yu saw that about 10 meters in front of the starting line, a woman wearing a bikini, with a voluptuous figure, appeared, holding a checkered flag. She raised it high. RRR. Within the starting area, every sports car roared with engine noise, creating waves of sound that made one's blood boil. In the next instant, when the sexy woman lowered her checkered flag, Qin Yu watched as Xuanhuan and Qin Jin's sports cars shot forward instantly. Simultaneously, he felt a strong force pushing his back, as if someone was forcefully shoving him, propelling himself along with the sports car forward at high speed. Here we go, young Master Qin. Qi Tian exclaimed with excitement. Frankly speaking, this was Qin Yu's first time personally experiencing a racing competition, and it truly felt quite exhilarating. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Xuanhuan and Qin Jin's sports cars had already gone ahead, leaving him and Qi Tian behind by dozens of meters. Of course, Qin Yu could feel that Qi Tian's driving skills were excellent. Young Master Qin, hold on. There is a sharp turn ahead. I am going to drift, suppressing Tang Yuxiao who's behind us. Qi Tian shouted loudly, stomping hard on the gas pedal. A few seconds later, he slammed on the brake pedal hard and pulled up the handbrake simultaneously. Shit, Qi Tian's driving skills have improved drastically this time. Because Tang Yuxiao reacted a half-second slower at the start, he had fallen behind from the very beginning. Now, he began to fight back, looking for opportunities to overtake other cars. This sharp bend was the first good chance. If it were before, he would certainly have used drift to surpass Qi Tian, but this time he found that Qi Tian also used drift to completely suppress his overtaking route, giving him no room to maneuver. Damn it. Looking backward, Qin Yu saw Tang Yuxiao's car almost sticking to his and Qi Tian's sports car. Sure enough, Qi Tian lived up to his own words, suppressing Tang Youjiao's overtaking route entirely and making any possible overtaking impossible. One had to admit that Qi Tian truly had talent in car racing, though much younger than Tang Youjiao. It was estimated that he hadn't touched racing cars as early as Tang Youjiao and might have participated in fewer races than Tang Youjiao. Haha, young Master Qin, right? I did tell you that I'm pretty talented in car racing. Hearing Qi Tian's laugh, Qin Yu nodded. Indeed, absolutely better than Tang Youjiao. Very good. Tang Youjiao has already reached the level of an amateur racer. If you receive professional training further, I think you can become an exceptionally skilled professional driver. For the rest of the way, Qi Tian's driving speed was not as fast as xuanhuan's group ahead. His goal was very clear, to block Tang Youjiao right here. Qin Yu also noticed this and guessed that Qi Tian must know something, so he had already discussed strategies with xuanhuan before the race. Damn Qi Tian, I haven't raced against him for a while, and his skills have improved so much. Tang Youjiao became furious, unable to overtake despite multiple attempts. He watched helplessly as Qin Jin and xuanhuan were pulling farther ahead, making it difficult to fulfill his promise to Qin Jin. Screw it. No matter what, I will overtake Qi Tian at the next turn. With a grunt of anger, he soon approached the next nearly 90-degree bend. Once again, Qi Tian utilized drifting, slowing down before entering the corner. But, is Tang Youjiao looking for death? Qi Tian was surprised when he realized that Tang Youjiao did not slow down at all, but continued at top speed into the bend, overtaking him in the process. Qin Yu noticed this too and glanced to the side. It was a cliff. If Tang Youjiao crashed off with both car and driver, it would mean certain death. At the critical moment, Tang Youjiao slammed on the foot brake and yanked the handbrake hard, executing a drift. Qin Yu and Qi Tian watched in suspense from behind. They saw that 1/3 of Tang Youjiao's sports car was already in the air above a more than 10,000-meter deep cliff. Boom. Ultimately, Tang Youjiao's sports car didn't fall. After an extremely dangerous situation, he managed to successfully drift past them. He's gone ahead of us. After the initial shock, Qi Tian snapped out of it, cursed angrily, and stepped hard on the gas pedal to pursue Tang Youjiao, refusing to let go. After overtaking Qi Tian, Tang Youjiao didn't even get a chance to rejoice for half a minute before realizing he couldn't shake off Qi Tian no matter what. To deal with this, he was forced to take various defensive measures. As a result, he couldn't increase his speed and wasn't able to chase after Qin Jin and xuanhuan with full effort. Less than 2 minutes later, Qi Tian seized the opportunity. Mr. Qin, hold on tight. I'm going to overtake him at this corner. Chapter 94, Reversal. The finish line of the race was at the foot of Windmill Mountain, where there was a large screen broadcasting the live progress of the race. Dozens of drones were filming the entire race. The large screen was divided into several smaller screens, with the largest one in the center showing the battle between xuanhuan and Qin Jin's cars. Above it was the scene of Tang Youjiao racing against Qi Tian. Trouble. Qi Tian has been overtaken by Tang Youjiao. Qin Qing exclaimed in alarm, her heart tightening. Regardless of whether it was for her brother or Qi Tian, she didn't want Qi Tian to lose the race to Tang Youjiao. It'll be difficult for Qi Tian to reclaim the lead after being overtaken by Tang Youjiao. Tang Youjiao has great talent in racing and consistently participates in competitions, making his skill level that of an amateur driver. Still, it's remarkable that Qi Tian managed to hold off Tang Youjiao for so long. Yes, I personally believe Qi Tian's talent surpasses even Tang Youjiao's. Wait. Suddenly someone shouted, didn't you notice? Although Tang Youjiao has passed Qi Tian, he hasn't shaken him off yet. All eyes immediately turned to Qi Tian's sports car behind, confirming this to be true. Qin Qing, don't worry, look, Liang Xiaobing said happily. Qi Tian is preparing to overtake Tang Youjiao. Everyone surrounding the large screen noticed this, focusing intently on whether Qi Tian could indeed overtake Tang Youjiao. On sight, Tang Youjiao was already infuriated. Even though he had surpassed Qi Tian, he couldn't seem to pull away and remained doggedly followed by Qi Tian. And then, damn it, through his rearview mirror, Tang Youjiao discovered Qi Tian trying to outmaneuver him. Wanting to overtake me? I will never give you such an opportunity. Tang Youjiao accelerated and braked at the latest possible moment when entering a turn, leaving no space or chance for Qi Tian. Humph, let's see how you can overtake me. At the finish line, seeing Tang Youjiao's flawless operation, all spectators thought Qi Tian stood no chance of catching up. Indeed, Tang Youjiao's driving skills are superior to Qi Tian's. That's right, Qi Tian doesn't stand a chance. So perfect, Tang Youjiao completely blocked the road ahead and below. Qi Tian, keep going, you must catch up. Qin Qing, with her slender hands subconsciously gripping tightly, encouraged. Even Liang Xiaobing, familiar with racing, now saw no way for Qi Tian to overtake. On sight, just before entering the curve to perform a drift, Qi Tian, feeling irritated, thought to himself, damn, didn't expect Tang Youjiao to handle things so perfectly without flaw. He was just about to step on the brakes when suddenly, he heard Qin Yu's voice, don't brake yet. Let's use the same method Tang Youjiao used to overtake us earlier. Let's overtake him back. Qi Tian was stunned. Use the method he used earlier? No, Mr. Qin. Tang Youjiao succeeded due to pure luck. Make him attempt it again 100 times, and he'd fail every single time. Don't worry, trust me. Although Qin Yu hadn't participated in any races, he understood the concept of the latest breaking point well enough. Qi Tian was in a quandary. In the next moment, he would reach the latest breaking point. If he missed it, the car speed might still allow him to overtake Tang Youjiao, but the cost would be crashing into the stone wall behind. At this crucial moment, he glanced quietly at Qin Yu and found the other looking absolutely certain. Qi Tian hesitated slightly, then made a decision, taking a deep breath. Die. So what? When reaching the latest breaking point, instead of stepping on the brake, he held back. Qi Tian figured that if he missed the breaking point, at worst, the sports car would lose control and merely crash into the rear wall, not end up falling off a cliff as happened earlier. He wouldn't necessarily die. It was exactly because of this that Qi Tian believed Qin Yu and decided to take the gamble. Tang Yuzhao observed this scene and watched the sports car from Qi Tian above pass him. Yet he didn't feel anxious at all. Instead, he smiled. You're asking for death. Do you, Qi Tian, think you're like me, Tang Yuzhao? Tang Yuzhao knew that Qi Tian was imitating him by abandoning the latest breaking point to exchange speed for an overtake. In fact, Tang Yuzhao also realized that he'd succeeded earlier by sheer luck. If he were to attempt it again, it would undoubtedly end in vehicle destruction and potential loss of life. He didn't have the courage to try again. Trouble. At the finish line, Liang Xiaobing was the first to perceive something amiss. What's wrong? Qin Qing, who knew nothing about racing, felt nervous while being filled with doubts simultaneously. Qi Tian was obviously attempting a comeback, so why did Xiaobing say it was bad? Qi Tian's car is about to lose control. Ah, brother. Humph. Qi Tian is still young, and he thinks he can use the same method to overtake Tang Yuzhao. He must be crazy if he thinks he can win like that. It's useless. Earlier, perhaps Tang Yuzhao could use late braking to exchange for speed and overtake because that section of the road had a cliff on the other side, giving Tang Yuzhao some space. That's right. On this curve, there are mountain walls on both sides, narrowing the space significantly. Qi Tian will never manage to overtake here. There's going to be a crash. On sight. Because he had missed the latest braking point, Qi Tian now had stepped on the foot brake and pulled the handbrake, but the car was still moving too fast. He watched as his sports car grew closer and closer to the stone wall behind. Oh no, there's going to be a collision. Mr. Qin, please protect yourself. Qi Tian screamed, but just then, he suddenly felt an invisible force protecting his race car and pushing it back, avoiding the crash against the stone wall. What is this? He widened his eyes in disbelief. Boom. The engine of the sports car roared. Qi Tian's black supercar did not collide with the stone wall. With a roar, it shot forward like a cannonball, landed smoothly, and successfully overtook Tang Yuzhao. Tang Yuzhao's eyes bulged open, his mouth agape, looking as if he'd seen a ghost, staring at the car that flew past like a ghost. How is this possible? How did Qi Tian manage that? He couldn't comprehend the trajectory of Qi Tian's car. Based on his vast racing experience, Qi Tian's car should have definitely collided with the stone wall. At the finish line, in front of the large screen, everyone stood frozen like statues, dumbfounded. Just moments before, they had seen through the screen Qi Tian's sports car cling to the highway like it was nailed, following a long, fixed track, flying along the ground, and successfully overtaking Tang Yuzhao. Liang Xiaobing opened her sexy lips, unable to comprehend the movement trajectory of Qi Tian's sports car. How did Qi Tian do that? Overtaken. Overtaken. Qin Qing was ecstatic, jumping up and down with excitement. Liang Xiaobing was right. Qi Tian's driving skills are simply incredible. Chapter 95, Collision off the cliff. What did you just do, young Master Qin? How did you manage that? Qi Tian was utterly astonished. As a semi-professional driver who frequently participates in races, he had an incredibly nuanced understanding of car conditions. He knew for certain that if there hadn't been an external force stabilizing the car from the outside just now, given the speed and angle of the vehicle, it would definitely have crashed into the rock wall. Then, Qi Tian immediately recalled how Qin Yu had told him earlier to brake later, even if it passed the latest braking point. It was evident that Qin Yu had already planned a way to prevent the car crash at that moment. Young Master Qin is incredible. He marveled inwardly. I'll explain this to you later. Focus on the race right now. Qi Tian immediately nodded and said, right. Young Master Qin, don't worry. I was a bit careless when Tang Yuzhao overtook me for the first time. This time, I absolutely won't give him any chance again. With his words still echoing, he slammed the accelerator, causing a roar as the supercar engine let out a roar. It flew forward on the Fengche Mountain East Road. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Qi Tian's talent in racing was indeed very remarkable. All he did just now was use some means beyond racing, and actually didn't know much about racing itself. Behind Qi Tian's black supercar, Tang Yuzhao watched the preceding black sports car disappear like a ghost. Enraged and confused, he cursed. Damn, Qi Tian. It's not been long since we last saw each other, and his skills have improved so much. How did he manage that just now? Even professional race drivers wouldn't be able to do that, right? Tang Yuzhao angrily spat out a breath. Damn, could it be that Qi Tian's skills are already on par with professional race drivers? Until this moment, Tang Yuzhao still didn't know that what happened just now wasn't something Qi Tian could have achieved alone. Filled with frustration, his right foot continuously pressed down hard on the gas pedal as he kept chasing forward. It must be admitted, Tang Yuzhao's driving skill was truly outstanding and not much different from Qi Tian's. In some aspects, it was even stronger than Qi Tian's. Qi Tian merely excelled in having better talent. That was, he simply had a more sensitive feel for racing. Soon enough, Tang Yuzhao once again caught up behind Qi Tian, tightly clinging to the airflow in front of the black sports car. Unfortunately, Tang Yuzhao, I won't give you any chances this time. Qi Tian drove the sports car at great speed while observing Tang Yuzhao's car through the rearview mirror, appearing sometimes on the left, sometimes trying to break through on the right. However, Qi Tian clearly understood. These were merely Tang Youzao's attempts to probe. If you, Tang Youzao, want to overtake my car like before this time, I will ensure you collide off the cliff. Qi Tian said coldly. He absolutely couldn't let young Master Qin's immense assistance go to waste. It doesn't matter if he loses himself, but he must not embarrass young Master Qin. Naturally, Qin Yu knew Qi Tian harbored such thoughts because of him. He glanced secretly at Qi Tian, finding this young man all the more commendable. Damn, Tang Youzao kept following behind Qi Tian, probing repeatedly, exerting enormous pressure on Qi Tian, attempting to make the latter commit a mistake. But he only saw that Qi Tian's defense was perfect without a flaw. Not a single chance. Will I have to overtake just like the previous time? Tang Youzao had a bold thought flash across his mind, but it vanished instantly. He knew clearly that the success the previous time was purely due to good fortune. If he were to try again, surely, he'd fall off the cliff. Just thinking about it made him feel fearful afterward, and he immediately discarded the idea. Yet, glancing ahead, he saw no chance of overtaking while the finish line was already within sight. The upcoming continuous 6 hairpin turns present the final opportunity. If I can't overtake there, then it's really over. Tang Youzao cursed violently, his right foot stomping on the gas pedal as he sped forward. Meanwhile, the runners-up Xuanhuan and Qin Jin had already entered the continuous 6 hairpin turns before the finish line at this point. This was their last chance to decide the winner. Whoever could prevail in these 6 hairpin turns would claim the ultimate victory. Their 2 supercars drove neck and neck, competing fiercely, not giving an inch as both squeezed every possible ounce from their racing routes. Xuanhuan, you useless son-in-law, why are you competing with me? I'll let you lose everything. Inside the fast-moving supercar, Qin Jin yelled loudly, entering a highly excited state. Xuanhuan didn't hear his yell, but at this moment suddenly lowered his window. Qin Jin noticed this action and turned his head to look. What's Xuanhuan planning to do? Is he crazy? Before Qin Jin's words finished, he saw Xuanhuan raise his left hand beside him, showing a thumb up to him, then flipping it over with the thumb pointing downward and thrusting twice. Qin Jin was furious. Xuanhuan, you waste of space. How dare you make such a gesture at me? You're asking for death. However, seizing this opportunity, Xuanhuan floored the gas pedal and overtook his supercar at a hairpin turn. Seeing this, Qin Jin grew even angrier, his lungs nearly exploding in rage. He immediately slammed his foot down on the accelerator and recklessly charged forward, attempting to counter-overtake Xuanhuan from the outside. Kong Jin's move was exactly the same as when Tang Youzao had surpassed Qi Tian earlier. Only, Kong Jin did not possess the same luck Tang Youzao had during that previous instance. Together with his car, he crashed into the mountain cliff. Boom. A massive explosion roared up from the base of the cliff, followed instantly by a towering blaze reaching toward the sky. At the finish line, Liang Xiaobing, Qin Qing, and everyone else were utterly petrified, standing stock still, dazedly staring at the large screen. None of them could believe that Qin Jin had actually crashed into the mountain cliff. Less than half a minute passed before someone finally snapped out of it and drove away from the scene immediately. Almost everyone here knew who Qin Jin was. He was the young master from Tan family of Jiangsheng in the provincial capital. If he died here, then everyone present might be implicated. Therefore, the majority fled the scene as if running for their lives. Qi Tian's black sports car had already caught up. He and Qin Yu watched as Qin Jin plummeted down the cliff. Qin Yu also noticed the gesture Xuanhuan made inside his car just before Qin Jin went off the cliff, an attempt to provoke him. As for the purpose, he believed it certainly aimed for exactly the outcome they saw now. Qin Yu understood. Xuanhuan wanted Qin Jin dead. This. Qi Tian was astonished, finding it hard to believe. Kong Jin actually crashed off the cliff? The black sports car crossed the finish line, came to a stop, and as Qin Yu got out, he saw Qin Qing rushing toward him. Breathing heavily, she said, "Big brother, let's leave quickly." Qin Qing also understood that once the Tan family learned Kong Jin died during the race, they would certainly direct their wrath at their group. Then her brother would be in deep trouble. Chapter 96. This was just an accident. As he listened to his sister's words and saw her worried face, Qin Yu immediately understood what she was concerned about. He smiled and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. This matter has nothing to do with us. Mr. Qin, we should leave first." Liang Xiaobing also stepped forward, showing her concern and apology. Tonight was originally supposed to be an opportunity for Mr. Qin and Qin Qing to experience a little street racing, but such an event occurred. She knew well that although Tan Jin was arrogant and conceited, his identity was definitely not simple. Now that his high-speed car race had resulted in his death here, the Tan family in Jiangsheng would absolutely investigate responsibility. Mr. Qin might not fear it, but getting into trouble would always be bad. And if they hadn't been invited by her tonight, none of this would have happened. Qin Yu smiled again and said, "There's nothing to worry about." Then he looked at Xuanhuan, who had already gotten out of the sports car not far away. At this moment, Xuanhuan leaned on the sports car door and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, as if everything were normal. In fact, Qin Yu observed clearly that if Xuanhuan hadn't made that offensive gesture towards Tan Jin inside the sports car just now, Tan Jin would never have crashed down the cliff. So, Xuanhuan must have planned all of this from the start, killing Tan Jin during the race. Just then, Qi Tian also got out of the car. He only realized what had happened moments ago. What shall we do? What shall we do now? Qi Tian was lost and worried. Tan Jin actually had an accident. He crashed into the valley below and died. He glanced at Qin Yu first, and then turned to Xuanhuan, who was smoking calmly, as though nothing mattered. But there was no response from anyone. Accident. This is absolutely not an accident. Tang Yuxiao had just come down from the car, rushed over, and yelled loudly. "Xuanhuan, it must be you. It must be you who tampered with things to make Mr. Tan crash into the valley below. You are a murderer," he accused resolutely, pointing at Xuanhuan as the murderer. At this moment, Tang Youxiao's heart began to panic. Who was Tan Jin? He was the young master of the Tan family in Jiangsheng, where the Tan clan was a powerful family with great martial strength. If the matter was thoroughly investigated, he himself would definitely be implicated. Even if he didn't die in the process, he surely wouldn't escape without harm. But if Tan Jin's death was someone's deliberate act, the situation would change entirely. In that case, the attention of the Tan family would focus entirely on the murderer, absolving others from blame. Exactly, it was you, Xuanhuan, who caused Mr. Tan to fall off the cliff. Xuanhuan, you're a murderer. Xuanhuan, I personally saw you tampering with things inside the car. The other 3 people in Tang Youxiao's group also quickly agreed. For one, they were Tang Youxiao's people. Secondly, they weren't fools either. They shared Tang Youxiao's thoughts. It would certainly be safest at this time to have someone take all the blame as a scapegoat. Facing the accusations of Tang Youxiao and the 4 others, Xuanhuan remained composed and calm. After finishing his last puff of cigarette, he threw the butt to the ground before looking up at Tang Youxiao. At that time, we were all engaged in a high-speed and intense race. Do you think anyone will believe your claims that I tampered with Tan Jin's car? The accident of Tan Jin falling off the cliff was completely unintentional. This entire competition was live-streamed with recordings available. The Tans aren't fools. They will surely retrieve the footage from the race. They need only look at it to see that I did nothing. Pausing slightly, Xuanhuan then gazed at Tang Youxiao. I know exactly what you're thinking, Tang Youxiao. But it's useless. If there really needs to be accountability, your responsibility is the greatest. I didn't initiate the race. The location of the race was determined by you, Tang Youxiao. Think about it. If the race was held on a professional track, even if an accident happened, there would be no possibility of falling off a cliff. So tell me, if the Tan family investigates, who holds the most responsibility? Ghoul. Tang Youxiao was immediately terrified upon hearing Xuanhuan's words. What he feared most was exactly this. He knew the competition site was chosen by him. Now that an accident had befallen Tan Jin, and if the Tan family pursued further investigation, his own share of responsibility indeed would be the largest. Qi Tian also immediately agreed. That's right. If the race was held on a professional circuit, Tan Jin wouldn't have died. Whoever chose the location bears the greatest responsibility. Liang Xiaobing added quickly, as if the Tans were already present at the scene. Tang Youxiao became increasingly panicked. Not only that, even his 3 companions began turning against him. Yes, it's all your fault, Tang Youxiao. If you hadn't urged Mr. Tan to race on Windmill Mountain, he wouldn't have fallen off the cliff. I told you from the start, don't race at Windmill Mountain. There are too many bends here and cliffs nearby. It's too dangerous. Tang Youxiao, this is something you'll have to take all responsibility for yourself. Don't drag us down with you. Upon hearing their 3 companions say these words, Tang Youxiao's mental defenses finally broke. What should I do? I didn't mean to. In an instant, he had already been scared out of his wits. He was very clear about the Tan family's immense strength. Xuanhuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you like that just now. Please help me think of a way. I don't want to die. Tang Youxiao knew Xuanhuan wasn't weak either, and the only one present who could save him would be Xuanhuan. He disregarded their earlier conflict and immediately sought help from Xuanhuan. Surviving was more important than anything. Xuanhuan, you're right. Mr. Tan falling off the cliff really was an accident. It has nothing to do with anyone. Xuanhuan remained unmoved, coldly replying. Mr. Tan falling off the cliff was an accident, but it doesn't mean it has nothing to do with anyone. I just said, the location for this race was chosen by you, Tang Youxiao, so you bear some responsibility. As for how much responsibility, it depends on what the Tan family decides. Terrified, Tang Youxiao's legs went limp as he continued to beg for mercy. Big brother Zeng, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have helped Mr. Tan scold you or ridicule you. Please help me. Please. His 3 companions, seeing this, exchanged glances, a sense of relief washing over them. Looking at Tang Youxiao in such a state, they realized that no matter what, this incident wouldn't implicate them. Seeing this, Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, actually, you don't need to panic too much. Didn't I just say it? Mr. Tan falling off the cliff, this was just an accident. No one wanted to see this happen, and no one tampered with anything. This was simply just an accident. Have you understood me, Tang Youxiao? Have all of you understood me? Xuanhuan lifted his eyes and swept them over Tang Youxiao's 3 companions. Chapter 97, Begging for Help. Tang Youxiao was startled and immediately understood. Got it, I get it. Indeed, Qin Jin falling off the cliff was just an accident, unrelated to anyone. Thank you so much, brother Zeng. Xuanhuan did not respond at all. Tang Youxiao didn't care and turned to look at his 3 companions. Did you 3 understand clearly? Qin Jin's fall into the mountain cliff was just an accident. They weren't fools. Xuanhuan had emphasized the word accident, meaning they already understood what that implied. That meant all 3 of them must uniformly say to the outside that Qin Jin's fall into the cliff was an accident, unrelated to anyone. Surely the Jiangxing Qin family would find their group. Would they also tell them this version? Instantly, the 3 of them were displeased. If it weren't truly an accident, yet they said it was one, wouldn't the Qin family eventually hold them accountable? Tang Youxiao, aren't you making us lie on your behalf? Yes, this matter is originally unrelated to us. If we helped spread such lies, and the Qin family discovered the truth, won't we be implicated? Upon hearing this, Tang Youxiao instantly became furious. Are you still my brothers or not? There's no need for you to do anything else now. Just help maintain a uniform statement externally. Even if problems arise in the end, the Qin family absolutely will not come after you. Standing by the side, Qin Yu hadn't said a word. Was this really just an accident? He clearly saw xuanhuan make insulting gestures toward Qin Jin back then, though this could not definitively connect these gestures with Qin Jin's fall from the cliff. Nevertheless, xuanhuan bore some responsibility. And who knows what covert actions xuanhuan might have taken behind closed doors. This was difficult to ascertain. But thinking about it, xuanhuan seemed rather genuine, and although his relationship with Qi Tian seemed casual, he wondered whether Qi Tian had any involvement in this incident. After pondering, Qin Yu decided to offer some assistance. He then said, if everyone wants to safely pass through this situation, all of you must stick to a consistent story, that during the competition, Qin Jin met with an unexpected event, veering off the road and falling into the valley. Only like this can the Qin family fail to detect any trace. Qin Yu, when did this become your turn to butt in? Yes, as a convict, shut up. You certainly want us to maintain a consistent story, because you are part of the faction with xuanhuan and Qi Tian. If something goes wrong, the Qin family will definitely investigate you first. Indeed, Qin Yu, you are too scheming. Tang Youjiao's three companions immediately countered and furiously scolded Qin Yu. Tang Youjiao perceived the sudden shift in attitude from his three companions following Qin Yu's words, growing more irked. Can Qin Yu please keep quiet? If you don't know how to talk properly, don't mess around. You are deliberately trying to get me killed, right? If you continue spreading nonsense, I'll make you take full responsibility for this whole incident. Tang Youjiao threatened while speaking. Did Tang Youjiao lose his conscience? Qi Tian couldn't stand seeing this and retaliated immediately. Don't you see that young Master Qin is actually helping? Help? Tang Youjiao scoffed disdainfully. How is he helping me? Clearly, he is just instigating trouble. Liang Xiaobing was similarly upset and yelled angrily. Tang Youjiao, are you blind or deaf? Don't you know what's happening in Yunqing today? Do you know who young Master Qin is? In Yunqing today, one can say that young Master Qin has the final say. You should know about Bai Bing-san, right? Let me tell you, Bai Bing-san was developed by young Master Qin. Our Liang family merely handles production and sales. My grandfather was saved by young Master Qin. Right now, young Master Qin is our honored guest in the Liang household. Not only that, even the city lord of Yunqing has to show great respect when meeting young Master Qin. Honestly, where do you Tang Youjiao draw your courage and ability from, daring to speak thusly to young Master Qin, daring to show so little respect? Is your strength greater than the Liang family? Is your status higher than the city lords? Hiss. Tang Youjiao and his three companions sucked in a sharp breath, eyes widening in disbelief as they looked towards Qin Yu. Of course, they had heard about Bai Bing-san. Recently, Bai Bing-san had been incredibly popular. However, they never expected that the powerful Bai Bing-san was actually developed by Qin Yu standing before them. There was no doubt about this because Liang Xiaobing, as the daughter of the Liang family, a major clan in Yun City, had no reason to rally support for Qin Yu, a convict. Unless, everything she said was true. Sorry, young Master Qin, I was wrong. Sorry, young Master Qin, I failed to recognize your greatness. Young Master Qin, regarding this matter, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say goes. After a moment of stunned silence, the three companions of Tang Youjiao began to speak up one by one. Tang Youjiao also cowered at this point, realizing his mistake. Qin Yu, everything that happened before was entirely my fault. Considering our classmate bond, please help me out. Likewise, he didn't care about any sense of pride or saving face. As long as he didn't get killed by the Qin family and managed to survive, anything went. Qin Yu cast him a cold glance and replied coolly. Tang Youjiao, do you think there's any sense of brotherhood between us? Isn't it just hatred? Right from the moment we met tonight, didn't you already unleash all your pent-up resentment toward me? With a heavy thud, Tang Youjiao's heart sank in panic, his mind buzzing incessantly. He suddenly realized that if Qin Yu refused to help, then this time he was most likely dead for sure. Furthermore, from what Liang Xiaobing had said earlier, Tang Youjiao understood clearly that Qin Yu held immense influence in Yunqing now. In fact, if the other party wanted him dead, it might take only a word. Both the Liang family and the city lord were under his control. With a loud thump, without hesitation, Tang Youjiao dropped to his knees. Lord Qin, it was all my fault before. I was despicable, stupid, and did many wrong things, offending you. All these are my mistakes, big mistakes. Please help me. If you don't help me, I will definitely be beaten to death by the Qin family. As he spoke, he continued to kowtow loudly, knocking his head repeatedly against the ground with a thunderous sound. Yet, there was no response or movement from Qin Yu, who remained silent. Tang Youjiao hastily bowed his head again, harder this time. The sound of his forehead striking the floor grew louder, and soon blood trickled down his forehead, leaving crimson stains on the ground. Qin Yu stood in front of him, lowering his gaze. Even seeing the streaks of blood left by Tang Youjiao, he showed no reaction or intention to help. To be honest, he found Tang Youjiao utterly repulsive, and even with his current pleas and actions, it still didn't stir much positive feeling within him. Lord Qin, I beg you, please save me. Chapter 98, It wasn't an accident. Tang Youjiao finally realized deeply at this moment how ridiculous his actions had been just now. He had already humbled himself to such a degree, begged for mercy to such an extent, but Qin Yu still refused to save him. And Qin Yu possessed such formidable power. He continued to kowtow to Qin Yu for a while longer, but there was no response from Qin Yu. In despair, he suddenly remembered xuanhuan from the provincial capital, Jiangqing. Tang Youjiao had some knowledge of xuanhuan and knew that the latter was also powerful. So immediately he turned around on his knees and pleaded with xuanhuan. Big brother Quan, I helped Mr. Tan insult you and confront you before. That was my mistake. I've made a huge mistake. Please help me. If even you won't help me, then truly no one can help me. Big brother Quan, I don't want to die. Please save me. Tang Yuzhao implored bitterly as he kowtowed. Xuanhuan coldly laughed. Is this what has become of you, Tang Yuzhao? When you were following around Tanjin, did you ever think about meeting such an end? Tang Yuzhao paused, stopped kowtowing, his body stiffening, mouth moving but words failing to come out, his bitterness immense. Xuanhuan lowered his gaze, looking once at Tang Yuzhao kneeling in front of him, then looked up at Qin Yu. Divine Dr. Qin, what do you think? Xuanhuan had already guessed from Tang Yuzhao's angry cursing upon seeing Qin Yu that there must have been significant conflict between Qin Yu and Tang Yuzhao. Truthfully speaking, if merely considering personal factors, he wouldn't have wanted to help Tang Yuzhao either. However, I don't care. At this point, Qin Yu said indifferently, to me now, Tang Yuzhao is nothing more than an ant. His life or death has no significance to me. Upon hearing these words, naturally Tang Yuzhao felt displeased, but he clearly understood that there was nothing he could do about it. On the contrary, if he dared shout in defiance right now, death would be awaiting him. He felt resentful and puzzled. Back when Qin Yu was in university, he wasn't really outstanding either. Yet when Xuemei rejected him and chose Qin Yu. Later, Qin Yu was arrested and imprisoned, becoming a labor reform convict. Such a thoroughly abject failure. Why had he ended up becoming the highly revered divine Dr. Qin? Nodding his head, Xuanhuan said, then I'll help him, taking him away first. I have use for him. Qin Yu immediately thought of the Tan family from Jiangcheng. Perhaps Xuanhuan was thinking of using Tang Yuzhao to deal with future trouble from the Tan family. But he didn't care about these things. Do as you wish. Thank you, divine Dr. Qin. Xuanhuan gratefully responded. I'll keep this favor in mind, and will certainly repay divine Dr. Qin later. Qin Yu chuckled, not placing any importance on it. After all, it was not really a favor or anything major. Little brother Qi Tian, this time I've caused you trouble too. Xuanhuan turned to look at Qi Tian beside him. Qi Tian smiled, saying, Big brother Zeng, saying so makes us sound distant. When we were in Jiangcheng, you took good care of me. Nodding his head, Xuanhuan then bid farewell separately to Liang Xiaobing and Qin Qing. Lastly, he said to Qin Yu, Divine Dr. Qin, when you come to Jiangcheng, I'll certainly treat you well. Alright, if I reach Jiangcheng, I'll definitely contact you. That's settled then. Until we meet again. After these words, Xuanhuan took Tang Yuzhao and boarded his sports car, speeding away into the darkness. Qi Tian, you and this Xuanhuan seem to have quite a good relationship. While watching the headlights sway back and forth like ghostly eyes in the dark road, Qi Tian heard Qin Yu's voice ring in his ears. Little brother Qin, he turned around and grinned, saying, Our relationship isn't bad. I've known him for about half a year now. Qin Yu originally wanted to continue asking questions about Xuanhuan, because he felt Xuanhuan wasn't a simple character, but ultimately, he refrained from asking. He knew Qi Tian might not tell him anyway, out of loyalty towards a friend. If there's nothing special, you'd better not get too close to Xuanhuan for now. Finally, he reminded with a word. Qi Tian seemed momentarily startled, then quickly caught on. Understood, divine Dr. Qin. He understood Qin Yu's meaning. Firstly, the Tan family would soon show up. Secondly, Xuanhuan wasn't straightforward. Divine Dr. Qin, Qin Qing, Xiaobing, I'm going home first then. Let's see when there's a convenient time, and we'll arrange another gathering. Less than a minute after Qi Tian left, Qin Yu and Qin Qing also got into Liang Xiaobing's car and left. Brother, why did you just tell Qi Tian not to contact Xuanhuan for now? Could it be because Xuanhuan is involved in Tan Jin's death, fearing that the Tan family finding them would drag Qi Tian into it? Sitting in the passenger seat of the sports car, Qin Qing asked, her beautiful face showing a flicker of concern. If the Tans can find Qi Tian, they are bound to also target his brother. Sis, remember, Tan Jin's fall off the cliff tonight was just an accident. Qin Yu reminded her. Qin Qing nodded solemnly. Qin Yu added, I feel that Xuanhuan isn't as simple and straightforward as he appears. Without full knowledge, Qi Tian should avoid deepening his relationship with Xuanhuan for now, which should be a safe bet. Qi Tian was just an ordinary person, and the Qi family wasn't a martial arts family. If they got involved in the disputes of wealthy families and martial arts clans, it would certainly be troublesome. At this moment, Liang Xiaobing frowned, as she had clearly seen Xuanhuan make a gesture to Tan Jin inside the car. Her curiosity and doubts welled up, so she asked, Young Master Qin, was Tan Jin's fall from the cliff tonight really just an accident? I distinctly saw Xuanhuan make a gesture around those last few hairpin bends. Then I saw Tan Jin speed up like a madman. Was there such a detail? Why didn't I see it? Qin Qing exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized there was no point hiding it anymore, so he admitted, indeed. So, Tan Jin's incident tonight definitely wasn't an accident. However, you too must bear in mind that Tan Jin's fall off the cliff was an accident, and tell everyone else it was an accident. He didn't say too many details about the matter. Liang Xiaobing felt a chill within her heart. It was indeed so. She had originally intended to ask more questions, but seeing Qin Yu's serious expression, she stopped herself. Qin Qing didn't express much curiosity, but was inwardly worried. The next day, Qin Yu went to the airport alone to pick up Shun Lingyun and Shun's father, Xuanhuan. Qin Qing had also initially clamored to come along, but was prevented by him and told to wait at home instead. Qin Yu arrived at the airport an hour early since Shun's father would be coming too. This was effectively their first meeting with his future in-laws, so punctuality was essential. The hour passed quickly. Dad, you wouldn't be one of those fathers from wealthy and noble families who have opinions or complaints about Qin Yu as a future son-in-law, would you? Among the crowd of passengers, Shun Lingyun stood out like a fairy, smiling brightly as she spoke to her father Xuanhuan beside her. Chapter 99. First Encounter with Xuanhuan. Shun Lingyun's comment was originally just a jest. She knew that Qin Yu had used the 9-tripod return pill to cure her father, and her father absolutely could not have any grievances or opinions toward Qin Yu. However, what Shun Lingyun failed to notice was that while her father, Xuanhuan, was chuckling, an unpleasant expression crossed his face. Dad, Qin Yu's medical skills are certainly on par with the top 10 divine doctors of our great Xia. For the man she approved as her love, Shun Lingyun never held back her praise. You can compare him with the divine doctors and renowned physicians who treated you before. The difference will be very intuitive. Xuanhuan could not deny this, nodding and saying, yes, Qin Yu's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. He has surpassed many divine doctors. Upon hearing these words from her father, Shun Lingyun felt indescribably delighted, even more so than if her father had praised her. Shun Lingyun. Just then, Qin Yu saw Shun Lingyun smiling as she walked out, shouting with joy. Simultaneously, he noticed a middle-aged man walking shoulder to shoulder with Lingyun, chatting happily. That must be Lingyun's father, Xuanhuan. Qin Yu whispered to himself. Qin Yu. Hearing her call, Qin Yu turned to see her approaching, brimming with excitement as he quickly moved toward her. Qin Yu watched as the beauty stood before him, feeling a happiness and sweetness like no other in his heart. Since declaring their feelings and establishing their relationship, with Lingyun absent these past few days, Qin Yu thought of her incessantly every moment. He understood that this was what it meant to fall in love. Qin Yu, I've missed you so much these few days. Unlike her usual high and mighty demeanor, Shun Lingyun openly expressed her longing for Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled happily. I miss you too, Lingyun. The two met and began pouring out their longings for each other without a care for those around them. Xuanhuan stood beside them, subtly frowning but remained silent, patiently waiting for them to realize themselves. Qin Yu, let me introduce you. After a while, Shun Lingyun pulled on her father's arm. This is my father, Xuanhuan. Uncle Shun, nice to meet you. I am Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately greeted him. Xuanhuan chuckled and nodded. I can already see that. His words left Qin Yu slightly embarrassed, laughing sheepishly. Shun Lingyun also joined in with a chuckle. In the next moment, Xuanhuan suddenly widened his eyes as if he'd remembered something important. Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun froze at once, glancing at each other uneasily, both sharing the same unspoken concern. Could it be that Uncle Shun, father, was dissatisfied? Xuanhuan stayed silent, but the astonishment on his face grew stronger, his mouth slightly agape. Dad, what's wrong? Finally unable to bear it, Shun Lingyun hesitantly questioned her father. If her father disapproved of Qin Yu, she would be unsure how to handle the situation because, after all, it was Qin Yu who saved her father. How is this possible? This cannot possibly be true. What? Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun exchanged glances, confused by their father's remarks, and turned toward Xuanhuan, utterly unclear about the meaning of these sentences. How could it be such resemblance? Qin Yu still felt shocked and baffled. What resemblance, Dad? Shun Lingyun glanced at her father, then looked at Qin Yu again. Suddenly, Xuanhuan seemed to recover from his shock and confusion, shaking his head with a wry smile. Lingyun, Qin Yu bears a striking resemblance to your Uncle Qin. Just now, for a brief moment, I mistook Qin Yu for your Uncle Qin. Shun Lingyun looked astonished and thoughtful, examining Qin Yu carefully once more. At this point, Qin Yu also grasped the situation. He realized the Uncle Qin Xuanhuan referred to as none other than his sworn brother. Is that true? Shun Lingyun asked. I don't know if Uncle Shun's son is still alive. We haven't found him yet. Xuanhuan shook his head. Just a moment ago, he too believed there might be a chance Qin Yu was his sworn brother's son, but he knew clearly this was absolutely impossible. From what he'd heard through his daughter about Qin Yu, he knew it was merely a coincidence that they shared the same surname. Qin Yu's father was from Yun City, not his own brother Qin Feng. As for Qin Yu, he did not dwell on this matter either, knowing his father was from Yun City and he had a younger sister named Qin Qing. Uncle Shun, you shouldn't feel so guilty and sorrowful. Naturally, he realized Xuanhuan was reminiscing about his brother, pondering over the unknown fate of his lost nephew, and was overwhelmed with melancholy. Xuanhuan sighed deeply. As a brother, how could I not feel guilty? In the past, I couldn't help my brother Qin. I couldn't save him, nor could I rescue his family and his son. All these years have passed, and I still haven't found his son. I don't even know whether he is alive or dead. I don't even know what his son's name is. Qin Yu had also asked Lingyun about this point before, and she didn't know either. After some analysis, they figured that Qin uncle probably hid his son's name to avoid the killer learning of it, escaping further retaliation. Father, rest assured. I believe Qin uncle's son must be protected by good fortune, and we will definitely find him. Shun Lingyun consoled her father. Xuanhuan sighed deeply again. I hope so. But even now, I still couldn't uncover who the murderer was who obliterated my brother Qin's family. Not only that, I was severely wounded by them and almost died. How utterly useless I am, he said with a hint of self-derision. Qin Yu frowned. Uncle Shun, what kind of people are they roughly? How strong are their martial arts skills? He had promised Lingyun that he would help search for Qin uncle's lost son and assist in avenging him. So he wanted to understand the situation better. Xuanhuan shook his head. Not exactly sure, but I know they are extraordinarily powerful figures. Back then, if Tiger Alliance Master hadn't intervened, I would have already been killed by them. The murderer didn't want me to continue investigating. Powerful figures? Tiger Alliance Master? Qin Yu frowned, pondering deeply. Father. Shen Lingyun looked at her dejected father, feeling upset herself. At this moment, Xuanhuan also realized he had behaved improperly, quickly laughing. Let's not talk about this anymore. This meeting should be a joyous one. Speaking of which, I haven't formally thanked you, Qin Yu, for your treatment. Thank you, Qin Yu. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, hurriedly laughing. Uncle Shun, there's no need for such formality. You're Lingyun's father, and I'm dating her. Saving you was an obligation I couldn't shirk. Xuanhuan didn't directly respond, just smiled and nodded. Afterward, Qin Yu took Xuanhuan and Lingyun to the Wang Villa on Yuntin Mountain. Chapter 100. Qin family comes to visit. Mr. Shun, hello. Your presence truly honors me. Qin Hai immediately greeted Xuanhuan with delight upon seeing him, though his demeanor was somewhat restrained. He had been waiting by the gates of the villa all along. Qin Hai knew that Shen Lingyun's family held immense power in Zhejiang province, and compared to them, he felt like he couldn't even hold a candle to their status. If it weren't for the relationship between his son Qin Yu and Xuanhuan's daughter, there was no way Mr. Shun would ever come here. Truly, they were overstepping socially. Still, he was secretly worried that Shun might look down on him. Even if Shun did disdain him, Qin Hai wouldn't hate him. After all, their family background differed vastly from the Shin families. Hee, Mr. Qin, you're too formal, Xuanhuan replied with a warm smile, behaving very amicably without airs or pretense. Shen Lingyun watched this exchange and silently exhaled a sigh of relief inside. Although she didn't show it outwardly, she had been deeply anxious about this meeting between both sets of parents. Qin Yu also let out a relieved breath. In personal terms, he was in no way intimidated by Xuanhuan, but given Xuanhuan's role as Lingyun's father, he couldn't help but value him highly. Both glanced at each other surreptitiously and could see the signs of relief in each other's expressions. They exchanged a small smile. Dad, you shouldn't leave Uncle Shen standing at the gate, Qin said with a laugh, seemingly completely relaxed. Only now did Qin Hai realize his lapse and hurriedly apologized while smiling. Yes, I momentarily forgot. Mr. Shun, please do come in. Xuanhuan nodded and smiled in agreement, stepping into the villa. The two families immediately moved to the living room where dinner commenced, maintaining an agreeable atmosphere around the dining table. Brother Shun, I toast to you with this glass. At this moment, Qin Hai dropped the apprehension within him, appearing visibly happy and excited. Thank you for not rejecting Qin Yu. I'll drink first in respect. Xuanhuan promptly clinked glasses with Qin Hai and took a drink together. Observing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but acknowledge that people like Xuanhuan from prestigious clans were actually adept at human relations. Every detail was handled perfectly, leaving no room for criticism. You're being too polite, Brother Qin. Xuanhuan displayed no arrogance as he grabbed the wine bottle and poured more for Qin Hai. How could I possibly reject Qin Yu? I'm just thankful. If it wasn't for Qin Yu, I'd probably still be suffering horribly from my illness. It was Qin Yu who saved my life. Upon hearing this, a surge of joy, excitement, and pride coursed through Qin Hai's heart. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude that his son Qin Yu learned extraordinary medical skills during his time in jail, which proved incredibly beneficial since his release. Qin Yu being able to help you is his good fortune. Despite easing his inner anxiety, Qin Hai still spoke humbly, lowering his stance and identity significantly. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yu, and then recalled his lost brother's son. A melancholy shadow fell over his face as he sighed. If my unfortunate brother's son were still alive, he should be about the same age as Qin Yu by now. If he were as outstanding as Qin Yu, my deceased brother would rest in peace. Qin? A chill ran down Qin Hai's spine, stealing a glance at Qin Yu. Thoughts racing. Could Shun's sworn brother? Alas, more than 20 years have passed, yet I've never been able to find my younger brother's son. I don't even know whether my nephew is still alive. If he is alive, I wonder how well he's faring. As he continued talking, Xuanhuan sighed heavily once more. Qin Hai finally couldn't resist asking, older brother Shen, does your sworn brother also bear the surname Qin? Xuanhuan slightly returned to reality, chuckling. Interestingly enough, my sworn younger brother's surname was indeed Qin. Just regretfully, his son wasn't as fortunate as Qin Yu to lead a quiet life. Qin Hai's mind grew increasingly shocked, and more convinced that Qin Yu might actually be Xuanhuan's missing sworn brother's son. Uncle Shun, please don't worry, good people always get divine assistance. I believe the younger Qin brother is definitely still alive somewhere, and doing well. Qin Yu comforted gently. Xuanhuan nodded twice, hopefully so. Quietly glancing at his daughter Qin herself snuck a peek at her father at this point, noticing his subtle nod, as though making some important decision. Big brother Shun, surnamed Qin Master. Just at this moment, a swift brother from the Tiger Gang walked in quickly. What's happened? Qin Yu frowned. Tonight was extremely important, dining with Father Shen Lingyun. He had long informed all members of the Tiger Gang to decline any visitors. With his growing fame in Yunqing, more and more individuals sought his company. The brother had already detected the undertone of displeasure in Qin Yu's voice and hurriedly said, Young Master Qin, a ferocious-looking woman has arrived at the entrance. She claims to be from the provincial capital, Jiangcheng, and is also a powerful martial artist, so? He didn't dare to finish his sentence, fearing it might upset Qin Yu further. By the time Qin Yu heard this, he had already guessed who the woman was. Uncle Shun, Lingyun, please continue with your meal. I'll deal with this outside. He stood up and quickly strode towards the villa's main entrance. The brother rushed to follow behind him. Are you Qin Yu? When Qin Yu reached the villa gates, he saw a middle-aged woman accompanied by several other men, all bearing a murderous look. He noticed that the leading middle-aged woman bore some resemblance to Tan Jin. Indeed, the Tan family from the provincial capital Jiangxing had come calling, and they had acted even faster than he had anticipated. Yes, I am Qin Yu. Good. I'm Tan Jin's mother. Tell me right now, what exactly happened regarding my son's death? Don't bother telling me it was an accident. I won't believe such nonsense. Tan Jin's mother, Qin Billion, spoke sternly. Qin Yu frowned, feeling absolutely no goodwill toward Qin Billion before him, not because she was Tan Jin's mother or even because she had brought people to cause trouble. It was due to her disposition. Right away, Qin Yu could detect and feel her abrasive and irrational nature. Regardless of what you think, or whether you believe me, Tan Jin's fall off the cliff last night truly was an accident. At the time, there were many people present who can testify. Qin Billion sneered. Don't think I'll believe you just like that, Qin Yu. To tell you the truth, before coming here, I've already questioned everyone who was present that night. They all claimed it was an accident, and simultaneously mentioned you. I reckon your cleverness has been your undoing. Qin Yu furrowed his brows, confused. What did she mean by cleverness being their undoing? Chapter 101, An Old Acquaintance? Qin Billion said coldly. It's because your stories are too consistent. This clearly shows that you deliberately coordinated beforehand. Normally, even if my son really just accidentally fell off the cliff, it would be impossible for everyone's story to be so unified. Everyone says it was an accident. There will always be a few people who have different opinions, but none of you do. This is very suspicious. After hearing this, Qin Yu felt surprised and didn't expect this point. However, at this point, he can't possibly admit it. All he needs to do is stick to his story. Moreover, from Qin Billion, he learned that everyone at the scene last night indeed followed his instructions and kept the same story. In fact, this left Qin Billion with no leverage. You're just overthinking it. The truth is, everyone saw it clearly. Last night's accident was truly an accident. Qin Billion became angry, her expression furious. Qin Yu, this is because of xuanhuan, right? Xuanhuan must have given you a lot of benefits, hasn't he? That's why you're covering up for him. But let me warn you, some people's favors aren't so easy to accept. Qin Yu responded arrogantly. I didn't take any benefit from anyone. I just told what I saw as the facts. If you don't introduce things clearly, that's on you. Now, you and your people can leave. Qin Billion grew furiously enraged. Qin Yu, I've already given you a chance to tell the truth about the matter. Since you didn't cherish that opportunity, don't blame me for being impolite. What? Do you want to kill me? Qin Yu replied disdainfully. Humph, good that you know. Since you refuse to talk, then go down there and apologize to my son instead. Lu Sheng, kill him. Stop. At this moment, a shout came from inside the villa. It was xuanhuan. Qin Billion immediately paused, showing an extremely astonished expression. She looked toward the person behind Qin Yu, and sure enough, after a few seconds, she saw xuanhuan slowly walk out. So it's you, Wanshan? How did you end up here? Xuanhuan's expression wasn't too pleasant, and he sighed heavily. Moreover, Qin Yu noticed he seemed a little hesitant to make direct eye contact with Qin Billion. An immediately melodramatic idea popped into Qin Yu's mind. Xuanhuan hesitated before seemingly changing the topic. Why are you here, Billion? And he glanced at the few people behind Qin Billion. Wanshan, my son Qin Jin had a car race yesterday evening on Yunqing Windmill Mountain and ended up falling off the cliff to his death. Ah. Wanshan was shocked and completely unexpected. You mean Qin Jin had an accident during the race? He instinctively wanted to say, how could it be? But remembering how Qin Yu mentioned the word accident earlier, he quickly swallowed his words. But Qin Billion also picked up on it. You also think it's unlikely, right, Wanshan? Indeed, my son Qin Jin has shown extraordinary talent in racing since he was young. In recent years, he swept through every competition in Zhejiang province. How could such an accident happen during a race? Wanshan remained silent and nodded slightly, confirming that indeed something like a low-level mistake leading to an accident shouldn't have happened to Qin Jin. Hey, Wanshan. Suddenly, Qin Billion's attitude softened. How's your old injury? I heard a while ago that it got worse. I was thinking about checking up on you, but I never expected something like this to happen. But I never expected to run into you here. The more Qin Yu listened, the more he believed there might be something complicated between Wanshan and Qin Billion. Could they have had something going on? He couldn't help but speculate. Wanshan smiled faintly in a meaningful way and then said, my injuries are fully healed now. Qin Billion immediately showed a trace of happiness, then surprise and confusion. Fully healed? Who healed you? Was it Zhuojin? Wanshan shook his head, then hesitated a bit. No, it was Qin Yu. Qin Yu. Qin Billion abruptly turned her head and looked at Qin Yu standing by Wanshan. Immediately, her mood grew complex. On one hand, Qin Yu was involved in the truth behind her son's death. On the other hand, Qin Yu had cured her former lover. After pondering for a moment, Qin Billion seriously said, since Qin Yu helped heal Wanshan, I won't press you hard. All I need is for you to tell me the truth about my son falling off the cliff last night. Qin Yu stayed silent, recalling what Qin Billion had mentioned earlier about Qin Jin's talent in racing. He had to admit that Qin Jin was indeed very skillful when it came to racing, which explained why Qin Billion simply couldn't believe that her son met his demise due to an accident. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Qin Yu. Just as Qin Yu was deep in thought, Wanshan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He looked up and continued to hear. If last night's incident with Qin Jin wasn't an accident, then you should tell Billion the real situation. She is my good friend for many years. Good friend? There must be more than just that, right? They definitely had some kind of intimate relationship in the past. Qin Yu secretly guessed in his heart. To be honest, out of respect for xuanhuan, Qin Yu should help Qin Billion. However, having already promised Xuanhuan earlier, and considering this matter might even involve Qi Tian, Qin Yu didn't want to see anything unexpected happen to Qi Tian. Thus, Uncle Shun, what I've said is true. Qin Jin's fall off the cliff last night was really just an accident. Qin Billion was extremely angry. Qin Yu, considering Uncle Wanshan, I have made a big concession already. How can you still refuse such a great opportunity? You're simply asking for death. Wanshan. She turned her gaze toward Shin Wanshan. You saw it. This isn't my fault. It's Qin Yu who absolutely refuses to speak. Shin Wanshan was also at a loss for a while. Although he had his own opinions and thoughts about his daughter's choice of partner, Qin Yu after all had saved his life. At this time, there was absolutely no way he could stand on Qin Yu's opposing side. But he was also very clear that, given Qin Jin's talent and level in racing, the probability of an accidental fall from the cliff was incredibly low. Qin Yu said disdainfully, anything you have to say, direct it straight at me. Don't make it hard for Uncle Shun. This matter has nothing to do with him. Besides, I've always been saying what I saw exactly as it happened. Just because your son may have a lot of talent in racing and a high skill level doesn't mean he won't have an accident. Even Formula 1 world champion drivers crash cars. Not to mention your son. Qin Billion was ready to explode with anger. At this moment, she didn't care about anything, pointing angrily at Qin Yu. Lu Sheng, kill him for me. Chapter 102. I choose Qin Yu. Following Qin Billion's words, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind her, moving incredibly fast, and suddenly. Shin Wanshan had originally thought that with his mediation, Qin Billion would be more restrained, but she still made her move. The middle-aged man, Lu Sheng, almost instantaneously appeared in front of Qin Yu, striking out with one palm. Qin Yu let out a cold snort, raising his hand to meet the strike head-on. Bang! A dull sound resounded. The sinister smile on Qin Billion's face instantly froze. Shin Wanshan also revealed a look of surprise. The scene they had imagined did not occur. After exchanging strikes, Qin Yu remained completely still. On the contrary, Lu Sheng retreated several steps hurriedly with a loud thud. Shin Wanshan was shocked. He had already learned from his daughter that Qin Yu was also a martial artist, but he hadn't expected Qin Yu to be so powerful. Qin Billion was equally surprised. She didn't even know Qin Yu was a martial artist, assuming him to just be an ordinary person. But now, no wonder you're fearless. I didn't expect you to also be a martial artist, but... Stop. Just as Qin Billion was about to take further action, a sudden cry of protest emerged from inside the villa. Shin Lingyun quickly stepped out. Whoever dares touch Qin Yu will die by my hands. Her beautiful eyes were glaring furiously at Qin Billion in front of her, finally landing on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't dare to move. He was well aware that the Shin Lingyun in front of him, whether by identity or martial art strength, was far beyond what he could compare with. There was no need to say more about her identity. The status of being the young miss of the Shin family was vastly superior to his. Even in terms of martial arts skill, she surpassed him by much. Although he might be considered a top-tier expert in the Qin family, compared to Shin Lingyun, Qin Billion was once again taken aback, completely not expecting Shin Lingyun to also be here. And from the tone of the other party's speech just now, her relationship with Qin Yu seemed rather close. Lingyun, do you know what Qin Yu did to my son? Taking a deep breath, Qin Billion spoke heavily. Shin Lingyun also replied solemnly. Aunt Shun, I don't care what Qin Yu did to your son. As long as I'm around, no one can lay a finger on Qin Yu. Qin Billion was so angry that she couldn't find words. Lingyun, my son fell off a cliff during a car race at Windmill Mountain in Yun City last night. Everyone at the scene said it was an accident, but I absolutely refused to believe it. Today, I didn't come here intending to make things difficult for Qin Yu. I just want him to tell me the truth about last night. Such a simple request. But Qin Yu refuses to speak. I have no choice but to use force against him. Qin Yu said, I've already told you. Your son's fall off the cliff was merely an accident. An accident? Those are just lies you fabricated. Qin Billion continued to disbelieve. Lingyun, you see that Qin Yu insists the incident last night was an accident, leaving me no choice but to act. She looked toward Shin Lingyun. Shin Lingyun responded coldly. Since Qin Yu said it was an accident, then it must have been an accident. If Aunt Shun has evidence or wants to find evidence, then send people to investigate, search. Qin Billion was almost driven mad with anger, suddenly giving a bitter laugh. Lingyun, you disappoint me greatly and break my heart. Because of your father, I doted on you since we were children. To you, I have shown even more affection than towards my own son, Tanjin. Who would have thought it would come to this today? Qin Billion let out a long sigh, unable to continue. Qin Yu was surprised. Even though he had noticed earlier the complicated relationship between Lingyun and Qin Billion, he hadn't realized their bond went this deep. But despite all this, Lingyun still stood firmly on his side, trusting him unconditionally. Qin Yu felt deeply moved inside, resolving even more firmly that Lingyun was the woman he loved. Shin Lingyun said, Aunt Shun, I always remember how kind you have been to me. In my heart, I respect you very much. However, if I must choose between you and Qin Yu, I will definitely choose Qin Yu. So today, if Aunt Shun insists on making trouble for Qin Yu, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. She showed determination on her face. Qin Billion was stunned, finding it hard to believe, unable to accept. After a while, she slowly recovered, chuckling bitterly. Shin Wanshan, you're indeed a good father with such a fine daughter. When you betrayed me in the past, my heart still held onto that love. In fact, this love made me unable to help myself, and I also began to feel affection for your daughter, treating her like my own child. But in the end, it has come to this. Pausing for a moment, Qin Billion angrily said, but all of this is my fault, all due to me. It's because I am foolish, unable to forget you, xuanhuan, the faithless man who abandoned me. Xuanhuan, after hearing this, felt a sharp pain in his heart, along with an overwhelming sense of guilt. His expression turned grim as he glanced at the visibly distressed Qin Billion. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed it without uttering a word. Speechless indeed. A man who knows he has wronged another usually finds it hard to speak up because no matter how he explains, it is always himself who has caused the other party's sorrow. Miss Chun, this has nothing to do with my father. Please don't lay the blame on him. Shin Lingyun interjected on behalf of her father. Nothing to do with him. Qin Billion responded with a cold snort, shifting the conversation into territory involving her and Xuanhuan. Finally, Xuanhuan spoke up. Billion, please don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps Qin Yu really has nothing to do with Tianjin's matter. Even if there's some shady dealings involved, I believe Qin Yu wouldn't be part of it. He paused for a moment, noticing Qin Billion glancing at him, then continued. I know Qin Yu just returned to Yin City not long ago and has always lived here. Before last night, he probably didn't even know Xuanhuan. So, if last night's incident was orchestrated by Xuanhuan, Qin Yu should not have been involved. After listening to Xuanhuan's words, Qin Billion pondered silently, finding them somewhat logical. Fine, since you put it that way, Huanshan, I'll temporarily believe that Qin Yu had nothing to do with this. But you must return with me to Jiang City and help me thoroughly investigate this matter. Xuanhuan nodded, saying, of course, there's no problem with that. No, Dad. Qin Lingyun immediately stopped him. You can't go back to Jiang City with her. What do you mean, Lingyun? You've already broken my heart earlier, and now you are also refusing your father's help in investigating the cause of my son's death. Qin Billion became extremely irritated. After a brief pause, she suddenly revealed a chilling smirk and said, Qin Yu, if you wish to be Shun Lingyun's husband or the son-in-law of the Qin family, you're still far from qualified. Let me tell you, the Qin family has close ties with the Tianyuan sect in the imperial capital, and their young master would make a much more suitable match for being the Qin family's son-in-law. Qin Billion thought that since Shun Lingyun doesn't regard her as kin anymore, then she will make sure Qin Lingyun suffers too by deliberately bringing up such things, intending to sow discord between Qin Yu and Qin Lingyun. That's exactly her nature. Chapter 103, Xuanhuan's Identity. However, Qin Billion underestimated Qin Yu's confidence in himself, and also underestimated Qin Yu's trust in Qin Lingyun. Regarding the young master of the capital's Tianyuan sect, he didn't even give him a second thought. Qin Lingyun's words still lingered in his mind. If given two choices, Qin Lingyun would certainly pick Qin Yu. This was like a declaration of love. How could Qin Yu doubt Lingyun just because of a word from an outsider like Qin Billion? Qin Lingyun also didn't worry about it at all. She believed that Qin Yu would be confident enough and would certainly trust her. At this moment, she was pulled aside by her father for a brief conversation, and in the end, she agreed to let her father follow Qin Billion to Jiangxing to investigate Tianjin's matters. After Xuanhuan left with Qin Billion and her entourage, Qin Yu and Qin Lingyun also left the villa, strolling on the garden path of Yuntan Mountain. Sorry, Lingyun, my issues have gotten you and Uncle Shun into trouble. As they walked side by side, Qin Yu suddenly said, I never expected that you and the lady Qin Billion from the Tan family in Jiangxing had such a good relationship. Qin Lingyun smiled and said, Qin Yu, what you're saying makes me feel like you don't fully consider me as someone close to you. I've already said it earlier. Qin Yu stopped in his tracks, stunned for a moment, then laughed happily. It's my fault. But Qin Yu, you need to be careful. I've known Qin Billion since I was little. She's quite fiery. Even if she figures out that Tianjin's death has nothing to do with you, she will still harbor resentment against you. Qin Yu already had a general idea of what kind of person Qin Billion was, and he nodded in agreement. But then he said, Lingyun, regarding Tianjin's fall off the cliff last night, I should tell you the truth. Qin Lingyun was surprised and looked at Qin Yu. So, Tianjin's death really wasn't just an accident? It's hard to say, Qin Yu replied. And then, Qin Yu recounted every detail of last night's drag race competition at Fengche Mountain to Lingyun, including the fact that just before Tianjin fell off the cliff, Xuanhuan made a humiliating gesture towards Tianjin. So that's how it is. Qin Lingyun nodded, revealing a look of realization. Lingyun, I'm sorry for not sharing this information sooner. It's because I promised Xuanhuan, and also because I needed to protect Qitian. Qitian is a good kid. I don't want him to get tangled up in martial arts families. At this moment, Qin Lingyun smiled at Qin Yu. What are you laughing about? I'm happy. Suddenly, Qin Lingyun showed a mischievous expression, causing Qin Yu to stand there dumbfounded for a moment. Such a unique charm. This was originally a promise you made to your friend, but now you've told me. This shows my importance and place in your heart. After hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Of course, you are more important to me than anyone else. The next moment, Qin Lingyun wiped away her smile. Qin Yu, I understand you're helping friends, and I support you too. But I still want to remind you, Xuanhuan isn't as simple as he appears on the surface. Whether or not he is a good person cannot be easily judged. Qin Yu was surprised. Do you know Xuanhuan? He knew Xuanhuan hailed from Jiangxing, the provincial capital of Zhejiang, so logically, Lingyun shouldn't have much interaction with Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is somewhat well known in Jiangxing. Qin Yu once again felt surprised. He hadn't expected Xuanhuan to be a somewhat famous figure in the provincial capital of Zhejiang. Shen Lingyun noticed his surprise and added, one significant reason Xuanhuan is well known is because he is a well-regarded live-in son-in-law in Jiangqing. Live-in son-in-law. Qin Yu was astonished. Logically, it doesn't seem right. Last night, when I observed his demeanor, he appeared mature and composed. Obviously someone with deep thoughts and capable of great undertakings. Moreover, he is a powerful martial artist, though his abilities remain concealed very well. Shen Lingyun smiled faintly. Now, guess who Xuanhuan is married into as the son-in-law? Stunned on the spot, Qin Yu furrowed his brow in puzzlement, observing Lingyun's suggestive question, quickly associating it with someone. President of the Chamber of Commerce, Missouri Chiu. Seeing Qin Yu's reaction, Shen Lingyun seemed confident that he'd guessed correctly. Indeed, Xuanhuan is married into the Mo family, and is Mo Chiu's live-in son-in-law. Surprising, right? Qin Yu nodded and bitterly laughed. Indeed, this is surprising. I finally understand why President Mo didn't mention her husband previously. It turns out he's the live-in son-in-law. Lingyun, actually, during the short period when you were away from Yunqing, I met President Mo. This revelation came as a surprise to Shen Lingyun. What happened? Thus, Qin Yu recounted everything that had happened in the past while Lingyun was gone, including Chen Qilan's death, how he had disabled Chen Qilan's uncle Chen Hui, matters concerning Mu Tianlong, and even how he wiped out the He family. After hearing this, Shen Lingyun was greatly taken aback and laughed, saying, I really didn't expect so many things to happen during my short absence from Yunqing. Judging from this, your biggest enemy right now is Mu Tianlong. The technique Mu Tianlong used that night at the banquet for shielding, it must be those transcendental methods practiced by the Yangshan sect. You've probably heard of it. In ancient times, the Yangshan sect was heavily related to the cultivation of immortals. Qin Yu nodded. He knew Mu Tianlong had used a 1,000-mile talisman that night, a method exclusively practiced in the immortal cultivation realm. Talismans belong to the practices of immortal cultivation. Shen Lingyun wore an expression of gravity. Qin Yu, I'm not worried about others, but I am seriously concerned about xuanhuan. Even though he's just a grand martial artist of the 9th realm and has yet to break through into the spiritual warrior realm, there are few, if any, martial arts patriarchs who can overcome him. The Yangshan sect gets its reputation for having ties to immortal cultivation mainly because of Jiang Haiwu's martial arts skills which exceed the normal realms of martial arts, as well as his inscrutable methods. These aren't ordinary forms of martial arts mastery. Once you face Jiang Haiwu, Qin Yu, you absolutely must be careful. Qin Yu nodded. In fact, he was more aware of this than anyone else, including Lingyun. Since the cultivation practice he was engaged in had ties to immortal cultivation, he knew there were true immortals in existence. Perhaps the Yangshan sect possessed some knowledge or secrets related to immortals, and maybe Jiang Haiwu, like himself, practiced a type of martial art that didn't belong to this world. His training wasn't in martial arts per se, but rather in immortality. Shen Lingyun thought about it for a moment, but still felt uneasy, so she suggested again. Qin Yu, if we can avoid having direct or intense conflicts with Jiang Haiwu for the time being, we should try our best to do so. I will discuss it with my father and have him step in to mediate between you and Jiang Haiwu. What do you think? Chapter 104, Clues of the Annihilation. Qin Yu understood that Lingyun was worried about him, but he shook his head in refusal. No need, Lingyun. Currently, the enmity between me, Mu Bufan, and Mu Tianlong has reached a state where one of us must die. And I know that Mu Tianlong is the true disciple of Jiang Haiwu. Presumably, Jiang Haiwu values and cares deeply for Mu Tianlong. In such a situation, no matter who tries to mediate, it will be impossible. Perhaps under immense pressure from the mediator, Jiang Haiwu might superficially agree, but secretly? Who can guarantee? Lingyun, hearing this, silently nodded. Also feeling Qin Yu's analysis made perfect sense. What should we do then? She had thought about letting her Shun family step in, either killing or incapacitating Jiang Haiwu, but this wasn't something easily achievable. Moreover, doing so would give rise to certain perceptions within their clan regarding Qin Yu. Qin Yu lifted his head, revealing a faint smile. Then let's fight. If Mu Tianlong hadn't suddenly used that Qingfu, 1,000-mile talisman, that night, and if I hadn't been caught off guard for a moment, he would have died already. From the start, I haven't feared Jiang Haiwu. If Jiang Haiwu insists on coming to meet his end, then I'll grant his wish, kill him. Shen Lingyun looked dazed at the Qin Yu before her, sensing the overwhelming confidence and charisma radiating from him at that moment. This was her man. This was the charm of her man. An unmatched confidence and an unparalleled aura. Shen Lingyun believed that the man before her would one day definitely stand atop the world, looking down on all others. Qin Yu, I believe you can achieve this, she said with deep emotion. I will support you and trust you unconditionally. Touched by her words, Qin Yu said, Thank you, Lingyun. As he spoke, he raised his left hand, gently placing it on Lingyun's shoulder, slowly pulling her closer. Shen Lingyun did not resist in the slightest, her body naturally leaning into Qin Yu's embrace. Indeed, Qin Yu's arms were warm. Her heart brimmed with happiness and sweetness. At this moment, Qin Yu lowered his head and involuntarily kissed Shen Lingyun's sensuous lips. This time Shen Lingyun didn't refuse. Not only did she not refuse, she reciprocated enthusiastically. Not far away, the maid, Xiaoyu, who had been following her young mistress, watched this scene and seethed inwardly, stamping her foot anxiously. Done for. Done for. Mrs.'s first kiss was taken by Qin Yu. How could Mrs. possibly favor Qin Yu? What's good about him? Isn't it just that his medical skills are somewhat remarkable? Xiaoyu knew Qin Yu was also a martial artist, but it was nothing she took seriously, thinking Qin Yu lacked sufficient strength. Their Qin family was a powerful martial lineage, and there were no shortage of strong martial geniuses pursuing this. What's Qin Yu's measly martial strength worth? The young lord of Tianyuan sect mentioned by Aunt Chun is the one who truly matches the Mississippi. With an irritated sniff, Xiaoyu turned and walked away, unwilling to watch her mistress being harmed by Qin Yu. Lingyun, why don't you stay over at the villa tonight? The villa is so large, with many vacant bedrooms. Qin Yu hugged Shen Lingyun, kissing her passionately for 10 minutes before reluctantly letting her go. Shen Lingyun shot him a sideways glance, teasing him. Qin Yu, don't push your luck. Even if I stay overnight at the villa, I won't let you enter my room. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought there was hope and rejoiced internally. You can trust me. I absolutely won't enter your bedroom without your permission. He assured her, and it was indeed what he truly intended. That kind of relationship needed to develop naturally, to flow smoothly. Shen Lingyun smiled and said, still, although we've officially acknowledged our relationship, moving into your home too quickly still feels inappropriate. Drop me off at the hotel. Qin Yu, of course, felt disappointed, but said nothing, nodding. All right, I'll drop you off at the hotel. The two walked back to the villa, getting into the car which started driving towards the city center. The maid drove while Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun sat in the back seat. Right at this moment, Qin Yu received a call from Liang Jianhua. Qin Xiao, come quickly and save me. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard the desperate cry for help. Qin Yu was surprised. What happened? I've already procured the spirit medicine you need, but now I'm being tracked by someone. I'm likely to be killed by them. Right now, I'm hiding in a row of abandoned houses in the western suburbs. Qin Xiao, please come save me. All right, hide well. No matter what happens, don't come out. I'm heading there right away. After ending the call, just as Qin Yu wanted to ask the maid to stop the car, he heard Shen Lingyun's question. What's wrong, Qin Yu? Qin Yu thought for a moment, then briefly explained the situation to Shen Lingyun. I'll go with you. Shen Lingyun immediately offered when she knew Liang Jianhua had helped Qin Yu purchase the spirit medicine. Qin Yu looked at Lingyun, knowing that her martial arts skills were also strong. She was no mere decoration. So he nodded and said, all right, but if anything happens, you have to stay behind me. Shen Lingyun happily agreed. Then, she ordered Xiaoyu to turn around and head towards the western suburbs of Yun City, where there was a row of abandoned large houses everyone in Yun City knew about. Soon, Qin Yu, Lingyun, and Xiaoyu appeared on a road 100 meters away from the cluster of abandoned houses. They saw a car parked on the road, and Qin Yu recognized it as Liang Jianhua's. Let's go to the house. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at the vast area of old houses 100 meters away. There were no lights. It was pitch black, like a ghost town. Wait. Suddenly, Shen Lingyun stopped Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned back and saw Lingyun picking up a dart from the ground, shaped like a butterfly. This is... Shen Lingyun was surprised, slightly opening her mouth. What's wrong, Lingyun? Qin Yu asked, puzzled as to why Lingyun would show such surprise and shock upon seeing this dart. Beside them, Xiaoyu also stared with wide, beautiful eyes, astonished and excitedly saying, it's them, miss. They've finally shown up. Qin Yu furrowed his brows. Them? Who? Shen Lingyun held the dart and carefully examined it in front of her. That's right. It's them. I won't make a mistake with this dart. Qin Yu, on the night over 20 years ago when your uncle's family was massacred, there were similar darts found in his house. For more than 20 years, my father and the Shen family have been investigating this clue, but we've never found even a trace. Yet, who would have thought we'd encounter them here? Qin Yu was greatly surprised. What an incredible coincidence. Since that's the case, we absolutely can't miss this great opportunity. We must capture them and interrogate the truth behind your uncle's family massacre 20 years ago. Chapter 105, Captured. Qin Yu was both surprised and delighted. This was an unexpected joy. He had been wanting to help Lingyun uncover the truth and find the murderers who wiped out Uncle Qin's family, and now there was a chance. Lingyun, quick, we must immediately enter the house in case they escape. He urged as he spoke. Shen Lingyun, however, reminded Qin Yu. Be careful, don't be careless. They are powerful enemies who once gravely injured my father while he pursued the truth. His severe wounds were never properly healed for years. She remembered that these were great figures of the imperial capital, their martial prowess was incredibly strong, and their influence was also extremely vast. Compared to such major figures, her Shen family wasn't even worth mentioning. Relax, Lingyun. Qin Yu replied before heading first toward the old large house. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu thought contemptuously, how arrogant. You wouldn't know how you die. Do you truly think yourself as an invincible powerhouse? However, it's good. Killing you, Qin Yu, would be meeting one of the culprits from years ago. If Qin Yu didn't keep Zhou Chan my miss, Xiaoyu wouldn't wish for Qin Yu to be killed. Meanwhile, among this cluster of connected houses, Liang Jianhua, who had helped Qin Yu purchase spirit medicine, hid inside one among many cabinets, closing the cabinet door from the inside. Old man, I know you're hiding in these big houses. You'd better not let me find you. Anyway, that possibility doesn't exist. The assassin was a man, his voice hoarse and very deep, akin to the sound of a terrifying beast. Liang Jianhua, hidden within the cabinet, wasn't affected much by the content of the other's words, but the sound of the voice itself terrified him greatly. He gently lifted both hands, covering his ears, muttering silently. There's nothing to worry about, nothing to worry about. Young Master Qin has already come to save me. Young Master Qin will surely arrive in time to save me. Liang Jianhua kept repeating this internally, using suggestion to bolster himself. Otherwise he might have already died of fright. Old man, That monstrous, terrifying voice sounded again. Do you know what consequences await if I find you? Ho ho, he gave a cold laugh twice. I'll start by ripping your 10 toenails off, piece by piece. And then I'll take the fingernails on your 10 fingers, one by one. 10 fingers linked to the heart. It's a bone-piercing pain. Upon hearing this, Liang Jianhua couldn't help but shiver slightly, with goosebumps all over. He felt as though his body had already experienced pain. And then, I'll use 20 silver needles, one by one, piercing into your toes and fingertips that no longer have nails. Imagine that scene, that picture bloody. Then feel with your heart. Doesn't it make you want to live or die? Liang Jianhua's trembling hands, which had covered his ears, began to shake, his eyes tightly shut, and his whole body covered in goosebumps. Uncontrollably, his brain followed the other person's words, imagining himself losing all his nails, then being pierced with needle after needle. Pain. Young Master Qin, please hurry up, otherwise I will surely die. Liang Jianhua took several deep breaths, barely suppressing his inner fear. He did not understand when he had been targeted. After agreeing to help Qin Yu search and purchase medicinal herbs with certain age, Liang Jianhua utilized all his connections, spending a good amount of time without success. Just today, he finally managed to find them in a black market and purchase them successfully. On his way back happily, he was found by a killer outside who looked like a monster and sounded like a terrible beast. The killer forced him to give up the medicinal herbs he had bought. Liang Jianhua, of course, refused to give them up. This was his golden opportunity to improve his impression in young Master Qin's eyes. And it was also a great opportunity to join forces with young Master Qin. How could he miss this? Liang Jianhua already knew about some of Qin Yu's deeds in Yun City recently. He knew how influential Qin Yu had become in Yun City, and getting his favor meant his own future prosperity. But, now he regretted it a bit. He hadn't expected that when the other party saw his refusal, they went all out. And now, even if he handed over the spirit medicines, this devil-like assassin declared he would still kill him. What the hell? Liang Jianhua cursed inwardly. Alright, at this moment, the devilish assassin's voice softened slightly, but still sounded like the low roar of a beast. Old man, I promise you, if you're willing to hand over the spirit medicine in your possession, I won't kill you. Liang Jianhua immediately froze, even releasing the hands that had covered his ears. Was it true? If so, it was certainly something to consider. Even if Qin Yu arrives and finds out that the spiritual medicine in my possession has been changed by the other party, he couldn't blame me for being unable to protect it, right? After all, I am just an ordinary person, while the other party is a powerful warrior. Besides, I have already helped him find and purchase the spiritual medicine as he asked. It was just unexpected interference. Yes, Qin Yu will definitely not blame me. The old guy, this is your last chance. Just as Liang Jianhua was about to go out, he suddenly heard the other party say such words. If you don't come out, I will set fire to this area of large houses and see where you can hide. Suddenly, Liang Jianhua snapped back to his senses. The other side had clearly said that even if he handed over the spiritual medicine, he would still kill him. He felt extremely scared in his heart. I can't go out. No matter what, I must not go out. Half a minute passed. The devil-like killer got angry. Alright, is it that you don't value the opportunity one gave you? You will regret it. I will make you regret coming to this world. I will definitely gouge out your eyeballs and cut off your tongue. Peel the skin off your body bit by bit, like tearing off cowhide. Then break your bones one by one. Finally, those 2 testicles of yours, I will first insert several silver needles, and then slowly crush them. Hiss. Liang Jianhua involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. Too terrifying. This is too terrifying. Bang. He couldn't completely control his own body, and finally touched a wooden board due to the violent shaking. Damn. An overwhelming wave of fear instantly surged up in his heart. Bang. The door of the cabinet was violently torn into countless fragments. A shadow flashed before Liang Jianhua's eyes. Then he felt his neck grabbed by a huge hand. Finally found you. The assassin gave a sinister laugh. Don't worry, I won't let you die so fast. I estimate you might still be able to see tomorrow's sun. With these words, he lifted Liang Jianhua like a little chick and left. Chapter 106, A Powerful Assassin. The male assassin was carrying Liang Jianhua, intending to leave the area of abandoned houses before killing his burden. However, after just 2 steps, he encountered Qin Yu, Xinlingjun, and Xiao Yu. The assassin was astonished. Qin Yu and his group had a clear target in mind and immediately recognized their opponent as the assassin, especially since the man was still carrying Liang Jianhua. Master Qin, save me. Seeing Qin Yu, Liang Jianhua rejoiced and immediately shouted, though his voice came out hoarse and weak due to being strangled. The assassin immediately understood why 3 people had suddenly appeared. He cackled wickedly, his voice terrifying and unpleasant. So you've come to save someone. I don't mind killing a few more people either. With those words, he carelessly tossed Liang Jianhua aside, planning to kill the 3 rescuers first, and then take Liang Jianhua away to torture him further. Qin Yu, Xinlingjun, and Xiao Yu felt nauseous and disgusted when they saw the assassin's appearance. They had seen unattractive faces before, but never one as grotesque as the one in front of them. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe his face as resembling something from a hellish disaster. Did your face get burned by an iron? Xiao Yu almost gagged as she spoke. You're so ugly, so frightening. Isn't it obvious? If you look this ugly, you should stay at home instead of coming out. After hearing these insults, the assassin did not get angry. Instead, he cackled wickedly. Don't worry, after I defeat all of you, I will carve your pretty little face up with my knife, turning you into a hideous clown. Qin Yu couldn't help but admit that despite Xiao Yu's less than desirable personality, She truly was beautiful. Xiao Yu scoffed. Can you even defeat us three? Do you think we are all like that waste of space over there? She referred to Liang Jianhua, who had been thrown to the side. In my eyes, you're all just garbage. The assassin mocked as he immediately moved in. Swish, swish, swish. Raising his hand, he fired several throwing stars shaped like butterflies. Their speed was fast, almost imperceptible in the darkness. Xiao Yu was startled and frozen momentarily, unable to react as she hadn't expected the assassin to be so powerful. The speed of the throwing stars far exceeded her imagination. Xiao Yu. Beside her, Shen Lingjun panicked, exclaiming loudly as she quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's arm and pulled her closer to herself. Whoosh. Several butterfly-shaped darts narrowly missed Xiao Yu's clothes. Fortunately, they managed to avoid injury by a hair's breadth. After being saved, Xiao Yu glanced at the dark metal weapons that had passed close to her and was inwardly shocked. Despite being confident in her own abilities, thinking that the assailant may have been involved in the massacre of the Qin family 20 years ago, but perhaps not necessarily among the top-tier figures, she realized she'd underestimated him. After only a moment of confrontation, she had nearly been killed. Indeed, no one related to the Qin family massacre decades ago was weak. The assassin himself was surprised, not expecting anyone to dodge his dart attack. His sinister gaze fell on Shen Lingjun, and he sneered, saying, "Looks like this girl has stronger abilities than I anticipated. I'm impressed," managing to evade my attack. Shen Lingjun also looked at the opponent and asked seriously, "Tell me, who are you? What role did you play in the massacre of the Qin family 20 years ago? Besides you, who else was involved?" Huh. The assassin was clearly startled, his expression filled with surprise and shock as he stared at Shen Lingjun for a while before finally asking, "Who exactly are you, young girl? How do you know some information about the massacre of the Qin family back then? Could it be that you're a survivor from the Qin family?" No, he quickly denied his own suspicion. All members of the Qin family were said to have been killed back then. "So who exactly are you? You don't need to know who we are," Qin Yu interjected at this point. "Just tell everything you know about the massacre of the Qin family 20 years ago, and I'll consider letting you live to walk away." The assassin slightly focused his eyes, shifting his gaze to Qin Yu standing beside Shen Lingjun. He chuckled long and coldly. "Consider letting me walk away alive? Young man, do you really believe that because this girl dodged my dart attack earlier, you can now win against me? You're dreaming too much." Before he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, 6 butterfly-shaped darts flew out, moving ghost-like in the darkness, not only at high speed, but also following unpredictable trajectories, making them hard to predict. Xiao Yu was astonished. This time, the assassin's attack against Qin Yu was obviously stronger than what he had shown earlier against her. Just as she was worried about Qin Yu, she saw that Qin Yu had already made his move. Xiao Yu saw Qin Yu take a step forward and his figure flicker, evading the 6 flying weapons in an eerie manner. Her mouth slightly opened in surprise. She knew all too well how powerful and hard to evade the assassin's weapons were. She hadn't been able to react earlier. This time, the assassin's attack against Qin Yu was obviously stronger than what he had shown before, yet Qin Yu had easily deflected it. Xiao Yu knew that Qin Yu possessed some martial arts skills, but she had no idea they were so advanced. In the past, she had been boastful and threatened to beat up Qin Yu. From his movements just now, she realized that if they truly fought, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. It would be her on the ground, getting thrashed. Indeed, Miss Shun had excellent judgment of character. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally realized Qin Yu's true power, confirming that their young miss had chosen wisely. The male assassin was utterly shocked, never expecting someone so young to evade his previous attack with such ease. He was fully aware that the technique he used was far superior to what he'd used earlier on the girl. After his shock subsided, the assassin showed no fear and snorted coldly. "I'm surprised. I haven't encountered someone of your skill level in many years. It's a good thing we met tonight. Let's fight. Still, I'm quite curious. Who exactly are you?" The assassin found Qin Yu unfamiliar, not resembling the talented heirs from the top martial families in the imperial capital at all. The girl who had avoided his weapons earlier seemed more like a young lady from one of those martial families. Qin Yu slowly approached the assassin. "Tell me about the massacre of the Qin family, and I promise I won't kill you. I mean what I say." The assassin almost laughed out loud. "Boy, do you underestimate me too much? Do you really think you can defeat me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from where he stood. The next instant, he reappeared in front of Qin Yu, his long fingers like a black sickle slicing toward Qin Yu's neck. Chapter 107, Powerful Strength. "Be careful!" Shen Lingyun screamed in alarm. "Boy, die!" The male assassin's cold laugh sounded as if it came from the ninth circle of hell. But in the next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped. Just as the scythe-like claws of the opponent were mere inches from his neck, Qin Yu acted. A punch shot out, fast as lightning. Bang! A muffled sound like thunder echoed throughout the abandoned large house, startling everyone present. Crack! The sound of breaking bones made everyone's scalp tingle. The male assassin let out a painful scream and flew backward. Not only was he a master of hidden weapons, but also an experienced and strong fighter. While flying back, he endured the excruciating pain, using his hands to launch several butterfly-shaped hidden weapons. Qin Yu snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he easily dodged several of the projectiles. Then with one hand, he slapped and sent the remaining 2 hidden weapons flying back. Poopiyu. 2 dull sounds followed as those 2 hidden weapons struck both knees of the assassin. He let out another pained scream and crashed heavily to the ground. Lying on the ground, the male assassin let out cries akin to a pig being slaughtered. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Lingyun, who had been extremely worried in that instant, finally sighed in relief. She knew Qin Yu's martial strength was absolutely powerful. Nonetheless, what just happened was indeed too dangerous. Little Rain beside her, however, was shocked beyond measure. Just now she thought she had witnessed all of Qin Yu's strength and acknowledged how strong he was. But it was only until this moment that Little Rain realized she had been wrong. It turned out Qin Yu was much stronger than she imagined. No, far more. With the lesson learned earlier, Little Rain couldn't help but start questioning whether what she saw was truly all of Qin Yu's power. Then, her gaze fell upon the assassin lying on the ground, unable to stand up. She compared her own strength with his. She was a great martial artist of the 8th realm, yet she could not avoid his attacks, meaning the assassin must be at least a 9th realm great martial artist. If Qin Yu could defeat a 9th realm great martial artist effortlessly, then his strength must be at least at the martial spirit level. Realizing this, Little Rain sucked in a breath through her teeth and watched dazedly as Qin Yu slowly approached. Tell me, you're gravely injured now. If you don't reveal matters about that year, I will let you die here even without killing you. Step by step, Qin Yu moved towards the fallen assassin. He had promised Ling Yun that he would help investigate the annihilation of the Qin family 20 years ago and assist in searching for Uncle Qin's son. Qin Yu always kept his word. The male assassin seethed inwardly, yet showed disdain. Boy, with your strength, you should be at least from one of the few immensely powerful martial arts families in the imperial capital, and most likely a core disciple. But I find you quite unfamiliar. Regardless, once you get involved in the affairs concerning the Qin family of that year, death is inevitable. Dare you continue to investigate? Upon hearing these words, Ling Yun standing behind them felt chilled. She was fully aware of how overwhelmingly powerful the person responsible for the downfall of Uncle Qin's family was, with unimaginable schemes. If Qin Yu got involved, he would certainly invite fatal consequences. Ling Yun suddenly regretted it. Qin Yu arrived before the male assassin, his gaze sharp. Speak. The assassin was surprised, not expecting the young man to be completely unafraid. Logically speaking, he should know how formidable the martial artists who destroyed the Qin family were back then. If so, then kill me. No matter what, I won't speak. He was very clear. Ever since this youth defeated him, he had already been marked for certain death. Even if he managed to survive and leave this place, living on wouldn't be possible. Ling Yun quickly stepped forward. Reveal everything you know, say it all. I can assure you, we will never kill you. We will also treat your wounds. She glanced at Qin Yu beside her, motioning toward the assassin, and continued. He isn't just a powerful martial artist. He is also a divine physician with unparalleled medical skills. He is sure to heal you. Heal me. The assassin scoffed, sneering. Do you really think that after being healed, I'd live on? Ling Yun understood and nodded. I know the black hand behind the destruction of the Qin family will definitely silence you with death. You can rest assured, we will ensure your safety. The assassin hesitated for a moment, then laughed, mockingly. Do you little girls even know who annihilated the Qin family? With just you three claiming you can protect me? That's an outrageous joke. Kill me. No matter what convincing arguments you come up with, I will never tell you anything about that year. Seeing the situation, Qin Yu had actually already decided to kill the assassin. He knew that the man was determined not to reveal anything about that year. Since it was so, then he might as well be killed, and they would continue their investigation. However, noticing that Ling Yun seemed reluctant to give up, Qin Yu didn't act, and also did not attempt to persuade her otherwise. He understood Ling Yun's feelings. After investigating for so many years and finally stumbling upon a clue, how could she possibly let go easily? Miss, since he refuses to divulge even on the verge of death, then there is no need to waste our time. Just kill him. Xiao Yu stepped forward, huffing angrily. We found a lead this time, but we will definitely find more in the future. Ling Yun didn't respond to Xiao Yu but continued addressing the male assassin. Even if we cannot directly confront those powerful forces behind the scenes right now, we definitely have the ability to protect you, making sure they don't find you. So, you still have a chance to live. Huh, you people just don't understand. The assassin burst out laughing wildly. Alright, let it end here. Huh. Qin Yu and Ling Yun were both startled. In the next moment, they noticed black blood trickling from the corner of the assassin's mouth. Not good. Ling Yun immediately screamed. He's committing suicide. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Yun attempted to stop him but realized his life force was vanishing at an incredible speed, leaving no room for rescue. This, Qin Yu, as a divine physician, had recognized instantly. Ling Yun froze on the spot, her face filled with disappointment and regret. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly moved to console her. Ling Yun, don't be too upset or blame yourself. Even if he hadn't committed suicide, we wouldn't have been able to extract any information regarding the destruction of the Qin family from him. Chapter 108, Clue. Staring at the lifeless body of the male assassin, Ling Yun felt sad and disappointed. It was hard to come by this clue, but unexpectedly, it has been cut off. Qin Yu didn't foresee such an outcome either. Seeing Ling Yun's sadness, he felt bad too but still consoled her. Ling Yun, don't be overly upset. Since someone involved in the downfall of the Qin family back then has appeared, it means they have been active all along. We will definitely have another chance to encounter them. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Ling Yun felt slightly better as she remembered what her father told her before leaving tonight. She looked at Qin Yu. At the villa, Father told me that the main reason he went to Jiangcheng with Qin Bilian was because of his private investigation into Uncle Qin's family murder. Qin Yu was surprised. How is that? Father said that Qin Bilian knows some information about the massacre of Uncle Qin's family. He left with her, trying to pry out some details from her. Qin Yu frowned. puzzled and asked, if Qin Billion knows something about what happened years ago, why doesn't she directly tell Uncle Shun? In principle, considering their relationship, she should tell your father. Shen Lingyun shook her head and sighed after a moment. Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. Right? Maybe we can get some information about this assassin from Liang Jianhua. Shen Lingyun's eyes brightened immediately. That's right, perhaps he really does know some situations. At this moment, Liang Jianhua happened to walk over. Master Qin, this is the spiritual medicine I accidentally encountered and bought in Chongqing's black market. Qin Yu glanced at it and realized it was nearly a 200-year-old Tai Sui. He was both surprised and delighted. With this 200-year-old Tai Sui, he could break through his current cultivation level. He quickly stored the Tai Sui away and then asked, Liang Jianhua, how did you end up being targeted by this assassin? Tracing the origin, understanding why he was targeted might help uncover some information. Liang Jianhua immediately explained, Master Qin, when I bought this Tai Sui in a pharmacy on Chongqing's black market, just as I made the purchase, an old man suddenly showed up and said he wanted to buy the Tai Sui from me. Of course I refused. After all, this is something Master Qin ordered me to find, and I have gone through great difficulties to discover it. How could I let it go? I rejected him outright. I turned around and left. But the old man wouldn't give up, keeping after me and saying things like, since we share the same surname Liang, we can negotiate properly. To deliver the spiritual medicine to you quickly, I drove back right away. But not long after, I discovered that someone was tailing me. I drove at high speed continuously, but upon reaching the west suburb here, I was still pursued. Afterward, I sought your assistance. After hearing this, Qin Yu lightly narrowed his eyes. Chongqing. The old man surnamed Liang? It's clear that this assassin was sent by the old man surnamed Liang. Shen Lingyun stated. Qin Yu nodded in agreement with this statement. Master Qin, for this 200-year-old Tai Sui, I almost couldn't return and see you again. Suddenly, Liang Jianhua began sobbing pathetically. Master Qin, for your sake, I am willing to sacrifice my own life. That much, you've already seen. If possible, Master Qin, please allow me to continue helping you with any other tasks. Master Qin, I wish to serve under you. Liang Jianhua had already become aware of Qin Yu's strength and the respect he commanded in Yun City during this period. He understood very clearly that if he served under Qin Yu, he would surely rise in the future. Qin Yu looked at him, remembering Liang Jianhua's actions from the hospital initially, and held some reservations in his heart. Seeing this, Liang Jianhua roughly guessed what Qin Yu was thinking and hurriedly added, Please, Master Qin, rest assured. From now on, I will reform myself entirely and won't do anything immoral anymore. Master Qin, I beseech you, let me stay and work under you. Qin Yu softened at this. Just as Liang Jianhua said, to protect this 200-year-old Tai Sui for him, he nearly lost his life in the hands of the assassin. We'll talk about this later. Currently, I have more important matters to deal with. I want to visit Chongqing and see if I can locate that Liang surname elder. Shen Lingyun spoke up. Qin Yu didn't answer immediately, prioritizing Lingyun's safety first. Lingyun, though your martial arts are strong, Chongqing isn't your territory, and I haven't established a base there either. I'm worried about the dangers you might face. How about I send people to inquire and investigate first? Once there are some leads, we'll head over. What do you think? Qin Yu understood Lingyun's urgent desire to track down the killer. After all, the Shin family had been investigating for over 2 decades. Xuanhuan had even been severely injured because of it, and almost killed. Qin Yu, there is no way I can wait such a long time. I do not want others to handle this for me. It's not that I don't trust your people. I just don't want to miss any clues during the process. Hearing this, Qin Yu paused, then nodded. Lingyun, I understand how you feel. All right, since that's the case, I'll go with you. Shen Lingyun was surprised, hesitating for a moment before recalling the words of the male assassin earlier. The mastermind behind the destruction of Uncle Qin's family had unimaginable martial arts prowess and boundless means. If Qin Yu continued to be involved, he could easily get dragged into danger. Seeing Lingyun's contemplative, hesitant expression, Qin Yu understood her thoughts and smiled as he said, Lingyun, I've already said I'll help you look for Uncle Qin's son and uncover the truth about what happened back then. I keep my promises. Besides, you've seen my abilities. Normal martial arts experts or masters can't just defeat me if they want to. Yes, miss, Xiaoyu suddenly chimed in from the side. With such powerful martial arts skills, Master Qin will surely be fine. Having witnessed Qin Yu's formidable strength, her opinion and attitude toward him had completely changed. After pondering for a bit more, Shen Lingyu nodded and said, All right then, but Qin Yu, you must listen to me. If I think you should disengage at any point, you have to immediately pull back. I still don't want to see you getting caught up in danger because of this matter. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. In that case, let's prepare now. We'll head to Chongqing tomorrow morning. Shen Lingyun declared. First, Qin Yu sent Shen Lingyun back to her hotel, then returned directly to the penthouse villa. Father, do you really intend to tell brother the truth? At this very moment, in the living room of the villa, Qin Qing gazed seriously at his father, Qin Hai. What if brother can't accept it right away? If brother rejects us and leaves home? Qin Qing worried that his brother Qin Yu would abandon them once he learned the truth about his identity. Chapter 109, Background. Qin Yu had just entered the villa when he didn't hear his father Qin Hai or sister Qin Qing talking. He was only a little surprised. Dad, sis, you two haven't rested yet? Bro, Qin Qing immediately tensed up. This made Qin Yu even more surprised as he noticed something wrong with his sister. Sis, is something wrong? There's nothing wrong in the family, Qin Yu. Qin Hai took a deep breath before letting it out heavily. Qin Yu, I have something important to tell you. It's about your background. Qin Yu furrowed his brows and looked at his father in confusion. About my background? What is this all about? He thought to himself, aren't I your son? What could there be about my background? Or does Dad actually conceal that he's secretly rich, while keeping me in the dark? Dad? Qin Shing still worried, wanting her father not to reveal the truth, but felt sorry for her brother who might never know the truth. Qin Yu grew even more confused. Qin Yu, actually, you're not my biological son. I'm just your adoptive father. Qin Yu immediately froze in place, eyes widened, mouth agape, his brain went into a haze. It took full 10 seconds for him to recover. What are you saying, Dad? Are you playing a joke on me? Qin Hai laughed bitterly. I wish it were only a joke I was playing on you. But what I said is true. How much I wish you were my biological son. But factually, I'm not your real father. Boom. Qin Yu's mind thundered with noise. For a moment, he found it hard to accept such reality. At that very moment, he began to believe his father's words. He understood the kind of person his father was, always honest and hardly ever lying. Since his father already stated he was not his biological son, then it must be the truth. Brother. Qin Shing, seeing Qin Yu's pained and confused expression, also began to worry and feel sad. Qin Hai didn't continue right away, thinking Qin Yu needed time to digest this news. Unbeknownst how much time passed, Qin Yu gradually calmed down and asked, Dad, so who are my biological parents? Only then did Qin Hai reply, your surname Qin, which is not false. Your situation highly resembles the one mentioned by Brother Shun regarding the son of his sworn brother Qin Feng. So I guess that you might just be Qin Feng's son. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was startled, instantly recalling what happened earlier today at the airport when xuanhuan saw him after coming to pick up Ling Yun and her father. Xuanhuan said he resembled the deceased Qin Feng, and further added, if Qin Feng's son were alive, he would likely be about the same age as him. Hiss. Qin Yu took a sharp intake of breath, extremely shocked. Could it really be possible that I am Qin Feng's son? The person Xuanhuan and Ling Yun have been looking for all along? At this moment, Qin Hai continued, an old woman delivered you into my hands many years ago. She told me you're also surnamed Qin. Afterwards, she said no more, turned around, and left. Old woman. Qin Yu murmured under his breath, pondering in his heart. If I am indeed Qin Feng's son, then that old woman must be a member of the Qin family, risking her life to deliver me out. She didn't reveal much information about me to Father Qin Hai to protect me. The fewer people know the secrets, the safer it is. Brother. At this point, Qin Shing called out again, her voice trembling weakly. Qin Yu turned his head to see her filled with anxiety and fear. Instantaneously, he recalled the night when his sister asked him about a friend's older brother. He slowly realized afterward. Yes, regardless of whether I'm Father's biological son or not, since childhood, Father has raised me until adulthood, giving me everything, treating me better than his own flesh and blood. And sister will always be my beloved sister. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Qin Yu's eyes. He walked slowly towards Qin Shing, suddenly reaching out with both arms and embracing her tightly. Whether I am your biological brother or not, you will forever be my beloved sister. Dad, you'll always be my dad. No matter what happens later, the two of you will always be my closest ones, and I will always be by your side to protect you. Brother. Qin Shing cried loudly in Qin Yu's arms. Qin Hai also exhaled deeply inside, fearing Qin Yu would be upset that he never told him this fact, and also dreaded after revealing the truth, Qin Yu might leave home forever. Indeed, he viewed Qin Yu as his real son. Telling Qin Yu this matter aims to help him reclaim his rightful stage. If Qin Feng is truly Qin Yu's biological father, he hopes Qin Yu can assist in seeking revenge. He fully knows the Qin Yu of now is not an ordinary person anymore, but a warrior possessing powerful medical skills and martial prowess. That night, Qin Yu lay sleepless in his bedroom, having gone through quite a bit during the day. First, Ling Yun returned with her father, then came the assassin, and after returning home, he learned such astonishing news. Finally, his thoughts settled on the matter of his own identity. According to father's words, and considering Uncle Shen's reaction when he saw me, there's a great possibility that I am Qin Feng's son. In other words, the Qin family that was wiped out 20 years ago is my own family. The truth I'm seeking now isn't just for Ling Yun. It's for myself and for my Qin family to uncover the truth behind their destruction. Thinking about this, his eyes narrowed lightly, and he whispered softly, considering Uncle Shen's investigation into this matter over 20 years, his grievous injuries, and the powerful killer tonight, one can imagine how strong the black hand behind the destruction of the Qin family truly is. So strong that the current me cannot handle it. With this thought, Qin Yu felt a sense of intangible yet immense pressure for the first time. He had been thinking before that he could grow stronger gradually. It seems now that, whether it's to find the truth for myself or help Ling Yun uncover the truth, I must enhance my strength as soon as possible. Besides, Qin Yu also wondered with great curiosity why the Qin family back then caught the eye of such important figures and ended up with their entire family wiped out. Did they offend those important figures? Or did the Qin family hide some shocking treasure? After pondering for quite a while without any clue, Qin Yu decided not to dwell on this question anymore. He would wait until he uncovered the mastermind later to face them directly, at which point the question would naturally resolve itself. Breakthrough. Qin Yu muttered heavily, then immediately took out the 200-year-old Tai Sui purchased by Liang Jianhua. In one swift move, he swallowed the Tai Sui and began to circulate the Yin-Yang formula, refining the 200-year-old Tai Sui within him. Let's see to what level my cultivation can be enhanced. Chapter 110, Breaking Through to Martial Arts Master. As Qin Yu circulated the Yin-Yang technique, The enormous spiritual energy contained within the 200-year-old Tai Sui immediately surged forth like a flood and followed the technique into his meridians. The spiritual energy flowed like the waters of the Yellow River, rushing towards Qin Yu's dantian. Boom. A massive moon thud resounded from Qin Yu's dantian. If there were outsiders present, they would certainly have been able to hear it. The next moment, Qin Yu's aura began to skyrocket. Very good. He felt immense joy in his heart. Qin Yu didn't expect his martial arts barrier to be so easily shaken. At the same time, he also didn't expect the spiritual energy contained within the Tai Sui over 200 years old to be so pure. This time might bring a surprise. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, concentrated, and fully operated the Yin-Yang technique. His dantian was like an endless abyss, wildly absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the Tai Sui more than 200 years old. Meanwhile, in the villa's living hall, Qin Hai and Qin Qing, the father-daughter duo, as well as Wu San and others guarding here, suddenly noticed a fierce windstorm brewing high outside the villa. Even a colossal tornado had appeared. What's going on? Is a typhoon coming? But tonight I checked the weather forecast, and there wasn't any report about a typhoon. Qin Hai was astonished. Qin Qing was also filled with doubt. Despite Wu San not yet being a martial artist, he was at least a trained practitioner. He realized that the tornado appearing above Villa Wang wasn't caused by nature. It was due to a powerful martial artist cultivating and breaking through. And this isn't a natural typhoon day, Uncle Qin. Earlier, young Master Qin mentioned he might attempt a breakthrough in seclusion tonight. This phenomenon is due to young Master Qin breaking through. Qin Hai and Qin Qing instantly widened their eyes, shocked. Not being martial artists, they understood nothing about cultivation breakthroughs. Nevertheless, they could tell from this commotion that Qin Yu must be extraordinarily skilled. Wu San, on the other hand, was deeply impressed internally. He had already heard from Boss Bo about how formidable young Master Qin was, and he had even witnessed young Master Qin's prowess firsthand before. However, at this moment, he realized that his previous understanding of young Master Qin was still too limited. Standing at the entrance of the villa, gazing up at the oppressive sensation brought by the tornado-like storm overhead, like the end of the world, Wu San deeply comprehended just how much stronger Qin Yu was than he had known or imagined. The brothers of the Tiger Gang stationed here, observing this world-ending scene, felt delighted and thrilled in their hearts. Wonderful. Who would have thought young Master Qin is such an incredibly powerful martial artist? Yes. Being able to work alongside such a strong young Master Qin is truly an honor in 3 lifetimes. Shit, if I have to die, then I'd rather die beside young Master Qin. The brothers of the Tiger Gang were all ecstatic. The next morning, around 10 a.m., Shun Lingyun arrived at Tower King's villa. Sister Lingyun. Seeing her figure, Qin Qing couldn't help but feel happy and quickly ran over, giving her a warm embrace. In her mind, she already considered Lingyun as her sister-in-law. Shun Lingyun was equally pleased inside. Qin Qing. Uncle Qin. Is Sister Lingyun here to see brother? Qin Qing chuckled teasingly. Lingyun. Qin Hai directly called her by name instead of Miss Shun, which made it seem more intimate. Brother Qin is still upstairs in his room. Shall I go call him down? Shin Lingyun immediately became curious since it was nearly 10 a.m. Logically speaking, Qin Yu should have woken up by now. Uncle Qin, did something happen to Qin Yu? Last night after brother came back, we talked for a bit, and he said he planned to enter a closed retreat to break through. Breakthrough? Shin Lingyun was startled and immediately stopped Qin Hai, who had walked several meters ahead. Uncle Qin, don't go wake Qin Yu up yet. He is cultivating. I fear he is at a critical point. Interrupting him now could lead to severe issues. Hearing this, Qin Hai was instantly alarmed. That's the case. Then, he was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he didn't want Lingyun waiting here, yet calling Qin Yu down risked disturbing his progress as Lingyun suggested. No worries. I'll wait for him here. Lingyun laughed softly and assured them. Sister Lingyun is so considerate, Qin Qing giggled. Who would have guessed what kind of luck brother has to encounter and win the favor of Sister Lingyun? Lingyun smiled. Your brother is great too, you know. I know. Qin Qing pulled Shin Lingyun to sit on the couch in the living room. Qin Hai also returned to sit down, keeping company with Shun Lingyun. The father and daughter accompanied Lingyun and chatted casually without any barriers, laughing happily together. An hour passed quickly, yet Qin Yu still didn't emerge. Shin Lingyun, noticing this, speculated that Qin Yu might not be able to exit his seclusion today, but she was somewhat restless about the matter concerning the Liang surname elder from Zen City. If the person wasn't from Zen City and she arrived late, missing the opportunity would indeed be troublesome. Uncle Qin, Qing, I have an urgent matter and must leave immediately. If Qin Yu comes out, just tell him I came looking for him. Sister Lingyun, you're not going to wait for my brother? What's the emergency? Let my brother accompany you. That way, we'll feel more at ease. Qin Qing became anxious, recognizing that Shun Lingyun truly had important business, and she worried about her safety. Yes, Lingyun, or I'll go call Qin Yu down now. You'll be much safer with him by your side. Qin Hai had already started walking away. Shin Lingyun stopped him again. It's unnecessary, Uncle Qin. You can rest assured. Though urgent, it's not dangerous. You absolutely mustn't disturb Qin Yu. Let him come out on his own. She reiterated her instructions and then turned to leave the villa. The father-daughter duo of Qin Hai and Qin Qing watched Shun Lingyun hurry away anxiously, filled with worry. They wanted to immediately call Qin Yu out, but remembering what Lingyun had said, they feared affecting Qin Yu, leading to serious consequences. Helpless, the two could only anxiously wait in the living room for Qin Yu to emerge on his own. Time ticked away second by second, reaching noon at 12 o'clock. Qin Hai and Qin Qing didn't see Qin Yu emerge, instead waiting for Grandpa Bo's arrival. They noticed a stranger who arrived alongside Grandpa Bo, appearing rather proud. The father-daughter pair knew he must be here to see Qin Yu and remained silent. Another half-hour passed before Qin Yu in the bedroom finally opened his tightly shut eyes. Instantly, 2 streaks of golden light flashed through his eyes, as powerful energy erupted. Good, this is truly excellent. The Yin-Yang technique is truly formidable, nearly wasting no ounce of spiritual energy contained within the 200-year-old Tai Sui. Initially, Qin Yu had assumed that despite its greatness, he'd probably only break through to the peak of the martial spirit realm, never imagining he'd now reached the martial ancestor realm. Chapter 111. The Lin family arrives. Once I break through to the level of a martial arts master, I will be able to employ more techniques, refining some magical weapons, setting up powerful and secretive formations, so that the opponent is caught off guard. Qin Yu felt the powerful strength within him along with the vast spiritual energy and couldn't help but feel excitement. This breakthrough had surpassed his expectations, as he broke through to the realm of the master in one go. Xuanhuan. He thought of the most formidable enemy he might encounter recently. Qin Yu was already confident in defeating him before this. Now that he has broken through the realm of the master, he feels even more that Zhang Haiwu no longer catches his attention. The only reason he considered that Zhang Haiwu could cause him trouble was due to his Yang Palace having some association with cultivation. But now with breaking through to the master's realm, Qin Yu can use some techniques related to cultivation, and he feels that Zhang Haiwu doesn't have a chance to trouble him at all anymore. Thinking of this, he wanted to laugh, but then the next moment, he suddenly remembered something. Shit. Qin Yu realized that the sunlight outside was intense. It was definitely the post-lunchtime period. Nua Qing. He called out anxiously and immediately walked briskly out of his bedroom and into the living room on the first floor. Big brother, you're finally out. Qin Qing finally saw Qin Yu's figure and ran over eagerly, her little face showing signs of worry. Qin Yu, Ling Yun came looking for you this morning, but after knowing that you were breaking through during seclusion, she decided not to disturb you. She waited here for an hour before leaving. Qin Hai also grew anxious. She left urgently, saying to tell you that she came here. Qin Yu, go catch her quickly. In Qin Hai's heart, Ling Yun had already been regarded as his daughter-in-law, and an excellent one at that. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately showed a worried expression. The elder man, surnamed Liang Dong, whom Liang Jianhua spoke of, must have some connection to the annihilation of the Qin family back then. And those people who annihilated the Qin family were incredibly strong and dangerous. He worried that Ling Yun, taking Xiao Yu, the 2 girls going to Chan City to find such dangerous people, would run into peril. Dad, sister, I'll immediately go look for Ling Yun. We can talk about other things when I return. Big brother, hurry and go. Without waiting for them to speak further, Qin Yu was already heading towards the villa gate. Young Master Qin. At this point, however, Feng Tianbo called him back. Turning his head, Qin Yu found it wasn't just Feng Tianbo, but another unfamiliar man standing there. He immediately sensed that this unfamiliar middle-aged man was a martial artist and quite strong. Stopping his steps, Feng Tianbo immediately began introducing him. Young Master Qin. This person is from the Lin family of Jiangqing. Lin Hong. Upon hearing the Lin family name, Qin Yu instantly understood why this person was a martial artist of no small ability. Alright, I get it. But I have an urgent and important matter to attend to right now. Grandpa Bo, please take care of Mr. Lin first. We can discuss later once I'm back. Qin Yu then took a step forward and continued walking. Qin Yu. But at the next moment, Lin Hong became angry, scoffing as he opened his mouth. I traveled all the way from Jiangqing to your Yun City, and you treat me like this? Qin Yu stopped his steps and frowned, casting a glance at Lin Hong, feeling displeasure rise in his heart. Seeing this, Feng Tianbo sensed things weren't looking good, quickly stepping forward to mediate. Lin Hong, didn't young Master Qin just say? Young Master Qin has very important matters to immediately deal with. Humph. Lin Hong wouldn't listen to any persuasion, scoffing loudly. Important matters? How dare I believe that in such a small city like Yun, there are matters more important than those of our Lin family in Jiangqing. Feng Tianbo was stunned, helplessly glancing at Lin Hong, thinking to himself, why won't you listen to advice? You've angered young Master Qin now. Alright then, I'll stop persuading you. If you want to court disaster, that's your business. Thus, Feng Tianbo fell silent, quietly retreating several steps backward. He was very clear that with Lin Hong's attitude, even someone with the best temper and character would be irritated. How much more so with young Master Qin? Who is young Master Qin? In the Rootless dungeon, how many fierce men and powerful individuals bowed at his feet? Sneaking a peek at Qin Yu, Feng Tianbo indeed noticed that Qin Yu's eyes were narrowing faintly. He knew clearly that Qin Yu was truly mad. Then Lin Hong was really doomed. Qin Yu narrowed his gaze, looking at Lin Hong, noticing previously but paying more attention now. This Lin Hong was someone who looked down on others. Before Qin Yu could open his mouth to speak, Lin Hong continued talking, still arrogantly maintaining the same demeanor as before. Isn't it you, Qin Yu, who sent someone to plead with our Lin family? Now that I represent our Lin family, yet you receive me like this, what do you mean by this? Qin Yu was perplexed. Did I send someone to beg your Lin family? Feng Tianbo beside him was also baffled, furrowing his brows in doubt as he looked at Lin Hong. Lin Hong snorted again. Isn't it? You sent the video to our family head in the provincial capital of Jiangqing, which was nothing but a request for our Lin family to send someone here to Yun City to help you deal with Mu Bu Fan. Qin Yu was taken aback and chuckled while shaking his head. I think your Lin family has misunderstood. I gave you that video not as a plea for help, not asking for help. Lin Hong sneered. Qin Yu, I've heard about you. You do possess some martial arts skills, but aren't you being too arrogant? Do you think you can take on Mu Bu Fan by yourself? Totally laughable. Lin Hong finished with a disdainful expression. That's right. I myself can handle Mu Bu Fan and his grandfather, and even Mu Tianlong's master. If there is nothing else, go back to Jiangqing. Qin Yu was in a hurry to find Ling Ruqing and didn't want to waste time dealing with Lin Hong. Having confidence is good, but overconfidence leads to arrogance and conceit, which never ends well. Lin Hong smiled and said, do you truly believe just because you have no rivals in Yun City, you can stand up against Mu Bu Fan? Don't know your own strength. Qin Yu, let me tell you something. Besides himself being an immensely powerful martial artist, Mu Bu Fan's connections and influence in Jiangqing are enough to kill you. If you wish to survive under him, your only hope is us, the Lin family. In Jiangqing, we are the only ones who can suppress Mu Bu Fan. Qin Yu remained silent, sensing that Lin Hong had more significant things to say later on. Sure enough, Lin Hong paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. Qin Yu, if you want our Lin family to help you deal with Mu Bu Fan, this absolutely isn't a problem. But we have conditions. You must hand over the complete formulas for the Bai Bing San and the 9 Cauldrons restorative pills to our Lin family, exclusively to us, and never share it with anyone else. Chapter 112, Unprecedented. After hearing Lin Hong's words, Qin Yu suddenly realized and sneered, saying, so your family, the Lin clan, has come here for my 100 diseases powder and 9 tripod returning pill. At this time, Feng Tianhua, who was standing beside, also understood, feeling very annoyed. Although he knew before that Lin Hong had a rather proud character, it was understandable since he came from the powerful martial arts family in Jiangshang of the Zhejiang province. Feeling good about oneself is normal, but he would never have thought that Lin Hong representing the Lin family was actually aiming at the 100 diseases powder and the 9 tripod returning pill owned by young Master Qin. Fine death. Feng Tianhua felt angry in his heart. Lin Hong, after being exposed regarding the true intentions of his family, showed no fear and looked at Qin Yu with disdain. Yes, our Lin family has set our sights on your 100 diseases powder and 9 tripod returning pill. Qin Yu, let me kindly warn you one thing. With the powerful efficacy of 100 diseases powder and 9 tripod returning pill, they will generate tremendous economic benefits, and neither you nor the people around you can possibly protect them. Even if it wasn't our Lin family seeking cooperation with you today, tomorrow other powerful martial arts families will forcibly take them. So you'd better be reasonable, otherwise, you might end up losing both wealth and life. Feng Tianhua became furious. Lin Hong, I see you have eaten bear heart and leopard gall to dare such open robbery. After speaking, he wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Qin Yu. Losing both wealth and life. Qin Yu chuckled coldly. So, if I give the 100 diseases powder and 9 tripod returning pill to your Lin family, I can still get returns. That's right. Our Lin family isn't the kind of clan that breaks ties completely. After getting the recipes for the 2 pills, we will definitely ensure your returns later. By doing so, Qin Yu won't lose because without our Lin family's protection, you can't possibly keep these 2 kinds of pills. Qin Yu smiled. Overestimating yourselves. Do you really think your Lin family is that strong? I gave the evidence to your Lin family, so that you could know who killed your family's miss many years ago. You assumed that I, Qin Yu, wanted to borrow your hands to get rid of Mu Bu Fan. Pathetic. Your Lin family is truly ridiculous. Lin Hong frowned, then revealed a cruel look. Qin Yu, you have exhausted all my patience. Since your refusal to drink our offering of respect, then you leave us no choice but to toast you with punishment. With that said, he moved swiftly, leapt high, and slapped a palm toward Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu gave out a cold snort and retaliated with an equally swift palm strike. The move was fast as lightning. At the same time, a powerful aura that just recently broke through to Grandmaster level also leaked out slightly. Even though just a little bit leaked out, its momentum was still impressive. When the 2 palms were only inches apart, Lin Hong, at that moment, felt Qin Yu's power and was shocked inside. Pang! A thunderous muffled sound rang out. Lin Hong immediately sensed a terrifying force rushing in like sea water reverse flowing, madly entering from his left palm center. Crack! The bone-breaking sound was very clear. Lin Hong screamed in pain, flying backward, like a kite cut loose. More than 7 or 8 meters away, a loud impact resounded on the marble ground as Lin Hong lay there. Pu Qi, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He raised his eyes, revealing an indescribable horror, breathing faintly. Qin Yu, I've actually reached the Grandmaster level? At this moment, not only Lin Hong, who was unfamiliar with Qin Yu, was stunned, even Feng Tianhua, who had been following Qin Yu closely, was also shocked. He clearly felt that when young Lord Qin returned to Yun City from the Rootless Heavenly Prison, his cultivation was merely at the 9th level martial artist realm. How much time has passed? Lord Qin has already broken through beyond martial artist, surpassed spirit warrior, and directly reached the Grandmaster martial arts realm? Sigh. Even Feng Tianhua, knowing how outrageously talented Qin Yu was in martial arts, was deeply shocked at this moment. Such a cultivation talent, absolutely unprecedented. Qin Yu glanced coldly at Lin Hong lying on the ground without denial. That's correct. I've already broken through to Grandmaster. So do you still think I need your Lin family to remove Mu Bu Fan? Lin Hong felt fear and dread. Despite his internal resentment and hatred towards Qin Yu, he had to admit, the latter's martial art talent was astonishing. In appearance, no more than 20-some years old, he had already broken through to the Grandmaster martial artist realm. Such talent, Even the top geniuses within the supreme martial arts families and hidden world families in the imperial capital, how many could achieve such results? Qin Yu, I must admit, your martial arts talent is extraordinary. But if you think that alone is enough to deal with Mu Bufan, then you're oversimplifying Mu Bufan too. Besides, Jiang Haiwu, the master of Mu Tianlong, is even more complex. Even if you have broken through to the grandmaster level, you are absolutely no match for him. Back when he was merely a ninth realm great martial artist, he had already killed quite a number of martial arts grandmasters. Now, I've heard that he too has broken through to martial arts grandmaster. As fellow grandmasters, he would surely crush you with ease. Qin Yu scoffed. To be honest, your constant chatter about how formidable Jiang Haiwu is has piqued my strong interest. I have long desired to meet him in battle. The sooner Jiang Haiwu comes to Yin City, the better. A fight against a truly powerful opponent will make things more interesting. Otherwise, it's becoming quite dull. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong appeared startled for a moment before showing a disdainful smirk. Keep bragging all you want, Qin Yu. I believe when Jiang Haiwu truly comes to Yin City to confront you, you'll regret it when face to face with him. Shut up and die, Feng Tianhua shouted in anger, raising his hand and slapping down a palm towards Lin Hong's head. Lin Hong turned pale with shock, his mind going completely blank. He couldn't believe that instead of coming to Yin City to show superiority or snatch the 100 diseases powder and 9 tripod returning pill, he might end up dying in such an out-of-the-way place. Hold on. Suddenly, Lin Hong heard Qin Yu's voice. What? Both Lin Hong and Feng Tianhua were momentarily surprised and turned their heads to look at Qin Yu. What's wrong, young Master Qin? Do you want to personally kill this Lin Hong? Feng Tianhua asked. Lin Hong is nothing but a small man. Killing him would only dirty your hands. Let me handle it. After hearing this, Lin Hong's heart still hung in his throat, his mind still utterly blank. Qin Yu lowered his gaze, looking down disdainfully at Lin Hong seated on the ground. In my eyes, he is nothing more than an ant. His life or death holds no significance to me. Let him scurry back to the Lin family and deliver a message for me. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhua nodded once, stepping aside. Lin Hong's pride was deeply wounded. He could never have imagined that one day he would become an ant in someone else's eyes. Even worse, the other party didn't even see it fit to kill him. This realization struck Lin Hong harder than any direct execution, leaving him feeling utterly miserable and unable to accept his position. Chapter 113, Leaving Yin City. Lin Hong, you go back and tell the Lin family. Qin Yu lowered his eyes, coldly staring at Lin Hong below. Regarding Mu Bufan's matter, Qin Yu do not need to meddle on behalf of the Lin family. But if your Lin family doesn't let it go and keeps trying to target me and those around me, I will certainly make your Lin family regret it. The He family in Yin City is what awaits the Lin family. Get out. In the end, he shouted. Though Lin Hong was discontented in his heart, he knew he had managed to save his life. Standing up without another word, he quickly left the villa. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Feng Tianhua, seeing Lin Hong's figure disappear, immediately apologized to Qin Yu. I didn't figure out the intentions of the Lin family and Lin Hong, and recklessly brought Lin Hong over. It was my oversight. Feng Tianhua had already been very afraid and respectful of Qin Yu's talent and strength before. But now, seeing how Qin Yu had rapidly advanced from a great martial artist at the 9th realm to a martial Dao master so quickly, Feng Tianhua's fear and respect for Qin Yu reached its peak. Moreover, he understood all too well that should Qin Yu really decide to act seriously, his methods were extremely ruthless. Qin Yu said, it doesn't matter. To me, such a small fry as the Lin family are merely ants, especially now that I've broken through to become a martial Dao master. They're even less capable. Hearing this, Feng Tianhua secretly sighed in relief. Forget being punished by Qin Yu because of this matter. Even if he was just dismissed, it would feel like the sky was falling down on him. Anyone who knows Qin Yu's current situation wouldn't leave Qin Yu's side unless they're foolish, knowing they would definitely rise with him soon. Grandpa Bo, during this period, I must leave Yin City. My family will be protected jointly by you and Mo. Remember, no accidents must happen. If any uncontrollable situations arise, contact me immediately. Hearing this, Feng Tianhua felt secretly delighted inside. This was an opportunity for him to prove himself and win back a good impression in Mr. Qin's eyes. Mr. Qin, please rest assured. If anything happens to your family, I'll await your return with my head in hand. Nodding, Qin Yu turned back to Qin Hai and Qin Xing. Dad, sister, I must now go to Chan City to find Ling Yun. During my absence, try not to go out or leave home. Listen to everything Grandpa Bo and Mo arrange. Qin Hai immediately nodded. Qin Yu, don't worry, both Qin Xing and I will stay here. You have to bring Ling Yun back. Yes, brother, you have to bring sister-in-law Ling Yun back. Qin Xing also said. After hearing this, Qin Yu felt a warmth in his heart, sensing their care for him. He turned and walked out of the villa, boarding the car prepared long ago by Wu San. Mr. Qin, do you need me to come along? I can help run errands for you. Wu San drove very fast, rushing towards the only airport in Yin City. Qin Yu thought for a moment before replying. No, Wu San. This time, the enemy we face is very strong. If you go along, there might be danger. His impression of Wu San has always been favorable. Hearing this, Wu San did not say anything further. He understood Mr. Qin well, knowing that when the latter says something, it means it. While feeling a bit regretful inside, he also felt secretly pleased. The fact that Mr. Qin didn't take him, showing concern about endangering his life, proved how much Mr. Qin truly valued him as a brother. As Qin Yu watched the scenery flash past behind him, though slightly relieved knowing his father and sister were under Feng Tianhua and Mo Lei's protection, he couldn't fully put his worries aside given the potential strength of his adversaries. Particularly, once he faces the enemies responsible for the destruction of the Qin family 20 years ago, the threat posed to those around him could grow even greater. After these matters are resolved, he must quickly gather materials to set up protective formations. With his cultivation reaching martial Dao master level, the array formations he can construct will be more diverse, from pure defensive arrays, illusionary arrays, to even offensive ones. Only then could he truly relax. When Qin Yu arrived in a rush at Chan City, it was already the next morning. The moment he got off the plane, he attempted to contact Xin Lingyun again, but still could not get through. Actually, before boarding the flight in Yin City, he had already tried contacting her. Her phone had already been unreachable. Certainly, he was worried, but Qin Yu was confident that Lingyun remained safe at the moment. Previously, he had given Lingyun a talisman with a powerful protective function. Once she is attacked, the talisman activates to shield her. Should the talisman break, Qin Yu would instantly know. Since he currently hadn't sensed any problems with the talisman, Lingyun would be free from harm. This was the first time Qin Yu came to Chan City. He was practically completely unfamiliar with the place. To search for someone himself here would undoubtedly be akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. After a moment's thought, Qin Yu conjured up a name in his mind. Tangzi. The Yuntin Manor in different cities of the Zhejiang province were all established by the Tang family, and the Tang family was located right here in Chan City. Find Tangzi. Qin Yu immediately hailed a ride-hailing car and quickly made his way to the Yuntin Manor here in Chan City. Although Xin Lingyun might still be safe for now, the longer it took, the higher the chances of her encountering danger would be. He had to find Xin Lingyun as soon as possible. Using the Tang family's connections here is the best approach. A 1-hour drive was cut down to less than half under Qin Yu's request, and he appeared at the gates of Yuntan Manor in Chan City. After getting out of the car and heading inside, Qin Yu surprisingly found that there wasn't a single security guard in the guardhouse at the entrance. This was very abnormal. Yuntan Manor was a high-end villa complex created by the Tang family, with impeccable property management. There was absolutely no possibility of the security guards being absent from their posts. So, could something have happened? Qin Yu felt an unease stirring in his heart as he quickened his pace and walked further inside. Walking less than 200 meters into the manor, he saw many people lying on the road around the estate. A glance told him there were probably 30 to 40 individuals. Though it wasn't as extreme as rivers of blood flowing, large patches of red stained the ground. An overwhelming stench of blood greeted him. Qin Yu rushed forward and discovered that almost everyone on the ground was dead. Only a few remained alive, though their injuries were so severe that they couldn't be saved. What exactly happened here? Has something happened to the Tang family? He wondered. Who are you? At this moment, a sudden angry voice rang out from ahead. Qin Yu looked up to see two men appear 50 meters away. They weren't ordinary people, they were martial artists. Chapter 114, It must be you Tangzi who killed my daughter. Who are you, boy? Are you here to help the Tang family? At this moment, another man shouted to Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt a chill. The Tang family was indeed in trouble. Tell us your name, and also the force behind you, so we know who we're killing. The man said again. Qin Yu understood that their purpose in knowing his identity was for possible retaliation or suppression against his force afterward. He was anxious because if something happened to the Tang family, it would make it very difficult for him to find Lingyun here. Qin Yu took a step forward. The next moment. Shit. Where did he go? The two men ahead were instantly confused, as they had just witnessed Qin Yu's figure disappear from where he stood, as if by magic. They immediately realized that he must be an exceptionally powerful martial artist. Not good. Go back quickly and inform the master of the house. One of them exclaimed in alarm. However, before he could turn around, he felt a sudden pressure on his neck. Plop. The sound wasn't loud, but he suddenly felt like 10,000 pounds of weight had pressed down on his shoulders. Boom. The immense force on his shoulders made his legs give out, forcing him to kneel. The other man beside him similarly panicked and fell to his knees without being able to react. The overwhelming force caused both of them to cry out in pain. At this moment, none other than Qin Yu appeared behind the two men. If you want a quick death, then tell me what happened to the Tang family immediately. His cold voice struck fear into the hearts of the two men. I'll tell you. Please, esteemed senior, don't kill my brother and I. Yes. We will tell you everything we know. Please, esteemed senior, show mercy and spare our lives. The two men, who were pressed down onto their knees, pleaded for mercy immediately. Thud. In less than 5 minutes, the two men collapsed in a pool of blood. After learning about the reason behind the incident with the Tang family, Qin Yu did not let them leave, but killed them directly. The two were members of the Chun family of Chan City. This time, it was the Chun family launching a war of extermination against the Tang family. Based on some information obtained earlier in Yin City, the Chun family was truly a martial arts family, but the Tang family was not. More of their martial arts experts were hired masters, so naturally their strength couldn't match the Qin family. However, the only thing that could narrow the gap between the Tang family and the Qin family was the fact that previously he had incapacitated the strongest martial artist of the Qin family, Qin Hui, and Qin Shilan had been killed by his elder brother Mu Tianglong, costing the Qin family dearly. While lost in thought, Qin Yu quickly made his way to the Tang residence deep within the Yuntan villa. Meanwhile, deep inside the Yuntan villa in Chan City, at the Tang residence, two groups were confronting each other. One group was the Tang family, the other the instigators of this conflict, the Qin family. In front of the grand villa of the Tang family, a large grass field was packed with people, a vast black expanse standing off against each other. Tang Zhong, the head of the Tang family, led all the martial artists and some core clan members of the Tang family. glaring angrily at a middle-aged man ahead. What do you intend to do, Qin Luo? Are you insane? Do you really want to fight to the death between our two families? Qin Luo, the head of the martial arts family Qin of Qin City, with an equally furious look, pointing at Tang Zhong. Yes, today I am planning for both our families to suffer, vowing to wipe out your Tang family. Behind Qin Luo were all the martial arts experts of the Qin family, also glaring furiously, looking like they faced enemies who had killed their fathers. Hearing this, Tang Zhong wanted nothing more than to kill Qin Luo, but unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. The Tang family overall was also weaker. Enraged, Tang Zhong shouted, "What part of your brain is missing, Qin Luo? Although it's true that after our all-out battle, my Tang family has a higher possibility of going extinct, how well can your Qin family fare? Isn't this just giving other martial arts families and forces in Qin City the advantage? These years we have battled each other. Haven't we suffered heavy losses? Haven't we provided countless opportunities for others to gain advantages?" Throughout these years, although Tang Zhong had no intention of opposing the Qin family, unfortunately, Qin Luo and his Qin family refused to let go. He remained helpless. Qin Luo snorted. Do you Tang Zhong really not understand the current situation? Today I care about nothing, even if I exhaust the entire Qin family. Even if an emperor himself comes, I will destroy your Tang family. You? Tang Zhong swung his arm in anger. Tang Zi found Qin Luo's actions utterly senseless and perplexing. She stepped forward and said, Qin family head, I've already explained, your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. That day I just happened to have business in Yin City, and your daughter, Qin Xilan, was also in Yin City. Later, I was having dinner with Qin Yu, the divine doctor, when not long after, Qin Xilan suddenly arrived with a sword, intending to kill divine Dr. Qin. However, she was injured by divine Dr. Qin instead. You listen carefully now. I'm saying that divine Dr. Qin merely wounded your daughter, Qin Xilan. He did not kill her. Afterward, he warned her a few times and then let her leave on her own. If you don't believe me, feel free to send someone from your family to Yin City to inquire with the staff at Taizi Tower about what happened that day. When they tell you their version of events, you'll understand whether or not what I'm saying is true. At this point, Qin Xilan's mother Tan Yuemin angrily interrupted. Tang Zi, you little wretch, stop trying to make excuses. It must have been you who conspired with this so-called divine Dr. Qin to murder my daughter. Humph, investigation? As if you haven't already bribed the relevant employees at Taizi Tower? Of course they would speak well of you. Though Tang Zi's heart surged with anger upon hearing this, she suppressed her fury and patiently explained further, striving to prevent an unwinnable war. Are you deliberately misunderstanding me, or are you just too foolish? What kind of power does Qin Yu the divine doctor possess? Don't you know in your family? He has the strength to cripple your family's #1 martial arts expert. If he wanted to kill Qin Xilan, why would he need to cover it up? Why would I, Tang Zi, need to cover for him? How do we even know what sort of secret relationship exists between you and Qin Yu? What unspeakable dealings are you involved in? Tan Yuemin spat out through gritted teeth. That's enough, she snapped finally. I don't want to hear any more of your explanations. Today, I will personally kill you, this worthless girl, and have you accompany my daughter in death. By now, Qin Luo also chimed in. That's right. You've always had a poor relationship with my beloved daughter since childhood. Various open rivalries and hidden schemes between the two of you. Aren't you always scheming to get rid of my daughter? My daughter has such excellent talent in martial arts that she gained the favor of Master Jiang Hai, the great martial arts teacher, and became his disciple. This meant you no longer had a chance to harm her. So when my daughter encountered a rare opportunity during her visit to Yin City, you plotted countless ways to harm her, didn't you? Therefore, it must be you, Tang Zi, who killed my daughter. Chapter 115, Mysterious Stronger, Tang Family's Desperation. Sister, there's no need to waste time explaining to them. From the Tang side walked out a young man named Tang Ming, Tang Zi's younger brother. At the bottom of their hearts, they Qin family are just cowards. They witnessed the most powerful members of their own race being utterly beaten by divine healer Qin in Yin City. Would they dare to take revenge on divine healer Qin? Their hearts were as clear as mirrors, fully understanding that if they dared to confront divine healer Qin in Yin City, they would inevitably meet the same end as Chunhui, or even worse. They could possibly be killed outright. Tang Ming laughed bitterly. So now, they can only transfer their hatred onto us. The Qin family is nothing but a bunch of cowardly bastards. Qin Luo was greatly angered. When we beat someone and speak, since when does it become your turn, little son? You're still wet behind the ears. Is your Tang family devoid of etiquette? Enough enough, Tan Yumin coldly chuckled. At this moment, why should we talk about Tang family upbringing? Anyway, today Tang family will surely perish. Whether they have decorum or not, it all comes to the same thing. After hearing this, Qin Luo also scoffed. That's correct. Let's thoroughly discipline them once they arrive in the depths of the earth. Tang Zhong was so angry he didn't know what to do. Qin Luo, Tan Yumin, don't think my Tang family isn't strong overall like your Qin family, because we do not fear you. With words coming to this point, with events reaching such an extent. Fine. He gritted his teeth, ready to die, his eyes radiating killing intent. Then fight. Do you truly believe I, Tang Zhong, am afraid of you, Qin Luo, or your Qin family? All members of the Tang family, obey my orders. Tang Zhong deeply inhaled, giving commands. At this stage, no amount of reluctance or anger would make any difference. It would be better to throw everything into one last attempt. Follow me, carve a bloody path. Kill one where possible, kill two. It would be profit for our Tang family. The majority of martial arts experts and powerful ones behind Tang Zhong had been highly paid mercenaries, but due to the upright actions of the Tang family, they were extremely loyal to them. Kill. Behind him immediately rose a chorus of earth-shaking battle cries. Chen Luo coldly snorted, full of disdain. A disorganized rabble. How can you dare to oppose my Qin family? All clan members of the Qin family, listen to orders, kill. Not a single one left alive. Chen Luo led the charge, with a group of Chun family warriors quickly following behind. Immediately thereafter, the Tang and Chun families fiercely battled each other. In an instant, wailing sounds filled the air as bodies continued to fall. Before the grand lawn in front of the Tang family villa began raining red drops of blood. You're just getting money, why act so loyal? An elder from the Chen family showed great contempt, coldly snorting as he smashed a Tang family martial arts expert dead. To take someone's money and resolve their troubles is our Tang family belief. Two skilled practitioners of the Tang family simultaneously attacked this Chun family elder. Although these martial arts experts from the Tang family were hired, they remained united, loyal, and willing to lay down their lives for their employers, showing strength comparable to the Qin family. Together, the duo swiftly killed the elder from the Qin family. Thus, the Tang side could still hold its ground against the Qin family. Within less than 10 minutes, this vast green lawn had turned blood red. Upon seeing this, Tang Zhong roared with laughter towards the sky. Good, absolutely wonderful. I said we, the Tang family, wouldn't fear the Qin family. Kill, continue killing. Kill each other until death. Looking at those martial arts experts from the Qin family lying in pools of blood on the ground, he felt both joy and excitement. The next moment, Tang Zhong's loud laughter abruptly stopped. He saw at this very instant, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the Qin family side, moving incredibly fast. It was like a phantom darting left and right amidst both the Qin family and his own Tang family members. Not good. Tang Zhong shouted in alarm and immediately dashed forward, charging towards his daughter Tang Zi's side. He already understood. This sudden powerful figure had targeted his daughter. Tang Ming also noticed this sudden change in the battlefield, shouting loudly, "Sister, be careful," and instantly rushing over as well. He was closer to Tang Zi. Naturally, Tang Zi also realized a formidable martial arts expert had locked her as a target. Realizing is one matter, while responding effectively is another altogether. The opponent's speed was too fast to the point that it made Tang Zi feel dizzy. Moreover, the movements were unpredictable, making escape nearly impossible. Tang family little girl. This powerful figure was an old man who reached Tang Zi in almost a blink of an eye, letting out a chuckle before pressing down a palm. Bang! A tremendous thunderous sound echoed throughout, instantly causing everyone's heart to leap. Brother! Tang Zi screamed in terror. As she was thrown back herself, she saw her younger brother Tang Ming, who had pushed her away, being slapped flying out. Hit on the chest by the mysterious strong individual, Tang Ming was flung back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Tang Zhong let out a sudden shout toward the sky and immediately changed direction to protect his son Tang Ming. It was only at this moment that the rest of the Tang family reacted, their hearts filled with shock and fear. A powerful figure had suddenly appeared and attacked the young miss. Bang! 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 While the Tang family members were stunned, several loud thuds echoed out, causing multiple people to fall, emitting painful cries. In less than a minute, the Tang family, which had previously been able to briefly hold its own against the Qin family, had lost nearly 10 martial artists. Of these 10, 3 were killed by the mysterious strong individual. The remaining Tang family warriors finally reacted and quickly retreated to Tang Zhong's side, only to find that it was just an ordinary-looking old man. Is it you? Tang Zhong also now clearly recognized the appearance of the opponent, struck by deep alarm. This old man who had suddenly shown up was none other than the garbage collector seen on the streets. But those who knew him well did not think of him merely as a garbage collector, but as an extremely formidable martial artist. And this garbage collector was working for Mu Bufan. At this very moment, Tang Zhong instantly understood. It must have been Mu Bufan who sent him here to help the Chun family take on his Tang family. Otherwise, there was no way the garbage collector would have interfered. As for the reason, Tang Zhong had roughly pieced it together in his mind. Qin Shalan, being both the disciple of Mu Tianlong and Master Jiang Haiwu, linked the Mu Bufan with the Chan City Qin family. Thus, Mu Bufan had sent the garbage collector to assist in dealing with the Tang family. Once Tang Zhong comprehended all this, and looked again at the garbage collector, any pride or hope within him vanished instantly. He descended into despair. If it was just against the Qin family, there might still have been some hope. But if facing the garbage collector under Mu Bufan's command, Tang Zhong was crystal clear, there was absolutely no chance. By this time, not only Tang Zhong, but every single member of the Tang family had identified the newcomer. Just like their head Tang Zhong, everyone instantly fell into despair. The great strength of the garbage collector was famous throughout Chan City. Chapter 116, Terrifying Strength. The Tang family suffered heavy casualties, and the people of the Chun family naturally felt very happy and excited upon seeing this. Even though the Chun family's strength surpasses that of the Tang family, if the battle were to continue as it had been just now, even if the Chun family could annihilate the Tang family, the losses would be extremely great. However, with the sudden appearance of the trash old man, who has an immense reputation in Zen City, the Chun family's losses will be minimized. Chen Luo looked at the trash old man's arrival and chuckled inwardly. Unlike the other members of the Qin family, he had actually known for a long time that the trash old man would come to help his own Qin family against the Tang family. He just couldn't confirm the exact time. Tang Zhong, do you really think I'm as stupid as you? Would I launch a clan annihilation war without sufficient preparation? Qin Luo sneered disdainfully in his heart, while shaking his head coldly. Tang Zhong glanced at the heavily wounded Tang family members, feeling both grief and despair welling up within him. Heaven wishes for the destruction of my Tang family. He let out a deep sigh towards the heavens, feeling unbearably reluctant. Qin Luo retorted coldly. It is not heaven that seeks your family's destruction. It is I, Qin Luo, who seeks the extinction of your Tang family. Infuriated, Tang Zhong said. Qin Luo, you will certainly not end well. If it weren't for the trash old man helping you, your Qin family would have been destroyed today too. Qin Luo burst into a haughty laugh. To conquer is glory, to fail is ruin. Tang Zhong, may your entire Tang family go down below to serve my daughter in death. Tang Zi, originally filled with reluctance and worry, suddenly became enraged upon hearing those words. Are you thinking with your ass, Qin Luo? I've already told you many times that I didn't kill Qin Shilan. And even if you're thinking with your ass, you should realize I wouldn't possibly kill her. She took a deep breath, then declared resolutely. Since things have come to this point, I'll say it outright. Her murderer was her senior brother, Mu Tianlong. Upon these words, the trash old man immediately turned around and fixed his gaze on Tang Zi. Tan Yumin angrily accused. Little wretch, are you still trying to deceive us at such a time? You know that Master Tianlong is Miss Qilan's senior brother, and that he adores her. Why would he harm her? It's clear that you're trying to sow discord. Jiangzi seethed, her chest rising and falling. Mu Tianlong is nothing but a base and despicable fellow. He doesn't truly like Qin Shilan. He's merely using her to oppose Dr. Qin, so that your Qin family can handle Dr. Qin. And everything turned out exactly as he planned. Except no one anticipated that Dr. Qin's martial arts skills would be so formidable, leaving your Qin family's strongest fighter, Qin Hui, disabled. Qin Luo isn't a fool, he's quite astute. He knew there must be more behind his daughter's death. At this moment, how could he possibly admit something like that? The little wretch is attempting to mislead us right before her death. I know it was you who colluded with Qin Yu to frame my daughter, and now, before the elders, you accuse Lord Tianlong. Before his words had even finished, a sharp voice interjected. Young girl, not only do you want to die, but you seek torment beyond death. How dare you slander Master Tianlong when I'm still here? With that, the trash old man leapt forward again, using his mysterious technique to swiftly appear before Tang Zi. Daughter. Though Tang Zhong wasn't far from Tang Zi, the trash old man's formidable strength and speed made any rescue attempt futile. Every other martial artist from the Tang family was similarly helpless, having no time to react. Tang Zi's eyes widened with fear. She knew she would surely perish, so she closed her eyes as a sharp pain hit her forehead. Boom. A loud muffled sound rang out. Tang Zhong, Qin Luo, and everyone else immediately froze. What they had imagined happening never did. Tang Zi wasn't killed by the trash old man's palm strike. Instead, it was the trash old man who flew back with a broken limb and let out an anguished cry. Still expecting certain death with her eyes tightly shut, Tang Zi was surprised to find herself unharmed. What happened? Confused, she opened her eyes quickly to see a familiar figure standing there. Qin Shini? Her eyes and mouth opened wide in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Or am I in some illusory world after dying? She gazed at the silhouette of Qin Yu in front of her, doubt swirling in her heart. Qin Shini? Hearing his daughter's shout, Tang Zhong was shocked as he stared at the terrifying young martial artist who suddenly appeared. Is this person Qin Shini from Cloud City? Tang Zhong's mind was full of questions. Qin Luo was also taken aback. Though his elder brother had been beaten by Qin Yu, he hadn't seen him before this moment, and thus didn't recognize him. Upon hearing Tang Zi's shout, he was even more shocked. What an incredibly terrifying strength. Is this Qin Yu? Divine Dr. Qin, how did you suddenly appear here? Tang Zi finally realized that she hadn't made a mistake and hadn't been killed. Instead, she had been saved by Qin Yu who had suddenly appeared. At the same time, she was amazed by Qin Yu's martial arts skills. She already knew that Qin Yu's martial arts abilities were very strong, but she could never have imagined that his strength was so great that he could send the trash old man flying with just one palm strike, severely injuring him. This meant that her Tang family was saved. Tang Zi was extremely delighted, filled with relief after the perilous situation. Qin Yu turned back for a moment and saw that Tang Zi was unharmed. He sighed with relief. I happened to arrive just as this event occurred. Fortunately, I managed to intervene in time. Thank you, Divine Dr. Qin. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Tang Zhong was still in a state of shock at this moment. He had heard his daughter talk about the Divine Dr. Qin Yu. He actually had some doubts deep inside. For a young person to possess such powerful strength, their martial talent should be excellent, and such individuals should have significant renown in the martial world. But he had never heard of someone named Qin Yu. After today's encounter, Tang Zhong discovered that Qin Yu's martial strength and talent surpassed what his daughter had mentioned. Qin Luo and Tan Yumin, along with other members of the Qin family, now confirmed that the young man who had suddenly appeared was indeed Qin Yu. The very Qin Yu who had disabled their strongest martial artist, Qin Hui. Damn, how could Qin Yu suddenly show up here? Qin Luo knew Qin Yu had powerful martial arts skills, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat his elder brother. Still, he never thought Qin Yu would be capable of gravely injuring the trash old man with just one move. The trash old man was much stronger than his elder brother. He surreptitiously glanced at the room where the trash old man lay, unable to get up, then looked toward Qin Yu, filled with indignation and anger. It seemed clear that the trash old man was far from Qin Yu's match, causing great trouble for them. Shit, this damn Qin Yu. This clan annihilation battle against the Tang family, something I've plotted for a long time, has been disrupted by Qin Yu. In fact, today's action against the Tang family, including accusing Tang Zi of killing my daughter Qin Qilan and ultimately persuading Mu Bofin to ask the trash old man for help, had all been carefully planned by Qin Luo. Of course, revenge for his daughter was necessary, but this was also a good excuse to provoke conflict with the Tang family and launch a war of annihilation. With the trash old man on their side, it had seemed like a sure thing. However, Qin Yu intervened, becoming the thorn in their plans as if out of nowhere. Chapter 117, Immortal Medical Skills. At this moment, Qin Luo was extremely angry in his heart. He wanted to kill Qin Yu immediately, but unfortunately he knew that he was no match for Qin Yu. His original plan was to use Mu Bofin, with the help of the Trash Elder, to first destroy the Tang family, and then use Mu Bofin to kill Qin Yu. But he never expected that Qin Yu had already come here to fight. Unforeseen, the Trash Elder finally recovered from his extreme surprise and shock, enduring severe pain, and looked up at Qin Yu. This Qin Yu is even more powerful than what Mu Lao and Lord Tianlong described. Could it be that his martial arts talent is even stronger than Lord Tianlong's? How did this kid manage to cultivate? The Trash Elder felt a bit of fear and unwillingness in his heart. After all, he thought that Lord Tianlong had the best martial arts talent among his peers. Divine Dr. Qin. Suddenly, Tang Zi called out, her voice filled with panic. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at her again. Divine Dr. Qin, please save my brother. He's about to die. Only now did Qin Yu look towards a young man lying nearby. He looked somewhat like Tang Zi, but his energy was very weak. Medicine could do nothing for him. Without a word, Qin Yu took out a 9-cauldron restorative pill from his body. Let your brother take it immediately. Tang Zi looked at the small black pill, about the size of a glass bead, which Qin Yu handed over. At once, she recalled the recent talk about the famous 9-cauldron restorative pill in the Cloud City. Could this be the 9-cauldron restorative pill? She guessed silently in her heart. Although the Liang family had been hyping up the 9-cauldron restorative pill, it was rarely shown in front of everyone, and most people had never seen this potent pill. People outside Cloud City had almost none seen it either. Tang Zi quickly accepted the pill and fed it into her brother's mouth. The next moment, an amazing change occurred. She saw her brother Tang Ming's face, originally deathly pale due to blood loss, suddenly start to regain its redness. Bit by bit, it returned to normal. Everyone clearly saw the astonishing transformation in Tang Ming. They were all amazed. They all knew how serious Tang Ming's injuries were. Even the greatest divine doctor could not have saved him. But now, not only that, but Tang Zi beside Tang Ming also felt that her brother's breathing gradually recovered and started becoming stronger. Sis. Suddenly, an extremely weak voice was heard. Although very faint, Tang Zi was sure that she heard her brother's voice. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she was greatly shocked. In the next moment, she saw her brother slowly open his eyes. His spirit still seemed somewhat weak, but it was clear that he was fine. Sis, am I? Before losing consciousness, Tang Ming clearly understood that he was struck by a mysterious strong person, knowing that there was no way he would survive. Now, however, he found himself alive and saw his sister right before his eyes. Tang Zi burst into tears with joy. This great relief of finding something precious again made her beautiful eyes wet instantly. Great, brother. Divine Dr. Qin has saved you. Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Tang Zi introduced Qin Yu to Tang Ming. Following the direction, Tang Ming indeed saw a stranger standing between himself and his sister. Thank you, Divine Dr. Qin. His voice was still relatively weak. Qin Yu nodded. You've just recovered. Rest for a little while. Tang Zhong stood nearby, watching this scene, repeatedly unable to believe it. He was fully aware of how severe his son's injuries were earlier. Even if a divine doctor came, let alone a real doctor, even a god probably couldn't save him. Never did he expect that Divine Dr. Qin Yu really brought him back to life. A divine doctor? No. In my opinion, he should be a god instead. I've never seen such a capable divine doctor. Tang Zhong exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, the other members of the Tang family were equally moved and joyful, with great expectations. Divine Dr. Qin's medical skills are so extraordinary, it's like giving all the Tangs not one, but multiple lives. As long as they weren't dead on the spot, they believed that Divine Dr. Qin could definitely bring them back. With their young miss relationship with Divine Dr. Qin, they would surely be saved. All the Qin family members including Qin Luo, Tin Yu Min, and the Trash Elder were equally stunned beyond measure. Their eyes wide open, they blankly stared at Tang Ming and then at Qin Yu. A dying person has actually been brought back to life by Qin Yu? Looking at this, isn't Qin Yu's medical skill even better than the top 3 divine doctors in Daxia? They all very well knew how severe Tang Ming's injuries were. Even the number 1 divine doctor in Daxia would find it difficult to save him. Moreover, Qin Yu merely had Tang Ming take a pill, and he was revived. What kind of magical pill is this? Good grief. Everyone was stunned, even more so than when they had seen Qin Yu slap the Trash Elder away earlier. 9-cauldron restorative pill. Then, Qin Zhong, Tin Yu Min, and the Trash Elder recalled this miraculous pill which had recently become famous in the Cloud City. They hadn't believed in it before. In the Liang family's promotion of the 9-cauldron restorative pill, it was said that the pill could bring people back to life. Even though far away in Chan City, Qin Zhong and the others had heard of and seen the Liang family's over-the-top advertisements about the 9-cauldron restorative pill. They had previously dismissed these claims as ridiculous. Now, however, it seemed that the power of the 9-cauldron restorative pill was even better than advertised. At once, greed arose in everyone's heart, wanting to seize one from Qin Yu. Possessing such a powerful pill would undoubtedly be like having an extra life. Kid, I finally met you. The trash elder had gotten used to the excruciating pain from his broken left hand. He coldly stared at Qin Yu and spoke in a deep voice. You ruined Lord Tianlong's light-footed banquet when he came down from the mountain. You also stole the woman Lord Tianlong loves. In fact, I wanted to go to the Cloud City to meet you long ago. The trash elder took a deep breath, calmed the energy inside his body, and began to secretly cultivate. Although Qin Yu's combat power was great, he felt that he still had a chance to fight. It was only because he was too careless just now and did not use all his strength. On the contrary, Qin Yu absolutely used his full force against him with a palm strike. It could be said that he got injured entirely because the other party feigned ignorance. Qin Yu, you're reckless. How dare you confront Elder Mu? Today, I'll leave you here in Chan City and let you take the road to the netherworld with the Tang family. Chapter 118. Mu Bufian is nothing more than a rat scared of death. Qin Yu's gaze fell on the old man, known as Ladrin. On his way over here, he had already noticed him. After exchanging a palm strike, he became even more certain that this person was probably the strongest in the entire arena. So you must be someone under Mu Bufian? Moreover, not weak. But it's unfortunate that you've run into me. Otherwise, all the Tang family would have died by your hand today. You were destined to be above others, but now you're merely a dog, though indeed you were just a dog beside Mu Bufian. Ladrin did not get angry, instead chuckled coldly. I don't mind if you call me a dog around Mu Lao. If I am a dog, then you aren't even worthy to be one. Because you are not worthy enough to be near Mu Lao. Qin Yu revealed a sly smile and nodded. True, I do not have the qualifications to be a dog for someone like Mu Bufian, who is cowardly and useless. This time, Ladrin got angry, revealing a sinister light in his eyes. What did you say? Daring to call Mu Lao a rat? You're asking for death. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh. In your high regard, even Mu Bufian lacked the courage to face me. He even left Yin City in secret. Tell me, isn't he just a rat scared of death? That day, upon seeing Mu Tianlong use the Thousand Li Fu technique, he directly left the banquet to find Mu Tianlong and Mu Bufian, trying to understand what was happening. But he found that the villa where Mu Bufian and his grandson resided had long been empty. Qin Yu speculated that Mu Bufian knew they were no match for him, so they fled overnight. Tang Zhong and his family were stunned when they heard this, once again looking blankly at Qin Yu's back. Even Mu Bufian fled in fear? How powerful is Qin Yu's martial arts skill? Chen Luo, Tan Yu Min, and other members of the Qin family also felt great fear. If Qin Yu wasn't lying, things might truly be problematic this time. They actually had some confidence in Ladrin earlier. In their opinion, during the first clash between both parties, Qin Yu seemed to have a significant advantage due to deliberate timing and tactics. So, it was no wonder Ladrin got blasted away. The somber expressions on the faces of everyone from the Qin family deepened further. However, Ladrin remained nonchalant, sneering coldly. Old Mu surely left Yin City due to very important matters. Do you really think he fears you, you young whelp? What a tremendous joke. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised, didn't expect a dog beside Mu Bufian to be quite loyal. Since this is the case, I'll kill you first so you can go down there and prepare everything well for him and his grandchildren. Upon finishing his words, Qin Yu moved. In a single step, he disappeared from the original spot and reappeared right before Ladrin. Startled, Ladrin widened his eyes obviously, realizing Qin Yu's speed far exceeded his expectations. But the next moment, he steadied himself. This time I won't be careless like before. With full force, I will blast you to death with a single palm strike. His aged and unkempt right hand struck out. The force was immense, with roaring palm winds. Bang! The two palms collided. A faintly visible surge of energy rippled outward like ripples on a calm lake. Such a powerful clash. Almost everyone present, being warriors, watched this scene with awe. This was truly a clash between real powerhouses. The next moment, Tang Zhong, Chen Luo, Tan Yu Min, and others saw Ladrin fly out like a broken kite. And they heard a scream of pain in the air. Snap! The sound of breaking bones was clearly audible to everyone present. Sigh. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Shocked. They couldn't believe what they saw. Ladrin fallen on the ground, his right hand rendered useless. If there was suspicion about Qin Yu pretending during the first clash, there were no excuses this time. Ladrin himself had declared that this time, he would give his all. Yet, he was still blasted off by a single palm strike from Qin Yu, his bones shattered. At this point, Tang Zhong, Tang Zi, Tang Ming, as well as Chen Luo and Tan Yu Min, and everyone else present looked at Qin Yu. After clashing a palm strike with Ladrin, Qin Yu remained perfectly unscathed, landed steadily, and walked calmly towards his opponent. How about it? Am I capable of defeating your master, Mu Bufian? Ladrin's breathing grew weaker, excruciating pain making him grit his teeth. After drawing a few deep breaths, he managed to recover slightly. His face revealed an expression of immense shock as he looked at Qin Yu, who was walking slowly towards him, his eyes filled with terror and trembling. You have broken through to become a Wu Dao master? Sigh. Tang Zhong, Chen Luo and others sucked in their breath once again, their gaze fixated on Qin Yu with immense awe. Wu Dao master? Could it be that Qin Yu had already reached the rank of Wu Dao master? How could this be possible? How old could Qin Yu possibly be? Is he even 25 yet? Everyone trusted Ladrin's judgment regarding Qin Yu's martial arts prowess. After all, it was based on first-hand experience. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Indeed, I've already ascended to Wu Dao master. Compared to your young master Long Tian and Mu Lao, how do I fare? Ladrin's face showed an incredulous look. Although he had already guessed Qin Yu's cultivation level, Hearing the confirmation from Qin Yu's own lips still left him deeply shocked. A few seconds later, he gradually composed himself and began to chuckle twice, no longer showing any fear but instead, disdain and cold smiles on his face. You've given me quite a surprise. However, Qin Yu, don't assume breaking through to the Wu Dao Master level means you can kill Master Mu. You're overly presumptuous. Not mentioning anything else, Grandmaster Jiang Hai alone is enough to slay you. How many Wu Dao Masters have already perished by his hands? And you have just barely achieved the status of Wu Dao Master. Compared to those seasoned Wu Dao Masters, your abilities are far behind. By now, Qin Yu had approached Ladrin step by step. I hope the strength of your so-called extremely powerful Grandmaster Jiang Hai won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will find it quite boring. What a pity, you no longer have the opportunity to personally witness how I dispatch Jiang Hai. But worry not, soon he will join you on the Yellow Spring Road. As he finished speaking, he extended a finger and released a beam of force from his fingertip that shot out with great speed. With a poo sound, it penetrated Ladrin's forehead lying on the ground, piercing through his skull from behind. Thump! Ladrin fell over, his wide-open eyes reflecting unyielding dissatisfaction, his vitality rapidly fading away. Qin Yu indeed was a Wu Dao master. Chen Luo and Tan Yumin along with all members of the Qin family were utterly terrified in their hearts. That one killing blow against Ladrin just now was more than enough to prove Qin Yu's capabilities as a Wu Dao master. In the next moment, Chen Luo and his group saw Qin Yu turn around, heading slowly toward their direction. Chapter 119, the end of the Chan City Qin family. Qin Yu's steps were slow, and his footfalls light. However, in the ears of everyone from the Qin family such as Chen Luo and Tan Yubing, they sounded like terrifying noises from the 9th level of hell, the sound of claiming lives. Thud! Suddenly, a dull sound broke the silence of the scene. Without a word, the head of the family, Chen Luo, fell to his knees without hesitation. Dr. Qin, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, please let me go. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, but he remained silent and continued stepping towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, kneeling on the ground, looked at Qin Yu as if he had seen the Grim Reaper, breaking out in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, Dr. Qin, I know that my daughter wasn't killed by you. I misunderstood before. I sincerely apologize to you here. I'm sorry, Dr. Qin. Chen Luo made a mistake. As soon as these words left his lips, he kept knocking his head on the ground with a resounding bang, truly using force. The ground here was grass, not hard concrete, but Tang Zhong, Tang Zi, and Tang Ming could still see the red marks that appeared on Chen Luo's forehead. What an overwhelming aura Dr. Qin possessed. Tang Zhong was deeply shocked in his heart, but also grateful, glad that his daughter hadn't offended this kind of Dr. Qin. Otherwise, what happened to the Qin family today would befall the Tang family. What Tang Zhong didn't know was that at this moment, Tang Zi was filled with post-event dread. When she first met Qin Yu and Yunqing, she carried herself with an air of superiority, feeling as though she was extending an olive branch to him. Looking at the current situation, Tang Zi felt absurdly ridiculous and even somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yu had already stood in front of Chen Luo who was still knocking his head on the ground. No, Master Chen. Chen Luo froze, lifting his head to look at Qin Yu with both shock and confusion. Since you thought it was me who killed your daughter earlier, then let's say it was me who did it. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes widened like those of a bull, and an unimaginable fear enveloped his entire body. No. His terrified scream abruptly stopped. Like the death of the old garbage man, there was a penetrating wound appearing on Chen Luo's forehead. Thud! His body fell heavily onto the ground, startling Tan Yubing who had been standing nearby. Although Tan Yubing was awakened, her gallbladder almost burst from fright. Opening her sensual mouth, she moved it up and down, yet no sound came out. Even scalding urine flowed down her inner thighs. Tan Yubing was scared out of her wits. Facing Qin Yu, the powerful and merciless killer, Tan Yubing wet herself. Earlier, I heard you cheering quite loudly. Let's end it like this. Let your whole family reunite below. With those words, Qin Yu extended his finger again, and with a puff, a hole appeared in the terrified Tan Yu's forehead. All the remaining members of the Qin family were frozen in terror. Their patriarch and madam were killed just like that. All of the Tang family, including Tang Zhong, hadn't reacted either, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Was the imminent doom of their own Tang clan resolved just like that? Master Tang, take action. At this point, Qin Yu's voice suddenly reached Tang Zhong who was still immersed in astonishment and surprise. Kill all the people of the Qin family here. Do not let the tiger escape back to the mountain, or it will cause infinite trouble later. Afterward, immediately send someone to the Qin residence and kill all the Qin family members. We must uproot every weed. Tang Zhong was shaken once more, appreciating anew that Qin Yu was aiding the Tang family. Otherwise, he dared not imagine. Then he waved his hand. Every one of the Tang family, follow my command, kill them, annihilate them. All of the Tang family became energized, yelling and charging toward the remaining Qin family members. Seeing their master and madam already dead, along with the powerful garbage elder who had come to help, the Qin family fled in all directions, having no mind to fight further with the Tang family. In a moment, various sounds of combat and screams arose, all coming from the Qin family members. In less than 15 minutes, the battle had ended. Tang Zhong quickly dispatched some capable warriors to Qin family grounds to exterminate all the Qin members, uprooting all roots. Sister and brother Tang Zi and Tang Ming were inwardly frightened, realizing how ruthless Dr. Qin was. Naturally, Qin Yu could sense how the Tang family felt about him, but he paid no attention. He was helping the Tang family, and himself as well. One must never show mercy to enemies. Otherwise, one is bound to regret it in the future. Dr. Qin, I really can't thank you enough this time. Tang Zi approached Qin Yu's side, revealing immense gratitude on her beautiful face. If you hadn't arrived in time, my brother would already be dead by now. If you hadn't helped us, our Tang family would have already been destroyed by the Qin family. It's nothing, we are friends. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and I will always lend a helping hand. Qin Yu said softly with a smile. Tang Ming, come over here. Tang Zi nodded, and then called out. After a brief rest, Tang Ming had recovered significantly from when he first regained consciousness. He quickly walked over, his face full of gratitude. I, Tang Ming, will forever remember the life-saving grace of divine Dr. Qin. Qin Yu gave a light nod and smiled. Speaking of which, during our first meeting in Yunqing, my sincerity clearly wasn't enough, and my attitude wasn't that great either, Tang Zi added. I sincerely apologize, divine Dr. Qin. Qin Yu shook his head. It's nothing. In fact, at that time, Miss Tang was giving me an opportunity. It's just that our timing wasn't right. Tang Zi chuckled bitterly. Divine Dr. Qin, I feel like you're mocking me. Qin Yu laughed after hearing this, understanding what she meant. Seeing this, Tang Zi smiled even more happily. What she had just said was the truth, but it also carried a playful tone. Divine Dr. Qin, please don't call me Miss Tang anymore. It sounds too distant. Just call me Tang Zi, she added with a smile. Qin Yu nodded. Tang Zhong stood nearby, watching his daughter and Qin Yu chatting and laughing together, sensing their relationship was even better than what his daughter had described. If only his daughter could be with Qin Yu, that would be an absolutely wonderful thing. Suddenly, such a thought flashed through Tang Zhong's mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited and joyful he became. Qin Yu's medical skills were divine, and his martial prowess equally unmatched. At just over 20 years old, he had already broken through to the level of martial arts grandmaster, with boundless potential for the future. If the Tang family could have Qin Yu as a son-in-law, their ancestors' graves would smoke green for 3 months. No matter what, he had to persuade his daughter to seize the opportunity and become Qin Yu's woman. Tang Zhong stepped forward slowly. Divine Dr. Qin, I truly don't know how to express my deep gratitude for your tremendous help this time. If this were ancient times, when the Tang family had no way to repay you, we would naturally offer our daughter in marriage as repayment. He laughed heartily. Chapter 120, Ling Yun's location. Dad, what are you talking nonsense about? Tang Zi was startled for a few seconds, looking at her father Tang Zhong with astonishment before frowning and showing a look of speechlessness. I am just friends with Dr. Qin. He came to help us. She felt a little flustered inside and gave a reason that wasn't really one. At the same time, she understood her father's thoughts well, but thought it went too far. Qin Yu naturally picked up on Tang Zhong's thoughts, but he didn't feel angry or repulsed at all. He thought this was only natural. Tang Zhong had seen Qin Yu's great strength, then hoped his daughter could find such a fine husband, and he also hoped his Tang family could welcome such a powerful son-in-law. Qin Yu said nothing more, just let it pass with a smile. Tang Zhong saw his daughter take such a stance, and noticing Qin Yu had no response, understood that the matter was most likely impossible for now. Thus, he immediately laughed off the situation. Dr. Qin, this time our Tang family has heavily relied on you. Otherwise, by now there would be corpses scattered everywhere. You must stay as our guest for several days, allowing us to properly entertain you. Since things were unlikely to happen immediately, keeping him around so his daughter Tang, could have more contact with Qin Yu might lead to affection developing between them over time. Of course, he truly hoped Qin Yu could stay as well. He genuinely wanted to express his gratitude properly. This time, Tang Zi thought from her father's perspective and quickly agreed. Yes, Dr. Qin, please stay with us in our Tang household for several days. Our Tang family indeed wants to thank you greatly. Yes, Dr. Qin. Tang Ming quickly added. Qin Yu shook his head. This time I shall not intrude. I've come to Chan City with other very important matters. Though on this side, I don't have familiar friends, I instantly thought of you when needing help, hence sought you out. Coincidentally, your Tang family encountered an incident like this, quite timely indeed. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong once again invited Qin Yu to stay. Dr. Qin, even if you can't reside in our house for a few days, you should at least stay for a simple meal. Aren't even urgent matters worth waiting for a meal? Right. I certainly need to have a good drink with Dr. Qin. Tang Ming eagerly agreed, clearly delighted. Qin Yu shook his head again. Chairman Tang, I apologize sincerely. It's not that I Qin Yu think too highly of myself, unwilling to dine with you all, but my affairs are extremely urgent. As soon as the words were spoken, Tang Zhong and Tang Ming both revealed expressions of disappointment along with a bit of embarrassment. Tang Zi wasn't as obvious, but still emanated a feeling of letdown. Seeing their reactions, Qin Yu promptly stated, Chairman Tang, rest assured, after I handle the current issues, if I have time, or in the future if an opportunity arises, I will definitely visit you personally. At the same time, I'll drop by to visit Miss Tang Zi. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong lit up immediately. Good, let's agree on that. Tang Zi also showed a joyful expression. Dr. Qin, I'll prepare the best wine in advance right now, and await your arrival. Until then, we won't part till drunk. Qin Yu nodded. Dr. Qin, do you perhaps know something where our Tang family can lend a hand? Asked Tang Zi upon realizing Qin Yu had an urgent matter leading him here. Several days ago, in the black market of Chan City, there was a person named Liang Jianhua who purchased a Tai Sui over 2 years old, during which conflict arose with another person of the same surname, Liang. I heard that your Tang family owns some shares in this black market. Do you possibly know anything about this incident? Also, I'm familiar with that elder's surnamed Liang, as I have important matters with him. Tang Zhong realized instantly. Dr. Qin, I am aware of this matter. I remember that person called xuanhuan. So you know him. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt elated inside. Yes, I know him. He is helping me with the purchase. Chairman Tang, do you know the other Liang individual involved? Tang Zhong nodded. Yes, many people in Chan City know him. His name is Liang Jinzi, an extraordinary individual with considerable reputation in Chan City. He lives in the mountains surrounding Chan City. Suddenly feeling as if clouds had cleared away, Qin Yu immediately inquired. All right, thanks to Chairman Tang. I will depart temporarily. I'll head immediately to Chan City Mountain. Wait. Suddenly, Tang Zi stopped him and suggested to Qin Yu. Dr. Qin, we can arrange someone to escort you there. After pondering it over, Qin Yu accepted, since having someone from the Tang family guide him would be faster than going alone. Okay, then, I appreciate your effort. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu boarded a car driven by one of the Tang clan members, heading rapidly toward Chan City Mountain. Daughter, isn't your relationship with Dr. Qin deeper than mere friendship? After Qin Yu left, Tang Zhong questioned Tang Zi. Yeah, sister, what exactly is your relationship with Dr. Qin? Tang Ming teasingly asked as well. Sigh, if I had a brother-in-law who was a divine doctor, it would be perfect. In the future, even if you get beaten half to death, there's no need to be afraid. Tang Zi rolled her eyes at her brother's comment. Afraid? Are you not scared of pain? Think about it. Just now, when your sternum was broken by several ribs from that strong but trashy elder with one slap. The sound of cracking bones made Tang Ming immediately suck in a cold breath. He instantly felt as if his own sternum had been fractured, trembling uncontrollably and wincing in agony. Don't talk anymore, sis. Tang Zi chuckled irritably, then looked at her father. Dad, Qin Yu and I are just friends. Today is only our second meeting. Afterward, please stop talking nonsense like me promising my life to him, or any matchmaking between Qin Yu and me. Besides, Qin Yu already has a loved one, which is Shun Lingyun, the young lady from the martial arts family Shin clan. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong nodded understandingly. No wonder Dr. Qin didn't seem overly interested earlier. It turns out he's someone who values emotion deeply. In fact, that makes things even better. Daughter, you must put extra effort into winning Dr. Qin over. Even if he already has someone he loves, you can still become the one in his heart too. Kids might have to choose, but adults want both. Besides, so what if she's the young lady of a martial family? My daughter will compare favorably against any girl in the world. Tang Zi sighed helplessly upon hearing this and turned to walk into the villa, ignoring her father completely. Within an hour, Qin Yu had already arrived at the base of Chan City Mountain, escorted by a member of the Tang family. On the way, he learned some information about Chan City Mountain and Liang Jinzi from the other person. Chan City Mountain was extremely majestic, its steep terrain making it almost impossible for anyone to climb. Even experienced mountaineers or professional climbers couldn't guarantee success. And yet, Liang Jinzi resided right on top of the mountain. Qin Yu got off the car and started climbing immediately. Not long after ascending, he noticed his phone losing signal. As expected, hardly anyone can climb Chan City Mountain, hence there are likely no communication towers here. He instantly thought of Lingyun again. Lingyun must be somewhere up the mountain. Her phone has probably also lost signal. Chapter 121, A Chance Encounter. Confirming that Lingyun was on this Chan Chung mountain, Qin Yu instinctively quickened his steps and rapidly made his way towards the mountaintop. He had been climbing for less than 10 minutes when he noticed someone ahead. Qin Yu. At the same moment, he heard a cry of surprise coming from ahead, filled with excitement and joy. Following the sound, Qin Yu discovered it was indeed someone he knew, and they were very close. It's really you, Qin Yu. Not far ahead, a young man of about the same age hurried forward. Pan Liang. Pan Liang was Qin Yu's high school classmate. They had sat together for 3 years, their relationship akin to that of brothers. It was just that in recent years they hadn't been in as much contact. How did you end up here? Both asked the same question at the same time, looked at each other, and then laughed heartily. After the laughter subsided, they shared a bear hug. Brother, it's been too long. I missed you. As Pan Liang hugged Qin Yu, he quietly said these words into his ear. Qin Yu smiled understandingly, feeling the sincerity in those words. I've missed you too, brother. I've actually always wanted to come back and find you, but I never managed to free up the time. Qin Yu, are you angry with me? I tell you what, even if you're angry, today you have to get over it. With that, Pan Liang delivered a punch to Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu felt extremely pleased. Why would I be? I know how busy you've been. That's good. Pan Liang laughed cheerfully again, then his laughter stopped abruptly as he asked. By the way, you haven't told me why you're here. Qin Yu thought for a moment. There was no need to hide much from his true brother. I came here to look for a friend. Yesterday, she climbed Chan Chung Mountain, but now I can't reach her, and I'm worried about her. Ah, Pan Liang exclaimed in surprise. Your friend climbed Chan Chung Mountain? Is he from around here? Pan Liang thought Qin Yu was referring to a male friend. No, she's not from Chan Chung. Pan Liang grew even more concerned. This could be problematic. Your friend might not realize how incredibly difficult Chan Chung Mountain is to climb. Even mountain climbing enthusiasts, or even professional climbers, find it hard to ascend Chan Chung Mountain. Moreover, until now, not even one professional climber has successfully reached the summit of Chan Chung Mountain. Qin Yu nodded, slightly concerned for Lingyun, though not overly so since Lingyun was no ordinary person but rather a powerful martial artist. Lingyun's martial arts abilities surpassed even Mu Tianlong's. Come on, Qin Yu. I'll accompany you in finding your friend. Hopefully, nothing bad has happened to him. Qin Yu felt glad inside, seeing his old buddy's personality remained unchanged since high school, warm-hearted and deeply valuing friendship. Oh, almost forgot. Pan Liang suddenly remembered something. Qin Yu, let me introduce you to my 3 friends. Actually, Qin Yu had already noticed the 3 people Pan Liang referred to. When they were chatting and catching up earlier, he had stealthily observed the trio not far away. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were both fairly tall. One of the men appeared younger and had a fair complexion, looking handsome. The other man was around 30-something and seemed sturdier, exuding an aura of robust strength. More importantly, this man was actually a martial artist. Although his energy was concealed, Qin Yu could sense it without difficulty. The girl had a perfectly shaped face with a pointed chin, a high nose bridge, and she was quite pretty with an attractive figure. Qin Yu noticed earlier that this girl and the clean-cut young man kept exchanging glances and occasionally whispering a word or two between them. He immediately noticed their relationship seemed to be rather intimate. This is Tanxingya. He's a professional mountain climber specially invited by my good brother Fan Xingwen. Because of him, we dared to attempt climbing Changcheng Mountain this time. Pan Liang began introducing everyone. Just mentioned, this is Fan Xingwen, a good brother I've met during my time in Changcheng. And her name is Li Yi. When mentioning her, Pan Liang suddenly grinned, looking at Qin Yu. She's your future sister-in-law, my girlfriend. We're planning to get married soon. You absolutely must come when the time comes. And you must be my best man. Upon learning that Li Yi was Pan Liang's girlfriend, and they were even planning to get married, Qin Yu felt a sudden tightening in his heart. He discreetly glanced at Li Yi, noticing that she too was looking at him. Her gaze seemed somewhat strange, as if she wasn't pleased with his presence. Qin Yu maintained his composure, showing no visible emotions, then quietly shifted his eyes toward Fan Xingwen, standing beside her. He similarly sensed that Fan Xingwen wasn't exactly welcoming him either. There was definitely something off with these two. Qin Yu secretly thought to himself. Furthermore, Tanxingya wasn't a real professional climber, but simply another martial artist. However, Fan Xingwen told Pan Liang that the person they had invited was a professional mountaineer. Finally, Qin Yu's gaze quietly landed on Pan Liang, who seemed very happy, and he couldn't help but worry. His brother was likely being cheated on. Come on, our primary goal is to help my high school buddy Qin Yu find his friend who went missing here. Pan Liang then turned to look at Qin Yu. Brother, don't worry too much. Your friend will definitely be fine. We've got elder brother Tan, the professional climber, who will surely help us find your friend. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned as he sensed something unusual about Li Yi's breathing. Wait. He called out to stop Pan Liang, who had already taken a step forward. What's wrong? Pan Liang asked, puzzled. Fan Xingwen and Li Yi also frowned and looked back at Qin Yu, their eyes revealing impatience and annoyance. Tanxingya sneered disdainfully. Brother. Qin Yu hesitated, already certain that his buddy Pan Liang was being cheated on. He was about to blurt it out when he thought better of it due to the cruel reality. But upon further consideration, he realized he could not let his brother live with such a big secret unknowingly, while wearing a metaphorical green hat forever. What's your problem? Before Pan Liang could speak, Li Yi impatiently interjected. If you don't want to climb the mountain or look for your friend, just go down by yourself or stay here. Don't hinder us from continuing upwards. Let's hurry up and climb higher, Pan Liang. Pan Liang was a bit annoyed. Li Yi, what's gotten into you? My brother started to say something, but hadn't finished before you started yelling at him. Li Yi suddenly realized her own outburst and became aware of her inappropriate behavior. Because she's pregnant. Upon hearing this, Pan Liang immediately widened his eyes in shock and stared at his girlfriend Li Yi. Li Yi, are you pregnant? Chapter 122, Too Lonely at Night. Upon hearing the news, Pan Liang was utterly shocked and overwhelmed with disbelief. Because despite being in a romantic relationship with Li Yi for over a year, they had never been intimate. If Li Yi was pregnant now, didn't that mean he was being cheated on? Li Yi, tell me what's going on. Pan Liang erupted in fury. Li Yi was also surprised, and panic began to rise within her. Fan Xingwen was equally astonished, looking at Qin Yu with disbelief. He was extremely puzzled. How did he know Li Yi was pregnant? After recovering from the shock, Li Yi responded, I'm not pregnant. Is he a doctor? He just said I was pregnant without proof. Even if he is a doctor, he didn't do anything. How could he see at a glance that I am pregnant? Pan Liang then realized something. That's right. He turned to his good friend Qin Yu. Brother, didn't you study non-medical subjects in college? And just now, you certainly didn't diagnose Li Yi. What's this? For a moment, he hesitated. If it weren't for knowing Qin Yu's character and their close relationship, he might have thrown a punch. What kind of brother are you, Brother Liang? Seems unreliable. Fan Xingwen took the opportunity to comment, not knowing the situation but aware that they should distance themselves from this Qin Yu quickly. Are you sure it's safe bringing someone like him to climb the mountain with us? Don't worry. My brother is absolutely reliable. Pan Liang firmly believed in Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt happy after hearing this. No matter how many years had passed, they were still brothers. Pan Liang, although this fact is hard to accept, I don't want you to continue being deceived. Your girlfriend is indeed pregnant. As for how I figured it out, that's not important. Hearing this, Li Yi felt as if she'd found crucial evidence, yelling angrily. Did you hear that, Pan Liang? This Qin Yu can't prove anything. You're fully aware of his situation. He has no medical knowledge and isn't a doctor. Moreover, how could you believe a stranger instead of me? Pan Liang became even more troubled. He trusted Qin Yu, but Qin Yu indeed lacked solid evidence to confirm Li Yi's pregnancy. At this moment, Fan Xingwen spoke again. Brother Liang, I suspected an issue with your friend from the start. You haven't seen each other for several years, yet suddenly meet here in Chan City Mountain, which is famously difficult to climb. Normally, he shouldn't be here. I strongly suspect the so-called friend he mentioned doesn't even exist. The purpose is merely to approach you. Qin Yu chuckled softly, his gaze settling on Fan Xingwen. If earlier he had only suspected some sort of affair between him and Li Yi, now he was certain they were up to something improper. Impossible. Pan Liang continued to trust Qin Yu. I know Qin Yu well. He wouldn't be that kind of person. Qin Yu looked at Li Yi. If you think I am trying to harm you, it's very simple. I'll have Pan Liang take you to the hospital immediately for a checkup. The results will be clear then. Immediately, Li Yi's expression turned nervous. No way. I still need to climb the mountain. There's nothing wrong with me. Why would I go to the hospital? There's definitely something wrong with your friend, Pan Liang. Qin Yu laughed lightly. Li Yi, it's just a request for you to get examined at the hospital. Why such an extreme reaction? Pan Liang felt uneasy, realizing that Li Yi's response was overly agitated. He slightly frowned as he gazed at Li Yi. Li Yi soon noticed her own overreaction and promptly rationalized it by saying, Pan Liang, I was afraid of believing all Qin Yu's nonsense. I feared you would misunderstand me, so I naturally got anxious. Brother Liang, you should understand Li Yi's situation, Fan Xingwen added quickly. Anyone would feel distressed when falsely accused. On the contrary, I doubt those thoughts. However, by now Pan Liang was no longer listening to Fan Xingwen's remarks. Staring at his girlfriend Li Yi, her previous reaction had already planted tremendous doubts in his mind. At this moment, he also noticed Li Yi's eyes flickering, indicating a guilty reaction. My brother is right. To find out the truth, going to the hospital for a checkup will reveal everything clearly. Li Yi was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. But the next moment, she shouted, What do you mean, Pan Liang? Are you choosing to believe your so-called long-lost brother over me, your girlfriend? I have a profound understanding of my brother's nature. He wouldn't harbor any improper intentions towards me. Over the years, many things can happen. Are you absolutely certain that Qin Yu is still the same person he used to be? Pan Liang replied firmly. Yes, I trust him. Tell me, who is that man? Li Yi hesitated for a moment, then erupted in anger. Pan Liang, you're insane. You'd rather believe in your so-called brother after several years of separation than trust me. If this is how it's going to be, let's break up. You and your brother can go together. Upon seeing this, Pan Liang became even more convinced that Li Yi must have cheated on him. Breaking up is no problem, but you have to tell me, who is the man that betrayed me? Pan Liang, Qin Yu suddenly said. Pan Liang turned his head to look. The man who betrayed you is him. Following the direction given, Pan Liang saw Fan Xingwen. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Fan Xingwen also paused for a moment before breaking into a cold smile, deciding to stop pretending. Yes, it's me. Boom. Pan Liang's mind felt as if it had exploded. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe that it was his own friend. Fan Xingwen Yu. Unable to accept such a thing, he was temporarily at a loss for words. Brother Liang, actually I was helping you. Help me. Pan Liang was so angry that his breathing grew hot. Yes, to help you. Fan Xingwen grinned. You were busy with company affairs. You didn't have time to take care of Li Yi. You didn't have time to be by her side. So I helped take care of Li Yi, helped stay by her side. Pan Liang clenched his teeth and took several deep breaths to barely suppress the rage bubbling within, avoiding an explosive outburst. He glared at Fan Xingwen and glanced at Li Yi, yelling loudly. Great job. You two are truly a disgraceful couple. However, Li Yi showed not a hint of shame, saying, Pan Liang, don't blame me. You're always busy with work. There's never been enough time for me. A woman gets too lonely at night. Loneliness? Does your loneliness justify you betraying me behind my back and having relations with my best friend? Pan Liang clenched his teeth in fury. Fan Xingwen sneered. Brother Liang, it seems like you've gone crazy from all that work. Not only did you lose your girlfriend, but you even failed to notice that I've been together with Li Yi. However, turning his gaze towards Qin Yu, he revealed a sinister look. This friend of yours does have some skills, being able to find out. So be it. Let this so-called friend of yours join you on the road then. Chapter 123, No More Pretense. Travel together? Upon hearing these 4 words, Pan Liang was shaken to his core, incredulously staring at his good buddy Fan Xingwen for a long while, without any reaction. Fan Xingwen, what are you trying to do? Qin Yu sneered inwardly, never imagining that Fan Xingwen would so quickly reveal his ulterior motives. But it made sense. His true face and the one of Li Yi were almost completely exposed, making further concealment impossible. Fan Xingwen smirked. Should I call you stupid, bright brother, or praise your intelligence? In business and company management, you are undoubtedly highly capable. But when it comes to personal relationships, you are truly foolish. At this point, you still ask me what I intend to do. Isn't my goal already obvious enough? As he finished speaking, Fan Xingwen roughly pulled Li Yi over and embraced her. Li Yi also stopped pretending, and a radiant smile appeared on her beautiful face. Pan Liang, I admit you're a good person, but not a good boyfriend. You don't know how to please women. After hearing this, Pan Liang nearly exploded with anger, eventually coldly laughing. How laughable. I've exhausted myself working outside, thinking only about providing you with a better life and better conditions. Especially after we got married. But in your eyes, all of this means nothing more than I didn't know how to flatter you. Just a few sweet words from Fan Xingwen have made you overjoyed, haven't they? Do you think those sweet words can feed you? Can they give you money for clothes, shoes, handbags? Can they buy you sports cars and villas? Fan Xingwen shrugged indifferently, chuckling. Brother Bright, don't make me sound so despicable. If you transfer the company's ownership to my name, won't everything you just said become mine? I'll be damned if that happens. Pan Liang roared in anger, immediately shouting back. I die rather than let you succeed. Fan Xingwen remained unconcerned, as if everything was going according to plan. Wanna die? With no ghostly presence around in Chan City Mountain right now, you might not even be able to die so easily. He laughed maniacally. Pan Liang furrowed his brow in confusion. In the next moment, professional mountaineer Tan Xingye walked forward. It dawned on him immediately. So, you two have already planned all of this out. Of course, Tan Xingye chimed in. Fan Xingwen, remember your promise. Once this is done, I want 50% of it. Otherwise, I'll kill both of you. Don't worry, Fan Xingwen replied calmly. Would I dare offend such a great warrior as Brother Qingye? That's good. A warrior? Pan Liang's heart quaked with terror. Shock and surprise filled him as he looked at the tall figure of Tan Xingye, his mind suddenly blank. If the other party was indeed a martial artist, there would be absolutely no chance for him to escape. Previously, he had been thinking that even if it were 1-on-2 odds, he could still run away. At this moment, he saw Fan Xingwen take out a stack of papers. This is the transfer contract for your company's legal status and shares, Pan Liang. It would be wise of you to sign it. I will ensure that Brother Qingye leaves your corpse intact. Otherwise, I will make you suffer until death seems like relief. Fan Xingwen threw the contract down at Pan Liang's feet. Pan Liang seethed inwardly, overwhelmed with regret. After years of painstaking entrepreneurship and relentless efforts, wasn't this really the day when all his hard work would end up transferred to scum like Fan Xingwen? His eyes widened dramatically, glaring fixedly at the contract under his feet. His breathing stalled for several seconds. No. Suddenly, a resounding cry echoed inside his mind. I cannot sign it. Even if beaten or tortured to death, I absolutely must not sign it. Pan Liang lifted his head, a steely determination visible on his face as he scoffed. Fan Xingwen, Li, no matter what you do to me, I will never let you achieve success, you two vile lovers. As long as I don't sign this contract, you will never obtain my company, nor my wealth. I'd rather die than see you triumph. This enraged Li instantly. Pan Liang, given the current circumstances, is it necessary for you to resist so strongly? All right, I'll offer you a deal. Sign the contract, and we won't kill you. On the other hand, don't expect us to leave you as normal either. We obviously can't let you talk freely. Pan Liang chuckled darkly. Survive in humiliation? You wretched woman. I'm unafraid of death. Why should I survive just to gift all I've worked so hard for over the years to you two? A delusional dream. Enraged, Li Yi immediately cursed. Is your brain broken, Pan Liang? Isn't living better than dying? And besides, haven't you always proclaimed your love for me? Working hard to earn money is just for giving me a good life, giving me everything. Isn't it the same now? Transfer your company and property to me. It's the same as giving them to me. Pan Liang was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, never expecting that Li Yi would utter such shameless words. In the end, he laughed through his anger. Li Yi, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. He knew that he was certainly going to die today. Brother Pan, this is like you being given an opportunity, but not knowing how to cherish it. Fan Xingwen sneered and looked at Pan Liang. Do you really think that if you refuse to sign, we will be powerless against you? Do you know why I invited Brother Qingye to come along? The purpose is precisely to deal with situations like this one. Upon hearing this, Pan Liang realized for the first time that Tan Xingye, the martial artist, was also present. This realization immediately filled him with fear. Fan Xingwen noticed his panic. What about it? Aren't you feeling nervous now, bright brother? Aren't you afraid? Even if you're unwilling to cooperate, I can beat you to pulp first, then forge your signature, use your fingerprints, and smoothly transfer your company and property into my name. Pan Liang was thoroughly panicked now, staring at Fan Xingwen with eyes wide as bulls. Fan Xingwen, you son of a bitch. You treated me like a brother, were very good to me, and now you treat me like this? Are you still human? You're no better than an animal. You're a beast. Fan Xingwen didn't care at all, showing a victorious smile as he turned to Tan Xingye. Big brother Qingye, help get rid of this self-sacrificing little punk first. Then let's carry out our plan. He pointed at Qin Yu, who had been silent on the side. Yes. Li Yi hurriedly agreed. It's exactly this damn Qin Yu who almost made our plan fail. Kill him. Tan Xingye turned around, looking at Qin Yu. He paused slightly, narrowing his eyes. Though he had disliked and looked down on Qin Yu from the moment he appeared, he sensed that there was something unusual about him. It wasn't about physical strength. Rather, it was his demeanor which always gave Tan Xingye a feeling that Qin Yu was in control of everything. TCH, what's there to worry about? It's just some young fool. With that, Tan Xingye slowly walked toward Qin Yu. Chapter 124, One Punch to Kill. Pan Liang saw Tan Xingye slowly walking towards Qin Yu, and only then did he remember that his brother Qin Yu was still around. Because of the intense anger in his mind just now, he had momentarily forgotten about Qin Yu's existence. He immediately panicked. It wouldn't matter if he himself were to die. He'd simply chalk it up to bad luck and consider it his own problem. But he absolutely could not let his good high school buddy get killed because of him. Qin Yu must live to leave. Wait. Pan Liang immediately yelled out loud. Fan Xingwen narrowed her eyes and looked at him. What is it? What do you want to do again? Fan Xingwen, having my company representative sign the share transfer contract along with having my fingerprints isn't enough. It's not as simple as you think. If you truly want to gain full control over the company and all of my property, I can give them to you. Fan Xingwen doubted. Isn't signing this legal person and equity transfer contract enough for the company to become mine? How much more complex can it be? She didn't believe it. In fact, it really was that simple. unless Pan Liang was still alive afterward and went to court to prove that the contract signing wasn't voluntary but forced. Only then would the transfer contract be invalid. If so, Pan Liang's company and equity would still belong to him. This was merely a plan of Pan Liang's, who coldly smiled and said, "Of course, it won't be that simple. I made an agreement long ago with the company shareholders. To transfer the company, besides my personal signature and fingerprint, we need my personal private seal too." Fan Xingwen froze for a moment, furrowing her brows as she glanced at Pan Liang and pondered silently. "When did this happen? I've worked with you for quite some time now, and I've never heard of such a thing." "I haven't either." Lie also raised doubts. Pan Liang smirked. "Nonsense. This kind of situation would only appear when involving the company transfer. How would it be casually mentioned in daily life? So, if you want to smoothly obtain my company, you must guarantee the safety of my brother Xuanhuan's life and property." He pointed at Xuanhu as he spoke. A slight ripple passed through Xuanhu's heart. Earlier Pan Liang adamantly refused to sign the transfer contract even if it meant death, but now he agreed, seemingly for Xuanhu's sake. While the truthfulness of the private seal issue was uncertain, Pan Liang's thoughts were genuine. Fan Xingwen started to lose composure a little because if it was indeed like Pan Liang described, things would become complicated. She fell deep into thought. Tan Xingye became somewhat impatient. What to do? Kill Xuanhu directly or cripple Pan Liang first? "Big brother Xingye, don't rush. Isn't Starwin thinking of a strategy right now?" said Lie. Tan Xingye blew off his frustration. "How troublesome is this? Since Pan Liang cares so much about Xuanhu, I'll beat Xuanhu to near death. Then have Pan Liang bring both of you down the mountain immediately under the witness of shareholders and sign the transfer agreement, right?" At this, Fan Xingwen's eyes lit up immediately with surprise, shouting, "That's true. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, we'll follow Big Brother Qingye's plan." Pan Liang was immediately filled with great anxiety. Originally, he intended to save Xuanhu using this method, but unexpectedly, Fan Xingwen and others exploited this point to threaten him. "No way. In that case, I would rather die than sign." He clearly knew that if they held Xuanhu hostage after accomplishing their purpose, they would definitely kill him to silence him. "My friend, don't worry." At this moment, Yu, who had been silent all along, finally gave a light laugh and spoke. "Your company will absolutely not be forcibly transferred to anyone else, and your life will not be under any threat. As long as I'm here." Pan Liang stared blankly at Xuanhu, unable to understand why he suddenly said such a thing. "Xuanhu." Fan Xingwen was also surprised, yet the next second, a smirk of disdain appeared on her face. "Young man, is something wrong up here?" She pointed to her head. "This time, you came looking for death yourself. If you hadn't showed up here, none of this would concern you. Brother Qingye is a warrior. What can a youth like you, who appears ordinary, possibly handle against a warrior?" mocked Lie. "We wouldn't have had to change our plans if you hadn't interfered unnecessarily earlier. Brother Qingye, just directly kill Xuanhu. I believe according to our plan, we can still acquire Pan Liang's company and all properties." Tan Xingye scoffed disdainfully. "Fine. I've disliked this guy from the start. There's a mysterious confidence about him that annoys me, but I wonder where exactly your confidence comes from. I'm going to kill you." He had long wanted to act against Xuanhu. Having made the decision, he no longer hesitated and immediately acted. Tan Xingye took a step forward, his towering figure like a small mountain, crashing towards Xuanhu, with a fist as big as a sandpot smashing towards Xuanhu. "Stop!" Pan Liang shouted and rushed over. Of course, Tan Xingye would not stop his hands. His speed was much faster than Pan Liang's. Lie revealed a vicious smile. "Yes, kill Xuanhu." Facing the punch from Tan Xingye, Xuanhu stood still. Not only had he now surpassed to become a martial arts grandmaster, even before this breakthrough, fighters like Tan Xingye were no different from ants in his eyes. Seeing Xuanhu motionless while his own fist was drawing so close, Tan Xingye secretly sighed with relief. It turned out that the overconfidence in this guy was completely blind. "He's done for." There was a muffled thud the next moment. The trace of faint satisfaction on Tan Xingye's face immediately froze. A heart-wrenching pain shot back through his arm like lightning. Crack! A thunderous shattering sound. Comminuted fracture. The entire bone of Tan Xingye's right hand shattered. Then his body flew backward like a broken kite. The screams grew farther and farther away, and then gradually faded downward, disappearing down the cliff. Tan Xingye was smashed off the cliff with just one punch. Pan Liang stopped abruptly as if electrocuted, widening his eyes like an ox, unable to believe what he saw in front of him. He thought to himself, "Is this still my old buddy Qin Yu from before?" Fan Xingwen also stood there like a statue, stunned in place. He wanted to move, to flee. But hell, he discovered his feet felt like they were filled with lead and couldn't lift at all. He didn't understand why Xuanhu was also a martial artist and possessed such immense power. But he clearly knew if he didn't run, what awaited him next would undoubtedly be death. The sinister smile on Lie's pretty face froze. Her seductive little mouth slowly widened, her eyeballs increasingly bulging out, revealing signs of horror, as though she'd seen a ghost. No, it was something even more terrifying than a ghost. Chapter 125, Peril Approaches, They Bicker. "Qin Yu, you're also a warrior?" After an unknown duration, Pan Liang finally recovered slightly, feeling profoundly shocked. For ordinary people like them, warriors are undoubtedly an exalted existence. The brother Qin Yu in Pan Liang's memory had always just been an ordinary person like himself. When did he become a warrior? And the strength displayed by the other party earlier was simply incredibly powerful. He could not know how strong Tan Xingye was. but Qin Yu could knock a warrior down the cliff with one punch, showing his strength. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, I am a warrior. So, my brother, you don't have to worry about your safety, nor do you need to worry that your company will be taken from you. I'm here. At this moment, he was still moved by the brotherly affection Pan Liang showed towards him earlier. That was absolutely deep. Pan Liang laughed, very happily. Happy for his brother Qin Yu, and happy for himself. Not only were the two of them out of trouble, but it was also because brother Qin Yu had turned into a powerful warrior. Pan Liang was glad and smiled, but Fan Xingwen and Li Yi were worried sick, extremely frightened. Their bodies even began to tremble uncontrollably. Thud. Suddenly, a dull sound fell. It was at this time that Pan Liang reacted from his excited emotions and looked towards the sound, discovering Fan Xingwen kneeling on both knees. Brother Liang, I'm sorry, Brother Liang. Pan Liang immediately heard the other party's voice, stammering, as his upper and lower jaws lightly trembled. Please let me go. At this time, Li Yi realized and turned his head to look beside at Fan Xingwen, feeling greatly astonished and regretful. People like Pan Liang hadn't said or done anything yet, and Fan Xingwen was already craven? With no manliness at all. At this moment, Li Yi truly regrets bitterly, really can't understand why he had been deceived by the sweet talk of the other back then. Qin Yu remained silent for a moment, standing quietly on the side watching. This was brother Pan Liang's matter, and he didn't want to intervene too much. Only when brother's life is under threat would he take action. Pan Liang smiled, shaking his head, saying, Fan Xingwen, Fan Xingwen. I've always regarded you as the best brother, never expected you would treat me like this. Not only stealing my woman, but also wanting to harm my life and seize my company. Forgive you? Let you go? How come when I was threatening death earlier, you didn't think of letting me go? Fan Xingwen was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say for a while. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of some brilliant way, excitedly saying, that's right, Brother Liang. The adultery incident between me and Li Yi was actually Li Yi seducing me first. I didn't want to do it. In fact, I refused her advances many times. Later, at a friend's banquet, I got drunk and Li Yi took advantage of the situation to have a relationship with me in the hotel. This was how I betrayed you. Brother Liang, everything I said just now is true. But I know I have done things wrong to you, Brother Liang. If you let me go, I am willing to work for you like a slave. When he finished speaking, he also started banging his head on the ground repeatedly. Li Yi beside him immediately became angry, her face turning green with rage. Fan Xingwen, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You're cowardly, spineless. I can forgive these. But I never expected you to turn around and slander me just to save your life. I must be blind. How could I have been deceived by your sweet talk back then? By the end of her speech, Li Yi was so choked with anger that she couldn't continue. She felt utterly desperate, abandoning a good life just to do improper deeds with someone like him. Watching this scene, Qin Yu felt inwardly both coldly amused and laughable. Wasn't this exactly a case of every bird flying away in the face of great calamity? Indeed, neither adulterer was a good person. Pan Liang also felt amused inside, and at the same time, a stab of pain in his heart. Li Yi, you should know, I truly love you and seriously intended to marry you for life. He sighed deeply, not knowing what else to say. Upon hearing this, Li Yi cried out loud. Pan Liang, I'm sorry, I'm truly wrong. Give me another chance, okay? From now on, I'll definitely cherish you well and won't pay attention to any man. Let's continue our beautiful days before. Pan Liang shook his head with a cold smile. No man would accept his woman committing adultery behind his back. Even if I agree to make up with you and continue being with you, there won't be happiness in the future. In my heart, there will always be a thorn, which can never be removed. Especially when we are in bed, I cannot help but imagine the scene of you and Fan Xingwen naked, hugging each other with great passion. So let's stop it here. You leave. I once loved you and didn't want to hurt you, even though you planned to kill me. I still don't have the heart to harm you. Upon hearing this, Li Yi cried more intensely. At this moment, she felt as if she had lost the whole world. Brother Liang, don't believe Li Yi. At that moment, Fan Xingwen excitedly interrupted. He saw a glimmer of hope for survival in Pan Liang's sparing Li Yi. It was definitely Li Yi who initiated the seduction. Otherwise, how could I possibly betray you and do such things with your woman? Brother Liang, please believe me. Li Yi became even angrier upon hearing Fan Xingwen defame her again. Her lungs seemed ready to explode. She lifted her eyes, no longer bothering to wipe the tears from her cheeks, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Fan Xingwen, you are nothing but scum. You seduced me and made me lose everything, and now you dare to defame me? I'll kill you. Li Yi screamed and rushed towards Fan Xingwen, her claw-like hands striking repeatedly against his head as he knelt on the ground. Fan Xingwen did not retaliate at first, merely protecting his head with both hands, but eventually grew enraged by the beating. Enough! You dirty woman, Li Yi. If you hadn't actively lured me, I wouldn't have done anything wrong to Brother Liang. As he said this, he stood up, retaliated by hitting Li Yi, and shoved her forcefully. Being a woman, Li Yi's strength was far less than Fan Xingwen's. She was easily pushed back, staggering and falling to the ground, rolling over as she hit the dirt. Suddenly, Li Yi let out a scream as she fell off the cliff. Pan Liang's eyes widened instantly, rushing quickly to the edge of the cliff, shouting loudly, Li Yi. Fan Xingwen also looked extremely shocked and worried. In fact, he never intended to kill Li Yi. He just lost control of his emotions and used too much force. Chapter 126, The Secret of Zen Mountain. As Li Yi's screams grew fainter, Fan Xingwen became increasingly frightened and worried. Li Yi, Li Yi. Pan Liang beside him continued shouting desperately, but there was no response. You. Suddenly he turned his head angrily, glaring at Fan Xingwen. Fan Xingwen's heart skipped a beat. He was panic-stricken. He had just witnessed Pan Liang letting Li Yi go unharmed. Now what about himself? But then a sudden idea struck him. Hastily, he said, Liang Ge, someone like Li Yi who actively seduces men other than you doesn't deserve to be together with you. You yourself admitted that you could never be with her again. So, I thought that in order to prevent her from continuing to bother you, the best thing would be to kill her outright. Fan Xingwen, you. Pan Liang gritted his teeth, the aura of killing intent rising inside him. Fan Xingwen also felt the strong killing intent within Pan Liang. He immediately fell to his knees. Brother Liang, I've realized my mistake. Please consider our brotherhood and spare my dog life. At this moment, Qin Yu took a few steps and stood before Fan Xingwen who was kneeling on the ground, advising, Pan Liang, someone like Fan Xingwen, once he betrays you, he will betray you again. It all depends on how attractive the deal is to him or when he seizes another opportunity. To keep such people around is undoubtedly leaving behind a ticking time bomb for you. I'll help you kill him. Upon hearing these words, Fan Xingwen was terrified. Qin Yu was even more powerful a martial artist than Tan Xingye. Liang Ge, please don't kill me. Begging you not to kill me. I will guarantee my life that I won't do anything to hurt you in the future. Qin Yu didn't listen at all. He knew someone like Fan Xingwen could only betray others, either 0 times or countless times. With his left hand, he thrust a palm towards the other's skull. Wait. Suddenly, both Qin Yu and Fan Xingwen heard a shout. Furrowing his brows, Qin Yu looked back with a look of confusion. Pan Liang, are you feeling too compassionate? After glancing at Qin Yu, Pan Liang nodded silently, without speaking, and stared at Fan Xingwen on his knees. Fan Xingwen also looked at Pan Liang with a mix of doubt and joy, thinking, could Brother Liang really be forgiving him out of brotherly sentiment? Yes, that possibility is very high. He knew that Pan Liang valued emotion greatly, just as Pan Liang mentioned earlier about letting the adulteress Li Yi leave peacefully. So, Brother Liang is also planning to give him a way out. If you can help my friend find his companion as we climb the mountain together, I can let Qin Yu let you go. Qin Yu lightly narrowed his eyes. He was just about to tell Pan Liang that he didn't need Fan Xingwen's help to search, because Ling Yun was a master-level martial artist. Someone like Fan Xingwen had no capability to assist anyway. However, Pan Liang was quick to respond. Let's go. Continue climbing immediately. Fan Xingwen, you lead the way along this path. Overjoyed in his heart, Fan Xingwen responded. Good. I'll take the lead. He thought that if he found Qin Yu's friend, he would be able to survive. The Zen Mountain wasn't an impossible climb from the beginning. At the base, there was a wide trail leading to the peak. About an hour later, the road ended, replaced by a dense forest ahead. Looking at the dense forest, Qin Yu instantly noticed something odd about it. How come there's no road anymore? Standing in front of the dense forest, Fan Xingwen voiced his doubt. Go in and explore first. Then tell us how to pass through the forest. Pan Liang instructed. Fan Xingwen hesitated momentarily after hearing this. Of course, he didn't want to go in, wondering what lay hidden inside the forest. Moreover, the forest stretched endlessly before them, its vastness unknown. But he had no choice but to follow Pan Liang's command. All right, I'll immediately go into the forest to explore. Fan Xingwen reluctantly stepped into the forest. It was at this point that Qin Yu noticed Pan Liang might have spared Fan Xingwen for reasons not as simple as they seemed on the surface. He did not ask any questions at the moment, but attentively observed Fan Xingwen entering the dense forest. Before long, Qin Yu's eyes brightened as he discovered unusual energy fluctuations within the forest. What is this? Could it be an odd door formation? He was surprised. Since the moment he saw the dense forest, he had already sensed some peculiarity about it, but he hadn't expected it to be an odd door formation. This odd door formation naturally couldn't compare with the real formation heritage he received from his master, but it was still quite extraordinary. What astonished him was encountering this peculiar technique on the Zen Mountain. Brother, I've known for a long time that this Zen Mountain has such an eerie, dense forest. If your friend really went missing here, it must have something to do with this dense forest. Qin Yu nodded. So you intentionally spared Fan Xingwen to help us scout the way. Pan Liang also nodded. That's right. It was a sudden idea. Initially, I thought of using connections and money to buy a map of the dense forest, planning to lead Li Yi and others through this eerie forest to reach the peak smoothly. But it turns out, he didn't finish his words, sighing heavily. Brother, don't be too upset. You should think about it differently. If this matter hadn't come to light, who knows how long you'd have been fooled. Qin Yu consoled, patting Pan Liang's shoulder hard. Pan Liang replied. Yeah, I should look at it this way. Forget about that. Quickly keep an eye on Fan Xingwen's movement and trail inside. He will surely trigger some strange occurrences in the forest. All right, Qin Yu responded without another word, seriously watching Fan Xingwen move aimlessly inside the dense forest with no clear path. He noticed Fan Xingwen circling around one spot over and over again. Qin Yu guessed that Fan Xingwen must feel as though he were always moving forward. Fan Xingwen continued wandering for nearly 10 minutes before proceeding further. Qin Yu and Pan Liang watched from outside the forest until they saw Fan Xingwen set off a trap inside, getting crushed by a tree. I roughly understand the mechanisms and the illusory array here now. Pan Liang, give me the map. After taking the map, he studied it carefully for a while, occasionally looking up to compare it with the dense forest ahead. All right, follow me. Qin Yu led Pan Liang into the dense forest. As for Pan Liang, he had no doubts about Qin Yu whatsoever. only absolute trust. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the two of them successfully crossed the dense forest and arrived at the summit of Zen Mountain. Qin Yu, you're truly amazing. Pan Liang rejoiced, highly praising Qin Yu. Suddenly, Qin Yu let out a surprised hum. He sensed that the spiritual energy of the talisman he had given to Ling Yun had just vanished in an instant. This meant Ling Yun had encountered danger. Chapter 127. Shun Ling Yun is trapped. Following the direction where the spiritual energy disappeared, Qin Yu saw a simple house. Pang Liang, you stay here and don't run around. I've found traces of my friend. The voice quickly faded away, and by the time the last word was spoken, Pang Liang, standing still in shock, had already noticed that Qin Yu's figure had run far, far away. He immediately felt a great surprise. What incredible speed. He knew clearly that even the fastest sprinter in this world would not be able to run so fast. Once again, Pang Liang deeply sensed Qin Yu's strength. However, he did not simply stand there as Qin Yu said. Pang Liang worried about Qin Yu's safety and chased after him immediately. Just before he took a few steps, he realized that his good friend Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen within his line of sight. By this time, Qin Yu had already rushed into the house. Qin Yu burst into the shabby room ahead. The house was small and didn't have too many items, just one bedroom and one living room. In the not-so-large living room stood a dark square table. Instantly, Qin Yu noticed an entrance on one of the walls in front of the living room. He rushed over there, stood at the two-person-high cave opening, and looked into the dim interior. At the next moment, he heard the sound of pursuing footsteps coming from inside, and there were shouts. Sure enough, Ling Yun is inside. 3 voices. It should be her and Xiao Yu, and the third person must be Liang Zhan. Thinking about this, Qin Yu felt greatly worried and quite anxious. Ling Yun, don't continue chasing her. This Liang Zhan has cultivated strange sect techniques. He was concerned that Ling Yun might fall into the other person's trap. Qin Yu wasn't sure about the extent of Liang Zhan's power, but he knew that the mysterious sect techniques must have formidable strength. This could be inferred from how the previous array forest and the talismans on Ling Yun's body had played protective roles. Qin Yu stepped into the cave opening and gave chase. After entering the cave, he discovered that this tunnel was actually inside Changcheng Mountain. Knowing this situation, concerns arose in Qin Yu's heart. If Liang Zhan had tampered with something here and set up mystical traps, causing a collapse of the cave, what would happen to Ling Yun and Xiao Yu? He dared not think further, and every hair on his body stood up. He sped up to chase inside the cave. Damn you, Liang Zhan! Xiao Yu chased closely behind Shin Ling Yun, yelling curses as they rapidly pursued Liang Zhan. Never thought I'd escape using trickery, but since your martial arts skills are so weak, you're bound not to escape. You're just a rat. Liang Zhan's face was bruised and swollen, with multiple areas bleeding. He was extremely weak, panting heavily while running. You two little girls think you can catch me? You're dreaming. Chase, keep chasing. Soon, once you reach the trap location, you'll regret it. As he countered them, he calculated how far Shin Ling Yun and her companion were from the trap. Shin Ling Yun felt somewhat irritated now. Despite having the strength of a martial arts master, she was unable to maneuver properly or run fast in such a narrow cave. Of course, the more crucial issue was that Liang Zhan had set up several means within this cave, which not only allowed him to escape faster, but also triggered some small traps that severely hindered herself and Xiao Yu. Otherwise, even if this cave was more confined, she could still rely on the formidable strength of a martial arts master to capture Liang Zhan. Liang Zhan, you'd better stop right now. Otherwise, when we catch you, we will definitely break your arms and legs, and then interrogate you. Xiao Yu threatened. You just need to talk to us and tell us everything you know about the destruction of the Qin family years ago, and we won't kill you. Liang Zhan sneered and used the trap mechanism, rushing deeper into the cave at high speed. Girl, these tricks of yours won't work on me. Besides, if I told you these things, you absolutely wouldn't be able to protect me. I don't know who you two are, but let me give you a warning. Daring to investigate the reason for the total annihilation of the Qin family back then is asking for death. The power of those behind it is something you cannot possibly offend. Shin Ling Yun was also getting a bit anxious, fearing that the other party would use the terrain here and various strange methods to escape. She immediately said, Liang Zhan, I can make you a promise. I just want to know about the incident of the Qin family being wiped out. As long as you tell me, I will definitely not harm you. And similarly, I will not let anyone know that it was you who revealed the information to me. Humph, the only way others wouldn't know is if I myself do not say anything. As long as I remain silent, no one will suspect me. Liang Zhan paid no attention to any words whatsoever. The next moment, a sly grin appeared on his face as he let out a shout. It's now. His left hand violently struck a protruding rock on the nearby stone wall. Smack! Boom boom! An earthquake-like rumble followed, causing Shun Ling Yun and Xiao Yu's hearts to sink with panic. They'd already seen how crafty Liang Zhan was with his powerful techniques. Be careful, miss. Xiao Yu warned Shin Ling Yun. However, before her words had fully faded, she found that they were suddenly trapped in a giant steel cage. Shin Ling Yun realized it first, but still couldn't escape in time. Ha! You two girls who know nothing about the world thought that because your martial arts skills are better than mine, you can easily deal with me? Liang Zhan stood from afar, laughing wildly with an exposed grin. Shin Ling Yun was filled with frustration, knowing full well that despite being a master of martial arts, she kept finding herself at a disadvantage. She immediately drew her long sword and slashed it against the bars of the iron cage. Clang! The violent clash produced a dazzling spark, yet the iron didn't so much as flinch, not even a single crack. This! Xiao Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Shin Ling Yun felt even more surprised. Her skills combined with the legendary sword that could cut through metal like mud had utterly failed to leave a mark on the steel cage. Liang Zhen sneered. You wish to break this cage? It's forged from thousand-year-old Qian iron, impossible to damage. You nearly killed me. I will bury both of you here. He then turned around and started walking away. As Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu watched Liang Zhen move upward, their situation seemed dire. Not good, miss. He intends to trigger another mechanism above us and bury us alive inside this cave. Shen Lingyun naturally understood Liang Zhen's sinister intentions too. We must break free from this cage as soon as possible or we'll be buried here forever. She spoke while brandishing her sword repeatedly at the cage bars, each strike creating resounding clangs. Unfortunately, the cage constructed from thousand-year-old Qian iron resisted all attacks and showed no signs of breaking. Chapter 128, Tearing Apart by Hand. The clanging sound of impact echoed for a full 2 minutes. Shen Lingyun was already beginning to pant, yet not a single steel bar showed any sign of giving way. Miss, it's no use. This is Millennium Qian iron, extremely hard. There's no way the two of us can break through it. Xiao Yu looked on as her young mistress struggled, her heart aching. To Xiao Yu, Shen Lingyun wasn't just her mistress. She was more like an older sister. Since childhood, Xiao Yu had lived in the Shen household. Though she was a servant, neither her young mistress nor her master ever treated her as such. They always cared for her tenderly. I'm sorry, Mississippi. Xiao Yu suddenly welled up with tears. I should have protected you and kept you out of danger, but now. All this is because I am useless, miss. Shen Lingyun had been intent on continuing to hack away until the very end. She hadn't intended to give up, but Xiao Yu's words caught her off guard. Hearing them filled her heart with sorrow. Shen Lingyun paused mid-swing, turning back with a pained expression. Xiao Yu, if anyone owes an apology here, it's me. If I hadn't insisted on coming to Zen City to look for Liang Zhen, we wouldn't be trapped here together right now. Even worse, both of us might die here today. Shen Lingyun's tone was somber. Xiao Yu shook her head. Miss, I don't fear death. I would gladly sacrifice my life for you. But I don't want you to lose your life so unjustly at such a young age. This is too meaningless. Hearing these words, Shen Lingyun felt a ripple of emotion in her heart, sorrow quickly creeping over her. If she were truly to die here, that would indeed be tragic and utterly pointless. Thoughts of her father and Qin Yu surfaced in her mind. Especially Qin Yu. She missed him greatly. Thinking of Qin Yu, Shen Lingyun suddenly became even more despondent, realizing she hadn't even had the chance to fully experience their time together yet. Boom. Suddenly, a massive vibration came from above their heads. Both Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu instantly changed expression, looking up in alarm. A large chunk of the stone wall had broken off, crashing down with a thunderous noise. The entire cave violently trembled. Oh no, miss. The cave is collapsing. It must be because Liang Zhen triggered some mechanism. Xiao Yu shouted loudly. Keep cutting. Shen Lingyun remained worried but unwilling to surrender so easily. At that moment, she noticed something, or rather, someone, who had just appeared. Her lips slightly parted in astonishment, disbelieving her own eyes. Qin Xiao. Xiao Yu's mouth gaped wide open into an O shape, shocked beyond belief. Qin Yu, how did you find us? Shen Lingyun asked, utterly bewildered. It was none other than Qin Yu himself who stood before them. Seeing that Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu were only trapped within the steel cage and seemed physically unharmed, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. I'll rescue the two of you first. Shen Lingyun snapped out of it quickly. No, this cage is made of Millennium Qian iron. There's no way we can break it. Qin Yu, you need to leave this cave immediately. Liang Zhen has fled and is triggering the mechanisms outside. The cave will collapse soon. Though Qin Yu possessed great strength, Shen Lingyun knew he wasn't a martial Dao grandmaster. Not yet, anyway. Despite being stronger than most fighters at his level, if even a grandmaster couldn't destroy the cage, then Qin Yu wouldn't be able to either. That's right, Lord Qin. Xiao Yu agreed anxiously. Leave immediately. Don't worry about us. The cave is about to collapse. If you die here too, it will be even less worth it. After seeing Qin Yu's formidable martial power firsthand, Xiao Yu had been thoroughly impressed. Qin Yu had already sensed that the cage was unusual, though he hadn't expected it to be crafted from Millennium Qian iron. While surprised internally, he wasted no time. In the next moment, he activated the Yin-Yang technique within his body, summoning an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The next instant, Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu watched as Qin Yu's hands turned black and white, one dark, one light. The two women stared in stunned confusion, unsure what sort of ability Qin Yu was using. What happened next was even more astonishing. They saw Qin Yu grab hold of 2 bars of steel and pull forcefully with his bare hands. Could he really do this? Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu watched skeptically and incredulously, thinking his actions somewhat barbaric. However, crack, much to their shock, the millennia-old Qian iron cage started splitting apart under his raw force. With pure strength, Qin Yu tore the bars apart by hand. Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu stood there speechless. Moments ago, they had spent 3 solid minutes hacking at it with a sword capable of slicing through metal like butter, and not a single crack had formed. Now, against all expectation, Qin Yu had torn the cage apart with sheer brute strength. Lingyun, come out quickly. The cave is going to collapse. Qin Yu shouted urgently. Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu immediately reacted, quickly crawling out from the iron cage. Hurry, let's go. Qin Yu grabbed Shen Lingyun's hand and turned to run back towards the entrance of the cave they had come from. Xiao Yu hurriedly followed behind, looking ahead at her young mistress's hand being held by Qin Yu. She suddenly felt a surge of happiness in her heart. Mrs. Judgment is truly excellent. It's indeed something I can't compare to. She chuckled softly, muttering to herself inside. Boom, boom, boom. Behind the three of them, the cave began to completely collapse, with massive boulders continuously crashing down. Soon, Qin Yu, holding Shen Lingyun's hand tightly and leading Xiaoyu, escaped from the cave and rushed out of the crude hut. As the heaviest crash sounded with a thunderous roar, the cave entirely collapsed. A cloud of dust burst out of the house, nearly causing it to crumble as well. Shen Lingyun and Xiaoyu both felt an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with fear as they caught their breath in deep gulps. If only a few seconds later, they would have been buried inside. Even Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't arrived in time, Shen Lingyun and Xiaoyu surely would have been crushed to death by the rocks. Yet, he suddenly furrowed his brow slightly. What exactly happened inside that cave just now? I sensed the cave start to collapse and shake noticeably not long after entering. But then it stopped abruptly. Shen Lingyun paused to think carefully at Qin Yu's question, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she recalled the details. At that moment, she was too focused on hacking away at the steel bars with her sword and didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. After a while, she confirmed, yes, it did happen. The collapse started but then suddenly stopped. Xiaoyu also remembered this, though she shook her head and said, I didn't notice anything else happening. Miss, do you know what caused it? Shen Lingyun similarly shook her head. Qin Yu was puzzled. That's strange. What on earth happened? According to logic, these peculiar mechanisms should never malfunction. What none of the three knew at that moment was that all this was due to Pan Liang. Chapter 129, The Clue is Broken. Pan Liang was originally just an ordinary person, not very fast. And this was still the uneven mountaintop, so his speed was even slower. At that time, it took him quite a while to run not far from the shabby house. But he suddenly saw Liang Zhen running up from the cave below and immediately recognized her. He also noticed that Liang Zhen had many wounds on her body and was extremely weak, then recalled that his brother Qin Yu was a martial artist, so he immediately guessed that it must have been Qin Yu's friends who had a conflict with Liang Zhen. Pan Liang saw that Liang Zhen seemed to be operating something at that moment, causing a tremor, and immediately thought she must be doing something bad to Qin Yu's friends. He rushed over quickly to stop Liang Zhen, and they started wrestling together. Liang Zhen's martial arts abilities were not strong to begin with, and having been severely injured by Shen Lingjun and Xiaoyu, she was as weak as an ordinary person. It was precisely because of this that Pan Liang managed to prevent Liang Zhen from immediately triggering the mechanism, causing the entire cave to collapse instantly. This gave Qin Yu and Shen Lingjun some extra time. But Liang Zhen was after all a martial artist, and during their struggle, she managed to injure Pan Liang and push him away. Trying to die? How dare you, an ordinary person, try to stop me? Liang Zhen raged. I'll crush those two girls inside with the rocks, and then deal with you. Girls? At this moment, Pan Liang realized that Qin Yu's friends were actually two women. He wanted to get up immediately, but found that blood kept gushing out from his abdomen. Even, his intestines were almost slipping out. His injuries were extremely severe. He let out a painful cry, unable to crawl up, and could only helplessly watch as Liang Zhen triggered the mechanism. The next moment, Pan Liang felt a thunderous rumble emanating from inside Zhenqing Mountain. Trouble. Qin Yu. He knew Qin Yu had rushed into the mountain to save people. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a powerful force surge from deep within his heart. With a flash, Pan Liang stood up, picked up a huge boulder nearby, and slammed it down on Liang Zhen's head. Thud. A huge muffled sound echoed as Liang Zhen screamed in agony. Her skull cracked open and blood gushed out like a fountain. At that moment, Liang Zhen was fully focused on controlling the mechanism and hadn't noticed that Pan Liang had risen again. She never thought that Pan Liang, with such serious injuries, would manage to stand up again. Thus, Liang Zhen was killed. After seeing Liang Zhen dead, Pan Liang collapsed and fainted as if all his strength was drained. On the other side, filled with doubts, Qin Yu discovered there was no sign of his good friend Pan Liang. Could it be that Pan Liang met Liang Zhen earlier? He immediately associated this possibility and began searching rapidly. Pan Liang, Shen Lingjun, and Xiaoyu were both puzzled. Soon, Qin Yu spotted Pan Liang's figure not far away and rushed over quickly. Pan Liang. He bent down to examine and found Pan Liang's injuries extremely severe, barely clinging to his last breath. Without hesitation, he immediately took out xuanhuan and fed it to Pan Liang. Shen Lingjun and Xiaoyu guessed that this young man named Pan Liang must be Qin Yu's friend. They also noticed Liang Zhen lying nearby, without any sign of life left. Master Qin, it seems your friend saved us, Xiaoyu said. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, the pause just now was when Pan Liang was stopping Liang Zhen. As xuanhuan entered his mouth, it transformed into powerful medicinal energy restoring Pan Liang's organs. Not long after, Pan Liang woke up. Seeing Qin Yu right in front of him, he was surprised and joyful. Qin Yu, you're okay? That's great. While speaking, he also noticed that all his injuries were miraculously healed, greatly astonished and surprised. Peng Liang, Master Qin used a pill to heal you, Xiaoyu said. Peng Liang noticed at this point that two beautiful girls were standing beside him, realizing that they were the ones Liang Zhen intended to kill just now. Simultaneously, they were also his good friend Qin Yu's companions. Thank you, Peng Liang. At this moment Shen Lingyun stepped forward and smiled saying, if it weren't for you delaying Liang Zhen, Xiaoyu, I, and Qin Yu would have already died inside. Qin Yu. Right, thank you my friend. Peng Liang was happy and didn't expect himself, an ordinary person, to surpass his warrior brother and his friends. Peng Liang, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Shen Lingyun. Qin Yu introduced them to each other. Despite the short time of contact, Peng Liang could still sense that the bond between Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun was pure and profound, a kind where one could sacrifice their life for the other. This was completely different from the relationship he had with Li Yi previously. In the midst of feeling happy for his brother Qin Yu, he also couldn't help but feel envious. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Yu and Shun Lingjun looked at Liang Zhen, who had already passed away, feeling disappointed. They originally planned to capture her alive after coming out, then force her to reveal information about the Qin family's past. However, neither of them said anything nor let any negative emotions show on their faces. They didn't want Pan Liang to feel it, as Pan Liang had saved the three of them without knowing about the other crucial matters involved. At this moment, Qin Yu, having learned that he was very likely Qin Feng's son, became more interested in investigating the annihilation of the Qin family. But now it seemed like the clue had been broken once again. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu calmed his mind, and then looked at Shun Lingjun beside him. Lingjun, how did you two know about Liang Zhen? And how did you get up here? Even powerful martial artists would find it difficult to cross the strange mystical forest near the top of the mountain if they didn't know the correct way through. Shun Lingjun said, that day when I arrived at your house, I found you meditating, so I didn't let Uncle Qin disturb you. Then Xiaoyu and I came over first. There wasn't much we could do, so we went straight to the black market. After asking around, we learned that the person who had an argument with Liang Jianhua that day was Liang Zhen. Later, we also found out that Liang Zhen was an eccentric person living on the top of Zhenqing Mountain, so Xiaoyu and I immediately rushed over. But that dense forest was peculiar, and I sensed danger, so I didn't venture too far into it. Out of necessity, we thought of leaving first, planning to come up with a solution together after you arrived. But unexpectedly, we accidentally encountered Liang Zhen returning from outside at this time. After seeing us, Liang Zhen probably realized something was amiss and immediately turned around and ran. So we chased her and ended up here at the mountaintop. Exactly, Xiaoyu interjected. To be honest, this Liang Zhen does have some skills. Although her martial arts abilities are not very strong, she has quite a few strange tricks up her sleeve. Chapter 130, Finding New Clues. Qin Yu learned from Xiaoyu that Ling Yun and her group had already captured Liang Zhen and forced him to reveal information, even severely injuring him. However, despite this, Liang Zhen managed to escape from Ling Yun and her companion using mysterious means, retreating into the cave. Qin Yu knew that the mysterious method Xiaoyu spoke of was none other than the strange formation techniques cultivated by Liang Zhen. At this moment, Shun Lingyun revealed a puzzled expression. There's one thing I find very strange. What is it, miss? Qin Yu also looked at her in confusion. We used force to coerce Liang Zhen, but he still refused to disclose anything about the past, revealing no information whatsoever. Even under the threat of death, he refused to speak. Yes, now that you mention it. Miss, I find it strange too, Xiaoyu said. Logically, Liang Zhen's martial prowess isn't very strong, so there's no need for him to be so tight-lipped. After some thought, Qin Yu said, then perhaps the mastermind gave Liang Zhen something that completely convinced him, to the point where he's willing to risk his life for them. Shun Lingyun, upon hearing this, felt it should indeed be the case. What could it be? Xiaoyu asked with doubt. Qin Yu fell into deep thought and soon said, Liang Zhen's martial strength isn't strong, but he can arrange strange formation techniques. So I suspect the mastermind might have given Zhang Zhen a set of these strange formation technique secrets. Shun Lingyun thought about it and agreed wholeheartedly with Qin Yu's analysis. Pan Liang, standing nearby, didn't fully understand, but did catch that his friend Qin Yu and his girlfriend seemed intent on finding an important person through Liang Zhen. Suddenly, he realized he may have meddled inadvertently. Did I mess something up, Qin Yu? The three, Qin Yu, Shun Lingyun, and Xiaoyu, immediately reacted, realizing their previous conversation might not have been appropriate. Don't worry, brother, you didn't mess anything up. On the contrary, if you hadn't killed Liang Zhen, we would have already died inside the cave. Shun Lingyun also consoled. That's correct, there's no reason for self-reproach. Without life, we can do nothing. As long as we live, there will always be a way to continue our investigation. With the repeated consoling, Pan Liang's heart became slightly better. It's fine, brother. Qin Yu patted his shoulder. Liang Zhen may be dead, but that doesn't necessarily mean the trail is broken. Let's search his residence. We might uncover something useful. All right. Pan Liang nodded strongly and led the way towards the humble house. After returning to Liang Zhen's house and rummaging around, they found several items. 2 small wooden boxes with noticeable signs of age were found. Opening them, one of the boxes contained exactly what they had guessed, a secret manual on peculiar formation techniques. Mr. Qin, it looks like your earlier speculation was accurate, Xiaoyu stated. Qin Yu nodded. This peculiar formation technique is excellent. Previously, you, Ling Yun, were able to detect anomalies in the dense forest, proving you have a good natural talent for formations. Why don't you cultivate this peculiar formation technique? Shun Lingyun shook her head. I'm not interested in learning about formations. She felt it was strange for a girl to learn such things. Similarly, Xiaoyu wasn't interested in studying formations either. As for Qin Yu, the formation techniques he learned from his master were far superior to these peculiar ones, making them unnecessary. Finally, his gaze landed on his good friend Pan Liang. Pan Liang, you take good care of this peculiar formation technique manual and study it thoroughly. Liang Zhen's martial strength wasn't very strong, yet he managed to learn it. I believe you can too. Pan Liang was stunned, staring blankly at the blue-covered peculiar formation technique manual in front of him. He couldn't have imagined that one day he'd get such an opportunity. and this was something that money alone might not be able to buy. Still, he was well aware that as an ordinary person, he might not necessarily succeed. Brother Qin, let's just forget about it. It's too important, and I'm afraid I might fail or lose it. By lose, he didn't mean losing it physically, but being targeted by other warriors who would come to seize it. Qin Yu understood what he meant and laughed. Relax, with me here, no one will dare to snatch it. Take it and practice diligently. There's also some mechanism arts within. With that, he shoved the peculiar formation technique manual into Pan Liang's arms. Seeing this, Pan Liang was deeply moved. This truly was a brotherhood. The four then opened another box. Having discovered precious items in the first box, they were filled with anticipation for the contents of this second box. Click, the box was opened. A letter. Xiao Yu furrowed her eyebrows slightly. The four saw that inside the wooden box lay a letter in a soil-brown envelope. There might be clues we're investigating inside this letter, Qin Yu said, and quickly retrieved the envelope from the box, opening it. 2 minutes later, the three of them, Qin Yu, Ling Yun, and Xiao Yu, were overjoyed. Who would have thought that this letter indeed mentioned some information about the massacre of the Qin family back in the day? Xiao Yu said excitedly. Huang Tianning. Qin Yu was confused and muttered a sentence. In the letter, Liang Ziren mentioned that he and Huang Tianning had participated together in the massacre of the Qin family many years ago. Do you know Ling Yun? Ling Yun revealed a look of bewilderment on her stunning face and shook her head. I have not heard of anyone named Huang Tianning. Perhaps I was too young at the time, so I might not have been familiar with all the older generation figures. I'll ask my father when I go down the mountain. Perhaps he will know who this Huang Tianning is. Qin Yu nodded. This is strange, Xiao Yu suddenly said. These 2 items are important to Liang Ziren. Why did he store them in such an unhidden place? Qin Yu replied without hesitation. It's simple. There aren't many people who can cross through the forest of array formations before the mountaintop. For Liang Ziren, his house is the safest place. Ling Yu nodded, agreeing with Qin Yu's explanation. Even though she had become a grandmaster of martial arts, she had not dared to enter the forest rashly for fear of being trapped inside and unable to get out. Let's keep searching then. We might find other good things, Pan Liang suggested. Liang Ziren is a high personage and a remarkable individual in Zen City. He must have other precious items. It couldn't be this scarce. Yes, let's continue searching. Qin Yu agreed and began looking around the house. He still believed that with Liang Ziren's confidence in his peculiar array techniques, placing valuable objects within his residence was considered the safest location. The four began to search around in the modest house. Qin Yu walked into the room where Liang Ziren slept, circled it once, but found nothing unusual. Then he approached the bed, lifting his left foot and stepping down. Click. A slightly muffled sound came from below. Qin Yu emitted a surprised obviously realizing there was hollow ground beneath his feet. Discovery. He called Ling Yun and the others in from outside. Chapter 131. Revered as a deity. There's too much gold and jewels here, right? The total value might be able to buy 2 of my companies. Pan Liang looked at the basement inside Liang Zhen's bedroom and was completely astonished. Xiao Yu was also very surprised. I never would have thought that the old bastard Liang Zhen hoarded this much wealth. Qin Yu wasn't too focused on the astonishing amount of gold and jewels. Instead, his attention was drawn to the large quantity of leftover Millennium Shen iron beside them. These Millennium Shen irons should be what's left after Liang Zhen used them. Ling Yun was also shocked, looking at the large piece of Millennium Shen iron. Qin Yu nodded. Ling Yun, Xiao Yu, and Pan Liang, you divide up these gold and jewels. This big piece of Millennium Shen iron is mine. I have use for it. Millennium Shen iron not only has great density and weight, but is also extremely hard. This is evident from when Ling Yun tried to cut it with her sword sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, yet couldn't leave a crack in the steel of the cage. Qin Yu thought he could use this Millennium Shen iron to forge a flying sword, and then set up some arrays using it. He urgently needed to arrange some defensive, or even attack arrays in his home in Yun City, so that he could better protect his father and younger sister, and feel more at ease when he travels out. Qin Yu, such a huge piece of Millennium Shen iron is very heavy. How to transport it isn't an easy thing. Ling Yun knew well about the weight of Millennium Shen iron. Qin Yu nodded. I've already figured out a way. Let Tang family from Chan City send people to help transport this piece of Millennium Shen iron back to Yun City. Afterward, the group continued to search around Liang Zhen's house for some time, but found no other gains, and went down the Chan City mountain. Master Qin. The Tang family member waiting below immediately moved forward when they saw Qin Yu and the others coming down, respectfully calling out and greeting Ling Yun and the 3 others respectively. Qin Yu said to him, take us back to the Tang residence. I have something to discuss with your family head. Initially, he had intended to leave right away after descending from the mountain, but now since he had something to ask of Tang Zhong, he decided to go back one more time. Upon hearing this, the Tang family member was delighted within himself. Yes. If Master Qin were to return, our master will surely be extremely pleased. He had witnessed the powerful strength of Master Qin before him and earnestly hoped that the latter would continue to visit their Tang family. Tang family. Pan Liang upon hearing this name was stunned deep within. These past few years, living in Chan City, he naturally knew the status and influence of the Tang family in Chan City. To the people of Chan City, the Tang family was akin to a gigantic entity. Ling Yun and Xiao Yu got into the car first, while Qin Yu was just about to enter the rear seat when he noticed his good friend Pan Liang standing motionlessly. Pan Liang, why are you standing there foolishly? Get in the car. Pan Liang chuckled sheepishly and said, Qin Yu, I won't go to the Tang family. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. He clearly understood that Qin Yu had changed. He was no longer an ordinary person anymore. One could say they were from different worlds. Like the Tang family, someone like him didn't deserve to be associated with such high-ranking individuals. However, the Tang family respected Qin Yu as if he were a deity. Qin Yu laughed. What's inappropriate about it? You're my brother. As long as I'm there, wherever you go is appropriate. Come on, get in the car. Qin Yu walked over and forcibly pushed Pan Liang into the front passenger seat. Yes, Mr. Pan. A member of the Tang family quickly added. You're a close friend of young Master Qin, which makes you also a friend of the Tang family and a distinguished guest at our residence. Quickly, get in the car. Our head is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Distinguished guest. Pan Liang inwardly sucked in a breath and was thoroughly shocked. Once again, he realized the immense power and status his good friend Qin Yu had achieved. Xinlingyun, seeing how Qin Yu valued emotions and righteousness, felt extremely gratified. Truly, I haven't misjudged this person. A man who values emotions and righteousness absolutely wouldn't betray his woman and is indeed worthy of a lifelong commitment. Xiao Yu similarly felt a deeper level of approval towards Qin Yu. Recalling her previous prejudice against him, she felt embarrassed. When Qin Yu returned with Xinlingyun and the other two back to the Tang family residence, he discovered that everything at the Tang family had been sorted out, leaving barely any traces of a battle. It was unimaginable to think about the intense battle between the two most powerful families in Shan City, where the entire clan had been at stake. Qin Yu was seated at the head position, Xinlingyun sat on his left, Tang Zhong was on Qin Yu's right, and the rest were arranged according to their positions in the Tang family. Is that young man Qin Yu? Yes, he is Qin Yu. It was him who saved our Tang family. No wonder, he can sit at the head position. And who is that lady by his side? Her beauty rivals celestial beings, and she possesses an extraordinary demeanor. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd give up 50 years of my life without regret. At the banquet, many people looked at Qin Yu and Xinlingyun, whispering and speculating. Some of these people hadn't participated in the life or death battle against the Qin family, so they naturally didn't recognize Qin Yu. As for Xinlingyun, even fewer attendees recognized her. However, Tang Zhong and Tang Zi did recognize Xinlingyun. At this moment, Tang Zi looked at Xinlingyun sitting beside Qin Yu with some envy and a hint of melancholy. Without Xinlingyun, perhaps she would have become the woman by Qin Yu's side. She silently sighed in her heart. Come on, everyone from the Tang family stand up. Tang Zhong raised his glass and loudly called out to everyone below. All of us should toast to Master Qin. If it weren't for his help, all of us would already be on the path to the underworld. Master Qin. Everyone shouted together. Qin Yu also stood up, raising his glass in response to everyone from the Tang family, smiling as he drank it all in one go with the crowd. All members of the Tang family must properly honor our Master Qin tonight. No one returns home until drunk. During the feast, Tang family members continuously came forward to toast Qin Yu. He accepted each without refusal, as this was a sign of respect for him. With Qin Yu's strength, getting drunk from this wine was utterly impossible. Pan Liang, who sat at the same table, finally understood why the Tang family respected Qin Yu so much when witnessing this situation. He also overheard some conversations. Originally, brother Qin Yu had helped the Tang family annihilate the Qin family, the top clan of Shan City. The moment he heard this news, Pan Liang was profoundly shocked. Though he had known about and seen his good friend's immense strength, one person dominating the first family of Shan City was astonishing. Moreover, unlike the Tang family, the Qin family was a genuine martial arts family. Goodness me, what kind of monster is my brother? Pan Liang watched as Qin Yu was repeatedly toasted by members of the Tang family, completely stunned. Chapter 132, Intimate Contact. Tang family head, this time when you're back, there's a favor I need to ask of you. After finishing his drink, Qin Yu said to Tang Zhong beside him. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong was overjoyed inside. To be able to help Qin Yu with something was tantamount to a life-changing opportunity, which would undoubtedly deepen the bond between the Tang family and Qin Yu. Brother Qin, you're killing me. Don't mention trouble, just command whatever you need. Tang Zhong replied with a smile. I found a massive piece of Millennium Shan iron at Liang Ziren's residence on Zen Mountain Top. I have use for it, so I want you to arrange for its transportation down the mountain and back to Cloud City. Tang Zhong was greatly astonished, well aware of the value of Millennium Shan iron. And hearing Qin Yu describe it as massive, it must indeed be very large, yet he didn't hesitate to agree. Rest assured, brother Qin, this matter is all mine to handle. But it might take some time, as Millennium Shan iron is extremely heavy, and if particularly large, even more difficult to transport. Especially down from Zen Mountain. Qin Yu nodded. No problem, just handle it as you see fit. He understood that transporting such a huge piece of Millennium Shan iron would be quite a task, especially down from the mountain, making it many times more complicated. Brother Qin, transporting the Millennium Shan iron down from Zen Mountain will require several days. Why don't you take the time to tour our Zen city thoroughly? Besides, you can also accompany Miss Shan. Tang Zhong seized the moment to invite Qin Yu to stay at the Tang family estate to further cultivate their relationship. Hearing this suggestion, Qin Yu thought it was not bad. He turned his head toward Xinlingyun. Lingyun, do you have any other important matters these few days? Xinlingyun lightly laughed, her beauty enchanting the world. No. In that case, let's spend a few days touring Zen City. Xinlingyun nodded. Recalling that she had never before gone out to play with Qin Yu like ordinary couples, her anticipation of these few days spent together with Qin Yu grew immensely. Pan Liang. Qin Yu called out to his brother. Pan Liang knew what Qin Yu meant immediately, picking up a glass of wine and walking over quickly. He knew Qin Yu wanted to introduce him to the Tang family head, Tang Zhong. Pan Liang. This is my friend Pan Liang who does business in Zen City. He's a company CEO. Qin Yu introduced while putting his hand on Pan Liang's shoulder. Pan Liang. This is our Tang Zhong, the head of Tang family. Pan Liang immediately smiled and bent slightly, lowering his posture considerably without showing any arrogance due to being Qin Yu's brother. The Tang family is one of the great families in our Zen City, and Master Tang is already very famous. Naturally, I know about him. Master Tang, this cup is my toast to you. Tang Zhong didn't dare to act arrogantly, hurriedly lowering his stance. He even held his cup lower than Pan Liang's. Understanding Qin Yu could call someone his brother and introduce them to him, so formally indicated Pan Liang's connection with Qin Yu was no small matter. Not, Director Pan, it's my honor to toast you. After saying this, Tang Zhong took the lead to drink first in respect. Pan Liang, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as he finished his drink too. Master Tang, don't listen to what Qin Yu says. My company is tiny. In front of you, I dare not call myself director, he sincerely stated. Tang Zhong felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing Pan Liang directly addressing Qin Yu by name. Well, this Pan Liang must absolutely be a close brother of Qin Yu. With this layer of relationship, even if you Pan Liang are now just running a convenience store, believe that in no time, it would develop into a nationwide chain. He chuckled. One day, I'll definitely bring all the senior management of the Tang family to your company, Pan Corporation, to observe and learn properly. Pan Liang was at a loss as to what to respond. Beside them, Shen Lingyun and Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh silently. If not because of Qin Yu, not only was Pan Liang an ordinary person, even if he was a not-so-weak martial artist, he'd still have to show utmost respect in front of Tang Zhong. One has to know, Tang Zhong had countless powerful martial artists under his command. This grand banquet went on hotly and happily until deep into the night. Tang Zhong, either because he was overly delighted or for other reasons, got completely drunk, leaning on Pan Liang. Equally blind drunk and unable to differentiate directions, they went off for the next drinking session. The next morning, Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun went out for sightseeing, hand in hand. Qin Yu led Lingyun boating, climbing mountains, sharing the same popsicle. As evening fell, the two reached the summit of another scenic mountain in Zen City, watching the orange-yellow sunset on the horizon. The breeze blew softly. It was indeed pleasant. Qin Yu originally was holding Lingyun's hand, standing side by side. Amidst this beautiful scenery, he suddenly stepped back a step, sidestepped to Lingyun's back. Then he stepped forward and embraced Lingyun from behind. When Shen Lingyun felt Qin Yu's strong embrace, her delicate body clearly stiffened for a moment. There had been intimate contacts before, even kisses, but none of them made her feel as close to him as this very moment. Shen Lingyun felt as if she had become one with Qin Yu. Especially, she could clearly feel the firmness of his chest muscles. This did not disgust Shen Lingyun at all. Instead, it made her feel shy and happy. She was shy because the overwhelming sense of security made her relax completely. She was happy because she felt that Qin Yu was infatuated with her. Unable to control herself, Shen Lingyun leaned into Qin Yu more tightly, trying to fit her body as closely to his as possible. Qin Yu. Suddenly, Shen Lingyun murmured softly, her tone full of ambiguity. Qin Yu was also exhilarated. He could feel the warmth of his own breath. Likewise, he felt the heat in Lingyun's breathing as well. At this moment, the two of them were like dry firewood meeting flames. If they were in a hotel room, or any secluded space, Qin Yu would definitely not let Lingyun go. Similarly, Shen Lingyun would follow her heart's decision at this moment. The next second, Shen Lingyun's beautiful eyes became hazy, as if drunk. She pulled away from Qin Yu's embrace, turned around, tiptoed, and actively kissed Qin Yu's lips. Qin Yu's large hands landed on Shen Lingyun's slim waist. His scorching hands then instinctively slid down further. This time was their most intimate contact since they first met and established a relationship. The only thing that left both of them slightly regretful was that they were in a public place. If they were in a private space, something much more wonderful would have certainly happened. They hugged each other tightly, kissing passionately, until neither knew how long it lasted before they finally, reluctantly, parted. Shen Lingyun panted heavily, leaning entirely against Qin Yu's chest. Chapter 133 Tang Zhong's Intentions. On the afternoon of the third day, that large piece of Millennium Black Iron on the summit of Zen City Mountain was finally transported down by the Tang family. Because it was transported down from the mountain, with winding mountain roads and such a massive size and weight of the black iron, one could say the Tang family went through great efforts. The helicopter couldn't lift a block of Millennium Black Iron this big. After the huge piece of black iron was transported down, Qin Yu used his immense strength to cut out a part of it and gave it to Ling Panliang. Use this black iron to cultivate the Qin formation arts well, he advised Panliang. Panliang knew the preciousness of Millennium Black Iron and also understood its importance to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you should keep it for your use. Using it for my cultivation of the Qin formation arts would be less meaningful. Qin Yu smiled and said, there's so much of it. It's enough for me. I might not even be able to use it all. Seeing Panliang wanted to say something more, he immediately stopped him. Listen to me. If you refine the Qin formation arts with this Millennium Black Iron, it will have great significance. Upon hearing this, Panliang couldn't reject anymore and had to accept this valuable gift from his good brother. He made a solemn vow in his heart to make full use of this Millennium Black Iron and succeed in refining the Qin formations. Master Tang, I've bothered you these past days. Qin Yu turned around and said to Tang Zhong who had been waiting. Tang Zhong chuckled. It's no bother at all. If young Qin wishes, you can stay at my home indefinitely. Yes, staying forever is not a problem. Tang Ming also chimed in with a smile. Naturally, Qin Yu understood the meaning behind Tang Zhong and his son's words. He didn't say much, turned, and left. Young Qin. Suddenly, Tang Zhong called him back. Young Qin, if you don't mind, I'd like you to stay for a bit longer. Qin Yu was puzzled, sensing some hidden implication in Tang Zhong's words. It's like this. Previously, our Tang family resisted the Qin family, and quite a few Tang family experts were killed. The Qin family has been destroyed, but our Tang family's strength has also been reduced. In order to replenish our strength, we are going to hold a martial selection contest tomorrow to choose some powerful warriors to join our Tang family. So, I hope young Qin can help oversee the event. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu understood everything. After pondering for a moment, he readily agreed. At home in Yin City, he had already contacted them, and nothing unusual had happened. Everything was fine. And this time, the Tang family had helped him transport this large chunk of Millennium Black Iron down. It was indeed a significant help. At this moment, naturally, he could not refuse. Hearing Qin Yu agree, the Tang family, including Tang Zhong, was overjoyed. Unlike those orthodox martial families whose warriors are all from within their own families, the Tang family recruits loyalists through high treatment and money as the price. Warriors actually need wealth more than ordinary people, and often, in enormous amounts. Moreover, most warriors throughout their lives only excel in cultivation and martial arts, but are not adept at business or earning money. Thus, there emerged semi-martial families like the Tang family across Daya. The martial competition was scheduled to start at 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. That night, a martial art powerhouse quietly arrived in Zen City to visit the Qin family. Unfortunately, this powerful warrior did not know that the Qin family had already been annihilated. The next morning, just past 8 o'clock, Qin Yu was already sitting in the main seat of the Tang family's martial arts arena stage. On either side of him were Shun Lingyun and Tang Zhong, with other important members seated accordingly. The Tang family was originally the second strongest clan in Zen City. Now, with the destruction of the Qin family, the Tang family had naturally become the sole giant boss-level force in Zen City. Many warriors without powerful backing came from afar to sign up for this competition. The Tang family's wealth was vast. Their Yuntin manor was spread across most cities and prefectures in the Zhejiang province, and this single venture alone brought substantial profits to support numerous high-salary warriors. This competition saw close to 100 registrations. They were all gathered on the expansive martial arts field built by the Tang family specifically for warriors to practice. The crowd surged. Who is that person sitting in the main position on the stage? He looks very young, yet Master Tang shows him respect. Suddenly, someone noticed that the spot Qin Yu was sitting on was even higher than Tang Zhong's. You don't know him? I've never seen him before. Who is this young man? Is he famous? Are you serious? You really don't know him? His name is Qin Yu. A few days ago, it was he who personally helped the Tang family defeat the Qin family. Otherwise, the one wiped out today would have been the Tang family. Sibilant sounds echoed through the martial arts field as a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. I have heard rumors that someone suddenly came and helped the Tang family. But could it be him? He looks far too young. Yeah, I heard that this person is extremely powerful. He terrified all the Qin family members who were present at the time, leading to their complete collapse. That's how the Tang family turned defeat into victory and annihilated the entire Qin family. Yeah, whether you believe it or not, I think it must be this young man. Otherwise, how could he possibly sit in the main position? Take a closer look. Young Qin Yu has such a beautiful woman by his side, looking like an immortal descended from heaven. If Qin Yu weren't an immensely powerful warrior, how could someone as stunning as her be with him? Everyone looked over after hearing this, and sure enough, they noticed a breathtakingly beautiful woman sitting next to Qin Yu, resembling a celestial being come down to earth. Another wave of whispers spread among them. Deep inside, everyone became certain that it was this young man seated in the main position who had helped the Tang family overthrow the Qin family. However, there were still a few people who didn't believe it, thinking Qin Yu was too young to possess any qualities of a martial genius. Especially some of the warriors who had signed up for the competition. They had a high opinion of themselves and wouldn't easily acknowledge anyone else's strength. The murmurs below naturally reached Tang Zhong's ears. Inside, he secretly rejoiced. This was exactly the effect Tang Zhong had hoped for. Many already knew that the Tang family managed to crush the Qin family, who were more powerful than them, thanks to the help of a master-level expert behind the scenes. But it remained only hearsay. Nobody had ever seen that master. This time, Tang Zhong wanted Qin Yu to preside over the martial arts competition for two reasons. One was to deepen the bond between the Tang family and their benefactor. The other, equally important reason, was to show everyone in Zen City that the Tang family indeed had the backing of a master. Qin Yu actually knew Tang Zhong's intentions from the very start, but paid no attention to them. To him, helping Tang Zhong also meant helping Tang Zi. As far as Qin Yu was concerned, Tang Zi left a pretty good impression on him, not in the romantic sense, of course. Chapter 134, My Blood Feud with Qin Yu. When the Tang family started their martial arts competition, under one of the sky bridges in Chan City, a disheveled middle-aged man was curled up on the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow and killing intent. It was Chen Hui. Chen Hui, the first person of the Qin family in Chan City, had gone to Yin City to take revenge on Qin Yu, but instead got severely beaten. After being defeated in Yin City, Chen Hui didn't return to the Qin family. He felt hopeless and couldn't accept transforming from a powerful martial artist into an ordinary person, or even less than that. This enormous disparity made him unable to face anyone. Thus, after returning to Chan City, he kept hiding, which is also why everyone else in the Qin family was killed except for Chen Hui. The Tang family had been sending people these days to look for his whereabouts, but they could never find him. Upon learning that his Qin family had been wiped out by the Tang family, and discovering that Qin Yu had contributed significantly to it, he was now overwhelmed with anger. Even though he was only an ordinary person now, he still brimmed with murderous intent. "Qin Yu, it's you again. I will kill you." Chen Hui was furious inside, but unfortunately powerless. Not only was he now incapacitated, but even when he used to be the top individual of the Qin family, he wasn't a match for Qin Yu. Could it really be that my Qin family gets wiped out like this, and I can only watch the murderer living freely? I can't accept this. Uncle Chen. At that moment, outside the bridge came an unexpected startled cry. Chen Hui was also surprised. He looked up immediately, showing a shocked expression. "Jin Tao, you have come down the mountain too?" The sudden visitor was a youth, Li Jin Tao, the grand disciple of Jiang Hai Wu, and also the master brother of Mu Tianlong and Qin Shilan. "Yes, a few days ago, I descended from the mountain. I've not been able to contact my younger sister all this time, so I am quite worried. Therefore, I decided to directly come to Chan City to check." Li Jin Tao deeply loved his junior sister, Qin Shilan. Hearing this, Chen Hui became momentarily lost in thought as a thought flashed through his mind. He sighed heavily. "You are too late, Jin Tao." Li Jin Tao heard this and immediately felt his body shake, sensing that something terrible had happened. Extremely anxious, he said, "Did something happen to Qilan, Uncle Chen?" Chen Hui sighed again, tears streaming down his face. "Qilan, she has been murdered." Bang. The words caused Li Jin Tao's brain to explode in shock. His eyes widened, breathing paused, and he did not know how long passed before he managed to suppress the incredulity and complex emotions in his heart. "Who killed my younger sister?" He gritted his teeth and asked. "Qin Yu," replied Chen Hui, although deep down he was clear, actually the whole Qin family was clear, that it was highly unlikely Qin Yu killed Qilan. Their investigations revealed many suspicious points. "Qin Yu." Li Jin Tao frowned. Subsequently, Chen Hui recounted everything that had happened recently to Li Jin Tao, exaggerating wherever possible to portray Qin Yu as extremely wicked. His intention was simple, to use Li Jin Tao's hands to kill Qin Yu. After hearing Chen Hui's words, Li Jin Tao indeed believed them, convinced that Qin Yu had killed the beloved junior sister he adored. Furthermore, Qin Yu had disabled the older uncle of his beloved younger sister and annihilated her entire family. "My younger sister's matter is my own matter. Her family is my family." Through clenched teeth, Li Jin Tao said, "I will never share the same sky with Qin Yu." As soon as the words were spoken, he furiously struck out with a palm. Instantly, a powerful energy burst forth from his palm, exploding and creating a hole about the size of a plate in the bridge pillar. Seeing this, Chen Hui was shocked but extremely elated. A grandmaster. He could not have imagined that Li Jin Tao had actually become a grandmaster martial artist. This achievement surpassed Mu Tianlong, indicating Li Jin Tao's innate talent was absolutely exceptional, not much worse than Mu Tianlong. However, upon further reflection, how could Li Jin Tao, the big disciple of Jiang Hai Wu, not possess remarkable talent? It was just slightly less compared to Mu Tianlong. But regarding actual strength, things might be different since Li Jin Tao had practiced far earlier than Mu Tianlong. "Great! Wonderful Jin Tao!" Chen Hui exclaimed excitedly. "Never would I have guessed that you have broken through to the martial arts grandmaster level. With this, you definitely can kill Qin Yu and avenge Qilan." Sighing, he then regretfully added, "If you had arrived a bit earlier, perhaps our Qin family wouldn't have been destroyed by the Tang family and Qin Yu." Chen Hui believed that with Li Jin Tao now having achieved the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, he certainly would be able to kill Qin Yu. After hearing his words, Li Jin Tao was filled with remorse in his heart as well. If he had broken through to the martial arts grandmaster level earlier and descended from the mountain sooner to look for his junior sister, he may have been able to save her and the Qin family. Thinking about this, his hatred for Qin Yu became even stronger. "Uncle Chen, where is Qin Yu now? Is he still in Chan City?" "He should still be at the Tang residence." "So let's head to the Tang residence now." At this point, after 3 hours of martial arts competition, the Tang family had selected the top 10 from nearly 100 martial artists. The weakest among these 10 martial artists were all martial masters, and 3 of them were even above the 7th level Great Martial Master. One had even broken through to the 8th level Great Martial Master, a strength that surpassed the expectations of Tang Zhong and the Tang family. Even Qin Yu was a bit surprised. Such power at the 8th level Great Martial Master would already be considered formidable in traditional martial arts families. This 8th level Great Martial Master was named Jin Xiao, and his performance stood out throughout the entire competition. Everyone could see that he was the first place winner of this year's Tang family martial arts competition. And setting aside the process, simply in terms of cultivation and strength, he deserved to be the first place winner. Tang Zhong was very pleased. He got up from his seat and gave a speech to the top 10 martial artists who had entered the Tang family. "Thank you all for supporting our Tang family's martial arts competition this time. According to the reward rules of the competition, regardless of whether or not you are recruited by the Tang family, you will receive a significant reward. Please collect your rewards from the Tang family finance department later. And the 10 of you will become members of our Tang family starting today. Each of you will be treated with special favor, receiving a large flat floor exceeding 150 squares. The first place winner, Jin Xiao, can even own a detached 3.5-story villa." When his words settled, there was an uproar in the hall, filled with envy and jealousy. Even Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun were surprised by Tang Zhong's generosity. They hadn't expected it. However, Qin Yu finally understood why those hired martial artists were exceptionally loyal when facing the Qin family's genocidal war back then. Tang Zhong and the Tang family treated them truly generously. Thank you, Patriarch. Jin Xiao led the top 10 martial artists to thank Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong chuckled. Patriarch, I heard that Mr. Qin Yu helped us destroy the Qin family. Mr. Qin's strength must be very powerful. I have a heart that desires continuous strength, so I would like to ask Mr. Qin for guidance, which may allow me to take one step further. Chapter 135, The Clown on the Beam. As the words faded, the entire hall fell silent. Originally, many people were still marveling at the grand gestures of the Tang family. Now, they all looked at Jin Xiao, then towards Qin Yu sitting in the main seat on the podium. Tang Zhong's expression momentarily froze, fearing that Qin Yu might be displeased. He had invited Qin Yu to preside over the event, not to have someone jump out and issue a challenge. Others might not know how powerful Qin Yu truly was, but he was very aware. In just one exchange, Qin Yu had severely injured the famous garbage elder. And if Qin Yu had wished back then, Tang Zhong knew that Qin Yu could have killed the garbage elder in one move. This was a terrifying master-level powerhouse, and yet you, a mere 8th realm great martial artist, dare to jump around in front of him? Isn't this suicide? Tang Zhong stealthily glanced at Qin Yu and relaxed slightly when he saw no sign of displeasure on his face. He quickly spoke to Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao, having the heart of a strong person is admirable, but it depends on the situation and identity. Master Qin is our Tang family's honored guest, not someone for you to simply invite for an exchange. Just disperse. Tang Zhong wanted to help Qin Yu avoid this trivial matter while also protecting the top competitor of this year's Tang family martial arts contest. Otherwise, once Qin Yu acted, not only might he become unhappy, but Jin Xiao would likely end up as a cripple. Head of the family, I think Master Qin wouldn't mind these things, Jin Xiao replied, unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Our martial exchanges can indeed help me learn from Master Qin. Although there are many martial Dao masters, they aren't easy to encounter. The words were polite, but Jin Xiao inwardly harbored a bit of disdain for Qin Yu. Qin Yu appeared so young. Could he really be a martial Dao master? He doubted it somewhat, thus deciding to use the excuse of asking for advice to challenge Qin Yu to a match. Qin Yu naturally understood Jin Xiao's small schemes, but paid them no mind. To Qin Yu, Jin Xiao was like an ant, not worth paying attention to. With a faint glance, Qin Yu remained silent, displaying a demeanor of superiority. Tang Zhong was surprised. He couldn't believe Jin Xiao hadn't realized that Qin Yu was actually protecting him. Instead, he continued to push his luck. Master Qin, are you afraid to accept the challenge? You must be joking. Afraid? That's because Master Qin finds Jin Xiao too weak, not even worth bothering with. Exactly. A true master wouldn't accept any challenge proposed on a whim. What face does Master Qin lose by refusing? Not necessarily. Some people disagreed. I think this Qin Yu might just be pretending and lacks real strength. Yes, I agree. If he were a true master, facing an 8th realm great martial artist request, he could easily knock him down without hesitation. Why hasn't he moved, or even spoken a word? That's wrong. If Master Qin were fake, why would the head of the Tang family allow him to sit in the main seat? There's more than meets the eye here. Voices of speculation began circulating among those present who weren't afraid to speak their minds. Hearing these whispers, Tang Zhong's face turned pale, fearing that Qin Yu would genuinely get angry. This could lead to major trouble. Damn it. He felt like slapping this damn Jin Xiao unconscious. He'd rather lose Jin Xiao than risk upsetting Qin Yu in the slightest. Naturally, Jin Xiao also heard the low murmurs around him and chuckled inwardly. His main purpose in challenging Qin Yu was precisely this, to increase his own reputation. Now that Qin Yu wasn't stepping forward, his goal was effectively achieved. If anyone brought up this incident later, they'd say Jin Xiao was the one who dared to challenge a master, even making the master reluctant to stand up. On the other hand, even if Qin Yu were a genuine master and chose to fight him, losing wouldn't harm his reputation. He'd still gain fame. Xiao Yu listened to all the comments around her, especially those questioning Qin Yu, feeling increasingly annoyed. If she were in her old mindset, she would have been delighted. Back then, she regarded Qin Yu as nothing special. But after some recent interactions, she had come to recognize Qin Yu's real strength, understanding his broad horizons and great power. Thus, she could not bear others evaluating him so poorly. Lord Qin, Miss Shun, let me deal with this Jin Xiao. Xiao Yu stood up and looked toward Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun. Before Qin Yu could respond, Shun Lingyun already gave her approval. Fine, go ahead Xiao Yu. Her tone was a little cold, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with the surrounding people's reactions. Qin Yu detected Lingyun's mood and felt happy inside, realizing that Lingyun genuinely cared about him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit grateful and appreciative of Jin Xiao's bouncing act. Jin Xiao, I am the maid by young Master Qin and Miss Shin's side. If you want to ask young Master Qin for some guidance, it's not impossible. But young Master Qin is a master of the martial way. He won't casually give pointers to just anyone. At least the other party must show some worthiness of his guidance through their own ability. Xiao Yu leaped down onto the training grounds, standing in front of Jin Xiao. Defeat me. If you can defeat me, then you'll have earned the right to receive guidance from young Master Qin. Tang Zhong watched, unable to suppress a bitter smile, unsure what to think about the situation. He knew Shun Lingyun's background. The maid by her side was surely also very powerful. He just hoped Miss Xiao Yu wouldn't go too hard, otherwise Jin Xiao would be in for quite a rough time. He glanced at Jin Xiao and noticed that Jin Xiao appeared entirely confident in handling Xiao Yu, causing Tang Zhong an involuntary wave of concern for him. Just as Tang Zhong had observed, Jin Xiao didn't take Xiao Yu seriously. To him, Xiaoyu was just a young lady stepping up for her master. He smirked. All right, I'll first fight with young Miss Xiaoyu. Then I'll seek guidance from Master Qin. He was already certain he could easily defeat Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sneered lightly and stepped forward, charging straight toward Jin Chao. Jin Chao may be arrogant, but his skills were still substantial. As soon as Xiaoyu started moving, he reacted immediately and lunged forth himself. Raising his fist, he unleashed a heavy strike. The momentum was immense, the howling wind following his punch. From previous matches, everyone had already noted that Jin Chao's advantage lay in his sheer power. His fists were extraordinarily strong. Yet Xiaoyu, under everyone's shocked and disbelieving gazes, hurled her small fist forward. She met Jin Chao's punch head-on, matching force with force. Everyone was astonished. Wasn't she knowingly heading straight into danger? Looking at Xiaoyu's frail frame, everyone could guess without hesitation. The result would undoubtedly be Xiaoyu being sent flying. Chapter 136. Qin Yu steps forward to meet his death. Bang! In the Tang family's martial arts training ground, a loud thud echoed. Everyone present, except for those who knew Xin Lingjun and Xiaoyu's identities, were completely stunned, their mouths slightly agape. The scenario they had imagined did not happen. Xiaoyu didn't fly out like a piece of paper. Instead, Jin Chao, the first-place winner of this martial arts tournament and an 8th realm great martial artist, was sent flying like a broken kite. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out, and only then did everyone on the scene gradually come back to their senses. Even though Tang Zhong already knew Xin Lingjun's identity and had guessed that Xiaoyu's martial prowess was great, he never expected her strength to be this overwhelming. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the profound foundations of a martial arts family. If a mere servant could possess such power, one could only imagine how formidable the elders in a martial arts family might be. Xiaoyu didn't use a killing blow. She merely wanted to severely punish Jin Chao for his arrogance and ignorance. Jin Chao was sent flying backward 10 meters by a single palm strike, blood gushing up into his throat. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it, thus avoiding spitting blood profusely. How about you now, Jin Chao? Xiaoyu took a step forward and said, with a level of skill like yours, do you still dare to ask our young Master Qin for guidance? I'm just a maid at his side, yet apparently I'm more than enough to teach you a lesson. Do you have any further thoughts? At this moment, Jin Chao felt utterly humiliated. He originally intended to elevate his reputation through what seemed like a certain opportunity, using someone like Qin Yu, who appeared unlikely to be a master, but instead, he had met with an unforeseen resistance. After repeatedly asking for the esteemed Qin master to step in earlier, Jin Chao now couldn't even defeat one of his maids. If there had been a hole in the ground, he would have wanted nothing more than to crawl into it. No one dared to speak up throughout the entire field. This confirmed everyone's belief. The young man sitting in the main seat on the dais was undoubtedly a true martial arts master. It was because of him that the Tang family triumphed over the Qin family. Tang Zhong cast a quick glance at Qin Yu, seated in the main position, noticing that the latter looked entirely unconcerned. Only now did Tang Zhong feel completely relieved. Evidently, young Master Qin wasn't paying much attention to this incident after all. Indeed, considering Qin Yu's achievements, becoming a martial arts master at such a young age, it made sense he wouldn't bother over someone as lowly as an 8th realm great martial artist. Moreover, Tang Zhong noticed Xiaoyu hadn't used excessive force, and Jin Chao suffered no significant injuries. Thus, this small episode passed without major consequences. Tang Zhong quickly interjected, trying to smooth things over. Jin Chao, surely by now you've realized the massive gap between yourself and Qin Master, right? So, as I mentioned before, it's good that you possess the heart of a strong person, but it must also know its limits. Stand up. To be the top performer in this year's Tang family tournament is already a remarkable achievement. You're the leader among this batch of warriors. If you work hard and stay loyal to the Tang family, we will certainly not let you down. We won't neglect any warrior within our family. Only then did Jin Chao's expression improve somewhat, though still somewhat disoriented and uncertain how to face everyone. I declare that this year's Tang family martial arts tournament has successfully concluded. Tang Zhong announced loudly from the podium. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your support of our Tang family. Tang Zhong solemnly promises to shoulder the responsibility of a large family, safeguarding the Zen City territory well. Every person below was moved hearing this. All understood that starting today, Zen City skies had finally completely changed. Before, the dominant surname in Zen City was Li, while Tang was minor. Now, only Tang remained, leaving Li firmly behind in history. And all this was due to the young man currently sitting in the chief position, Qin Yu. Nearly every gaze fell on Qin Yu on the podium. Sure enough, this young man named Qin Yu was indeed a powerful martial arts master. To become a martial arts master at such a young age, such martial talent must be incredibly rare, probably unmatched by few. No one had expected to witness such an event today. Qin Yu, come forward to die. Tang family, come forward and apologize. Just at this moment, an angry shout abruptly sounded from outside the field. Huh! Everyone gasped in surprise, immediately turning around to locate the source. They saw a stranger, a young man. He had a sturdy build, radiating a maturity uncommon for his age despite being young. Thick eyebrows, fierce eyes, and his pupils glinted with an intense killing intent. Li Jintao. Yet, no one present recognized him. Who is this person? Isn't he here looking for his death? How dare he cause trouble at the Tang residence? Doesn't he know Zen City is entirely under Tang control now? People chattered incessantly. Qin Yu, Xin Lingjun, and Xiaoyu on the podium also failed to recognize Li Jintao's identity. However, the three of them had a different feeling compared to the people below. The three were all powerful martial artists and had already sensed from the angry shout just now that the young man who suddenly appeared was also a master of the martial arts. Many people at the scene didn't notice this detail because their abilities weren't strong enough yet. But Qin Yu and the other two clearly felt it, a restrained surge of energy contained within that roar. This was something only a master of martial arts could achieve. As masters of the martial arts, both Qin Yu and Shun Lingjun could easily sense this. Even though Xiao Yu wasn't a master yet, she was a ninth realm great martial artist, close to becoming one. She knew she couldn't have pulled off such control, but an expert at the master level could, which confirmed that the individual in question was indeed a martial arts master. This person has incredible talent as well. They're also a martial arts master, Xiao Yu whispered, surprised and intrigued. Shun Lingjun was equally astonished. To break through to the level of a martial arts master at such a young age indicates naturally strong martial talent. And beyond that, he must have even more formidable backing. On this point, she was absolutely certain. No matter how gifted any martial genius might be, without guidance from experienced mentors and access to training resources, breaking through to the master level at such an early age would be nearly impossible. After hearing this, Xiao Yu grew more serious. You're right, Mississippi. She then looked at Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, he came for you. Do you know him? Who is he? Qin Yu shook his head slightly. I don't know him. But there's no need to worry. He may be a master, but so am I. The gap in strength between masters can vary significantly. Qin Yu was brimming with self-confidence, even though he still didn't fully understand the details about his opponent. When he was still at the 8th realm great martial artist level, he'd already been able to defeat a martial arts master. So now that he himself had broken through to become a martial arts master, defeating someone like this would be even less challenging. Chapter 137 Qin Yu. Today, I will have you die. Master Qin should still be careful, Xiao Yu advised. Nowadays, she is grateful to and acknowledges Qin Yu, so she worries about him. Shun Lingjun naturally also feels the same concern, despite knowing how powerful Master Qin's strength is. Qin Yu, Xiao Yu is right. Do not underestimate. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu did not say anything but just smiled and nodded. Tang Zhong frowned, looking at the young man who had suddenly appeared and caused trouble, feeling both puzzled and angry. At this moment, our Tang family has become the first great family of Changchun, and the only one. But now someone actually dares to jump out and make a fuss? Fine death. Who are you? How dare you let Master Qin come out to die? How dare you make my Tang family apologize? Young man, things can be eaten carelessly, but words must not be spoken rashly. Saying the wrong thing can indeed get you killed. At this moment, Tang Zhong was extremely annoyed. The challenge had been made right in front of his home. Jin Xiao had already calmed down from his earlier internal chaos, and upon seeing someone causing trouble, he had a sudden flash of inspiration, realizing it was a good opportunity to regain face. He took a step forward and glared at Li Jintao. Kid, I don't care who you are. How dare you spout such wild talk, disrespecting our honored guest Master Qin from Tang family. Disrespecting us Tang family? This is something you brought upon yourself, so do not blame anyone else. As soon as the words were out, Jin Xiao leaped up high and with a powerful slap, directed it towards Li Jintao's chest. He thought that inflicting serious injury on the other person with one slap would suffice, and didn't intend to kill the opponent right away. Perhaps their housemaster and Qin Yu intended to keep the opponent alive for some kind of coercion. Li Jintao slightly lifted his eyes and did not even look directly at Jin Xiao's attack coming his way. The next moment, he raised his left hand and returned the slap. Bang! A huge sound resounded, far greater than the previous clash with Xiao Yu. Even more surprising, an almost visible ripple of force spread outward from the collision. Immediately, Jin Xiao in midair looked on in horror, his eyes wide with terror. He felt a terrifying force like seawater surging into him from the palm. Crack! Ah! With the simultaneous sounds of his forearm and upper arm bones breaking, Jin Xiao let out a wail of pain, flying backward. What's more, while in midair, there came another bang sound from Jin Xiao's chest area. A violent expulsion of blood along with fragments of internal organs sprayed out. Jin Xiao had been killed by a single move from Li Jintao. Hiss! Almost everyone on the martial arts ground drew in a sharp breath, staring in shock at the youth who had just emerged. Such overwhelming strength. All present involuntarily thought the same. Tang Zhong also suddenly froze, shocked. But then, when his gaze shifted to Qin Yu, he calmed down somewhat. He believed that however powerful the newly arrived youth might be, he could not possibly surpass Qin Yu. Not to mention, beside Qin Yu sat Miss Shan, the daughter of the prestigious Wu Dao family. Bold move. Tang Zhong pointed angrily at Li Jintao. How dare you kill a warrior I have recruited? He belongs to our Tang family, so you seek your own death. Name yourself. Who are you? He could not figure out which power or family in Changchun dared to confront his Tang family like this. So he urgently wanted to know the identity of the opponent. Qin Yu was also curious. Oh, Director Tang sure carries himself with much pride. Do you truly think that because your Tang family has become the greatest in Changchun, no one can oppose your Tang family? At this point, a cold laugh echoed in from outside the martial arts ground. Everyone turned to see a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, all of them surprised. Qin Hui. Almost everyone including Tang Zhong instantly recognized Qin Hui. Qin Hui, Tang Zhong said with a mix of anger and pleasure. I've been looking for you all along, yet couldn't find you, and now here you are today walking straight into my lair. Qin Hui snorted with disdain. Walk straight in? Have you let the joy of victory cloud your judgment, Tang Zhong? If I didn't have full confidence of victory, would I dare to show up here at your residence? Do you know who he is? Tang Zhong paused, confused. Then tell me, who is that boy? Li Jintao, the senior disciple of Jiang Haiwu, and the elder brother of Mu Tianlong. After these haughty words fell silent, silence once again enveloped the whole scene. Everyone was greatly surprised, simultaneously worried and fearful, eyes filled with dread as they glanced at the young man, named Li Jintao. No one expected him to be the famous senior disciple of Jiang Haiwu. Jiang Haiwu, after all, is the fierce man known for being able to kill martial arts masters while being merely a 9th-level great warrior. And lately, it's heard that he has already broken through to the level of martial arts master, his strength becoming even more terrifying and frightening. Recalling Jiang Haiwu, all people became afraid and subconsciously took several steps back, increasing the distance between themselves and Li Jintao. At the same time, they were also afraid of being involved with the Tang family, fearing that they would be targeted and killed by Jiang Haiwu's senior disciple. Unbelievable, Jiang Haiwu's senior disciple actually came knocking today. Now the Tang family is in for it. Do you think they'll be obliterated as well? I wouldn't be surprised. It's such a shame for the Tang family. They've only been the first family of Chongqing for a few days, and now they're about to be wiped out. Don't forget, though, Master Qin is still sitting on the main platform at the martial arts ground. True, we don't know if even Master Qin could contend with Jiang Haiwu, but against his senior disciple, Li Jintao, I doubt Master Qin will have an issue. The crowd began communicating silently at the training field. Tang Zhong was also caught off guard and filled with dread, not expecting this young man to be of such high standing. He regrets letting Jin Xiao die so easily earlier. It turns out he was Jiang Haiwu's senior disciple. If Jiang Haiwu himself showed up, even Master Qin might not be able to handle him, right? Tang Zhong started calculating in his mind. The Qin family, if they help mediate, perhaps Jiang Haiwu would give them some face. But the Qin family is an elite martial arts clan. Are they really willing to intercede? Tang Zhong couldn't be sure, and thus his expression grew serious. Seeing this, Chunhui burst into laughter. Why has Tang Zhong gone quiet? Are you afraid? Weren't you all arrogant and full of yourself just now? But of course, how could the Tang family and its leader not be scared when facing Jiang Haiwu's senior disciple? Hearing this, Tang Zhong's expression darkened significantly. The original purpose of hosting this martial arts competition today was to publicly announce to all of Chongqing that the Tang family had officially become the #1 clan. Simultaneously, it was meant to show everyone that their family had the backing and connections of a martial arts master. Who could have guessed that Jiang Haiwu's senior disciple would suddenly appear? Suddenly, Tang Zhong felt that the grand stage he had set up had made him look ridiculous instead. Chen Hui snorted coldly and lost interest in Tang Zhong. He knew very clearly that the one who truly caused the downfall of his own family wasn't Tang Zhong or the Tang family. It was Qin Yu. Qin Yu, today I will have you die. Chen Hui angrily pointed at Qin Yu seated on the main platform. Chapter 138. There are big differences in strength between masters. Chen Hui could be said to hate Qin Yu to the bone. Although he was not sure if it was him who killed his maidservant, Qin Shalon, it was indeed because of him that his family, the Qin family, was destroyed. I knew this day would come for you, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Even more surprisingly, I can witness this within my lifetime. After speaking, he laughed loudly to release the great pressure he had been carrying for a period of time. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong felt angry inside, as he had continuously dispatched clan members to search for Chen Hui without any success. Today, the other party came voluntarily with a bold statement, yet they dared not move against him. This was all because Jiang Haiwu's first disciple, Li Jintao, stood beside him. His heart was burning with anger. Qin Yu shook his head, showing disdain. Chen Hui, previously, I chose not to kill you and only disabled your cultivation to make you understand the situation clearly. It seems like you have not realized how foolish you were back then. Not only have you failed to correct your behavior, but you've become even worse. Since you desire death so much, today I will grant your wish. You talk too much nonsense. Chen Hui did not speak, while Li Jintao, standing nearby, glared at Qin Yu angrily. With me here today, you cannot only fail to kill Uncle Chen, but you yourself will be killed by me. As for everyone around you, none will escape from my retribution today. At this moment, Qin Yu finally turned his gaze toward Li Jintao, his expression calm, making it evident that he didn't consider Li Jintao worthy of serious attention. Be careful, young Master Qin. Since Li Jintao has been accepted as Jiang Haiwu's first disciple, her talent wouldn't be weak, Sheng Lingjun reminded. Don't be careless, Qin Yu. Shen Lingyun also warned. No matter what, Li Jintao was already a martial arts master. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Relax. He got up from the main position on the podium and walked out slowly. Seeing this, Li Jintao on the practice ground chuckled coldly. Great. I thought you would never dare to step forward. Li Jintao, do you truly believe that your breakthrough to the rank of martial arts master means that you can defeat me? Can you really take revenge for your junior, Mu Tianlong? Help the Qin family get their revenge. As soon as these words left his mouth, a wave of stunned silence spread through the audience, followed immediately by heated discussions. Has Li Jintao already broken through to become a martial arts master? Why can't I sense any aura of mastery radiating from her body? My heavens, Li Jintao is also a martial arts master. This isn't surprising at all. Being the first disciple of Master Jiang Haiwu naturally requires exceptional martial talent. It's no wonder that she managed to break through to the level of master after being trained personally by Master Jiang. If Li Jintao is a master too, then this will be a massive trouble for Qin Yu and the Tang family. Yes, just as Qin Yu himself admitted earlier, even if he were a master too, there's still a high probability that he wouldn't match up to Li Jintao. Indeed, As the apprentice of renowned teacher Jiang Haiwu, even if both are martial arts masters, Li Jintao's strength must naturally surpass Qin Yu. Almost everyone at the practice field began debating fervently, and almost unanimously agreed that as fellow martial arts masters, Qin Yu definitely could not defeat Li Jintao. Li Jintao heard the whispers of the crowd and smiled. Did you hear that, Qin Yu? You're right. Just because you are also a master, do you think you can best me? Let me tell you, the gap in power between two masters can also be immense. Pausing for a second, she added, no wonder you managed to beat my junior brother, Mu Tianlong. Apparently, Qin Yu, you have already reached the level of martial arts master. Before, I could not fully comprehend why my junior brother, someone who received true teachings from our master and practiced the Yang divine art, was beaten by you. If you've already broken through to the level of master, everything makes sense now. But today I must kill you, to avenge my junior brother and repay my deceased junior sister. Li Jintao pointed at Qin Yu angrily. Qin Yu frowned slightly, and gave the other party a deep look. The one who killed your junior sister is not me. The Qin family understands this very well. Li Jintao let out a mocking laugh. Qin Yu, I thought you were a man of integrity, but who would have thought? How dare you deny responsibility for your own actions? You're looking down on me way too much. Qin Yu was surprised. A few days ago, when he killed the head of the Qin family and his wife, he had clearly sensed at that time that those two actually knew that the one who murdered Qin Qilan wasn't him. But why, after meeting Qin Hui, did Li Jintao firmly insist that it was him who was the murderer? A moment later, Qin Yu understood. His eyes landed on Qin Hui next to him, and noticed a shadow of strange smile flashing across the latter's face. He realized immediately that it must have been Qin Hui trying to use Li Jintao against him, intentionally lying and telling her that he was the one who killed Qin Qilan. Qin Yu sighed deeply, feeling sorrow for Li Jintao. Whether you believe me or not, the person who killed Qin Qilan was not me. The people of the Qin family understand this well, but unfortunately, someone has taken advantage of it. Shut up, Li Jintao shouted loudly. Qin Yu, my junior sister was killed in Yin City, and at that time, my junior brother Tianlong was there. With his strength, no one in Yin City could match him. Except for you. If you didn't kill my junior sister, could it have been my junior brother who did? Qin Yu chuckled. If I were to say that what you said is correct, it was precisely your junior brother Mu Tianlong who killed Qin Qilan. Would you believe me? Nonsense, Li Jintao angrily retorted. Even a fool wouldn't fall for such a lie. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Qin Yu shook his head. What you think is your business. I don't care. I just feel sorry that you are being used like this, and it's somewhat pitiful. But since you're so stubborn, let's get started then. Let me see how strong the first disciple of Jiang Haiwu really is. Li Jintao sneered coldly. You're talking too much nonsense. Qin Yu, you'll regret this. Everyone present thought Qin Yu was overly arrogant. Although they knew he was also a martial arts grandmaster, Li Jintao was another martial arts grandmaster from a prestigious school. No one was optimistic about Qin Yu's chances. Qin Hui eagerly anticipated the outcome. If Li Jintao still had her previous level of cultivation, he wouldn't dare to expect much. But if Li Jintao had broken through to become a martial arts grandmaster, then Qin Yu would surely lose without doubt. Miss, do you think Qin Xiao can defeat Li Jintao this time? Xiao Yu couldn't help but worry. Shen Lingyun looked at Qin Yu with her beautiful eyes and revealed trust. Don't worry, Qin Yu will not lose. Tang Zhong, at this moment, was actually uncertain as well. Listening to Qin Yu's confident words before, he found them rather impressive. But now they were facing Li Jintao, the first disciple of Jiang Haiwu, who was also a martial arts grandmaster. Would Qin Shini win this time? Sitting next to him, Tang Zi became nervous as well, gazing intently at Qin Yu's back, filled with concern. Die Qin Yu! Li Jintao screamed angrily while shooting out a palm strike. Boom! The force emitted from the strike made a loud, thunderous sound. Chapter 139. Indeed, a martial arts master. External release of vigor. Everyone at the scene felt it. Master, Li Jintao is indeed a martial arts master. The external release of vigor is one of the hallmarks of a martial arts master. Li Jintao's talent is indeed extraordinary. To break through to the level of martial arts master at such a young age, his prowess is comparable to our junior disciple Mu Tianlong. Yes, I also feel that in terms of talent, Li Jintao has not fallen far behind Mu Tianlong. If he truly broke through to the level of martial arts master, Qin Yu might lose this time. As Li Jintao displayed the strength of a martial arts master, many in the martial arts arena were amazed and began murmuring. Actually witnessing it versus merely hearing about it is an entirely different sensation. Xiao Yu was similarly so. When she heard earlier, there was still something less tangible about it in her mind. At this moment, after personally seeing Li Jintao's powerful strength, she became more worried for Qin Yu. Miss, Li Jintao's power is strong. His talent seems no less than Mu Tianlong's. Shen Lingyu nodded. Indeed, Li Jintao is somewhat surprising to me. His talent is much stronger than the rumors suggest. After hearing this, Xiao Yu felt solemn. If even you say so, miss, isn't Qin going to be in danger this time? However, Shen Lingyun smiled. Don't worry, Qin Yu won't lose. She remembered how Qin Yu had effortlessly torn open a 1,000-year-old Xian iron cage with his bare hands. Not many masters could achieve that. Tang Zhong and Tang Zi et al. Each looked serious, worried that Qin Yu would lose to Li Jintao. Besides being a martial arts master, Li Jintao also had another identity, the eldest disciple of Jiang Haiwu. Below, Li Jintao thrust out a palm, releasing vigor, creating a whistling sound accompanied by fierce winds. Some warriors standing nearby were directly knocked over. Others were forced to take 2 steps back. Truly incredible. Everyone was greatly shocked and increasingly believed that Qin Yu was bound to fail this time. Fierce gusts swept across, surging toward Qin Yu. If Qin Yu were an ordinary warrior, by now he would have been shredded into countless pieces by the vigor. However, Qin Yu remained unmoved. Li Jintao was surprised but then recalled that Qin Yu was also a martial arts master. It made sense that he could withstand his vigor. Strength is pretty good. Why don't we see if you can take my palm strike? As the words fell, his figure flickered, disappearing from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Qin Yu. Onlookers were astonished. What an incredible speed. Before Qin Yu could react, Li Jintao struck with a palm. That previous strike carried a probing intent. This time, he used force, intending to kill Qin Yu. Facing this strike, Qin Yu didn't move immediately, giving the impression that he hadn't yet reacted. Tang Zhong, Tang Zi et al., watching this scene, hearts leapt up to their throats. Haha, he killed Qin Yu. Xuanhuan shouted aloud. Right at that moment, Qin Yu moved, lifting his left hand and countering with a palm strike. It seemed slow, but it was actually extraordinarily fast. In fact, it left an afterimage. Bang! A loud thud reverberated, even causing some weaker warriors' eardrums to hurt. And the common folk experienced ear ringing. At the same time, everyone saw a visible ripple of vigor, like ripples on water, spreading out. An unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Qin Yu remained completely motionless. Li Jintao, however, flew backward like a broken kite, landing 10 meters away on the martial arts training ground. The entire venue fell silent. This result was exactly opposite to what everyone expected. Xuanhuan's smile froze little by little, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Could it be that Qin Yu wasn't using full force when fighting against him before? He felt that Qin Yu's strength had clearly increased significantly since their last encounter. Xiaoyu was obviously startled for a moment and then couldn't contain her happiness. Miss, young Lord Qin is indeed powerful. Shunlingyun didn't say anything, a beautiful smile appearing on her face, gazing affectionately at Qin Yu standing naturally. The Tang family members, including Tang Zhong, Tang Zi, and Tang Ming, all breathed a quiet sigh of relief and revealed expressions of joy. Li Jintao, lying on the ground, widened his eyes and stared at Qin Yu standing opposite, showing an expression of disbelief. How could this be? How did I get knocked down by Qin Yu? With a light expression, Qin Yu looked at Li Jintao, who was still lying on the ground, and chuckled. Li Jintao, is this your strength? If this is it, then I'm deeply disappointed. Your younger brother Mu Tianlong is just like this. You as the elder brother, having also reached the level of martial arts master, but... He shook his head, not continuing, wearing an expression of disappointment. Upon hearing these words, not only Li Jintao but also the onlookers felt that Qin Yu was being too arrogant and disrespectful. Each of them had the impulse to step forward and punch him. However, everyone knew well that Qin Yu had every reason to be arrogant and possessed the strength to be disdainful of others. Qin Yu. Li Jintao erupted in fury, gritting his teeth as he spat out those words. You're getting above yourself. Instantly flipping back to his feet, despite being surprised and shocked by Qin Yu's prowess, Li Jintao still had supreme confidence in his own abilities. The palm strike earlier hadn't been at full power, just about 60%. He'd assumed that 60% would be more than enough to defeat Qin Yu, yet it ended up making himself appear foolish. I admit your strength is formidable, but you have no right to mock my junior disciple or myself, let alone show disregard for my sect. It was clear from Qin Yu's words that they blatantly disrespected Li Jintao's master. Fine, then display the force worthy of respecting your sect. Qin Yu said calmly, or else, my next move may kill you. Humph, we'll see who ends up killing who. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Jintao slapped his palms together vigorously in front of his chest, clasping his hands. Hi! A long roar escaped from his lips. Boom. Suddenly, a strong burst of energy exploded from his body. An overwhelming aura swept out, with Li Jintao standing like a resplendent rainbow of power. Is Li Jintao going to unleash all his might? No, it's more than just his full strength. I think he's employing some sort of secret art. Yes, that's exactly what I feel. It must be a powerful secret technique. Li Jintao isn't holding back anymore. Seeing Li Jintao employ such mysterious means, Qin Yu furrowed his brows slightly. His aura skyrocketed. However, Qin Yu noticed that Li Jintao's body was slowly shrinking. Originally tall and muscular with thick eyebrows and large eyes, after employing the secret art, Li Jintao's physique shrank nearly 2 sizes. In fact, his entire height diminished by a full head. What kind of secret technique was this? Qin Yu wondered inwardly. Could this be the bone-shrinking art? The crowd also became confused and curious. Humph. Qin Yu, this time I will torture you to death. His voice had grown much sharper. Chapter 140, Easy Victory. Whoosh. A sound of something breaking through the air descended, and among the hundreds of onlookers surrounding the Tang family training ground, Li Jintao's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Miss, where's Li Jintao? Why can't we see him anymore? Xiaoyu, standing on the main stage, looked down at the entire training ground but could not find any trace of Li Jintao. Shunlingyun shook her head. He hasn't disappeared. His speed has reached an unimaginable level. You just can't see him. Xiaoyu was shocked and slightly opened her mouth. His speed is really that fast. Where is he? Li Jintao, did he disappear? Many immediately asked in confusion. Boom. Suddenly a loud thud sounded. Every heart skipped a beat as they saw a flash of light appear before Qin Yu. That was caused by the impact. The crowd was astonished, not having time to react, when, boom, another flash of light emitted behind Qin Yu, accompanied by a dull roar. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the training ground echoed with one crash after another, flashes of light appearing incessantly. That's Li Jintao. Finally, someone in the audience realized. I finally understand what's happening. Li Jintao's speed has reached its peak, so much so that we can barely see his figure. Those flashes of light and impacts are from him attacking Qin Yu, but Qin Yu blocking them. Oh, I see. Someone else nodded in understanding. Earlier, there was a noticeable change in Li Jintao. His figure shrank to enhance his speed, maximizing his swiftness. Yes, exactly. Li Jintao is using extreme speed to defeat Qin Yu. But it seems like this move isn't affecting Qin Yu at all. Boom, boom, boom. On the training ground, the clashing sounds continued quickly. As everyone deduced, Li Jintao was now utilizing his lightning-fast speed to unleash a storm of attacks against Qin Yu. However, he surprisingly found that this technique couldn't harm Qin Yu at all. Each time, Qin Yu managed to block his strikes. Additionally, he noticed an unfavorable problem. Each clash sent him reeling backward due to Qin Yu's immense strength, which slowed down his own attack speed more than expected, thus reducing the effectiveness of his technique. Is this your ultimate killing move, Li Jintao? Qin Yu's gaze was sharp, crystal clear. With no hesitation, he unleashed a punch, sending Li Jintao flying back. If this is all you've got, you're greatly disappointing me. I won't let you get cocky, Qin Yu. This is just the beginning. Li Jintao grew furious and continued to attack Qin Yu recklessly, utilizing his lightning speed. Humph. Qin Yu coldly sneered. Can't you see yet? The start is the end. From the very beginning, you were already at a disadvantage, Li Jintao. As soon as these words left his lips, Qin Yu intensified his force. With a resounding bang, he blasted Li Jintao out of his high-speed state, throwing him backward for 20 meters. Li Jintao reappeared from his vanishing act, stunned in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. His ultimate move couldn't even scratch Qin Yu. He stared wide-eyed at Qin Yu, his heart shaking. How could this be? How could this be possible? Xuanhuan stood outside the ring, watching this scene with growing dread. He realized that Li Jintao was indeed a master and had used his full strength, yet judging by the current situation, it seemed that he wasn't a match for Qin Yu either. At this moment, despair began creeping into his heart. Qin Yu noticed the surprise and disbelief on Li Jintao's face and smiled. Your move earlier should be some kind of secret technique, pushing your speed to the limit. It seems to rely on the principle that in martial arts, nothing beats sheer speed. Unfortunately, this technique takes too drastic an approach, being overly focused on speed to actually achieve its only speed conquers aim. You sacrificed your own power to gain this speed. While this might work well against those weaker than you, once you encounter someone on par or stronger, it leaves you unbalanced. When your strength is suppressed by your opponent, your speed advantage diminishes significantly. In fact, 10 punches you land on your opponent might not equal the damage of a single punch they deliver to you. Li Jintao, if this is all you've got, it truly disappoints me. Listening to Qin Yu's words, Li Jintao felt as if a knife had been driven straight into his heart, right to the core. At this moment, he finally realized the flaw of this secret technique. His previous thoughts were exactly as Qin Yu said, believing that speed alone could conquer all martial arts. He thought to suppress his opponents with absolute speed and launch an extremely dense attack to defeat or kill them. He even imagined using his speed to fight against opponents much stronger than himself. But now it seemed that he had made things too simple. On the sidelines, the crowd was filled with surprise and astonishment. Who would have thought that Master Qin's strength is even greater? Yes, Master Qin is incredibly powerful. He has defeated Li Jintao this time. Master Qin has consecutively defeated Qin Shilan, Mu Tianlong, and Li Jintao, meaning he has defeated all of Jiang Haiwu's disciples. It was always said that Jiang Haiwu's students were exceptionally gifted, but now it seems they can't match Qin Yu. Right, Master Qin is truly powerful. The murmurs arose one after another. Tang Zhong's face beamed with a deep sense of joy, his worries completely gone, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Qin Yu's back figure. Such a divine doctor as Qin Yu is indeed a great fortune for our Tang family. No way, I must persuade my daughter to make her do everything possible to become Master Qin's woman. He secretly made up his mind. In fact, at this very moment, Tang Zi's beautiful eyes looking at Qin Yu quietly rippled. She stared at Qin Yu as if looking at a god. Yes, this is a man just like a god. She silently said to herself. Miss, you are really amazing. You firmly believed in young Master Qin from the start. Xiao Yu smiled at Shen Lingyun beside her. Of course, Shen Lingyun wouldn't deny how extraordinary her man was. You've lost, Li Jintao. To save some face for you, I won't lay a hand on you. Just end your own life. On the field, Qin Yu spoke coldly. To his opponent, especially an opponent at the level of a martial grandmaster, he couldn't possibly let them walk away alive. Even though at this moment, he had completely lost interest in killing Li Jintao. Chapter 141, Li Jintao's Despair. Li Jintao was surprised and looked at Qin Yu. He knew he had lost, and that he would inevitably be killed after the defeat. What he hadn't expected was that Qin Yu would let him take his own life. This indeed left him with enough dignity. He had thought, given the grievances between his juniors and Qin Yu, that the latter would strike without mercy, but it wasn't as he had thought. Li Jintao bitterly smiled, mocking himself. I've lost. Who would have thought my first battle after breaking through to martial arts master would end in a loss? I accept it. Sorry, junior sister. My skills are not enough. I am useless waste. Unable to help you avenge your death, I will go apologize to you right now. At this moment, Qin Yu no longer wished to explain to Li Jintao that it wasn't him who killed Qin Shilan. Clang. Qin Yu took out a dagger from his body and threw it in front of Li Jintao. Make your move, then go reunite properly with your junior sister. Let her tell you who exactly killed her. He still coldly said a final sentence. Li Jintao extended his left hand to grab the dagger, and it trembled suddenly at this moment. If before the fight, Qin Yu denied killing his junior sister, but by now, he was already the victor. Facing this person about to die, there was really no need to continue denying the fact of killing his junior sister. Could it be, junior sister wasn't actually killed by Qin Yu? Qin Yu, was it really not you? Li Jintao raised his head, looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu gave him a cold glance, making no explanation, not even a single word, for in his eyes, this was already meaningless. Li Jintao's thoughts weren't important at all. Xiao Yu sighed. Who would have thought that Li Jintao values emotions and justice so much? Just unfortunate to have been manipulated all along. Thinking about it, she couldn't bear for Li Jintao to die without knowing the truth of what happened, so she spoke up. Li Jintao, use your mind and think why your junior sister Qin Shilan would come against young Master Qin. Then do you think young Master Qin needed to kill your female junior sister, given his martial arts prowess? If he truly wanted to make a severe move, all he needed was to disable her cultivation. And furthermore, when Chen Hui, the strongest of the Qin family, went to Cloud City seeking revenge on young Master Qin, young Master Qin didn't strike the fatal blow either. He just disabled his cultivation. If Qin Shilan was killed by young Master Qin, don't you think he would have killed Chen Hui too instead of letting him live? After hearing this, Li Jintao felt like being shocked by an electric current, increasingly feeling many suspicious points regarding his junior sister's death. What is going on? After a while, Li Jintao snapped back to reality and turned to look at Chen Hui. Chen Hui knew things could no longer be concealed, and sighed. I'm sorry, Jintao, I deceived you. Hearing this, Li Jintao immediately widened his eyes, revealing a disbelieving gaze as he blankly stared at Chen Hui. In anger, he asked, what really happened in my junior sister's death? Chen Hui's eyes shifted a bit while looking at Li Jintao. According to our Chun family investigation, it's unlikely that Qin Yu killed Qilan. Based on the employee's testimony from the Prince Tower in Cloud City, that day Qin Yu only injured Qilan and did not kill her, and many people saw Qilan leave with their own eyes. Boom. Li Jintao's brain immediately exploded with rage. Chen Hui had actually deceived him, made him mistake Qin Yu as the murderer. He barely suppressed his inner anger and asked, then who exactly is the killer? Chen Hui moved his lips, hesitating to speak, ultimately not saying a word. Could it be anyone else? At this time, Xiao Yu said, it's none other than your junior brother, Mu Tianlong. Junior brother? Li Jintao expressed suspicion and disbelief. The next moment, he denied this claim. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qilan is his junior sister. And Li Jintao did not continue speaking. He very clearly understood that his junior sister Qilan had always loved his junior brother Tianlong. Tianlong knew this too. How could Tianlong possibly kill his own junior sister? Impossible. Impossible. Xiao Yu laughed, fixing her gaze on Chen Hui. Then why don't you let Chen Hui tell you the truth? The Qin family must have thoroughly investigated the ins and outs of the matter. Although Li Jintao believed it was almost impossible for his junior brother to kill junior sister Qilan, he also confirmed it could not have been Qin Yu. Thus, he became even more confused regarding his junior sister's death. Uncle Chun, what exactly happened to junior sister Qilan? At this point, please tell me the truth. Chen Hui looked at Li Jintao, meeting gazes and hesitating for a moment, sighing again. I'm sorry, Jintao. According to the result of our Chun family's investigation into Qilan's matter, her death has nothing to do with Qin Yu. The reason I said such things earlier was to manipulate you against Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Jintao did not get angry, but continued to ask, I want to know who the killer is? The killer? Chen Hui hesitated to say something. Chen Hui, at this point, what else do you have to hide? Xiao Yu angrily said, you are the only one left in your Qin family. Do you still need to fear Mu Bufan and Mu Tianlong? Laughable. Chen Hui sharply sensed something and immediately turned to look at Xiao Yu. What do you mean? Take it literally. It's very clear that Mu Tianlong is the one who killed your junior sister Qin Shilan. He wanted to use Chen Qilan's death, with the strength of the Qin family, and even you and your master Jiang Haiwu's strength, to deal with young Master Qin. At this, Li Jintao was startled after hearing it, because such an analysis was reasonable and completely logical. Humph. A while later, Li Jintao self-mockingly bitterly smiled as he finally accepted all of this. Still, he thought evidence was necessary. Qin Yu. He turned his head towards Qin Yu. I lost to you, and should be dead right now. But I cannot die yet. I must thoroughly investigate my junior sister's cause of death. I want to know if junior brother Tianlong really killed junior sister Qilan. But Qin Yu didn't care, saying, Li Jintao, how can there be such a good thing in this world? If I were the one who lost today, would you let me go so easily? What you want to do is your business, not mine. Li Jintao raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yu, thinking of ways to make the other person allow him to leave alive. Qin Yu, I am not a coward fearing death. I just want to know the true cause of death for junior sister Qilan, and I need to find out who the murderer is. Then I'll kill him and avenge her. If it turns out that junior brother Tianlong is indeed the murderer, I will personally kill him. After that, I will not linger on. I only hope that you can temporarily let me go. Li Jintao's heartfelt words moved most people present. They all hoped that Qin Yu would let Li Jintao leave and help him avenge his junior sister. However, when everyone looked at Qin Yu, they saw him shaking his head. Chapter 142, Remember Your Promise. Everyone was moved by Li Jintao's sincerity and thought to themselves that if it were them, they would definitely let him go. However, when all eyes turned to Qin Yu, the one who held the power of life and death, they saw him coldly shake his head. Isn't this too heartless? Yeah, Legion Tao has said so much, and even promised not to survive alone. But Qin Yu still refuses to let go. How can I put it? I think we can't blame Qin Yu. Words are unreliable. Who knows what you, Legion Tao, will do after leaving here today. That speech just now was merely an excuse. Your real intention is to escape. Being kind to your opponent is being cruel to yourself. Some bolder individuals began whispering at the scene. Xiao Yu also wanted to persuade Qin Yu, but upon remembering that Legion Tao was Jiang Haiwu's disciple and also a grandmaster, should he leave this time, and later on Legion Tao continues to oppose Qin Yu or hurt the people around Qin Yu, there might be no regret medicine available then. Qin Yu, the reason why Jin Tao opposes you is entirely because he was deceived by me. At this point, Xinhui said, let him go. I know his character. He's someone who keeps his promises. He has never played false games with others. Qin Yu remained unmoved, still looking coldly at Legion Tao. Legion Tao also stared straight at Qin Yu, resolute, without any fear or evasion. Suddenly, Legion Tao's right hand quickly grabbed the dagger in front of him, and with a puff, an arm flew up, red blood sprayed into the air. Qin Yu, this is my promise to you. My survival this time is only for investigating the truth about my younger sister and personally killing my enemy to avenge her. Otherwise, I, Legion Tao, would absolutely never beg you for mercy. This time, if you let me go, after I've avenged my younger sister, I will definitely find you specially and repay your kindness with my death in front of you. Everyone was shocked, never expecting Legion Tao to be so resolute. But it probably wouldn't make a difference. Qin Yu was extremely cold just now, set on making Legion Tao die. Fine, remember your own promise. Yet, everyone suddenly heard Qin Yu speak these words. Legion Tao also paused for a moment, as he had done it out of desperation, and didn't even think Qin Yu would let him go before doing it. Thank you. He pressed the left shoulder that was missing an arm and turned to leave. Everyone watched Legion Tao's rapidly retreating back and sighed variously, each person having different thoughts. Xinhui, last time in Yin City when you spared you, my intention was to let you return home and warn the Qin family, while also telling you all that Qin Shilan wasn't killed by me. However, I didn't expect that both you and your Qin family would remain obstinate till the bitter end. Now that the Qin family has been destroyed, you can reunite with them below. Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, everyone turned their heads back, looking at Xinhui. Xinhui looked grim. He certainly didn't want to die here. Otherwise, if the Qin family hadn't perished, he wouldn't have avoided Tang family's pursuit. He wanted to see Qin Yu, this devil, get beaten to death by others. He originally thought that Legion Tao's arrival this time would help kill Qin Yu, but didn't expect Qin Yu's strength to be so powerful. Now his only hope was Jiang Haiwu. After Qin Yu defeated 3 of Jiang Haiwu's disciples, he would under no circumstances fail to kill Qin Yu. It's unfortunate that he won't be able to see such a scene anymore. People, help our former first-rate expert of the Qin family. Tang Zhong saw him hesitate and called 2 Tang family martial artists over. I'll do it myself, Xinhui angrily said. Qin Yu, I'll wait for you on the Yellow Spring Road. He glared at Qin Yu. Although you've defeated 3 of Jiang Haiwu's disciples and your strength is indeed very strong, you absolutely won't be his match. Previously, he could kill grandmasters even though he himself wasn't yet one, let alone now since he has broken through to the grandmaster level. Suddenly, he laughed heartily toward the sky, then grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into his own chest. The day's event of the Tang family martial arts competition soon spread throughout the entire Chan City. Earlier, everyone in Chan City already knew that the Tang family managed to take down the stronger Qin family because of the assistance of a certain powerful figure behind the scenes. It was rumored that this powerful figure was extremely strong. Following today's easy victory over Legion Tao, who had already surpassed the peak of martial grandmasters and was also the eldest disciple of Jiang Haiwu, people finally deeply realized that the young man who helped the Tang family, Qin Yu, possessed terrifying martial arts talent and unmatched strength. Qin Yu's martial arts talent far exceeded Mu Tianlong. They were of the same age, yet Qin Yu was already a martial grandmaster, and not just any ordinary grandmaster. Perhaps only Jiang Haiwu, master of Mu Tianlong, coming here, could suppress Qin Yu? This is hard to say. Jiang Haiwu is definitely not an ordinary martial arts grandmaster, but neither is Qin Yu an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. Very true. We'll see which one of them is truly extraordinary when the time comes. I think Qin Yu might still be lacking a bit. Yes, I also believe it's highly likely Qin Yu will be killed by Jiang Haiwu. Even if Qin Yu is killed, he has already proven himself as an outstanding individual among men, having become a grandmaster at such a young age. Ask around the whole of Daxia. How many people can accomplish that? The entire Chan City was talking about Qin Yu. Similarly, the people of Chan City all realized that their city had thoroughly become the domain of the Tang family now. The Tang family existed like a colossal titan. Qin Yu departed with Shun Lingjun and Xiao Yu. Brother, you rest assured. I will do my utmost to master the Qimin array. And I will master it as quickly as possible. Qin Yu patted Pan Liang's shoulder. All right, I trust you. If you encounter any issues, contact me anytime. Also, if you run into trouble in Chan City, you can seek out Master Tang. Master Tang, I would kindly ask for your help in looking after my brother here. Tang Zhong was delighted and saw no trouble in this. Rest assured, Pan Liang will always be a welcome guest in my Tang household. Whoever crosses Pan Liang is crossing the Tang family. Qin Yu nodded, then turned and left without further delay. Daughter, you must seize the opportunity and become a woman by divine Dr. Qin's side. Even if you can't be the first wife, being a secondary wife is fine too. Watching Qin Yu's car slowly drive away, Tang Zhong said to Tang Zi. He knew that with Shun Lingjun around, his daughter would never become Qin Yu's main wife. Tang Zi immediately blushed, her face red from embarrassment as she retorted, Dad, what nonsense are you saying? Tang Zhong chuckled heartily. I'm not speaking nonsense. How could someone like Divine Dr. Qin have only one woman by his side? Just watch, more and more women will surround Divine Dr. Qin in the future. Setting aside family interests, personally speaking, Divine Dr. Qin is absolutely the best choice for you. So, if you, daughter, also fancy Divine Dr. Qin, do not miss such a wonderful opportunity. Chapter 143, Xiaoyu's Worry. In the past few days, actually Qin Yu and Shun Lingjun hadn't forgotten their own affairs. They also asked people around them to help inquire about Huang Tianqian, including asking Feng Tianhua, who was in Yunqing all along, to help inquire as well. After several days had passed, they indeed found a few people named Huang Tianqian, but without exception, these people were just ordinary individuals. There was one martial artist, but his abilities were quite ordinary. He couldn't possibly have been involved in the plot or event that led to the fall of the Qin family many years ago. This lead regarding Huang Tianqian, for now, hadn't borne any fruit. Qin Yu and Shun Lingjun, along with another person, returned to Yunqing where they learned an unexpected and delightful piece of news. Qin Qing and Qi Tian had started dating. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yu felt genuinely happy. He had met Qi Tian before and thought the man was decent, hardworking, not calculating, good-natured, and thoughtful. Brother, Qin Qing felt shy and dared not make eye contact with her brother Qin Yu. Qin Yu found it amusing, never expecting his younger sister to become shy in front of him because she had fallen in love with someone else. Haha, sister, there's nothing wrong with being in love, this is a great thing. And besides, Qi Tian is really very good. I trust him with you. Qi Tian held Qin Qing's delicate fingers, and after receiving acknowledgement from his future brother-in-law Qin Yu, he was extremely pleased and moved. Please rest assured, brother Qin. I will take good care of Xiaoqing. Qin Yu nodded at him, indicating belief. At the same time, his heart felt relieved. Back then, on Windmill Mountain, he noticed Qi Tian's eyes betraying his fondness the first time he looked at his younger sister. Right at that moment, he already guessed that someday this young man might become his brother-in-law. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly, much faster than he anticipated. I'm curious. I've only been away from Yunqing for a few days. You've known my sister for not too long, yet you've managed to win my sister's affection so quickly. How did you do it? Qi Tian chuckled, slightly embarrassed, but also somewhat glad and proud. Hey, what you're saying makes it seem like I'm some frivolous girl. Qin Qing was upset. Everyone laughed. In fact, it wasn't anything special. Every day, I proactively invited Xiaoqing out, eating meals, shopping at the mall, watching movies. Every day, I sent her flowers and different little trinkets. Qi Tian said smiling. Xiaoqing could sense my sincerity. I also clearly understood Xiaoqing's feelings towards me, so at the right moment, I confessed my love to her. And then, things worked out. It was surprising even to me. Qin Yu nodded. Sincerity can move even stones. This age has no greater importance than genuine sincerity. Qin Qing nodded. She too had sensed Qi Tian's kindness and sincere affection for her, which was why she agreed so quickly. Subsequently, Qin Yu, Shun Lingjun, Qi Tian, and Qin Qing, the four of them went out to eat at a star-rated restaurant. The four of them considered it a small gathering. Big brother Qin, Xiaoqing mentioned that your trip to Changcheng was for a very important matter. Would you mind telling us? I am very interested. During the meal, Qi Tian inquired. Certainly. Qin Yu nodded, thus briefly recounting some of the events that occurred in Changcheng. However, he concealed matters related to Huang Tianqian. Given the sensitivity surrounding the destruction of the Qin family in earlier years, it was wise that Qi Tian and Qin Qing didn't know more details. At this point, Qin Yu came to understand more about Qi Tian, learning that he mainly conducted business in the provincial capital Jiangcheng of Zhejiang province, often shuttling between Jiangcheng and Yunqing. At the dinner table, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to separately warn Qi Tian, reminding him to be cautious of a certain Xuanhuan, for Xuanhuan was certainly not an ordinary person. Moreover, the death of Tan Jin this time around had enraged the Tan family, hence further vigilance was necessary. Previously, no matter how favorable an impression Xuanhuan left on Qin Yu, he wouldn't have easily disclosed such information. But now things were different. Qi Tian was now his future brother-in-law, making him family. It changed everything. Qi Tian nodded, naturally understanding that Xuanhuan was no simple individual. After dinner, Qi Tian and Qin Qing, deeply immersed in their romance, went to watch a movie. On the other hand, Qin Yu and Shun Lingjun returned to the king's villa on Yuntan Mountain. Lingjun, I need to go into seclusion and prepare thoroughly using that Millennium Black Iron. Shun Lingjun nodded. All right, don't worry about me here. Before I emerge from my seclusion this time, even if we obtain clues related to Huang Tianqian or other leads regarding the fall of the Qin family, you must not act alone again. You must wait for me to finish my seclusion and then proceed together. Having experienced this, Qin Yu was extremely concerned and fearful. Each time he recalled being inside the cave on the mountaintop in Changcheng, realizing that if he hadn't arrived in time, Lingjun would already have died by Liang Zizhen's hands. Shivers ran down his spine. Shun Lingjun felt the care and concern Qin Yu had for her, which made her very happy. She chuckled softly and nodded. You can rest assured and go into seclusion. Wherever I go next, I'll let you accompany me. Qin Yu smiled. Besides, I also need to enter seclusion, Shun Lingjun added. This trip to Changcheng not only provided further clues, but also brought me some other gains. I've gained some new insights into martial arts. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was very pleased and immediately said, I'll have Grandpa Bo vacate his villa immediately to provide you with a place for seclusion. Shen Lingzhu nodded. The matter of entering seclusion could not be taken lightly. She didn't usually bother others for trivial matters, but this time it was necessary. I can guard the house here. You can go attend to your own affairs. Next to the king's villa stood another villa where Xiao Yu told Feng Tianbua. Feng Tianbua chuckled. I don't have anything else to do. Guarding here is more important than anything. Allowing Madame to focus on her seclusion without disturbance is the most crucial task. Madame, Xiao Yu found this amusing. Had it been before, she would have directly fought Feng Tianbua. But now, she thought that Master Qin and Miss Shun were truly a perfect match. Is my title correct now? Feng Tianbua laughed. He already knew about the relationship between Master Qin and Shen Lingjun. Xiao Yu glanced at him. There's nothing wrong with it. With Master Qin's strength, he naturally matches our Mississippi. But, Feng Tianbua frowned, wondering if Master Qin had yet to gain the Shun family's approval. The Shun family was a martial arts household, powerful both in strength and heritage. But Master Qin's talent and power were certainly more than sufficient. Moreover, he guessed that no one had seen Master Qin's true terrifying abilities. But what, he asked. Xiao Yu sighed and didn't continue. She remembered the Qin family young master, arranged by their engagement pacts from birth. If they eventually found the Qin family young master, and he wasn't dead, Xiao Yu estimated that based on the master's personality, he would surely insist on honoring the marriage agreement between Miss Shun and the Qin family young master. What then would happen between Miss Shun and Master Qin? Chapter 144, Setting up the Formation. Qin Yu's seclusion, this time was mainly for forging a flying sword and setting up a formation at Tower King Villa. After breaking through to the martial arts master level, these tasks presented no difficulty whatsoever for Qin Yu. In less than a day, Qin Yu had already forged a flying sword. It was light blue in color and 3 feet long. Good, a 3-foot green blade. He looked at the floating flying sword before him and smiled with satisfaction. With this flying sword, Qin Yu could fly wherever he wished much more conveniently. Whoosh. Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing sound of something slicing through the air inside the room. Qin Yu formed the hand seal and controlled the flying sword to soar around the room quickly like a streak of blue lightning. The 3-foot green blade created strong airflow that immediately disheveled things inside the room as if it had been ransacked. A minute later, Qin Yu stopped and put away the flying sword satisfactorily. After pondering for a moment, he said to himself, let me forge some talismans too. He remembered that if it weren't for the talisman he had given Ling Jun earlier during his Zen City trip, the consequences would have been unimaginable, especially considering the looming confrontations with the masterminds behind the extermination of the Qin family, which might bring even more significant dangers. Thus, it was highly necessary to forge some protective talismans. Therefore, Qin Yu continued his seclusion and began forging the same kind of talismans as before. For Qin Yu, forging talismans was effortless. Soon after, Qin Yu emerged from the room. Upon reaching the living room, he only saw his father Qin Hai, but didn't see his sister Qin Qing's figure. Probably off dating Qi Tian again. He chuckled and murmured under his breath, Dad, I'm going to set up an array in the villa soon. There will be some unusual disturbances, but they are all normal phenomena. You don't need to worry. Qin Hai nodded. All right, go ahead. He did not know what the array his son referred to was, but he knew that his son wasn't an ordinary person, and accomplishing extraordinary feats wasn't strange. By now, Qin Hai was somewhat used to it. Qin Yu came out and stood by the massive 1,000-year-old mysterious iron placed in advance in the villa courtyard. He channeled the Yin-Yang technique, with black light floating on the palm of his left hand, then slapped it onto the mysterious iron. Boom. A loud sound like thunder. An hour later, Mo Lei and Feng Tianbua, who were watching from the side, exchanged glances, both happy and excited beyond measure. The two appeared even happier than Qin Yu. At the same time, the two breathed a deep sigh of relief, as if unloading a 10,000 gene boulder from their backs. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, the lightning array is set up well. Mo Lei walked forward, smiling in congratulation. With your array, Mr. Qin, you provide more assurance for protecting your family, Feng Tianbua also said with a smile. Qin Yu turned his head to look at them and couldn't help but laugh. The two of you have worked hard in recent times. I know how much pressure safeguarding my family has placed on you. Don't worry, I won't neglect you. He was fully aware of the pressure borne by Feng Tianbua and Mo Lei. As the people coming to trouble him became stronger, the difficulty of safeguarding his family also increased, and if something happened to his family, they feared being held accountable by him. Feng Tianbua and Mo Lei quickly replied, No pressure, no pressure. Helping Mr. Qin is a tremendous fortune for us. Yes, indeed a boundless wealth. If possible, we are willing to continue safeguarding forever. Although they truly bore immense pressure and felt like walking on a tightrope every day, surface work still had to be done properly. Qin Yu joked, since it's like this, then the two of you can stay and continue guarding my estate. Protect my family. Feng Tianbua. Mo Lei. This was obviously just a joke spoken by Qin Yu. With the formation in place, fewer people were needed to guard this villa. He let Mo Lei take his men back to their home country after leaving Daxia. As for Feng Tianbua, Qin Yu similarly allowed him freedom. But Feng Tianbua did not leave Yin City. He stayed here to lead a leisurely life. Of course, when necessary, he would still come to Yuntan Mountain to protect Qin Yu's family. On the villa's side, only some brothers of the Tiger Gang led by Wu San remained, serving as bodyguards. Wu San, in response, was not only not displeased, but instead felt very pleased and excited. That was undoubtedly a flood of wealth. After everything was arranged, Qin Yu went to the adjacent villa, where he only saw Xiao Yu standing guard but did not see Ling Jun. Miss hasn't come out of seclusion yet, Mr. Qin. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Perhaps this time Ling Jun will gain significantly. Xiao Yu was delighted. Here are 2 talismans, for protection. Qin Yu took out the 2 talismans prepared in advance from his body. Xiao Yu saw that the 2 talismans in front of her were exactly the same as the one the young miss had been wearing on her wrist. She immediately remembered the tremendous power it unleashed inside the mountain cave during their trip to Zen City. Without a doubt, if it weren't for the immense strength of that talisman, she and the young miss would have died inside that cave and wouldn't have waited for Qin Yu to rescue them. When she reached out to take them, she looked surprised. 2 talismans? Yes, one for Ling Jun and one for you. Xiao Yu slightly opened her little mouth. One for me too? Of course. Ling Jun has never seen you as a servant, but rather as a sister. With love for one, extending to others who are related to him, I also consider you as a sister. After hearing this, Xiao Yu first felt surprised and delighted, but then a sense of guilt arose in her heart. She thought about how resistant she had been towards Qin Yu before, even saying many hurtful words. And worse, she even wanted to teach him a lesson with her own hands. Fortunately, at the time she did not act. Otherwise, she herself would have been the one to be disciplined. By comparing her actions to the current kindness Qin Yu showed her, Xiao Yu was overwhelmed with shame. Sorry, Mr. Qin. My attitude toward you in the past was really unacceptable. Qin Yu smiled gently. You were just like that because of Ling Jun, and I understand, so don't worry about it. That's right, all that has passed. Take good care of Ling Jun. Xiao Yu was moved even more by these words, looking at Qin Yu with gratitude, increasingly admiring Miss Ling Jun's foresight. Then, she subconsciously thought of young Master Qin. No matter what, I will definitely help Mr. Qin and Miss when the time comes. Brother. At that moment, an anxious shout came from behind them. Turning around, both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu saw Qin Xing rushing over in panic. Qin Yu frowned, puzzled. Wasn't his sister supposed to be dating Qi Tian? Sister, calm down first and tell me what happened. Qin Yu said immediately, feeling a foreboding sensation arise in his heart. Brother, Qi Tian has gone missing. You must help find him quickly. By the time Qin Xing ran up to Qin Yu, she was almost crying. Sister, stay calm and tell me what exactly happened. Qin Yu already felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 145, Heading to Jiangqing. Yesterday, Qi Tian's business in Jiangqing had some issues, and he returned there to handle them. After that, neither I nor Uncle Qi have been able to contact him. It has been over a day already. Normally, no matter what happens, Qi Tian should have contacted us by now. Not contacting us indicates something must have gone wrong, Qin Xing said while crying. Seeing her brother, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. After hearing this, Qin Yu felt more certain that whatever happened to Qi Tian likely involved the Tan family. Similarly, Xiao Yu also thought of the Tan family. Last time the members of the Tan family came here, they were aggressive and seemed like they wanted to kill someone. Brother, could it be the Tan family kidnapped Qi Tian? Although neither Qin Yu nor Xiao Yu voiced their thoughts, Qin Xing wasn't dumb. She also thought of the Tan family. Qin Yu immediately comforted her. Sis, don't worry, I will find Qi Tian. I am heading to Jiangqing right away. I'm going too, brother. Qin Xing immediately grabbed Qin Yu's arm. Sis, I'm going to find Qi Tian, but it would be inconvenient with you around. Though confident in his own abilities, Qin Yu knew if he brought his sister along and something unexpected happened, he'd never forgive himself. It really was not practical. Qin Xing, if you want to go to Jiangqing, you can wait until my lady finishes her seclusion, and then we'll all go together. This way, young Master Qin will be able to find Qi Tian faster. Hearing that finding Qi Tian might be faster this way, Qin Xing decided to abandon the idea of following Qin Yu to Jiangqing. She asked instead, when will my sister-in-law finish her seclusion? She should come out within these next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Qin Xing nodded, acknowledging that it was only 1 or 2 days later, not too long. Qin Yu left, returning to the Tower King Villa, summoned his flying sword, and rode it swiftly toward Jiangqing. In less than an hour, he arrived above Jiangqing, descending to a deserted place where he asked someone about the Mo family's location before rushing over there promptly. Qin Yu guessed that Qi Tian's disappearance most likely involved xuanhuan, so he planned to find xuanhuan first. Xuanhuan married into the Mo family and is Mo Chio's husband. At the same time, a guest arrived at the Mo residence, someone who would certainly surprise Qin Yu if he were there. Tangzi, how many days hasn't xuanhuan returned? At the living room inside the Mo family villa, Tangzi said unexpectedly. He'd better never return. Mo Chio was upset. Are you worried at all, Sister Chio? Have you sent anyone to look for him? Not worried. What do I have to be worried about? But xuanhuan is still your husband. He's just a groom who married into our family. There's no real emotion between us. My marriage with him is just a transaction. Mo Chio replied angrily. Tangzi smirked. She could tell that Mo Chio actually cared about xuanhuan. Sister Chio, you're saying one thing but meaning another. Clearly you care about xuanhuan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be upset that he hasn't come home for so long and hasn't contacted you. I'm not. Mo Chio pouted. I'm upset because of his behavior. Miss. At this moment, a servant entered. There is a young man named Qin Yu outside claiming to be your friend. He's here to see you. Upon hearing that Qin Yu had arrived, both Mo Chio and Tangzi were surprised, and they stood up immediately. The two women quickly went out to greet Qin Yu. Seeing Tangzi, Qin Yu was slightly surprised. Dr. Qin, didn't expect to meet you so soon again. Tangzi spoke first. Qin Yu chuckled lightly and nodded in response. Dr. Qin, are you specifically here to see me? Mo Chio teased. Regaining his composure, Qin Yu replied. Indeed, I came specifically, but I'm here for xuanhuan. For xuanhuan. Both Mo Chio and Tang Zi exclaimed simultaneously. Qin Yu frowned, understanding their surprise after learning that xuanhuan hadn't been home for days. What made Mo Chio and the others even more surprised was how xuanhuan could know a person like Qin Yu. Given Qin Yu's current identity, status, and strength, xuanhuan, an ordinary person, theoretically shouldn't have much chance to interact with someone like Qin Yu. Yet now Qin Yu had specially traveled over to see xuanhuan. Under what circumstances did xuanhuan get the opportunity to know Dr. Qin? Hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. The words sounded strange to him. Could they be teasing him? Mo Chio saw the confusion in his heart and explained immediately. Dr. Qin, don't misunderstand me. I just think people like xuanhuan should have little chance to meet big shots like you. Of course, if this had been before Qin Yu gained such fame, knowing xuanhuan wouldn't have been unusual. But at that time, xuanhuan and Qin Yu had no connection whatsoever. Ordinary people. Qin Yu was surprised again. Do you think xuanhuan is an ordinary person? Mo Chio and Tang Zi were astonished. Isn't he? Shaking his head, Qin Yu responded. No, xuanhuan is far from being an ordinary person. He had realized that Mo Chio, as xuanhuan's wife, seemed to have no idea about xuanhuan's real situation. Perhaps she didn't even know that xuanhuan was a martial artist. Mo Chio indeed wore an indifferent expression. If he's not just an ordinary person, does that mean there is something special about him? Initially, it was precisely because he was an ordinary person that we decided to take him into our family through marriage. Yes, Tang Zi beside her also nodded. If xuanhuan wasn't an ordinary person, he wouldn't have agreed to this marriage, would he? After all, being the son-in-law who marries into the family is never a flattering title. My father also initially saw that xuanhuan was merely an ordinary person, which is why he allowed him to become a part of our Mo family. Mo Chio continued, looking at Qin Yu. By the way, divine Dr. Qin, you haven't told me yet. How exactly did you and xuanhuan meet? And why are you specially coming here for him now? Qin Yu replied. Not long ago, xuanhuan went to Yun City and engaged in a car racing competition with the young lord of the Tan family on Windmill Mountain. He recounted how he met xuanhuan, as well as the story of how xuanhuan used some tricks to make the young master of the Tan family fall off the cliff. Afterward, the Tan family came after them. Mo Chio was shocked upon hearing this, her eyes wide open with surprise. She remained dazed for quite some time. Xuanhuan really is a martial artist? And he actually dared to challenge the young lord of the Tan family, and even planned his demise. Is this the same xuanhuan I once knew? Tang Zi was also startled, and stood frozen in confusion. She couldn't help but ask, if xuanhuan is a martial artist, and he is bold enough to confront the young lord of the Tan family, why would he willingly accept the role of a disrespected son-in-law? This key question made Mo Chio pause momentarily, but then she too looked perplexed. Of course, she didn't know the answer. If she did, she wouldn't have thought xuanhuan was simply an ordinary person. At this moment, Mo Chio felt irritated inside. If xuanhuan was a martial artist and possessed such extraordinary qualities, why did he hide it from her? Though their marriage was only nominal, they were still husband and wife. Chapter 146, The Mysterious xuanhuan. Never would I have thought that he is actually a martial artist. Mo Chio smiled, her expression complicated. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu felt puzzled, as there was clearly more meaning behind these words. Tang Zi beside her had also picked up on it, and asked curiously, Sister Chio, does this mean you've always suspected xuanhuan? But naturally, even if xuanhuan isn't your real husband in the strict sense, living together should still give some hints. Mo Chio shook her head. No, in all these years of living with him, I never noticed any trace suggesting xuanhuan is a martial artist. I just knew he's the descendant of Master Zeng, and now I learn he's a martial artist. That's why I said it. Both Qin Yu and Tang Zi were surprised at the same time. Tang Zi exclaimed, Sister Chio, are you saying xuanhuan is the descendant of Master Zeng? Then she looked as if something dawned on her. I understand now why your father and family agreed to let xuanhuan come into your family as a son-in-law, and become your husband. So xuanhuan is not an ordinary person, much less a waste. Qin Yu nodded. Although he already knew that xuanhuan was a decent martial artist, he didn't expect him to be the descendant of a grandmaster. There are quite a few martial artists in Daxia, but masters are still relatively rare. One could say that every master is a genius among men. In principle, even if a master's descendant is mediocre, they're unlikely to be a complete waste. However, Mo Chio shook her head. The fact is, the people around him, or rather most people, know that xuanhuan did not inherit Master Zeng's gene. From his childhood, he has been frail, much less possessing any martial talent. Before this, not only myself, but everyone who knows him thought xuanhuan was an ordinary person without martial arts skills. He has an elder brother who is a true martial genius, deeply imbued with the essence of his father Master Zeng. Since childhood, xuanhuan was outmatched by his elder brother in all aspects. Later, some incidents happened, resulting in both Master Zeng and his eldest son dying. Thus, the Zeng family only left xuanhuan alive. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Tang Zi were astonished again. They never expected xuanhuan to have such experiences. Mo Chio paused for a moment and continued. After the fall of the Zeng family, only xuanhuan remained. Master Zeng once greatly benefited my grandfather and father, so later, xuanhuan became my husband. I don't know what grandfather and father were thinking, allowing xuanhuan to become part of our Mo family through marriage. If it were before, I naturally wouldn't think there'd be anything wrong with xuanhuan joining the Mo family. Even though he's Master Zeng's second son, he was after all a commoner, and the Zeng family had already declined. But now knowing that xuanhuan is also a martial artist, and his cunning and resourcefulness aren't weak, I feel strange about him agreeing to marry into our family. I also find this matter quite complex. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed, for someone with great strength and ambition, willing to accept marrying into another family shows they must possess firm determination. Tang Zi also nodded. That's right. Xuanhuan being able to design and kill Tianjin shows his ambition and cleverness cannot be compared to an average person. However, because of this, Xuanhuan has completely angered the Tan family. No matter how you look at it, since Xuanhuan is your family's son-in-law and Sister Chio's husband, the Tan family will definitely cause you trouble. Things might get difficult then. She worriedly looked at Mo Chio. At this moment, Mo Chio wasn't overly concerned. Didn't Dr. Qin just say that? Now the Tan family can't find any concrete evidence proving that young Master Tianjin was killed by Xuanhuan. Even though the Tan family is powerful, they wouldn't dare rashly make a move against our Mo family. The Tan family doesn't have that kind of courage yet. Of course, the Tan family's strength ultimately surpasses that of the Mo family. If the Tan family truly decided to act, the Mo family would eventually be unable to resist. But Mo Chio still felt no panic in her heart. She thought about Qin Yu before her, and about her good friend Xinlingyun. With Qin Yu's current strength and status, if he helps her and supports the Mo family, the Tan family will have to carefully consider their moves if they want to target the Mo family. Moreover, Xinlingyun's family, the Xin clan, is a martial arts family whose power far surpasses the Tan family. Therefore, regardless of circumstances, Mo Chio wasn't afraid of the Tan family. Her current biggest worry was her husband, Xuanhuan, and what has become of him? Was he captured by the Tan family? Or does he have some crucial task to accomplish? Would it be very dangerous? Dr. Qin, do you think Xuanhuan has been captured by the Tan family? Mo Chio's face showed her worry. I'm afraid that even without solid evidence, the Tan family wants to kill Xuanhuan for revenge for Tianjin. After hearing this, Tang Zi also showed concern in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head. I think this possibility is not very high. Xuanhuan's cunning and character shouldn't be such that the Tan family would easily find a way to deal with him. Moreover, Xuanhuan's strength is actually quite formidable. Previously on Windmill Mountain, I was closer to him and could clearly perceive that his strength has already approached that of a martial arts grandmaster. Of course, he is absolutely not yet a martial arts grandmaster. Upon hearing this news, both Mo Chio and Tang Zi were greatly shocked, slightly opening their mouths. Especially Mo Chio. When she learned earlier that her nominal husband beside her was actually a martial artist, she had been extremely surprised. Now finding out that Xuanhuan's strength was so great that it had nearly reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster, she was extremely shocked, never imagining that her seemingly useless nominal husband was actually such a powerful martial artist. Regarding the arranged marriage that wasn't substantively real, Mo Chio originally had an indifferent attitude. After all, she would have to marry a man eventually. From the beginning, she didn't expect Xuanhuan to help her much in business. But now that Xuanhuan was a strong person whose power nearly matched a martial arts grandmaster, her previous thoughts became laughable. Similarly, Tang Zi was deeply shocked in her heart. How could Xuanhuan, who seemed like a waste of an endogamous son-in-law, possess power that was almost equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster? With such strength, he could almost suppress any martial artist from her Tang family. At this moment, she became even more curious and puzzled about Xuanhuan's willingness to become an endogamous son-in-law for the Mo family. It took quite some time before Mo Chio finally calmed down, and looking at Qin Yu, she asked, "What brings you to look for Xuanhuan this time, Dr. Qin?" Qin Yu replied, "The reason Xuanhuan went to Yun City before was because he had met a man named Qi Tian in Yun City. Unfortunately, Qi Tian also went missing in Jiang City a few days ago, so I thought of looking for Xuanhuan. But unexpectedly, Xuanhuan is also missing. However, it seems I have found the right direction." Chapter 147, Mo Family's Spoiled Son. Qin Yu briefly explained to Mo Chio about Qi Tian's personal situation and his relationship with Xuanhuan. Mo Chio nodded, "I see. Qi Tian's disappearance is highly likely related to Xuanhuan. Rest assured, Dr. Qin, I will fully assist you in finding Xuanhuan." But a look of difficulty appeared on her beautiful face. "I can't get in touch with Xuanhuan right now, nor do I know where he has gone. In fact, I've had someone looking for him for 2 days." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu silently nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of Mo Chio. Though they were only nominally husband and wife, Mo Chio did not act like other women who showed no concern for Xuanhuan. On the contrary, she was actually quite concerned about Xuanhuan. For example, when she learned that Xuanhuan might be in danger, worry involuntarily showed on her face. Qin Yu didn't expect such a situation either. After pondering deeply, he then asked, "Where does Xuanhuan usually go?" Yes, let's go to the places Xuanhuan frequently visits. We might find some useful information," Tang Zi said. Mo Chio frowned, slightly embarrassed. "Actually, we rarely communicate on a daily basis, and I don't know where Xuanhuan usually goes." Qin Yu paused for a moment, sighing inwardly. All right, it seems that though they cared for each other in their hearts, they both put up an appearance of indifference. He thought for a moment again. Then, in the Mo family, who is closer to him or communicates more with him? After frowning and thinking for a while, Mo Chio replied, "My younger brother. Of all the Mo family, Xuanhuan is only willing to talk more with my younger brother, Mo Gaofei. Moreover, sometimes my younger brother even pulls him out to play. But as for specifically where they went to play, I'm not very familiar with it. Sister Mo, you'd better quickly contact your younger brother." Mo Chio, nodding while agreeing, took out her phone to contact her younger brother Mo Gaofei. Seeing her phone ringing for a full 50 seconds, but still unanswered on the other end. This good-for-nothing son is off wandering God knows where. Mo Chio cursed angrily, preparing to hang up and call again, when it suddenly connected. Sister, what is it so late at night? I'm playing with friends right now. Even from a distance, Qin Yu could still hear the exhilarating music being transmitted from Mo Gaofei's side through the phone. It was that kind of disco music. You immediately find a quiet place. There are important things I need to ask you. What's the rush with these important matters? You wait for me to get back, and then I'll properly ask. All right, I'm busy over here. Mo Gaofei, if you dare hang up on my call, I will cut off all your credit cards tomorrow, not giving you a cent. No, sister. Wait for me. Listening to the conversation between the sister and brother, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Obviously, Mo Gaofei was a thorough rich kid. Half a minute later, Mo Gaofei's voice came through the phone again. Sister, what's the matter? Hurry up and tell me. The tone was very impatient. I'm asking you, answer me truthfully. If I find out you're lying to me, it won't just be cutting off your source of income. The person on the other end fell silent instantly, not daring to say anything rash, and asked after a while. Sister, why are you acting strange tonight? What happened? So serious. Isn't xuanhuan with you right now? The person on the other end clearly hesitated for a few seconds before answering. What? Sister, you called because of something so trivial regarding whether or not your nominal husband in name is with me. Are you feeling unwell, sister? Since when have you started caring so much about xuanhuan? I understand. The two of you must have developed feelings day by day, night by night. Haha, I've been guessing it would turn out this way. Sister, let me tell you, brother xuanhuan isn't as simple as you think. Mo Chio was almost ready to explode with anger and shouted furiously. I'm only asking if he is with you or not, and you start blabbering nonsense. Is he with you or not? Just 2 words. Not. Mo Gaofei could also sense his sister's anger, thus responding succinctly. Really not. Really not. Why would I lie to you? Wait, why are you suddenly looking for xuanhuan? Isn't it really what I guessed? That aside, where do you think he would go since he hasn't returned home for 2 days? Mo Chio stopped bothering with him and instead questioned. Sister, I'm not too familiar with brother either. Though occasionally we do play together, I'm not well acquainted with him. The places he goes to, he doesn't bring me along. So how would I know where he went? Impossible, Mo Chio said firmly. In our Mo family, only you two are close. He should have told you some places he frequently goes to. All right, sister. The phone again transmitted an impatient voice. I really don't know where xuanhuan went. I'm really busy here, that's all. This time, Mo Gaofei hung up before his sister could speak. Mo Chio was angry and called out twice, but the response she got was the beep of the call being cut off. What do we do now? Tangzi looked at Qin Yu and Mo Chio. Qin Yu thought for a moment and turned to Mo Chio. I think the best lead to finding xuanhuan right now is through your younger brother. If possible, I would like to talk with him in person. Mo Chio nodded. I also think he should know some things about xuanhuan. He might even know something about this disappearance. So how do we get your younger brother back? Tangzi asked. If we can't bring him back, then we'll go find him. Mo Chio said, clearly annoyed. I know which nightclub he frequents. Let's go, we will find him right now. Mo Chio took the lead in walking out. In less than an hour, Qin Yu and Tangzi followed her to a nightclub named Di Hao. As Qin Yu walked in, it was packed with people. The first floor hall was large, nearly 2,000 square meters, yet it was still crowded because of the throngs. Women were scantily dressed or extremely sexy. All of them appeared very seductive, their figures supple and fiery. Men and women swayed their bodies to the upbeat music blaring in the hall. The nightclub also had second and third floors, each filled with private rooms. Qin Yu, along with Tang Zi and Mo Chio, rarely came to such places. For a moment, they felt the smell here was unbearable and found it too noisy, thinking this was no place for humans. However, they had no choice since they still needed to find xuanhuan through Mo Gaofei, so they gritted their teeth and pushed further into the hall. I'm going. When did such high-quality women come here? Come on, let's have drinks and dance. At this point, a somewhat drunk man reached out to grab Mo Chio. Chapter 148, xuanhuan may be dead. The man, drunk and with poor lighting on the scene, did not recognize the woman he was flirting with as Mo Chio, the young mistress of the Mo family. However, Mo Chio immediately recognized him as Lin Xian, the pampered rich kid from the Lin family in Jiangqing. She easily dodged Lin Xian, whose footing wasn't steady. Seeing this, Lin Xian became more interested instead, his speech starting to slur. You're quite something, little girl, trying to play hide and seek with me. After saying this, he reached out again, grabbing for Tang Zi. You, come here. Spend a good night with me. Tang Zi, hearing such dirty words, grew furious and retaliated while dodging by kicking out her leg. Bang! The kick landed directly between Lin Xian's legs. Lin Xian began howling in pain, bending over, and curling up on the ground. Qin Yu nearby had already been prepared to act, but was surprised to see Tang Zi take action first. He figured that the opponent was likely just a small-time hooligan from the nightclub, so it didn't faze him. Finding Mo Gaofei was far more important, so he continued further into the hall with Mo Chio. Tang Zi, be careful. It's too chaotic here. There are all sorts of scumbags around. Mo Chio pulled Tang Zi's hand, walking forward while looking back to warn her. Tang Zi smiled. What's to fear? Don't we have Master Qin by our side? As long as he's here, no one can touch us. Mo Chio nodded understandingly, her lips curving lightly. Finally, after much effort, they made their way through the crowded main hall and stood by the stage. I'll call my brother again. You wait a moment. Mo Chio took out her phone from her bag and called Mo Galfei once more. This time, it took 3 tries before Mo Galfei finally answered. Mo Galfei, do you want to die? Mo Chio immediately started cursing loudly. How dare you ignore my calls? I will shut down all your credit cards tomorrow. Sister. Mo Galfei panicked instantly, but then realized something was off. Sister, why is it so noisy there? It sounds like a nightclub. I'm right now at D Hao, next to the stage on the 1st floor. Come down immediately, or I will throw you out of the Mo family starting tomorrow. You know me. If I say it, I'll do it. What the hell, sister? Must you be so extreme? Did you find Xuanhuan and come all the way here? Don't waste words. Get down here now. Alright, I'm coming. After hanging up, Mo Galfei sighed helplessly and exchanged a few words with his friends before rushing over. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Yu spotted a somewhat arrogant-looking youth quickly weaving through the crowd towards them. Sis, what exactly is going on? Why haven't you shown much concern for Xuanhuan usually? What brought you here tonight? Mo Galfei said irritably as he hurried over, his tone laced with worry. He knew full well what kind of place this nightclub was. His sister, being a woman and very beautiful, could easily attract trouble from people here. Of course, nothing would happen to his sister in the end, but she was still highly likely to experience some harassment. Don't talk nonsense. Mo Chio glared angrily at her younger brother, exasperation evident on her face. It wasn't me looking for Xuanhuan tonight. Honestly, I don't even care if he lives or dies. It's Master Qin who is looking for him. She looked towards Qin Yu. Master Qin? Hearing this name, Mo Galfei paused, quickly turning to look at the young man standing beside his sister. The next moment, his slightly foggy eyes suddenly cleared and lit up with excitement. Taking a step forward, he tightly grabbed Qin Yu's hand. You're the Qin Shini from Yunqing my sister has talked about? I've heard about you from my sister before. Master Qin is truly a godlike man. Mo Galfei never doubted his sister's words. He knew she always told it straight, without exaggeration. Although previously when he heard stories about Qin Shini from his sister, they seemed somewhat exaggerated. Okay, extremely exaggerated. But if it came from his sister's mouth, Mo Galfei believed it. Really, reputation doesn't measure up to meeting someone in person. Master Qin looks noble and talented. Master Qin, please come upstairs to my VIP room on the 3rd floor. There are plenty of top models inside, tall and with an S-shaped body, absolutely stunning. Mo Galfei's voice cut short abruptly followed by a wail of pain. Qin Yu watched the frivolous Mo Galfei, unable to hold back a smile, then heard his pleas for mercy. Master Qin would never behave like you, partying and ghosting around. Mo Chio reminded. Master Qin has very important matters to discuss with you. Please cooperate fully. Alright, I'll cooperate. Mo Galfei gently rubbed his ear. Tang Zi looked at Mo Galfei and thought of her own younger brother. Actually, her brother was similar to Chio's younger brother, though somewhat better. Shit, I thought the two of you chicks ran off. Thankfully you two are still here. Tonight this young master will let both of you scream all the way up to heaven. At that moment, a furious voice carried over, audible even amidst the extreme noise, ringing crystal clear into the ears of Qin Yu and the other 3. Qin Yu turned his head to look, discovering it was the same person who had been inappropriate with Mo Chio and Tang Zi earlier. Lin Xian. Mo Galfei watched as a group quickly approached, arrogantly pushing aside men and women in front of them, creating a path for Lin Xian to stride through furiously. He instantly recognized Lin Xian. Lin Xian, are you brain dead or just too drunk? How dare you make plans about my sister? Lin Xian also recognized Mo Galfei at this point, hesitating for a second before glancing at one of the women beside him. He gave a surprised sound as he now recognized one of the 2 women he had flirted with earlier to be Mo Chio. Mo family was a prominent clan in Jiangxing, and Mo Chio was even more notable as the president of the Triangle Chamber of Commerce, not someone to be trifled with. However, Lin Xian grinned lewdly. Who would have guessed? It turns out to be you, Mo Chio. But this only shows that destiny has brought us together. Relax, Mo Chio. Sooner or later you'll be mine. And tonight, I'll take some interest first. Mo Chio didn't already like Lin Xian, and hearing such lewd words from him now ignited her rage. Lin Xian, you're talking nonsense. Before Mo Chio could retort, Mo Galfei shouted loudly. What nonsense about eventually being your woman? Do you think my brother-in-law Xuanhuan is dead? Lin Xian coldly sneered. Isn't Xuanhuan missing? It's been days, hasn't it? With no sign of him for so long. Chances are he really is dead like you said. Chapter 149. Lin Xian looking for death. Qin Yu slightly frowned after hearing the news, looking at Lin Xian. He guessed that the latter might know something about Xuanhuan's disappearance. However, he did not act immediately, but waited to hear more from Lin Xian, hoping to gain some useful information. Mo Chio immediately stepped forward angrily glaring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, was it you who captured Xuanhuan? Or even killed him? Before marrying Xuanhuan, Lin Xian had pursued her relentlessly. Even after her marriage to Xuanhuan, Lin Xian hadn't given up, occasionally making inappropriate moves. Back then, Mo Chio saw that Xuanhuan showed no reaction to Lin Xian's excessive behavior. On one hand, she was annoyed and thought Xuanhuan was useless. On the other hand, she assumed Xuanhuan feared the immense power of the Lin family. But now, upon learning that Xuanhuan wasn't an ordinary person but a powerful martial artist, Mo Chio felt relieved. Her husband must indeed have greater ambitions, just as Dr. Qin had said. Lin Xian chuckled seeing Mo Chio's concern. Why, Mo Chio, are you suddenly so concerned about Xuanhuan? Isn't he supposed to be a worthless man-in-law? When did you start paying attention to him? I know that the two of you were only nominal spouses, with neither marital intimacy nor genuine affection. It was precisely because Mo Chiu and Xuanhuan had no real marital intimacy that Lin Xian, from the Jiangqing martial arts family, the Lin clan, continued to pursue Mo Chiu. Otherwise, he would never give a second thought to someone already married. Of course, if it were just about sleeping together, that would be a different matter entirely. I'm asking you, did you capture Xuanhuan? Mo Chiu didn't respond, but continued her questioning. She suddenly felt that this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Motivationally speaking, Lin Xian might indeed have reasons to target Xuanhuan. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I never said I captured Xuanhuan. I merely said he's been missing for days, probably dead somewhere unknown. You're bullshitting. Mo Galfei shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you'd better tell the truth. What exactly did you do to my brother-in-law? I'm telling you, your Lin family may be a martial arts clan, but my Mo family won't fear you. If you really killed my brother-in-law, my Mo family will never let this go easily. Lin Xian dismissed their threats. If you have evidence proving I abducted or killed Xuanhuan, then feel free to let your elders in the Mo family come to the Lin family seeking retribution. However, his gaze landed on Mo Chiu with a sly smile. If Mo Chiu truly wants to know about Xuanhuan's disappearance, I can tell you. But you need to promise me one condition. What? Mo Chiu immediately asked. In her haste to learn what happened to Xuanhuan, she grew anxious, motivated not just by assisting Qin Yu. One night of company from you tonight. Lin Xian grinned. As long as you keep me pleased, tomorrow morning, I'll reveal everything I know about Xuanhuan's disappearance. You bastard. Mo Chiu screamed angrily. Sister, don't believe him. He definitely knows nothing about brother-in-law's situation. Mo Galfei also protested angrily. Lin Xian smirked. This could very well be your only quick chance to find out where Xuanhuan went. To be honest, there's no need for me to do this. Because sooner or later, Mo Chiu, you'll become my woman. Soon enough, the Lin family will become the dominant power in Jiangqing and possibly all over Zhejiang province. Mo Galfei sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian, you're drunk. Yes, when drunk, the entire city of Jiangqing belongs to you, Lin Xian, and the whole province of Zhejiang belongs to your Lin family. Once you wake up sober, I'll see if you still dare say such things. Jiangqing is the provincial capital of Zhejiang province, home to countless martial arts families, including many far stronger than the Lin family. With pride, Lin Xian declared, soon enough, you'll realize whether I'm just spouting drunken nonsense. At that time, Mo Chiu, you will surely become my woman. It doesn't matter if you dislike me deep down. Roughness at the beginning is always stimulating. Once you become my true woman, you'll gradually develop feelings for me. Mo Chiu showed no fear, confident that behind her stood Dr. Qin, a master martial artist with unmatched strength. Regardless of how mighty the Lin family became, they wouldn't dare to easily cross swords with such a master. Additionally, her close friend Xin Lingyun, from the influential Shun family of Dia Kingdom, would never tolerate any feud with the Lin family even if given 100 reasons to do so. Her sole worry now was about Xuanhuan, his safety, his whereabouts, and his current condition. Lin Xian knew he couldn't conquer Mo Chiu tonight, but wasn't worried either. Eventually, Mo Chiu would fall under him, screaming all night without stopping. For now, he coldly chuckled, turning his head to look at Tang Zi who stood beside Mo Chiu. Young lady, if I remember correctly, it was you who kicked me just now. So no matter what happens tonight, you have to make it up to me and keep me company properly. If you please me enough, I might consider not killing you or your family. Otherwise, with a single word from me, both you and your family will disappear. Lin Xian noticed that the girl who came with Mo Chiu was no less attractive than Mo Chiu herself. Having such a beauty available for entertainment tonight made the earlier kick worth it. Before Tang Zi could respond, Mo Chiu had already angrily shouted, Lin Xian, she is my good sister. If you dare to touch her, I won't forgive you. Lin Xian smirked. Haha, forgive me? How can Mo Chiu possibly harm me? Is it your family of most capability? Or is it your pathetic husband who dares? This woman injured me with a kick just now, and now I demand retribution. Isn't that perfectly normal and reasonable? Mo Chiu, this matter tonight is beyond your control and none of your business. Tang Zi grew extremely angry. As the young miss of the Tang family, while their power might not be top tier in Jiangqing, they were still a martial arts clan. When had she ever endured such humiliation? I see now that my earlier kick was too light. I should have sent you flying like a eunuch with one strike. Eunuch? Lin Xian mocked, letting his gaze wander over Tang Zi's curvaceous figure before revealing a lewd expression. Tonight, I'll show you whether I am really a eunuch. Someone, take her away. Lin Xian waved his hand, and immediately 2 young men rushed forward. Bang bang. At that moment, 2 loud muffled sounds rang out in the hall, followed by the crashing of objects being smashed. Smack. Before Lin Xian could react, another muffled sound echoed right by his ear. In the next instant, he felt an excruciating pain tear through his right shoulder. Aya! Lin Xian clenched his teeth and let out a cry of agony, breaking into a cold sweat instantly. It hurt. Chapter 150. Arrogant Lord Lin. Qin Yu made his move. After listening for a while, he discovered that Lin Xian did not divulge any information about Xuanhuan's disappearance, so he acted decisively. First, he sent 2 members of the Lin family flying. Then, he placed one hand on Lin Xian's right shoulder. Lin Xian immediately felt an excruciating pain, as if an overwhelming force was pressing down on his shoulder from all sides. He had the feeling that in the next moment, his shoulder would shatter like ice. The scene was shaken by this sudden occurrence. Everyone looked at Qin Yu with surprise and confusion. Who is this young man? He is indeed powerful, but how dare he lay hands on someone from the Lin family, let alone their young master, Lin Xian. Logically, he should have heard everything by now. Mo Gaofei laughed gleefully. Good, beat him up. He even shouted excitedly. Mo Qiu and Tang Zi, on the other hand, were not surprised at all. Both women knew about Qin Yu's formidable strength. They also knew that Qin Yu was ruthless. Tang Zi especially had personally experienced how Qin Yu wiped out the entire Qin family to avenge her Tang family. Young man, you are courting death. How dare you touch our young master? In no time, the younger generation of the Lin family surrounded them, pointing angrily at Qin Yu. If I were you, I would make sure your people stay quiet now. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right here. Qin Yu stared coldly at Lin Xian. At this point, Lin Xian was truly afraid. He didn't know where this person came from, or whether they hadn't heard of the Lin family. Or perhaps they didn't realize he was the young master of the Lin family. But no matter what, it was best not to act rashly. He clearly felt that if he didn't do what the other party said, the other side might really kill him. Nobody move. Lin Xian shouted loudly. All of you step back some. The younger members of the Lin family obediently stepped back a few steps. They were fearful and worried. If young master Lin Xian was killed, none of them would survive either. Returning to the Lin family compound would mean certain death too. What's going on between us? Lin Xian asked through intense pain, trying to suppress the rage in his heart. Do you know who I am? Your actions won't benefit you in any way. He tried his best to use a relatively calm tone to warn and remind the other side. Let me ask you. Qin Yu did not respond to Lin Xian's question. Instead, he counter-asked. You just said you know where xuanhuan is. Tell me now. I won't harm you. In fact, even if you captured xuanhuan, if you release him now, I won't touch you either. For Qin Yu, xuanhuan was not yet a friend. All he cared about was ensuring xuanhuan's survival, so he could extract news about Qi Tian from him. At this moment, almost everyone in the hall recognized and overheard the situation. An open conflict had broken out between the Mo family and the Lin family. Surely, the Mo family and the Lin family aren't about to go to war, are they? Isn't that absurd? Given the current circumstances, it seems that Lin Xian, the young lord of the Lin family, detained xuanhuan, Mo family's son-in-law. But xuanhuan is merely an in-law, a useless man. Wouldn't the Mo family still choose war because of him? Nope. If I were the head of the Mo family, I wouldn't be foolish enough to start a war with another prominent family for the sake of a useless person. Also, the Lin family is a martial arts family. The Mo family isn't weak either, but they are no match for the Lin family. So this young man must be from the Mo family then, probably Mo Qiu and Mo Gaofei's bodyguard. Right. Earlier, he mentioned that if Lin Xian told him xuanhuan's whereabouts, he would let Lin Xian go. The bystanders began discussing among themselves. Mo Qiu, Mo Gaofei, and Tang Zi naturally also heard the murmurs around them, but showed no intention of providing explanations. They also did not try to persuade Qin Yu to go easy on Lin Xian, especially Mo Qiu and Tang Zi. Both knew that with Qin Yu's power as a martial arts grandmaster, the entire Lin family combined wouldn't intimidate him. After hearing these words, Lin Xian finally understood why this person attacked him. So you are from the Mo family? Understanding his opponent's background reduced his fear somewhat, and he sneered. I wonder if you will dare to continue attacking me if I refuse to tell you anything about xuanhuan. As he spoke, he glanced at Mo Qiu beside him, implying, is this person yours, Mo Qiu? Would you really let them attack me? Even you, Lady Mo, would likely hesitate before acting so boldly, right? However, unexpectedly, Lin Xian noticed Mo Qiu flashing him a derisive smile. In the next second, Lin Xian once again felt an unbearable wave of severe pain emanating from his right shoulder. This time even more intense than before. Crack. The sound of bone cracking was distinctly heard. I've only exerted slight force. Your shoulder bone has merely cracked now. If you continue to remain silent, my next exertion will result in complete Fanxixing Gujra shattering. The kind that can't even be pieced together bit by bit. Everyone inhaled sharply at the sound. The previous crack of breaking bone had already made everyone's scalp tingle, and hearing Qin Yu speak again caused all their hairs to stand on end. It was as if the excruciating pain he described were happening to them personally. Wait a moment. At that moment, a loud shout came from beyond the crowd. Turning toward the voice, Qin Yu and everyone else saw a plump middle-aged man quickly stepping through a path opened in the crowd. Qin Chengjian. He was one of the main owners of the Dihao nightclub. Brother, let's talk this out slowly. Please don't resort to violence. Qin Chengjian had realized that the young man who gripped Lord Lin's shoulder must belong to the Mo family. Like everyone else present, he assumed that this youth was probably Mo Qiu's bodyguard. Then, turning his head toward Mo Qiu, he said, Miss Mo, the relationship between your family and the Lin family has been quite good. If things escalate over someone like xuanhuan and lead to conflict, or even an open fight, it would not be ideal. Mo Qiu glanced angrily at Qin Chengjian, but didn't say anything. Firstly, Qin Yu wasn't her bodyguard, as everyone assumed. Secondly, Qin Yu also wanted to find xuanhuan. What? Surprisingly, Qin Chengjian noticed Mo Qiu did not respond. Mo Gaofei often frequented this place and had developed a decent relationship with the owner, so he intervened on behalf of the situation. Mr. Chun, you shouldn't get involved in this. It's not as simple as you think. My old buddy isn't someone you want to offend. Qin Chengjian chuckled inwardly, wondering what kind of mysterious figure this young man could be. Could it be true I shouldn't provoke him either? Ridiculous. Although I may not be a significant figure, I still hold some influence in Jiang City. Not only have I never seen this kid before, but even Lin Xian would give me some respect. As he looked at Qin Yu, Chun Chengjian felt confused, but there was also a trace of disdain. Still, these were just his inner thoughts because the incident was happening under his own roof. If the two parties started fighting for real, his business would suffer immensely. Thus, he tried reasoning with Lin Xian once more. Chapter 151, A Gasping Chill. Chun Chengjian, one of the owners of Dihao nightclub, was usually in charge of leading the security team here and handling issues like disputes and fights. It's a nightclub, after all. People come to drink and look for women, and those who visit are often rich playboys from Jiangcheng, each highly capable. Even before they got drunk, they already thought Jiangcheng belonged to them. And when drunk, they thought even more so. So, conflicts were bound to happen easily in such a place. Chun Chengjian believed he'd met most of the playboys in Jiangcheng, but had never seen Qin Yu. He assumed that even if Qin Yu had significant backing, he couldn't be too powerful. At the very least, not someone Chun himself couldn't handle. Still, he didn't argue loudly but instead tried to persuade Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, if you know Xuanhuan's whereabouts, why don't you tell us? Don't let pride cost you dearly. This was clearly a hint, reminding Lin Xian that since he was captured now, he should focus on getting through this situation first. Afterward, as the heir to the Lin family, it would be easy enough to deal with the young upstart. Qin Yu naturally understood Chun Chengjian's intention, but he didn't take it seriously. The other side was slightly showing favoritism. Lin Xian wasn't stupid either. At this moment, he understood that he must first save himself. So he quickly said, yes. Actually, I'm the one who captured Xuanhuan. I thought he wasn't worthy of Imochio. She is my woman. Upon hearing this, Imochio angrily said, so it was you who captured Xuanhuan. Lin Xian, you've gone too far. Let me tell you, even if you release Xuanhuan now, this matter won't be easily resolved. Not entirely unexpected by Qin Yu, he then released Lin Xian. Call someone immediately to bring Xuanhuan over. Yes. Lin Xian nodded a couple of times, immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket, and made a call. Uncle 3, please bring that bastard Xuanhuan over to Dihao nightclub right away. Hurry up. If it takes too long, I might get beaten to death. After making the call, Lin Xian turned around and told Qin Yu, you wait. I've arranged for someone to bring Xuanhuan here as soon as possible. At this point, he didn't involve his entire group from the Lin family against Qin Yu. He was very clear that the young man in front of him had strong martial arts skills, probably beyond what his own group of henchmen could handle. Thus, he dared not act recklessly. In fact, Chun Chengjian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Xian to actually have captured Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had been missing for a few days without showing up, and Chun had mentioned it casually to others, not paying much attention at the time. A useless son-in-law? Who would care? Even the Mo family had quietly sent people to look for him, but did not make a big public fuss about it. Among the onlookers, there were both surprises and non-surprises. Who would have thought Xuanhuan has been missing for a few days? You're so uninformed. Do you live in some rural area that just got internet access? Man, blame no one but him. Xuanhuan is merely an incompetent son-in-law. Why would anyone pay attention to him? It's not surprising that he disappeared, but it's quite a surprise that he was indeed kidnapped by the young master of the Lin family. If I were you, I would have done it sooner. Xuanhuan took away the love of young Master Lin's life. Well said. Regardless of whether willingly or unwillingly, Xuanhuan married Imochio. There were whispers among the bold onlookers. Lin Xian didn't take any other actions. He quietly sat on a sofa nearby, waiting patiently for time to pass. His eyes scanned between Qin Yu, Imochio, and Tang Zi repeatedly. Looking at Imochio, he thought about whether he should claim some interest from her tonight. Then he glanced at Tang Zi beside her, sneering coldly in his mind. As for Imochio, whether or not she'll yield tonight was debatable, but this girl, Tang Zi, must be harshly humiliated tonight. No, one night wouldn't be enough. Perhaps start by tormenting her for 3, 5, or 7 nights. Lin Xian noticed that Tang Zi didn't fall short of Imochio at all in appearance, figure, or even temperament. Such a beautiful woman was undoubtedly much better than any woman found in Dihao nightclub. He had grown tired of those nightclub women anyway. Then, his gaze fell upon Qin Yu again, coldly snorting inside. Judging by appearances, this guy doesn't seem to be part of the Mo family. And he doesn't appear to be Imochio's bodyguard either. Then who is he? Strong martial arts capabilities, yet I've never seen him before. Lin Xian guessed secretly in his heart. He almost knew every talented young martial artist from the various powerful families in Jiangcheng. Regardless of who he was, Lin Xian concluded inwardly that anyone daring to cause trouble in Jiangcheng, or dare lay a finger on him, must be dealt with ruthlessly, whether the son of a celestial emperor or not. Qin Yu noticed that Lin Xian kept glancing at their side, and though the looks weren't friendly, he paid little heed. As long as Lin Xian doesn't play games, everything will be fine. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it. Time passed quickly. More than half an hour had gone by. Mo Galfei was getting somewhat impatient, glancing at Lin Xian. When will your people arrive? How long has it already been? Lin Xian, are you harboring some other devious plans? Lin Xian grinned. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. That's not right. The distance between the Lin residence and here shouldn't take half an hour, right? Mo Galfei added. Lin Xian asserted. I wouldn't be foolish enough to keep Xuanhuan confined in my Lin family villa. Just wait a little longer, they'll be here within 10 minutes. Mo Galfei found his logic reasonable and didn't argue further, but still revealed his impatience. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Qin Yu, Imochio, and Mo Galfei finally saw someone from the Lin family arrive. Upon seeing the arrival, Lin Xian instantly sprang up from his chair like lightning and shouted, "Uncle 3. He dashed towards a middle-aged man as if running a 100-meter sprint. Huh. Everyone on the scene was astonished and perplexed. What's going on? Didn't Lin Xian send for someone from the Lin family to bring xuanhuan? Why is there only one person? Where's xuanhuan? You're such an idiot. Haven't you realized yet? Lin Xian never intended to release xuanhuan, nor did he plan to let that young man go earlier." As this person spoke, he looked at Qin Yu with a chilling stare. So Lin Xiao never intended to let this young man off from the start. All present were convinced that Qin Yu was definitely dead this time. The person who came from the Lin family isn't Lin family's third uncle. In that case, this young man will certainly meet his end. Lin family's third uncle is very powerful. But I heard some gossip. Lin third uncle was injured by someone not too long ago. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Someone actually hurt Lin third uncle. And I've also heard that Lin third uncle wasn't injured in Jiangqing. Uncle 3, it was that kid who wounded our 2 clan members. He also twisted my shoulder. The moment Lin third uncle heard the distress code his eldest nephew sent during the phone call, he was already furious, and hearing Lin Xian recount this now made him even more enraged. Which little brat dares not decay? His rage abruptly stopped as Lin third uncle, like everyone else around, sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Chapter 152. Uncle Lin who nearly got a hemorrhage of anger. Uncle Lin Hong hadn't finished the word dead when he saw the figure of Qin Yu, immediately reminding him of the scene in Yunqing where he had been injured by a single palm strike from the ladder. At that moment, he sucked in a sharp breath. Due to unexpectedness, shock, and even fear, this breath almost made him choke. He got choked. What the hell is going on? How did Qin Yu end up here? Shouldn't he be with the Tang family in Chan City at this time? Qin Yu's assistance to the Tang family in destroying the Chun family in Chan City was a piece of news naturally obtained by the martial arts family, the Lin family. However, they were unaware of Qin Yu's specific whereabouts. Qin Yu also frowned, his anger gradually rising. He instantly recognized the newcomer as the elder of the Lin family, Lin Hong, who had been injured by a slap in his own villa before, and there was only one person coming over. He immediately understood that Lin Xian had deceived him. Looking for death, Qin Yu silently muttered these words in his heart. Uncle 3. Just as Lin Hong was puzzled and uncertain, a furious shout suddenly came from his nephew, Lin Xian. Lin Xian angrily pointed at Qin Yu. It's this brat who clawed my arm. Quickly, beat him up. Lin Hong's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Beat up Qin Yu? You'd rather have me die? Slap. He immediately turned back and slapped Lin Xian, the sound resounding, causing Lin Xian to tumble to the ground with a thud. SSS. Everyone present sucked in another sharp breath, astonished, bewildered, doubting. This. The crowd was dumbfounded. Why had Lin Hong suddenly felled his own nephew with a hard slap? Mo Qiu, Mo Gaofei, and Tang Zi similarly stared in great bewilderment, glancing at each other, all expressing confusion. One of the main bosses of the nightlife area, Chun Chengjian, originally assumed that with the arrival of Uncle Lin, the young man who acted so arrogantly was going to get killed this time. But it was completely unexpected that Uncle Lin gave his own nephew an ear-slicing slap right in front of everyone's eyes. And it was under the watchful eyes of many people too. This didn't only cause Chun Chengjian to doubt Qin Yu's identity again. Chun Chengjian looked at Qin Yu, guessing secretly in his mind. What kind of person is this guy? It seems like Uncle Lin should recognize him, and this person should have an extraordinary identity. Uncle 3 you. Shut up. Lin Hong angrily rebuked and interrupted Lin Xian's words, afraid that if he spoke further, something shocking might slip out, which would offend Qin Yu further. Lin Xian felt utterly wronged. His uncle had come, and without any reason given him a severe slap on the face, now scolding him as well. What the heck is going on? Under his confused gaze, Lin Hong quickly approached Qin Yu, standing directly in front of him. Then, under the amazed looks of others, he slightly bent down and spoke with a respectful attitude. Bang! However, before he could speak, a dull sound had already echoed. All of them saw that Uncle Lin Hong was thrown into the air, then fell heavily onto the ground. The one who let out a cry of pain wasn't Uncle Lin Hong, but Lin Xian who was lying on the ground unable to rise yet. Boom! Uncle Lin Hong crashed onto his own nephew heavily. Qin Yu controlled his force deliberately. Everyone was stupefied immediately, looking at Qin Yu with eyes that seemed as if they had seen a ghost. Amazingly, he managed to send Uncle Lin Hong flying with just one move. Although Uncle Lin Hong wasn't prepared earlier, still being able to knock him down with one hand showed how exceedingly powerful the martial arts skill of this strange young man was. Chen Qingjian had merely been surprised by the mysterious yet strong identity of the young man before, only slightly shocked, not feeling too exaggerated. But at this moment, he was deeply stunned, sharply inhaling his breath. He actually hit Uncle Lin. Regardless of whether its individual strength or the power behind him, both were undoubtedly very formidable, capable enough to suppress the Lin family at least. Otherwise, this kid definitely wouldn't dare do such a thing. Even if he possessed this level of ability, he shouldn't dare attempt it. After all, behind Uncle Lin Hong stands the mighty martial family, the Lin family. Despite the overwhelming pain in his body, Lin Xian indeed harbored doubts and astonishment within, staring blankly at Qin Yu. Could this guy fly Uncle 3 with a mere slap? Does he even dare to slap my Uncle 3? Who exactly is he? His martial abilities seem much stronger than I thought. Still, no matter how strong he is, it absolutely cannot compare with our Lin family's strength. Considering the numerous powerful warriors in his Lin family, Lin Xian simply couldn't believe that one little brat could be so strong that he could possibly destroy his entire family. Lost in deep thought, a painful scream from his uncle Lin Hong reached Lin Xian's ears. He immediately snapped back to reality and got up to check on Lin Hong, who was lying on the ground beside him. He helped Lin Hong sit up. "Uncle 3, how are you? Is the injury serious?" Lin Hong looked at his eldest nephew who was supporting him and felt an upsurge of anger. He thought to himself, how could this foolish young man pick a fight with Qin Yu, a killing machine? Don't you know that Qin Yu just wiped out the Qin family in Zen City? Although the Lin family is stronger than the Qin family, it can't withstand the fury of Qin Yu. He is a master in martial arts, and not just any ordinary master, but one with terrifying strength. As a warrior, Lin Hong clearly understood that the strength gap between warriors at the same level could be extremely large. If you don't want your Uncle 3 to get killed here tonight, then immediately release Xuanhuan, whom you spoke of, Lin Hong said angrily. Upon arriving here, he realized that Qin Yu must be targeting Xuanhuan, Mo family's son-in-law. After hearing this, Lin Xian was once again stunned, not understanding why his uncle feared the other party so much. The opponent is merely a brat, yet we have the entire Lin family on our side. Even if Uncle 3 were defeated, there are still many martial art experts in our clan. However, Lin Xian didn't start shouting right away. Instead, he confessed to his uncle. "Uncle 3, I actually didn't capture Xuanhuan. I only mentioned it on the phone as a tactic. The purpose was simply to buy time for you to come here and teach him a lesson." After listening, Lin Hong stood there petrified, burning with rage. His 7 orifices were nearly spewing fire. He almost vomited blood from frustration, rather than from Qin Yu hitting him. It was all due to this stupid eldest nephew. Lin Hong was so angry that he couldn't figure out what words to curse his eldest nephew with in order to release his inner rage. There came another impulse, to kill this kid with one slap. But he eventually refrained from doing so, no matter what. After all, he was his own flesh and blood nephew. Have you got water in your brain? Or did your house collapse? Since you didn't capture Xuanhuan, why did you randomly admit it? Do you wish for an early death? Or do you think our Lin family is powerful enough to cover everything? After hearing these words, Lin Xian was aggrieved inside, and became somewhat bufuchic, discontented. "Uncle 3, isn't the other guy just a mere brat? Even if he injured you, don't we still have plenty of martial art masters in our Lin family? I'll summon over 100 people now. I won't believe we can't deal with this kid." Saying this, he took out his phone to start calling for reinforcements. Chapter 153, Lin Daxiao regrets it deeply. All the onlookers actually had the same thoughts as Lin Xian, thinking that no matter how powerful this unfamiliar young man was, he was just one person. The Lin family, however, is a well-known powerful martial arts family in Jiangcheng, with countless martial arts experts in their clan. Even if this young man injured Grandpa Lin San now, he would surely be killed by the Lin family later. Mo Chio and Tang Zi were disdainful and amused. Calling more people wouldn't make any difference since Qin Yu was a powerful martial arts master who might really annihilate the Lin family. They would even enjoy seeing Lin Xian summon more Lin family members because all of them would die. Slap. Suddenly at this moment, there came a dull sound. Surprisingly, everyone saw Grandpa Lin San grabbing Lin Xian's phone from his hand and angrily smashing it on the ground, scattering the pieces everywhere. "Uncle 3. Lin Xian was shocked speechless, looking at Lin Hong who was enraged like someone about to tear him apart, unable to say a word. "You're calling for reinforcements?" Lin Hong gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Do you want us Lin family to all get killed because of your stupidity? Are you wishing for our Lin family to be destroyed?" Lin Xian was even more stunned, not understanding why Uncle 3 would say such things. Destroy the Lin family? Just by him a mere guy? He turned his head to look at Qin Yu standing not far away, feeling extremely puzzled in his heart. Lin Xian thought the other party wasn't that capable, and the Lin family certainly wasn't that weak. Upon hearing what Grandpa Lin San said, everyone present was bewildered, staring blankly at Qin Yu while various questions arose in their minds. Who is he? Why does he make Grandpa Lin San so afraid? Is this young man really that capable? Can he really destroy the powerful Lin family? Impossible. All kinds of doubts arose in everyone's hearts. Qin Chengjian also felt perplexed. Could it be that this young man has a truly terrifying background? Mo Galfei sneered coldly. "So, finally you, Lin Daxiao, have met someone formidable. Go ahead and summon more people. Tonight, whoever comes from your Lin family will die. Damn, Dr. Qin will wipe out your whole family eventually." Lin Hong pulled his foolish eldest nephew right in front of him and growled lowly. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" Lin Xian, seeing his Uncle 3 looking unusually grave, finally realized something was off. "The last time I went to Yin City, I was beaten by him." Suck. Lin Xian suddenly took in a sharp intake of breath. This cool breath nearly froze his fragile heart solid, making his heart momentarily cease its beating. This guy's actually... Then, he heard his uncle continue. "Recently, there's been a big commotion in Chan City where the Qin family, the first family of Chan City, was wiped out, and it was his doing. He's Qin Shini from Yin City." When Lin Xian heard the first sentence, he had already guessed the identity of the opponent, Qin Shini, who only recently became famous but was quickly making a name for himself in Yin City. At this moment, he was filled with an overwhelming fear. What am I doing? Finding my own death. Lin Xian felt chilled waves running down his spine. His back was already soaked in sweat. It felt like he had just walked around the gates of death and almost stepped into them. In fact, he had already understood the terror of Qin Shini from Yin City, because the family had already recognized the strength of Dr. Qin, realizing that their previous attitude towards Qin Shini was wrong. They decided to completely change it, and his father, the head of the house, planned to personally visit Yun City in the near future to apologize. They also intended to establish a good relationship with Dr. Qin, regardless of the cost. But now, he had done something completely contrary to the family's intentions. If the two sides conflicted, Lin Xin believed that whether it was his father or the elders of the clan, they would definitely abandon him. All the onlookers couldn't hear what Grandpa Lin San and the young master of the Lin family were saying, but from the complex expressions on their faces, it was clear that this unfamiliar young man made them feel panicked and terrified. This further caused doubt in everyone's mind about Qin Yu's identity. Chun Qingjian also noticed, inwardly thankful that his earlier attitude towards the man wasn't arrogant, otherwise he would be in trouble. You'd better hurry up and apologize to Dr. Qin, if you don't want to die here. If you don't want our Lin family to meet the same fate as the Chun family from Chan City. Lin Hong reminded and ordered his nephew. Actually, without being reminded, Lin Xin was already thinking of apologizing to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's recent actions are naturally known to him. For example, wiping out the He family in Yun City, helping the Tang family destroy the much stronger Qin family in Chan City. Such a killing god who wipes out entire families at will. Lin Xin clearly knew that he must not provoke him. He stood up and quickly ran to Qin Yu, about 90 degrees, respectfully and anxiously said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I am 1,000 times wrong. I am 10,000 times wrong." This scene once again made all the people in the nightclub hall feel puzzled. They looked at each other in surprise. How could this be? Lin Daxiao actually apologized to him? Come on. The Lin family is our strong Wu Dao family in Jiangsheng with countless Wu Dao experts. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight the entire Lin family. What kind of person is this kid? Is he from our Jiangsheng? He probably isn't. I've never seen him. Could he be someone from another place? A son of a terrifyingly influential family? How terrifying can his background be? More terrifying than the Lin family? The crowd silently exchanged thoughts. Mo Gaofei watched as Lin Xin apologized, feeling disappointed in his heart. Lin Daxiao, you're surrendering so quickly? This isn't your style. Keep shouting for help. Continue summoning people. Weren't you just saying that you wanted to become my brother-in-law? Don't back down. Lin Xin had no more spirit left within him, as he faced Mo Gaofei's mockery, whom he usually looked down upon. He could only reply with a smile. I'm sorry, I was just joking around earlier. Mo Xiao's, don't take it to heart. Once again, the crowd let out sighs. Facing Lin Xin's apology, Qin Yu remained cold and unimpressed. These words are useless. All you need to do is release xuanhuan. I won't dig further into what happened tonight. But if you keep scheming, the consequences will definitely be worse than what you expect. Gulping. Lin Xin's heart jolted suddenly. Qin Shini truly believed he had captured xuanhuan. This was bad. I've brought a rock to throw myself on. Not far away, Lin Hong, who was being helped up by some clan members, felt the same tension in his heart. He realized Qin Yu was convinced his eldest nephew had captured xuanhuan. This situation was problematic. Chapter 154. After surviving the calamity, Lin Xin quickly explained, I really didn't grab xuanhuan. Everything that happened just now between me and Uncle 3 was real. At that moment, I heard Mr. Chun telling me to let go of xuanhuan, so I thought I'd take advantage of the situation. Make you let me go first, then call Uncle 3 over to deal with you. I really didn't kidnap xuanhuan. After hearing this, Qin Yu coldly laughed once. Judging from your attitude and tone earlier, it doesn't seem fake. And you also admitted just now that you had a motive to kidnap xuanhuan. Lin Xin understood exactly what Qin Yu meant by motive. It scared the hell out of him. This time, he truly found himself walking towards death. He even wished for death at this point. Thump. Lin Xin, frightened, lost all strength in his legs and fell directly to his knees. Sobbing bitterly, he said, I really didn't kidnap xuanhuan, nor do I know where xuanhuan went. Don't kill me. I beg of you, divine doctor, don't kill me. He knew full well that if Qin Yu killed him right here tonight, his father and family most likely wouldn't seek revenge on his behalf. Moreover, even if they did manage to take revenge somehow, could their Lin family withstand such repercussions? Stepping further back, even if they could take revenge, what good would it do? By then, he would already be dead. Whether or not revenge is carried out would hold no significance. So this one act of kneeling down wasn't just because of fear, but also an active choice to plead for mercy, trying to make Qin Yu believe his words. Though somewhat cowardly, it can't be denied that it indeed moved Qin Yu, making him believe. He looked down, glanced at Lin Xin below, and said, but when you mentioned earlier that xuanhuan had been missing for several days and might already be dead, you seemed quite certain, not like someone who's lying. Tell me, what's the truth? I'll warn you again, don't play any tricks. I'm not a patient man. Lin Xin got a fright, hurriedly saying, Yes. I truly feel that xuanhuan may really be dead already. 2 days ago, while driving on the outskirts west of Jiang City, I happened to see xuanhuan being chased and attacked by 2 people. At the time, I also noticed bloodstains on xuanhuan's body, which is why I later guessed that he might already be dead. Upon hearing this, Emochio's heart suddenly tightened. What happened to xuanhuan after that? Did those 2 people kill him? Who were those 2 people? Did you get a clear look at them? Could they possibly be? Emochio. Qin Yu immediately cut her off, fearing she would blurt out the word Qin family. The young master of the Qin family has passed away, but until now, the Qin family hasn't actively approached the Mo family yet. Thus, Qin Yu believed the matter of Qin Jin shouldn't have been disclosed by the Mo side. Emochio realized her mistake, becoming aware how her nervousness almost led her to say something she shouldn't have. Lin Xin didn't notice this detail. At this moment, he was still flustered beyond measure and continued saying quickly, at that time, Those two people were wearing masks, so I couldn't tell who they were. Even their gender was indistinguishable. Masks. Qin Yu gently narrowed his eyes, speculating that perhaps these weren't people from the Qin family. If they were members of the Qin family, there would be no need to wear masks, as it was perfectly legitimate for them to capture anyone involved with Qin Jing. Then who could it be? Someone who wears a mask. Qin Yu raised his eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Think again carefully. Were there any distinguishing features on those two individuals? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian intensely focused his gaze, recalling that day's circumstances thoroughly, his eyes darting about rapidly, his brain working hard. Suddenly, he lit up, saying excitedly, I remember. Despite both of them being dressed entirely in black and having their faces masked, rendering their features unrecognizable, I could clearly make out a peculiar mark. A clover tattoo, specifically a 3-leaf clover. Yes, exactly, a 3-leaf clover. Lin Xian stated emotionally. 3-leaf clover? Before Qin Yu could respond, Mo Galfei unexpectedly spoke from behind him. Twisting around, Qin Yu asked him, have you ever seen such a tattoo before? Without hesitation, Mo Galfei walked forward. Indeed, I have come across 2 people bearing such a tattoo, also located on their necks. Qin Yu secretly felt glad. Who are these people? Where can we find them? We should leave here first and discuss more elsewhere, Mo Galfei said. This situation has been taken care of here. Noisy with too many people, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Actually, Qin Yu didn't particularly mind where the discussion happened. Whether here or elsewhere made no difference to him. Since Mo Galfei suggested leaving, it was fine either way. Thus, Qin Yu and the other 3 left the scene directly. Only after seeing Qin Yu completely exit the Tihao nightclub did Lin Xian finally breathe a sigh of relief, his body weakened, plopping onto the ground in a heap. Just moments ago, he thought Qin Yu wouldn't believe him anymore, meaning certain death awaited him. Yet he hadn't expected. Finally didn't die. Lin Xian let out an endless sigh of relief, breathing heavily, experiencing nothing short of a miraculous escape. Lin Hong had recovered somewhat and could walk on his own. He approached his eldest nephew. Lin Xian, you almost caused a major disaster. Uncle 3, I was wrong, Lin Xian said, full of both fear and regret. Lin Hong also sighed, seeing his eldest nephew just now willing to kneel for self-preservation, attempting to rectify his mistake and avoid heavy losses for the Lin family. Though it happened quickly, it made him unable to continue yelling furiously. Instead, he felt a little heartache. He nodded and said, one learns from experience. It's not entirely a bad thing, and we didn't pay a huge price. Come on, let's go home. Lin Hong took the initiative to help Lin Xian up, causing Lin Xian to nearly cry. Inform your older brother about this. The group from the Lin family also left the Tihao nightclub. In the nightclub's main hall, it seemed as if everyone still hadn't caught up with the sudden halt of events. So that's all. That's right. I thought more people from the Lin family would come, helping their young master and Uncle 3 reclaim their dignity. Me too. I was waiting for the next round of drama. Hey, aren't you curious who that youth actually is? Even Uncle 3 was easily injured by him. He got thrown through the air. Who in the world is he? I don't know who he is, but I can definitely say that kid has a background even the Lin family fears. Everyone disperse already. Those who want to keep drinking, continue. Stop talking about this incident. There's no benefit in it. Chen Chengjian shouted loudly. Director Chen, do you know anything about that man from before? Someone with an especially good relationship with him asked. Yes, Director Chen. If you know, please tell us. Another chimed in. No one left. Everyone looked toward Chen Chengjian. Chen Chengjian gave a bitter smile, thinking inwardly how clueless he was about the situation. If I knew something, then I wouldn't have behaved the way I did back then. And luckily, this person isn't like those overconfident young masters of martial arts families. Otherwise, I might have gotten myself into trouble. What a stroke of luck. Chen Chengjian silently expressed relief and returned to his office. Chapter 155, Mr. 3 Minutes. Qin, this Shui Yifang is a high-end club. If you're not a member, even if you're a billionaire, you can't get in. The next morning, Mo Galfei took Qin Yu to a high-end club called Shui Yifang. And those who can become members here are either rich or noble. So, Dr. Qin, if you fancy any woman, you can make the first move and extend an invitation. If she accepts you, you can have relations with her, leave after sleeping with her, and bear no responsibility. Mo Galfei continued to explain. Qin Yu frowned upon hearing this. It feels like this place is just an irregular massage parlor, only slightly higher end. Mo Galfei chuckled helplessly. What you said about Dr. Qin isn't entirely wrong. This place is indeed like that. Qin Yu looked at him. Are you sure you really saw those 2 women here? Last night, when they returned to the Mo residence, Mo Galfei said he had seen 2 women with clover tattoos on their necks at Shui Yifang. Now, knowing what kind of place Shui Yifang was, he couldn't help but suspect if Mo Galfei was deceiving him and simply seeking pleasure. Mo Galfei could sense Qin Yu's thoughts and smiled as he said, Dr. Qin, how could I dare deceive you? Am I not afraid of being beaten to death? Rest assured, I truly saw these 2 women with clover tattoos on their necks here. Though Qin Yu still harbored some doubts, there was currently no better method, so he had no choice but to believe in Mo Galfei. At that moment, suddenly, a tall woman with a curvaceous figure, wearing a hip-hugging skirt, walked by with her plump bottom swaying from side to side under the deep blue dress, her long legs straight as bamboo poles and perfectly white without blemish. She was undeniably beautiful. As Qin Yu watched her approach slowly, even though he was accompanied by great beauties like Shun Lingyun, Mo Qiu, and Tang Zi, he still thought this woman walking toward them at this moment was quite stunning. Her appeal surpassed 90 points, out of a perfect score of 100. Wow. Mo Galfei noticed the super beauty approaching him, and his eyes went wide in astonishment. Dr. Qin, look out. A beauty is heading my way. Just don't ruin my good thing. As long as it works out, I'll definitely help you find those 2 tattooed women later. He was worried that Qin Yu would prevent him from having sexual relations with this beautiful woman due to asking for help finding the tattooed women. After hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent and smiled because he felt this wasn't aimed at Mo Galfei. Handsome. The beauty approached Qin Yu and greeted him with a bright smile, saying, "Hello, my name's Baijia. May I know your name? Here's my card." Without embarrassment, Qin Yu accepted her card with a raised hand, nodding gently. "Do you have time? Let's go somewhere and explore the deeper aspects of life." Mo Galfei sat frozen in his seat, dumbfounded, staring blankly as the beauty flirted with Qin Yu. He wondered, wasn't she coming to me? Qin Yu replied, "Sorry, I don't have time." The beauty nodded gracefully with a beautiful smile, showing no sign of awkwardness on her flawless face, and then turned to leave. It seemed to her, success and failure were both normal outcomes. Qin Yu also felt a bit surprised. When the woman left, he instinctively glanced at the business card in his hand, noticing apart from Baijia, there was no further information. Seeing Baijia choose Qin Yu over himself, Mo Galfei was already flabbergasted, and now seeing Qin Yu reject Baijia made him even more dumbfounded. "Dr. Qin, what are you doing? How can you refuse such a great opportunity?" He originally wanted to blurt out, "Are you stupid?" But remembering the other was a powerful martial arts master, he swallowed his words back. To be honest, Qin Yu didn't feel much excitement at all. After all, the women around him were even more superior to Baijia. Not mentioning Xuanhuan alone, just take Tang Zi as an example. Compared to Baijia, Tang Zi surpasses her in appearance and figure, let alone the charisma which far exceeds Baijia. If he wanted, he could obtain Baijia anytime. But his heart was only set on Xuanhuan. "If you're interested, you go ahead, I won't stop you, nor do I care." Mo Galfei was speechless. "I'd love to, but the other person looks down on me." Qin Yu laughed. "Even if Baijia really likes you, judging from your situation, it's probably going to last less than 3 minutes. Mo Galfei immediately became displeased. How is that possible? This young master is famous for never giving up. Qin Yu chuckled twice and chose not to respond. The next moment, Mo Galfei's face grew even gloomier and finally weakly asked, "Hey Dr. Qin, since you're a doctor, do you have any methods to improve a man's stamina? Just an hour will do, no need to last too long." Qin Yu chuckled. "What? Didn't you just claim that you could go on forever? Judging by your performance, you're clearly a 3-minute man. Shit, he's really a miraculous doctor." After exclaiming in surprise, Mo Galfei became excited. "Divine Dr. Qin, please help me. You wouldn't know the suffering of being a 3-minute man. Every time I get lucky with a beauty who has a charming smile, an attractive figure, and a captivating aura, we enter the hotel room, get into bed, and it's all over in 3 minutes. Sometimes it doesn't even last 3 minutes, just a few thrusts, and it's over. I'm unsatisfied, and so is the beautiful woman." Qin Yu glanced at him, but remained silent. Seeing this, Mo Galfei realized that Qin Yu didn't want to help him, but surely knew how. He felt secretly pleased, and quickly begged, "Divine Dr. Qin, if not for my sister's sake, then consider the fact that I've helped bring you here to find those 2 tattooed women. At least help me out this time. It's mutual assistance, after all." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu agreed that Mo Galfei had a point. Nodding, he said, "All right, I can help you." Overjoyed, Mo Galfei almost jumped up, already imagining himself engaging in a grand battle with beauties on the bed for 800 rounds. "Yeah, that's what makes a real man." "Dr. Qin, what's the method?" Qin Yu replied, "There are 2 ways. "Wow, there are 2 ways. Incredible, truly a divine doctor." "The first way," Qin Yu continued without waiting for Mo Galfei's response. "I'll give you medicine directly. After taking it, you'll be able to last an hour. My concoction isn't like the substandard products you buy in stores, which require advanced preparation. Take it, and it works immediately." "Holy crap, that sounds amazing. I love it." Chapter 156. Indeed, a divine doctor. Inside the High and Water Ifong Club, Mo Galfei seemed as though he had seen himself becoming a true man. No, he should have become a war god. The prospect of becoming a war god excited him beyond measure. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, wanting Qin Yu to immediately give him a pill that could make such dreams come true, so that he could find Baijia and test it out right away, to experience that sense of fulfillment. "Divine Dr. Qin, you truly are a divine doctor." However, the next moment, the smile on his face gradually froze as Qin Yu's reminder rang in his ears. "The effect of this pill is excellent, and indeed harmless, but for your capabilities in that area, it's not beneficial. Long-term reliance on medication will prevent your abilities in that area from getting exercised, leading to the atrophy of muscles and nerves there. After a while, when you're not on the drug, you won't even last 3 minutes. Perhaps not even 1 minute." Mo Galfei suddenly felt entirely deflated. Actually, the drugs available on the market carry similar risks, but they also come with more side effects. "What do you think? Do you still want to use it?" As Qin Yu looked at Mo Galfei, who appeared utterly disappointed, he chuckled. After a few seconds, Mo Galfei asked meekly, "Then what about the second method?" He had already given up hope, thinking that no matter how great a divine doctor might be, there was probably no effective way to deal with male sexual capability issues. He knew Qin Yu's medical skills were impressive. He never doubted this fact. But male sexual capability problems were a global challenge, and even a divine doctor couldn't solve them. Perhaps only gods could bring blessings to men facing such issues. The second method is a bit troublesome. Qin Yu said, I'll write you a prescription. If you drink the medicine for a full month and combine it with exercise, it will enhance your male ability. Of course, it still relies on physical exercise, huh? Mo Galfei sighed inwardly, but deep down, he thought exercise wouldn't make much difference anyway. Even if it added a minute of improvement, it would be considered very good. But a single minute. Forget it, forget it. Disappointment filled Mo Galfei. Qin Yu smiled amusingly. My medicinal and exercise approach is nothing like those outside methods you've heard about. It can help you maintain performance for an hour straight. Mo Galfei's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Qin Yu like seeing a ghost, unable to react for a long time. Dr. Qin, divine Dr. Qin, is this real? No, wait. Suddenly snapping back to reality, he cautiously questioned, could there be some bad effects I don't know about? Qin Yu laughed and replied, don't worry, this time there are absolutely no adverse effects. If you follow my methods and take the medicine for a month while doing the exercises I teach you, you'll see results within a month, without any side effects. Moreover, it provides a one-time permanent solution. I'm going haha. Divine Dr. Qin truly is a divine doctor. So hurry up and write me the prescription. Qin Yu smiled faintly, knowing that the first method he mentioned earlier actually had no side effects. It was just a trick to scare Mo Galfei. Although every time afterward, if one wished to perform for over an hour, taking medicine would be necessary, which was genuine. However, the second method could genuinely enhance one's ability. At that moment, two people entered the club. Two women. One appeared young, her graceful figure swaying as she moved. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her slender shoulders, and her eyes shone brightly, like a pool of clear spring water. Beneath her petite nose lay a cherry-red mouth that required no rouge. As she walked, her skirt flared lightly, making her seem like a dancing butterfly, radiating vitality and femininity. The other woman had wavy chestnut hair that casually draped over her shoulders, exuding mature charm. Her eyebrows arched elegantly, and her deep, captivating eyes drew anyone who gazed into them. Her round face carried a gentle smile, with skin smooth and delicate like white jade. She wore a snug wine-red dress that outlined her alluring curves, projecting an elegance and noble grace. Qin Yu's expression changed instantly as he noticed the clover tattoos on their necks. He observed that they bore resemblance to each other. They must be sisters, Qin Yu guessed internally. And at this moment, Mo Galfei also noticed the appearance of these twin beauties. Frankly speaking, these sisters were even more enchanting than Bai Jia earlier. His gaze couldn't help but reflect greed, his thoughts swirling. Mother of pearl, if I manage to hook both these sisters tonight, even if it drains me completely, I need to ask divine Dr. Qin for that golden lasting pill for myself. At this moment, Mo Galfei's mind involuntarily began imagining scenes of dating with the two sisters simultaneously, which made him thrilled. While Mo Galfei pondered asking Qin Yu for a golden lasting pill to conquer these twin beauties, he noticed the latter standing up and walking toward the two ladies. Is divine Dr. Qin thinking of attacking them here? Mo Galfei became concerned and stayed back without moving forward. Mo Galfei was very clear. Divine Dr. Qin was a master of martial arts, and the twin beauties were also warriors. If both sides fought, it might injure innocent bystanders, and since he himself was just an ordinary person, keeping some distance seemed like a better choice. Would the two beautiful ladies be interested in jointly exploring some profound issues of life? Qin Yu smiled as he spoke frankly. Since this was a public place for hooking up, being direct would be the better option. The sisters simultaneously turned to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu noticed that these sisters were not identical twins, but they still resembled each other greatly. The older sister was slightly taller with a more voluptuous figure, exuding extra sensuality and allure. The younger sister wasn't any less appealing. Her figure was just as alluring and curvaceous. The elder sister smirked seductively. Sure thing. My sister and I love doing everything together. Eating together, sleeping together, taking baths together. Even when discussing deeper aspects of human relationships with men, we like to do so together. Surely you won't mind this arrangement, will you? My sister and I make a perfect trio. The two of us are happier and excited only when we're together. The younger sister giggled, her voice melodious. This explicit invitation would excite any man listening. Qin Yu was no exception, but he too was just a man. Only he differed in that he had one woman in his heart, Shun Lingyun, and could effortlessly suppress the allure of the twin beauties. Not far away, Mo Galfei heard the conversation between the three. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. He regretted it. Regretted not approaching them first earlier. Otherwise, I would have already been linked up with them. And tonight, I could be making sweet love with this sexy pair of sisters. I regret so much. Mo Galfei had forgotten how his brother-in-law Xuanhuan had been chased by these sisters until he disappeared and may have been killed. Despite the immense temptation before him, Qin Yu showed evident excitement and enthusiasm. Of course I'd be happy to. I believe every man would love to discuss deep life questions with two beautiful women such as yourselves. Happily, the sisters responded. Then why don't we go to our place? The hotels outside aren't very clean and hygienic. That's right, especially those bathtubs. So many people have used them. Just thinking about it is disgusting. And our bathtub at home is quite large, enough for the three of us, you, me, and my sister, to soak comfortably together. Chapter 157, All Men Deserve Death. What? He just left. Mo Galfei watched Qin Yu walk out of the Shui Yifang Club with a pair of sisters and froze in his seat. After a while, he finally came to. What the heck? Even Dr. Qin doesn't seem as proper as he looks. Looks like he went off with these sisters for some group fun. Damn, he felt irritated because he himself couldn't engage in those deep and profound discussions with the sister pair. Also, that little sister just mentioned earlier that they have a big bathtub at their place which can fit 3 people bathing together. What the heck? Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already gotten into the car with the sisters and was following them to their house. He didn't act here. First, this is a public place, crowded and chaotic. Second, he was thinking of getting information from them, seeing if there were any useful leads. It's also possible that xuanhuan could be confined in their home by these 2 women. This would make things best for him. So, no matter how one looked at it, it was better for him to follow these 2 women to their house first. An hour later, Qin Yu arrived with the sisters at a villa outside the city of Jiang. Handsome, we're here. The slightly fuller yet infinitely alluring sister smiled and said to Qin Yu. Get out quickly, handsome, the sexy younger sister added. Let's take a bath first. After everyone washes away the sweat from their bodies, we'll then go to bed and delve deeper into life. It will be a fine moment. The 2 sisters pulled Qin Yu out of the car and walked into the villa's living room. Once inside, the 2 sisters wasted no words and started taking off their clothes. The elder sister wore a white blouse paired with tight jeans. After rustling noises, she took off her clothing, revealing a body-clinging black outfit akin to yoga wear, making her voluptuous figure even more sensually appealing. As for the younger sister, who wore a knee-length skirt, she swiftly took it off too, showing herself to be even bolder underneath. Her upper part revealed only a bra while her lower part was a black lace thong. Exceedingly sexy. Unlike her sister, the younger one wasn't full-figured but rather tall and statuesque. What are you standing there for, handsome? Hurry up and take off your clothes. The sister laughed and said. That's right. Aren't you a bit too calm facing both me and my sister? The younger sister teased. Could it be that you're not performing well down there? The elder sister chimed in with a flirtatious smile. Handsome, don't worry. Even if you can't get it up, our sister duo has ways to make you feel like a real man. Qin Yu smiled. Are you sisters really this eager? You're kind of scaring me. As soon as we entered, you didn't say a word, just starting undressing, asking me to do the same. Logically speaking, women should need a bit of foreplay to truly feel and react. Hearing this, the sisters frowned lightly, exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously looked at Qin Yu again. Handsome, do you have other issues on your mind? I see you don't seem like the other men at xuanhuan. The younger sister cut straight to the point. Spit it out. What's your intention? It seems like you're not here for anything romantic with us. Every man before you who saw us undress became restless and had gleams in their eyes. They couldn't wait to have rough sex right here. And you're way too calm. Immediately, the sisters became alert. They had already realized the man must have ulterior motives. Seeing this, Qin Yu's expression turned cold and proud. I must admit, you sisters are indeed extremely sensual and enchanting. One with less restraint would be unable to resist. But unfortunately, you've met me. If you 2 sisters don't want to suffer, it's best to truthfully answer my questions. You must know xuanhuan. Where is he now? Or have you already killed him? Upon hearing the words xuanhuan, the sisters' expressions changed immediately, becoming more vigilant and filled with murderous intent. So, you're here for xuanhuan. Who are you? Could it be someone sent by the Mo family? The 2 asked alternately. It doesn't matter who I am. Seeing that you 2 are women, I'm giving you fair warning. It's best for you to tell me xuanhuan's situation. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The older sister scoffed disdainfully. Although the Mo family is a prestigious one, it isn't a martial arts family, so anyone they send won't be particularly powerful. Besides, the younger sister added, even if you're not from the Mo family, however strong you might be, you wouldn't stand a chance against us. Kill him. Good. All men deserve death. As soon as the sister finished speaking, her delicate fingers transformed into claws, resembling the 9-in white bone claw, aiming directly for Qin Yu's neck. The younger sister also unleashed the same deadly technique, the 9-in white bone claw, targeting Qin Yu with lethal intent. Qin Yu's heart was gripped with a sense of gravity. These twin sisters turned out to be professional assassins. From their attacks and movements, he instantly identified this fact. Moreover, based on their methods, Qin Yu immediately recalled an extremely skilled assassin organization from Daxia. While all these thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind in a flash, his body made no reaction to the sisters' assault whatsoever. Seeing his lack of action, they felt both surprised and secretly delighted. It seemed that this man wasn't any kind of expert after all. Kill him. Each sister focused their 9-in white bone claw on different targets, one at Qin Yu's neck and the other at his chest. If either strike connected, certain death would follow. Swish. A sudden sound cut through the air, causing the sisters to stare in shock. They had failed to land their blows, and now he had vanished right before their eyes. Instantly, an ominous feeling crept over them. This opponent was not as weak as he appeared. Instead, he was an immensely powerful warrior. Wanting to bathe with me, yet unable to even locate where I am? This won't do. A chilling laugh resonated beside their ears. The 2 women instinctively shivered, quickly leaped forward, and completed mid-air spins. As they landed, they faced precisely toward where Qin Yu should have been. But once again, there was no trace of his figure. Where is he? That's strange. I just heard the voice come from behind. The younger sister exclaimed in astonishment. Did I mishear it? No. The elder sister confidently said. Where did that bastard go? Chapter 158, Deception. The duo of killer sisters missed their attack once again, then heard Qin Yu's voice behind them. Their hearts were instantly shocked. They exchanged a quick glance, and in the next moment, leaped forward 10 meters with perfect coordination, turning around to look at where they had been standing before. Unexpectedly this time, they found that he didn't disappear again, but was naturally standing still in place. Who are you? The older of the killer sisters asked. And what bizarre skills did you just use? The younger sister also inquired. Qin Yu smiled, staying still on the spot. Did I use martial techniques? Where did you two see or feel me using any martial techniques? Upon these words, both sisters' expressions immediately became graver. They thought of an unsettling question. If the man hadn't used any martial techniques earlier and only relied on his speed, then, impossible. The elder sister immediately shouted in anger. There is no way you could achieve that. Qin Yu shook his head. Didn't I already accomplish it? The younger sister flew into a rage. Stop pretending to be some mysterious being here. Sister, stop wasting time with him. Kill him with all your strength. He is definitely somewhat eerie. As soon as she finished speaking, the younger sister took action immediately. Her sister echoed her move, attacking with equal swiftness. Once again, the dual 9-in white bone claws lunged toward Qin Yu's vital points. Qin Yu gave a cold laugh and stopped playing games with them. He suddenly unleashed a powerful aura of a martial arts grandmaster from within. Boom! A loud rumble erupted inside him. The duo, rushing toward him, changed their expressions dramatically because they already sensed the overwhelming presence emanating from Qin Yu. The two looked at each other, then in the next moment felt a tremendous force like seawater flooding in, slamming against them. Like kites cut from their strings, they were flung away. Puffed. In midair, both sisters simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. You're actually a martial arts grandmaster. Ignoring her injuries, the elder sister, without even wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, stared at Qin Yu in alarm. No comment came from the younger sister, but her beautiful eyes showed deep terror. A martial arts grandmaster? How could it be possible? Who exactly are you? To have already broken through to become a martial arts grandmaster at such a young age? Qin Yu chuckled, looking at the fallen sisters. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that if you want to live, best tell me about xuanhuan. I guarantee, if you tell me xuanhuan's whereabouts, I won't kill you too. But I'm wondering, since you keep silent, does that mean xuanhuan has already died at your hands? Kill us then, said the elder sister resolutely. Our skills are inferior. We have nothing to say if you kill us. Yes, affirmed the younger sister decisively. You can beat us to death. We will not disclose any information about xuanhuan. Seeing this, Qin Yu slightly frowned. From the tone of your voices, it seems you haven't killed xuanhuan, but yet refused to speak. He paused briefly, then opened his mouth and said, Is this the so-called rules or beliefs of your 1,000-kill sect? The sisters' eyes widened in shock as they unexpectedly glanced towards Qin Yu. Do you know we come from the 1,000-kill sect? The younger sister asked. What's so extraordinary about that? Qin Yu replied. Besides your 1,000-kill sect, I also know there are 10 assassination organizations in our Great Xia, including the God Annihilation sect and Flying Phoenix Pavilion. And not just those 10 organizations, there are many more assassin groups throughout the Great Xia. The ones I just mentioned, along with your 1,000-kill sect, are called the top 10 assassin organizations in our Great Xia. Both sisters were shocked once more. They didn't expect that someone so young was not only already a martial arts grandmaster, but also knew so much about the assassin organizations of Great Xia. Who exactly are you? The elder sister asked again. You absolutely cannot be from the Mo family, declared the younger sister. They both understood very clearly that with the Mo family's power, they would never be able to afford hiring a martial arts grandmaster, let alone this extremely formidable young martial arts grandmaster being from the Mo family. It was simply impossible. Qin Yu started to get a little annoyed. Didn't I just say that? Your lives are now in my hands. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am. Speak. Is xuanhuan alive or dead? Or have you sisters already killed him? Keep quiet, and don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Yu intended to threaten the two of them a bit. However, he underestimated the faith that the sisters held for their 1,000-kill sect organization. No matter whether you kill us or torture us using various means, we won't reveal anything about xuanhuan, the elder sister said disdainfully. Come on then, torture us. Qin Yu looked at their stubborn determination not to speak and felt helpless. These two women were assassins from the 1,000-kill sect. Reasonably speaking, xuanhuan, being just a son-in-law of his family, shouldn't have actively provoked them. This meant that there was someone behind the scenes who had hired the 1,000-kill sect to deal with xuanhuan. Qin Yu immediately thought of a conspiracy. He glanced at the assassin sisters and realized that if he killed them now, he would be unable to learn anything further. He might even lose track of xuanhuan's whereabouts forever. He mustn't kill them. He made the decision quickly. Then, after thinking for a moment, he remembered a powerful person from the 1,000-kill sect he had met several years ago in the Rootless Heavenly Dungeon. Are you two not curious how I know that you come from the 1,000-kill sect? After Qin Yu finished his sentence, he noticed the change in the expressions of the killer sisters, with curiosity and doubt appearing in their eyes. Good. He was secretly delighted inside and continued. Because I once met a strong warrior from the 1,000-kill sect while I was in the Rootless Heavenly Dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the two sisters' expressions suddenly grew serious. You've also been to the Rootless Heavenly Dungeon? The elder sister asked. Qin Yu smiled and replied. Of course, if I hadn't gone there, how would I know that there was a strong warrior from the 1,000-kill sect inside? I see from your reaction that perhaps this captured warrior from the 1,000-kill sect has a close relationship with you too? He had observed this point just now. Is this person called Wu Qidong? The younger sister asked. This caught Qin Yu off guard, but he nodded. Indeed, it is exactly Wu Qidong. I am curious about what kind of relationship he shares with both of you. Father and daughter? Master and disciple? Our master truly was captured and thrown into the rootless heavenly dungeon. The elder sister of the duo sighed with sadness. Chapter 159. Who is the delegate? It turns out they have a master-disciple relationship. Qin Yu hadn't expected that Wu Xiaodong, whom he personally captured, would have such a connection with the sisters before him. This is good. In that case, I can take advantage of this relationship to pry information from them. I know that you people from the Qiansha sect strictly adhere to your principles and wouldn't divulge any details about your missions. Once a mission fails, or you are captured by the enemy, whether it's being killed or tortured in various ways, you would never reveal anything to the other side. I understand. This is what your sect of Qiansha calls faith. The sisters remained silent, sitting on the ground and quietly gazing at Qin Yu. But it must be said, both of you are naive. Qin Yu continued, when your master was in the Wugan celestial prison, the people inside pressured him, and he revealed some information about the Qiansha sect, as well as some information regarding your employer. And because of this reason, nearly 40 years ago, a wealthy merchant surnamed Huang, if I remember correctly, located in the Yangtze River Delta region, was exterminated by his enemies. You see, this is what you both call the faith of your organization. After hearing this, the assassin sisters were struck with disbelief. They couldn't fathom that their master had betrayed the organization's faith. Qin Yu fell silent at this point, allowing the sisters time to absorb the shocking news that shattered their faith. He wasn't worried about them disbelieving, because Wu Xiaodong was truly locked away in the Wugan celestial prison. And back then, he himself had gone through tremendous effort to capture him, when his own strength was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. Furthermore, the event he described, which took place 40 years ago, happened before the sisters were even born, so they couldn't possibly verify its authenticity. In fact, Qin Yu himself couldn't confirm its truth, since the entire story was fabricated. Despite this deception, it seemed to be working. He observed changes in the sisters' expressions, evident signs of psychological barriers crumbling. Finally, the younger sister spoke up first. Sister. Master he. The elder sister looked lost, and after a moment, she chuckled bitterly. Sister, we've been so foolish. Who would have thought master has fallen to such extents? And us. Seeing this, Qin Yu felt it was time to press further and said, actually, your master isn't as bad as you think. On the contrary, he finally came to realize the wrongs of the Qiansha sect. He clearly saw the harm caused by your organization. So he disclosed some information about your group, and even told the people inside Wugan Celestial Prison about that Huang family employer. He might be considered one who has mended his ways. The two sisters paused for a second, startled upon hearing this. Repented. Almost simultaneously, they murmured to themselves. Yes, repented. Qin Yu affirmed. In fact, I already knew your names long ago, elder sister Lan Bingqing, younger sister Lan Bingjia. This was what your master told me. He admitted that his sins are too deep, making it impossible for him to leave the Wugan Celestial Prison. He hoped that if I should encounter either of you someday, I would remind you both to break away from the organization and take the righteous path. Upon hearing this, the sisters abruptly raised their heads to stare at Qin Yu, surprise and incredulity written all over their faces. Qin Yu realized his words had taken effect again. Truthfully, he had merely learned their names from Mo Gaofei, but at this juncture, the sisters' psychological defenses had already crumbled, leaving them unable to focus on minor details. What Qin Yu didn't know was that the sisters believed him so easily, because he mentioned that their master was indeed imprisoned in the Wugan Celestial Prison. This fact was something they had spent years tracking down, and even within the Qiansha sect, not many knew of it. Since Qin Yu, an outsider, actually knew this specific piece of information, they genuinely believed that he had met their master. Consequently, they also trusted the rest of his words. After speaking, Qin Yu once again fell silent, giving the sisters another moment to digest what he had just said. Time passed second by second, and after a full 5 minutes, elder sister Lan Bingqing lifted her eyebrows and gazed at Qin Yu. Can we really still leave the organization and mend our ways? Younger sister Lan Bingjie didn't speak, but simply stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course you can. Your master did far more, and carried far heavier sins than both of you combined. Is he not undergoing reform? You can also undergo this process. The sisters let out a quiet sigh of relief. Elder sister Lan Bingqing suddenly voiced aloud. In fact, this twisted path we treaded on this morning, we followed it out of necessity. It was those bastards who forced us. Forced by bastards? Qin Yu furrowed his brows upon hearing this, thinking, what kind of bastards would dare to hurt the two of you? Unless he wished to die? He didn't ask, but quietly listened as they began recounting their past. He understood. Once someone had broken down their defenses or come to an epiphany, they'd inevitably want to unload everything they've kept inside. Only then would they feel relief. Only then would they feel as if they were truly saying goodbye to their past. When we were young, our sisters knew nothing about our father. We didn't even know who our father was. We lived decently with our mother. Later, our mother fell in love with a bastard who swindled her out of her money and deceived her for sex. In the end, she passed away from depression. It was from that moment on that we, as sisters, vowed to kill all the bastards in this world. Later, we met our master. He taught us martial arts and led us into the Qiansha sect. Qin Yu nodded. He could picture how their young selves must have watched their mother pass away in despair, enduring such hardships before eventually meeting Wu Qiaodong. Alright, considering your circumstances, I'll repeat myself. If you tell me about xuanhuan's whereabouts and the identity of the person behind him, I won't harm you both. Interrupting their reminiscence, Qin Yu signaled it was time to move forward. This time, elder sister Lan Bingqing hesitated no longer. A while ago, we were indeed commissioned to assassinate xuanhuan. His strength wasn't weak, but he couldn't withstand our combined efforts. Yet, in the end, he managed to escape. We chased him to the cliff and personally saw him jump down without hesitation. We also searched at the bottom of the cliff but failed to find his body. So, we are still unsure whether xuanhuan is dead or alive. Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart clenched. Xuanhuan was not yet a martial arts master. If he jumped off a cliff, he was very likely crushed to death. However, the fortunate part was that the sisters hadn't found any corpse after searching there, which meant xuanhuan might still be alive. Perhaps he was merely badly injured and hiding so the sisters wouldn't discover him back then. There's still hope. Qin Yu silently muttered these words in his mind and then asked again. Then, who assigned the mission? Chapter 160, The Person Behind. Min Yuqing. After being successfully swayed by Qin Yu, the two sisters wasted no time and immediately said a name. Min Yuqing. Qin Yu frowned, muttering under his breath, and at the same time, quietly speculated. There was indeed a conspiracy involved here. Upon hearing Min Yuqing's name, it was clear he wasn't from the Tan family. Who exactly is he? He asked. Sister Lan Bingqing replied. He was one of the deputy leaders of the previous Tiansha sect. After the dissolution of the Tiansha sect, he built his own network and wielded considerable influence. This time around, it was him who commissioned us from the Qiansha sect to pursue xuanhuan. Our knowledge ends here. Younger sister Lan Bingjie added her voice. Qin Yu nodded, believing their words. Realizing that the two were merely assassins from the Qiansha sect, likely not high in rank, core information might not necessarily be within their knowledge. Good. I said I wouldn't kill you. With xuanhuan's whereabouts now known, Qin Yu intended to leave. As for how you choose your path going forward, that's up to you. Having finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the villa. The two sisters felt slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Qin Yu to keep his word and truly let them go. Only after Qin Yu's figure had completely disappeared from their line of sight did they react. Sister. After some time, younger sister Lan Bingjie spoke slowly. No sooner had Qin Yu walked out of the villa less than 200 meters than he spotted Mo Gaofei's figure. Qin Master, you've come out? Judging from his tone, Qin Yu knew Mo Gaofei must have been waiting outside the villa for him since quite early. How's it going? Did you learn anything about my brother-in-law from their mouths? Qin Yu nodded. They've already told me. Your brother-in-law xuanhuan fell off a cliff in the northern suburbs while fleeing from these two sisters. You should notify your sister right away, asking her to arrange people to search at the cliff. I believe your brother-in-law should still be alive. At the time, these two immediately went down the mountain to find xuanhuan but failed to discover his body. Therefore, I assume that when xuanhuan jumped off the cliff, he may have been injured and hit himself. Alright, I'll contact my sister immediately. Excited, Mo Gaofei immediately reached out to his sister Mo Qiu. Upon learning about xuanhuan's news, Mo Qiu immediately sent members of the Mo family to the base of the cliff in Jiang City's northern suburbs to search for xuanhuan. After finishing the call, Mo Gaofei returned to Qin Yu. Qin Master, did they say why they pursued my brother-in-law? And who are they exactly? After listening, Qin Yu looked at Mo Gaofei with a hint of surprise, and then said, these two hail from an assassin organization. As for which specific organization, you needn't bother concerning yourself with it. For this point isn't important. What matters is the person behind the commissioning of this organization to pursue your brother-in-law. Mo Gaofei, after pondering for a moment, nodded and said, Qin Master, you're right. Strictly speaking, that assassin organization is merely a tool. Anyone willing to pay the price the organization finds satisfying would get them to take action. He looked at Qin Yu. Then did they reveal the person behind? Who is it? Min Yuqing. Qin Yu asked. Shouldn't you have heard of this person before? Min Yuqing. Mo Gaofei revealed a look of surprise. Never would I have imagined it was him. Yet it certainly isn't someone from the Tan family. Qin Yu glanced somewhat seriously at Mo Gaofei and softly asked, regarding the fact that the person behind is Min Yuqing, rather than someone from the Tan family, do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Mo Gaofei was surprised. He looked at Qin Yu. Qin Master, you're asking about my thoughts? In the Mo family, no one has ever cared about what I think. Mo Gaofei smiled bitterly. Then do you think this situation stems from a problem with your sister, father, and clan, or from your own issue? Mo Gaofei froze instantly, plunged into deep thought, and soon smiled bitterly again. I think more so, it should be my own fault. Qin Yu laughed softly, nodding. He felt that Mo Gaofei wasn't entirely reckless. There was still hope for redemption. The fact that you can reflect on this shows that you're not essentially bad, or at least not terrible. Qin Yu had already learned some things about the Mo family from Mo Qiu, including certain details about Mo Gaofei. He knew that Mo Gaofei was seen as an incompetent young master by the Mo family. However, after interacting with him, he discovered that Mo Gaofei was actually different from those genuinely reckless ones. So, just a moment ago, he used the matter of Min Yuqing to test him. It didn't surprise him, but at the same time, it did when Mo Gaofei turned out not to be your ordinary reckless type. At this point, Qin Yu said, the main cause of your current standing in the Mo family lies with you. However, your sister, father, and other elders also bear a certain degree of responsibility. Mo Gaofei stared at Qin Yu in astonishment. Dr. Qin, this is the first time I've heard someone say that people from my clan are also responsible. Regardless of whether this is a well-intentioned lie or sincere speech, I sincerely thank Dr. Qin. And I really feel inspired deep down. In fact, Qin Yu was speaking from his heart, but he didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the subject. Tell me more about what happened when your brother-in-law was hunted. Upon hearing this, Mo Gaofei nodded and began to think. Qin Yu watched him quietly by his side. After some time, Mo Gaofei looked up at Qin Yu. Now, my brother-in-law has orchestrated the killing of Tan family's young master, Tan Jin. But so far, the Tan family hasn't made any move against our Mo family. But now it seems clear that someone already knows about this news and has deliberately hired hitmen to kill my brother-in-law. The purpose of the person behind must be to kill my brother-in-law. In this way, everyone in our Mo family would surely think the Tan family did it. Since the Tan family killed my brother-in-law to take revenge for Tan Jin, it would seem logically sound. Naturally, our Mo family couldn't ignore such an event. Even though my brother-in-law is just a son-in-law through marriage, in the end, he's still a part of the Mo family. It doesn't make sense to allow someone to kill him without any response. Others would look down on us Mo family if we do nothing. At that time, our Mo family will fight against the Tan family. The Tan family is a martial arts family, but the strength of our Mo family isn't weak either. The final result can only be mutual destruction. The Tan family may win, but it would only be a hard-won victory. The third party benefits. As Mo Gaofei continued uninterrupted, Qin Yu listened quietly and gradually showed a satisfied smile, nodding from time to time. Good. This is exactly the purpose of the person behind. As for who the true mastermind might be, perhaps it's not Min Yuqing. Further investigation is necessary. Encouraged by Qin Yu's affirmation, Mo Gaofei was extremely happy, more thrilled than sleeping with several fresh models. Qin Yu patted his shoulder. Channel your abilities and wisdom toward the right path. Help ease the burden on your sister and assist your Mo family. Chapter 161, Showing Up. Encouraged by Qin Yu's affirmation and praise, Mo Gaofei not only gained confidence in himself, but also became even more motivated and spirited. Thank you, Divine Dr. Qin. I will not disappoint you, nor my sister and family. Good. Qin Yu said, your sister and her group are already searching for clues about your brother-in-law's whereabouts, and we cannot simply do nothing and wait for news. The breakthrough lies with Min Yuqing. Shouldn't you know where he is? Mo Gaofei nodded seriously. Yes, Min Yuqing has a certain reputation in our Jiangqing city. His activities and haunts are no secret. I'll take you, Divine Dr. Qin, to him right away. Previously, Mo Gaofei might not have dared to approach Min Yuqing rashly, but now, with the highly skilled martial arts Grandmaster Divine Dr. Qin by his side, what did Mo Gaofei have to fear? Charge ahead. The two immediately got into Mo Gaofei's supercar. The engine roared as they set off toward the place where Min Yuqing often appeared. At the same time, in the western district of Jiangxing, at the Xuanhuan foot spa, Min Yuqing was enjoying a service from a beautiful masseuse along with one of his henchmen, Liang Zipping. Xuanhuan foot spa was not an ordinary foot spa. Even in Jiangxing, the provincial capital of Zhuang province, it was considered high-end. People who came here were either wealthy or influential. What attracted these bigwigs to consume here was the quality service provided. Each masseuse at this place, in both appearance and figure, could rival models. But that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that when the beauties attended to their guests, they were completely naked. Guests were free to make any kind of move on the female masseuses. Lying on the bed, Liang Zipping enjoyed the service while leering at the intimate parts of the masseuse. At this moment, the masseuse happened to be facing away from him, her buttocks sticking out. Liang Zipping could see all the best views there were under heaven. He could barely contain himself, wanting to pull the masseuse over. You two go out first. However, at this moment, Liang Zipping suddenly heard Boss Min Yuqing's voice. Though feeling annoyed inside, he had no choice. He knew Boss Min Yuqing must have something important to tell him. Min Yuqing, with his bald head shining, waited until the two beauties had dressed and walked out of the room before looking at Liang Zipping beside him. What's the boss's instruction? Liang Zipping quickly asked. Min Yuqing looked slightly displeased and returned a question. What do you think? Liang Zipping froze for a moment, then realized it instantly and hurriedly said, Boss Ming, I know what's going on. But the kid just wouldn't confess. He didn't say anything. Upon hearing this, Min Yuqing lightly furrowed his brows, looking puzzled at his henchman Liang Zipping. So, the kid, is this obstinate? In his heart, he suspected whether Liang Zipping truly took the matter seriously. But the next moment, he let it go, knowing Liang Zipping wasn't someone unreliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept Liang around all this time. Liang Zipping, quick-witted, instantly saw through what his boss had in mind and immediately said, Boss Ming, I've already used all the methods you taught me. Electric shocks, wet towels, pouring salt on wounds. Everything's been tried, yet the kid refused to say a word. I nearly chopped him up piece by piece and fed him to dogs. So many times, I almost couldn't hold back and wanted to finish him off. Liang Zipping complained. Upon hearing this, Min Yuqing's heart tightened. Absolutely do not kill the kid. We're still counting on him to admit to the Qins that he conspired with xuanhuan to murder Qin Jin. If he dies, things will get very troublesome. Relax, Boss Ming, Liang Zipping replied. Without your orders, how would I dare kill him? Min Yuqing nodded. Regarding this henchman, Liang Zipping, he was still at ease. After hearing the report from his henchman, Min Yuqing remained silent for a while and didn't have too good of an idea either. If severe torture doesn't work, things are indeed tricky. By this point, Liang Zipping had sat up on the bed, watching his boss Ming contemplate seriously, knowing that his boss must be thinking about ways to deal with that kid. Yet, after 3 full minutes passed, no words came from Boss Ming. Liang Zipping, who had also been trying to come up with ideas, timidly spoke up. Boss Ming, since that kid fears death and can endure pain, torture may be difficult. I think we should target the people close to him. Min Yuqing, who had actually thought of the same idea, nodded and said, all right, that kid is from Yunqing. You should hurry and go to Yunqing in person to investigate his family situation. Then, bring the person most important to him over. At that time, I believe he will obediently follow our arrangements. Good. Ming brother, rest assured, I will definitely do it well. Bang. The door of the room was suddenly kicked open by someone. Ming Yuqing and Liang Zipping were both startled. The next moment, they both glared at the doorway and saw two young men. One of them was unfamiliar, but they both recognized Mo Gaofei. The Mo family was also considered a major clan in Jiangcheng, so as the young master, Mo Gaofei was naturally known to many people. And as one of the former vice leaders of the Tiansha sect who now had his own network of connections, mingling between various forces, Ming Yuqing certainly recognized Mo Gaofei. Upon seeing Mo Gaofei's figure, Ming Yuqing immediately had an ominous premonition. Moreover, noticing Mo Gaofei's current rage, he felt a twinge of unease. However, outwardly, he remained composed while feigning anger. Master Mo, do you think just because your family is a major clan, you can offend me without consequences? Before Ming Yuqing could speak, Liang Zipping spoke first, his voice filled with indignation. He also knew the other party had come for xuanhuan. But at a time like this, it was crucial not to show any signs of discomfort or abnormality. Qin Yu stood at the door, immediately seeing through Ming Yuqing's ploy but choosing to remain silent at the moment. Ming Yuqing. Mo Gaofei pointed angrily. Where's my brother-in-law Xuanhuan right now? I've already found out that it was you who sent people to chase and attack my brother-in-law. Ming Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this kid had come for the matter concerning Xuanhuan. But strangely, how did he find out it was me behind it? Could it be? Ming Yuqing subtly glanced at Liang Zipping beside him. But the next moment, he dismissed his thought. Absolutely impossible. Zipping wouldn't have been the one to inform. Chapter 162. Such a powerful bodyguard? After realizing that his subordinate Liang Zipping hadn't been the one to inform, Ming Yuqing was confused as to how Mo Gaofei had found out it was him. Wait. Suddenly he thought of something. If the Mo family already knew it was him who arranged this, then Mo Gaofei would certainly not be the only one here. Mo Chio and the old master of the Mo family would have brought people to find him, which meant that only Mo Gaofei knows about the matter. But wasn't he just a wasteful playboy? How could he investigate something related to Xuanhuan? And even more, actually uncover the truth? Impossible. In Ming Yuqing's eyes, Mo Gaofei was nothing but a wasteful playboy who definitely couldn't trace back to him. Thus, young master Mo, you can eat anything randomly, but words shouldn't be spoken lightly. An irritated Ming Yuqing said, I don't have any grudges against Xuanhuan. Why would I hire someone to pursue him? Liang Zipping saw through this and angrily added, that's right. Xuanhuan is nothing but an unremarkable son-in-law visiting from afar. He's not worth our attention. Are you trying to vent anger on whoever comes along because your Mo family hasn't been able to find his whereabouts for so many days? I'm telling you, even though your Mo family is a big family, we're not someone to mess with either. Actually, Ming Yuqing felt there was no need to provoke a full-scale conflict with the Mo family. Some things are better left done in secret. As long as nobody knows, especially the victim unaware, one could still live in peace with them afterward. Qin Yu silently observed Ming Yuqing and the other person without rushing to speak. Since Xuanhuan has already gone missing for several days, they don't lack a few moments. Enraged, Mo Gaofei retorted, I don't know why exactly you want to deal with my brother-in-law, but you won't get away with lying. We've learned from the mouths of sisters Lan Bingqing that it was you, Ming Yuqing, who commissioned them to harm my brother-in-law. Clunk. Ming Yuqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated that Mo Gaofei would directly approach Lan Bingqing and her sister, nor did he expect members of the Thousand Kill sect to betray him. What exactly happened? The reason he reached out to the Thousand Kill sect in the first place was because he was confident that they wouldn't disclose the identity of their employer under any circumstances. But unexpectedly, Mo Gaofei noticed Ming Yuqing's expression hardening and realized that the other party also became aware that it was impossible to evade. So what, Ming Yuqing? Is there nothing you can say? Liang Zipping was also taken aback. As the top aide of Ming Yuqing, he had a bit of knowledge about matters regarding Xuanhuan. With a puzzled look, he turned towards Mo Gaofei, inwardly questioning. How could such a wasted playboy like Mo Gaofei possibly trace this all the way back to the Thousand Kill sect? Haha. Suddenly, cold laughter echoed within the room as Ming Yuqing confessed. All right. Indeed, it was me who hired the two sisters Lan Bingqing to hunt down Xuanhuan. But I just don't understand. Why are you so concerned about Xuanhuan, who is merely a son-in-law visiting from afar? He can bring you no extraordinary benefits to your Mo family. If you risk your life because of such a worthless son-in-law, wouldn't that be a great loss? By now, Ming Yuqing was no longer pretending. Since the other party had already exposed him, he'd better finish them off. Even though your Mo family is a big family, attempting to deal with me, Ming Yuqing, is not an easy feat. Over the years, Ming Yuqing had gathered quite a network of connections, many of whom would intervene at his request. On the contrary, the Mo family wasn't a legitimate martial arts clan. Moreover, in the past, when I was involved in battles within the Heavenly Fiend sect, if I could become the vice leader without any abilities, then what is the point? Indeed, it was you. Mo Gaofei exclaimed angrily. You're asking for death. Am I asking for death? Haha, let's see who's truly seeking death right now. Ming Yuqing knew that Mo Gaofei was just a useless individual and paid him no mind. He glanced at the young man standing next to Mo Gaofei, who had remained silent ever since entering. He presumed this individual was just Mo Gaofei's bodyguard. Given how young he looked, there was no way he could possess significant strength. So, he didn't consider him a threat either. Take action. Kill these two. Liang Ziping had already prepared himself for the battle and awaited his superior Ming Yuqing's order. Coldly smiling, he stepped forward, focusing his gaze on Mo Gaofei. Kid, you seem a little smarter than waste, which surprises me somewhat. But unfortunately, you're about to die today. Glaring at Liang Ziping, Mo Gaofei felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he responded with a cold laugh. Want to kill me? Right beside him stood Qin Yu, a master of the martial path. Let's see if you can keep laughing like that a while later. Once Liang Ziping finished speaking, he took a step forward, moving at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already attacking Mo Gaofei. Raising his right hand, Liang Ziping let it whistle down toward Mo Gaofei's head. As Ming Yuqing's top aide, Liang Ziping was naturally no weakling. This palm strike would surely make Mo Gaofei's head explode like a watermelon. Pop! A dull sound suddenly rang out. Liang Ziping was shocked to find that his right hand suspended in the air was completely immobilized. What is this? It was only then that he realized with alarm that the young bodyguard of Mo Gaofei, who had remained silent all along, had mysteriously appeared before him and easily grabbed his raised right hand. Humph. Even Ming Yuqing was surprised. Given Liang Ziping's considerable strength, logically speaking, Mo Gaofei's bodyguard should have been no match for him. Yet now, this young guard had effortlessly countered Liang Ziping. What is going on? At this moment, his mind swirled with doubts. Enraged, Liang Ziping felt as if he were being toyed with. Immediately, his left hand swung over. However, before he could move his left hand, he let out a pig-like wail of pain. Snap! The sound of bone breaking. Not just any break, but a Xing fracture. With just a gentle exertion of force, Qin Yu crushed Liang Ziping's forearm bones into countless pieces. Thud! Liang Ziping collapsed to the ground, cradling his broken right arm, curling up and groaning in agony. Ming Yuqing's eyes widened, astonished. Liang Ziping wasn't weak. In fact, he was considered quite formidable, yet he'd been disabled in one move by this unassuming young man. What the hell is he? Did the Mo family send him to protect Mo Gaofei? But that seemed impossible. When did the Mo family become so extravagant? For a young bodyguard to be this powerful. The next moment, Ming Yuqing suddenly understood. This quiet young man wasn't Mo Gaofei's bodyguard at all. He was clearly a true master. I assume you haven't found xuanhuan yet. Finally, Qin Yu spoke, his voice grave. But I'm asking you now for another person's whereabouts. You two had better tell me honestly, otherwise I won't show any mercy. Chapter 163, Self-Preservation. Ming Yuqing and Liang Ziping were filled with fear. Especially Liang Ziping. He felt like an ant in front of the other party, without any power to resist. At this moment, he gritted his teeth to endure the severe pain and listened carefully. He had no doubt that if his answer was unsatisfactory, it was very likely he would be killed on the spot. Qin Yu had already learned from the two sisters Lan Bingqing that xuanhuan had jumped off the cliff. He immediately went down to search, but couldn't find xuanhuan. So he determined that Ming Yuqing must not have captured xuanhuan yet. And Qi Tian's disappearance was related to xuanhuan. Thus he guessed perhaps Ming Yuqing might know Qi Tian's whereabouts. The Qi Tian from Yun City. Do you two know his situation? Qin Yu stared at them as he asked. Cutting. Ming Yuqing and Liang Ziping both froze momentarily, very obviously. Could this powerful youth be here for Qi Tian? You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, when I discover your words are inconsistent with reality, you'll regret ever being born. I've noticed just now that after hearing the two words, Qi Tian, there was a significant change in both of your expressions. In other words, the two of you must definitely know about Qi Tian's condition. So, it's best not to play mind games with me. Qin Yu reminded them again. Junior hero, I know the situation about Qi Tian. He is currently in my house. Liang Ziping spoke up first. He was genuinely terrified. Just now, the other party effortlessly blocked him, while also easily crushing his bones. Such strength could only belong to a martial arts grandmaster or a spirit warrior. Absolutely someone not to be provoked or deceived. Upon hearing the head henchman unhesitatingly reveal that Qi Tian was right there, Ming Yuqing was instantly alarmed. Qin Yu sighed in relief but also worried. How is he doing now? Speak the truth. Yes. Liang Ziping nodded repeatedly and quickly said, after Qi Tian was captured and brought to my house, I subjected him to brutal torture. Most of his bones were broken. He's lost his hearing. He can't see anymore. His hand and foot tendons have been severed. Mo Gaofei listening to this felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, overcome by waves of fear, as if everything Liang Ziping had said earlier happened to himself. If it were me, I would rather die. You? Qin Yu exploded in anger. Bang! A slap struck hard across Liang Ziping's cheek, sending Liang flying through the air horizontally with 7 or 8 teeth flying out. Ming Yuqing watched, trembling all over. In this moment, his mind raced, thinking how he could survive in the hands of the other party. As for Liang Ziping, his eyes swirled with stars, spinning around dizzyingly. Are you also trying to use Qi Tian against xuanhuan? Qin Yu suppressed his anger and asked. He had already guessed. Only this reason would prompt Ming Yuqing to deal with Qi Tian. Otherwise, clean background Qi Tian wouldn't possibly incur Ming Yuqing's wrath. Yes, junior hero. Liang Ziping still replied immediately despite still feeling the intense dizziness. We plan to force Qi Tian to admit before the Tan family that it was xuanhuan who conspired with him to kill Tanjin. But Qi Tian held firm, and despite our every effort, he said nothing. But, he quickly added, Junior hero, none of this was my intention. I am just a small pawn following orders. It's Ming Yuqing. He commanded me to do all of this. And it was him who tied Qi Tian and brought him to my house. Junior hero, please don't kill me. All of this was Ming Yuqing's idea. Ming Yuqing was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe what Liang Zipping had done. Was this still his top henchman? To sell him out so easily? Liang Zipping, you. After I treated you like a brother before, you betray me now. You're looking for death. Before the words were finished, Ming Yuqing raised his hand to kill Liang Zipping, but was blasted away by Qin Yu's burst of energy. Sigh. Liang Zipping sucked in a breath of cold air. Energy projected outward. A martial arts grandmaster. Damn, this young hero really is a martial arts grandmaster. What kind of background does he have? Even Ming Yuqing, who was thrown back, knew by now. This terrifying young man was actually a martial arts grandmaster. Instantly, he had no more thought of resistance. Liang Zipping stopped caring about Ming Yuqing. Big shot. Hasn't every one of those times been full of fighting and dying myself? Moreover, seeing the junior grandmaster using energy to attempt to kill his own Ming Yuqing made him realize his proactivity saved his life. Junior hero, please forgive me. Everything done to Qi Tian truly wasn't my own idea. I don't even know that Qi Tian. I have no grudge, nor any vendetta against him. I have no motive to harm him. Young sir, you must investigate this thoroughly. Qin Yu remained silent, stepping forward until he stood in front of Liang Zipping, lowering his eyes and coldly gazing at the man who was incessantly bowing for mercy. Not far away, still lying on the ground, Ming Yuqing felt nothing but remorse. Had he known earlier, he should have been the first to inform the other about everything related to Qi Tian. Then it would be him, not Liang Zipping, who could have survived. He realized now that the young master seemed genuinely willing to spare Liang Zipping a chance for life. At the thought, Ming Yuqing wished he could tear Liang Zipping apart with his bare hands. Do you know who Qi Tian is to me? Within less than a minute, as Liang Zipping kept bowing continuously, he suddenly heard a voice from above. HM. An ominous premonition immediately arose within him, and slowly lifting his head, his face became increasingly serious. More serious still? Why, young sir, I really know absolutely nothing about Qi Tian. It was Ming Yuqing who ordered me to do this. Young sir, please let me go. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything. I'll work like an ox or a horse for you. Qin Yu sneered. An ox or a horse? You, who when encountering trouble would sell out your boss without hesitation for self-preservation, aren't even qualified to be an ox or a horse. After hearing Liang Zipping's account of Qi Tian's unyielding defiance even unto death, seeing his pitiful self-preservation demeanor only made Qin Yu angrier inside. The next moment, he pointed out a finger, sending forth a current of energy which roared downward, piercing through Liang Zipping's forehead. Before Liang Zipping could even react, his life ended abruptly. There was no way Qin Yu would let him off. Even though it was true that none of this was his own intention, that he merely followed orders to execute, he still had to die. Gulping audibly, Ming Yuqing nearly wet himself upon seeing the scene. And at the same time, he saw Qin Yu strolling over step by slow step. Speak. Who was the mastermind behind all this after you? Qin Yu knew Ming Yuqing had no valid reason to move against Qi Tian. Thus there must surely be someone else pushing all of this behind the scenes. Chapter 164. Ming Yuqing's Little Schemes. Ming Yuqing was surprised. He originally thought that Liang Zipping would survive this time, and he himself was doomed. But unexpectedly, Liang Zipping was killed by the other party without any words. Yes, who exactly is the mastermind behind? Mo Galfei also slightly recovered at this time. She had already heard about Dr. Qin's ruthlessness before, and just now truly witnessed it. Indeed, as Tang Zi said, when Dr. Qin is ruthless, he really is not an ordinary person. All right, I will tell you. Ming Yuqing reacted quickly. It's Wei Jiangan from the Wei family. It was him who found me, asking me to find a way to deal with Xuanhuan, and let Xuanhuan's murder of Tanjin be exposed. Wei Jiangan. Mo Galfei froze upon hearing this name. How could it possibly be him? He looked full of confusion and disbelief. Qin Yu frowned, similarly looking questioningly at Mo Galfei. Is there something unusual about this person? Mo Galfei looked at Qin Yu. The Wei family is one of our 6 major families in Jiangxing. Wei Jiangan, who comes from the Wei family, should have been an outstanding figure envied by everyone. But this Wei Jiangan is an exception. He's neither male nor female in appearance. His gender is male, but his behavior is more inclined toward a woman. The Wei family takes shame in him, and they even do not want to acknowledge Wei Jiangan as a member of the Wei clan. I can't understand why such a Wei Jiangan would think of dealing with my brother-in-law. After hearing these words, Qin Yu also felt surprised. He gently stared intently and turned his head to look at Ming Yuqing. Ming Yuqing, are you not deceiving us? It was Mo Galfei who opened her mouth to interrogate. Ming Yuqing immediately explained. No. At this point, how could I still dare to lie to you? Am I not afraid to die? Not talking about you. Even I, when I first received Wei Jiangan's commission, felt incredibly astonished. Qin Yu stared at him silently without saying a word. Mo Galfei looked at him too. After some time, she asked, then do you know why Wei Jiangan did this? Ming Yuqing shook his head. Young Master Mo, how would I know? I'm not interested in what happened between Xuanhuan and Tanjin at all. Wei Jiangan hired me for work, I got paid, and I didn't care about his purpose. Mo Galfei was momentarily unable to judge whether Ming Yuqing's words were true or false, so she looked at Qin Yu. Dr. Qin, what do you think? Qin Yu nodded. He should not, and wouldn't dare to lie. As he himself said earlier, we are already at this stage. He has no reason to do such a thing. Dr. Qin, Ming Yuqing exclaimed, his eyes wide open, staring at Qin Yu as if he saw a ghost. You are that divine Dr. Qin from Yin City? He exclaimed once again. Yin City is very far away from Jiang City, But the events happening in Yun City recently have already reached Jiang City. 100 disease powder and 9 tripods rejuvenation pill, both comparable to divine medicine, especially the 9 tripods rejuvenation pill, made the entire Jiang City population go wild. But even the Liang family of Yun City, it's rumored, doesn't have any existing pills ready. At first, everyone thought it was the Liang family's marketing strategy, hungry marketing, which is quite a common commercial means. However, later on, people came to know that the Liang family indeed did not have the 9 tripods rejuvenation pill. But everyone already knows that both of these divine medicines were developed by divine Dr. Qin. Moreover, only divine Dr. Qin can refine the 9 tripods rejuvenation pill. Not only that, divine Dr. Qin's powerful martial arts also leave people in awe. Ming Yuqing was extremely surprised and shocked. He never expected that the famous divine Dr. Qin from Yin City would appear right in front of him. Unfortunately, it seems like he inadvertently stood against the powerful divine Dr. Qin. Looking at Ming Yuqing's rich and vivid expressions, Mo Gaofei couldn't help but find it hilarious. Yes, standing right before you is the divine Dr. Qin from Yun City. Now, take me immediately to Qi Tian, Qin Yu said at this moment. Relieved to learn Qi Tian was still alive, his concern deepened nonetheless since Qi Tian was severely wounded. Ming Yuqing did not respond immediately, nor did he make any move. Qin Yu frowned immediately. What's wrong? Aren't you thinking about saying you don't know how to get to your subordinate's home? His voice was cold. Ming Yuqing shook his head. No. Divine Dr. Qin, I can take you to Qi Tian, but you need to make a promise. What kind of promise? You promise not to kill me, Ming Yuqing said. Just now, he hadn't thought of any way to keep himself alive, until he saw Qin Yu killing Liang Zipping. At that time, he already had this idea. He hadn't expected that Qin Yu would actually kill Liang Zipping. Ming Yuqing of course did not know that one of the reasons why Qin Yu killed Liang Zipping was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, making sure Ming Yuqing didn't play any tricks. Additionally, as Qin Yu had mentioned earlier, someone willing to sell out their own people to protect themselves deserved death. Mo Gaofei was infuriated. Ming Yuqing, are you unclear about the current situation? It's no longer your place to make demands. Ming Yuqing looked at her resolutely. If you won't promise not to kill me, then go ahead and make your move. Anyway, I'm going to die, so might as well die now. He looked like he didn't care whether he lived or died. Mo Gaofei was furious. After a moment, she said, Ming Yuqing, do you really think Dr. Qin will not dare to kill you? Or do you believe that in Jiangcheng, besides you, there is no one else who can find the address of your top henchman? Actually, even without Ming Yuqing, it wouldn't be too difficult for the Mo family to locate Liang Zipping's house. But, Qin Yu stopped Mo Gaofei. Qi Tian was critically injured right now, and while killing Ming Yuqing would allow the Mo family to help look for the location, they might not be able to act fast enough. If Qi Tian were to die due to delayed treatment during this process, Qin Yu couldn't answer to his younger sister. Ming Yuqing, having thrived in Jiangcheng after the dissolution of the Tiasha sect, surrounded by powerful factions, certainly wasn't stupid. He had already considered all of this, and thus felt confident in making such demands. I know your Mo family could definitely find Liang Zipping's home. But don't forget, Qi Tian has been tortured almost to death by Liang Zipping. If not treated in time, he could die at any moment. Upon hearing this, Mo Gaofei finally understood why Ming Yuqing dared to make such a request. It involved Qi Tian's life, and she dared not express an opinion lightly at the moment. This time, divine Dr. Qin had come to Jiangcheng solely to investigate Qi Tian's whereabouts. Naturally, Qin Yu was angered. How dare someone threaten him with Qi Tian's life? This was his bottom line. Anyone threatening the lives of those important to him was touching his taboo, his reverse scales, and no one could violate them. Even if the Son of Heaven came, Qin Yu wouldn't let anyone touch those close to him. Qi Tian and his younger sister had officially acknowledged their relationship, which meant Qi Tian was already regarded as part of his circle. Chapter 165. Qin Shaman, you promised not to kill me. Ming Yuqing felt uneasy under Qin Yu's gaze. He actually feared that Qin Yu might suddenly strike and kill him at this moment. The great name of Qin Shaman from Yin City, he had long heard about it. Master of divine medicine, with powerful martial arts strength. Moreover, ruthless and merciless when killing people. And just now, he himself had witnessed it firsthand. To be honest, Ming Yuqing was not sure if his method would definitely work. But there was no better way. Alright, I agree. At this moment, Ming Yuqing, who was feeling uneasy inside, suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice. He was a bit surprised, hesitated for a second, then timidly asked, Qin Shaman, are you deceiving me? Mo Gaofei couldn't hold back his anger. Do you think Qin Shaman is someone like you, Ming Yuqing? Qin Shaman naturally keeps his word. Don't dilly-dally. Immediately take us to find Qi Tian. If something happens to him, you'll really be dead for sure. After hearing this, Ming Yuqing thought Mo Gaofei made sense. People like Qin Shaman, who were also masters of martial arts, naturally kept their promises. Alright, I'll immediately take you to find Qi Tian. So Qin Yu and Mo Gaofei left the Water Lily Club with Ming Yuqing. The three sat in Mo Gaofei's sports car. Xiao Chengming, I am curious, how did you find Qi Tian? In the car, Qin Yu asked. Qi Tian was not an ordinary person in Yun City, and due to his father Master Qi, he also had quite a reputation. But it wasn't enough to catch Ming Yuqing's attention. Ming Yuqing immediately answered, didn't I hire the two sisters Lan Bingqing to pursue Xuanhuan? They chased Xuanhuan off the cliff but found his dropped phone. They handed the phone over to me. I discovered from the contact list that the person Xuanhuan contacted most frequently was Qi Tian, so I thought of using Qi Tian as a breakthrough point. After luring Qi Tian to Jiang City, we captured him. Subsequently, we surprisingly found out that Qi Tian was also present at the scene that night. Qin Yu silently nodded, thinking that Ming Yuqing, who could thrive in this city relying on himself, was indeed not a simple person. An hour later, the three arrived in the suburbs and stood before a 3-story, semi-independent self-built house. All the windows of the house were locked tight, and the main door was also securely locked. Even standing outside the house, Qin Yu could already smell a strong odor of blood. He was certain that Qi Tian must have lost a great amount of blood. The anger in his heart began to rise. Beside him, Ming Yuqing stole a glance at Qin Yu, immediately trembling with fear, gulping down saliva uncontrollably. What are you still doing standing here stupidly? Hurry up and go open the door. Mo Gaofei smelled the strong odor of blood as well. Not only the smell of blood, but also a strong stench. He became worried about Qi Tian. Oh, all right. I'll go open the door right away. Ming Yuqing immediately stepped forward quickly and opened the door. Instantly, an even stronger stench of blood mixed with foul odors rushed out. Ming Yuqing inhaled half of it and almost vomited on the spot. Coughed violently. Qin Yu became more worried. He shoved Ming Yuqing aside, who was blocking the way, and swiftly entered the house. Mo Gaofei took a deep breath and also quickly followed in. Upon entering the living room, Qin Yu finally saw Qi Tian in the hall. But, at this moment, Qi Tian was in terrible condition. This person was bound, both hands tied up, his whole body suspended. His entire body resembled that of a bloody person. Head hanging down, naked, Qin Yu could see that Qi Tian's entire body was severely torn apart. His face was swollen beyond recognition. Despite the swelling, Qin Yu noticed that Qi Tian's eyeballs were almost falling out. His legs had broken countless times, hanging loosely. The entire person looked as though he had been dismembered. Even Ming Yuqing couldn't bear to look directly at such sight. Actually, this was the first time he came here. Previously, he had always instructed Liang Ziping to use extreme torture methods on Qi Tian. Seeing Qi Tian in such a state, Ming Yuqing felt another wave of unease inside him. Qin Shaman, I didn't do this. Moreover, I never ordered Liang Ziping to do it to this extent. I merely asked him to force Qi Tian to confess. Seeing Qi Tian in this condition, Mo Gaofei was shocked and amazed, unable to imagine what Qi Tian had gone through before. Ming Yuqing, you're talking nonsense. Mo Gaofei shouted angrily. Who is Qin Shaman? Do you really think this will fool Qin Shaman? Think about it yourself. Can your words just now even deceive a 3-year-old child? Hesitating for a moment, he continued to curse. You're Liang Ziping's boss. If he didn't get your instructions, how could he dare to do that? As he just said in the club, he and Qi Tian had no grudges or enmities. Why would he torture him so much? It's all because of your orders. Ming Yuqing's expression turned ugly instantly. Indeed, at this point, all his explanations were in vain. As long as one wasn't an idiot, anyone would already know it was his doing without guessing. Mo Gaofei's angry shout woke Qi Tian, who still had a little bit of consciousness left. He slowly lifted his head, but since his eyeballs were nearly falling out from being beaten, he could no longer see. With a weak voice, he begged, Please, you kill me. I really don't know anything. Qin Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. His eyes grew colder and colder, like deathly pupils. Ming Yuqing noticed Qin Yu's momentary loss of focus, struck by inspiration, thinking this was a good opportunity. He immediately turned and ran. Like a frightened cheetah, his speed was incredibly fast. Escape. At this point, he realized that even if he didn't die, his situation would be utterly miserable. And he also knew that any form of resistance was futile. The only thought in Ming Yuqing's mind was escape. If he could only get out of this house and drive off with Mo Gaofei's sports car, he'd hop on the highway and leave Jiang City. He'd go far away, farther still, even leaving Dia forever and never coming back. In an instant, Ming Yuqing thought of countless possibilities. However, before running even a few meters, he discovered that his body was completely unable to move. What? Suddenly, Ming Yuqing felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, trembling all over. Is this the overwhelming power of a martial arts grandmaster? Or is it Qin Yu's unique ability? Qin Yu was furious, absolutely livid. Previously at the club, upon hearing Liang Ziping's words, he had already imagined that Qi Tian was badly injured by them. But when he saw Qi Tian with his own eyes, Qin Yu realized that Qi Tian's injuries were far worse than he had imagined. You want to run, Ming Yuqing? Qin Yu turned around and took one step after another toward Ming Yuqing, who was frozen in place. Qin, master of divine medicine. You just promised not to kill me. You're a powerful martial arts grandmaster. You're the renowned master of divine medicine. You must keep your word. Ming Yuqing screamed loudly, shaking in fear. Chapter 166, The 9 Tripods Return Pill. Shit, is this the terrifying strength of a martial arts master? It seemed as if Dr. Qin hadn't done anything yet, making not a single move, and yet Ming Yuqing was already completely immobilized. Standing nearby, Mo Gaofei watched this scene with shock, once again updating his understanding of Qin Yu's capabilities. Moreover, he had never seen a martial arts master in action before, assuming that all martial arts masters were so powerful. What Mo Gaofei didn't know was that other martial arts masters couldn't achieve what Qin Yu could. That was because Qin Yu practiced divine techniques, possessing a combat strength greater than that of martial arts masters in the present world, allowing him to reach such a level. Dr. Qin, you're a martial arts master, so you must keep your word. Ming Yuqing, pinned in place and unable to move a muscle, loudly begged for mercy. You can be at ease. Qin Yu turned around, walked over, stood in front of Ming Yuqing, and looked at the latter. Upon hearing these words, Ming Yuqing didn't feel a shred of happiness because he saw an incredibly cold gaze in Qin Yu's eyes. like they were from the depths of the nine hells. Dr. Qin, I was wrong. I beg you, let me go. I was helping someone. It wasn't my intention to go against Qi Tian. Ming Yuqing only agreed to help Wei Jianxiang after receiving an extremely high price. He knew clearly that this matter involved the young master of the Tan family, and Xuanhuan was the son-in-law of the Mo family. Even though he was a groom who lived in the bride's home, if something happened to Xuanhuan, the Mo family would definitely take action. Knowing the risks involved, he asked for a very high fee. However, Ming Yuqing never expected that using Qi Tian to go against Xuanhuan would bring such great risks. At this moment, he regretted everything. If he could, no amount of money would make him agree to do this. Qin Yu continued to look coldly at Ming Yuqing, saying, "Of course, I will honor my word, always keeping promises. I won't kill you, don't worry." Relaxed? Ming Yuqing was absolutely not relaxed. At this moment, Qin Yu's gaze was icily cruel, and it didn't seem like he would let him go. He realized Qin Yu intended to make him suffer more than death itself, just like what Qi Tian had gone through these few days. Thinking of this, Ming Yuqing shivered involuntarily. "No, Dr. Qin." Thud. He fell down before finishing his sentence. Seeing that Ming Yuqing wouldn't stop blabbering nonsense, Qin Yu struck a palm out and rendered Ming Yuqing unconscious. Upon seeing this, Mo Gaofei also figured out what Qin Yu planned to do to Ming Yuqing. At this moment, he felt a little sympathy for Ming Yuqing. He knew very well that what awaited Ming Yuqing would be even worse torment than what Qi Tian went through. Stepping over Ming Yuqing lying on the ground, Qin Yu approached Qi Tian. At this point, with barely any remaining consciousness left, Qi Tian couldn't hear clearly what was happening in the room, but could vaguely sense someone approaching. In a feeble voice, he said, "Kill me. I really know nothing." Qi Tian endured unbearable pain. These few days' experience was truly worse than death. He now wished for death. To Qi Tian at this moment, dying seemed a luxurious desire. After listening, the fire in Qin Yu's heart grew stronger, and with great difficulty, he restrained himself from killing Ming Yuqing right there and then. He took out a 9 tripods return pill from his body and fed it to Qi Tian. Mo Gaofei, standing not far away behind them, watched everything. Seeing Qin Yu feed Qi Tian something pill-like. That was the 9 tripods return pill. He instantly remembered. The 9 tripods return pill could only be refined by Dr. Qin, and in Qi Tian's current pitiful state, normal medicine would have no effect. Even though he recognized it as the 9 tripods return pill, Mo Gaofei's heart still beat rapidly. Could this really save Qi Tian? Earlier, he had noticed Qi Tian's condition, feeling like his entire body had been dismembered. He thought even immortals might not be able to save him. But in the next moment, Mo Gaofei slowly opened his mouth wide in amazement as he watched Qi Tian's injuries visibly healing before his very eyes. Healing? This term wasn't sufficient to describe this miraculous sight. It should be more like restoration. Yes, restoration. A gleam appeared in Mo Gaofei's eyes, akin to discovering a treasure. This 9 tripods return pill seemed to be even more potent than advertised. He marveled inwardly. Several minutes after consuming the 9 tripods return pill, Qi Tian woke up, but his breathing was still very weak. Lifting his heavy eyelids slightly, he spotted a familiar figure, causing his eyebrows to suddenly widen. Although subtle, Mo Gaofei clearly saw Qi Tian's widened eyebrows. Brother Qin? His voice was as light as an ant's bite. The next moment, he immediately lost consciousness again. Without hesitation, Qin Yu took Qi Tian back to the Mo family residence. In one of the guest rooms at the Mo family villa, Qin Yu was sparing no effort in treating a critically injured Qi Tian. There were several members of the Mo family in the room, including Patriarch Mo Yin, Mo Qiu, and Mo Gaofei, as well as Tang Zi, all watching Qin Yu providing treatment. As they observed Qin Yu's unpredictable acupuncture techniques, his massage methods never seen before, and various other miraculous means, everyone was astonished and dumbfounded. After more than an hour of treatment, Mo Yin, Mo Qiu, Tang Zi, and the others noticed that Qi Tian had indeed come back to life. His condition quickly improved. Though he wouldn't wake up immediately or even exaggerate walking on the ground, the changes were undeniable. Previously, his cheeks were terrifyingly pale, but now they regained their rosiness. His breathing was no longer as faint and barely audible as when he first arrived at the Mo residence. Now it was smooth and strong. All the broken and fractured bones in his body had been realigned and reset. Dr. Qin is truly a divine being. Seeing Qi Tian, who had been almost dead, saved back by Qin Yu, Patriarch Mo Yin couldn't help but marvel. In my younger days, I traveled extensively and met many incredible doctors. Even the few renowned doctors currently residing in the capital, to me, don't measure up to Dr. Qin. Dr. Qin is absolutely a divine being. Mo Yin couldn't help but praise Qin Yu again as a divine being. He took a breath and continued. If Qi Tian's injuries just now were treated by those several doctors from the capital working together, I believe they would have failed. Dr. Qin is undoubtedly the greatest doctor in our Daxia Empire. Mo Qiu and Tang Zi were also impressed by Qin Yu's powerful medical skills and deeply moved by his performance earlier. Qi Tian, judging by the situation just now, was beyond any doubt already a dead man, yet Qin Yu managed to save him. The patriarch spoke correctly. Qin Yu wasn't just a godlike doctor anymore. He was a divine being. Mo Qiu's beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Yu's back, forming an idea in her mind. She must maintain good relations with Qin Yu and deepen them continuously. Chapter 167, Finding Qi Tian. It's not only Mo Qiu's thought to actively court Qin Yu, but also the thought of Grandpa Mo Yin and all the people present in the Mo family. None of the MO family members present are ordinary people. They have interacted with and witnessed many miraculous doctors, but they have never seen anyone as extraordinary as Qin Yu. One could say that Qi Tian, who had just returned to the MO family, was like a car about to completely fall apart. Normally speaking, someone injured so severely would be impossible for even a great deity to save. Yet, Qin Yu managed to bring him back. Just now, while watching Qin Yu's unfathomable skills, everyone felt as if they were witnessing an automobile assembly project. It was simply too powerful. Dr. Qin, you've been at our MO family residence for more than 2 days. Today, this old man, will personally set up a banquet to welcome Dr. Qin. How does that sound? Mo Yin smiled and said, actually, he had already met Qin Yu yesterday, and his attitude had already been very respectful. After all, Qin Yu's reputation has long since become well known. The name of divine Dr. Qin from Yun City has already made quite the impact throughout the Zhejiang province. Of course, Mo Yin did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. However, yesterday's attitude was absolutely not as respectful as it is now. Mo Yin discovered that Qin Yu's medical skills were even more remarkable than the rumors suggested. At this moment, he even regretted it within himself. He should have known better and not forced his granddaughter Mo Chiu into marrying Xuanhuan. If Mo Chiu wasn't married yet, she might even become Qin Yu's woman. Alas, what a pity. Mo Yin let out a long sigh inside. Naturally, Qin Yu felt the change in Mo Yan's front and back attitudes, though he didn't know what thoughts Mo Yin harbored. He wasn't the least bit upset or dissatisfied with Mo Yin's changed attitude. That's human nature after all. Thus, he didn't decline the invitation to the banquet and agreed with a nod. Everyone in the Mo family rejoiced and immediately prepared the banquet. But right at that moment, Qin Yu unexpectedly received a call from his younger sister, Qin Qing. Brother, I've come to Jiangsheng. I've just arrived. Where are you? Have you found Qi Tian? As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice immediately came through. Qin Yu was startled for a second. You're in Jiangsheng? Didn't I tell you not to come? Relax, brother. I'm not alone. Sister-in-law and Xiao Yu are by my side. Qin Qing, Shun Lingyun, and Xiao Yu were in the car. After saying these words, she subtly turned her head to look at her future sister-in-law seated beside her. Noticing the latter's stunning cheeks turn slightly red, she herself couldn't help but chuckle secretly. But in the next moment, upon remembering her boyfriend's disappearance, her expression immediately became solemn and worried. It seems Lingyun has finished her retreat, came a light-hearted and happy voice from the phone. Brother, have you found Qi Tian? I found him. But his condition isn't very good. Qin Yu paused briefly, unwilling to deceive his sister because eventually, the truth would come out. What happened to Qi Tian? Is he? Qin Qing exclaimed, tensing up, unable to continue her sentence for fear of. Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. I've already treated Qi Tian. He's no longer in danger. He needs some time to recover. Qin Qing breathed a sigh of relief, tears flowing uncontrollably down her face, mingling with joy, relief, and a sense of relaxation after being stressed. Shun Lingyun and Xiao Yu also heard Qin Yu's words. The two women were equally delighted. They had both met Qi Tian before. He was a nice person. And since he was now Qin Qing's boyfriend, part of their own circle, naturally they were happy upon hearing that Qi Tian had been found and that he wasn't in mortal danger. Qi Tian and I are at the Mo family residence. Come over now. You can ask anyone for directions to the Mo family. All right, we'll come over immediately. Grandpa Mo, let's discuss the banquet later. My sisters are here. After ending the call, Qin Yu informed Mo Yin. Mo Yin nodded. I understand. Dr. Qin can reunite with his sister first, and we'll discuss the banquet another day. Mo Yin left with a group of clan members, leaving only Mo Chiu and her brother Mo Gaofei behind. Mo Yin understood clearly that if the Mo family wished to further cultivate Qin Yu's favor, then it could only be done through Mo Chiu and her brother. This time, he was surprisingly pleased with Mo Gaofei's performance, which seemed to earn Qin Yu's recognition. Though Qin Yu didn't say much about Mo Gaofei, from Qin Yu's demeanor towards Mo Gaofei, Mo Yin deduced everything. Therefore, he allowed Mo Gaofei to stay behind and accompany them. If it were before, he would have immediately driven Mo Gaofei out. This ungrateful child had ruined many important things for the Mo family. In less than an hour, Qin Qing, Shun Lingyun, and Xiao Yu arrived at the Mo family estate. Upon entering, Qin Qing immediately saw Qi Tian lying on the hospital bed, and instantly, tears streamed down her face. Although she had already learned over the phone that Qi Tian was in poor condition, she didn't expect it to be this severe. He was still unconscious. Under her brother's exceptional medical skills, the wounds on his body had healed, but the extensive injuries all over his body clearly indicated that Qi Tian must have suffered inhuman torture. To live like this is worse than death. This phrase immediately came to Qin Qing's mind. Though she couldn't fully understand what kind of pain he went through, she knew it must have been excruciatingly painful. Painful enough to make one want to die. How painful could it get? Qin Qing leaned over Qi Tian's chest and sobbed uncontrollably. Qin Yu did not step forward to console her, knowing that letting his sister cry at this moment would be better for her. As warriors, Shun Lingyun and Xiao Yu understood even more clearly how horribly Qi Tian had suffered. Mo Chiu watched Qin Qing grieving with deep guilt in her heart. She had already learned from Qin Yu that Qi Tian was tortured because of her husband's xuanhuan. Little Qing. In the midst of her cries, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Qin Qing paused, then quickly rose, realizing Qi Tian had just woken up. Qi Tian Yu, you're awake. She was filled with joy. Qin Yu, Shun Lingyun, Mo Chiu, and others were also delighted. How do you feel, Qi Tian? Where does it hurt? Tell me, I'll have my brother treat you right away. Qin was so excited that her words became incoherent. Little Qin, it's really you, Qi Tian said weakly, managing to force a faint smile on his haggard face. I thought I was captured. How did you guys come here? Hurry up and leave. The next second, Qi Tian panicked and urged them. Qi Tian, don't worry, my brother is here. Qin quickly moved to support the severely injured Qi Tian, her heart full of sympathy. With him here, you can rest assured. No one will dare to hurt you anymore. At this moment, Qi Tian looked up and saw Qin Yu standing behind Qin. Qin Yu's face now looked dark and terrifying. Chapter 168. Whatever you did to Qi Tian, I will do the same to you. Seeing Qin Yu, Qi Tian naturally felt very glad, but he immediately remembered a few days ago when he boasted in front of him that he would protect his sister, Qin, for the rest of his life. However, I'm sorry, big brother Qin Tian said weakly. You must have gone through a lot to find me. And he lightly licked his lips and continued. I said I would protect Qin, but now I can't even protect myself. I need everyone's help. Qin Yu looked at him deeply. No, I think you are truly extraordinary. Absolutely someone worth befriending. Even under torture worse than death, you never revealed anything about Xuanhuan. Just that point alone surpasses most people. Moreover, Ming Yuqing and them are not just warriors, they're sly. You had no way of dodging it. Within 7 days, you shouldn't blame yourself or feel any psychological burden. You really did an excellent job. Yes. Mo Gaofei immediately said beside them, nodding nonstop. At that time, I followed Dr. Qin to the scene. When I saw your condition, I was filled with fear. I thought then, if it were me, I probably would have told Ming Yuqing what they wanted right from the start. Qi Tian, you're awesome. He gave Qi Tian a thumbs up. Hearing what Mo Gaofei said, the tears Qin had barely stopped began flowing again. Qi Tian, didn't you suffer a lot back then? Sorry. Suddenly, a deep voice came, drawing everyone's attention to see Mo Chio. Mo Chio's eyes landed on Qin. If it weren't for my husband Xuanhuan, Qi Tian wouldn't have been targeted by Ming Yuqing and wouldn't have been beaten so badly. I apologize on behalf of Xuanhuan. She bowed deeply. Seeing this, Qin was quite surprised and quickly stopped her tears, hurriedly saying, Sister Chio, it's not like that. We can't blame big brother Zeng. Sister-in-law, Qi Tian lying on the bed also weakly spoke. This has nothing to do with big brother Zeng. Moreover, regardless of what happens with big brother Zeng, I will wholeheartedly help. Mo Gaofei slightly frowned. My relationship with my brother-in-law is still pretty good, but I rarely hear him mention you, Qi Tian. What kind of relationship do you have with my brother-in-law? In fact, ever since he learned that Qi Tian absolutely refused to cooperate with Ming Yuqing, he was curious. Just what kind of relationship could make Qi Tian act like that? Qin Yu was also curious. He'd felt since the beginning that the relationship between Qi Tian and Xuanhuan wasn't ordinary. Everyone looked at Qi Tian, listening as he weakly started speaking. My relationship with big brother Zeng could be described as a mix between teacher and friend. On a daily basis, we get along like good friends. But he's taught me many things, even teaching me martial arts. Mo Gaofei and Mo Chio, brother and sister, were astonished beyond expectation. Xuanhuan actually taught Qi Tian martial arts? Of course, they both already knew that Xuanhuan was not an ordinary person and definitely not the useless son-in-law people assumed him to be. Still, hearing that Xuanhuan taught others martial arts was rather surprising. After chatting a bit more in the room, Qin Yu suggested letting Qi Tian, who had just recovered a little, rest properly. Brother, I want to go take a look at that Ming Yuqing. A little while after walking out of the room, Qin suddenly said, her expression serious and angry. She clearly remembered this name because it was this person who hurt Qi Tian. After hearing this, Qin Yu was not surprised. Looking at his sister, he nodded and said, all right, I'll take you there now. The group went to one of the guest rooms at the Mo residence. Inside the room, Ming Yuqing sat on the chair, bound by nothing visible but completely unable to move. In fact, he couldn't move because Qin Yu had used special techniques to seal some of his acupoints. Shaking uncontrollably, Ming Yuqing was utterly terrified. Suddenly, he heard the door open and immediately turned his head. Seeing Qin Yu, Mo Gaofei, and a group of people enter, a few he didn't recognize. Dr. Qin, I know I've done wrong. Please let me go. As long as you spare my life, I'll serve you like cattle and horses, willing to do anything. Actually, it's not just serving as cattle or horses. Even if Qin Yu asked him to bend over and allow himself to be abused, he would agree, just to stay alive. Do people like you deserve to serve as cattle and horses under Dr. Qin? Mo Gaofei sneered. Qin Yu said nothing. His gaze quietly fell on his younger sister by his side. He noticed his sister's fierce expression at that moment, as if she wanted to kill Ming Yuqing. Xinling Yun also looked at Qin. She knew that before. Qin was just a naive little girl, and now facing the extraordinary martial artist world, she might feel a lot of pressure. Perhaps it would be difficult to adapt in the short term. Qin glared furiously at Ming Yuqing seated on the chair, and the hatred and murderous intent in her beautiful eyes became more intense bit by bit. Little sister, you can do whatever you want. After quite a while, as Qin remained silent, Qin Yu spoke up. Ming Yuqing followed everyone's gazes to look at Qin, feeling surprised in his heart. Is this Qin Yu's sister? He had already learned from Qin Yu that Qi Tian was his brother-in-law, meaning that this girl in front of him must be Qi Tian's girlfriend. Realizing this, Ming Yuqing felt completely chilled to the bone. Big brother, I need a knife, Qin said with solemnity. All right. Qin Yu nodded and took out a dagger from his person. A sharp intake of breath, Ming Yuqing's face changed drastically. A knife? Does she intend to kill me? As Qin Shing took the dagger, filled with fury, she slowly walked towards Ming Yuqing. I know I've done wrong. Please spare me. Ming Yuqing pleaded pitifully as Qin Shing approached. I can compensate Qi Tian. I will surely satisfy anything you ask for. You're right, you can satisfy my request, Qin Shing replied coldly. Because I want you dead. The moment these words were uttered, Ming Yuqing hadn't even had time to feel fear when he suddenly felt an excruciating pain piercing through his left thigh. Ah! He screamed in agony. Hearing the screams of pain, Qin Shing's slender hands trembled slightly. Although she was filled with hatred and the desire to kill towards Ming Yuqing, hearing the shrill cries of pain and seeing his pitiful state, she still couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant and afraid. But then, as she thought of how her boyfriend had been mistreated, Qin Shing's heart turned cold once again. Her gaze turned stern, and she lifted the dagger, furious. This is just the beginning. Whatever you did to Qi Tian, I will do the same to you. Uft. The sound of metal cutting through flesh quickly followed her words. Ming Yuqing cried out in relentless pain, nearly fainting, and sweat beads as large as beans streamed down from his forehead. As a former deputy master of the Heavenly Slaughter sect and a warrior who had suffered many injuries over the years, he had never experienced such pain as he was enduring now. It was unimaginable that after just 2 cuts, he was already in unbearable agony. It was truly hard to fathom how Qi Tian could have endured all the horrific tortures he inflicted. Chapter 169. A pain hundreds of times worse than a woman giving birth. Puqi. Qin Shing once again pulled out the dagger that was embedded in Ming Yuqing's other thigh. It was equivalent to stabbing him again, causing secondary damage. Ming Yuqing screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Shing looked at her blood-stained hands and the pool of blood on the ground. Her resolute heart could finally no longer hold out, and she felt shocked and couldn't bear to look directly. Even her hands started to tremble slightly. Seeing Qin Shing like this, Shun Lingyun felt unexpected and surprised. Is this the power of love? Can it make a simple maid become so cruel? For Qin Shing, this is probably considered cruel already. Shun Lingyun secretly thought in her heart. Sis. Qin Yu saw that Qin Shing seemed unable to continue, walked up to her, and lightly patted her shoulder. These 2 stabs are enough for you. The rest I'll handle for you. Rest assured, I will definitely make him wish he were dead. Qin Yu gently took the dagger from Qin Shing's hands. He knew that after these stabs, most of his sister's hatred had disappeared. Qin Shing nodded. All right, thank you, brother. She turned and walked out of the room. Shin Lingyun watched Qin Shing slowly leave the room, and then looked back at Qin Yu, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. Qin Yu, about the Wei family. If possible, don't act too quickly. Of course, I have no objection to you taking action against Wei Jiarong. I support you. After arriving at the Mo family, Qin Yu had already explained everything to them 3. And when Shin Lingyun heard that the Wei family was involved, she was taken aback. She told Qin Yu that she and the Wei family had some deep ties. Qin Yu understood Shin Lingyun and nodded, saying, no problem, I'll hold off on the Wei family for now. That I'll go keep Qin company. Shin Lingyun turned and also left the room, with Xiaoyu following behind her. Soon, the not-so-small room was left with only Qin Yu, Mo Gaofei, and Ming Yuqing who was still gritting his teeth in immense pain. At this point, Ming Yuqing no longer wanted to continue living. If he could, he'd rather die, whether by suicide or outright killing, as long as death awaited, no more torture. Just 2 cuts, and he couldn't even imagine what tortures lay ahead, how they might send him into excruciating cycles between life and death. Dr. Qin, I'm wrong. I really am wrong. Please kill me. Kill me right now. At this moment, Ming Yuqing fully realized that there was no way he'd leave here alive. He'd rather just die quick. He didn't want to be tortured anymore. Qin Yu sneered at him, his voice heavy. Imagine, originally Qi Tian must have also pleaded with you, asking you to simply kill him. But alas. Qin Yu paused, then abruptly changed his tone. Mr. Mo, do you know which parts of the human body hurt the most? Mo Gaofei shook his head. I don't know, Dr. Qin. He chuckled softly, knowing that whatever was coming from Ming Yuqing wouldn't be as simple as wishing for death. Qin Yu was a master physician. His familiarity with the human body was unrivaled throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. Upon hearing this, Ming Yuqing began showing signs of changing expressions. The ancients said that pain in 10 fingers connects straight to the heart. This is well-founded. Qin Yu continued. Our fingers and toes are the most flexible parts of our body because they contain the most sensitive nerve endings. Stimulating them past a certain level causes intense sensations of pain. After listening to this, Mo Gaofei agreed. That's true. The more flexible an area is, the more sensitive and active its nerves must be. Humans' perception of pain is generally categorized into 10 levels. Level 1 is the lightest, while level 10 represents the severest pain. Natural childbirth is arguably the worst pain a person can endure, reaching level 10. What's he getting at? Ming Yuqing's heart also began to beat faster. Overwhelmed with fear, would he possibly be forced to experience the pain of a woman giving birth? But damn, I'm a man. But there's another kind of pain that surpasses the pain of childbirth. It's dozens, even hundreds of times stronger. Mo Gaofei suddenly widened his eyes, extremely curious. Dr. Qin, what sort of pain could reach such a terrifying degree? Indeed, he'd never heard of anything like it, but he had absolutely no doubts. After all, Qin Yu is the greatest medical expert around. Similarly, Ming Yuqing did not doubt any words spoken by Qin Yu. Doctors inherently understand the intricacies of the human body, let alone Qin Yu, who was no ordinary doctor. Scared now, panicking. Dr. Qin, please, just kill me. Kill me. Ming Yuqing suddenly felt like his wounds on both thighs weren't painful anymore. He screamed and shouted, yet his body remained completely motionless. Qin Yu had deliberately ensured that Ming Yuqing's body couldn't move, but he was still able to speak. Qin Yu glared coldly at Ming Yuqing. This is the consequence for daring to harm someone close to me. Ming Yuqing was utterly dejected and cried out, Divine Dr. Qin, back then I didn't know that Qi Tian would be your future brother-in-law. Kill me, please, Divine Dr. Qin. Your grace is boundless. Just kill me, Divine Doctor. I'm scared of pain. To hell with you. It's none of my concern if you didn't know. You harmed someone close to me, and with such cruel methods. Naturally, I have to pay you back in kind. Don't worry, I promised I wouldn't kill you. Today is just the start. More is coming after. The human central nervous system is very intriguing. Upon hearing these words about the central nervous system, Ming Yuqing involuntarily shivered. It already sounded terrifying, and what if Qin Yu did something to him? He didn't dare think further. Divine Dr. Qin, earlier you said that there's a kind of pain which surpasses childbirth dozens or even hundreds of times over. What exactly is it? Mo Gaofei asked at this moment. Qin Yu hadn't forgotten to warn Ming Yuqing that his suffering would only get worse later. Testicles. Testicles? Mo Gaofei stared blankly at Qin Yu, stunned, completely baffled. Testicles? How could testicles hurt worse than childbirth by dozens or even hundreds of times? His mind struggled to comprehend this. Ming Yuqing, equally confused and panicked, also found himself lost in thought. He quickly brainstormed possibilities, but simply couldn't picture what sort of unimaginable agony testicle pain could bring. Then, suddenly Ming Yuqing's eyes widened as he realized something, his face drastically changing. Could it be? Chapter 170, Wei Jinxiang's Banquet. 2 balls. If these 2 balls were hit violently, the excruciating pain would indeed be extremely terrifying, absolutely much more painful than childbirth. Ming Yuqing naturally understood this. But as to how many times more painful than childbirth, he had no way of knowing. Anyway, it was extremely, extremely painful. Instantly, Ming Yuqing's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately begged for mercy. Master Qin, please kill me. I beg you to kill me. He pleaded bitterly. However, Qin Yu remained unmoved, casting a cold glance at him. From your perspective, there are indeed aspects worthy of forgiveness. You didn't know beforehand that Qi Tian would become my future brother-in-law. Yes. Ming Yuqing nodded after hesitating for half a second. His face lit up with joy, seemingly seeing hope for survival. Nevertheless, but you still injured Qi Tian severely, which is unforgivable. Reap what you have sown. Today you will bear the consequences. No, Master Qin. Ming Yuqing cried out loud. Qin Yu turned around, ignoring him, and slapped Mo Gaofei beside him. Don't let me down. Rest assured, Master Qin, I will make you satisfied. Mo Gaofei nodded. He knew very well that this was his chance to turn things around, his best opportunity to shed the label of a useless playboy and gain recognition from his family and grandfather. Regardless of the reasons, Qin Yu was now giving him an opportunity and recognizing him. He must take advantage of this excellent opportunity. Mo Gaofei's gaze fell on Ming Yuqing, who was immobilized under control, revealing an unprecedented look of ruthlessness in his eyes. He thought inwardly, it's not just Ming Yuqing. Even if the King of Heaven himself came tonight, I would kill him. Resist and perish, defy and be exterminated. Ming Yuqing also noticed Mo Gaofei's gaze, feeling a chilling fear rising from the bottom of his heart, spreading instantly throughout his body. Qin Yu walked out of the room. Before he could walk far, he already heard Ming Yuqing's cries like a pig being slaughtered. He looked back at the room once, nodded in satisfaction, and then quickly strode toward the villa gate. He had already instructed Mo Chiu to find out Wei Jinxiang's movements and learned that the latter would be hosting a banquet at Tangyuan Restaurant in Jiangxing that day, so he headed there immediately. Tangyuan Restaurant, a 5-star luxurious hotel covering nearly 1,000 square meters, located in this land valued as gold Jiangxing, was something not ordinary people could achieve. It could be seen from here that the person behind Tangyuan Restaurant must also be extraordinarily complicated. The restaurant had a total of 5 floors, and the entire top floor was booked for tonight. In front of the hotel was a huge parking lot filled with various kinds of luxury cars and famous vehicles. Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, McLaren, and others, each car worth not less than 10 million. Quite a few prominent figures of Jiangxing had arrived, each accompanied by beautiful women, prettier and sexier than entertainment circle celebrities. As for some women who came alone, they were dressed incredibly seductively. Even if they couldn't gain the favor of the host tonight, getting the attention of any man attending the banquet would be enough to skyrocket their lives. At this moment, the manager of Tangyuan Restaurant personally went to the kitchen, reminding the head chef and other chefs. Master Tang, all chefs, stay alert tonight. There cannot be any mistakes. The manager, Tang Yuanshan, said seriously to the group of white uniformed chefs. Our restaurant is hosting a banquet for Wei Jiqiang, the young master of Wei family tonight. You don't need me to say what kind of family the Wei clan is. Master Tang's expression changed as well. He had already heard that an extremely important guest was coming to his hotel tonight, but he didn't expect it to actually be one of the 6 great families of Jiangxing, the Wei family. Although Wei Jinxiang wasn't given due importance within his clan, still, he belonged to the Wei family and held a non-trivial status. His current situation within the Wei clan was only due to his own personality, yet it was someone we cannot afford to offend. Manager Tang, don't worry. I will be vigilant and oversee everyone thoroughly, said Tang Yuanshan, nodding, glancing at Master Tang. He felt quite reassured with this cook who has been at Tangyuan Restaurant for over 20 years. You can begin. I'll go upstairs and see if there's anything I can help with. It turns out that someone from the Wei family has rented the entire top floor of our hotel. The Wei family, one of the 6 great families in Jiangxing. The Wei family's influence is indisputable, though regarding Wei Jinxiang, well, some people are just born lucky. Yeah, if he weren't from the Wei family, with his not masculine behavior, even dogs would ignore him. Sigh, never expected that after studying culinary arts for 10 years, I'd end up cooking for someone so effeminate. Shut up. After Tang Yuanshan left, the chefs in the kitchen immediately started talking ill of Wei Jinxiang and were quickly scolded by Master Tang. Are the Wei family members someone we can talk about behind their backs? If you all want to die, don't drag me or the boss along. Shut your mouths and get back to work immediately. If I hear anyone discussing tonight's event again, I will fire them on the spot. With Master Tang's angry reprimand, everyone immediately stopped talking, turned around, and quickly returned to their positions, instantly immersing themselves in work. At this time, on the top floor of Tangyuan restaurant, a banquet hall covering over 1,000 square meters was bustling with numerous successful individuals, both men and women, who had arrived early. Has young Master Wei arrived yet? I'm eager to catch a glimpse of young Master Wei's charm. How? Your words sound like sarcasm. It feels like you're mocking young Master Wei. Holy, you don't know, do you? Young Master Wei recently gained the recognition and importance of his family. If I had said those words before, you could think I was mocking him, but now, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, chuckled twice at the end. Yes, I've heard that too. Suddenly, another man beside him interjected. Apparently, young Master Wei did something that greatly satisfied the entire Wei family, thereby gaining the clan's approval. What major accomplishment did young Master Wei achieve? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Even before Wei Jinxiang arrived, hundreds of people in the banquet hall were already discussing it. And just at that moment, a figure emerged from the back, none other than Wei Jinxiang himself. Young Master Wei has arrived. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, and everyone looked up upon hearing the cry, indeed seeing that familiar figure. Dressed in a pink suit, with long hair tied up for the evening, he had a thin face coated with thick foundation, looking very pale, even whiter than many women. Wei Jinxiang was once again dressed up, as if he were a woman. Chapter 171, A Huge Gift. Mr. Wei, you have excellent demeanor. Mr. Wei, hello. Mr. Wei. As Wei Jinxiang appeared, hundreds of people in the large banquet hall quickly gathered around, shouting to him, their tone filled with respect and flattery. Wei Jinxiang listened and felt extremely pleased inside. At the same time, seeing hundreds of distinguished figures from Jiangxing present, he also felt quite arrogant. He thoroughly enjoyed this moment. He fully understood that if it were earlier, this would have been impossible. Good. Wei Jinxiang constantly nodded to those coming and responded with a smile. I am very happy and honored that you could attend the banquet I've hosted. Mr. Wei is too humble. Yes, Mr. Wei, your statement should be reversed. We are the ones who feel honored to attend your banquet. Congratulations to Mr. Wei. From now on, you will surely rise rapidly. Right, Mr. Wei's status within the Wei family will surely become increasingly prosperous. Each person continued speaking. In fact, many of them were sincere. These people knew that Wei Jinxiang was indeed a person of indeterminate gender, but that was his sexual orientation or simply his character, something innate that couldn't fundamentally change. But Wei Jinxiang never gave up. He always worked hard to gain recognition and acceptance from the Wei family. He wasn't what the outside world rumored, a strange person or a waste. After so many years of effort, he finally got what he wanted. Wei Jinxiang, after interacting with so many kinds of people and even spirits for years, could naturally tell which words were sincere and which were hypocritical. For those insincere compliments, Wei Jinxiang didn't care at all and was even somewhat delighted. It's very simple. You people who have opinions and views about me can only speak these insincere praises to my face, proving that I am already successful. And in turn, I can directly scold you, or even force you to leave the venue. Wei Jinxiang chuckled coldly in his heart. Just as Wei Jinxiang had thought, there were quite a few people here who looked down on him in their hearts, but, due to the Wei family's strength, they had to lower themselves and fawn over Wei Jinxiang. Just at this moment, a figure slowly walked in. With the appearance of this figure, the entire venue instantly became quiet, and everyone looked over. Wei Jin, one of the Wei family's retainers, a martial arts grandmaster, with unimaginable power. Everyone was extremely surprised, not expecting someone like Wei Jin, a martial arts grandmaster, to appear at Wei Jinxiang's banquet. Even though Wei Jin was a retainer of the Wei family, his role was different from ordinary retainers. Normally within the Wei family, he wouldn't give any consideration to certain individuals, except for those core clan members. And Wei Jinxiang, although he had gained some degree of recognition in the Wei family now, he was still far from being one of the core clan members. Not only were the outsiders surprised, but Wei Jinxiang himself was also extremely surprised and astonished. He pushed through the crowd in front of him and walked over quickly. Root Master Jin, Lord Jinxiang. Wei Jin smiled and nodded. This is what the master sent for you. Wei Jinxiang received what appeared to be a scroll painting with both hands. I'll help you open it. Wei Jin grabbed one end and stepped back. Before Wei Jinxiang could react, he saw the item opened in his hands, revealing a painting. Under the clear blue sky, a giant eagle soared gracefully in the air. On the side of the painting were a few characters. Eagle soars across the vast sky. They were written in bold, flowing strokes. Eagle soars across the vast sky? Wei Jinxiang murmured to himself, staring at the painting in his hands, lost in deep thought. Lord Jinxiang, Master hopes that from now on, you can be like this eagle, soaring through the vast skies. Wei Jin said, showing a rare smile. Wei Jinxiang raised his head to look at Wei Jin across from him, feeling happiness and excitement. Is grandfather suggesting? Yes. Wei Jin nodded. Our master has also acknowledged you, Lord Jinxiang. So, continue to work hard. How others outside evaluate you, that's their matter. The mouths are on others' faces. We can't control how they speak. Be yourself. The master and the Wei family will definitely recognize you. Wei Jinxiang nodded emphatically. All right, I will continue to work hard. Please convey to grandfather that I won't let him down. This scene left hundreds of onlookers both surprised and shocked. Especially those who didn't fully understand Wei Jinxiang felt even more amazed. With this development, Wei Jinxiang's position within the Wei family might likely skyrocket. The Wei family, particularly Elder Wei, will certainly heavily utilize Wei Jinxiang in the future. Starting now, the attitude towards Wei Jinxiang must genuinely be changed. In the banquet hall, most made their decisions silently in their hearts. Congratulations, young Master Wei. You will surely soar to great heights in the future. Congratulations, young Master Wei. Your years of hard work have finally been recognized by Elder Wei and the family. Young Master Wei, you have finally passed through the dark times and welcomed the dawn. I believe young Master Wei will definitely have a bright future. Once again, everyone congratulated Wei Jinxiang. However, this time no one was flattering him. The recognition Wei Jinxiang received from the Wei family and the obvious regard shown by Elder Wei were already very clear. At this point, anyone who still looked down on Wei Jinxiang would be courting disaster. Listening to the sincere congratulations sentence by sentence, Wei Jinxiang felt deeply moved, even more so than before. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of bitterness. All his efforts over so many years had not been in vain. Just as the atmosphere was warm and joyful, the banquet hall's door suddenly opened, and a large box covered with red cloth was pushed in by two waiters. Seeing this, everyone was startled and puzzled. What is this gift? So big. Who sent it over? This is truly a massive gift. I'm extremely curious. What kind of present could be inside? Everyone murmured among themselves, all brimming with curiosity. Wei Jinxiang first glanced at the giant gift for a few moments, then turned his head to look at Wei Jin beside him. But he saw Wei Jin shake his head. He frowned in confusion. Who could have sent me such an enormous gift? Despite his puzzlement, there was much more excitement and anticipation in his heart. After all, he was no longer the person he used to be. His current self had earned the family's acknowledgement and grandfather's approval, as evidenced by the painting specifically crafted for him. Could it be from some important elder within the clan? He then looked at the two waiters. Do you know who sent this gift? The two waiters shook their heads. Young Master Wei, we don't know. The person just asked the hotel to push it in here and only said it's from your friend. They also said that young Master Wei should personally pull off the red cloth. Yes, that person mentioned it would greatly surprise you and assured us you would absolutely love it. After hearing what the two waiters had to say, Wei Jinxiang grew even more anticipatory. Chapter 172. Is there something meaningful? Sila. A large red strip of cloth was torn off, revealing a huge glass box. It was transparent, and the object inside was clearly visible. SSI. However, when they realized what was inside, everyone present inhaled sharply. This is Ming Yuqing, one of the deputy leaders of the Sha sect from 2 days ago. He was quite a ruthless man, and now he's been dealt with this way. Not that. I'm more curious about who would dare to do this. Many people immediately recognized the person inside the glass box as Ming Yuqing. The next moment, they noticed all of Ming Yuqing's injuries, which were too horrifying to look at. But the most shocking fact was, Ming Yuqing's testicles had already been cut off. At this point, everyone instantly understood something and turned their gazes towards Wei Jinxiang, the protagonist of the evening. Whether it was for the purpose of the gift or its implied meaning, everyone instantly knew that this was obviously aimed at Wei Jinxiang. People on site noticed that Wei Jinxiang's expression changed, and he appeared somewhat nervous. However, what everyone couldn't understand was why Wei Jinxiang didn't show anger and rage, but rather looked scared. No one knew the relationship between Ming Yuqing and Wei Jinxiang, so no one could comprehend why Wei Jinxiang wasn't angry at this moment. Wei Jinxiang immediately understood everything after seeing this grand gift, especially after noticing Ming Yuqing's castration. Initially, although he hadn't personally gone to check how Ming Yuqing and his subordinates handled the man named Qi Tian from Yun City, he had indeed heard Ming Yuqing mention it. It was evident that after torturing Ming Yuqing, they sent him over here directly targeting himself. A reminder. In that instant, Wei Jinxiang became terrified internally. The fact that someone could deal with Ming Yuqing meant they were not an ordinary person. The Mo family? He immediately thought of the most likely culprit. Could it be that the Mo family found out he had sought Ming Yuqing's help to deal with xuanhuan? High possibility. Wei Jinxiang glanced at Ming Yuqing and realized the situation. Looking for death. Knowing it was Wei Xiao's joyous banquet tonight. You dare to bring such a thing. The Wei Xiao today is not comparable to the past. Wei Xiao must find out the one behind this, eliminate them, and thus inform the entire Jiang city that you are not the same person you used to be. Somebody seized this perfect opportunity and started to flatter. However, Wei Jinxiang showed no response. In reality, he was still trying to process everything, worried that his collaboration with Ming Yuqing might be exposed. Wei Jin silently seethed with anger as he glanced at Wei Jinxiang, who seemed lost in thoughts, feeling a tinge of disappointment rise within him. At such a critical moment, no matter what happened secretly, Wei Jinxiang should have remained composed even if facing insurmountable odds. Instead, Wei Jinxiang had completely lost his bearings. Wei Jin decided not to waste any more time on him. Such an incident was not only related to Wei Jinxiang, but also tarnished their family's reputation, the Wei family. If this incident weren't handled well, the Wei family, as one of the 6 major families in Jiang City, would lose all face. You two, immediately fetch Tang Yuanshan here, Wei Jin said solemnly to 2 service staff members who were equally shocked. The 2 staff members hesitated momentarily before reacting. Hastily, they said, "All right, Master Wei, we will go call the manager right away." With that, they bolted out of the banquet hall, as if escaping a dire situation. They had assumed they would die here since this act of openly humiliating Wei Jinxiang and the Wei family was extremely bold. In less than 5 minutes, Tang Yuanshan hurriedly arrived at the banquet hall, casting a quick glance at Ming Yuqing in the glass box before rushing to Wei Jin. "Sorry, Master Wei. Sorry, young Master Wei." He bowed deeply to both, incessantly apologizing. "It was my oversight in work, leading to this event happening." Sorry. Tang Yuanshan could only continuously say sorry, unsure of what else to say. How could he beg the other party to spare his life? He was also very unlucky, knowing that this night was Wei Jinxiang's feast and being exceptionally vigilant, yet never expecting the so-called friend of Wei Jinxiang delivering a gift to actually deliver such a thing. What agony! Tang Jin did not respond immediately, instead asking Wei Jinxiang, "Young Lord Jiantao, what do you think we should do now?" At this point, Wei Jinxiang's mind was blank. It was the first time he had encountered something like this, someone daring to challenge him so outright. And it was done in such a straightforward confrontational manner. "Uncle Jin, whatever you decide to do, I'll follow your lead." After hearing this, Wei Jin felt even more disappointed. He had given Wei Jinxiang enough time to recover, yet unexpectedly, he still hadn't come back to his senses. Lord must be disappointed if he knows this, right? Sighing in his heart, he looked at Tang Yuanshan and asked seriously, "Do you know who sent this over?" Tang Yuanshan shook his head, stammering in response, "I don't recognize him. He said he was a friend of Master Wei, so I didn't dare to ask more." Wei Jin furrowed his brows, naturally annoyed but suppressing his anger. "Then, what does the person look like roughly? Is it a man or a woman, a young person or a middle-aged one? You should be able to see that clearly, right?" Tang Yuanshan nodded immediately. "I saw clearly, it's a young man." "A young man?" Wei Jin was puzzled again. With just this bit of information, it was impossible to guess the person's identity. He glanced at Wei Jinxiang beside him and saw that the latter also had a puzzled expression, realizing that Wei Jinxiang couldn't figure out the person's identity either. He exhaled deeply, feeling increasingly dissatisfied, thinking that he must tell the old master about this incident after tonight. After hearing the conversation between Wei Jin and Tang Yuanshan, everyone present was puzzled and curious, wondering who dared to send such a thing. A cowardly act, doing things yet hiding behind the scenes, not daring to step forward. Wei Jin suddenly burst out angrily, "But you can't hide in Jiang City forever. To challenge the Wei family is asking for death." He was confident that with the powerful strength of his Wei family, finding this person wouldn't be too difficult. It was simple. Since the person sent the item to the hotel, they must have been captured on the hotel surveillance cameras. "Manager Tang, you immediately let the employees copy the surveillance video. I want to see exactly who this person is." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuanshan came to a sudden realization, hastily saying, Right, I'll go handle it personally right away." Just now, knowing how big the incident was, his mind had frozen, unconsciously forgetting this detail. "Excellent. I want to see if Wei Jinxiang is such a coward." As Tang Yuanshan turned around, before he could even take a step out, suddenly a mocking laugh sounded from outside the banquet hall door. Chapter 173. Who was picking a fight between the 2 families? As the voice trailed off, everyone present was startled, surprised, and looked toward the entrance. When they saw who had arrived, their expressions shifted to a mix of unexpectedness and bewilderment. Wei Jinxiang and Wei Jin were equally surprised. It turned out to be Mo Gaofei, the young master of the Mo family. Tang Yuanshan had originally been about to berate the newcomer in an attempt to gain some favor with Wei Jin and Wei Jinxiang. However, upon seeing it was Mo Gaofei, he quickly swallowed his words. The Mo family's formidable power in Jiangxing wasn't something he could afford to offend. After a moment's thought, Tang Yuanshan swiftly moved aside. He couldn't offend either side, so let these 2 families deal with it themselves. When Wei Jinxiang saw Mo Gaofei, he became increasingly certain that his dealings with Ming Yuqing had been exposed. He began to panic, fearing that if word got out about how he had asked Ming Yuqing to confront xuanhuan, his grandfather might become angry. Wei Jin cast a third covert glance at Wei Jinxiang. Upon noticing that the latter avoided eye contact and appeared anxious, Wei Jin knew that whatever this business was, it was not simple. However, it was too late now for him to just abandon the situation. Besides, what happened tonight would certainly tarnish their family's reputation as well. "Is this someone you sent, Mo Gaofei?" He pointed at the glass box containing Ming Yuqing and questioned. Accompanying Qin Yu, Mo Gaofei answered with calmness, even though he recognized Wei Jin as the Wu Dao master of the Wei family, showing no fear. "Certainly, I am the one who sent him." Wei Jin paused, clearly not expecting such a straightforward answer from Mo Gaofei. "What do you mean by this, young Master Mo? Are you trying to incite a war between the Mo family and our Wei family?" Mo Gaofei scoffed. "Am I the one provoking a war between the Mo family and your Wei family?" Turning to Wei Jinxiang, who hadn't spoken yet, he asked, "Wei Jinxiang, do you think that what Master Wei said is correct? Do you believe it's me who provoked a war between our 2 families?" Wei Jinxiang suddenly raised his head, looking at Mo Gaofei, hesitating before saying anything. Wei Jin also glanced at Wei Jinxiang, finding his demeanor more and more suspicious. It grew clear that Wei Jinxiang had definitely been involved in something underhanded. Even though Wei Jin didn't know the specifics yet, it surely wasn't good. Still, Wei Jin understood all too well that they couldn't allow Wei Jinxiang to get into trouble right now. Any issue with him would implicate their entire Wei family. Young Master Mo, it's evident that you're the one stirring up trouble, Wei Jin coldly stated. Considering there has never been conflict between our two families in the past, you should immediately take Ming Yuqing and leave. And I will pretend nothing ever happened. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room realized that Wei Jin did not want to start any conflict. It appeared Wei Jinxiang had some hidden secrets concerning Ming Yuqing. Mo Gaofei laughed and shook his head. Master Wei, this does not seem like the behavior of a Wu Dao master. Reasonably speaking, shouldn't you have already slapped me dead by now? Or at least given me a serious lesson? Why are you allowing me to leave peacefully? Angered inwardly, Wei Jin wanted nothing more than to kill Mo Gaofei with a single slap, but without fully knowing the situation yet, he didn't dare act rashly against Mo Gaofei. After all, Mo Gaofei was the young master of the Mo family. Though considered a wasteful playboy, still, as the Mo family's heir, he wasn't to be touched lightly. Don't push your luck, Mo Gaofei, Wei Jin retorted sharply. I'm showing respect for your grandfather's standing. But if you keep acting this way, don't blame me for being unfriendly. At this moment, Mo Gaofei glanced once again at Qin Yu beside him, feeling calm and assured. With Dr. Qin here, I'm not afraid of you in the slightest. He responded with a laugh. Master Wei, please don't give my old man any special consideration. You can kill me if you like. Before that, however, I'd like to tell everyone something. Everyone present became curious. What thing? Naturally, it concerns Ming Yuqing. What kind of relationship exists between Wei Jinxiang and Ming Yuqing? A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Secretly, Wei Jinxiang, you hired Ming Yuqing to target my brother-in-law, Xuanhuan, driving him to jump off a cliff, leaving his fate unknown. Mo Gaofei declared solemnly. For this, you owe both me and the Mo family an explanation. Otherwise, we, the Mo family, will absolutely go to war with your Wei family. Gulp. Wei Jinxiang's heart jolted as he stared fearfully at Mo Gaofei. Indeed, Mo Gaofei had discovered his connection to the matter. How did this happen? The disappearance of Mo's groom was actually orchestrated behind the scenes by Wei Jinxiang. Unbelievable, it's Wei Jinxiang. No, I've never heard of Ming Yuqing confronting Xuanhuan. That's right, and I can't see Wei Jinxiang's motive for doing this either. People around started discussing fervently. Wei Jin glanced at Wei Jinxiang and, seeing his panic and reluctance to speak, realized that perhaps Wei Jinxiang was the mastermind behind this. If that were the case, there would be serious trouble. The Mo family's son-in-law had been harmed by their own Wei family master, and the Mo's wouldn't let it slide easily. It must absolutely not be acknowledged. Wei Jin understood. Most likely, it was Wei Jinxiang. However, without concrete evidence, they could die but never admit. He coldly opened his mouth. Lord Mo can eat whatever he likes, but words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. You're defaming Master Wei of our family. Moreover, delivering such items in such an occasion clearly shows a lack of respect for our Wei family. Since that's how it is, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he shot out a palm, and a gust of energy visible to the naked eye surged towards Mo Gaofei. Everyone's expression shifted. This was the hallmark of a grandmaster. Grandmaster Wei Jin had made his move. Was this the start of a war between the two families? The attacker was a martial grandmaster, and the one struck was Lord Mo Gaofei of the Mo family, both highly representative figures within their respective clans. They weren't just ordinary clan members. Wei Jinxiang was surprised too, as he hadn't expected Grandmaster Wei Jin to inquire about anything from him from beginning to end. Now, even more so, Wei Jin was directly attacking Mo Gaofei. Confronted with the surging force, Mo Gaofei stood motionless, showing no signs of fear or alarm. The onlookers thought Mo Gaofei hadn't reacted in time since the attacker was none other than a martial grandmaster. But in the next moment, the crowd saw a young man standing beside Mo Gaofei make his move. With one sweeping palm, the young man blocked the forceful energy heading toward Mo Gaofei. Then, the formidable surge of force was effortlessly dissipated, totally neutralized, leaving neither the young man nor Mo Gaofei the slightest bit injured. Hissing, the spectators' eyes widened in astonishment as they stared at the young man. Could this young man also be a martial grandmaster? Wei Jin frowned, feeling both unexpected and shocked. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Qin Yu. It was indeed Qin Yu who had countered and nullified the powerful force. Chapter 174, Cold and Ruthless. Looking at this scene, everyone was utterly shocked, each of them looking as if they had seen a ghost. One who could effortlessly defuse a blow from a martial arts master. Everyone understood that this person must also be a martial arts master. But isn't he too young? He looks to be barely in his early 20s. Since entering the banquet hall, he hadn't spoken a word. It was assumed that he was merely the bodyguard for the spoiled young master Mo Gaofei, but no one expected him to be a martial master. A martial master as a bodyguard? Even the powerful Mo family didn't possess such strength. Apparently, this mysterious young man wasn't so simple. Those outsiders were able to understand this, and naturally, Wei Jinxiang and Wei Jin from the Wei family of the Lu great families also saw it. However, what puzzled the two of them was why a martial master would help the Mo family. And not just any martial master, but an exceptionally talented one. A martial master in their early 20s. Did such a person even exist in the entire Zhujiang city? At least, according to the information Wei Jinxiang and Wei Jin had, there was no one like that. With these thoughts, Wei Jinxiang became even more alarmed. If they were up against a highly skilled martial master, then the situation would become even more complicated and troublesome. At this moment, Wei Jin realized even more clearly that there was no point in counting on Wei Jinxiang for help. Even if Wei Jinxiang didn't hinder things, it would already be a blessing. He interjected actively, looking at Qin Yu. Young sir, where are you from? In fact, our Wei family does not have any major conflicts with the Mo family. And you don't need to take sides with the Mo family either. Mo Gaofei couldn't help but laugh. Wei Jin, are you scared? You're refusing to side with my Mo family. Actually, there's no need to take sides with my Mo family. This person is merely helping themselves get justice. Get justice? Upon hearing these 4 words, Wei Jin immediately glared, abruptly turning his head to look at Wei Jinxiang beside him. This time, Wei Jinxiang also looked bewildered and aggrieved, quickly speaking up. No, I haven't offended this martial master youth. Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Wei Jin came to his senses, thinking about Wei Jinxiang's usual behavior and character. Despite all his efforts, Wei Jinxiang truly did not seem to have the audacity to offend someone like a martial master. Sir, is there some misunderstanding here? Wei Jin turned around and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu coldly said, misunderstanding? He glanced at Wei Jinxiang. Qi Tian, whom Ming Yuqing abducted and tortured, is going to be my future brother-in-law. Ask him, is this a misunderstanding? Gulp. Wei Jinxiang's heart thudded hard, his eyes flickering. Of course, he knew that Ming Yuqing had captured Qi Tian to torture him in order to confirm Xuanhuan's murder of Tianjin. But he never imagined that Qi Tian, who appeared to have no notable background, was actually the brother-in-law of the immensely talented martial master standing right before him. This really means inviting death. Noticing Wei Jinxiang's reaction, Wei Jin realized that what he said was true. Moreover, he also realized that this matter could not be easily brushed aside with a few words. And he worried that this person might keep pressing the issue. A martial master in their early 20s must certainly have an immensely powerful force behind him. Wei Jin thought of those deep-rooted reclusive martial art families capable of achieving such feats. If it was one of the martial art families, then it definitely was not something their Wei family could contend with. May I ask your esteemed name, young sir? Wei Jin's tone conveyed respect. Although the earlier strike hadn't been delivered with full force, the other party had still easily nullified it. He had already figured out that he was absolutely no match. When Wei Jin asked Qin Yu for his surname and given name, his intention was to know about the power behind him to report back to the elder of the Wei family. Qin Yu from Cloud City. Sigh. As soon as these words were spoken, the large banquet hall echoed with gasps of breath. I didn't expect that he was Qin Shini from Cloud City. Holy crap. I've always been curious to catch a glimpse of Qin Shini, and now this is him. Is he lying? I think he's probably telling the truth. He is Qin Shini. How do you know? Have you seen Qin Shini before? The person shook his head. A martial master in his early 20s, besides Qin Shini. Who else could it be? Everyone nodded in agreement. Wei Jinxiang's face turned ashen, staring blankly at Qin Yu, mouth slightly agape. He never would have guessed that he had angered Qin Shini, whose influence was surging recently. I'm dead. I'm dead. This time I am surely doomed. Wei Jinxiang felt panic in his chest, sneaking a glance at Wei Jin, but found that Wei Jin wasn't even looking at him. At this moment, Wei Jin was also feeling tight inside. Of course, he had heard of the great reputation and achievements of Qin Shini from Cloud City. Oh, it turns out to be Dr. Qin. I failed to recognize a true mountain. Please forgive me, Dr. Qin. Mo Gaofei smirked. Don't give Dr. Qin all this nonsense. New paragraph starts here. Wei Jin, let me ask you this. Now that Wei Jinxiang has offended Dr. Qin's future brother-in-law, are you planning to protect him and oppose Dr. Qin? Mo Gaofei felt like he was at the peak of his life right now, confronting a martial arts grandmaster, a scenario unimaginable in the past. It was all because of Dr. Qin. What a great benefactor. Dr. Qin is my benefactor. Mo Gaofei's heart was filled with excitement. He clearly understood that if he could seize this opportunity well, there would surely be no limits to his rise. Especially if he could associate himself with Dr. Qin, it would mean unparalleled prestige and power. Wei Jin was irritated inside, glancing at Mo Gaofei who was giving him orders as if nothing mattered. If not for Qin Yu here, being a martial arts grandmaster, he wouldn't have hesitated to either kill or cripple this guy. But under the current situation, he had to endure. Dr. Qin, you've got it wrong. Wei Jin forced out a smile. As for Xuanhuan's issue, especially the matter involving your brother-in-law, Dr. Qin, it is entirely Wei Jinxiang's own doing and has nothing to do with our Wei family. Before this, our entire Wei family was completely unaware of it. At these words, Wei Jinxiang immediately turned pale with anger. Wei Jin, what nonsense are you talking about? How can this have nothing to do with the Wei family? Obviously. Shut up. Wei Jin loudly reprimanded, cutting Wei Jinxiang off mid-sentence. Everyone in Jiang City knows that you, Wei Jinxiang, are just an abandoned piece of trash to the Wei family. Whatever you've done before, the Wei family has never bothered to inquire or give any support. In fact, on many occasions, our Wei family has openly declared outside that you are not part of our clan. As these words echoed, hundreds of bigwigs present from Jiang City couldn't help but sigh heavily in their hearts. Most pitied Wei Jinxiang. This Wei Jin turned his face quicker than turning a page. Just moments ago, he personally brought over a painting made by Wei family's elder himself, praising Wei Jinxiang highly. But when he found out Wei Jinxiang had offended the formidable Dr. Qin, he immediately disassociated himself, even claiming Wei Jinxiang wasn't part of the Wei family. Everyone knew clearly that Wei Jin's stance represented Elder Wei's stance. And Elder Wei's stance was the Wei family's stance. Chapter 175, Undercurrents Stirring. Following Wei Jin's speech, there was a sudden uproar among everyone present. Despite being only an honorary elder and not a direct member of the Wei family, Wei Jin was a martial arts master who had served the Wei family for many years. His status far exceeded that of most core clan members. His stance reflected the Wei family's stance, meaning Wei Jin and the Wei family had abandoned Wei Jinxiang in the face of the famed Qin medic from Yin City. The crowd lamented the cold-bloodedness of large clans, while simultaneously marveling at Qin Yu's formidable strength. It was obvious that Wei Jin was scared and intimidated. Otherwise, no matter how inept Wei Jinxiang might be, Wei Jin wouldn't abandon him so openly in front of so many people. After hearing this, Wei Jinxiang was furious, pointing at Wei Jin and angrily cursing. Wei Jin, you're nothing but a dog kept by our Wei family. What makes you qualified to say such things? My grandfather has already started paying attention to me. Once we return, I will definitely report every detail of your actions tonight to the old man. Wei Jin chuckled coldly. You better worry about walking out of this banquet hall alive first. He turned around and looked at Qin Yu on the opposite side. Divine Medic Qin, let me be frank with you. Our master has always wanted to pay you a visit. Unbelievably, it seems now that both our sides have caused conflict between each other like a great flood washing into the Dragon King's temple. Divine Medic Qin, may I ask when would be convenient for you, so my master and I can come to visit you formally? SSS. Everyone present felt a chill running down their spines. If even the patriarch of the Wei family wanted to visit Divine Medic Qin, then Wei Jinxiang was surely as good as dead. Hearing this string of words, Wei Jinxiang's complexion changed drastically. Truthfully, he wasn't aware of his grandfather's intentions and didn't know that his grandfather wanted to visit Qin Yu. If what Wei Jin said was true, then, thinking about this, Wei Jinxiang couldn't help but draw a deep breath inwardly. His heart suddenly felt ice cold. Divine Medic Qin, allow me to restate. Wei Jin spoke once more. All matters involving Wei Jinxiang are entirely unrelated to the Wei family. As for how Divine Medic Qin decides to handle him, our Wei family does not interfere whatsoever. Farewell. Wei Jin bowed respectfully to Qin Yu, and then swiftly left. Wei Jinxiang looked at Wei Jin's rapidly retreating figure, wanting to call out to him, but after hesitating a bit, he finally chose not to say anything. He knew it was impossible for him to get Wei Jin to stay and save him. Qin Yu didn't find Wei Jin's actions surprising in the slightest. Great families and major clans often sacrifice certain unimportant clan members for the benefit of the entire family. Even in some major crises, core clan members can be decisively abandoned. Walking slowly toward Wei Jinxiang, he made Wei Jinxiang tremble as if struck by lightning. What do you plan to do? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wei Jinxiang kept retreating backward. Qin Yu remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Wei Jinxiang. Qin Yu, no? Divine Medic Qin. Dealing with Xuanhuan and capturing Qi Tian was not my idea. It was my grandfather's orders. It was him, my family, who wanted to provoke a fight between the Mo family and the Tan family so that our Wei family could gain profit from the chaos. Divine Medic Qin, it truly wasn't me. Thud. With nowhere else to retreat, Wei Jinxiang fell to his knees. Divine Medic Qin, please let me go. I beg you to spare this life of mine. Spare you, Qin Yu replied coldly. Back then, my future brother-in-law must have also begged for mercy from you. Did you show him mercy? Do you know what he told me when I found him? Wei Jinxiang looked up at Qin Yu. At this moment, everyone focused their eyes on Qin Yu. Qin Yu continued. He was too severely injured to recognize me. He asked me to kill him. He was in too much pain. So, you expect me to let you go? Wei Jinxiang grew even more fearful, pleading once again. I was wrong, Divine Medic Qin. I'll do whatever you ask as long as you don't kill me. Qin Yu's eyes glinted sharply. What use do I have for someone who is neither man nor woman? With one finger flick, a burst of energy shot out with a poo sound, drilling straight into Wei Jinxiang's forehead and piercing through the back of his head. With lingering resentment, Wei Jinxiang collapsed heavily to the ground, his vitality fading quickly. The entire venue fell silent, filled with trepidation, and no one dared make a sound. That night, news that Wei Jinxiang was killed by Qin, the divine medic from Yin City, spread rapidly and ignited the entire Jiang City. Not only that, even more details were disseminated. As for whether the capture and torment of Qi Tian were Wei Jinxiang's personal decision or under the instigation of Wei Laoyi and the Wei family, there currently lacked any solid evidence. Even if Wei Jinxiang admitted right before his death that it was the Wei family's patriarch who ordered him to do it, that would still be his own individual testimony. Qin Yu certainly couldn't rely on one person's word to invade the Wei family and massacre them. The people of Jiang City were also curious and puzzled about this, but they clearly understood that by abandoning Wei Jinxiang, the worthless clan member who was neither man nor woman, the Wei family had somewhat curried favor with divine healer Qin. It also prevented the Wei family from suffering severe losses. Otherwise, it might have caused the new martial arts grandmaster of the Wei family, Wei Jin, to perish on the spot. If that really happened, the Wei family would have suffered heavy losses. In the conflict at the nightclub the previous night, not many among the crowd recognized Qin Yu. However, following tonight's conflict, most people in Jiang City now knew that the divine healer Qin from Yin City was here. He seemed to have quietly descended upon Jiang City. Divine healer Qin's medical skills are out of this world, something I've heard long ago. Yet, I never expected his martial prowess to be equally formidable, so much so that he made Wei Jin, the new grandmaster of the Wei family, lose face. That's right, Wei Jin practically retreated without fighting when faced with divine healer Qin. It was smart for Master Wei Jin to act that way. He may not necessarily have been unable to defeat divine healer Qin, but if he lost, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. It could turn into a life or death situation. This is going to make Jiang City quite exciting. I've heard Qi Tian is Qin's brother-in-law, and the reason Qi Tian was captured before was due to being involved in the affairs concerning Tan Jia's young master, Tan Jin. I imagine the Tan family will likely take action in the future. It doesn't stop there. There are also Mu Bufan and the two grandfather and grandson Mu Tianlong. Back in Yin City, they were at odds with Qin Yu too. Now that Qin Yu has arrived in Jiang City, these two definitely won't let the matter go peacefully. As Qin Yu suddenly appeared in Jiang City and word spread that he scared off a martial arts grandmaster from the Wei family and killed one of their young masters, it sparked citywide discussion in Jiang City. Some merely gossiped, while others began making covert moves. People, families, and forces harboring various motives moved toward Qin Yu. Xuanhuan, who had come to Jiang City ahead of time with Tan Jin's mother Qin Billion, learned of Qin Yu's arrival and some other matters, then immediately sought him out. Uncle Shun, hello. At the Mo residence, Qin Yu saw Xuanhuan coming over. Chapter 176, Clues to the Qin family's demise. Grandpa Mo, Mo Yin, and other senior members of the Mo family were all excited and pleased upon seeing Xuanhuan's arrival. Who is Xuanhuan? He is the head of the seclusive martial arts family, the Qin family. His power needs no mention, nor does the strength of the Qin family. No one expected that Xuanhuan would personally come to meet Qin Yu. This made everyone in the Mo family have a further understanding of Qin Yu. Moreover, they realized that Qin Yu would definitely become the son-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Yu, I've already heard everything about your recent affairs. Good, very good. Xuanhuan was very happy as he looked at the young man before him who resembled his life and death friend. While lost in thought, he also marveled at the other party's strength. He had the demeanor of his old brother from years ago. Qin Yu nodded. I've just done what I should do. If it wasn't necessary, I actually wouldn't want to act like this. Xuanhuan understood. Sometimes there's no way. Some people insist on dying. Shen Lingyun spoke up at this time. Speaking of which, I must thank you this time, Qin Yu. She knew that if it weren't for her, Qin Yu might not let the Wei family off so easily. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at her. Lingyun, your friend is my friend, and moreover, there is no evidence that points to the Wei family being involved behind the scenes with Qi Tian. It might really be just Wei Jinyang acting alone. Xuanhuan nodded. The Wei family's current strength has fallen behind among the 6 great families in Jiang City. They haven't had any talented family members these few years, nor any newly promoted martial arts grandmasters. There's only one more person, Wei Jin, but Wei Jin's strength can't even be ranked within their group. Pausing for a moment, he then said, maybe the Wei family was not involved in xuanhuan and Qi Tian's matters. On the contrary, these days, I found out in the Tan family that their strength is becoming stronger and they seem to be plotting something. Xuanhuan lightly frowned. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun didn't feel anything unusual. But Mo Yin and other members of the Mo family became a bit uneasy. Living in the same city, and being one of the 6 major families simultaneously, the Tan family was already strong, and if they plotted things secretly, it could possibly involve their Mo family. They naturally worried. At this moment, however, Mo Yin couldn't bring himself to ask Xuanhuan. Since the latter could remain in the Tan family, he must be closely related to them, and therefore wouldn't tell him anything. Qin Yu wasn't worried about the Tan family because first, his current position wasn't in Jiang City, so he needn't worry about what the Tan family was plotting affecting him. Secondly, if the Tan family did something offensive, they shouldn't blame him for not being courteous. Uncle Shun, regarding the inquiries you made earlier about Huang Tianxian, did you find any clues? He turned and said as he looked at Xuanhuan. Qin Yu cared more now about the Qin family. This was not only helping Shen Lingyun, but could also potentially help himself. If Qin Feng is his father, then the Qin family would be his family, and those who destroyed the Qin family would be his enemies. Shen Lingyun also came to understand and immediately asked, yes, father, do you have any news? Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Yu with an approving look, then frowned and shook his head. Asked many people, none of them had ever heard of someone named Huang Tianxian. Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun both showed disappointment on their faces. Could it be that the letter is wrong? Is Huang Tianxian a fictitious person? Shen Lingyun asked with doubt. Qin Yu didn't speak, but he thought of another possibility. Huang Tianxian might have passed away. Liang Zizhen was quite old, meaning Huang Tianxian, who could exchange letters with Liang Zizhen, was most likely an elderly man too. Since the fall of the Qin family was over 20 years ago, it's normal for someone to die within such a long span. Huang Tianxian. Just when Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun were feeling disappointed, Grandpa Mo beside them suddenly questioned with curiosity. Qin Yu, Shen Lingyun, Xuanhuan, and others all turned to look at him. Do you know this person the divine Dr. Qin is looking for? Mo Gaofei said joyfully, thinking if Grandpa helps Dr. Qin again, their family would gain favor with Dr. Qin. That would indeed be a wonderful thing. Mo Yin recalled saying, over 30 years ago, when I was still serving in the war zone, an important figure came once. Even our war zone commander treated him respectfully. I remember that important figure was named Huang Tianxian. I wonder if this is the person that divine Dr. Qin and Lord Shun are searching for. After listening, Qin Yu and others were filled with both happiness and surprise. Is this Huang Tianxian related to the war zone? Qin Yu muttered to himself. Mo Yin shook his head. I'm not quite sure about the specifics. Back then, I was just a low-ranking soldier, so I didn't care much or inquire too deeply about those high-ranking figures. However, I can ask some of my former comrades in arms to see if I can find out anything. Qin Yu said gratefully. Thanks for your trouble, Mr. Mo. Xuanhuan also added. I know quite a few people in the war zone. I could also ask around. Before this, all they knew was Huang Tianxian's name, without any other information. He didn't even know where to start looking. Now, knowing that Huang Tianxian had ties to the war zone, it made things easier. As they were discussing how to gather more information on Huang Tianxian, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Mo family. Lin Hong from the Lin family. Seeing him, Mo Gaofei immediately teased. What brings you here, Master Lin? Are you here to keep courting death, or are you apologizing? Qin Yu, Mo Qiu, Tang Zi, and everyone else were curious about Lin Hong's sudden arrival. Lin Hong, upon seeing Qin Yu, appeared somewhat nervous. After all, Qin Yu had just killed Wei Jinyang. He wouldn't believe the rumors outside that the Wei family willingly abandoned their problematic member. Instead, he understood it as a forced move due to Qin Yu's overwhelming power. Recalling how he offended Qin Yu at the nightclub previously, Lin Hong felt uneasy, with every hair on his body standing up. No. Lin Hong quickly responded. I'm here to invite Divine Dr. Qin. You're inviting me? Qin Yu furrowed his brows. Yes, Miss Lin invites Divine Dr. Qin to meet at Tang Yuan Hotel. You're Miss Lin? Qin Yu replied. Go back and tell her that I'm not interested. Regardless of the Lin family's intentions, Qin Yu had absolutely no interest in this invitation or in meeting Miss Lin from the Lin family. Mo Qiu stepped forward and whispered to Qin Yu. Divine Dr. Qin, I think you should go and meet this Miss Lin. Qin Yu turned his head to look at Mo Qiu and heard him continue. Miss Lin is the chief of staff of the Southern Military Zone, and there have already been rumors that she might become the next commander of the Southern Military Zone. Chapter 177, The Young Mistress Lin's Invitation. Sis, what you're saying makes it seem like the young mistress of the Lin family is the chief of staff of the Southern Military District, and thus Divine Dr. Qin must meet her. After hearing his sister's words to Qin Yu, Mo Gaofei laughed and spoke. Don't mention the chief of staff of the Southern Military District. Even the commander-in-chief of the Southern Military District doesn't necessarily have the authority to demand that Divine Dr. Qin meet him. These past few days, he had done a few things with Qin Yu, and now he was starting to feel a bit arrogant, even looking down on the top leaders of the Southern Military District. Of course, this wasn't because Mo Gaofei himself disregarded these high-ranking officials. He felt that given Qin Yu's current status and position, along with his exceptional martial talent and strength, there was no need for him to give face to those people. Before Qin Yu could speak, Lin Hong immediately said, Young Master Mo, you misunderstand Divine Dr. Qin. Our miss didn't invite Divine Dr. Qin in her capacity as Chief of Staff of the Southern Military District. She invited him as a friend. Despite Mo Gaofei's sarcasm and disregard, Lin Hong maintained an excellent attitude. It couldn't be helped. The Mo Gaofei of today was no longer the arrogant young master he once was, but someone who could accompany Qin Yu. If this were before, he would have already been furious. Even if he couldn't kill Mo Gaofei outright, he would have definitely let the Mo family suffer. Mo Gaofei chuckled sarcastically. A friend. If I'm not mistaken, your Lin family has already clashed with Divine Dr. Qin twice, right? Once in Cloud City, and another at the nightclub just a few nights ago. And your Lin family heir almost got himself killed. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong felt deep bitterness and immense regret in his heart. Originally, it was clear that Divine Dr. Qin was offering an olive branch to their Lin family. Had they seized that opportunity then, the situation now would be entirely different. Regrettably, the whole Lin family misjudged the circumstances back then. Moreover, blinded by self-interest, they all thought that if they could obtain the recipes for 9 tripod return pill and 100 diseases powder, their Lin family would surely become the first great family of River City, surpassing the other 5 families. Alas, it was such a pity. Lin Hong sighed inwardly. Recently, as Qin Yu assisted the Tang family in Zen City to destroy the number 1 family, the Qin family, then descended upon River City, killing Ming Yuqing, frightening off Wei Jia, the newly crowned martial arts grandmaster of the Wei family, and eliminating Wei Jinxiang, whom the Wei family held in high regard, he clearly demonstrated his formidable strength. Only then did the entire Lin family realize how grave their earlier mistake had been. What a missed opportunity. Get out. Your Lin family isn't Master Qin's friend. Xiao Yu issued the order to leave. As for the present-day Qin Yu, Xiao Yu had not only genuinely accepted him from the bottom of her heart, but also considered him her future son-in-law. Lin Hong's expression became awkward. He knew that this trip to the Mo residence to invite Qin Yu wouldn't be easy, yet he hadn't expected them to be so unwelcome. Wait. Just as Lin Hong was about to turn around and leave dejectedly, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Everyone was puzzled. Divine Dr. Qin, what are you doing? Mo Gaofei was surprised. With your current status and power, the young Mistress Lin as the Chief of Staff of the Southern Military District means nothing. That's right. Qin Xiao, Lin family has offended you many times. You don't need to see her. Qin Yu glanced at both of them, then turned his gaze to Shun Lingyun beside him, leaning in and whispering softly into her ear. Young Mistress Lin is the Chief of Staff of the Southern Military District. She might know something about Huang Tianxian. Shun Lingyun nodded. In fact, she had already thought of that point. But she also understood the conflicts between Qin Yu and the Lin family, and therefore hadn't urged Qin Yu to go. She was surprised that Qin Yu had also considered this. Deeply moved, she looked at Qin Yu gratefully, recalling how he had promised to help her find her uncle's son and investigate the truth behind the fall of her family years ago. In the perplexed gazes of many, Qin Yu followed Lin Hong out of the Mo residence. Please follow me, divine Dr. Qin. Lin Hong was overjoyed and excited. Though meeting wouldn't necessarily solve anything, it was undoubtedly a positive sign. Not long after, when Qin Yu re-entered Tang Yuan restaurant, the staff here wore peculiar expressions, most of them filled with fear. Qin Yu paid no heed and calmly proceeded under the guidance of a server to one of the private rooms on the 4th floor, where he met the young mistress of the Lin family, Lin Xinru. Speaking of Lin Xinru, she was the golden daughter of River City. Even though she was not yet 30, she had already become the chief of staff of the second-in-command of the Southern Military District. To become the chief of staff, one must possess remarkable intelligence, organizational skills, coordination abilities, and martial arts prowess, especially at such a young age. Divine Dr. Qin, greetings. When Lin Xinru saw Qin Yu arrive, she immediately stood up to welcome him. Qin Yu's gaze fell upon her. She was dressed in military uniform, exuding a spirited and graceful demeanor. Her long hair was tied up in a bun, and her slightly round but elongated cheeks, large eyes, and faintly red lips made her exceptionally beautiful. The black military uniform accentuated her curves at the chest and revealed long, elegant thighs. Greetings, Chief Lin. Qin Yu replied with a light smile. I should have personally come to invite you, which would have demonstrated sufficient sincerity. But considering that you were at the MO residence, it might not have been appropriate for me to come over personally. Qin Yu nodded indifferently. Divine Dr. Qin, I apologize for the previous offenses of the Lin family against you. Lin Xinru adopted a very humble attitude, surprising Qin Yu. Qin Yu remained composed, wanting to see what Lin Xinru intended to do. He nodded and smiled. The matter is already in the past, and I suffered no losses. I haven't taken it too much to heart. Chief Lin doesn't need to be so courteous. Hearing this, Lin Xinru's face lit up with a charming and alluring smile as she softly said, Today, I invited Divine Dr. Qin here in the capacity of a friend of the Lin family. Divine Dr. Qin can simply call me Xinru. Referring to me as Chief makes things seem overly distant. Qin Yu nodded and directly asked, Then tell me, what is it that brought about this invitation? Lin Xinru smiled and said, Why don't we sit down first, Divine Dr. Qin, before we continue? Standing while you're sitting makes me appear quite rude. Qin Yu couldn't help but acknowledge that someone who had reached the rank of chief at such a young age indeed spoke and acted impeccably, leaving no room for criticism. Seeing that Qin Yu had taken his seat, Lin Xinru then slowly sat down as well, and said, Divine Dr. Qin, I know that our deputy commander Zhang Zujuan once offended you, but later the two of you reconciled. What do you think of him? After hearing this, Qin Yu inwardly chuckled, roughly understanding why Lin Xinru had invited him. It was all about the position of the commander-in-chief of the Southern Military District. Chapter 178, Grasp. As soon as Lin Xinru mentioned Zhang Zujuan, Qin Yu immediately guessed what the other person was thinking. About becoming the commander-in-chief of the Southern Military Region. Lin Ruru, as the chief of staff, is the second-in-command, and logically, she should have more opportunities than Zhang Zujuan, this deputy commander. But originally, Zhang Zujuan already had Mu Bufan's support, and now he even has my backing. Lin Xinru should be feeling threatened, which is why she came to find me. Qin Yu smiled and said, Not really. Lin Xinru was surprised by this answer. After a pause, she immediately said, Since Dr. Qin considers Zhang Zujuan not much, why did you choose to cooperate with him? Qin Yu lightly narrowed his eyes, finding it amusing inside. Cooperation? If it wasn't for the banquet back then, if it wasn't because Zhang Zujuan knew Ling Yun, I would have fought with him already. Moreover, later when he came to me, it wasn't cooperation, it was just him begging me to save his life. So, did he tell Chief Lin that he, Zhang Zujuan, is cooperating with me? Isn't that true? Lin Xinru never expected Qin Yu's response to be like this. For a moment, she couldn't decide, deciding to continue testing him. Recently, during our high-level meeting in the Southern Military Region, he proposed including Dr. Qin's 100 Diseases powder as part of our military necessities, and even suggested making the 100 Diseases powder the sole medication. If he weren't cooperating with you, Dr. Qin, I think he wouldn't do this. Qin Yu wasn't at all surprised. Currently, due to the issue of military necessity drugs, Zhang Zujuan has already fallen out with Mu Bufan and is continuing to seek support and strength. Qin Yu chuckled. Maybe Deputy Commander Zhang realized how effective my 100 Diseases powder truly is, and especially suitable for your Southern Military Region, so he made such a move. He remained calm and composed, wanting to see how Lin Xinru would respond. After hearing Qin Yu's reply, Lin Xinru became even more unsure. Could it be that Qin Yu didn't want to admit to me that he was cooperating with Zhang Zujuan? After pondering for a while, she decided not to disclose her real purpose for this visit yet, and continued slowly saying, Dr. Qin might not know this, but although Zhang Zujuan is the deputy commander of the military region, he's only third in rank. Above him there's me, the second in command, and also our overall commander. And, having served as chief of staff for several years, my network of connections and level of support are far greater than Zhang Zujuan's. Without my approval, I guarantee that any proposals he makes will not pass within a year. Threat. Whether or not Lin Xinru really cooperated with Qin Yu, if 100 Diseases powder becomes the essential medicine of the Southern Military Region, Qin Yu would undoubtedly earn substantial profits. Even delaying it for a year would cause significant losses for him. She knew very well that she could not easily expose her bottom line and intentions, otherwise she would be led around by Qin Yu. Qin Yu naturally heard the threat from Lin Xinru, and he shook his head slightly. I think Chief Lin misunderstood. It wasn't me who instructed Zhang Zujuan to propose such a plan, to make the 100 Diseases powder your Southern Military Region's necessary drug. In fact, for me, wealth is not the pursuit. Moreover, if I really pursued wealth, national billionaire, even Asia-wide, or even global billionaire, I could easily achieve it. Lin Xinru was startled. She'd already heard that Qin Yu was arrogant, but didn't expect him to be this cocky. Indeed, Qin Yu's martial arts skills were formidable, having reached the level of martial arts master at a young age. His medical skills were equally remarkable, earning him the title of divine doctor at just over 20. But simply relying on these accomplishments to become the richest person in the country, or even globally, is an overly simplistic view and shows arrogance. Regardless, Lin Xinru understood that her threat was ineffective against him. Qin Yu looked at her puzzled and unsatisfied expression and felt amused inside. Wanting to control me? Go wash up and go to sleep. After considering for a moment, Lin Xinru looked up at Qin Yu and spoke slowly. Dr. Qin, I know you saved Zhang Zujuan, but after interacting with him, you should realize that he isn't a trustworthy person. Perhaps he is loyal to you now, but once he ascends, takes the position of chief commander of the southern military region, he will surely betray you. I understand this person well. After all, we've worked together for many years. Besides, he may not actually betray Mu Bufan, who aside from having a powerful network of connections, also has Zhang Haiwu, a martial arts master backing him. Once Zhang Haiwu emerges from seclusion and comes to Jiang City, and Zhang Zujuan successfully ascends, they will definitely join forces to oppose you. Lin Xinru thought, since economic interests don't threaten you, Qin Yu, perhaps threatening your safety will work. Qin Yu smiled again. Of course I know Zhang Zujuan is not a reliable person. Didn't I say that at the very beginning? I think he's not a good person, and my main point was just this. Whether Zhang Zujuan betrays or not is irrelevant. But if he dares to move against me or those around me, it won't matter whether he truly becomes the commander of the southern military region, or if he rises even higher. I will kill him anyway. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinru was surprised, immediately saying, but Dr. Qin shouldn't forget, Zhang Zujuan will surely cooperate with Mu Bufan and Jiang Haiwu later. With Jiang Haiwu's support for Zhang Zujuan, who can command the southern military region, no matter how strong your martial arts are, Dr. Qin, you wouldn't be a match for them. In her heart, she actually didn't believe that Qin Yu could defeat Jiang Haiwu. Qin Yu had defeated Jiang Haiwu's most senior disciple, Master Li Jintao, a martial arts grandmaster, but Jiang Haiwu's strength was far greater. Jiang Haiwu was capable of killing martial arts grandmasters even before becoming one himself. Now that he has broken through to become a martial arts grandmaster, his power would only be more terrifying. A hint of disdainful smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Frankly speaking, I'm really looking forward to Jiang Haiwu's arrival. All I've heard about Jiang Haiwu speaks of his great strength. Since I debuted in the martial world, I've encountered only one worthy opponent, and that person is my master. So, I hope this Jiang Haiwu doesn't disappoint me. SSSSS. Lin Xinru drew a sharp breath inwardly. She'd already experienced once Qin Yu's arrogance, yet she never expected there would be no limit to such arrogance. Qin Yu clearly didn't even look down on Jiang Haiwu. All right, Chief Lin. He suddenly stood up. If the reason you came to see me was just to remind me that Zhang Zujuan is unreliable, then there's no need to continue the conversation. Before Lin Xinru could react, she saw Qin Yu walking towards the door of the room. She immediately stood up and shouted hastily, Dr. Qin, please wait. In fact, my visit this time has another primary purpose. Chapter 179, Name Your Price. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face lit up with a smile. Whoever proposes the conditions first will lose the upper hand. He turned around. Advisor Lin, just say what you have to say. This kind of beating around the bush shouldn't be the style of you military personnel. Lin Xinru felt helpless inside. Faced with this young man Qin Yu, she found herself, as the second in command of the southern military region and the chief general staff officer, being completely outmaneuvered by him. With no initiative at all, it was as if she had put all her strength into swinging a big iron fist, only to hit against cotton. It's not supposed to be like this. Before deciding to take the initiative to meet with Qin Yu, things weren't planned to go like this in her mind. But there was nothing she could do right now. She really feared that Qin Yu would walk straight out of the room. Dr. Qin, let me be frank with you. I hope that you can help me become the formal commander of the southern military region. As expected, Qin Yu secretly laughed inside but remained silent, waiting for Lin Xinru to continue. Dr. Qin, if you help me ascend to the position of formal commander, I can help you open green lights throughout the south. Whatever you do, as long as it is legal and compliant, or even if it's skirting the rules a bit, I'll use my full power to assist you. And you will always be the benefactor of my family, my benefactor, Lin Xinru. Rest assured, I, Lin Xinru, will never be like Zhang Zuming who turns his face after a matter. As long as you agree to abandon your agreement with Zhang Zuming and fully support me. Lin Xinru reiterated one last time. She didn't care about what kind of relationship existed between Qin Yu and Zhang Zuming. Anyway, it would be best if the connection was severed. And she also realized clearly that although she currently held the second-in-command position in the southern military region and wielded greater status and authority than Zhang Zuming, theoretically, she should have a greater chance of becoming the next formal commander. However, after Zhang Zuming received strong support from Mu Bufan, especially during the recent period where rumors spread about Jiang Haiwu breaking through to become a martial arts master, Zhang Zuming's influence grew increasingly larger. Lin Xinru worried that her position as formal commander was in jeopardy. And recently, Qin Yu's prominence in Zhejiang province had been exceptionally strong. Moreover, he was a highly gifted martial arts master, having defeated 3 of Jiang Haiwu's disciples, thus carrying considerable influence. If he could help her, then her chances of securing the formal commander position would be much greater. Her family, the Lin family, needed such a high official as the formal commander of the Southern Military Region. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. No problem, I agree. But there's a condition. Lin Xinru was surprised, not expecting Qin Yu to accept so easily. She had even thought that if Qin Yu refused, she wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her body. Wait, did Qin Yu mean to ask for her body? Lin Xinru still possessed confidence in her appearance and figure. Moreover, with her aura as a strong individual, almost every man would dream of having her. However, Qin Yu's condition left this general staff officer of the Southern Military Region greatly astonished. Help me inquire about someone's whereabouts. His name is Huang Tianxiang. I need all information about him. Lin Xinru clearly paused for a moment. Is that it? She blinked once more, obviously not believing it. That's simple. Qin Yu nodded. That's simple. As long as you can help me find out about Huang Tianxiang, I'll help you secure your position. All right. After receiving an affirmative response, Lin Xinru immediately said. At the same time, she began to feel curious and puzzled about this person named Huang Tianxiang. Who exactly was he that could gain such importance from Qin Yu, even to the extent of giving up the golden opportunity to make exorbitant demands? Since we've already discussed our main business, Dr. Qin, why don't we sit down for dinner together? I've already arranged for the 1982 Lafite and imported steak from Australia, along with French foie gras. Lin Xinru wished to maintain good relations with Qin Yu further, wanting to secure his trust even more. Qin Yu shook his head. Since we've already settled on the cooperation, let's skip the meal. I'd better leave first. Lin Xinru hesitated for a few seconds before reacting, feeling somewhat annoyed and unwilling inside. Am I not pretty enough? Do I lack appeal? Previously worrying that others might covet her body, yet now the other party didn't even want to eat with her, which made her irked inside. Irritated as she was, Lin Xinru did not reveal it, but instead hurriedly walked forward to escort Qin Yu out of the Tangyuan Hotel. If Dr. Qin needs anything while staying in Jiangcheng, contact me anytime. I can mobilize the forces of the military district and utilize my family's connections to assist you. While accompanying Qin Yu out of the hotel, Lin Xinru said. Qin Yu nodded. Very soon, Qin Yu and the other person arrived at the gate of Tangyuan Hotel. While waiting for the car, he suddenly noticed a residential area right across from them. Among the mobile and unique villas, it was not the villas that caught his attention, but rather a plant inside an artificial lake within one of those villas. Furong's spiritual lotus. When Qin Yu saw the Furong's spiritual lotus in the artificial lake, he was momentarily stunned. Surprise filled his heart. He couldn't believe that on this earth, such a divine object could be encountered here. He remembered that his master had mentioned before that even in the immortal cultivation world, the Furong spiritual lotus was an extremely rare item. It was the primary spiritual medicine used to refine the dragon silver pill. The dragon silver pill was an important pill that could enhance the constitution of ordinary people, allowing them to introduce energy into their bodies and become cultivators. Such pills were extremely rare, even in the cultivation world, and they were sought after by all major cultivation forces and families. He must obtain the Furong spiritual lotus. Just at that moment, Qin Yu suddenly saw a familiar figure emerge from the villa. Bai Jie. Seeing her, he was quite surprised. Previously, in order to track down Xuanhuan's whereabouts, he followed Mo Gaofei, that young man, to the high-end private club Shui Yifeng, which basically served as a high-end hookup spot. At that time, Bai Jie had proactively approached him, but now, unexpectedly, she emerged from this villa. Could she be the owner of the villa? When Qin Yu noticed her, Bai Jie also spotted him and was equally surprised. It's you. Bai Jie showed no embarrassment, instead breaking out in a faintly disdainful smile. Never thought I'd run into you here. She wouldn't imagine that he came chasing after her. Otherwise, back at Shui Yifeng, she wouldn't have rejected him. I didn't expect it either, said Qin Yu with a laugh. Miss Bai, may I ask if you could part with your villa? I've taken a liking to it. Would you sell it to me? Name your price. Bai Jie was surprised again, then squinted her eyes lightly while looking at Qin Yu. You want to buy this villa? Are you interested in the villa itself? Or am I what catches your eye? She teased with those words. Chapter 180. Robbing is the only option. Qin Yu sighed with a bitter smile. I am captivated by the view of your villa, especially that artificial lake. I find it very unique. Miss Bai, name your price. Ms. Bai was just teasing Qin Yu out of pure malice after he rejected her advances back then. When she heard what Qin Yu said, she smiled and pondered for a while before deciding to continue to frustrate him. 20 billion yuan. If you can come up with the money, I'll sell you the villa. Bai Jie extended two jade-like fingers toward Qin Yu, each finger representing 10 billion yuan. Naturally, Qin Yu realized that Bai Jie had no intention of selling the villa to him at all. Sister Jie, aren't you being too greedy? Reasonably, you should be aware of the magnitude of 20 billion yuan. At this point, Lin Xinru interjected with a smile. Only then did Bai Jie notice Lin Xinru beside her, quite surprised. Sister Xinru? You? Then she glanced at Qin Yu. Yes, Qin Yu is my friend. What? Bai Jie exclaimed in disbelief. He's Sister Xinru's friend? Bai Jie and Lin Xinru were acquainted, and they got along well. She knew Lin Xinru as the chief of staff of the Southern Military District of Daxia. Never in her wildest dreams would Bai Jie have thought that this young man was a friend of Lin Xinru. Lin Xinru was the chief of staff of the Southern Military District, and even more importantly, she was the most likely candidate for the next Supreme Commander. What Bai Jie didn't know was that if it weren't for Qin Yu's help, though Lin Xinru was the second in command, she wouldn't have been the strongest contender for the top position in the Southern Military District. Bai Jie, if you sincerely agree to sell the villa to Qin Yu, why don't you give me some face and quote a reasonable price? After pondering for a moment, Lin Xinru immediately added, how about this? I will buy the villa from you at market price. She thought that since Qin Shini liked this villa so much, she might as well buy it, and present it to Qin Shini as a gift for agreeing to help her. Although Qin Yu guessed her intentions, he kept silent, not bothering to comment. He knew it was impossible for him to negotiate the purchase of the villa from Bai Jia. After all, he humiliated her before. If Lin Xinru could somehow manage to acquire this villa for him, that would be best. Bai Jia saw that Lin Xinru wanted to help Qin Yu buy the villa. Although somewhat annoyed, Lin Xinru was, after all, the second in command of the Southern Military District, wielding immense power and authority, making it a face she couldn't afford not to give. However, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, Sister Xinru, but I simply don't have the authority. Both Qin Yu and Lin Xinru frowned simultaneously. What do you mean? Lin Xinru asked. Even though this housing complex is developed by the Bai family, this particular villa was specifically designed and constructed for Elder Lu by my father. So, even though the complex belongs to the Bai family, this villa actually belongs to Elder Lu. Can't help you with that. With these final words, she laughed and said them to Qin Yu. Still frowning, Qin Yu quietly inquired in Lin Xinru's ear, who is Elder Lu? Elder Lu is a recluse master from our city of Jiangqing, immensely powerful. The Bai family's success and development within the intricate network of forces and families in Jiangqing owe entirely to Elder Lu. Pausing for a moment, Lin Xinru looked troubled. If this villa indeed belongs to Elder Lu, it complicates things, Dr. Qin. Even I, as the chief of staff of the Southern Military District, cannot easily sway Elder Lu. Qin Yu nodded after hearing her explanation. If this Elder Lu was truly a recluse master, then this situation was indeed challenging. Such people generally aren't swayed by money or such things anymore. The only chance was to meet their preferences head-on. In reality, Qin Yu didn't necessarily need the villa. What he really wanted was the lotus plant growing in the lake. Qin Yu raised his eyes to glance at the lotus blooming on the lake and silently made a resolution. If there were truly no other options, stealing or seizing it would still be necessary. In the face of such rare medicinal treasures, Qin Yu didn't hold back anymore. These kinds of divine herbs are rare finds. In the cultivation world, vying for resources was an extremely common occurrence with no inherent notions of right or wrong. Whitey, beside the railing of the villa, Bai Jia called out with a grin. If you want this villa, you'll need to talk to Elder Lu. But let me warn you, Elder Lu isn't someone who would budge, not even for 20 billion yuan, or even 100 billion. Having finished speaking, Bai Jia turned and walked away. Lin Xinru sighed, glancing at Qin Yu. Dr. Qin, if you really want this villa, I'll do my best to think of alternative ways. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't turn down the help, knowing that with Lin Xinru, the second in command of the Southern Military District by his side, it was certainly better than having no assistance at all. Not long after, he returned to Mo's family residence. How did it go, Dr. Qin? Mo Gaofei curiously asked. What did the young miss of the Lin family want with you? Shen Lingyun, Mo Qiu, and others also looked curiously at Qin Yu. Qin Yu explained, she hopes that I can help her rise, to let her ascend to the top position in the Southern Military District. Shen Lingyun nodded. Lin Xinru has already been the second in command of the Southern Military District for several years. She's accumulated a great deal of connections and prestige. In principle, if the current head were to step down, she would have a very high chance to take over. But because Zhang Zujuan has received support from Mu Bufan, and behind Mu Bufan is Jiang Haiwu, a highly reputable martial arts master, Zhang Zujuan poses a threat to her. Pausing for a moment, she looked at Qin Yu and added, recently, you've also developed ties with Zhang Zujuan and gotten closer, making Lin Xinru feel even more uneasy and find things increasingly difficult. So, she took the initiative to contact you. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, smart. Shen Lingyun also smiled. Dr. Qin, did you agree to help her? Mo Gaofei asked curiously again. I agreed, on the condition that she helps me gather all information about Huang Tianning. For me, who ends up as the head of the Southern Military District doesn't matter. In the face of absolute, overwhelming power, titles and positions mean nothing. If Lin Xinru becomes the head of the Southern Military District, then the Lin family's strength and status will increase significantly. Mo Gaofei was slightly concerned. Although they had this layer of connection with Qin Yu, after all, it was still an external force. Mo Qiu wasn't worried at all. She understood Qin Yu's character. As long as they gain Qin Yu's trust, even if Lin Xinru truly does become the head of the Southern Military District, their Mo family need not fear the Lin family. Besides, because of their Mo family's relationship with Qin Yu, Lin Xinru wouldn't dare do anything against their family. Lingyun, how is your current strength? Suddenly, Qin Yu asked. Shen Lingyun looked at Qin Yu with surprise. What's the matter? Lingyun, try using all your power to launch an attack on me. Chapter 181, The Powerful Shen Lingyun. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone at the scene was a little stunned. Divine Dr. Qin, what do you intend to do? Xiao Yu was also shocked and hurriedly said, Young Master Qin, this is unacceptable. I know your skills are formidable, but my young miss isn't weak either. Furthermore, after this period of seclusion, her skills have improved significantly. Even with her all-out attack, she might not be able to kill you, but it will definitely injure you. She had already witnessed Qin Yu's incredible strength, but the martial arts abilities of her young mistress were indeed formidable too. In fact, among the martial geniuses Xiao Yu had seen before Qin Yu, none came close to her young mistress in terms of power. It's fine, Qin Yu said with a smile. He then spoke to Shen Lingyun. Lingyun, don't worry. Go ahead with full strength. Shen Lingyun smiled. Alright, I actually wanted to test my own limits too. Especially after breaking out from my meditation, I can feel that my strength has increased drastically. She had complete confidence in Qin Yu, and since he encouraged her to unleash her full potential, Qin Yu must be confident. Miss, under no circumstances should you. Xiao Yu continued to dissuade her. If young Master Qin gets hurt, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I trust Qin Yu. Shen Lingyun replied. What is Divine Dr. Qin trying to do? Is he trying to confirm Miss Shun's martial prowess and talent? The onlookers could only guess within their hearts. At this moment, apart from Mo Gaofei, Mo Qiu, Tang Zi, and others, there were also present Elder Mo Yin along with several senior members of the Mo family. Mo Yijuan, a martial arts grandmaster of the Mo family, was also present at the scene. Seeing her young mistress ready to attack, Xiao Yu knew there was no turning back and could only sigh, issuing a concerned reminder. Fine then. Miss, you two must stop when appropriate. If anyone gets injured, it wouldn't be good for both. With that, Xiao Yu, like the rest, stepped aside, leaving the arena to her young mistress and young Master Qin. Shen Lingyun had unsheathed her 3-foot green blade, sword in her right hand, its tip hanging down. Qin Yu, don't underestimate me, I'm going all out. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Boom. In the next instant, a low rumble echoed. Everyone immediately saw that within a few meters around Shen Lingyun, the stones shattered instantly, and a storm surged. This sight left everyone at the scene utterly dumbfounded. Such powerful strength. The martial talent of Miss Shun from the Shun family is truly terrifying. One of the martial arts grandmasters of the Mo family, who was watching nearby, exclaimed, Master Jun, how do you compare with Miss Shun with all your years of practice? Mo Gaofei quietly asked. Mo Yijuan shook his head bitterly. I would definitely die. Hiss. Mo Gaofei inwardly sucked in a cold breath. Though he could see Shen Lingyun's martial skills were potent, he never imagined they were this strong. Mo Yijuan was already the most powerful martial arts grandmaster in the Mo family, and had been so for many years. Yet, even so, he personally admitted he would perish at the hands of Shen Lingyun, not just lose. It would be direct death. Even Qin Yu felt slightly astonished internally. He had already known about Lingyun's remarkable martial talents and skills. However, upon witnessing it now, he realized Lingyun's martial strength surpassed his imagination. Surprise mingled with much happiness. Qin Yu, here I come. As soon as Shen Lingyun finished speaking, she lightly stomped her foot and flew out like flowers scattering across the sky. Her white dress billowed gracefully in the air, her entire body aligned perfectly with the 3-foot green blade in her hand. One with the sword. Mo Yijuan couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone's heart jolted dramatically. Then everyone saw that wherever Shen Lingyun passed, ripples appeared in the void, creating vibrations akin to waves. Although these vibrations were very subtle, they undeniably appeared. Living in a major provincial capital like Jiangcheng, where martial forces were abundant, every one of them had seen their fair share of masters. However, this display by Shen Lingyun seemed unprecedented. Tang Zi, upon seeing this scene, initially thought she could rival Shen Lingyun and considered herself equally worthy of Qin Yu. But in this moment, she started to waver. This kind of Shen Lingyun was simply incomparable to herself. Xiao Yu watched her young mistress genuinely unleash her full power. This was also her first time experiencing such a forceful blow from her mistress after her breakthrough. Indeed, it was immensely powerful. Her slender hands, tightly gripped in anxiety, were sweating profusely. Regardless of others, Shen Lingyun herself, moving as fast as lightning, also felt her strength had greatly improved. However, she was still unconcerned about possibly harming Qin Yu. She trusted Qin Yu completely. Similarly, Qin Yu noticed that Lingyun was nearly reaching the state of complete unity with her sword. At this age, Lingyun is absolutely a genius among geniuses. There are probably few people who can match her. In the blink of an eye, the 3-foot green blade had already reached Qin Yu's front. It was only then that Qin Yu lifted his left hand, fingers naturally spread out. A strange sound came out, as if it came from all around. The next moment, Mo Yijuan, Xiao Yu, and others saw a barrier of black and white spiritual energy appear before his palm. Boom. Shen Lingyun's 3-foot green blade slammed into the spiritual energy barrier, its power gradually dissipating, unable to cause even a crack in the barrier, let alone shatter it. Shen Lingyun landed on both feet and revealed a smile. Qin Yu, you're indeed very powerful. Qin Yu also dissolved the spiritual energy barrier and wore a smile while looking at Shen Lingyun. Lingyun, your talent surpasses my imagination. I owe my current strength largely to the seclusion training of these past few days. This period of secluded cultivation has greatly benefited me, and it's all because of you. Seeing Qin City last time, witnessing Qin Yu's battle with Li Jintao allowed Ling Ruqing to have a sudden realization, which led to new insights, and thus the secluded training a few days ago. No, the key still lies in your own talent. If it weren't for your extraordinary gifts, even with personal guidance from a great master, you wouldn't have achieved such incredible power. Xiao Yu smiled as she approached. Miss, young Master Qin, I'm glad you're both fine. Also, you two don't need to keep complimenting each other. In all our eyes, you two are top-tier martial geniuses. You're a celestial couple that everyone envies. Celestial? Qin Yu flashed a smile. The main purpose of this test on Lingyun's talent and strength was to use the lotus spirit herb to refine the dragon silver pill and help Lingyun guide qi into her body, allowing her to enter the ranks of cultivators. Time waits for no one. Tonight, he must go to the artificial lake and obtain that lotus spirit herb, Qin Yu silently said to himself. Chapter 182, Night Intrusion. Mo Yijuan was the most powerful martial arts grandmaster of the Mo family. Despite realizing he was no longer a match for Shen Lingyun, He never expected Qin Yu to be even more formidable. Qin Yu had effortlessly defused Shen Lingyun's all-out attack. Xuanhuan, has Divine Dr. Qin already surpassed the Grandmaster level? Mo Yin, the old patriarch of the Mo family, softly asked from the sidelines, utterly astonished. He too could see that the martial prowess Qin Yu had displayed earlier was nothing short of divine. No, it should be said talent. Truly terrifying in its strength. Grandmaster? Upon hearing this, siblings Mo Chio and Mo Galfei standing nearby were shocked speechless. Divine Dr. Qin has broken through to the Grandmaster level? This is absolutely terrifying. How old is he? Is he older than me? Mo Galfei swallowed hard. Mo Ijuan stood there stunned, overwhelmed with shock, unable to believe it was real as he stammered. It seems like he has reached the Grand Master level. But it seems a little different. Looking at Qin Yu's movements, he sensed something peculiar, but couldn't quite articulate what it was. Receiving an affirmative answer, Mo Yin was shaken to his core, regretting once again, glancing helplessly at his granddaughter beside him. If only he hadn't forced his granddaughter Mo Chio into marrying Xuanhuan, perhaps Mo Chio could have become Divine Dr. Qin's woman. If so, Mo Yin sighed inwardly. Xiao Yu had also discerned it. Her young master's martial arts abilities seemed to have indeed transcended the Grandmaster level. She was fully aware that her lady's combat prowess as a martial arts master was near the peak among masters. Yet against her lady's full-force assault, young Master Qin managed to resolve it effortlessly. Such a feat would be impossible even for the strongest martial arts master in Daxia. Indeed, her lady had excellent insight. Qin Yu wasn't overly concerned about others' opinions at this moment. All he could think of was the lotus plant, Fu Rong Shen Lian. That night, Qin Yu quietly left the Mo residence alone and headed towards the villa where Elder Lu resided. When he returned to that villa, instead of Bai Jie's figure, he saw a young man walking across the vast artificial lake surface as if it were water skimming. The young man guarding the villa noticed him first. Who are you? How dare you intrude into this villa without permission? Do you not know who resides here? The man angrily reprimanded. Qin Yu immediately guessed his identity. Stepping ashore, he smiled lightly. You must be Elder Lu's disciple, right? Good. Since you're back, I have a business proposition to discuss with Elder Lu. Please convey this to your master. Initially, he intended to forcefully seize what he needed, but now that the other party had returned, he decided to try diplomacy first. If this secluded Elder Lu agrees to do business with me, we can work together harmoniously and remain friends. But if they refuse, then I apologize. He won't care about their attitude and will directly seize. A wonder like the Fu Rong Shen Lian is rare. Missing this opportunity, one doesn't know when the next encounter might be. The young man chuckled coldly. Since you know this is my master's residence, how dare you still forcibly break in and arrogantly propose a transaction with my master? Do you even deserve it? Qin Yu smirked, shaking his head. Then let's see if I deserve it. Before the words faded, he swung a palm, and instantly, a visible surge of energy swept out. Its speed far exceeded the imagination of Lu's young disciple. Bang! Before he could react, he was struck and thrown backward. Walla walla! 10 meters away, a wall within the villa courtyard collapsed under the impact. Dust rolled violently. You, enraged, the man quickly rose from the rubble, glaring fiercely. However, before he could finish saying you, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu smiled faintly, originally wanting to negotiate properly with the other side, but faced with such disdain, it seemed necessary to give them some lessons. Raising his head, wiping the blood off his lips, the young man looked at Qin Yu in astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't believe someone who appeared younger than himself possessed such formidable strength. Martial arts master? He guessed curiously inside. Humph. Even if your martial talent is extraordinary, you must die. Desiring to charge forward again, he realized his legs were weak, running was out of the question, and walking itself was unsteady. Daxing. At this moment, an elderly voice called out from inside the villa. Master, Lu's young disciple, Daxing, turned his head toward the villa. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked over as well, seeing an old man with white hair and beard slowly walk out. His aura was extremely subdued, and there was no indication of him being a master. Of course, this was only in terms of the current martial arts system. Qin Yu could immediately sense Elder Lu's strength. However, he felt no fear. Dressed in a white Taoist robe, Elder Lu slowly stepped out, his gaze falling on Qin Yu as he softly said, "One who crosses the threshold is a guest. Do not be rude. But master, this person is too arrogant. He forcefully intruded into our villa and arrogantly proposed to make a deal with you. He even assaulted me." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "You were injured by someone else, yet you blame them? You should reflect on why you are inferior." Master, Daxing hung his head, looking dejected. Qin Yu was surprised as well. He hadn't expected Elder Lu to speak like this. Surely this young swordsman must be the recently famous divine doctor from Yun City, Mr. Qin? Elder Lu chuckled and said, "Yes, it's me." Qin Yu nodded. Daxing was puzzled, and the way he looked at Qin Yu changed slightly. But soon enough, he flared up again. "No matter what kind of miraculous healer you are or how much fame you have, breaking into my master's villa and making such arrogant remarks will never be tolerated. What kind of transaction do you want to discuss with me, Dr. Qin?" Elder Lu showed interest. Based on the attitude Elder Lu displayed after his appearance earlier, Qin Yu felt that perhaps they could reach an agreement. "I want to buy this villa of yours, Elder Lu. Would you be willing to part with it?" "Rubbish." Before Elder Lu could respond, Daxing became enraged. "My master has lived here for many years, and you actually think about buying this villa. What goes through your mind?" "Master, I don't think you should treat people like this kindly. Elder Lu was surprised as well, but then he smiled. Dr. Qin, I believe you're not here, just for the villa. The real reason is probably something inside this villa, rather than the villa itself. Chapter 183, 3 Strikes. Qin Yu was a little surprised, but he soon let it go. Since the other party was an adept, and there was a divine plant growing here, he should know something about it. Qin Yu chuckled slightly, without too much concealment, and nodded, saying, Yes, I am indeed interested in something here. Would Master Lu consider letting it go? Please name your price, Master Lu. Let's make a deal. His attitude was still decent. He didn't start by forcefully taking it. Making friends is better than making enemies. Although he didn't particularly care if the other person ended up being friend or foe. Daxing beside him once again angrily said, Mr. Qin, don't think that because you have made some money through medicine, you are something extraordinary. I'm telling you, my master doesn't need money and isn't interested in it. Qin Yu didn't look at him, ignoring his presence entirely. His gaze fell on Master Lu as he waited for his reply. Master Lu smiled and said, Dr. Qin, just as my disciple said, money has no appeal to me at all. Qin Yu frowned and asked again, Then what condition do you propose, Master Lu? I'll see if I can meet it. Master Lu shook his head and chuckled. Dr. Qin, I know you have powerful martial abilities. Here's a deal. If you can withstand my 3 strikes. If you're still alive after the 3 strikes, I will give you this villa along with everything in it. Qin Yu was surprised again, never expecting the other party would merely propose such a condition. All right, without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Daxing sneered coldly, seeking death. His master's strength was formidable. Even though Qin Yu was also a martial grandmaster, it would be absolutely impossible for him to withstand 3 strikes from his master. As a martial person, Daxing knew very well that there could be a significant gap in strength between grandmasters. He snickered coldly while looking at Qin Yu, stepping back to make space for his master and Qin Yu. Dr. Qin, I know you are also a martial grandmaster, so I shall not hold back. Master Lu took a breath and immediately unleashed a palm strike. Bang! A powerful force erupted from his aged palm, producing a sonic boom. In the next moment, the garden of the villa saw sand flying and wind roaring wildly. The nearby artificial lake surged with giant waves, like a tsunami. Qin Yu was internally surprised. This Master Lu truly deserved to be called a recluse adept. His power far surpassed Ling Yun's. But Qin Yu showed no fear, remaining composed and calm. Only when the powerful force reached him did he lift his hand. The palm revealed a glow of black and white colors. Upon its appearance, it effortlessly blocked the terrifying force, followed by a loud rumble. In an instant, the horrifying energy that could destroy forests and flatten mountains dissipated into the void. Master Lu was slightly astonished internally. Qin Yu had easily deflected his palm strike. Although this strike wasn't with his full strength, it was already 40% of his capability. Yet the other party countered it so easily. It seems I underestimated Qin Yu. He marveled silently. Not too far away, Daxing, seeing this scene, stared dumbfounded. He thought his master only needed one slap to either severely injure or outright kill this arrogant Dr. Qin. But the result left him deeply shocked. Dr. Qin's internal powers run deep. I underestimated you. Master Lu chuckled and said, Let's continue. This time, he decided to use a bit more strength. 80%. The laughter on his elderly face disappeared, turning serious as he once again slapped his hand out. With just one slap, it produced an incredible power, and the extremely hard marble ground beneath them even cracked half a meter deep. An unmatched force rushed towards Qin Yu. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu was again impressed by Master Lu's immense power. However, he remained calm and collected. Facing the terrifying force, he lifted his left hand again, revealing the black and white colored glow. Accompanying a louder sound than before, the great force once again dispersed into the sky. Sigh, Daxing involuntarily gasped in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. For this supposed Dr. Qin to have taken his master's first slap was unexpected enough. Now, he had also withstood the second one. Moreover, he clearly felt that his master put more effort into the second slap. Yet, Qin Yu was still able to effortlessly handle it. Suddenly, Daxing began to feel a sense of concern. His gaze shifted toward his master, Master Lu, silently thinking, could Master lose to Qin Yu? At this moment, Master Lu felt both doubt and awe. Before attacking, he worried he might accidentally kill Qin Yu, so he used only 40% of his strength for the first slap. After realizing that the other party could withstand it unscathed, he used 80% of his strength for the second slap. He thought that using 80% of his strength should not kill the other party, and even if it caused serious injuries, wasn't Qin Yu himself a miraculous doctor? He could heal himself. However, the result once again left Elder Lu astonished. And what martial art technique was this black and white divine light that Qin Yu emitted from his palm? It had such immense power. At this moment, Elder Lu stared at the palm of Qin Yu's left hand, feeling startled and skeptical. Qin Yu noticed the astonishment and shock in Elder Lu's heart and lightly chuckled, asking, Elder Lu, do we still need to proceed with the third strike? Arrogant. Although Daxing was shocked by Qin Yu's powerful abilities, upon hearing Qin Yu's words, he still became furious. However, this time he did not shout loudly. Elder Lu was not upset, chuckling instead. The skills of Divine Dr. Qin truly surpass my imagination. The third strike must still go on. Divine Dr. Qin, this time I will really use all my powers. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, indicating the other side to attack freely. Elder Lu deeply inhaled, channeling the martial arts within him and emitting a thunderous sound. His entire right arm instantly swelled up. Even his whole body looked like an inflated balloon. Boom! A palm was thrust out. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, several loud booms were heard, shaking the entire residential area. This time, the ground between the two even shattered, rather than just forming grooves. It was as if a bomb had exploded. The power was unbelievably terrifying. This was also the first time Daxing had seen his master unleash his full strength, causing him to gape in shock, thinking, this time, he should be able to defeat the arrogant Qin Yu, right? He looked at Qin Yu with tension and anticipation. Seeing Qin Yu remain composed, his left palm facing the direction of his master, countering the terrifying force heading toward him. Once again, that mysterious black and white dual-colored glow appeared. Boom. A tremendous roar rose to the heavens. The terrifying force collided with the barrier light screen generated by the black and white colors. In an instant, thick smoke billowed and light radiated in all directions. Chapter 184, A Snake Demon? The thick smoke dispersed, revealing Qin Yu's figure. Lu Lao and Dexing were utterly shocked, standing there in disbelief. Dexing couldn't believe his eyes, struggling to accept the reality before him. Qin Yu had actually managed to block his master's 3 powerful strikes, and appeared completely unscathed. What was more, Qin Yu seemed to have achieved this with utmost ease. Grandmaster. At once, these 3 words sprang to mind for Dexing. One must possess the martial arts prowess of a grandmaster to achieve such an extent. And not just any ordinary grandmaster. This was a grandmaster of great depth and power. Hiss. Thinking about it sent a chill through him. How old was Qin Yu even? And he had already attained the level of grandmaster? What kind of terrifying prodigy was this? Likewise, Lu Lao's heart was deeply shaken at this moment. He thought along the same lines as his disciple. To casually block all 3 of his attacks, especially the final one which he had unleashed his full strength, Qin Yu had still deflected them effortlessly. Such capability meant that this person undeniably possessed the skill of a grandmaster. Although during the entire exchange, Qin Yu hadn't exhibited the aura of a grandmaster, but since he could so easily stop Lu Lao, without being a grandmaster, this wouldn't have been possible. Indeed, Dr. Qin's talents are heaven-defying. This old man is genuinely impressed. Lu Lao smiled, raising his hands in acknowledgement. Qin Yu returned the gesture. Before Qin Yu could speak, Lu Lao added, as per our prior agreement, this villa now belongs to Dr. Qin. Qin Yu was startled. Just giving it to me? Lu Lao nodded. Of course. We settled this beforehand. I don't need Dr. Qin to buy it. I'll simply gift it to you. Qin Yu had assumed that even if he won, he'd still have to pay for the villa. But unexpectedly, Lu Lao truly gifted it directly to him. At this moment, his respect for Lu Lao increased significantly. Just as rumored, Lu Lao was a reclusive sage, and it turned out that he was not only a grandmaster in martial prowess, but also had a moral integrity much higher than most others in the world outside. Thank you then, Elder Lu. Qin Yu initiated a bow this time. Regarding their teacher's behavior, Dexing harbored no objections this time around. Given Qin Yu's martial prowess was stronger than even their master, as just a humble disciple, what right did he have to interject? Dr. Qin, Lu Lao said suddenly. You're here for that patch of divine lotus flower in the artificial lake, aren't you? His gaze fell on the enormous lotus growing in the middle of the vast artificial lake. Qin Yu nodded, once again refusing to deny it outright. Since the other party had generously given both the villa and everything in it, he had nothing left to hide. Moreover, he knew that Lu Lao had long discerned the purpose behind his late-night visit. Exactly. Dr. Qin is after such a divine object. Lu Lao continued smiling and explained, in fact, this isn't an artificial lake at all. It's a natural spirit-infused lake formed by nature. Qin Yu slightly narrowed his eyes, understanding immediately in his heart. Actually, from the very first glimpse of this lake, something peculiar about it had caught his attention. If it truly was an artificial lake, yet filled with spirit energy, whoever could create such a thing would definitely be a warrior of incredible might. Qin Yu estimated that within the entirety of the Daxia Kingdom, probably not a single individual could match such capability. It was a naturally formed lake then, it made sense. Only the Tao of heaven, only nature itself, held the power to achieve such marvels. He turned his gaze back toward the lake where among a sea of lotuses, lay the elusive divine lotus flower. Unless one paid close attention or wasn't particularly familiar with the divine lotus flower, it would be hard to tell which one was indeed the divine spirit lotus. The surrounding common lotuses concealed everything well. Dr. Qin, your martial prowess is formidable. You should be aware that usually near every divine object, there must be a powerful demon beast guarding it. Lu Lao reminded. If Dr. Qin wishes to acquire this particular divine lotus flower, it won't be easy. Qin Yu grew solemn, having previously guessed there would be a demon beast nearby guarding the divine object, but didn't expect it to be true. Once, he had heard his master recount how in the cultivation world, every divine object had an incredibly strong beast guarding it. Said guarding was merely waiting until the divine object matured, after which it would consume it to increase its own power. Surprisingly, even under Earth's conditions, such a phenomenon existed. To be honest, I myself once coveted this divine lotus flower. There were 2 confrontations between me and a beast dwelling within the river. Qin Yu looked deeper into Lu Lao. Ho ho. Lu Lao also glanced at Qin Yu, laughing twice humorlessly. Alright, Lu Lao admitted. Let's put it bluntly, saying there were 2 battles, actually means I was beaten by the beast. In the first encounter, I fought the beast alone. Back then, I didn't know that the beast was hiding beneath the lake. I rushed to collect the divine lotus flower at once, only to be driven back by the sudden appearance of the beast and sustain some injuries. The second time, a highly skilled person happened to pass by here, noticing the divine lotus flower too. Even with our combined strength, we couldn't overcome that beast. Listening to Lu Lao's words, Qin Yu became increasingly serious. If Lu Lao alone could not defeat the beast, that wasn't so concerning. But if even the combination of Lu Lao and another strong warrior failed against the beast, it was enough proof of the formidable power of the creature. He feared he might also be no match for the beast. Afterward, I've been guarding this place ever since, for more than a decade. My purpose has been to keep people away to prevent them from getting hurt or killed by the beast under the lake. With a powerful figure like you, Dr. Qin, taking charge now, I can finally have my freedom. As Lu Lao spoke, it seemed as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders, revealing a touch of relief in his smile. Qin Yu remained silent. Naturally, he wouldn't want to stay here as the other one did. He just wanted to seize the divine lotus flower to refine the dragon silver pill, helping Ling Yun to channel qi into her body and enter the ranks of immortals. His eyes were fixed on the divine lotus flower surrounded by a cluster of lotuses, causing him to frown. From afar, he hadn't examined it carefully enough. Now observing closely, he realized that this plant was almost entirely matured. No more than 3 days. Within 3 days, the divine lotus flower would reach full maturity, and the beast in the lake would consume it. There could be no delay. Tonight was the time to act. This thought crossed Qin Yu's mind quietly. By the way, Lu Lao, what exactly is the beast in the lake? Just as he was about to move, a crucial question occurred to him, prompting him to turn around and ask Lu Lao. It's a 10-meter-long giant snake. Lu Lao's expression grew solemn. Dr. Qin, surely you're not thinking of retrieving the divine lotus flower tonight. That must absolutely not happen. A 10-meter-long snake? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Chapter 185 Qin Yu being swallowed. Snake? Qin Yu muttered to himself. Could it be a snake demon? No. He immediately rejected this thought. If it were a snake, logically it would not be the guardian beast of a divine object like the Furong spirit lotus. Qin Yu's assumption was confirmed by Elder Lu, who had seen its true form. Dr. Qin is right. The monster in the lake, though slim and snake-like, does not seem to be a snake. What kind of demon could it be then? Daxing asked. When Elder Lu fought with the demon in the lake, Daxing wasn't yet his disciple and thus hadn't seen the demon's true appearance. Qin Yu looked at Elder Lu and asked, Predecessor, what do you think it might be? Elder Lu narrowed his eyes and pondered. I think it might be a jiao. Jiao. Daxing's heart suddenly leaped with shock. Though his power wasn't great, he was a cultivator and naturally had heard about ancient mythological demons and knew more than ordinary people. Then isn't its strength very powerful? How will Dr. Qin succeed in harvesting the Furong spirit lotus? He glanced at Qin Yu, worry etched on his face. If earlier he had considered this young man before him arrogant and disrespectful, later, after learning that he was Qin Yu, the famed doctor of Yunqing, and showing abilities far surpassing even his own master, Daxing had completely accepted Qin Yu from the depths of his heart. Moreover, speaking of which, Qin Yu wasn't really one to look down on others with disdainful arrogance. He was also quite respectful towards their master. If it's indeed a jiao, then it's quite challenging. Qin Yu revealed a serious expression as well. And if we don't stop it, it will likely consume the fully matured Furong spirit lotus, transform into a dragon when it meets water. Once it turns into a dragon, there will be trouble. Dragon? Both Elder Lu and Daxing exclaimed in surprise. Elder Lu was astonished. He never expected that the jiao inside the lake aimed to transform into a dragon. Daxing seemed puzzled, asking curiously, Dr. Qin, wouldn't it turning into a dragon be a good thing? Elder Lu shook his head, not necessarily. A dragon is of course good, but some are bad. Bad ones turn into demons. Hence, there were legends about subduing dragons in the ancient times of Daxia, including the conflict between Neza and the Dragon Prince, which can also be referenced. Daxing was greatly surprised, although he knew a little about demons in ancient times, but he wasn't clear, especially about the dragon, a mysterious and magical divine beast. His understanding was still limited. After all, the information passed down from the ancient Daxia period about dragons wasn't much. Qin Yu nodded. Exactly. A dragon has 9 children. These 9 have varying qualities, some becoming divine beasts, some willingly degenerating into demons. Daxing comprehended. Ah, I see. So will this jiao in the lake turn into a divine beast or a demon? Qin Yu immediately replied. Regardless whether it becomes a divine beast or a demon, I must obtain the Furong spirit lotus. With that said, he quickly stepped towards the lake. Dr. Qin, absolutely not. Elder Lu called out loudly. Your strength may be powerful, but you alone cannot defeat the demon. Besides, it's been so many years since my last battle with it. I believe its current strength is definitely more formidable now. Or, why don't you wait another day? I'll immediately call upon my elder and younger brothers for help. They're not far away, just a tiny sect. Qin Yu didn't even turn back. Thank you, Elder Lu, but I can't afford to wait. That Furong spirit lotus may mature tonight, and if it gets swallowed by the jiao in the lake, not only will it be a huge loss, but it might cause immense trouble. Qin Yu somewhat had confidence in dealing with the current jiao, but if the jiao consumed the Furong spirit lotus and transformed into a dragon, Qin Yu would have no confidence in countering it. While speaking, Qin Yu stared intently at the bottom of the lake. The water blocked his view, plus this area of the lake was extremely vast. He couldn't locate the jiao's silhouette for a moment. He looked at the lake bottom under the Furong spirit lotus and again didn't see any demon figure. Strange, where did the jiao go? At this time, shouldn't it always be guarding the Furong spirit lotus? The Furong spirit lotus was nearing full maturity, more crucial than ever. Qin Yu felt suspicious inside. Upon seeing this, Elder Lu and Daxing assumed that Qin Yu's determination was slightly shaken, so they continued to persuade him. Dr. Qin, you're correct. This situation needs patience. That demon is a jiao, a ferocious creature from the ancient period, possessing immense strength. To counter it won't be an easy task. I'll send Daxing back immediately. Halfway through his speech, Elder Lu gave a startled "oh," noticing Qin Yu leap up, almost a meter above the lake's surface, gliding over. At the same time, his left wrist kept trembling continuously, and one after another small stones were shot out. Boom, boom. Explosion sounds continued without pause, as if bombs had fallen into the lake, sending up huge splashes of water. These pebbles landed in all directions on the large lake, none of them anywhere near the Furong Spirit Lotus. Diverting attention from east to west, Master Lu and Daxing, his disciple, immediately saw through this maneuver. This might be a good plan. At least, it should be able to successfully harvest the Furong Spirit Lotus before the jiao in the lake noticed. Indeed, Master Lu and his companion watched Qin Yu swiftly fly close to the Furong Spirit Lotus and reach out with his right hand. Qin Yu's real target was the Furong Spirit Lotus. He didn't necessarily need to engage in a fight to the death with the jiao inside the lake. As long as he obtained the Furong Spirit Lotus and quickly distanced himself from this lake, that would be enough. If the creature did not pursue him then, he would turn and leave. If it followed him, then a fight would ensue until its death. Away from the lake, away from water, the jiao's combat strength would weaken significantly. This was exactly the method Qin Yu had thought out while standing by the lakeside earlier. Success! Qin Yu's right hand was now inches away from the Furong Spirit Lotus. Roar! Just at this critical moment, a roar of anger erupted from within the lake. Following that, a massive pillar of water shot skyward, striking Qin Yu's right hand just as it was about to touch the Furong Spirit Lotus. Boom! Thankfully, Qin Yu had never let down his guard. In a flash, he retracted his right hand, narrowly avoiding an attack. Splashing waves rose wildly as a colossal tail emerged from the water and slammed toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu had been well prepared. His left foot lightly touched the surface of the water, and then he propelled himself upward with great agility. Be careful, Dr. Qin. Just at this moment, Master Lu and Daxing shouted loudly from the lakeside. Humph. Qin Yu also felt a wave of alarm, realizing that he was enveloped by a massive shadow. He suddenly looked up and saw a blood-filled mouth open wide above him, rows of sharp fangs gleaming menacingly. The Jiao dragon had somehow soared high into the air, waiting for Qin Yu to ascend. In the next moment, before Qin Yu could react, its giant maw snapped shut over him, biting him into its mouth. Boom. After swallowing Qin Yu, the Jiao instantly dove into the lake. Chapter 186, Execution. Divine Dr. Qin. Elder Lu cried out, his heart filled with worry. What should we do now, Master? Daxing was equally anxious. That dragon-like beast swallowed Divine Dr. Qin. Is Divine Dr. Qin dead? Elder Lu didn't have time to respond to his disciple. His eyes widened as he quickly thought of a plan. Daxing, you immediately return to Tai Martial Hall and inform your uncle and aunts. Tell them to come here as fast as they can. And you too, return to the Martial Hall at full speed. Hurry up. All right. What about you, Master? I'm going to the bottom of the lake right away to save Divine Dr. Qin. Elder Lu shouted anxiously. Qin Yu was the most talented martial genius he had ever seen, and absolutely couldn't die in the mouth of a beast like this. Otherwise, it would be an immense loss for our great Xia. He would rather be devoured by that beast himself than see Divine Dr. Qin meet such an end. Without another word, he was ready to jump down, but was abruptly pulled back by Daxing's grip on his shoulder. No way, Master. Daxing cried out. Even Qin Yu, more powerful than you, has been swallowed alive by that dragon-like beast. If you go down there, wouldn't you be swallowed even faster? Master, you mustn't throw your life away. Let's wait for your uncles and aunts to arrive, and then together, save Divine Dr. Qin. Release me, Daxing. Elder Lu roared furiously. If we wait for your uncles and aunts to arrive, Divine Dr. Qin will have already been dissolved by that dragon-like beast. Saving Divine Dr. Qin requires only these precious few minutes. Elder Lu shook off Daxing with a violent tremble, yelling again. Hurry up, notify your uncles and aunts immediately. That is my command as your master. Boom. Just as Elder Lu was about to plunge into the lake, a colossal wave surged up from beneath, soaring 30 stories high. Elder Lu stopped mid-step, surprised beyond measure. Daxing suddenly looked up, gazing at the towering column of water rising toward the sky, uncertain and alarmed. Subsequently, loud explosions echoed throughout the vast lake, waves constantly surging and reaching skyward. Master, that's blood. Daxing suddenly noticed that a few of the water columns had a reddish hue, obviously mixed with blood. Naturally, Elder Lu also noticed, tightening inside and becoming concerned once more. The fact that such large waves were emanating from beneath the lake meant that Divine Dr. Qin hadn't died. Apparently, he had managed to escape from the beast's mouth. Truly, Divine Dr. Qin's martial arts capabilities were extraordinarily powerful. Could this be the real strength of a grandmaster? While worried, Elder Lu couldn't help feeling amazed. His aged eyes sharply focused on the red stains within those waves. Was the blood from the beast or from Divine Dr. Qin? With a thunderous roar, an even greater splash erupted, surging so high it felt like it pierced through the heavens. Both Elder Lu and Daxing jumped in shock. Splashing. A heavy rain of water poured down from the sky. It truly was raining cats and dogs. Through the massive rain curtain in the lake waters, both Elder Lu and Daxing saw something horrifying. their eyeballs almost popping out in disbelief. Not ordinary men. They were able to pierce through the water's obstruction of their sight. Still, the scene before them was too surprising, too difficult to believe. For a moment, neither dared to trust their eyes. Master, am I seeing things? Daxing opened his mouth and weakly asked. It seems, I saw divine Dr. Qin floating in the air. As he spoke these words, goosebumps covered his entire body. Elder Lu's eyes stared blankly, stunned, completely dumbfounded, and similarly hesitantly responded. No, you're not seeing things. I saw it too. Hiss. Upon receiving his master's definitive affirmation, Daxing couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Does this mean divine Dr. Qin has reached the legendary martial saint level? I remember hearing only those who reach the legendary martial saint level can perform such feats. Elder Lu didn't reply to his disciple. The answer was already clear enough. But his astonishment was profound. This was his first time seeing a legend float in midair. And it was also the first time he encountered someone so powerful. At the same time, Elder Lu felt a surge of fear, remembering how he previously acted arrogant in front of him. And he even fought against him. Oh heavens, this was practically seeking death. With fear came shame. He wanted to dive into the lake, unable to face such a legendary figure as divine Dr. Qin. A howl rang out from below the lake, and then that dragon-like beast leaped skyward, its head raising as it stared intently at Qin Yu. Both Elder Lu and Daxing noticed several deep sword wounds on the creature's body, startling injuries where blood continuously poured out. The blood in the water came from these several wounds. Realization dawned on them. Qin Yu stood atop his flying sword, looking down at the python beneath him in the air, its eyes radiating intense malice. He noticed the faint outline of a pair of horns appearing on its head. With a sneer, he said, So, you really intend to transform into a dragon? Beast, I'll give you one chance. Leave quickly, and don't covet that lotus flower. Furthermore, do not harm anyone. If possible, Qin Yu would prefer not to kill this python. After all, it had been guarding the lotus flower faithfully. This was akin to forcefully taking it from it. Infuriated beyond reason, the python couldn't hear anything else. It had originally planned to consume the sacred lotus within these few days to transform into a dragon. However, tonight, it got injured by this young human standing before it. Roar. An enraged scream tore through the sky as it rushed forward with its massive mouth wide open, aiming to bite Qin Yu. Qin Yu sniffed coldly, stubborn till the end. And so, you leave me no choice. As the words faded, he controlled the flying sword to slash downward. A flash of black and white divine light struck towards the python. Boom. The sound of thunderous impact reverberated. Roar. A long wail pierced heavenward. The python was sliced into two pieces, its lower body longer than its severed upper portion. Its head flew high into the air, then fell down only to be grabbed firmly by Qin Yu. A rain of blood soaked the empty lake space above. Lao Lu and Daxing, standing by the lakeside below, were utterly stunned. Indeed, he is a legendary strongman. Absolutely extraordinary skill. Both of their hearts screamed in admiration. Hovering midair, Qin Yu held the python's head with his left hand, while his right hand suddenly slapped it violently. Huff! The entire python head burst instantly, revealing a golden circular object. The core. According to what his master had told him, both pythons and dragons' cores are found in their heads. That's why Qin Yu chopped off the python's head. Upon grasping the golden core, Qin Yu immediately sensed an overwhelming power surge through him. Such a core would bring immense benefits and advantages to cultivators. After obtaining the core, Qin Yu swooped down and landed near the lakeside. Thud! Both Lao Lu and Daxing simultaneously knelt down upon seeing him. Chapter 187. Reforging the Treasure. Qin Yu was surprised, and he couldn't understand what Lu Lao and his disciple Dashing meant. Lu Lao, what are you two doing? Qin Yu had a bit of respect for Lu Lao in his heart. For one thing, even though he couldn't defeat the dragon-like beast in the lake, to ensure safety, he didn't allow anyone close here, guarding it for over 10 years. This alone was commendable. Revered sage, please forgive my earlier ignorance and disrespect. Yes, revered sage, I couldn't recognize your true greatness and acted disrespectfully toward you. May sage pardon me. Lu Lao and Dashing spoke alternately. Qin Yu was even more confused now. Sage, what do you mean by sage? After an explanation from Lu Lao, Qin Yu finally understood the situation. In reality, his knowledge of the current martial arts system in Daxia was quite limited. It was only at this moment that he learned that only cultivators who reached the saint level, or wusheng, could fly through the air. When he had flown on his sword earlier, Lu Lao and Dashing mistakenly believed his cultivation had already reached what they thought was the level of a wusheng. Qin Yu didn't bother with further explanations. The Xian path he practiced was very different from the cultivation systems prevalent in Daxia, and his identity as a Xian practitioner, he didn't want it revealed too soon to outsiders. After pondering for a while, he said to Lu Lao and his disciple, Lu Lao, please help keep my affairs as confidential as possible. Upon hearing this, although Lu Lao had some doubts in his mind, he didn't dwell on them, nodding and replying, please trust us, revered sage. About your affairs, both Dashing and I will keep everything confidential. Absolutely, please trust us. Even if beaten to death, I won't disclose anything about you. Dashing quickly added, still feeling excited and thrilled even now. That was a legendary wusheng master. Many people might go their whole lives without ever getting such a chance. Yet, he had not just met him, but conversed with the revered sage. Truly a once-in-3 lifetimes opportunity. If it wasn't for confidentiality, I would tell everyone I've met a wusheng master. Lu Lao, there's another matter where I need your disciple's help. Qin Yu continued. Speak, sage. You too should try sinking the dragon-like creature to the bottom of the lake. Do not deal with it using any other method for now. It might be useful later. Lu Lao nodded, understood. The two of us will follow Sage's instructions carefully. In the next few days, I'll stay here, waiting for the maturity of the lotus flower of Fu Rong while also cultivating myself. Plead with Lu Lao to ensure no one disturbs me. Sage, rest assured, I will make sure no one interrupts your cultivation. Later, Qin Yu entered the villa. Before closing his meditation room, he contacted Shen Lingyun first, informing her that he would enter seclusion for a few days at the Bailan Di housing complex. This residential area was developed by the Bai family, named Bailan Di. The recent commotion surrounding Xuanhuan has caused great uproar. It's best if you don't move around unnecessarily. Qin Yu knew Shen Lingyun had powerful martial skills, but caution was always better than regret later, especially if they encountered again those hidden killers behind the destruction of his family, or if they found any clues. He feared that Lingyun might act impulsively. Shen Lingyun was quick-witted and immediately understood Qin Yu's concern. Smiling, she replied, "You may meditate in peace. Even if something big happens this time, I will wait until after you're done before making any moves." Hearing this, Qin Yu felt less burdened, so he began his secluded cultivation, while simultaneously awaiting the complete maturity of the lotus flower of Fu Rong. Meanwhile, Lu Lao and his disciple Dashing proceeded according to Qin Yu's orders to dispose of the corpse of the dragon-like creature. Being a skilled martial artist himself, it wasn't difficult for Lu Lao to submerge the large corpse of the dragon into the depths of the lake. After finishing handling the corpse, Lu Lao approached Bai Jingtun, the head of the Bai family. "Lu Lao, did you give up this villa?" Upon learning the news, Bai Jingtun was utterly shocked. He remembered it was none other than his benefactor, Lu Lao, who originally pointed out the location for building this villa. Then he moved in, staying for more than a decade. Lu Lao did not explain much, but simply said, "Send some people over to guard the perimeter outside the villa. No one should approach. Qin, the divine doctor from Yun City, is inside meditating in solitude. Absolutely no one must disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be beyond our control." Thinking that Qin was a legendary wuxing master, Lu Lao worried that merely his own disciples wouldn't suffice to adequately protect, thus calling upon Bai Jingtun. In truth, due to his great strength as a grandmaster of martial arts, protecting a villa shouldn't have been a hard task. But for a matter entrusted by a legendary wusheng, Lu Lao dared not make any slight errors. If something really goes wrong, it would be more serious than just missing an opportunity. It could even lead to deadly disaster. One might say, this was a matter of mixed blessing. Master Qin, Bai Jie furrowed her eyebrows slightly, immediately thinking of Qin Yu who was with Lin Xinru. She looked surprised, not expecting that he had actually obtained the villa from Lu Lao's hands. How did Qin Yu manage to do that? Despite her surprise, Bai Jie still had her own thoughts about Qin Yu, but she didn't express them, only planning to find Qin Yu later to understand how he managed to persuade such a reclusive grandmaster like Lu Lao to agree to transfer the villa. Inside the villa, Qin Yu began his seclusion. He took out the inner core of a python-like creature, placing it on his left palm. Instantly, the entire room glowed in golden light. The python has yet to transform into a dragon, but its core is already filled with a potent yang energy. Using it to refine a fire-resistant gem will have significant use in the future. Qin Yu had long decided this plan. Of course, fire-resistant gems are ranked in quality. Low-quality gems can only withstand common fires. High-quality ones, however, can resist various kinds of supernatural flames, even divine fire. For example, the 3 purities divine fire. If it were an exceptionally high-quality gem, it too would be able to withstand it. Moreover, aside from suppressing fire, a high-quality fire-resistant gem serves other purposes as well. The quality of these gems largely depends on one very critical factor: the materials used in refining it. The python, being related to dragons, possesses a core that's already of extremely high grade. Refining a fire-resistant gem using this python's core will surely result in something extraordinary. As Qin Yu looked at the radiant golden core in his hand, he felt brimming anticipation and revealed a trace of smile. Without further delay, he immediately started making gestures, and the core in his hand slowly rose up, floating in front of him. Chapter 188, Unexpected Situation. Jiangcheng, as the capital city of Zhejiang province, is home to the largest amusement park in the entire province, and even in all of Daxia. Wanshan, I didn't expect you would bring me here to unwind. Amidst the bustling crowd at the amusement park, Chun Bai Lian sighed. I suddenly have a feeling like waking up from a dream. It's as if we've returned to our younger days. Back then, when she and Shun Wanshan were lovers, Shun Wanshan had once brought her here to play. I remember how much fun the two of us had. That day is a memory I will never forget. Shun Wanshan was also filled with emotion. He sighed and said, in the blink of an eye, several decades have passed. Time flies so quickly. He saw that Chun Bai Lian had been in low spirits these past few days, so he decided to bring her out to cheer up a bit. Of course, it wasn't because of renewed romantic feelings. Rather, he hoped that after Chun Bai Lian's mood improved, she could tell him some information about the destruction of his good friend Qin Feng's family years ago. However, they had already been in Jiangcheng for a while, and he had stayed by Chun Bai Lian's side this entire time, but she still refused to divulge any information. She was deliberately stringing him along. Shen Wanshan was helpless. He couldn't resort to force either, since Chun Bai Lian had once been the love of his life. If their relationship was just casual, or even adversarial, he could have used violence to coerce answers. But now, he forcibly suppressed his irritation and forced a smile. I'm glad you're happy, Bai Lian. Chun Bai Lian laughed faintly, but one couldn't tell whether it was a laugh of joy or not. If you had only defied everything back then and insisted on staying with me, the circumstances between us today would be completely different. Think about now, not only did you betray me, your daughter, whom I regarded as my own, has caused me such sorrow with her words and actions. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's heart tightened. He hastily apologized. This is my fault, Bai Lian. It's my fault for not teaching Lingyun better. Palm. As they walked, not far ahead there was a circus parade performance. Inside, a clown was using a torch to perform fire breathing. Ah, this uncle is so amazing. Dad, isn't this uncle afraid that the flames will burn his mouth? The dazzling performance elicited gasps of surprise from the onlookers. Some children questioned their fathers in confusion. Xuanhuan, I know why you've chosen to stay here during this time. It's to investigate what happened to Qin Feng's family those years ago. Bai Lian said, Qin Feng is your brother, and I understand that. What I don't understand is why the other day you went to the Mo family. You know, there's a very high possibility that the death of my son was orchestrated by Mo's family groom, or even directly plotted by the Mo family behind the scenes. Xuanhuan frowned, wanting to explain that it shouldn't be the Mo family, but immediately thought again. If he continued defending the Mo family at this moment, Bai Lian would surely be upset. So, he explained, it's not as you think. I didn't go to the Mo family out of concern for them. It's just that Lingyun came here, so I went over to see her. At this, Bai Lian became both sad and angry again. Haha, indeed. Lingyun, this girl dislikes me deeply from the bottom of her heart. How can that be? How? Then why did she prefer to go to the Mo family upon arriving in Jiangxing rather than finding me? It's because Qin Yu is at the Mo family. This is no excuse. Palm. The sound of the fire spitting grew louder. Xuanhuan and Bai Lian had already reached the sides of the circus parade performers and slowly approached. Xuanhuan, let me ask you. Bai Lian's expression turned serious and grave. Suppose one day I decide to deal with Xuanhuan, and Qin Yu and Lingyun stand against me. What would you do? Xuanhuan stood stunned in place, momentarily caught off guard by this difficult question, unsure of how to answer. Mr. Shun. Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Xuanhuan instinctively turned around, then, palm. A ball of fire suddenly rushed towards him, aimed straight for his face and entire head. He was utterly startled, immediately leaping back. However, it was still too late. Before he could react fully, a yellow and blue flame engulfed Xuanhuan. Ah! Xuanhuan screamed in agony. Xuanhuan! Bai Lian shouted, and slapped the clown with her palm. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and it felt as if her palm had struck nothing. A puff of dust dispersed, and the clown's clothes flew off, but his body seemed to have vanished into thin air. Stunned for 2 seconds, without thinking much further, Bai Lian immediately ran over to Xuanhuan, who had fallen to the ground. How are you, Xuanhuan? At this moment, Xuanhuan couldn't respond. The intense burning sensation combined with his perception of the world growing darker indicated his eyesight had likely gone blind. Quickly, arrest everyone in this circus immediately. Bai Lian shouted. Then she immediately sent Xuanhuan to the hospital. Jiangxing's top private hospital had the city's most renowned and skilled physician on duty. The first divine doctor personally attended to Xuanhuan. Shen Lingyun and Xiaoyu were the first to arrive at the hospital. They saw their father with severe burns to his head and eyes, which infuriated them. After a brief emergency rescue, Xuanhuan remained unconscious and still in critical condition. Upon consulting the first divine doctor, Shen Lingyun learned that the flames that burned her father contained an extremely potent fire poison. It was very hard to treat. Miss Shun, I don't have full confidence in handling these fire poisons. They're too strong. I can only try my best. The first divine doctor, aware of Xuanhuan's identity, didn't exaggerate his abilities but truthfully informed them. When Shen Lingyun heard this, she became both worried and enraged. She immediately walked over to where Bai Lian was sitting on a bench in the hallway. What exactly happened? How did my father get burned? And yet you are completely unharmed. She harshly questioned Bai Lian. Facing the angry questions from Lingyun, this time Bai Lian didn't blame her. Instead, she self-blamed. This is my fault. If it weren't for Xuanhuan noticing my bad mood and bringing me to the amusement park to relax, he wouldn't have been taken advantage of by someone malicious. Then she fully recounted the incident of Xuanhuan being ambushed. She also informed Lingyun that all the members of the circus had been arrested. Did you find anything out? Lingyun asked. Not yet, but my people are still interrogating them. I believe useful information will soon emerge. I'm sorry, Lingyun, said Bai Lian. You can rest assured, I will do everything possible to find out who orchestrated this. And once we catch them, I'll kill them with my own hands. Bai Lian spoke with indignation and gritted teeth. Shen Lingyun kept watching every expression change on the face of the Bai Lian before her. Upon hearing the news, she initially suspected there was something wrong with Bai Lian. However, based on the other woman's behavior and facial micro-expressions, especially the ones indicating genuine anger, Shen Lingyun thought that Bai Lian wasn't pretending. Could it really have nothing to do with Bai Lian? Shen Lingyun quietly speculated in her mind. Chapter 189, The Powerful Fire-Oppressing Pearl. Miss, you don't need to investigate anymore. The other party must be the mastermind behind the destruction of the Qin family back then. At this moment, the maidservant beside her, Xiaoyu, said. Previously, they sent out many powerful figures on multiple occasions, using various means to go against Lord Shan, against you, and against our Shen family. Shen Lingyun had actually thought about this possibility as well and remained silent. Lingyun, don't worry. No matter who the other party is, I will definitely give an answer to both you and Mr. Wan. Certainly, they must pay a price for their actions. Qin Billion revealed a stern look on her face and spoke with great severity. However, the most pressing matter right now is to treat Mr. Wan. I have already invited the best several divine doctors from Jiangsheng, including the newly appointed president of the Provincial Medical Association, President Liao, whose medical skills are extremely formidable. She added, according to reason, with President Liao's medical skills, he should have been the one to take up the position as president before. But because he wasn't adept at handling interpersonal relationships, plus Zhuijin having Mu Bufan's support, Zhuijin ended up taking the position of president. Lingyun, rest assured, with President Liao stepping in for treatment, Mr. Wan will surely be fine. Shin Lingyun had heard of President Liao and knew that his medical skills were indeed very remarkable, but she still couldn't shake off her uneasiness. After pondering for a moment, she turned to Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, you stay here to help. I'll head over and find Qin Yu immediately. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face lit up with anticipation and joy. Yes, I almost forgot. Miss, please bring young Master Qin here quickly. He will surely be able to cure your father. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Qin Billion frowned slightly. Qin Yu? Although she had heard rumors that Qin Yu was proficient in medicine, deep down she didn't believe that his skills were truly as remarkable as the rumors suggested, let alone surpassing President Liao's abilities. However, at this moment, she refrained from commenting. Since xuanhuan got into trouble while she was accompanying him outside, she felt some responsibility and thus didn't feel it was appropriate to voice her thoughts. Shin Lingyun immediately left the hospital and headed towards the White Brand neighborhood to find Qin Yu. At this time, Qin Yu was still in seclusion inside his villa, although he had already completed his cultivation session. He hadn't yet stepped outside of the villa, because he had successfully refined the fire-repressing pearl. He sat cross-legged on the ground in his room, his left hand spread open, with a golden pearl hovering above his palm, the size of a longan fruit. Indeed, the quality of the fire-repressing pearl refined using the inner core of the dragonfish is exceptionally good. Even though my flying sword is only considered a low-grade treasure item, the fire-repressing pearl on my palm is a high-grade treasure item. Despite the dragonfish's inner core having the ability to subdue fire, its nature belongs to water. This particular fire-repressing pearl has inadvertently gained some attributes of water, and Qin Yu realized he could use it to understand the water attribute within the 5 elements. Let's try the power of this fire-repressing pearl. A moment later, Qin Yu looked forward expectantly, lightly flicked his left wrist, and the fire-repressing pearl in his palm flew up into midair. The next instant, he channeled the Yin-Yang divine technique within his body and shot out a palm strike. Roar, a column of fire rushed towards the fire-repressing pearl in the air. Boom! An instant thunderous sound echoed. Within more than 1 meter from the fire-repressing pearl, the fiery column ceased moving forward. It seemed there was an invisible wall that blocked the flow of spiritual energy fire he had expelled. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu was ecstatic inside. As expected, the effect of this fire-repressing pearl is extraordinarily powerful. Currently, his martial arts proficiency is only at the level of martial arts grandmaster, but his actual strength is at the great grandmaster level, and even at the experienced great grandmaster tier. And his full-force fire column was unable to approach the fire-repressing pearl at all, which fully demonstrated the immense power of the fire-repressing pearl. Looking at the fire-repressing pearl hovering in the middle of the air that isolated the flames, Qin Yu revealed once again his anticipation. I wonder how it would fare against much stronger mystical fires, or even divine fire. When he retracted his qi, the column of fire disappeared instantly. With a flip of his left hand, the fire-repressing pearl floating in midair immediately returned to his palm. As he was observing this high-quality fire-repressing pearl, suddenly, there came a knock on the door. Qin Yu furrowed his brow immediately, not feeling irritated, but instead considering if something might have happened. He knew that at this point, by all logic, no one would come to disturb him unless it was someone very close to him encountering a highly urgent situation. Without delay, he stood up and quickly descended to the first floor of the villa. Upon opening the door, he saw Shun Lingyun standing there, which greatly surprised him. Simultaneously, he noticed her solemn and anxious expression. I'm sorry, Qin Yu, I might be disturbing your cultivation, Shun Lingyun said hastily, speaking at a fast pace. But I really have no other way. My father was burned by fire, and if he doesn't receive effective treatment soon, he will be in danger. Qin Yu was startled for a moment, feeling even more surprised. Xuanhuan getting burned by fire? That should have been highly unlikely. After taking his 9 tripod returning pills, Xuanhuan's strength might not have fully restored to its peak, but he would undoubtedly be a martial arts powerhouse. Stunned for a second, he quickly reacted. Let's go, we'll head there at the fastest speed possible. Qin Yu believed the fire that burned Xuanhuan wouldn't be an ordinary one, and he was concerned that any delay could result in unforeseen incidents. Walking out of the villa, he gave a brief instruction to the bodyguards arranged by Jingting, who were guarding here. Guard this place at all costs and don't let anyone approach. Yes, Master Qin. Several tough-looking bodyguards nodded in agreement. Originally, Master Lu and the master-disciple duo from Daxing also guarded here, but they returned upon hearing something had happened at their dojo yesterday. In less than half an hour, Qin Yu followed Shin Lingyun to the high-end private hospital. As soon as they entered the hospital, both exchanged glances and sensed a thick atmosphere of tension. It felt like the entire hospital was under immense pressure, not from the hospital itself, but because of someone causing conflict. The two of them quickly crossed through the lobby and saw 2 groups of people in the hallway. One group was led by Qin Billion, consisting of members of the Tan family, while on the opposite side stood the Mo family led by siblings Mo Qiu and Mo Gaofei. Tensions were running high between the two sides, ready to fight each other to the death. Mo Qiu and Mo Gaofei had come to offer help, having learned about xuanhuan's injury. Given their already good relationship with Shun Lingyun and their connection with Qin Yu, it made even more sense for them to come assist. However, they unexpectedly encountered Qun Billion and the Tan clan members. Enemies meeting face to face always brings extra hostility. If it weren't for Xiao Yu present, a fight would have already broken out. Master Qin, you're finally back. Xiao Yu exhaled in relief, yet sighed as well. If you didn't return soon, I wouldn't have been able to stop these two families. The situation now between the two families was highly complicated. The Tan family believed that Xuanhuan, Mo family's son-in-law, plotted to kill their young master Tanjin. But now, the Mo family accused the Tan clan of secretly orchestrating events behind the scenes, leading to Xuanhuan being pursued off a cliff, his fate unknown. And Mo Qiu and Mo Gaofei firmly did not think it was Xuanhuan who killed Tanjin. Chapter 190, Critical Condition. Divine Dr. Qin. The sister and brother duo, Mo Qiu and Mo Gaofei, turned their gaze toward Qin Yu simultaneously. Shun Billion also looked at Qin Yu, but her eyes revealed a hint of gloom, and her expression wasn't pleasant. Qin Yu made her somewhat irritated. If Qin Yu had disclosed the truth about the death of her son back in Yunqing, the matter would have been resolved long ago. There wouldn't have been so many issues today either. And because Qin Yu refused to reveal the truth, she still couldn't seek revenge for her son to this day. Qin Yu coldly glanced at Qin Billion. He had already heard from Lingyun on the way here about xuanhuan's burns. Like Lingyun, he immediately suspected that this incident might be related to Qin Billion as well. But currently, it was just a guess. It was impossible to confront Qin Billion directly or force her to answer. Then he glanced at Mo Qiu and Mo Gaofei. Qin Yu felt a bit of a headache coming on. For both the Mo and Tan families, he could help neither side at present. His original intention was to stand on the side of the Mo family, but Mrs. Tan, Qin Billion, was also an old lover of xuanhuan and thus untouchable. After pondering, he decided to temporarily not interfere with their conflict. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to speak, both sides continued their earlier dispute. You old hag must have had someone from your Tan family chase and try to kill my brother-in-law. Mo Gaofei angrily pointed at Qin Billion. Qin Billion erupted in anger. If you call me old hag one more time, I will kill you immediately. My son was killed by your good-for-nothing brother-in-law, and I haven't even sought revenge yet. Now your Mo family actually slanders us and dares to utter such arrogance. Mo Gaofei has never feared anyone and shouted loudly. Old hag, old hag, old hag. I called you. Not only did I call you, I didn't just stop at once. Bite me if you dare. Come on, see if you can kill me. He showed no fear. Even though the Tan family had people there and Qin Billion's martial skills weren't weak, the Mo family was equally strong. Even if Qin Yu might not intervene, he believed that his own Mo family had the capability to protect him. Qin Billion gritted her teeth in anger. I will kill you, you good-for-nothing rich brat. If you dare lay a finger on any member of my Mo family, then our two families will officially go to war. A full-scale war. Even if it means mutual destruction, I will fight you until the end. Mo Qiu, who had served as the head of the Chamber of Commerce for many years, naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. At this moment, she stepped forward, standing between her younger brother and Qin Billion. Qin Billion seemed momentarily startled by Mo Qiu's aura, but then glared furiously and sneered. Humph. Do you feel like throwing caution to the wind since your husband is dead? A good pair of adulterers. But don't forget, Xuanhuan was merely your Mo family's waste of a son-in-law. Mo Qiu didn't respond to such taunts. She stood firmly before Qin Billion, her face stern, her gaze locked on her opponent. It doesn't matter whether my brother-in-law is a son-in-law through marriage or not. He's part of the Mo family. Now your Tan family hired killers to hunt down my brother-in-law, leaving his fate unknown. Your Tan family will pay a price for this. The death of that waste was fully deserved. If only I hadn't failed to kill him myself to avenge my son. Qin Billion seethed in anger, and her gaze fixed upon Mo Gaofei, revealing a trace of murderous intent. You will eventually die by my hand too. Dead old hag, fine. Then we'll see whose hand delivers whose death. Mo Gaofei was no longer the same person. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he wasn't the wastrel he used to be, and he had confidence that he could use various means to kill Qin Billion. As the endless argument continued, and given the urgent need to treat his father, Shun Lingyun finally intervened. She stepped forward and said sternly, "This is a hospital, not an open-air square. The two families, stop arguing. My father's condition is extremely critical now. Any other matters should wait until after we treat him. It's not that I want to argue, but the Mo family has gone too far," said Qin Billion, her temper flaring. "Xuanhuan killed my son, and now these two are being insolent. How can I tolerate it?" "My brother-in-law absolutely did not kill your pampered wastrel of a son," retorted Mo Gaofei, without conceding ground. "Who exactly are you calling a wastrel?" Qin Billion roared in rage, eyes flashing dangerously. "Humph, speaking of wastrels, perhaps no one in the entire Jiangxing city could surpass you. Master Mo, the wastrel. Who doesn't know that the Mo family has produced a wastrel? Even your own family has given up on you." Mo Gaofei laughed sarcastically. "Dead old hag, do you think I'm still the wastrel I used to be? We'll see, and you will regret this. With every single call of old hag from you, even at the cost of mutual annihilation, I will still kill you. If you continue arguing, both of you get out immediately." Qin Lingyun was also furious, realizing that despite her best efforts to mediate, she couldn't calm the situation. As her angry shout echoed, indeed, neither side dared to speak further. Mo Galfei, that's enough. Qin Yu interjected next, his gaze piercing and sharp. Starting now, there must not be any further disputes between the two sides, or don't blame me for being ruthless. At least no more here. With that said, Qin Yu's eyes swept over the crowd of warriors from the Tan family. No one from the Tan clan dared to meet Qin Yu's stare. Since Qin Yu arrived in Jiangqing and created a series of shocking incidents, an immense sense of pressure was felt by everyone around him. At this moment, every member of the Tan clan directly sensed the ruthlessness and commanding aura emanating from Qin Yu. Once Qin Yu spoke, Mo Qiu and Mo Galfei stepped back immediately. The same happened with the rest of the Mo clan members. Compared to Qin Bielian and the Tan clan, all of the Mo clan had a much clearer understanding of Qin Yu's formidable martial prowess and his terrifying martial talent. A grandmaster at the tender age of 21. Absolutely fucking frightening, as well as overwhelmingly powerful. Bam! Suddenly, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor wearing a white coat hurriedly walked out. Who here is related to the injured patient? I'm his daughter. Qin Lingyun rushed forward urgently. The patient's condition is very critical, and he might pass away at any time. This is the critical notice. You need to prepare mentally. Qin Lingyun visibly trembled. Before she could respond, rest assured, Lingyun, I'm here. As long as Mr. Qin still has a breath left, I won't let the King of Hell take him away. Upon hearing this, Qin Lingyun quickly regained her composure and pleaded anxiously. Hurry, Qin Yu, treat my father immediately. That doctor, wearing a mask that only revealed a pair of glasses-clad eyes, stared at Qin Yu with a narrowed gaze. He thought to himself, who the hell are you? Are you the son of the King of Hell? What audacity! Chapter 191. Can you stop bragging? After hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Bielian, who originally doubted Qin Yu's medical skills, also frowned and couldn't help but speak up. The new president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association is in Lingyun treating your father. He will certainly revive Xuanhuan. We should not let unrelated people disturb President Liao's treatment process. Xiao Yu immediately said, no, young Master Qin's medical skills are extraordinary. He can definitely cure Master. Young Master Qin, please go in. Didn't you understand? At this moment, one of the doctors who just came out of the emergency room couldn't help but speak. President Liao is saving the patient right now. His medical skills are the best in our entire Jiangqing city. If he can't save Mr. Shan, I believe there won't be anyone else in the entire Zhejiang province who can save Mr. Shan. Then he looked at Qin Yu again. Young man, perhaps your medical skills are decent too. But could you stop exaggerating? Fighting with Lord Yama? Even President Liao wouldn't dare to say such a thing. I know, you young fellows all want to show off in front of beautiful women, but obviously, you're overdoing it. Qin Yu shot him an angry look, hesitated for a second, didn't bother talking to him anymore, and with a light palm, sent that noisy doctor flying out. With a bang, he crashed heavily into the corridor wall and fainted. His force was controlled perfectly, only making the other person unconscious without injury. If unconscious, then no need for incessant noise. What are you doing, Qin Yu? Qin Bielian was enraged. This is a renowned doctor at this hospital responsible for treating Xuanhuan. By injuring him now, aren't you obstructing Xuanhuan's treatment? Do you really think your medical skills are so incredible? Do you truly consider yourself a miraculous doctor? That's merely within your small Yun city. In Yun city, your medical skills might be considered impressive, but here we are in the provincial capital of Jiangqing, Zhejiang province, where people from all fields far surpass those from Yun city. Can you shut up already? Mo Galfei interrupted her words. Don't act like a shrew scolding in the streets and delay Dr. Qin's treatment of the head of the Qin family. If you lack insight, don't blurt it out and embarrass others. Qin Yu didn't say anything, quickly stepping into the emergency room. Qin Lingyun, Xiao Yu, Mo Qiu, and others followed inside. Qin Bielian, hearing Mo Galfei calling her a shrew again, was greatly incensed. Just as she wanted to retaliate, she saw him also walk into the emergency room. She froze momentarily, stamping her foot angrily. If anything happens to Xuanhuan, you'll regret it, Lingyun. After yelling furiously, Qin Bielian also entered the emergency room. Who are you people? Who allowed you to come in? Don't you know this is an emergency room? The great physicians are treating patients. Get out immediately. Inside the emergency room, several assistants of renowned doctors and nurses saw Qin Yu and his group walking in and immediately ordered them to leave. Get out of my way. I'm here to save people. Qin Yu coldly said. Saving people? All the doctors and nurses present were confused, looking at these strangers rushing in hastily. They clearly didn't resemble doctors. Calling them troublemakers would be putting it lightly. Could they be after a body? Bear in mind, inside were several top physicians of Zhejiang province. What were they thinking trying to save someone? Young man, who are you? At this moment, another young man walked up and loudly berated Qin Yu. Do you not know that some of the most capable physicians in Zhejiang province are treating patients here? Leave immediately. Any delay will have consequences beyond your bearing. I've already said, I'm here to save people. All of you can leave. Qin Yu repeated. Humph, still full of yourself, eh? The young man sneered. My master leading a team of renowned physicians and saving lives. Do you even know who my master is? Qin Yu was annoyed, glanced fiercely at him, and slapped him down onto the ground. The young man felt his cheek burning, covering his left cheek and howling in pain, yet crawled back up, trying to prevent Qin Yu from advancing deeper into the emergency room. How dare you hit me, young man? All right, I'll definitely make you. Slap. Another sound of a slap landed. This time, The young man was completely baffled because he turned around and saw, "Master, what's wrong with you?" This young man brought a group of people creating chaos in the emergency room, disturbing your treatment of patients, clearly intending to sabotage your success and ruin your reputation as a physician. Shut up. The middle-aged man in the white coat barked. The person before you is Qin, the divine doctor from Yun City. Are you trying to kill your master? The youth was stupefied, turning around to carefully appraise Qin Yu, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Indeed, this is divine Dr. Qin. Realizing who they were dealing with, the crowd hurriedly bowed their heads and apologized. Divine Dr. Qin, we apologize. I was blind earlier and failed to recognize you immediately. Sorry. Actually, he had already received a photo of Qin Yu from his master earlier. Due to the fate of the previous president of the Provincial Medical Association, Zhuijin, his master was especially cautious, unwilling to repeat Zhuijin's mistakes. Divine Dr. Qin, I apologize for not properly instructing my disciples. The man turned out to be Liao Da, the newly appointed president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association. Just moments before, while treating xuanhuan, he had heard the commotion and turned around for a glance, immediately recognizing Qin Yu. However, what followed chilled him to the bone. His own disciple had collided with Qin Yu. Terrified, his soul seemed to have fled, and he immediately abandoned the treatment of xuanhuan, rushing over without a word to first slap his errant disciple, showing his sincerity. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised, not expecting such favorable treatment from President Liao. But he quickly realized the lesson learned from Zhuijin's tragic end, and guessed it was a precaution against repeating the same mistakes. Nodding at President Liao, Qin Yu said, "President Liao, leave the rest to me." President Liao nodded. Of course, now that divine Dr. Qin is here, naturally everything will be led by you. Also present on the scene were 3 other divine doctors. All of them were older than Qin Yu, their expertise honed through years of accumulating experience and constantly refining their medical skills. Becoming a divine doctor was no overnight feat. Although they had heard stories about Qin Yu, when they truly saw him, a man in his early 20s, the 3 elder divine doctors frowned and exchanged glances. Is Qin Yu really a divine doctor? Isn't he a bit too young? Recalling their own long journeys to becoming divine doctors, the trio believed Qin Yu's reputation was exaggerated and largely fabricated. They suspected that the Liang family from Yun City might have intentionally created this divine doctor persona to rejuvenate their pharmaceuticals business. All 3 came to the same conclusion. It must be just that. Chapter 192. Anyone who obtains the treasure can become an extraordinary doctor. President Liao, I must state this beforehand. At this moment, the oldest of the 3 divine doctors suddenly spoke up. If anyone other than you and us 3 participates in treating Mr. Shen, and if anything unexpected happens to Mr. Shen afterwards, it will no longer be our responsibility. Exactly. Another elderly divine doctor immediately chimed in to agree. Mr. Shen's life or death will no longer concern the 3 of us. The remaining divine doctor didn't say anything, but he also nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with the statements made by the previous 2 elderly divine doctors. President Liao looked uneasy, naturally understanding that their intention was to embarrass Qin Yu. Before he could speak, Mo Gaofei from behind had already opened his mouth first. You 3 are just pretentious divine doctors. If Dr. Qin fails to save the master of the Shen family, the 3 of you will push all the responsibility onto Dr. Qin. Announce publicly that Master Shen was killed by Dr. Qin's treatment, thereby preserving your reputations as divine doctors. What a good plan. But it might not go as planned for you. Seeing their thoughts exposed, the 3 elder divine doctors showed difficult expressions on their faces. Little Mo, will you stop talking nonsense, or do you want me to have your grandfather discipline you? One of the elder divine doctors angrily said. Qin Yu walked up to the operating table and gave the 3 old men a cold look. Starting now, Uncle Shen's life and death is no longer related to any of you 3. Get out of here, you. One of the elder divine doctors burned with anger. Fine. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, knowing that apart from Qin Yu's powerful medical skills, his martial arts strength was also strong, and he was no match for him. Just wait and see if you can save Mr. Shen. The 3 elder divine doctors stepped aside, waiting to see Qin Yu humiliate himself. Qin Yu paid no more attention to them and brought out the recently refined fire-suppressing pearl. The moment the fire-suppressing pearl appeared, it turned the entire emergency room into a golden yellow. What is that? Someone asked in surprise. Qin Yu lightly twitched his left hand, and the fire-suppressing pearl, the size of a dragon rock, flew to the chest of xuanhuan lying in bed. Then he immediately formed a seal, and the next moment, the fire-suppressing pearl, which was originally emanating brilliant golden light, suddenly shot out even more dazzling gold light, enveloping xuanhuan. At this moment, everyone was shocked to see that the golden light actually drew out the fiery poison inside xuanhuan's body. It was like squeezing seawater out of a sponge, and those beams of golden light then transformed into another piece of sponge, continuously absorbing that fiery poison. This. Almost everyone stared in amazement, finding it hard to believe. What exactly is that treasure? How marvelous a treasure. A single such treasure is so powerful. Does it mean it can cure any disease and injury? This incredible scene caused everyone, including the 3 elder divine doctors, to murmur incessantly. As the fiery poison within xuanhuan's body was drawn out, within minutes he recovered, all vital signs stable. The most direct evidence was that all the indicators displayed by the medical equipment were normal. Just moments ago, merely 3 minutes earlier, every instrument monitoring xuanhuan indicated he was in extreme danger, on the verge of death. The hearts of the Mo family were excited, once again witnessing the formidable and miraculous medical skills of Dr. Qin. Shun Billion and the Tan family's face looked somewhat awkward. They could say Qin Yu was absolutely an enemy of their Tan family. It was just a matter of when they would confront each other openly. The more formidable strength Qin Yu displayed, the more unfavorable it was for them. Oh, I remember a certain old hag calling Dr. Qin an irrelevant person just now. At this moment, Mo Gaofei laughed sarcastically and taunted. You, do what? Mo Gaofei cut off Qin Billion's speech and continued to mock. Earlier, you even ridiculed Dr. Qin, saying he only has fame in Yun City, a place so remote birds don't poop there, but in Jiang City, a large city like this, he wouldn't amount to anything. So what about now? I wonder if at this moment the old hag feels her face burning hot. This time, Shen Lingyun did not stop Mo Gaofei from criticizing Qin Billion, for the latter's words towards Qin Yu had indeed been excessive. Considering the relationship between Qin Billion and her father, most importantly, after her father's incident, Qin Billion had worked tirelessly before and after, and quickly summoned 4 divine doctors at the fastest speed. Otherwise, she too would have been unkind to Qin Billion. Qin Billion had nothing to say under the rebuke, and could only turn her head in a huff. President Liao watched in astonishment, while simultaneously feeling relieved that he had expressed his attitude to Qin Yu in time and always treated him with great respect. Indeed, Dr. Qin's medical art was supernatural. The young disciple standing next to him was feeling fortunate at this moment that his master had slapped him in time, stopping him from offending Dr. Qin. Could Dr. Qin be a deity descended from the heavens? Even the injuries that his own master found helpless to treat, Dr. Qin easily healed within just a few minutes. It's truly miraculous. However, not everyone thought the same way as President Liao and his disciple. The 3 elder divine doctors looked upon this scene, astonished by Qin Yu's powerful medical skills, but deep down, they attributed much of Qin Yu's success to that mysterious golden yellow bead. They even speculated that both the 9-tripod return elixir and the 100 illnesses powder were concocted using the power of that single pearl rather than being developed by Qin Yu himself. How about it, 3 old divine doctors? It seems your calculations have gone wrong. It only ended up slapping your own faces. Xiaoyu actually also disapproved of the actions of the 3 divine doctors and couldn't help herself any longer. She mocked them with disdain. In her heart, young Master Qin wasn't just her Shun family's future son-in-law. He was a godlike man who could overcome any obstacle. I warn you, Xiaoyu said again, her tone serious. My lord wasn't awakened by the 3 of you, but cured by young Master Qin. Don't use such an opportunity to spread lies and increase your fame, or I will be the first one to never forgive you. Although Xiaoyu was only a maid, she indeed had the strength and confidence to back her words. The 3 elder divine doctors looked bad-tempered after being scolded, their hearts filled with reluctance. Suddenly, the oldest among them stood out and said with obvious dissatisfaction, Yes, Qin Yu may have indeed treated Mr. Shun, but I don't think it was his medical skills that did the work. It's simply because he got hold of a powerful treasure. Anyone who possesses that pearl in his hand could become an extraordinary doctor. Chapter 193, Truly give it to you. Anyone with such a treasure in hand can become a miraculous doctor. As these words were spoken, they immediately caused quite a stir among the people in the emergency room. They felt that what this old miraculous doctor said seemed to make sense. They had just witnessed how that magical bead absorbed the fire poison within xuanhuan's body. Then, what if such a powerful bead fell into their own hands? That, everyone couldn't help but indulge in reverie. Qin Yu at this moment looked up at the old miraculous doctor and smiled. It seems that this old miraculous doctor is very interested in the bead in my hand. This old miraculous doctor was named Fu Qing. Hearing Qin Yu's words, he instantly revealed his greed. But he knew it was impossible to seize the treasure from Qin Yu's hands, so he gave a cold snort. I am merely discussing matters as they are and haven't targeted anyone. Qin Yu laughed again, saying, Since you've said so, old miraculous doctor, then good. I will now give this bead to you. Give it to me. Fu Qing stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at Qin Yu, and then lowering his eyes toward the bead in the latter's left hand. Xiaoyu, Mo Gaofei, Qin Billion, and others all froze, looking at Qin Yu. Could it be that he is really going to give away such an important treasure? Impossible. Qin Yu had no relationship with Fu Qing. How could Qin Yu possibly give it as a gift? There must be something fishy. At this time, Fu Qing calmed down as well, smiling. Don't fool around with me. There's no fooling. I truly intend to give it to you, Qin Yu said with a smile. But there is one condition. Fu Qing slightly narrowed his eyes, glaring at Qin Yu. Several seconds later, he finally asked, what kind of condition? Even though he still thought the other party wouldn't actually give him such a powerful treasure, he wanted to hear what condition Qin Yu proposed. It's simple. You just need to properly hold onto this bead. Qin Yu chuckled. Fu Qing was surprised and confused. Is that the condition? Real or fake? Isn't this a joke? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Qin Yu really intended to give the bead to Fu Qing? When everyone was perplexed, Qin Yu had already gently tossed the bead in his hand towards Fu Qing. As Fu Qing watched the treasure bead slowly approach, his eyes widened. This. He's really giving it? Overwhelmed with excitement, he reached out to catch the bead. Phew. He managed to catch the treasure bead with both hands. But before he could rejoice, Fu Qing suddenly felt his entire body stiffen. A bone-penetrating chill rapidly spread throughout his body. He started trembling uncontrollably, shaking like someone getting electrocuted. Plop. He collapsed straight onto the ground. What? All present were filled with doubt and astonishment. Old Master Fu, Beside him, another somewhat younger old miraculous doctor anxiously called out and bent down to help Fu Qing. However, upon touching Fu Qing, he also immediately reacted as if electrocuted. His speech became slurred, and he was unable to detach himself from Fu Qing. Sigh. A more bizarre scene made everyone involuntarily suck in a breath of cool air. Everyone finally understood why Qin Yu was so generous in offering the treasure bead to Fu Qing. Apparently, it wasn't so straightforward after all. Seems like controlling such a powerful and divine treasure isn't something ordinary people can achieve. After a while, Fu Qing and the others gradually recovered, but they still felt icy cold bones, sneezing occasionally. I'm sorry, Dr. Qin. Old Master Fu quickly apologized. It was my fault for seeking fame at any cost. My intentions were wrong. I'm sorry. The other two old miraculous doctors also bowed deeply to apologize to Qin Yu, showing utmost respect. However, Qin Yu did not respond, nor even glance at them. Medically speaking, he knew they three indeed qualified as great doctors. But in terms of medical ethics and morality, they failed. Qin Yu didn't bother paying attention to such so-called miraculous doctors. Association President Liao, seeing the three old miraculous doctors ignored by Qin Yu, internally rejoiced once again over his earlier reactions. He approached Qin Yu. Dr. Qin's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. I've learned more from meeting you than from countless hearsay. In fact, your abilities surpass even the legends about you. Truly akin to divine arts. President Liao sincerely extolled highly. Qin Yu's impression of the association President Liao facing him was relatively decent. Although the previous President Zhuijin was an unworthy man, it wasn't fair to discredit the newly appointed President Liao because of him. He nodded to President Liao. If we have time in the future, let's exchange thoughts on medical arts. Whoosh. President Liao took a deep breath, feeling extremely honored and almost disbelieving at hearing those words. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Qin. President Liao felt that this was the most glorious moment of his life, even more worthy of boasting and joy than when he became the president of the Zhejiang Province Medical Association. Fu Qing and the other three old miracle doctors looked grim, feeling extremely regretful inside. If only their attitudes had been better just now, like President Liao's, then the three of them could have also received guidance from Master Qin. Alas, the three hung their heads, glancing at each other covertly, all revealing looks of regret. Qin Yu, my father, he. Xin Yun also came to Qin Yu's side, standing beside the bed, looking at her still unconscious father. She hesitated to speak, and her beautiful face showed sorrow and worry. Although Qin Yu had cured the fire poison in her father's body, his face was burned and disfigured. It looked very terrible now, even a little frightening. Chen Bilian also stepped forward. Seeing xuanhuan's face like this, she couldn't help but feel heartache and sorrow. Lingyun. Suddenly, a voice called out from the bed. Father! Xin Lingyun exclaimed with excitement and happiness. Xuanhuan woke up at this moment. He first looked at his daughter, then noticed Qin Yu nearby, smiling as he said, It must be Qin Yu who saved me. Uncle Shun, rest well. Qin Yu nodded. The fire poison in your body has been completely removed. The rest is only a minor issue. He didn't elaborate further. Xuanhuan smiled faintly, though it looked quite ugly because of his disfigurement. Father! Xin Lingyun also hesitated here, unwilling to tell her father about his condition for fear he wouldn't bear it. After all, before being burned, her father was handsome and charming, exuding an allure of mature masculinity. But now, mountains, I'm sorry, Chen Bilian said tearfully, taking another step closer to the bedside. If you hadn't come out with me to relax, you wouldn't have been ambushed, and your face wouldn't have been burned. It's all my fault. Xuanhuan gave a light laugh. Bilian, it's not your problem. Since the fire poison in my body has been eliminated by Qin Yu, let's check out of the hospital. It's more comfortable at home. Chapter 194, Exposing the Truth. Actually, the Xin family also owns properties in Jiangxing. Xuanhuan has been staying in his own villa here these days. Qin Yu accompanied Ling Yun and Xiao Yu, together escorting Xuanhuan back to the villa. They politely declined the company of Chen Bilian, Imo Chiu, and others. Daughter, don't worry. I'm fine. Back at the villa, in the living room, Xuanhuan was sitting on the sofa, instead comforting his own daughter. Despite her father having awakened by now, Shen Lingyun still couldn't feel happy. It seemed as though her father's handsome appearance would never return. Xuanhuan naturally also knew his own condition, but wasn't at all worried or sad about it. Father, why aren't you even a little upset with the way you are now? Shen Lingyun was nearly crying. If mother knew that you're like this now, she would definitely be very sad. Shaking his head with an air of calmness, Xuanhuan said, There's nothing to be upset about. In my younger years, it was precisely because of this face that I incurred quite a few debts of love. Your mother didn't trust me because of this either. Now that it's ruined, your mother might even be happy about it. After saying this, he chuckled twice. Qin Yu said nothing, silently watching Xuanhuan, recalling the scene in the hospital when Xuanhuan woke up. And at that time, he had especially observed Chen Bilian and found something abnormal about her. His intuition told him that Xuanhuan's injury this time was far from simple, and it was highly likely related to Chen Bilian. How could that possibly be? Shen Lingyun said sorrowfully. My mother wouldn't think that way. She'd rather burn down her business than see you injured, father. Xuanhuan fell silent, realizing that his jest earlier wasn't appropriate. No need to worry, Lingyun. Qin Yu finally spoke. I have a way for Uncle Shun to recover his original appearance. Upon hearing this, Shen Lingyun looked toward Qin Yu, recalling what he had previously mentioned in the hospital, stating that he could handle matters afterward. Really? Qin Yu, you have a way? Then let's start quickly. Seeing her father's originally handsome features burned to their current state, she felt immense pain inside. She somewhat didn't understand how her father could be so accepting of the situation. If it were her, she couldn't imagine dealing with such circumstances. Qin Yu said, "Indeed, there is a method, and it's not too difficult either. However, we also need to make sufficient preparations before taking action." Shen Lingyu nodded. "You're right. I was being too hasty. So how should we prepare? I'll fully cooperate with you. I'll conduct another detailed examination on Uncle Shan, and after that, we can decide which plan to use. You and Xiaoyu wait here for a moment. I will go with Uncle Shan to the room for the checkup." Hearing this, Shen Lingyun didn't think much of it. When they reached the master bedroom on the second floor, Xuanhuan spoke first. "Qin Yu, actually, it's unnecessary to bother so much. It's already fine as it is." Uncle Shan. Qin Yu smiled and looked at him. "It might seem fine to yourself, but you must consider Lingyun and her mother. Can you bear seeing them both upset every day?" Hearing this, Xuanhuan sighed and then bitterly laughed, saying, "All right, it seems I have no choice but to accept your method. Come on, Qin Yu, please continue helping me with the examination." Qin Yu shook his head. "Uncle Shan, actually, even without conducting an examination, I can help you restore your looks." "Huh?" Xuanhuan slightly frowned, looking at Qin Yu in front of him, remaining silent as he waited for the other person to explain further. Taking a breath, Qin Yu seriously said, "Uncle Shan, I believe you already know, those who attacked you were actually not the ones behind the conspiracy against Fu and Qin families." Xuanhuan's heart trembled lightly. He hadn't expected this young man Qin Yu to know. Yet, on the surface, he still maintained his composure, showing no signs of disturbance. No matter what, as the head of a hidden martial arts family, if even small secrets couldn't be concealed, then he wouldn't be worthy of being the head of a martial family. Besides, since Qin Yu had guessed correctly, he realized that trying to cover it up further would be futile. "How did you discover it?" Looking at Qin Yu, he asked softly, showing no anger over Qin Yu uncovering the secret. Instead, he mostly appreciated it. This young man standing before him not only possessed incredible martial talent and strength, but also had extraordinary medical skills and sharp insight. He was truly exceptional. Seeing the situation, Qin Yu understood that Xuanhuan had essentially acknowledged it. So he said, "When you woke up in the hospital, your brief conversation with Qin Billion was extremely short. You soon requested to leave the hospital and return home. What's wrong with that?" Xuanhuan asked curiously. The victim, was cured and didn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. It's comfortable at home. No problem at all." He still didn't have a tone of blame. "According to common sense, there is naturally no problem with this," Qin Yu said. "But you didn't want to talk much with Qin Billion about your burns at the scene, and you urgently proposed leaving the hospital to go home. At that moment, I was speculating that perhaps Uncle Shin already knew that the person who attacked you was Qin Billion. And in your heart, you didn't completely blame her, but you were still upset. So you didn't want to see her. And then, considering the feelings between you two, you didn't want anyone to know that your injury was done by her behind the scenes. So, Qin Yu didn't continue. It was already clear." After hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled and nodded a few times. "Not bad. I didn't expect you, Qin Yu, to be able to guess so much just from these simple details. You're indeed very talented. But unfortunately, you guessed wrong." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu wasn't at all surprised. He knew that even if he spoke out, Xuanhuan wouldn't necessarily admit it. He laughed and nodded. "Regardless of whether my guesses are right or wrong, Uncle Shun should be extra careful and vigilant in the near future. The mastermind behind the destruction of the Qin family might become aware and take action against us. That's one thing. Secondly, previously at the Mo family, you told us that the Tan family was plotting something. I suspect that Qin Billion and the Tan family may have realized that you already knew their secret, hence this amusement park attack happened." Xuanhuan didn't say anything, lost in deep thought. Qin Yu quietly left the room. "How is Qin Yu?" When reaching the living room on the first floor, Shen Lingyun stepped forward anxiously asking Qin Yu with a worried expression. Qin Yu looked at the extremely anxious Lingyun before him, knowing that she probably wasn't yet aware that Xuanhuan's injury was caused by Qin Billion behind the scenes. Should he tell Lingyun about this? He thought that Shen Lingyun had the right to know the real perpetrator behind this incident. Chapter 195, Peerless Treasure. Qin Yu wanted to tell the truth to Shen Lingyun, but in the end, he did not speak. He felt it would be better for Xuanhuan to tell the truth himself. Moreover, up until now, despite having already uncovered the truth of the matter, Xuanhuan had not admitted to it. This meant that Xuanhuan did not wish this matter to become public. Qin Yu chuckled and nodded. "No problem, I can restore Uncle Shin's appearance." After hearing this, Shen Lingjun was very happy. "Then there is no time to waste. Let's start as soon as possible. How should we proceed? We will fully cooperate with you." Qin Yu took out a piece of paper filled with writing from his body and handed it to Shen Lingjun. "Have someone collect all the herbs according to the prescription here. Then I will refine an eternal youth pill. Once Uncle Shun takes the eternal youth pill, he will be able to restore his original appearance." Shen Lingjun was both surprised and delighted. "This is wonderful. I am truly grateful to you, Qin Yu. Fortunately you're here. Without you, it's not just about restoring appearances, my father might have already." Her stunning beauty moved as she looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled. "You are my girlfriend. Treating you well and your family well is what I should do. You first have someone gather all the medicinal herbs. I'll go back to White Wine residential area now, where important matters wait for me to handle. I'll come over immediately once I'm done." Shen Lingjun responded with a nod. Collecting these medicines is something Shen Lingjun could use her family's strong connections and relationships for, making it much faster than doing it alone. Also, several days had passed already. The lotus goddess peony should have completely matured by now. After leaving the villa, Qin Yu wasted no time in returning. In less than half an hour, he returned to the villa in White Wine residential area, but the scene before him made him suddenly widen his eyes. Qin Yu saw that all the bodyguards who had been guarding outside the villa were lying on the ground, each injured to varying degrees. Immediately, a foreboding feeling rose within him. Without a word, he immediately rushed to the large lake inside the villa, looking at the lotus flowers in the middle of the lake. Indeed, the lotus goddess peony was gone. Finding death, Qin Yu angrily cursed, immediately waking up one of the nearby bodyguards. What happened? Who were they? Do you recognize them? Upon seeing Qin Yu, the bodyguard quickly realized who it was and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Divine Dr. Qin. It was Miss Tan Mingfang from the Tan family. Just after you left here, Miss Tan brought a group of people to forcefully intrude into the villa. Despite our resistance, they even attacked us. Miss Tan from the Tan family? Upon hearing this, rage surged within Qin Yu. You Tan family truly want to court death yourself? Thinking about it, the Tan family has offended him multiple times already. If it weren't for Linjun and xuanhuan's sake, he would have already acted against them long ago. How dare they set their sights on a divine object he barely managed to encounter? Even the King of Heaven wouldn't protect them if he arrived. Right as fury burned in Qin Yu's heart, the bodyguard angrily added, Divine Dr. Qin, we all informed them that this is your private place in Yunqing. As for those lotuses in the lake, they are among your valuable personal possessions. All these bodyguards were repeatedly warned under no circumstances to touch the things in the lake, especially those lotuses. It was what Elder Lu said to Bai Jingtian and the bodyguards before he left, but he didn't mention any information about the lotus goddess peony. Qin Yu understood, remained silent, and stared at the bodyguard, waiting for him to continue. But Miss Tan Mingfang from the Tan family and her friends paid no attention to it at all. In fact, the bodyguard didn't dare to continue, hesitating to say more. Speak out, Qin Yu shouted angrily. What else did they say? The bodyguard took a deep breath before mustering the courage to continue. Miss Tan Mingfang and her companions said that the divine Dr. Qin was only somewhat famous in a godforsaken little county like Yunqing. Do they really consider themselves divine doctors? They also said veterinary medicine would suit him better. They even insulted divine Dr. Qin as a country bumpkin who probably went out of province for the first time and knew nothing about the world. Qin Yu's anger intensified even further, speaking heavily. Robbing my treasure forcibly, calling me a veterinarian, mocking me as a hick. Is that right? Good. Then I will show Miss Tan of the Tan family what kind of medical skills this veterinarian possesses. I will show you how tough this hick can be. Qin Yu quickly left the villa. Actually, Miss Tan Mingfang from the Tan family accidentally discovered that particular lotus goddess peony. She and a group of close friends were visiting one of their friends' homes in Brandy, not far from here. As they came out for an outing, someone suddenly noticed a large expanse of lake over here. They realized that the area was already under protection. Originally, they were about to leave, but then someone suddenly noticed something unusual about a lotus flower in the lake. Tan Mingfang, being from the Tan family and the eldest daughter, took a closer look after careful observation and found that the particular lotus surrounded by other lotuses was indeed very special. It emitted a unique golden light, and the gold on its petals seemed like flowing gilt. In an instant, she understood that this was not an ordinary lotus. It might even be a rare spiritual medicine. However, for Tan Mingfang, who came from a martial arts family, it couldn't simply be guessed at. So without a second thought, she injured the guards here and forcibly stole the peony lotus away. While Qin Yu was on his way to find Tan Mingfang, this young miss was busy hosting a banquet at the Tianxin Club in Jiangqing. Using her influence and connections from the Tan family, she had established a collectibles company several years ago, and tonight was the grand celebration marking its 3rd anniversary. Tan Mingfang showcased some extremely valuable collections she had acquired over the past 3 years. All the attendees were prominent officials and dignitaries of Jiangqing, important figures with status. The banquet hall was lavishly decorated, featuring large crystal chandeliers and Roman columns, magnificently gilded. Each attendee held a glass of 1982 Lafite Rothschild, each bottle costing over 300,000. As people mingled and toasted each other, they admired and discussed Tan Mingfang's collections. Making comments, everyone spoke enthusiastically about them. Every piece displayed during the event was of immense value, and many had never seen, or even heard of, such treasures. Just as everyone marveled at the preciousness of these collections, Deng Jing, the vice president of the company, and also a close friend of Tan Mingfang, stepped onto the main stage and smiled as she addressed the audience below. I would like to extend our gratitude from the company and President Mingfang to all of you for your attendance. I believe everyone has seen that our collections are indeed highly valuable. However, what you have seen so far is just an appetizer. Now, we will unveil a peerless treasure. Chapter 196, Joking Around. Upon hearing the 4 words, rare treasure, everyone present gasped in amazement. What could be the nature of such a rare artifact? That's right. I can't imagine what kind of existence would make Miss Tan admit it's a rare treasure. Exactly. Every single item displayed here tonight already belongs to the category of rare treasures. So what could be even rarer than these? What divine object is it? The banquet hall immediately buzzed with heated discussions. Watching the stir below and listening to the excited murmurs, Tan Mingfang and Deng Jing exchanged glances, both highly delighted and satisfied. After several minutes passed, the banquet hall finally became somewhat quiet. All right, now please let the staff bring out tonight's extraordinary treasure. With those words from Deng Jing, two staff members slowly wheeled out a glass display case from backstage. Everyone saw inside the glass display cabinet was a golden lotus. Is that a lotus flower? No, take a closer look. That's not an ordinary lotus. Some had already noticed the extraordinary nature of the golden lotus. Every person gave their undivided attention, staring closely at the golden lotus within the glass cabinet. SSS. More and more people began to notice the anomaly in this lotus. The stamens of that lotus are actually golden. Not just golden. Look closely. That gold seems to be flowing. Could it be molten gold? And it's flowing. What a wondrous lotus this is. A lotus like this far surpasses every exhibit here. Indeed, this lotus is truly the rarest of rare treasures. Everyone began to discuss enthusiastically. In no time, the banquet hall transformed into a boiling pot of conversation. Tan Mingfang, on the main stage, watched the fervent reactions below, her heart swelling with immense satisfaction. How did you obtain this incredibly unique lotus, Miss Tan? What's its name? Someone suddenly asked. As soon as the question was voiced, all discussions halted, and everyone looked up towards the stage, focusing their gaze on Tan Mingfang. With a smile, Tan Mingfang revealed her premeditated answer. Recently, while traveling with Deng Jing, we stumbled upon this golden lotus in a wild lake untouched by human footprints. At first glance, I was drawn to this mysterious lotus, so after mobilizing significant resources, I managed to bring this lotus back to Jiang City. As for the name of this lotus, Fuxiang Xinlian, Sacred Lotus. Just as Tan Mingfang was about to disclose the lotus's name, someone beat her to it. Hearing those 4 words, everyone in the banquet hall froze momentarily, all turning to see where the voice came from. At the entrance of the banquet hall, all eyes caught sight of a young man leisurely stepping inside. Tan Mingfang and Deng Jing slightly furrowed their brows, recognizing who the intruder was. Who was this young man? It seemed his intentions weren't friendly. Everyone felt unease growing in their chests. Of course, the visitor turned out to be Qin Yu. His gaze landed on the sacred lotus housed in the glass display cabinet, and he exhaled when he found it intact. As long as the sacred lotus remained undamaged, everything was fine. No matter who was here tonight, nothing or no one could stop him from retrieving it. Qin Yu shifted his gaze to Tan Mingfang and Deng Jing standing on the stage, continuing forward step by deliberate step. An unexplored wild lake, untouched by mankind. Miss Tan makes it sound so good, like perhaps some celestial lake beyond the skies? Such a plausible excuse. Then again, no one would know precisely where you acquired this Fuxiang Xinlian, sacred lotus. But I'm genuinely curious. What lakes in this world remain totally untouched by man? Miss Tan, enlighten us. Where exactly? Which country? Province? District? Suburb of which city? By this point, Tan Mingfang realized the person might indeed be Dr. Qin from Yin City, whom her guards mentioned. She was surprised how easily he had tracked them down. Who the hell are you? Still unaware, but sensing hostility, Deng Jing questioned sharply. You don't seem invited here either. Moreover, you're not a member of this club. Leave immediately. Security guard. Deng Jing shouted toward the door. Within moments, 4 security officers in uniforms rushed in. Escort this guy out immediately and give him a proper lesson. Yes, Manager Deng. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with the appearance of someone highly skilled in combat. Guys, drag him out and beat him up. Although no one present understood exactly what was going on, they all realized that the young man who had suddenly barged in was as good as dead. This club was at a very high level. Naturally, those working here as security were not ordinary individuals, but skilled brawlers. It could be said that unless someone was a martial artist, these security guards could handle them, even if there were 10 or 8 Tyson-level boxers. Qin Yu felt enraged inside, then suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy from within him. With a loud boom, he sent the 4 guards who had rushed towards him flying off. The 4 bodyguards went flying sideways like 4 giant balls. SSS. Everyone at the scene drew in a sharp breath. A martial artist, and a very powerful martial artist. That explained why this man dared to burst in alone to seize the divine lotus, because he was such an exceptionally strong martial artist. Indeed, who was this person? To possess such formidable strength, was he the young master of one of our Jiang City's martial families? But something wasn't right. This face was unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. I don't think he's from any of our Jiang City martial families either. Nevertheless, even with such great power, it is still suicidal for him to act this way. You see, the Qin family is one of the 6 major families in our Jiang City. How could they allow some unknown kid to steal their treasure? So this guy is still as good as dead. After witnessing Qin Yu's tremendous strength, after the initial shock and awe quickly passed, everyone once again came to the same conclusion. Qin Yu was doomed. They exchanged glances non-verbally. Qin Yu sneered coldly. You dare to snatch my Fuxiang sacred lotus, and now you want people to kill me? Fine, let's see if your Qin family can withstand my fury. Tian Mingfang on stage became slightly flustered, though just a tiny bit. As everyone guessed, although Qin Yu was alone, she had the whole powerful Qin family supporting her. No matter how strong Qin Yu might be, could he possibly overpower an entire martial arts family? What a joke. Chapter 197. You can't handle it. Your anger? Qin Mingfang had yet to truly understand the full extent of Qin Yu's formidable strength, and at this moment, she was utterly dismissive. Talking big nonsense. Are you really so powerful alone that you surpass even my Qin family? Or do you think, with the backing of the Mo family, you can stand against my Qin family? Qin Yu's eyes gently narrowed. Just as he was about to strike out at Qin Mingfang, a group of people suddenly entered. Bai Jingting, Bai Jie, and some powerful bodyguards from the Bai family. Dr. Qin, I apologize. Ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone in the banquet hall, Bai Jingting hurried over to Qin Yu, bending his waist in apology, his demeanor one of extreme respect and panic. Everyone was confused, shocked, and perplexed. Though they had just heard that Qin Yu had the backing of the Mo family, was it really enough reason for Bai Jingting to grovel so deeply? After all, Bai Jingting's Bai family held an important position among the various power factions in Jiang City. While their overall strength wasn't quite on par with the 6 major families, it wasn't too far off either. And yet, here was Bai Jingting bowing and apologizing to Qin Yu. All faces turned toward each other, confusion filling their hearts. Even Deng Jing and Qin Mingfang sitting at the chairman's table were surprised by this scene. The Bai family's standing and Bai Jingting's influence in Jiang City were also quite formidable. In theory, Qin Yu shouldn't be able to inspire such reverence from him. But Bai Jingting paid no heed to the odd looks from those around him. He knew clearly that Dr. Qin Yu could make even Senior Lu sincerely respectful, and Senior Lu had once specially reminded him not to offend Dr. Qin, but to revere him like a deity. With such devotion, the Bai family would only become even more brilliant in the future. He remembered this point firmly. Dr. Qin failed to properly safeguard the Fushua sacred lotus. It is my failure, Bai Jingting. You can rest assured, I will get it back for you immediately. Bai Jingting maintained a bent posture, not daring to straighten up. Even after he finished speaking, he still didn't dare to move. He was waiting for Qin Yu to speak. Qin Yu glanced at him lightly, admitting that he was slightly annoyed within his heart. He had already warned them repeatedly to ensure the safety of the Fushua sacred lotus, and yet it had ultimately been taken away. If Bai Jingting had stationed heavy troops from the start, then even if the Fushua sacred lotus had been seized, Qin Yu wouldn't have blamed him. But he reconsidered for a moment and remembered that Senior Lu had once entrusted him to help watch over the Bai family, if ever possible. So he spoke gravely. For Senior Lu's sake, this time I'll give you the chance to redeem yourself. Sigh. Bai Jingting took a deep breath, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He finally made it. He understood very well that if Qin Yu hadn't forgiven him this time, his Bai family would have missed out on the entire world. Bai Jie had been observing silently from the side. Seeing her father behave so obsequiously, she felt deeply uncomfortable and resistant inside. Why? Though Qin Yu was strong, he surely wasn't someone who should receive such submission from her highly respected father in Jiang City, right? Moreover, their Bai family also had Senior Lu as a backing. She was indeed indignant, but she didn't reveal it outwardly. On the way here, Bai Jingting had already seriously reminded her that upon meeting Qin Yu tonight, she absolutely must not show any trace of dissatisfaction. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Only then did Bai Jingting dare to straighten his back. Everyone watching this scene found themselves dumbfounded. It was like ancient subjects paying respect to their king. Even with Bai Jingting's high standing and extensive network in Jiang City, even if the heads of the 6 great families came, he would never have shown such deference. At this moment, once again, all gazes toward Qin Yu became strange and different. Stepping forward, Bai Jingting addressed Qin Mingfang at the chairman's table. Young lady of the Qin family, you forcefully intruded into my villa, injuring my men, and stole Dr. Qin's Fushua sacred lotus. I'll offer you a chance to immediately return the sacred lotus to me, and I won't pursue any further action against you. But I, Bai Jingting, won't hold you accountable, whether Dr. Qin forgives you or not. That's up to your own luck. The Qin family is strong, but he was very clear, it couldn't possibly match the might of Dr. Qin. Someone whom even Senior Lu reveres like a god must be incredibly powerful. How could Qin Mingfang admit to these accusations? Her face resolute. Head of the Bai family, wasn't it you who forcibly invaded my banquet? It seems you've gotten it wrong. On that note, you should leave now with your men, and I'll forgive your insolence tonight. Bai Jingting sneered coldly. You're choosing to suffer willingly. With that, Bai Jie stepped forward immediately, coming to his side. She then opened a tablet computer, playing a video clip. Everyone looked up eagerly. In the next moment, everyone saw Qin Mingfang and Deng Jing with a group of people discovering the golden lotus, forcefully breaking in and injuring the guards outside the villa, and then collecting the Fushua sacred lotus. Bai Jie smiled and said, Miss Qin, what about that? Do you have anything else to say? The banquet hall guests all saw clearly how the Fushua sacred lotus was obtained. It wasn't as miraculous as Qin Mingfang had claimed earlier. It matched exactly what Bai Jingting had said. It was indeed forcibly taken. However, no one dared to say a word against it. The Bai family, they couldn't offend them. The Qin family was even more out of their reach. So, they decided it was best to quietly watch the drama unfold. Qin Mingfang's expression turned moody and extremely unpleasant when she realized she'd been exposed on the spot. For a time, she didn't know how to respond or how to counteract the thoughts that were already forming in others' minds. It was Deng Jing who spoke up at this point from the side, her tone cold but composed. Correct, this sacred lotus was indeed taken from your Bai family's compound. How about this? You can choose any 3 collectibles from here, and consider it a purchase from us. Bai Jie chuckled. Deng Jing, do you think your so-called valuable collections are worth anything? To us, they're nothing but trash. And anyway, the Bai family has just as many collectibles as you do. Deng Jing frowned slightly, glaring at Bai Jie and Bai Jingting for a second before replying with a cold laugh. Since that's how it is, there are many witnesses present. It's not that we're unwilling to compensate you. It's that you Bai family refuse to accept it. Thank you, Miss Bai, for gifting us this Fushua sacred lotus. Bai Jie remained unruffled. Deng Jing, at the end of the day, you're just a friend of Qin Mingfang. What makes you qualified to speak for her? Besides, if we really wanted to give it to you, would you dare to take it? Could you even hold on to it? Deng Jing similarly sneered back. What could I possibly fail to hold on to? You can't. Suddenly, Qin Yu spoke up. Deng Jing glanced at Qin Yu, even more disdainful than before. Although I don't understand why Bai Jingting fears you so much. But I, Deng Jing, am not afraid of you. Can't hold it. I'll show you right now. As she said this, she turned and walked toward the glass cabinet where the Fushua sacred lotus was displayed. Whoosh fut. A sharp sound split the air, and before Deng Jing at the chairman's table could turn around, a finger-sized bloody hole appeared instantly on her forehead. Chapter 198. Qin Yu, we meet again. An oppressive silence descended upon the entire venue. No one had anticipated that Qin Yu would act so abruptly and with such lethal force. His attack left no room for Tan Mingfang or Deng Jing to react. Moreover, could Qin Yu really bring himself to make such a move? Deng Jing wasn't just the vice president of the company. She was also an intimate friend and confidant of Tan Mingfang, the young lady of the Tan family. If Qin Yu had killed her like this, there's no way Tan Mingfang would let him off. Did Qin Yu truly not fear the Tan family at all? Bai Jingtun was momentarily startled by the sudden unfolding of events. He knew Qin Yu was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be so decisive and ruthless. The strike came out of nowhere, and it was a fatal blow, leaving no chance for the other side to react. This was somewhat terrifying. Simultaneously, Bai Jingtun felt a wave of dread in his heart, fearing that he might have been negligent in safeguarding the sacred lotus flower of Fu Rong. If Qin Yu were to hold a grudge against him or the Bai family over this matter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gulping involuntarily, Bai Jingtun swallowed a lump in his throat. Bai Jia watched with palpitations, feeling utterly unsettled. Was this Qin Yu someone who didn't care about showing any kindness toward women at all? Deng Jing absolutely qualified as a rare beauty. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was stunningly perfect. So much so that even Bai Jia couldn't help but admit she paled in comparison to Deng Jing in terms of physique. Faced with such a ruthless Qin Yu, Bai Jia felt waves of trepidation. She recalled how she had taunted and teased him earlier. It felt now like dancing on the edge of a blade. She shivered uncontrollably. Thud! Deng Jing's body fell to the ground with a muffled sound, breaking the stillness of the banquet at the Tianqing Club. Everyone finally snapped back into reality. Only then did Tan Mingfang rush forward quickly. Deng Jing. Kneeling beside Deng Jing's body, she received no response. At this moment, Deng Jing was already beyond death. Deng Jing! Tan Mingfang shouted furiously. Standing up, she turned around and glared angrily at Qin Yu. You actually dared to kill Deng Jing. Everyone present was surprised yet intrigued, especially those who knew Qin Yu's formidable strength, reputed to have reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. This is going to be good theater. Tan Mingfang, as the young miss of the Tan family, has seen her best friend killed by Qin Yu in front of so many people. There's no way she will let Qin Yu go. That's true. The Tan family, being one of the 6 great families of Jiangcheng, is more powerful than the Bai family, and even Mo family might not be able to protect Qin Yu. Perhaps Qin Yu doesn't need protection from either the Mo or Bai families. After all, he himself is a grandmaster of extraordinary martial arts skills. Exactly. Don't forget, previously, Qin Yu had scared Wei Jin away. Even after killing Wei Jianjiang, the Wei family chose not to pursue it further. Someone presented a dissenting opinion, but someone immediately contradicted it. Wei Jin seemed to be a newcomer to martial arts power, perhaps not yet too strong. Moreover, Wei Jianjiang was never highly regarded within the Wei family, so their decision not to chase Qin Yu can be understood, right? Yes. In fact, the Wei family wanted nothing to do with Wei Jianjiang, who they considered half male, half female, an absolute disgrace. In short, this time, Qin Yu will not have it as easy as he did when facing the Wei family before. A number of brave souls started whispering quietly among themselves. Naturally, Qin Yu heard these discussions but paid them no heed. Facing Tan Mingfang's accusations, he remained calm and said with indifference, You've stolen my divine artifact and are still trying to justify yourselves. You deserve to die. Thinking about xuanhuan's relationship with Chun Balian, he added, You'd better be smart about this and return the sacred lotus flower of Fu Rong to me immediately. Be more polite, and I might consider letting you live. Otherwise, your end will be the same as hers. Tan Mingfang seethed, no longer caring what others thought about how she obtained this sacred lotus flower. I've heard tales of Qin Yu from Yunqing City being arrogant, but it seems you surpassed the rumors in audacity. However, up until now, you were likely only dealing with lesser places like Yunqing, where possibly no one could keep you in check, no one stronger than you existed. But this is Jiangcheng, the capital of Zhejiang province, filled with people far more capable than you. Today, I, Tan Mingfang, shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance. Lu Sheng. After a brief pause, Tan Mingfang bellowed angrily. In the next moment, a middle-aged man walked forth from behind the main stage. Qin Yu glanced at him and instantly recognized him. He was none other than the family member of the Tan clan who had been with Chun Balian before, the one who attacked him but was easily repelled by Ling Yun's single palm strike. Tan Lusheng, naturally, also recognized Qin Yu immediately and stepped forward slowly with a sneer. Lu Sheng, kill this arrogant brat. Yes, miss. He responded and continued to walk forward, slowly stepping while opening his mouth with a cold laugh, the smile revealing disdain. Qin Yu, we meet again. Last time in Yunqing City, Shin Lingjun protected you, but this time, I wonder who will be able to protect you. Qin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Do you think that just because you've broken through to the Grandmaster level, you can kill me? You're too naive. In this aspect, you fall far behind Wei Jin. Tan Lushing sneered contemptuously. Wei Jin was a useless waste, and unlike him, I won't back down. I know you have also broken through to martial arts Grandmaster. I must admit, your martial talent is truly astonishing. But let me remind you, there can be a huge gap in strength between martial arts Grandmasters. Qin Yu looked at Tan Lushing as he approached step by step, and thought, then it's time to eliminate one of the Tan family's martial arts Grandmasters. This would serve as a warning to them, regardless of what they were secretly plotting. They absolutely should not target Qin Yu or those around him. Divine Dr. Qin. Just as Qin Yu was about to act and exterminate Tan Lushing, Bai Jingtun suddenly came over to his side and whispered, let my people deal with Tan Lushing. Someone like him doesn't deserve Divine Dr. Qin's hand. Qin Yu glanced at him, surprised. Bai Jingtun immediately added, my Bai family has several revered martial artists under our patronage, and some of them once received guidance from Elder Lu. Among them are 2 or 3 with high talents who could fight to the death against a martial arts Grandmaster. Please give me, Bai Jingtun, a chance to make up for my past mistakes. Considering his negligence in protecting the sacred lotus flower of Fu Rome, Bai Jingtun believed his efforts in making amends weren't enough yet. He had not yet earned Qin Yu's full forgiveness. Upon hearing the mention of Elder Lu, thoughts of the highly respected elder crossed Qin Yu's mind, so he nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave it to you. Bai Jingtun beamed with joy. Thank you, Divine Dr. Qin. Hao Lian. He called out loudly. Present, Master. Defeat Tan Lushing. Understood. Please rest assured, Divine Dr. Qin and Master, I will surely complete this mission without fail. Hao Lian, who looked to be around 32 or 33 years old, stepped forward confidently to face Tan Lushing, who was slowly approaching. Chapter 199. Qin Yu, how many bullets can you take? Qin Yu practiced Yin-Yang divine magic, a celestial art. He immediately saw that Hao Lian was practicing one of the hard Qigong secret arts from the Xia dynasty. This kind of secret art was extremely powerful, allowing a martial artist to perform far beyond their cultivation level, much like himself and Jiang Haiwu. Of course, if compared, Hao Lian's hard Qigong secret art absolutely couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as his celestial art, but it could compare with the mysterious skills of Jiang Haiwu. Of course, this was just Qin Yu's guess. So far, he hadn't had any contact with Jiang Haiwu and didn't know his true situation. Qin Lushing watched as Hao Lian slowly walked up, tall and thin, looking frail and weak. The most important thing was that he could sense that Hao Lian's cultivation was definitely not that of a martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, he didn't consider Hao Lian at all. Alright, let's consider this a warm-up before killing Qin Yu. Hao Lian did not retaliate with words, his eyes turning cold as he initiated the attack. He had promised the family head and Dr. Qin that he would defeat the opponent standing before him, Tan Lushing, so he started off positively serious. Looking for death, Tan Lushing scoffed and punched forward as Hao Lian charged towards him. This was the punch of a grandmaster, immensely powerful with howling winds. Although this wasn't his full effort, its strength was more than enough to kill a low-ranking martial artist. However, an unexpected scene appeared on sight. Everyone saw that Hao Lian showed no intention of dodging this punch and rushed straight ahead, letting the punch land directly on his chest. Meanwhile, his own fist struck Tan Lushing's chest. Tan Lushing didn't expect this either, but still held disdain. Trading injuries? Fine, let's see if your scrawny body can withstand my grandmaster's punch. Bang! Under everyone's startled gazes, 2 dull thuds were heard almost simultaneously. Then even more astonishing scenes unfolded. Everyone imagined that the tall and thin Hao Lian should have been sent flying. Instead, they found Hao Lian standing firmly in place. Instead, it was Tan Lushing who seemed affected. As he finally steadied himself, Tan Lushing looked at Hao Lian in horror, standing still like nothing happened. Wow! This scene caused everyone in the banquet hall to draw in a sharp breath of cold air. One by one, they stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? Could it be that this Hao Lian is also a martial arts grandmaster? No, he's only in the spirit realm, not a martial arts grandmaster. Some warriors sensed Hao Lian's cultivation level. But if he is only in the spirit realm, how could he injure the martial arts grandmaster Tan Lushing under the tactic of trading injuries and risking his life? The key lies in this strategy of trading injuries. Someone seemed to catch some clues but didn't understand them fully, unable to explain everything clearly. Seeing Tan Lushing suffer silently, Qin Yu felt amused inside. Clearly, Tan Lushing had underestimated his opponent and fought with his weaknesses against Hao Lian's strengths. Hao Lian practiced hard Qigong secret art, which feared the direct physical combat the least. Unless you find and hit the vital point of this secret art, those who practice such techniques are highly resistant. Moreover, as cultivation improved, their physical resilience could reach terrifying levels. With just one punch, Tan Lushing had lost all ability to continue fighting. Apart from bodily resilience, immense strength was another advantage of those practicing such secret arts. After beating Tan Lushing with a single punch, Hao Lian headed straight to the main stage and stood in front of Tan Mingfang. Miss Tan, it's best if you step aside and let me take away the lotus flower. Otherwise, don't blame me for acting against you. He coldly told Tan Mingfang, who blocked his path. Tan Mingfang felt furious. She thought sending out Tan Lushing would be enough to annihilate Qin Yu and all of the Bai family. Yet she never expected the obscure Hao Lian to ruin everything. She angrily said, the secret technique you've mastered must be very effective, right? It's unclear whether it's reached the level where you're impervious to blades and bullets. Hao Lian frowned, showing confusion in his eyes. In the next moment, his face drastically changed, but it was already too late for him to dodge. Bang! A bolt of fire flashed across. A blood hole instantly appeared on the right side of Hao Lian's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain as he fell down. Humph! Looks like you're not completely impervious to blades and bullets after all. Suddenly, Tan Mingfang pulled out a gun from her bag and fired at Hao Lian, who was less than 2 meters away, in an unexpected move. Hao Lian's carelessness and the close distance left him no time to react. Below the level of grandmasters, firearms like guns still posed a huge threat. Even grandmasters could be injured if struck by a bullet unless they managed to block it. Looking at the gun in Tan Mingfang's hand, which was still emitting heat, few people on the scene felt surprised. For large families like the Tan family, producing a gun or even a rocket launcher wouldn't raise eyebrows. Bai Jingting and Bai Jia were furious but couldn't accuse Tan Mingfang of anything. They regretted losing one of their disciples and feared that Hao Lian would die right there, as he had been directly hit in the chest. Qin Yu. On the main stage, Tan Mingfang raised her handgun and aimed it at Qin Yu below. I know you are a martial arts grandmaster, and I want to see whether you're faster or if the bullets from my gun are faster. Maybe you can stop one bullet, but let's see if you can stop an entire clip of bullets at the same time. As she finished speaking, Tan Mingfang didn't give Qin Yu much time to react and began firing repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. A series of rapid gunshots echoed through the banquet hall as 7 or 8 bullets headed straight for Qin Yu, cutting off every possible escape route. Although grandmasters are powerful and might even be able to catch bullets with their bare hands, no one could catch so many bullets simultaneously. Bai Jingting and Bai Jia were extremely worried and terrified. In the next moment, they watched as Qin Yu suddenly raised his left hand, naturally spreading his fingers. Buzz. A strange sound emerged. Everyone grew suspicious, feeling as though the sound came from all directions. Under the confused gazes of the crowd, a mysterious light appeared in front of Qin Yu's left palm. Chapter 200, Xuanhuan's Return. Everyone looked curiously and confusingly at the light curtain in Qin Yu's left palm, which emitted divine light in black and white colors. Could such a curtain of light really stop bullets? Poo poo poo. The next moment, several muffled sounds followed. Everyone saw that the bullets were actually stopped by the light curtain, just like special effects in a movie. 7 or 8 bullets were suspended in the air, unable to move forward even an inch. Bai Jingting and Bai Jia opened their mouths wide in shock, feeling both glad and excited. Indeed, Divine Dr. Qin was truly a supernatural being, as Mr. Liu had said. If one could properly follow such a person as Divine Dr. Qin, then our Bai family would definitely rise to great heights. What kind of skill is this? Even a martial arts grandmaster probably couldn't achieve this, right? Who exactly is Qin Yu? All the people in the banquet hall were shocked and confused, staring blankly at Qin Yu. Voila! As the light curtain dissipated, 7 or 8 bullets finally released from their restraints and fell to the ground. Only one remained, still floating in the air. Everyone understood. Qin Yu intended to return this bullet to Tan Mingfang. But unlike Qin Yu, Tan Mingfang couldn't block the bullets. Tan Mingfang reacted after coming out of her astonishment, not filled with much fear, but more anger. Qin Yu, you deserve death. Isn't it just a lotus? Do you have to be so utterly ruthless? You could have contacted me if you wanted to go back. Do you really think I care about such a so-called Fuxing lotus? I have so many collections here, each of them more precious than this supposed Fuxing lotus. I merely wanted to display some different treasures during this banquet. Qin Yu didn't care what she thought and coldly replied, I don't care what you are thinking. The Fuxing lotus is extremely important to me. And I went through great trouble to obtain it, yet you silently stole it without a word. You should feel lucky that no problems occurred with the Fuxing lotus, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as dying. At that time, you will know the meaning of living worse than death. I'd rather die pulling you down with me. Tan Mingfang stubbornly continued firing her gun at Qin Yu. Shush! Pooh! A piercing sound came, and the next moment Tan Mingfang let out a painful scream, the handgun falling to the ground. Suddenly, someone had attacked from the shadows. Everyone became surprised and uncertain, then saw an unexpected figure stepping into view. Xuanhuan. Qin Yu also felt surprised seeing Xuanhuan suddenly appear at the entrance of the banquet hall. Tan Mingfang's right hand already could not be raised and hung loosely. Is it you, Xuanhuan? You actually didn't die? It's not that easy for you to make me dead. Xuanhuan said coldly and stepped slowly inside. Everyone was unexpectedly surprised, looking doubtfully at Xuanhuan who entered the venue step by step. Everyone had previously assumed that Xuanhuan was definitely dead, having been chased and jumped off a cliff. This fact was confirmed by the Mo family, and no one doubted its truth. Could it be a smokescreen put out by the Mo family? Impossible. Xuanhuan was just a useless son-in-law of the Mo family. They wouldn't help him that much. Indeed, I also find it unlikely. Then what's going on here? Who knows? People exchanged looks with each other. Fine, not dead either. Tan Mingfang roared angrily. You killed my cousin Tan Jin. We of the Tan family can now personally avenge him. Previously you denied it, but now we won't care whether you admit it or not. My cousin's death must be related to you. Xuanhuan smirked coldly, walking onto the main stage. I wasn't denying it before, I was simply silent. Yes, Tan Jin's death was indeed due to my plot. Tan Mingfang was taken aback for a moment. She never expected that he would never have positively responded to her cousin Tan Jin's death, but now admitted it openly in front of so many people. What's going on here? Other people were also incredibly surprised. None of them anticipated that the resurrected Xuanhuan would frankly admit to killing Tan Jin. What scheme does Xuanhuan have up his sleeve? Alright, since you've confessed openly, then you Xuanhuan should go down and keep my cousin company. Tan Mingfang roared angrily. The Mo family can't protect you either. Xuanhuan smirked mockingly. I don't need the Mo family's protection. As for whether I'll descend to accompany your cousin Tanjin, that's uncertain. But you will have to join your cousin today. As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Tan Mingfang's neck. Dare you, Xuanhuan? Finally, Zeng Lushing struggled to stand up. His internal energy was not yet stable, and almost using all his strength, he bellowed in anger. You have already killed my second young master, and if you dare to kill our young miss, I can assure you that the Mo family will not only fail to protect you, but they themselves will be in dire straits. Xuanhuan showed disdain. Only useless people shout threats. A true strong person never indulges in verbal threats. Just as he finished speaking, snap! A bone-breaking sound was heard, crisp and clear. Xuanhuan executed Tan Mingfang cleanly and decisively. Plop! Tan Mingfang fell to the ground, her beautiful eyes still glaring, her vitality quickly ebbing away. She couldn't believe it, couldn't accept it. All she did was hold a banquet. Was it really that hard? Not only were there intruders, but now she had also lost her life here. Xuanhuan, why? You killed our second young master Tan. Why are you killing our young miss? Do you truly seek an all-out war with the Tan family? Why? Xuanhuan's face turned angry. Do you Tan family really think I know nothing? Before Wei Jinxiang made contact with Ming Yuqing, I had already known Tan Mingfang was secretly liaising with Ming Yuqing. Do you actually consider me as a useless son-in-law who knows nothing? How laughable. At this moment, in the large banquet hall, only Xuanhuan and Tan Luxing's voices could be heard. Everyone else was stunned, dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom it. How could Xuanhuan, who had previously fallen off a cliff to his apparent death, suddenly appear and then so cleanly kill Tan Mingfang, the young miss of the Tan family? The Tan family, one of the 6 major families in Jiangqing, possessing great martial arts prowess, even surpassing the Mo family slightly. Was Xuanhuan truly unafraid? Could one man withstand the entire Tan family? No one would believe that the Mo family would risk ruining their relationship with a stronger martial family just for the sake of an insignificant son-in-law. Xuanhuan, you're courting your own demise. Tan Lushing calmed his internal energy somewhat, and then struck with full force. This time he exerted all his power, unleashing all his strength as a martial arts grandmaster, sending out a single devastating palm strike. Boom! The surrounding dining tables immediately splintered, and the red carpet on the ground was blown into small scraps. Despite his heavy injuries, Tan Luxing's use of full strength remained extremely formidable. Chapter 2:01 Ancient Martial Arts. Qin Yu stood to the side and did not utter a single word from start to finish. At this moment, watching Qin Luxing unleash the full force of a martial grandmaster, he still had no intention of helping. Firstly, he did not have much affection for Xuanhuan, especially regarding recent events, which only increased his aversion. Secondly, he did not believe that Xuanhuan would be killed. He understood Xuanhuan well. If Xuanhuan had known that his presence at the banquet would be dangerous, Qin Yu believed he wouldn't have shown up. Xuanhuan's appearance here meant that he was confident in being able to leave unscathed. Indeed, the following events unfolded exactly as Qin Yu had guessed. Facing a master's full-powered attack, Xuanhuan showed no fear whatsoever. He took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his entire body suddenly swelled up. Then, with one powerful punch, he struck out. Roar! With that single punch, there came an almost faint sound resembling the cry of a dragon. Qin Yu furrowed his brow slightly and glanced deeply at Xuanhuan. Truly, this Xuanhuan was not an ordinary individual. Apparently, he had practiced some other cultivation methods. He secretly pondered. Bang! A thunderous roar exploded in the vast hall, making everyone present suffer from ringing ears. Pain surged through their eardrums. Qin Luxing was struck squarely in the chest by a punch, resulting in his chest caving in sharply at the point of impact, while his back abruptly bulged out. He was then hurled into a wall with tremendous force, causing it to crumble under the collision with a cacophony of crashing sounds. Sigh. Everyone on the scene drew in a sharp breath of cold air, stunned and dumbfounded as they stared at Xuanhuan. He stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. Is Xuanhuan really that strong? Man, am I dreaming? Was what just happened some sort of performance? Can someone explain what is going on? Wasn't Xuanhuan supposed to be the worthless son-in-law who came home? This has to be fake, right? Damn, we've all been tricked. Xuanhuan isn't the weak son-in-law we thought him to be. How deep are Xuanhuan's machinations? To endure such humiliation without saying a word, truly remarkable restraint. Once again, all the onlookers exchanged looks. Even Bai Jingting stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. He, naturally, knew who Xuanhuan was. Not only did he know him, but he had even interacted with him before. After all, as Mo family's son-in-law, he had accompanied either Mo Chiu or members of the Mo family to various activities. In many settings, Bai Jingting had engaged with Xuanhuan and had even communicated with him, and at the time, he hadn't sensed any hint of such depth in Xuanhuan's character. Xuanhuan always seemed like a serious individual who rarely spoke. It was assumed perhaps because he was merely a son-in-law and held little influence, hence why he didn't say much. But none had expected that behind the facade lay a remarkably powerful martial artist. Still, if he possessed such formidable strength, why would he agree to be looked down upon as a son-in-law with no respect? This question troubled Bai Jingting as well as many others. Oh. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Haoyan was alive. Divine Dr. Qin, please heal Haoyan. Bai Jingting immediately exclaimed. Haoyan wasn't just a potent martial practitioner from his household, but also his personal bodyguard who had repeatedly risked life and limb for him over the years. In Bai Jingting's heart, Haoyan was like a brother. Qin Yu nodded slightly, quickly moving onto the main stage where he bent down to tend to Halian. Seeing this, xuanhuan wanted to say something, but noticed Qin Yu clearly didn't favor him much. Considering Qin was fully concentrating on saving the life, Zeng kept quiet. Within a short period, Qin Yu managed to stabilize Halian's injuries, ensuring that he was no longer in mortal danger. Rising, Qin Yu retrieved the Furong Lotus Divine Lily and proceeded to exit the banquet hall. When Bai Jingting suggested escorting Qin Yu out, he politely declined. Having secured the Furong Lily, Qin Yu now intended to return to his villa as soon as possible, aiming to refine the Longyin Dan, subsequently assisting Ling Yun in guiding Qi into her body, embarking her on the path of immortality cultivation. Divine Dr. Qin. After declining Bai Jingting, having walked just a few steps, Qin Yu suddenly heard Zeng Quan's shout from behind. Pausing briefly, Qin Yu ultimately stopped to wait for Zeng Quan to catch up. Dr. Qin. Upon reaching, Zeng Quan called out once more. Is there any misunderstanding between us that caused your attitude towards me to change so drastically? Clearly, Qin Yu's demeanor differed significantly from their first encounter in Yunqing City, and Zeng Quan could sense it. Misunderstanding. Qin Yu responded coldly. Do you think it's a misunderstanding? Zeng Quan paused momentarily, somewhat perplexed by Qin Yu's implications, asking. Could you specify, Divine Dr. Qin? Is it due to my concealment of my martial arts cultivation? For Qin Yu, Zeng Quan harbored positive impressions and desired to establish good ties. Qin Yu smiled and said, your martial arts path is indeed different from the one currently existing in this world. One might even say it's more advanced. When we first met in Yunqing, I already sensed that you were actually a martial artist. Zeng Quan was startled internally, not expecting Qin Yu to have known he was a martial artist back then. At the time, he had been concealing his aura all along, and the main reason was that the Tao he cultivated was more advanced than what existed in the current world, making it hard for others to perceive. Noticing the look of surprise on his face, Qin Yu added, you practice ancient martial arts, a martial path passed down from the early periods of Daxia. Legends have it that the martial arts of the ancient period were related to gods, and those with great strength could move mountains and fill seas. The martial arts that exist in the modern world have only appeared and gained popularity in less than 200 years, so they cannot be compared with ancient martial arts. The cultivation system of ancient martial arts is far more complex than modern martial arts. Under the same realm, the former has much greater power. Zeng Quan felt shocked and surprised, not expecting Qin Yu to have such deep knowledge of ancient martial arts. He knew Qin Yu knew even more, but he didn't reveal everything at once. Could it be that Divine Dr. Qin and I cultivate the same kind of martial arts? Qin Yu smiled and said, the martial arts I cultivate is neither the high martial arts of reality nor your ancient martial arts. It belongs to a third kind of martial arts. My martial arts are stronger than yours. Qin Yu confidently stated. Don't joke around. What he cultivates is immortality, not martial arts, which cannot be compared with immortality. It's just that it's not convenient to reveal his identity as a cultivator right now. A third kind of martial arts? Zeng Quan exclaimed in surprise. It was even stronger and more advanced than his ancient martial arts. What kind of martial arts could it possibly be? What kind of martial arts is it, Divine Dr. Qin? He did not doubt a single word that Qin Yu said. Qin Yu shook his head. This is something I'm not at liberty to share with you. He continued. Zeng Quan, to be honest, my initial impression of you wasn't too bad, but unfortunately, your subsequent actions have greatly disappointed me. Chapter 202. Not a man, but a deity. After listening to Qin Yu's words, Zeng Quan felt a wave of disappointment, though he roughly understood what had happened. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Qin Yu continue speaking. Judging from the strength you've displayed, yet still willingly being a ridiculed live-in son-in-law at the Mo family, Zeng Quan, you're definitely no ordinary person. I believe you've made numerous plans in Yunqing, which is why you dared to move against Qin Jin. Today, you even came to the banquet and killed him without fear, slaughtering both the young miss of the Qin family and killing one of their martial arts grandmasters. Your actions make it clear that you've completely severed relations with the Qin family and declared open war on them. So before this, you must have already made many preparations and gathered quite a few informants in Jiangsheng as well. Zeng Quan was surprised, but not entirely so. He knew Qin Yu's thoughts were extremely meticulous, and it was normal for him to guess all this. Zeng Quan, you should know that Qi Tian has been captured and his life is under grave threat, and yet you have the ability to save him but have not shown up. Concerning your course of action, I am extremely disappointed. By the end of his speech, Qin Yu shook his head. Zeng Quan looked sorrowful and remorseful, as the situation was exactly as Qin Yu had described. He already knew that Qi Tian had been captured, and the circumstances were very perilous. So are you speechless? Qin Yu asked sharply, seeing that Zeng Quan remained silent. Were these the reasons I asked you to stay? Initially, Zeng Quan wanted to mend the friendship between himself and Qin Yu, but things hadn't gone as expected. He took a deep breath and sighed, saying, You're correct, Dr. Qin. On the first day Qi Tian was captured, I already received the news. But back then, I wasn't able to come forward. I was at a crucial moment for my breakthrough. If I missed the opportunity, it would most likely result in failure. Not only my cultivation level, but also all these years of enduring humiliation while pretending to be an inept live-in son-in-law at the Mo family would be rendered useless. So you could knowingly let your close friend be in danger and still refuse to help him? Qin Yu interrupted Zeng Quan. Zeng Quan opened his mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say. From a moral standpoint, what he did indeed wasn't right, but, Dr. Qin, I admit maybe I didn't act correctly, but wouldn't anyone else, placed in the same situation, also be forced into making such a difficult choice? Qin Yu gave a cold laugh. That's because it's you. That's your own thought process. Don't project it onto others. If it were me, I'd give up all those cultivation techniques and long-term strategic plans to rescue an important person in my life. Xuanhuan stood frozen, looking deeply at Qin Yu. He realized that Qin Yu wasn't just saying this lightly. Facing such a situation, Qin Yu truly would make a completely different choice than himself. Do you know how Qi Tian treated you? Qin Yu asked again. Xuanhuan didn't reply, watching Qin Yu, his heart becoming uneasy. That fool of a guy preferred enduring suffering beyond comprehension, even begged someone to kill him, rather than divulge or betray anything that might harm you. Thud. Indeed. Xuanhuan felt as if someone had gripped his heart tightly, full of guilt. As far as your choice goes, from your point of view, there's nothing wrong with it, Qin Yu added. However, I'll warn you. This is the last time. Qi Tian is my future brother-in-law. If you ever take advantage of him again, I'll make sure you understand just how terrifying the third way of cultivation can be. With that, Qin Yu turned around and left. This time, Xuanhuan did not stop Qin Yu, merely watching his retreating back silently, feeling a mix of emotions. It was imaginable that the third method of cultivation Qin Yu mentioned must be even more powerful than his own ancient martial art. Just in this instance, Qin Yu could sense the depth of his own abilities, but he felt absolutely no energy emanating from Qin Yu. Only after Qin Yu disappeared from sight did Xuanhuan sigh deeply, remembering Qi Tian. I must compensate for my mistakes and selfishness. Xuanhuan resolved firmly in his heart, deciding that when the opportunity arose, he would teach Qi Tian his own ancient martial arts. Qin Yu directly returned to the villa at Baidi district and started meditating to refine the dragon silver pill. I need to quickly help Lingyun channel her vital energy into her body and guide her onto the path of immortality. Looking forward, Qin Yu spoke, imagining their perfect days ahead as celestial lovers. Shun Lingyun was already like a heavenly fairy descended from above. Once she cultivated immortal techniques, she would certainly become a true goddess. Upon learning that Qin Yu had returned to the villa, Bai Jingting immediately dispatched his most formidable bodyguards to protect the place. Having learned from past experiences, this time he didn't dare show any negligence. Even he personally stood guard outside the villa. Shit, this time it's either gods killing gods or Buddhas killing Buddhas. He muttered a curse to himself and then shouted loudly at the powerful bodyguards. You guys must be on high alert. Don't let anyone in. Not even a mosquito is allowed to fly into the villa. Yes, master of the house. Their voices reached the sky. Previously, Bai Jingting had only learned from Elder Lu that Qin Yu was very powerful. Tonight, at the banquet, seeing Qin Yu display supernatural abilities by effortlessly blocking 7 or 8 bullets fired from guns, such skills were something even a great master might not be able to achieve. A great master can block bullets, but not like Qin Yu did. Dr. Qin truly deserves the respect of even someone like Elder Lu. No, not a man, but a god. Bai Jingting had already decided that no matter what, he would always follow Qin Yu closely in the future. Very late that night, Xuanhuan returned to the Mo family estate. He originally thought that this time he would quietly return, say goodbye to some people, and then leave the Mo family. After all, if the things he had done this time implicated the Mo family, it would bring them enormous trouble. But when he stepped into the Mo family compound, he found the whole place filled with people. They were all members of the Mo family. When they saw Xuanhuan's figure, everyone was unexpectedly stunned for a moment. Then every member of the Mo family, whether ordinary people, martial artists, or even martial arts grandmasters, revealed complex expressions, some of surprise, some of shock, and even some of fear. Xuanhuan's sudden appearance and his killing of Miss Tanjia of one of Jiangqing's 6 great families and a martial arts grandmaster at the banquet were major events. The Mo family naturally received the news first, and there was no way they could remain calm. They immediately gathered all the members of the Mo family and held a family meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. Most of the Mo family members had a unanimous opinion. Chapter 203, Farewell. Xuanhuan's sudden appearance was no longer a small matter. Moreover, he had killed the young miss of the Tan family, one of the 6 great families in Jiangcheng, as well as a martial Dao master. A bigger issue that amounted to directly declaring full-scale war on the Tan family. The Mo family received the news instantly and convened an emergency clan meeting that night. Although the Mo family was also very powerful, they still lagged behind the Tan family, so most of the clansmen did not want to go to war with the Tan family. Thus, many proposed that at dawn the next day, the young miss of the Mo family, Mo Qiu, should formally divorce Xuanhuan, cutting ties with him to avoid their own clan being implicated. Even though Xuanhuan possessed formidable strength now, it absolutely could not compare to openly antagonizing the Tan family and sparking an all-out battle. He might not care about his life or death, but the Mo family couldn't let itself be wiped out because of his actions. However, there were a very few clan members who did not agree with such opinions. Firstly, Old Master Mo Yin from the Mo family reacted strongly. The old man placed high value on sentiment. Back in the day, both he and the Mo family had greatly benefited from the assistance of Xuanhuan's father, leading to the prosperity the Mo family enjoyed today. Next were Mo Qiu and her brother Mo Gaofei, who also opposed abandoning Xuanhuan at this time. Despite the lofty position held by Elder Mo Yin within the clan and Mo Qiu as the president of the Triangle Chamber of Commerce, the majority of the clansmen insisted on their viewpoint. They believed this was the perfect opportunity for the Mo family to sever ties with Xuanhuan. Debates continued non-stop. But when Xuanhuan's figure suddenly reappeared at the Mo residence, everyone in the conference hall immediately fell silent. They felt more surprised than anything else, along with deep trepidation. Once thought to be nothing more than a useless son-in-law, Xuanhuan had now revealed himself as someone capable of killing a martial Dao master. This terrified the majority of the clansmen, especially now, as they were discussing abandoning him. What if Xuanhuan got angry and acted rashly? That would surely cause trouble. Of course, they weren't overly worried, considering the Mo family had its seasoned martial Dao master who they believed could keep Xuanhuan in check. Seeing Xuanhuan's figure again, Elder Mo Yin was filled with joy and excitement, quickly rising from his seat and walking over swiftly, visibly moved. It's wonderful, Xuanhuan. Although I've been worrying all along, I knew you'd be fine. Your return is good. Your return is good. As Xuanhuan looked at the elderly man before him, he too was deeply moved. If there was anyone in the Mo family who truly cared for him, who genuinely treated him kindly, it was this elder Mo grandfather standing in front of him. Since the day he became a son-in-law to the Mo family, only grandfather Mo had never despised or mocked him. Grandpa, I'm sorry, said Xuanhuan, his face revealing guilt. I not only made you worry, but now I've caused so much trouble. But please don't worry, I will never drag the Mo family into this. I will handle the matter with the Tan family alone. This visit is mainly to see you, Grandpa, and say goodbye to some people. When he mentioned farewell, his eyes involuntarily glanced toward Mo Chio. For the Mo family, aside from a select few individuals, Xuanhuan didn't place much importance on the others. Had it not been for the respect he held for Grandfather Mo and Mo Chio, he wouldn't have minded at all if this incident pulled the Mo family into trouble. Upon hearing his words, the majority of the Mo family members felt both surprised and secretly pleased. Many exchanged glances with smiles. Initially concerned about how the Mo family could disassociate itself from Xuanhuan, fearing that Xuanhuan wouldn't agree, it turned out that he had voluntarily brought up the subject. As everyone indulged in their quiet delight, Elder Mo Yin furrowed his brows and grew angry. What nonsense are you speaking, Xuanhuan? You're my Mo family's son-in-law, which makes you part of our Mo family. If something happens to you, do you think I can sit here like nothing happened and do nothing? If they from the Tan family really care about nothing, then let them come. This old man, will die with them. Elder Mo Yan's passionate speech immediately caused every member present in the conference hall to frown deeply. Their secret happiness had yet to fade when Grandfather Mo once again took on Xuanhuan's issues. Wasn't this pushing the Mo family right into the fire? Though discontented in their hearts, no one dared to voice it, given the exalted status of Grandfather Mo within the clan. Xuanhuan noticed the reactions of those around him but didn't pay attention, focusing instead on just a handful of people who mattered to him. He told Elder Mo Yin, "This matter, Grandpa, you and the Mo family shouldn't interfere with. You can rest assured, I am no longer who I was before. I have the confidence to deal with the Tan family. Don't go away, brother-in-law." Mo Galfei, regardless of what others thought, actually recognized Xuanhuan as his brother-in-law deep down. In the past, he didn't know or care about Xuanhuan's strength. There was simply a mutual understanding between them. But now that he knew the other party had the formidable power to kill a martial Dao master, it became even more acknowledged. You know, I've always recognized you as my brother-in-law. Even if the Qin family uses all its might against you, I will still recognize you as my brother-in-law. Stay here, brother-in-law, this is your home. Xuanhuan could naturally feel the bond Mo Galfei once held for him and didn't expect that at such a life-or-death moment, the latter's stance towards him remained unwavering. Deeply moved in his heart, Xuanhuan smiled lightly at Mo Galfei and thought, if he could survive, should there be an opportunity later on, he would also pass down ancient martial arts teachings to this young man. No matter how the grandfather and grandson duo of Mo Yin and Mo Galfei tried to persuade him, Xuanhuan insisted on leaving. The more kindly these two treated him, the less he felt able to stay with the Mo family, wanting even more to sever ties. He couldn't let his affairs drag the Mo family down. Xuanhuan left the meeting hall to visit Qi Tian, who was still recuperating at the Mo residence. Seeing Qi Tian with many white bandages still wrapped around his body, Xuanhuan instantly felt overwhelming sorrow and regret. Just as Qin Yu had said, if only he could have stepped up right away at that time, Qi Tian wouldn't have endured such brutal torment. Qi Tian, I'm sorry, I was too selfish. Xuanhuan solemnly said, comparing himself to Qi Tian who, even when beaten close to death, refused to say or do anything detrimental to him. Realizing he fell far short. Brother Quan, don't say such things. Your safe return is enough, Qi Tian replied happily. Xuanhuan nodded heavily and gritted his teeth, saying, brother, one day, I will pass on all my ancient martial techniques to you. Great. Qi Tian grew even happier. In his heart, Xuanhuan was not only his good friend but also his master. After talking to Qi Tian for half an hour, Xuanhuan finally left the room. Before departing from the Mo residence, he went to see Mo Chio. After all, Mo Chio was his wife, by name, but still a wife. Chapter 204, Not Allowed to Say Death. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you wanted to cut ties with our Mo family? Mo Chio looked at Xuanhuan, her nominal husband in front of her, and felt indignant. He suddenly disappeared for a while, completely out of touch. Then he suddenly returned and immediately declared severing relations. Could it be that, in his heart, he didn't care about anyone or anything related to the Mo family? Upon hearing Mo Chio's icy words, Xuanhuan did not feel disappointed, but there was still a hint of melancholy. He knew well that Mo Chio never looked up to him. Although this was not clearly shown before, she did not pay much attention to him. Thus, when Mo Chio said these words now, Xuanhuan was not surprised at all. I'm getting ready to leave the Mo family. Before I go, I want to give you a gift as your husband. No matter what, we were once a married couple. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Mo Chio could open her mouth, he pulled out a bracelet from his body. The moment Mo Chio saw the bracelet, her entire expression noticeably froze, and her mouth opened slightly. It wasn't because of the extravagance of the bracelet xuanhuan had given her, but rather his thoughtfulness. During the family New Year meeting at the beginning of this year, everyone in the Mo clan was present. At some point on television, a live broadcast of an auction occurred. Among the auction items was this 100 flowers bracelet, which fetched a high price of 10 million yuan. At that time, she mentioned, either intentionally or unintentionally, that the bracelet was very beautiful. But she hadn't expected. Mo Chio raised her eyes, staring blankly at Xuanhuan standing before her. She couldn't believe it. How could Xuanhuan remember a casual comment she made? And yet, among so many clan members present that day, including those closest to her, no one else gave her words any consideration. Staring at this man in front of her, her nominal husband, Mo Chio became lost in thought. Actually, before this time when something happened to Xuanhuan, she really had no feelings for him, certainly no romantic ones. However, during the time Xuanhuan disappeared, she accidentally learned something. Do you not like it? Xuanhuan furrowed his brow lightly. He remembered perfectly that at the start of the year, Mo Chio commented on how nice the bracelet was, and he had barely managed to persuade the owner to sell it to him. Mo Chio didn't answer directly, nor did she extend her hand to take the bracelet. Instead, she said seriously, speaking in a commanding tone, Xuanhuan, before you leave, truthfully answer me 3 questions. All right, ask. Xuanhuan unexpectedly looked at Mo Chio for 2 seconds. Now, I already know that your martial arts skills are extremely powerful, even capable of killing martial arts masters. This means you started practicing martial arts quite early, but why did you keep it hidden from me? Xuanhuan replied, my father is an ancient martial artist, and the Zhang family boxing technique is a powerful ancient martial art that many people covet. If someone finds out I practice Zhang family boxing, they might harm me. If you also know about it, I'm worried those people might endanger you too. Mo Chio was taken aback inside, and a wave of emotions rippled through her. For Xuanhuan's response, she was both surprised and unsurprised. In fact, she had guessed that this might be the answer, but when Xuanhuan said it himself, Mo Chio secretly rejoiced in her heart. After taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she continued to ask. The second question, why kill Tianjin? Don't tell me it's because Tianjin mocked you or reasons like that. Before the entire Jiangxing ridiculed you as being a groom by marriage, why didn't you kill the others? Killing others would be much easier than killing Tianjin and wouldn't involve such huge risks. Xuanhuan moved his lips, but for a moment, he couldn't even think of an excuse. Seeing his speechlessness and the look of surprise, Mo Chio found it amusing internally, but remained serious and asked again, is it because of me? Xuanhuan stood frozen in place, his eyes widening slightly. I've already heard from my younger brother. Once at a nightclub, Tianjin insulted me verbally with extremely nasty and vulgar words. So, is it because of this incident that you killed him? After hearing her question, Xuanhuan finally realized the implication. He stared at Mo Chio, looking at his wife, beautiful but unrelated in any way to him. Deep down, he actually loved Mo Chio, especially after becoming a groom by marrying into the Mo family. As their relationship grew, his love for her grew deeper. But at that time, he was aware that Mo Chio would never fall in love with him, so he never overstepped his bounds. Because he loved Mo Chio even more, he couldn't tolerate anyone's desecration of her. And then came the plan to murder Tianjin. Exactly, Xuanhuan did not deny it. Since Mo Chio already knew about this, based on his understanding of her, she would surely guess the reason and wouldn't believe any fabricated excuse. So he simply admitted it directly. Upon hearing this answer, Mo Chio's heart suddenly filled with immense joy, giving her a sweet feeling. It was an exceptionally special feeling, one she had never experienced in all these years, a miraculous sensation. One last question. Xuanhuan, do you love me? Thud. Xuanhuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was no fool or an ignorant brute who only knew martial arts. Naturally, he understood the implication behind Mo Chio's question. He couldn't believe it, widening his eyes as he stared at the beautiful and sexy Mo Chio before him. Of course, he wanted to say that he loved her, but given the current situation between him and the Qin family, he didn't want to burden Mo Chio. Just as he was about to reply with no, he suddenly heard, Xuanhuan, help me put on the bracelet. Before Xuanhuan could react, he realized Mo Chio had already stepped forward, standing right in front of him, their bodies almost touching. SSS. His heart jolted violently, pounding rapidly. For so long as they had been married, this was the first time they had come so close to each other. A pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose, and instantly, Xuanhuan felt refreshed and peaceful. He knew this was the scent of his wife. What's wrong? Didn't you just say this bracelet is for me? You're trying to take it back now? Mo Chio saw Xuanhuan standing dumbfounded, and suddenly said, her exquisite face breaking into a sweet smile. This was the first time Xuanhuan saw such a sweet smile from his wife, once again leaving him awestruck. He thought it was the most beautiful smile in the world. Stubborn till death. Xuanhuan also laughed, laughing happily. But suddenly, Mo Chio retracted her smile, speaking seriously. You're not allowed to say the word death. You cannot die, under any circumstances. I'll be waiting for your return. After you've dealt with the Qin family's issues, we'll hold a proper wedding. Chapter 205 Shen Lingyun's Dilemma. Mo Chio kept staring at the direction where Xuanhuan disappeared for a long time, unable to recover. Her heart was filled with joy and anticipation, but more so with worry. In such a situation now, she could hardly use her family's power to help Xuanhuan. The clan's council of elders would never agree to break ties with the Qin family because of Xuanhuan. Miss Mo. At that moment, Tang Zi and Xun Lingyun came out slowly with smiles on their faces. They had overheard part of the conversation between Mo Qiu and Xuanhuan, and were now looking at Mo Qiu with amusement. They clearly intended to tease her. You? Mo Qiu realized what had happened and blushed in embarrassment, knowing the two must have heard her conversation with Xuanhuan. Miss Mo, you don't need to be shy. I am actually envious, Tang Zi said with a smile. Yes, finding a man who loves you deeply is every woman's wish in this world. Xun Lingyun also chimed in with a laugh. Mo Qiu shot her a mockingly angry look. Compared to this, I think Master Qin should be even more extraordinary. Xun Lingyun smiled but remained silent. She didn't deny it, fully aware that Qin Yu's concern and love for her wouldn't be any less than Xuanhuan's for Mo Qiu. On the side, Tang Zi felt secretly disheartened. Without Xun Lingyun, perhaps Qin Yu would have ended up with her. Miss Mo, those medicinal herbs I asked you to find before, how are they coming along? Don't worry, your matters are as important to me as my own. I received news that all the herbs have been collected, and they will soon arrive here. Upon hearing this, Xun Lingyun looked pleased and expectant. This is amazing. I really don't know how to thank Miss Mo. She had sought Mo Qiu's help in collecting various herbs required for refining Yin-Yang Dan. No matter how much she offered to repay her, Mo Qiu refused outright. Xun Lingyun knew well the reason. It was due to Qin Yu. Firstly, Qin Yu wielded significant influence, and secondly, the Mo family indeed owed Qin Yu a favor. Now that the herbs were collected, Qin Yu could help refine the Yin-Yang Dan, quickly restoring her father's appearance. That was her happy thought during her pondering. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly heard Mo Qiu speak. Sister Lingyun, if it's convenient for you, when do you plan to meet with Divine Dr. Qin? Can we see whether he can assist Master Zheng? The current situation suggests that Xuanhuan and the Qin family will certainly fight until death, and I'm worried that Xuanhuan may not be able to withstand the powerful Qin family. And as for my Mo family, Mo Qiu sighed and stopped speaking, then continued. I dare not ask much from Divine Dr. Qin, that he would help Xuanhuan defeat the Qin family, but only beg him to save Xuanhuan's life at critical moments. Though she could infer that Qin Yu might not have favorable views towards Xuanhuan and possibly harbor displeasure over Qi Tian's issue, there was no way she could simply stand by and watch her husband be killed by the Qin family. So, swallowing her pride, she could only request Xun Lingyun's help. After listening, Xun Lingyun nodded in agreement but felt caught between a rock and a hard place in her heart. Without mentioning Qin Yu's unfavorable opinions of Xuanhuan, her own position was already tricky. Her relationship with Mo Qiu was closer and friendlier, but she also had ties with the Qin family, especially close relations with Qin Bilian. Furthermore, her father's relationship with Qin Bilian was even closer. Regardless of which side between the Mo and Qin families Xun Lingyun supported, the other side would inevitably take offense. Predictably, should anything happen to either Xuanhuan or the Qin family, it would make the situation more difficult to mediate. Xun Lingyun truly did not know what to do. However, what she most worried about and cared for right now was her father Xuanhuan. In the past few days, his mood had not been good, and he was always unwilling to undergo the treatment for restoring his appearance. Regardless, she had to convince her father to accept treatment as soon as possible and restore his face. Otherwise, once her mother found out about the matter, trouble would ensue. With the medicinal herbs already collected, Xun Lingyun immediately left the Mo family after bidding farewell and went to search for Qin Yu at Bailand. Upon arrival, she was informed by white family bodyguards stationed outside the villa that Qin Yu was currently refining medicinal pills. After pondering a bit, Xun Lingyun chose not to enter the villa to avoid disturbing Qin Yu. Instead, she wandered around the neighborhood. This was her first time wandering around in this residential area, but only a small corner. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart. How could this be just an ordinary residential community? It was practically a man-made park, large in scale, with extensive greenery and artificial lakes. This Bai family is no joke, she sighed, noting that the Bai family was not a traditional martial arts clan, but still managed such a powerful real estate industry among the established powers in Jiangxing. Without great strength, the Bai family could not have reached this level. Therefore, though this area was technically a commercial residential zone, it had already become one of the scenic spots in the city district of Jiangxing. Miss, that is Miss Xun from the Xin family, Xun Lingyun. At this moment, not far away, someone noticed Xun Lingyun, Lin Hong. Previously in Yunqing, he had been driven back by a single palm strike from Xun Lingyun, so his impression of her was particularly profound. Lin Xinru had actually noticed Xun Lingyun earlier. Let's go over there. Xun Lingyun naturally noticed Lin Xinru and Lin Hong approaching as well. Hello, Miss Xun. Lin Xinru greeted her first. Xun Lingyun nodded. Hello, General Lin. Oddly enough, this was actually the first time Xun Lingyun had seen Lin Xinru. The Xin family, as a powerful martial arts clan, held immense prestige and status within Daxia country, and as the eldest daughter, Xun Lingyun also enjoyed a lofty position. Every time she visited Jiangxing, various forces here would always come to seek connections or flatter them. However, the Lin family had never done such things, mainly because their own Miss Lin Xinru served as a high-ranking official in the southern military district of Daxia, with future prospects of becoming its head. The Lin family believed they, too, had their pride and justification for it. Miss Xun, we're here to find Divine Dr. Qin. Lin Xinru, with her military straightforwardness, got right to the point. He's still in the villa refining medicinal pills, Xun Lingyun replied. In that case, I'll wait for Divine Dr. Qin here. A flicker of surprise passed through Shun Lingyun's beautiful eyes. She had already heard about Lin Xinru's cold and haughty nature, which kept others at bay, but never imagined she would now be showing such respect. Shun Lingyun inwardly chuckled, understanding this was all because of Qin Yu. Qin Yu's formidable strength earned him admiration from the usually aloof Lin Xinru, and even more so, fear. Otherwise, Lin Xinru would never adopt such an attitude. After the brief shock, Shun Lingyun suddenly remembered something and asked hastily, "General Lin, has there been any news on Huang Tianxian, the person Qin Yu asked us to investigate?" Lin Xinru wasn't surprised after hearing this. She knew Shun Lingyun was Qin Yu's girlfriend, so it wasn't unusual for couples to know each other's affairs. Chapter 206, Chief Instructor of the Qin Family. There are indeed some leads, but I can't confirm their veracity. Upon hearing Lin Xinru's reply, Shun Lingyun revealed a look of joy and immediately asked, "Advisor Lin, please inform us about Huang Tianning's situation." However, Lin Xinru shook her head at this moment. "Miss Shun, normally as Qin Shunyi's girlfriend, there would be no issue in telling you. But as I said earlier, the information might not be accurate. I think we should wait until Dr. Qin is available, then I'll tell you both. I assume you've been tracking this person named Huang Tianning for quite some time now, so it shouldn't matter waiting these few more days." Shun Lingyun could sense that Lin Xinru wanted to personally tell Qin Yu herself, perhaps even harboring a bit of distrust towards her. But she didn't care. As the other party mentioned, the Qins were destroyed over 20 years ago, and she had been investigating for many years. A day or two wouldn't make much of a difference. The three of them thus aimlessly wandered through the Brandy neighborhood until it was nearly 10 o'clock at night, when Qin Yu finally emerged from the villa, locating Shun Lingyun and Lin Xinru. Lin Xinru immediately approached to greet him. "Dr. Qin." Qin Yu nodded, smiling lightly. "Dr. Qin, I've already..." Bang! Her words were interrupted by a sudden loud thud from nearby. Qin Yu and the others immediately looked in the direction of the sound, discovering someone engaged in an intense fight. Xuanhuan. He instantly recognized one of the combatants. How could Xuanhuan still be alive? And moreover, Lin Xinru had returned to the military zone immediately after her last meeting with Qin Yu, using every resource possible to trace Huang Tianning's whereabouts. She wasn't aware of what had happened in Jiang City recently. Thus, she didn't know that Xuanhuan had returned and exhibited formidable martial abilities. Because at this very moment, Xuanhuan faced none other than Tianqiao Qin, the chief instructor of one of the 6 great families in Jiang City, the Qin family. The one fighting Xuanhuan is exactly Chief Instructor Tianqiao Qin of the Qin family, known for his immense strength. At this point, Shun Lingyun explained to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded, understanding now that the other person was Chief Instructor of the Qin family, explaining why he could fight Xuanhuan to such a degree, and was even slightly suppressing him. He furrowed his brow slightly, focusing on Tianqiao Qin, sensing that the latter's aura was extraordinarily complex. He speculated that Tianqiao Qin probably wasn't the strongest member of the Qin family, yet his power was immense, immediately recalling something xuanhuan had previously mentioned. The Qin family seemed to be plotting something. It appeared evident that the Qin family was indeed up to something in secret. Moreover, their actual strength was undoubtedly far greater than what was publicly known. Xuanhuan's current martial arts capabilities were definitely stronger than a seasoned martial master, yet even so, he was unable to gain any advantage against Tianqiao Qin. Just as Qin Yu had analyzed, Xuanhuan was consistently suppressed during his clashes with Tianqiao Qin and remained on the defensive side. In a short period, Xuanhuan had received several strikes from Tianqiao Qin. Had Xuanhuan not practiced ancient martial techniques, he would likely have met a tragic end by now. Lin Xinru wasn't yet aware of Xuanhuan's situation and was watching with astonishment. Lin Hong quickly provided an explanation, recounting the events from the previous evening at the Tianqin Club. After hearing it, Lin Xinru was inwardly shocked, learning that Xuanhuan was also a powerful martial artist who had killed martial master Lu Xingqin with a single punch. Simultaneously, she marveled at Xuanhuan's patience. An individual with such formidable martial prowess actually chose to be an inferior son-in-law, enduring ridicule, insults, and contempt. Such endurance would be hard even for an ordinary person, let alone someone so powerful. One could only imagine how strong-willed Xuanhuan truly was. Similarly, such people were exceedingly dangerous, especially as adversaries. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as Xuanhuan's chest was struck again, sending him flying backward. He landed not too far from where Qin Yu and the others stood. "Dr. Qin," Xuanhuan called out to Qin Yu, showing the same respectful demeanor as Lin Xinru had done before. He only addressed Qin Yu, seemingly ignoring Shun Lingyun and Lin Xinru altogether. Qin Yu didn't speak, but merely acknowledged with a nod. Seeing this, Lin Xinru felt confused and surprised. With Xuanhuan's current strength and attitude, it was unlikely under normal circumstances that he would display such respect toward just anyone, unless Qin Yu had genuinely won Xuanhuan's trust and admiration. Was it because of his medical skills? That seemed highly improbable. It had to be Qin Yu's own impressive strength that made Xuanhuan respect him so deeply. With this thought, Lin Xinru was internally shaken. She glanced subtly at Qin Yu, whose demeanor was as calm as always, recalling that she had already heard rumors about Qin Yu's remarkable martial prowess. Judging by Xuanhuan's respectful attitude towards him now, Qin Yu might be even stronger than what she had heard and suspected. Qin Yu. At this moment, Tianqiao Qin, who had been skimming across the lake like a dragonfly touching the water and then flying back into the air, also noticed Qin Yu and the others. He let out a string of cold laughs. "I originally planned to deal with Xuanhuan and then go kill you. Didn't expect to run into you here, so I'll just kill you both at once." For the Qin family, Qin Yu was someone who absolutely had to die. Time and again, he had clashed with the Qin family members. Especially during last night's banquet. Not only did he insult their young miss with words, but he also killed one of her friends, openly humiliating the Qin family. Thus, Qin Yu must die. Dr. Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd be here, nor did I anticipate our fight with Tianqiao Qin reaching this point and causing you trouble. I assure you, I will resolve it as quickly as possible. Xuanhuan expressed his apologies with a full face of regret as he spoke to Qin Yu. Still, Qin Yu gave no response, merely looking up lightly at Tianqiao Qin floating in midair. If anyone from your Qin family dares to harm Dr. Qin Yu, I Shun Lingyun swear, I will annihilate your Qin family. Shun Lingyun beside him exploded in anger. She would not tolerate disrespect towards her man, let alone murderous intentions against him. Tianqiao Qin still chuckled coldly, even mocking with disdain. Miss Shun, though you may be the young lady of a reclusive martial arts family, don't you think this arrogance is excessive? Destroy my Qin family? He sneered twice more. Do you truly believe that my Qin family is some soft target? We're not ones you can crush whenever you want. I'll kill Qin Yu right before your eyes, and let's see what you can do about it. Shun Lingyun's rage became uncontrollable. She already had plenty of grievances against the Qin family earlier. Had it not been for Chun Bilyun's sake, she would have long since acted against them. But now, for Tianqiao Qin to speak of killing Qin Yu in front of her, she wouldn't care about saving face for Chun Bilyan or even consider any plea from her father. This time, she intended to kill him. A 3-foot green sharp blade appeared, its blade resonating. Then let me show you what I'm capable of. Hovering midair, Tianqiao Qin snickered a couple times more, completely unbothered. Chapter 207, Powerful Xuanhuan. Let me handle the killing of someone like Qin Tianqiao. People like him are unworthy to dirty your hands, Miss Shun. Xuanhuan suddenly interjected, stopping Shun Lingyun. He knew that the Shun family and the Qin family had a deep connection, and if Shun Lingyun killed an important core member of the Qin family, it would surely put them in a difficult position. Xuanhuan did not want his affairs to trouble Qin Yu or Shun Lingyun further. Qin Yu already had some opinions about him. No matter, Shun Lingyun said indifferently. She didn't care who Qin Tianqiao was. All she knew was that he disrespected Qin Yu and even wanted him dead. For that, Qin Tianqiao had to die. Lingyun, let Xuanhuan handle this himself, Qin Yu also advised. This is between Xuanhuan and the Qin family. Let's not intervene yet. In fact, he also thought of the relationship between Xuanhuan and Qin Bilyan. If Lingyun thoroughly fell out with the Qin family, Xuanhuan would be put in a very tough spot. Still, Qin Yu felt immensely glad in his heart, as he knew that Lingyun's anger stemmed from Qin Tianqiao's intention to kill him, prompting her wish to eliminate Qin Tianqiao first. If you don't kill him, I might just step in. Shun Lingyun spoke solemnly to Xuanhuan, then retracted her 3-foot green blade. Rest assured. Xuanhuan nodded. The next moment, he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura within his body. Boom. It was like a bolt of lightning striking. A series of powerful energy currents surged out of Xuanhuan's body like hurricanes, fierce and overwhelming. At the same time, a faint layer of golden divine light enveloped him. Qin Yu nearby gave him an astonished glance, clearly feeling the substantial surge in Xuanhuan's strength. Is this the power of ancient martial arts? Lin Xinru and Lin Hong were stunned in their hearts, staring at Xuanhuan in disbelief. They found it hard to believe how strong Xuanhuan had become. Could it be that the Xuanhuan before them now is not real? After all, wasn't he about to become a son-in-law of the Mo family not long ago? Standing back on the shore, Qin Tianqiao muttered slightly, still taken aback. Yet, there was no hint of fear in his heart. Sneering coldly, he said, "Who would have thought you were hiding your true strength? However, even so, Xuanhuan, you're still no match for me." Right now, Xuanhuan's aura was magnificent, his killing intent intense, and his whole demeanor changed after being covered by the faint golden divine light. Tianqiao Qin, let me show you the true power of our family's skills. With that statement, he shot out like a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was much faster than before, incomparably swift. Upon seeing this, Qin Tianqiao's eyes widened with surprise once more, yet remained disdainful. You've improved your speed considerably, but let's see what your overall strength is like. Old man will. As he mocked loudly while moving, he slapped a palm towards Xuanhuan. Still using a fist technique of their family secret art, Zhang family boxing, Xuanhuan responded. His punch clashed head-on with Qin Tianqiao's palm, the former gleaming with a layer of faint gold light, strange and extraordinary. Boom. Their palm and fist collided explosively. Qin Tianqiao's mocking stopped abruptly, turning into cries of pain. Half of his body nearly shattered from the blow, blood spurting out like a small rain of red. He flew backward like a missile, crashing into the lake below, turning a large area crimson with his blood. Watching this, Lin Xinru was deeply shaken internally, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. The strength displayed by Xuanhuan far exceeded her expectations. She wondered whether Xuanhuan had already broken through the great martial master stage. Who was Qin Tianqiao? He was the chief instructor of the Qin family, a seasoned martial arts grandmaster with immense power. And yet, such a powerful grandmaster could not withstand a single punch from Xuanhuan. Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun were also quite surprised, never imagining that Xuanhuan had reached such a high level. Qin Yu was well aware that after utilizing the secret techniques of ancient martial arts, Xuanhuan's strength was undoubtedly no weaker than that of a grandmaster. When witnessing Xuanhuan kill Qin Lushing at the Tianqing Club last night, Qin Yu had already sensed something extraordinary about the Zhang family boxing. Now it appeared that the ancestor of the Zheng family who created this boxing technique likely had very deep roots in cultivation. If traced, ancient martial arts and cultivation can be considered two parallel cultivation paths. When one's ancient martial arts training reaches a certain level, even cultivators have to take heed. After killing Qin Tianchao, xuanhuan dispelled the secret technique and returned to the shore, bowing to Qin Yu respectfully. Dr. Qin, please forgive me. I nearly caused you trouble again. Fortunately, I handled this well this time. Qin Yu nodded, remaining composed. No issue, it's not much trouble. If the Qin family wants to seek death, then they should be eradicated. Lin Xinru was deeply startled and shaken upon hearing Qin Yu's words. She did not doubt his capability, but only felt that the man seemed even more decisive in matters of life and death than the rumors suggested. To wipe out the entire Tan family? They were one of the 6 great families of Jiangcheng and a true martial clan. Qin Yu was terrifying. Dr. Qin, rest assured, I will deal with the Tan family. I won't let them disturb you or Miss Shan, he said confidently, before bowing again, turning around, and leaving. This xuanhuan is powerful in strength, but his inner strength is equally astonishing. Xinlingyun sighed as she watched xuanhuan walk away. Everyone understood what she meant. Xuanhuan had the strength to kill Tan Tianchao, yet he willingly played the part of an unappreciated and ridiculed son-in-law. Such character and resilience were truly rare qualities. Director Lin. A while later, Xinlingyun spoke to Lin Xinru. Qin Yu has arrived. You can now share the information you've uncovered about Huang Tianning. Upon hearing the name, Huang Tianning, Qin Yu was momentarily surprised but quickly turned his gaze toward Lin Xinru with a mixture of curiosity and excitement. He was more concerned than ever about the destruction of the Qin family 20 years ago. After all, he might be Qin Feng's son and the inheritor of the Qin family legacy. Lin Xinru also glanced at Qin Yu, saying, I indeed have uncovered some information about Huang Tianning, but it's inconvenient to share it outright at the moment. Qin Yu and Xinlingyun furrowed their brows slightly, confused. It's inconvenient? What do you mean by that, Director Lin? Xinlingyun questioned. Lin Xinru then looked at Xinlingyun, replying, Miss Shun, when I mentioned earlier that we should wait until Dr. Qin was present, there was a reason behind it. If my guess is correct, Huang Tianning has a connection to our Southern Military Region Commander, Huang Hai. That's why I find it difficult to disclose too many details. Commander Huang is my direct superior, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to discuss him freely behind his back. However, please rest assured, Dr. Qin and Miss Shun, I have already made plans. 3 days from now, once Commander Huang returns from the capital to Jiangcheng, I'll arrange a meeting for all of us. Chapter 208, Involving the Military. Xinlingyun was surprised and shocked, never expecting that Huang Tianxin would be related to the highest commander of the Southern Military Region of Daya, and it seemed that their relationship wasn't superficial. If this matter involved the strength of Daya's military, it would become difficult to handle. First, as the highest commander of the Southern Military Region, Huang Hai must be powerful. Secondly, a regional supreme commander holds an exalted position in Daya with extensive connections. If he were targeted, it would lead to significant complications. This situation couldn't compare with killing or eradicating some martial arts families. Qin Yu was also surprised, but only surprised, not shocked. He hadn't anticipated that events concerning the Qin family from years ago had ties with Daya's military. However, Lingyun, you don't need to worry. If Huang Hai, the overall commander of the Southern Military Region, is involved, I will kill him. Qin Yu noticed Shun Lingyun's concern and said calmly, yet his tone carried murderous intent. Shun Lingyun momentarily didn't know how to respond to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was helping her, but tearing apart relations with Daya's military wasn't what she wanted. Daya's military wasn't simple. For many years, regardless of how domestic martial arts forces fought or experienced rises and falls, no one dared to confront the military. Lin Xinru, however, was terrified inside. She'd heard about Qin Yu's arrogance and had seen it before, but she never imagined that Qin Yu could reach such a level of arrogance. Judging by his attitude, if this matter involving the military region commander was true, Qin Yu would definitely resort to violence. Daya's military force was vast and powerful. No martial arts family dared to directly resist it. Could Qin Yu alone face off against Daya's military? Killing the supreme commander of a region would be tantamount to declaring total war on Daya's military. At this moment, Lin Xinru began to carefully consider whether continuing her deep association and cooperation with Qin Yu was worthwhile. If Qin Yu went to war with his superior officer, matters would grow complex and troublesome, and being close to Qin Yu at such a time would surely bring repercussions. Not only might her promotion to the rank of Supreme Commander of the Southern Military Region be jeopardized, even her position as the Chief Military Advisor could be lost. She regretted informing Qin Yu of this information. With these concerns in mind, Lin Xinru, originally planning to stay close to Qin Yu for longer, decided hastily upon finding an excuse to leave. Lin Hong followed Lin Xinru's side, observing the thoughts and worries in his niece's heart, but he remained silent. He understood his niece well. The fact that Lin Xinru had reached the second-in-command position of Chief Military Advisor for the Southern Military Region came largely through her own efforts. The Southern Military Region represented the power of Daya Nation, whereas their family, the Lin clan, was just a small entity with limited influence in the grand scheme of things. Lin Xinru's achievements depended almost entirely on herself. She possessed great strength, earning distinguished merits for the Southern Military Region while demonstrating powerful planning and acumen to secure her current position. Thus, Lin Hong knew his niece would make the right decision regarding how to deal with Qin Yu. As expected, Lin Xinru weighed her options on how deeply to engage with Qin Yu given his demonstrated capabilities. If Qin Yu continued displaying strength and assertiveness, he would gain significant authority across Daya. Becoming one of his closest allies would naturally result in prosperity. But should Qin Yu fail along the way, antagonizing influential figures, both Qin Yu and those who stood by him would face catastrophic consequences. Lin Xinru found herself at a crossroads, unsure of what to do. To discontinue further deep association with Qin Yu now would certainly be the safest, least risky route. But if Qin Yu succeeded, future losses would be tremendous. Persisting deeper ties, though, risked failure, angering others, potentially endangering her own life and that of her family. This truly is a hard choice, life or death. Lin Xinru sighed deeply. Indeed, Xinru had recognized the core issue. Lin Hong, hearing the sigh, reflected inwardly. Lin Xinru forced herself to set aside thoughts of her relationship with Qin Yu for now, since circumstances were unclear. Instead, she contemplated Xuanhuan. Compared to Qin Yu, Xuanhuan appeared much safer. Moreover, his martial talent and strength were impressive, perhaps not surpassing Qin Yu's, but still someone worth cultivating closer ties with. Find opportunities to ingratiate Xuanhuan. She made a quiet decision in her heart. Qin Yu, if this matter involves the military, I hope you won't interfere, Shun Lingyun said to Qin Yu after Lin Xinru left. The military strength of Daya is extremely powerful and cannot be compared with any martial arts family or even a prominent lineage. Moreover, Huanghai doesn't just represent an individual, but also the entire southern military region of Daya. Targeting him would be tantamount to declaring war on all of Daya's military forces. Shin Lingyun said this not only because it was the Qin family's affair, which was her own family business, but more so because Qin Yu was her beloved. She didn't want to see harm come to the man she loved. Qin Yu naturally understood Lingyun's concern for him. However, he knew the other party wasn't yet aware that Qin family's matters might well involve his own. About the possibility that he could be Qin Feng's son, he had considered telling Lingyun earlier, but later thought it better to confirm himself as Qin Feng's true son before revealing it. Lingyun, don't worry. I know how powerful Daya's military force is. But no matter how strong they are, if they were indeed involved in the destruction of the Qin family years ago, anyone who participated will have to pay the price regardless of their strength or rank. Qin Yu possessed such ability and confidence. Shin Lingyun felt happy inside. Qin Yu always cared about her affairs. Yet at the same time, she worried even more. If things escalated, Qin Yu would have to confront Daya's military head-on for her sake. Lingyun, don't think too much right now. After 3 days when we meet Huanghai, perhaps the situation isn't as terrible as we imagined. Shun Lingyun nodded slightly, clearing her thoughts, and then brought up the actual reason for her visit tonight. Qin Yu, all the spiritual herbs needed for the Eternity Youth Pill have been gathered. Please help her find them. I want my father to regain his original appearance as soon as possible. In these few days, his mood seems low. He often stays in the room and doesn't like coming out. Qin Yu took a large package of spiritual herbs, thinking for a moment, and decided to tell Lingyun the truth about Shun Wanshan's injury this time. Chapter 209, Ambiguity. Lingyun, it's not difficult for me to refine the Eternal Youth Pill. The difficulty lies in Uncle Shun's unresolved emotional knot. Qin Yu said slowly. Emotional knot? Shin Lingyun was taken aback with surprise. Qin Yu, are you saying that my father has an emotional knot? What kind of knot? How could I not know? He has never mentioned anything like this to me. Qin Yu paused for a moment. Because Uncle Shun doesn't want you to worry and he doesn't want you to know. But sooner or later, we will have to face and resolve this issue. So I'm telling you now. Upon hearing this, intelligent Shin Lingyun immediately recalled the day they had returned from the hospital to the villa, when Qin Yu and her father went upstairs to the bedroom for a talk. It was probably during that time that Qin Yu had noticed something unusual about her father. She fell silent and stared at Qin Yu, patiently waiting for him to continue. The injury Uncle Shin suffered this time is not caused by the mastermind behind the downfall of the Qin family. Qin Yu then delivered a shocking piece of news. Shin Lingyun froze after listening to it because she always thought those hidden black hands struck again, wanting to prevent her father and herself from continuing the investigation. Afterward, she worried about them taking action against Qin Yu. If not them, then who would it be? Shin Lingyun was confused and couldn't come up with anyone who might have targeted her father. No matter the strength or their power behind the scenes, she had reviewed everyone in her mind who could possibly pose a threat, but still drew a blank. Looking at Shun Lingyun, who was astonished and bewildered, Qin Yu took a deep breath and seriously stated, I suspect. Shin Billion. Shin Lingyun's beautiful eyes widened clearly as another wave of astonishment swept over her. After several seconds, she reacted, Aunt Billion? How could that be possible? Aunt Billion has always been very good to me. It does sound unlikely, yet factually, it might be the most probable, Qin Yu solemnly explained. Lingyun, think about it. Considering Uncle Shin's abilities, how could he have been easily ambushed at the amusement park, and even got injured in the vital eye area? In other words, Uncle Shun must have been relatively relaxed at the time, hence only people close to him could make a move. At that time, next to Uncle Shun, there was only Chen Billion. Only she could strike while Uncle Shin wasn't on guard. Shin Lingyun suddenly understood. From your analysis, indeed there's a certain logic, but it still seems somewhat unclear. It's still uncertain whether Aunt Billion was the one responsible. Qin Yu nodded and added, Lingyun, this time besides being burnt, Uncle Shin also was poisoned. It was a fire poison. Everyone assumed it was purely fire poison, but after I checked, it should actually originate from the Stop Killing sect. When we were dining in Yunqing City, we once encountered their poison attack. And the first time I helped treat you, The poison on your body also came from the Stop Killing sect. Xun Lingyun furrowed her beautiful eyes, revealing doubts on her stunning face. At the same time, expressions of anger began to appear. So, you suspect that Xun Billion and the Tan family may have secretly colluded with the Stop Killing sect? Qin Yu cast a look of approval, inwardly praising Lingyun for her intelligence. I finally understand. Father once mentioned that after staying at the Tan household for several days, he discovered they seemed to be plotting something. This incident must have something to do with the Stop Killing sect. Damn the Stop Killing sect. Qin Yu nodded again, expressing his admiration for her wisdom and logical thinking. I think the same thing. Xun Lingyun was extremely angry. I can't believe it. Qin Billion claims she loves my father so much, but now she harms him. That's why I didn't think the murderer could be Qin Billion or the Tan family before. Not good. I'll find Qin Billion. If she dares to admit in front of me that she harmed my father, I will kill her. A strong murderous intent surged forth. Lingyun, wait a moment. There's no need to rush now. Qin Yu immediately stopped her. All of this is just our guess. We don't have any solid evidence yet. If you go to confront Qin Billion right now, it might alarm the others prematurely. We'd better wait a little longer. Let's see when the Tan family and the Stop Killing sect expose themselves. Hearing this, Xun Lingyun found what Qin Yu said reasonable and nodded reluctantly. However, she was still annoyed. All right, I'll temporarily let Qin Billion go. But afterward, I must avenge my father. Qin Yu, thank you. Without you, my situation would definitely be dangerous. After a moment, she looked up seriously at Qin Yu standing before her and affectionately said, You're my girlfriend. Protecting you is what I consider the most important task. Qin Yu smiled and said, Uft. Xun Lingyun took a step forward, rushing into his arms. Qin Yu, it's so great that fate has brought me to meet you. Xun Lingyun said with deep emotion, heartfelt and sincere. Lucy, the two of us will become a celestial couple envied by everyone. Qin Yu said happily and expectantly. Now that the silver dragon pill has been refined, it's time for Lingyun to take it, channeling energy into her body, thus enabling her to embark on the path of cultivation. Xun Lingyun was unaware of what Qin Yu had in mind at this moment, and she didn't fully grasp the true meaning of his words. She simply believed that with their formidable strength, they would become an admired couple based on their powers rather than becoming real immortals. Yes, Qin Yu, we will be together forever and ever. Xun Lingyun stepped back from Qin Yu's embrace, winding her delicate hands around his neck and pulling him close. Their bodies were tightly pressed against each other. Although Qin Yu was a cultivator, faced with a celestial being like Xun Lingyun, he could hardly control himself. Xun Lingyun's beautiful face turned red instantly, but she made no attempt to retreat. Since they had established their relationship already, and had survived life and death situations together, they now saw each other as more important than their own lives. Thus, there was nothing inappropriate about such actions. She gently tiptoed, her tender lips slowly touching Qin Yu's. It felt warm. This was Xun Lingyun's sensation. It tasted sweet. Under Xun Lingyun's passionate advances, Qin Yu's fiery hands circled around her back. Feeling Qin Yu's touch, Xun Lingyun's tall figure shivered involuntarily, emitting a soft moan. Qin Yu, she softly called out his name, exhaling deeply with fervent breaths. Hearing her intimate call, Qin Yu's mind began to heat up, and an instinctive desire surged forth from within him. Lingyun, bear with it a little longer. Chapter 210, The Body of a Sword Immortal. Just as Qin Yu's hands were about to slide toward Xun Lingyun's more private areas, he suddenly came to his senses. No, not only did Qin Yu take his hands off Xun Lingyun's lithe body, but he also loosened his lips and tongue from hers, breathing heavily, as if he had just been in a very fierce fight with someone else. Xun Lingyun was somewhat surprised. She hadn't stopped Qin Yu at all, and had even prepared herself to let his hands wander freely on her body. Even more so, she had prepared for the most private parts of her body. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu himself pulled back first. Lingyun, I said before that we would wait until I officially marry you, and after we become real husband and wife, we will engage in intimacy. Xun Lingyun's slightly disheartened mood quickly turned to joy again upon hearing these words, a sweetness filling her heart. She understood. Qin Yu respected her and their relationship. She nodded, didn't speak, then turned around to tidy up her clothes that had been disarrayed by Qin Yu, even her underwear which he had pulled to one side. After quite some time, both of them calmed down. Lingyun, here is the silver dragon pill. It can help you guide qi into your body, unleashing your maximum potential. Qin Yu took out the freshly refined silver dragon pill and handed it over to Xun Lingyun. Silver dragon pill? Xun Lingyun was surprised. This was the first time she'd heard of such a pill. Qin Yu, what you're saying is true. Can this pill unleash human potential? Xun Lingyun was a martial artist, a powerful martial artist who understood human nature better the stronger she became. She knew that humans possessed limitless potential, but tapping into that potential was incredibly hard. She had once read ancient books that documented information about human potential and ways to stimulate it. For example, the pre-Qin era cultivators from the ancient Xia dynasty had mastered methods to unlock human potential. Of course, these books only briefly mentioned them. Detailed methods were never recorded since several thousand years had passed, making it impossible. And even if they were indeed recorded, they wouldn't have been disclosed, as they must have been controlled by some secluded powerful martial families. Xun Lingyun looked at Qin Yu with surprise and suspicion, not understanding how he had obtained such methods. In fact, what she didn't know was that Qin Yu's silver dragon pill was far superior to the methods those pre-Qin cultivators had mastered. Facing Xun Lingyun's doubts, Qin Yu smiled and didn't immediately reveal any secrets. Lingyun, take this silver dragon pill inside the villa. After taking it, you'll be able to enter a different world. You'll feel as if you've opened a completely new door. A different world? Qin Yu repeated, perplexed. Let's go. Qin Yu held her hand and walked into the villa. In one of the rooms inside the villa, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and prepared to take the silver dragon pill. Just follow your feelings. Qin Yu reminded her. The silver dragon pill was an extremely friendly and highly effective medicine for non-cultivators, capable of helping people guide qi into their bodies and successfully becoming cultivators. As long as the person's body wasn't as rigid as stone, success was guaranteed. This was why, even in the cultivation world, the silver dragon pill, though not particularly high grade, could still attract frenzied competition among various celestial forces. Qin Yu nodded, remembering Qin Yu's advice in her heart. I'll be outside. Go ahead with confidence and welcome the new world. Qin Yu left the room, closed the door, then sat cross-legged in front of the door and started refining the Eternal Beauty Pill. Refining the Eternal Beauty Pill posed no difficulty at all for Qin Yu at this point, as it only took him as much time as required to complete the task. Once he put away the pills, he noticed less than 3 hours had passed, while Ling Yun was still guiding qi into her body. Hence, Qin Yu continued to sit and cultivate. Boom. An unknown duration passed, when suddenly a loud sound emanated from within the room, startling Qin Yu from his meditative state. In an instant, he stood upright, looking toward the tightly shut door of the room, his face filled with delight. Fantastic. As expected, Ling Yun is truly a martial genius, having successfully guided qi into her body and formally stepped onto the path of cultivation. He gently pushed the door open and froze in place even before entering, completely stunned by the scene before him. Qin Yu was astonished to see that Ling Yun's 3-foot-long green sword lay prostrate before her, as if a minister paying homage to a king. Then came the resonating sound of a sword cry, causing the flying sword in Qin Yu's dantian to uncontrollably fly out. This. Qin Yu opened his mouth, once again amazed beyond words. He watched as his own flying sword shot towards Qin Yu, who still had her eyes tightly closed. With a whoosh, it landed beside the 3-foot green sword and similarly assumed a prostrate position. He suddenly thought of something, and his face lit up with great joy. He couldn't believe that Ling Yun was actually the body of a sword immortal. He had previously heard his master mention that among cultivators, those practicing sword cultivation were very rare, and among them, sword prodigies were even rarer. Even rarer than that was the embodiment of a true sword immortal, which was truly like finding a unicorn's horn. Sword practitioners in the cultivation world were scarce because their destructive power far surpassed that of any other type of cultivator. Among all weapons, the sword caused the most damage. Right at that moment, Qin Yu suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a streak of silver brilliance. Whoosh! The brilliance shot out, tearing through the air and smashing into one of the walls in the room, instantly collapsing it. Qin Yu was overjoyed. She felt an immensely powerful force coursing through her body. This was a mysterious power, more refined, thicker, and brimming with might compared to her previous strength. At this moment, she finally understood what Qin Yu had said before. After consuming the silver dragon pill, she would witness a different world and open the door to another realm. This was exactly how it felt. Qin Yu could clearly sense that her understanding of martial arts, her perception of strength, and even her comprehension of the world had all changed from what they used to be. Qin Yu, filled with excitement, sprang to her feet and rushed to Qin Yu's side. Qin Yu looked at her, seeing both excitement and confusion on her face, knowing that Ling Yun had already experienced the different world he had described. What happened to me? Is this the potential within my body being unleashed? I feel completely different from before. Qin Yu chuckled and nodded approvingly. Yes, Ling Yun, starting now, you are no longer the same as you were. As he carefully examined Qin Yun standing before him, he noticed her entire aura had become extraordinary, even more ethereal than before. If before Qin Yun had only seemed like a celestial descended from the heavens, now that she had officially embarked on the path of cultivation, she had truly transformed into an actual celestial. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 2:11, Terrifying Talent. As Qin Yu said, Qin Yun felt as if she had opened up an entirely new world. What exactly is going on with Qin Yu? Could this be the benefit of unlocking one's inner potential? Qin Yu smiled and said, Ling Yun, you can think of it that way. The truth is, that silver dragon pill did more than just unlock your inner potential. It mainly guided qi into your body. Guided qi? Qin Yun was puzzled. Yes, guiding qi. Qin Yu nodded. That's the spiritual energy of heaven and earth existing in Earth's space. Because Earth's spiritual energy has nearly dried up now, even those with great talent find it extremely difficult to sense it, let alone guide qi into their bodies. Qin Yun seemed to understand, but didn't say anything, waiting for Qin Yu to continue. Guiding qi into the body is a cultivation method from the immortal realm. It can transform an ordinary person into an immortal cultivator. Immortal cultivator? Qin Yun was astonished. Qin Yu, are you saying I have entered the path of immortality? Meaning I am now an immortal cultivator? Can such miraculous things really exist in this world? She was continuously amazed. While martial arts could grant someone immense power, even allowing some powerful martial artists to possess abilities like moving mountains and filling seas, Qin Yun was very clear. This wasn't immortality cultivation. In some ancient texts, she had seen records of immortality cultivation, but there was little information, and they dated back a very long time ago. She had once thought they were merely legends. Who would have thought she'd hear that such a cultivation method actually exists now? Not only does it exist, but she herself is now an immortal cultivator. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, Lingyun, you and I are now both immortal cultivators. As for the legends about immortal cultivators that you mentioned, I cannot immediately answer whether there were any such beings during Earth's distant ancient times. Shen Lingyun did not doubt Qin Yu's words at all. If he said she was an immortal cultivator, then that's what she was. After calming her mind slightly, she suddenly said to Qin Yu, I want to go out and try practicing swordsmanship. Upon entering the path of immortality, Shen Lingyun felt that she seemed to have gained a different understanding and insight into the way of the sword and cultivation. Alright, Lingyun, you are one of the few sword cultivators in the immortal realm, and you even possess the sword immortal constitution. I believe your achievements will certainly be great in the future, Qin Yu said. Sword cultivator? Shen Lingyun was surprised again. As a martial artist with extraordinary talent, she knew quite a lot about cultivation matters. Of course, she had heard of sword cultivators before. Since she had devoted most of her time and energy to cultivating the art of the sword since she began cultivation, the term sword cultivator was not unfamiliar to her. Sword cultivation is divided into 4 realms, Qin Yu said while accompanying Shen Lingyun out of the villa. Although he himself was not a sword cultivator, he knew more about immortality than Lingyun did at this moment. 4 realms. Shen Lingyun was confused. Walking side by side with Qin Yu, she listened attentively. They are human sword, earth sword, heaven sword, and immortal sword, these 4 realms. Lingyun, you are currently in the first realm, the human sword realm. Soon, the two arrived at the courtyard of the villa. Qin Yu stepped aside, giving the space to Lingyun. Lingyun held a 3-foot-long green sword, took a deep breath, and began to swing it. Each strike brought about waves of light, sharp yet restrained. Qin Yu watched from the side and could tell that Lingyun was wielding an extremely powerful sword technique from their Qin family. However, after watching for a while, he noticed something unusual and revealed a look of surprise and joy. Lingyun was indeed a sword immortal constitution. Qin Yu had figured it out. It seemed Lingyun, while testing her sword, had discovered loopholes and inadequacies in the Qin family's sword technique. Its power was no longer sufficient or perhaps no longer matched the requirements of the immortal system. Thus, Lingyun had quietly discarded the previous sword techniques she had been practicing and started following her instincts, freely creating and executing her own series of sword moves. This greatly shocked Qin Yu. He remembered his master once telling him about the extraordinarily talented geniuses in the immortal realm, especially in the realm of the sword. Their comprehension and creation related to the sword were incredible, but none of them could achieve what Lingyun had achieved, creating her own sword techniques right after embarking on the path of immortality. Even his master would probably be stunned if he knew about Lingyun's current situation. Qin Yu felt delighted inwardly. Suddenly, a sound of air being torn reached Qin Yu's ears as he was lost in thought. He suddenly snapped out of it and saw Shen Lingyun holding a 3-foot green sword, flying out like an arrow released from a bowstring, swift as lightning. It looked as if Shen Lingyun and her sword had become one. Human sword unity. Qin Yu unconsciously exclaimed in shock, once again feeling deeply amazed. He had never imagined that Lingyun, having just embarked on the path of cultivation, would have already reached the human sword unity state in her very first practice of swordsmanship. This was the highest level within the first realm of the 4 realms for sword cultivators. Qin Yu already knew Shen Lingyun possessed high talent, but he hadn't expected it to be at such an extreme level. Almost exaggerated. He felt a sense of urgency, suspecting that one day in the future Lingyun might surpass him on this path of immortality. For the first time ever, Qin Yu experienced a stronger sense of urgency. Soon after, Shen Lingyun sheathed her sword and returned to Qin Yu's side. Thank you, Qin Yu. Like you said before, I truly feel as if I've entered an entirely different world. At the same time, I always thought my talent was good, perhaps even exceptional. But now, I clearly realize that compared to the top-tier geniuses in the cultivation world, my talent might still fall far short. Qin Yu bitterly smiled, thinking, Lingyun, even compared to those monstrous prodigies in the cultivation world, you would never be inferior. Their talents are the ones who should feel desperate when compared to yours. Lingyun, your talent is incredibly powerful. Don't underestimate yourself. Qin Yu briefly added, after stepping onto the path of immortality, your first sword practice has already achieved the human sword unity realm, something many talented sword practitioners cannot achieve. Shen Lingyun expressed surprise and disbelief. Did I really reach human sword unity just now? She had been relentlessly pursuing the human sword unity realm for so many years, but had never found that feeling until just now, where it had happened unconsciously. No wonder during the last phase of my practice, I felt completely transparent and lucid, as though I had become the sword, and the sword had become me. Turns out that was what reaching human sword unity feels like. Keep on deeply comprehending sword techniques, Lingyun, and one day you will definitely become a great immortal, Qin Yu said with a smile. But when it comes to the way of the sword, I don't know too much since I'm not a sword cultivator. The rest of the journey lies solely in your hands now. But I believe in you, Lingyun. Shen Lingyun nodded, and similarly, she was full of confidence in herself. The two quickly left the villa, taking the eternal youth pill back to their own villa, planning to restore xuanhuan's appearance. Chapter 212, An Unexpected Encounter. Qin Yu, if father still refuses to take this eternal youth pill a little later, what should we do? On the way back to the villa, Lingyun said to Qin Yu, who was driving. Don't worry, Lingyun. I think Uncle Shin just hasn't thought it through yet. He won't stay like this forever. Qin Yu consoled her. Shen Lingyun nodded, her expression filled with anger. If evidence is found proving that the Qin family and Qin billion are responsible, I will make them pay a heavy price. Her resentment towards Qin Yu gradually deepened. In fact, she never had much good feeling for her. It was just because of their father that she didn't show her true feelings in front of her, assuming for a while that Qin Yu was working hard for the sake of their father, so she slightly changed her perception. But then, she discovered the real culprit was Qin Yu herself. I will definitely uncover the truth. As Qin Yu finished speaking, he suddenly noticed an electric scooter rushing out from the side road. He immediately swerved sharply to the left to avoid it. Bang! The scooter crashed into a car coming from the opposite direction. Are you alright? After regaining control of the vehicle, Qin Yu turned his head towards Qin Yu sitting in the passenger seat at once. I'm fine, how about you? Qin Yu shook his head. Just as he was about to get out of the car, he realized the car he had hit was a green-painted SUV, a vehicle from the Southern Military District. He furrowed his brow lightly, finding it too coincidental. Qin Yu also noticed that it was a military vehicle, so she got out of the car immediately. What the hell, kid? How did you drive? You even crossed lanes and rammed into us. The moment Qin Yu and Qin Yu stepped out of the car, a soldier carrying an assault rifle angrily came down from the passenger side of the military vehicle. Qin Yu felt irritated hearing that, but since he had indeed collided with their vehicle, even though it was due to avoidance, he explained patiently. Sorry, I swerved to avoid the food delivery guy, thus hitting your car. How much is it? I'll compensate you right away. Compensation. The officer sneered coldly. Is this just about money? Are you blind? Look at which car you've crashed into. Qin Yu frowned, unable to understand why the other party was so agitated, but he still restrained himself. Cars can collide on the road sometimes. Accidents are inevitable, and I certainly didn't mean to. Didn't mean to? The officer sneered again. I think you did it on purpose. Do you know? Our commanding officer was heading off to perform a task, and by obstructing our mission, you could be shot dead on the spot. Click. The dark muzzle of the assault rifle was raised, pointing at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? The commotion grew loud, attracting many bystanders around. There's going to be some good drama here. Yeah, directly aiming a gun, wow. The young guy really messed up, hitting a military vehicle. Probably a second-generation rich person. Look at his car, and his girlfriend looks like a celestial maiden, even more beautiful than those female celebrities on TV. Qin Yu became enraged. She wouldn't tolerate someone treating Qin Yu this way. Are you soldiers not supposed to protect the nation? Why are you aiming your guns at us citizens now? Besides, we didn't intend to crash into your car. Even if we really hindered your mission, it wasn't intentional. That officer became furious, turning to glare at Qin Yu. Lady, don't think that being with a rich second-generation boyfriend makes Jiangxing belong to you all. Let me tell you, wealth doesn't equal power to defy officials. Click. The gun turned towards Qin Yu. If you want to die, I can do you a favor and make you a pair of doomed lovers. By obstructing our military operations, killing you too would raise no questions at all. Qin Yu was burning with rage inside. She wanted to teach this officer a lesson, but saw Qin Yu already stepping forward, only to see Qin Yu grabbing the barrel of the gun in the officer's hand with his left hand, coldly saying, pointing the gun at me was already a huge mistake, and now aiming at my girlfriend is simply looking for death. As soon as the words left his lips, he applied slight force, and the barrel of the assault rifle was crushed by Qin Yu's grip. Among the people around, especially the younger women, after listening to Qin Yu's words and watching his actions, their eyes sparkled with admiration. What's this rich second-generation guy's name? So manly. Yeah, he's unafraid to stand against an officer for the sake of his girlfriend. Rich, powerful, handsome, and most importantly, treats his girlfriend well. I also want a boyfriend like this. Probably there's only one such person in the whole world. He's extinct. Listening to this, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel disdainful. Having offended people from the military district, no matter what background this rich second-generation guy has, he's doomed this time. As that officer just said, the rich don't fight with officials, especially military districts, which possess supreme authority. Soon, you girls will realize that your so-called dream boyfriend is about to meet a terrible end. Despite Qin Yu's demonstration of formidable strength, the majority of onlookers still believe he was in for a much worse fate. The officer was only slightly surprised and showed no fear over Qin Yu crushing the gun barrel. Kid, this is your own fault. The officer smirked coldly, his face full of disdain. Bang! The olive green Nightcross vehicle's rear door slammed shut, and another officer stepped down from the car. Qin Yu glanced over and saw this man was even younger, likely around 26 or 27 years old, wearing a military green coat with the bearing of a great general. I didn't expect it to be Wei Jun, the captain of our Southern Military District's Kunping Special Forces. If it's Captain Wei, then this rich second-generation kid is in for an even worse death. Who exactly is Wei Jun? Is he very skilled? Indeed, doesn't he look pretty young? How could he be so capable? That's what you don't know. Wei Jun has only been in the Southern Military District for a little over 3 years, but he's already achieved numerous battle merits for us. Moreover, he's the first-place winner of the Daxian Nationwide Military District Martial Arts Competition. Tell me, isn't he highly skilled? SSS. Quite a few people drew in sharp breaths of air. Then, one by one, they stared at Qin Yu as if looking at a dead man. Captain Wei. The officer quickly walked up to Wei Jun and respectfully greeted him. This kid I've understood. Wei Jun calmly spoke a sentence, glancing at Qin Yu from head to toe. He saw Qin Yu easily crush the assault rifle barrel from the car and came down. Otherwise, he would have simply left such matters to his guard to handle. Not bad, able to crush the gun barrel. Wei Jun chuckled lightly and looked at Qin Yu. Who are you? You're not from any of the 6 prominent families in Jiangcheng. I recognize all those wealthy playboys. Chapter 213. Reciprocity is a must. As the captain of the Southern Military Region's Special Forces, Wei Jun had a high rank, and his status in Jiangcheng was not low. All sorts of young masters in Jiangcheng would treat him respectfully upon meeting him. They occasionally bumped into each other at various banquets on normal days. So, Wei Jun knew the young masters and sons of the 6 major families in Jiangcheng, but he didn't recognize Qin Yu, assuming that Qin Yu might just be a young master or son of a family outside the 6 major families in Jiangcheng, or even just the spoilt brat of an ordinary super-rich family. Because of this, Wei Jun did not take Qin Yu seriously, even though the latter had shown quite impressive martial prowess. But speaking of martial prowess, Wei Jun was confident that he would absolutely not lose to this brash young man in front of him. Qin Yu also revealed disdain, even placing his hands behind his back. I am not from Jiangcheng. Wei Jun slightly narrowed his eyes, then laughed, thinking to himself, how dare someone who's not from Jiangcheng cause trouble? He was just some hillbilly out of province. Then let this hillbilly see what it means to be in the provincial capital. Kid, I don't care who you are or where you're from. Right now, you're obstructing our Southern Military Region and carrying out military duties. But since this is your first time, I'll let it slide eventually as long as you apologize for interfering with the duties of our military officers. You may escape death, but punishment is unavoidable. Kneel down and apologize to my subordinates, and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, we will bring you to the military court. Qin Yu coldly chuckled and said, you people don't even inquire about the reason. You come here and claim that we interfere with your duties and point your guns at us too. Is this what you call fulfilling your military duties? Shouldn't you be protecting the safety and property of the people? Now you want the common people to apologize? Isn't that funny? Wei Jun raised an eyebrow. Your talk makes sense, so there's no use blaming me. When his words finished, he took a step forward, curling his right hand fingers into a grab, aiming for Qin Yu's shoulder. The spectators couldn't help but draw in a breath simultaneously, not expecting both sides to fight. Even more unexpectedly, this man in his early 20s who dared to yell at the officer of the Southern Military District turned out to be from another place. This kid is dead for sure. Once Captain Wei takes action, this person is bound to die without doubt. That's right. Captain Wei is the champion of the Daxia National Military District Martial Arts Competition. I reckon this guy has gotten too arrogant in his own small area, thinking Jiangcheng is still his backyard. With a bang, Wei Jun's 5 fingers which turned gray caught Qin Yu's shoulder and immediately tightened. Crackling sounds kept coming with continuous force. Wei Jun's face showed disdainful ridicule. He thought the opponent's strength wasn't weak, but never expected to be caught unawares against his attack, easily grabbed by him. Though Wei Jun didn't intend to kill him there, a little show of color was necessary. Crush this kid's shoulders. However, in the next moment, Wei Jun's expression changed slightly. He realized that he had already used 50% of his strength, yet the youth in front remained unperturbed and didn't scream in pain. What's going on? His heart felt surprised. Qin Yu noticed Wei Jun's expression change and snorted softly. A powerful burst of spiritual energy within his body erupted. Bang! A sound even thicker than before rang out. Wei Jun instantly felt a terrifying force hit his right palm, triggering intense pain immediately, even causing his entire body to fly backwards. Step, step, step. Wei Jun left heavy footprints one after another, landing firmly on the ground and retreating 7 or 8 steps. Almost all present watched the scene, their expressions shifting drastically as they revealed incredulous looks. They noticed that the young man in his early 20s not only repelled Wei Jun, but also injured Wei Jun's right hand badly, blood flowing continuously. How could this be? Wei Jun was the captain of the Southern Military Region Special Forces, the champion of Daxia's military competition. There was probably no one of their age group throughout Jiangxing capable of injuring Wei Jun, and in such an exaggerated way at that. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his right hand, Wei Jun was deeply shocked. He stared at Qin Yu blankly with a look of disbelief. Could this guy already be a martial arts grandmaster? Wei Jun speculated fearfully, knowing that he himself had already broken through as a martial soul warrior, yet was pushed back by the other party's internal strength. The extent of being able to accomplish such a feat meant that the other side must be a martial arts grandmaster. As for higher realms, he didn't dare imagine. If someone in their early 20s were already a great martial artist. Impossible. Qin Yu saw the shock and fear in Wei Jun's heart, saying coldly, well, Captain Wei, the issue today can no longer be resolved solely by your say-so. This was originally just a minor traffic accident. I've already admitted full responsibility and considered compensation. Yet you people turn a molehill into a mountain. Reciprocity is a must. As for Captain Wei, I wouldn't want to continue pursuing the matter further, provided that you both kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend. Wei Jun suddenly realized this and was consumed by anger. He stared fiercely at Qin Yu, knowing well that he would definitely not be a match for the man. But he himself was the captain of the Daxia Southern Military District Special Forces Unit. How could he possibly apologize to some upstart? And kneel? Absolutely unacceptable. Wei Jun and the soldier whose gun barrel had been crushed stood there momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Kneeling? That was out of the question. Yet they couldn't beat the brash young man before them. How about it? Qin Yu said with a cold laugh. Captain Wei has gone silent. If you're Bufu cheat, unwilling to let it go, feel free to continue attacking me. I'll even give you the advantage of using one hand. But you should already know that you can't win against me. You have the chance. You can call for reinforcements. Sigh. Everyone watching was dumbfounded, staring speechlessly at Qin Yu. Even though he had bested Wei Jun, was taunting him and telling him to kneel too overbearing? Wasn't it too arrogant? Even if Qin Yu did win, Wei Jun was still the captain of the Southern Military Region's Special Forces. Now claiming he could allow Wei Jun to call for help. Wasn't that obviously provoking the bottom line of the Southern Military Region? Wasn't he afraid of dying? The spectators' hearts were filled with doubts. Wei Jun himself also harbored doubt, watching Qin Yu and thinking, was this guy really fearless toward the Southern Military District? Was this openly challenging the entire military district? Not even the 6 major families of Jiangsheng or those powerful hidden martial arts families would dare to act like this. Just then, suddenly a long screech of car brakes echoed. Everyone looked over and saw another military green SUV pull up. After the vehicle stopped, a middle-aged man stepped out from the back seat. He had an additional star on his shoulder compared to Wei Jun, indicating a higher rank. What's going on here, Wei Jun? The high-ranking officer asked gravely. Why are you stopped here? Where is the person? What happened to your hand? Who injured you? He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, noticing blood continuously flowing from Wei Jun's right hand. Chapter 214, Not on Purpose. The onlookers were overjoyed to see a senior officer arriving, even higher in rank than the guard, anticipating another dramatic scene. The higher the officer's rank, the greater their martial arts prowess. No matter how powerful this young man from the small city might be, there was no way he could defeat the stronger officers in the Southern Military District. And even if he somehow managed to beat this newly arrived higher-ranking officer, would this young man truly not fear anyone at all? Did he really intend to challenge the entire Southern Military District? And after dealing with the Southern Military District, what about the Great Xia Imperial Army? In any case, this young man clearly had no idea how high the sky was, or how deep the earth, nor did he know the meaning of death. Report, Deputy Officer Liu. The guard shouted loudly, and saluted with his uninjured left hand. I was chasing that person with my soldiers when we were bumped into. I suspect that the other party intentionally obstructed us while we were carrying out our military duties. Deputy Officer Liu became extremely angry. Which cursed fool? Who dares to hinder our military affairs in the Southern Military District? And also injured one of my men. I'd like to see which blind person has the guts like a bear's heart and a leopard's liver. Get out here for me. Deputy Officer Liu's voice was thunderously loud, startling the onlookers as if they themselves had collided with the guards. Sympathetic glances were cast toward Qin Yu. This young man was certainly doomed this time. It was clear that the recently arrived senior officer was much more formidable and skilled than the regular guards. The guards and the soldiers were greatly pleased. They had been unsure of how to handle the situation but didn't have to worry anymore because Deputy Officer Liu had arrived. Deputy Officer Liu was the assistant to Vice Commander Zhang Zujuan, wielding great authority and possessing far superior martial arts abilities. He would definitely be able to kill the opposing young man. It is this kid from elsewhere, Deputy Officer Liu. The guard angrily pointed at Qin Yu. Deputy Officer Liu followed the direction of the finger and bellowed loudly, "Damn." Before he could finish his cursing, his voice stopped abruptly. Deputy Officer Liu couldn't close his mouth, eyes wide open, dumbfoundedly looking at the direction the guard pointed to. Qin the Divine Doctor. Qin Yu also recognized him. It was indeed Lu Zhan, who came from Yun City to ask for his help in curing someone, but was thrown out by Qin himself. Lu Zhan, I never expected you to be a deputy officer too. Not bad. This rank isn't low already. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. The guard blinked, sensing something was off. Lu Zhan was very aware of Qin Yu's strength, whether it was in medical skill or martial arts, so he immediately became timid and started laughing nervously. Divine Dr. Qin, it's you? How can it not be me? Qin Yu coldly responded. I am the one without good eyesight. Come on, let's fight. No. Lu Zhan frantically waved his hands and shook his head as if facing the Grim Reaper. This must be a misunderstanding. Yes, absolutely a misunderstanding. Qin Yu laughed. Misunderstanding? Deputy Officer Liu, are you sure it's a misunderstanding? The captain of the guard and his subordinates were clearly accusing me of hindering your military operations and pointing guns at both of us. Both the guard and his soldier heard this and knew trouble was coming. They realized Divine Dr. Qin clearly intended to make things difficult for them. At this point, anyone with common sense could tell that their ranks meant nothing compared to the man who could make even a deputy officer act humbly, appearing terrified. Sigh. A chill ran through Lu Zhan's mind as beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead. He turned back and gave the guard and the soldier a harsh glare. You two must think yourselves invincible to dare pointing a gun at death? Lu Zhan had already learned about some of the things Qin Yu had done in Yun City and Chan City. Forget it, Qin Yu suddenly said, remembering it was his car that crashed into their military vehicle, and it seemed that the guard was genuinely carrying out military tasks. Hitting your military vehicle was indeed my responsibility, and I've already said I would compensate. But using guns to point at us requires an apology from you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan immediately sighed in relief and instantly yelled at the two guards. Damn, you two should immediately apologize to Divine Dr. Qin. I'm sorry, Divine Dr. Qin, Mississippi. I acted improperly earlier, please forgive us. The soldier quickly apologized. Seeing this, the guard wasted no time either, hurriedly apologizing to both Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun. There's no need for compensation, Divine Dr. Qin. How could we possibly ask for compensation from you? Lu Zhan quickly added with another forced smile. If we actually accepted your compensation, once we returned to the military district, Vice Commander Zhang would surely have killed all three of us. Speaking of which, Commander Zhang is very eager to meet Divine Dr. Qin. I have a piece of good news for Master Qin. Commander Zhang has officially submitted an application to the Southern Military District to include 100 diseases powder as part of our military supplies. I believe it won't be long before this plan is approved. Qin Yu had already known about this from Lin Xinru, so he nodded indifferently and smiled faintly, saying, Vice Commander Zhang really understands my heart. Of course, of course. Lu Zhan's face lit up with joy, thinking that his news had made Qin Yu happy. Vice Commander Zhang is very grateful to you, Divine Dr. Qin. He often mentions you as his reborn parents. After hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel amused in his heart. Reborn parents? Zhang Zujuan just used my strength to secure the position of commander of the Southern Military District. The guards and soldiers listening to the conversation between Lu Zhan and Qin Yu were filled with fear, their backs running cold. They hadn't realized they had offended the savior of Vice Commander Zhang, truly courting death. Fortunately, Deputy Officer Lu suddenly arrived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even known how they would die. Just as Qin Yu and Lu Zhan were conversing, the food delivery man who caused the traffic accident earlier had quietly tried to slip away. Hold it right there. However, the moment he attempted to break through the crowd, Shun Lingyun stopped him coldly. You caused such a big incident and thought you could just leave like nothing happened? Shun Lingyun glared angrily at the delivery man. If it weren't for your running the red light, we wouldn't have swerved to avoid you and crashed into the military vehicle. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun became furious. That's right. You damn fool. You almost made me offend Divine Dr. Qin. Wei Jun was genuinely angry in his heart. If it weren't for this food delivery man running the red light, Divine Dr. Qin wouldn't have possibly collided with him. He wouldn't have risked dying here. He strode forward quickly. Even if he didn't kill the man, he was determined to make him suffer severely. Seeing this, the delivery man immediately begged for mercy. Spare my life. Spare my life. I was just rushing to deliver the meal on time. In a hurry, I ran the red light. I truly didn't do it on purpose. Qin Yu slightly narrowed his eyes and noticed that this delivery man's expression seemed off, revealing not the slightest intention of sincerely apologizing. Chapter 215. They are targeting the Qin family. Qin Yu saw it clearly. This food delivery guy was not really in a hurry to deliver food, which made him run the red light. He asked, tell the truth, and maybe you won't have to endure too much pain. Otherwise, your death will be just the beginning. The truth? Lu Zhan and Wei Jun were both stunned for a moment, glancing at Qin Yu in surprise before simultaneously turning their heads toward the food delivery man who had been stopped from leaving. Shin Lingyun also expressed her astonishment with a gasp. Was there really some hidden truth behind all this? On the surface, the food delivery man remained calm, but inside, he began to panic. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I just ran the red light because I wanted to quickly deliver the food to the customer. I have an order that's about to time out. If it times out, the customer will complain, and I'll be fined. Just one fine would make my day's work meaningless. His words immediately aroused the sympathy of most of the onlookers. This delivery guy did indeed only run the red light because he was in a rush to deliver food. There's no need for so many conspiracy theories. The delivery guy just didn't want the order to time out and be complained about. Earning money is not easy. I think we should let this matter go. Yes, you're not high-ranking officials from the military zone, rich second generations, or martial arts elites. You should still let this poor delivery guy go. The surrounding murmurs began to grow louder. At this moment, the delivery guy took out his phone, opened the app backend, and handed it over to Qin Yu, Shin Lingyun, and the others. Sir, boss, take a look. I'm really in a rush because one of my orders is about to time out. Lu Zhan and Wei Jun glanced at the phone and noticed that indeed, there was an impending timeout for one of his deliveries. They exchanged glances. Shin Lingyun also saw this, but she firmly believed in Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled. I have never denied that you were delivering food, nor have I negated that one of your deliveries is about to time out. But you definitely did not run the red light because of that, making me swerve urgently and then collide with the military vehicle. The delivery guy's heart tightened again. Despite everyone around sympathizing with him, and even Qin Yu's people believing in him, Qin Yu himself did not believe. At this point, Lu Zhan, seeing Qin Yu's determination, decided despite his lack of belief in the situation, he knew he must stand by Qin Yu, or he wouldn't gain Qin Yu's respect. He stepped forward seriously and said, Speak up. I believe you hope we force the information out of you. This official, sir, I truly have nothing to say. I am just a food delivery guy. Lu Zhan smirked coldly. Not going to talk? All right, you'll regret it. Then he looked back at Wei Jun. Wei Jun nodded slightly and stepped up, forming his left hand into a claw, grabbing onto the delivery man's shoulder. KRRK, with a slight exertion, a dull cracking sound emerged, though without immediate bone fracture, just severe bone compression. The delivery man screamed in agony. Wei Jun might not fully believe that an ordinary delivery man could pull off anything unusual, but Lu Zhan was his leader, and if he gave orders, they had to be followed. You'd better tell the truth immediately, otherwise, if I apply more pressure, your shoulder will be shattered, and you'll be useless thereafter. Wei Jun warned icily. I'll talk, I'll say everything. The delivery man shouted loudly. Ugh. All the spectators were startled, having initially thought of helping the delivery man fight injustice, but now hearing this statement, they all exchanged bewildered looks. So, there actually is some hidden plot. Wei Jun also paused briefly in surprise, asking curiously, Quick, speak. He loosened his grip slightly, so that the other party could open his mouth without being in too much pain. What's your name? Where are you from? Are you employed by which store in Jiangqing? Jiangcheng, as the capital of Zhejiang province, covers a vast area. Even within the same district, one food delivery company can have multiple branches. My name is Sun Xiaoyu. I work at the People's South Road branch in the West District. It was my boss who asked me to wait here, then precisely at this timing, to run the red light. SSS. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath, realizing there was indeed something fishy behind the scenes. Qin Yu became angry. What kind of person is your boss? How dare he send you to frame the two of us? After this, the delivery man named Sun Xiaoyu fell silent again. KRK. Immediately, another muffled sound rang out. This was followed by another scream of pain. Wei Jun scolded furiously. Talk. Who is your boss? How dare he have ideas about Dr. Qin? At this point, Qin Yu was also curious, wanting to know who exactly was plotting against him behind the scenes. Though he had made quite a few enemies in Jiangcheng during this period, to resort to such tactics against him was just absurd. Tanhui, my boss is Tanhui. It was he who ordered me to do this. Sun Xiaoyu immediately said. The boss said if I did this job, once it's done, I'd be promoted to store manager. Tanhui? The Tan family. Wei Jun was surprised. Qin Yun's anger flared. It's the Tan family again. The issue from before hasn't even been settled with your Tan family, and now you're at it again. Fine, I'll show you just how much the Tan family can dare. As she spoke, her overwhelming fury caused her strong and piercing spiritual energy to leak out of her body, making Lu Zhan and Wei Jun, who stood nearby, feel waves of sharp pain, as though they were being pierced by countless blades. The two of them were shocked as they glanced at Qin Yu. Unbelievable that her strength was so powerful. Especially Wei Jun. Fortunately, Deputy Officer Lu arrived on time. Otherwise, this time he wouldn't have known how he died. Ling Yun, wait a moment, Qin Yu urged gently. Qin Yu, there's no need to persuade me. This time, I must make the Tan family learn a lesson. After repeated attempts to harm you, I absolutely cannot tolerate it. Qin Yu was inwardly delighted, but shook his head. Ling Yun, I think this time the Tan family isn't targeting me. Qin Yun questioned with puzzlement. Not targeting you. Could it be me? No. In the next instant, she immediately rejected this idea of hers, glaring sharply. Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something. Qin Yu smiled faintly. You're truly brilliant, Ling Yun. Just a hint from me, and you've guessed already. Aren't the Tans too reckless? Don't they fear their own annihilation? Standing nearby, Lu Zhan and Wei Jun were utterly confused, thinking in unison. Are these two flirting or sharing whispers? Can you say something we can understand? Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, the Tan family indeed is targeting them. Chapter 216, Undercurrents. If the Qin family wanted to target me, they would never use such a method. By causing a traffic accident and making me conflict with the Southern Military District. Qin Yu explained. They could never have anticipated that the two of us would be here at this moment, nor could they guarantee that I would definitely collide with the military vehicle traveling in the opposite lane. Qin Yu nodded, agreeing with Qin Yu's point. So, Qin Yu turned to glance at Sun Xiaoyu, then looked at Lu Zhan and Wei Jun. Lu Zhan and Wei Jun hesitated for a moment, and the next second they realized it too. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. Is the Qin family targeting our Southern Military District? More doubts, more surprise. As Qin Yu had just said, don't their family fear being wiped out? Wei Jun was furious, his 5 fingers tightening again. Speak, what is going on? Sun Xiaoyu immediately let out an agonizing scream that lasted over 20 seconds before it slightly subsided. It was only then that Wei Jun reduced his force a bit. Master, I truly do not know. He begged for mercy immediately. My boss told me to do it, so I did. I didn't even ask him why he wanted to do it. And I think even if I asked, my boss wouldn't tell me anyway. Sun Xiaoyu was instructed to run a red light, cause a traffic accident, and stop a military vehicle. Afterward, he'd become the store manager without knowing why all this needed to be done. He didn't question it. As long as he succeeded, he'd be promoted to manager and wouldn't have to keep delivering food orders under the sun or in the rain. Wei Jun became furious again and was about to crush Sun Xiaoyu's skull when he suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice. Weren't you just saying you were on official duty? Qin Yu recalled. It seems like you were tracking someone, right? Lu Zhan and Wei Jun both nodded simultaneously. In that case, I estimate that the reason for the Qin family's small move this time is probably related to this incident or the person you are tracking. The two men immediately showed changes in their expressions. That's highly unlikely. If it's convenient, you can tell us who exactly you're tracking? Of course, if it's not convenient to say, then it doesn't matter. Qin Yu understood that some military affairs might involve confidentiality. Lu Zhan laughed. There's no reason we can't say. For a while now, in our city, many people have been reporting that their daughters or girlfriends have gone missing, and the number keeps increasing. These cases should be within the responsibilities of local authorities, and normally, we shouldn't be involved. But a few days ago, a female corpse was discovered by the river. After DNA identification, it was confirmed to be one of those women who went missing earlier. Through legal forensics, her cause of death was poisoning, and further autopsy revealed that she had been injected with a large amount of toxins before death. The local government requested our military base get involved, so we sent experts in this field. They found that someone was using these women's bodies to produce poison. We speculate that they might be trying to manufacture an extremely powerful poison. We've tracked down some clues in the past few days. Earlier, we were pursuing a potential suspect. Poison. Qin Yu and Qin Yu both lightly furrowed their brows, immediately recalling the Zhisha sect. Based on the xuanhuan matter, Qin Yu had already analyzed that the Qin family had somehow gotten connected with the Zhisha sect. And coincidentally, this time around, the Qin family's small actions obstructed the Southern Military District from capturing the suspects. Divine Dr. Qin, do you have any leads? Lu Zhan hopefully questioned. I speculate it must be the Zhisha sect planning this entire affair behind the scenes. The Qin family is also deeply involved. The Qin family? After learning the full details, Lu Zhan felt somewhat timid again. After all, the Qin family is one of the 6 major families in Jiangxing, and his rank isn't high enough to threaten an entire martial arts clan. If it were an ordinary martial arts family, it would indeed be easier to handle. Now that the Qin family has gotten tangled up in the production of strong poison, it indicates very complex relationships and situations behind the scenes, making this difficult to resolve. Shen Lingyun was enraged upon hearing that someone was using girls' bodies to manufacture large amounts of powerful poisons. Do the Qin family actually understand what they're doing? Time and time again, committing heinous deeds, now resorting to such crimes against heaven and humanity? Just wait, sooner or later, I will point my sword at the Qin family and annihilate their entire family. As a woman herself, Shen Lingyun deeply sympathized with those victimized girls. Qin Yu wasn't angered because the Zhisha sect used girls' bodies to make poison, though there was naturally a little pity involved. Regardless, they are innocent girls, not criminals or wrongdoers. Were they criminals or wrongdoers, he wouldn't care about the Zhisha sect's methods at all. If they are innocent, it's best not to involve them. Qin Yu made a mental note. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would help resolve the matter casually. Just casually. He wouldn't go out of his way to provoke a conflict with the Zhisha sect over this issue. Qin Yu is not a saintly mother figure. His life's most important mission is to enhance his strength and cultivation, aiming for a long journey on the path of cultivation and ultimately becoming a true immortal. As for other matters, if he can help while doing something else, he will. Otherwise, he won't waste extra thought on them. Back when he was in the Rootless Heavenly Prison, the warden once advised him to join the Great Xia's Crimson Dragon Army, which would fully leverage his formidable combat abilities for the sake of national defense and public welfare. Qin Yu had no such inclinations. His heart was set on cultivating. The Crimson Dragon Army is the most mysterious and powerful unit of the Great Xia Empire, directly under the command of its #1 leader. Each member of the Crimson Dragon Army enjoys immense privileges, where wealth and material possessions are no longer their pursuits. These things are irrelevant to them. Lingyun, as long as we find out that it was the Qin family who poisoned Uncle Shan, I will definitely accompany you to confront the Qin family. Qin Yu comforted Shen Lingyun. Divine Dr. Qin. Qin Yu was just about to leave, when suddenly Lu Zhan called him back. Is there something else? Qin Yu's tone was cold, and deep down, he didn't actually like Zhang Zujuan or Lu Zhan. Divine Dr. Qin, I'd like you to give some advice on how to handle this situation. This involves the Qin family and such a major issue. If we mishandle it or lack substantial evidence, and act rashly resulting in failure, the aftermath will be difficult to clean up. Qin Yu already knew that Lu Zhan was a bully, and so was Zhang Zujuan. Isn't it simple? Just capture Qin Hui and torture him for information. But wouldn't that let the Qin family know? Would it alert them prematurely? Qin Yu was speechless, shaking his head and saying, "How exactly did you become a deputy officer? How could you not know how to handle such a straightforward situation?" Chapter 217, Family. Qin Yu really couldn't figure out how Lu Zhan, this adjutant, got his position. Was it bought? Shouldn't it be easy for you to use the military region's power to seal off news here? Lu Zhan kept nodding. Not hard at all. After sealing off the news, immediately and secretly arrest Qin Hui and force him to step down. As for how to force him, I shouldn't need to tell you, right? Lu Zhan nodded again. No need, no need. I know what to do. Thank you, Divine Dr. Qin. Farewell, Divine Dr. Qin. He bent over respectfully and saw Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun onto the car. Summoned the soldiers from the military district over immediately. Then he gestured with his hand, gathering troops immediately to follow Qin Yu's instructions. In less than an hour, Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun returned to Shen family's villa in Jiang City. It was not easy for Qin Yu and Shen Lingyun to finally persuade xuanhuan into taking the eternal beauty pill. Xuanhuan's cheeks had been completely burned by fire. His skin and tissues were utterly destroyed. After taking the eternal beauty pill, it was akin to removing the dead skin and tissue, reborn like a phoenix, replacing it with a new face. Regaining one's life would definitely not be an easy process. After consuming the eternal beauty pill, Xuanhuan lying on the bed could feel as if both of his cheeks were being forcibly torn apart, just like peeling away those dead skins and tissues. The pain was unbearable. Moreover, the nerves in the face were sensitive and numerous, making even slight discomfort feel extremely agonizing. Xuanhuan clenched his 5 fingers tightly into fists, occasionally emitting low growls from his mouth. Beside him, Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu watched painfully, feeling sorrowful and sometimes unable to bear looking directly. Both of them were warriors, and they knew that Xuanhuan was also a powerful warrior who experienced unbearable situations, highlighting how unimaginable such suffering could be. Shen Lingyun watched, her beautiful eyes reddened and brimming with tears. If possible, she wished to endure this pain for her father. Lingyun, don't worry. Qin Yu consoled her. The process may indeed be uncomfortable, but it will pass soon. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. If not for knowing his daughter was nearby, he would have shouted out loud. But to avoid worrying his daughter, he forcibly suppressed the excruciating pain. Fortunately, as Qin Yu said, this horrifying intense pain didn't last long and passed relatively quickly. Xuanhuan felt the severe pain in his cheeks gradually subsiding. Within 5 minutes, the sensation of pain disappeared entirely. What replaced it was comfort, a comfortable sensation from being reborn, filled with vitality. After half an hour, Shen Lingyun and Xiao Yu noticed a piece of blackened dead skin peel off from Xuanhuan's cheek, much like a snake shedding its skin. That was the dead skin from Xuanhuan's previous injuries. After the old skin fell off, Xuanhuan grew a new layer of skin, covering his entire cheek. Shun Lingyun and Xiao Yu were greatly astonished. Lord Shun, you look much younger than before. More handsome too. Impossible, Xuanhuan chuckled. Actually, restoring his appearance made him happy as well. He just hadn't come around to it earlier. Upon understanding clearly, he still thought it was better to present a normal person's face. And his appearance wasn't merely that of an ordinary human level. Father, Xiao Yu wasn't joking. You really look several years younger. Although Xuanhuan didn't doubt Xiao Yu's words, this was after all Qin Yu's miraculous medicine. He believed his appearance looked indeed younger. Thank you, Qin Yu. Once again, you've saved me. He sincerely expressed gratitude, sighing inside. Cousin Shin, this is being too formal between us. We're family. Xuanhuan cried and laughed inwardly. That's true, we are family. Otherwise, based on Qin Yu's character, he wouldn't lightly help with such a huge favor. Indeed, this person is family. Honestly speaking, Xuanhuan was deeply appreciative of this Qin Yu fellow and liked him very much, hoping naturally for him to become his son-in-law. However, back in the day, Shun Lingyun was arranged in a Qin cradle marriage with his good friend Qin Feng's son. Now, the whereabouts of his brother's son are unknown. If unfortunately he has passed away, then it would be best for Lingyun and Qin Yu to be together. But if by chance his brother's son is found later, and Lingyun and Qin Yu are already together, what should be done then? How would he face his friend Qin Feng? Moreover, he knows his daughter likes Qin Yu very much. Therefore, from any perspective, it is a great choice for Qin Yu to become his son-in-law. Thinking about these things, Xuanhuan showed a troubled expression. Qin Yu thought that he looked gloomy again because of the matter with Qin Bilian, and was considering whether or not to tell him about the alliance between Tan family and Zisha cult. Qin Yu. But at this moment, Shun Lingyun's voice suddenly reached his ears. I have something to discuss with father, so you go downstairs to the hall first. Qin Yu nodded without thinking too much and followed Xiao Yu out of the room. Master Qin, your medical skills are incredible. I've met many renowned physicians before, but none could reach your level. You actually managed to restore our master's appearance. No, she quickly negated her own words. It's not a restoration, it's rebirth. Qin Yu smiled slightly and glanced at her. Besides restoring appearances, Master Qin, do you have anything else that can make skin smoother, especially for women, so smooth that it feels like an infant's? Qin Yu's smile grew even wider as he looked at Xiao Yu. This girl is usually rough around the edges, uncaring about her looks, but now she asked such a question. However, Qin Yu soon understood. Every woman liked beauty and wished to look stunning. Of course there is. He laughed and said, if I can bring someone back from losing their face, isn't this just another step forward? Xiao Yu's bright eyes lit up. Really? Her face filled with surprise. Then Master Qin, can you help me refine a pill like that? All my life, I haven't really cared much about my own skin. After all these years, I've noticed recently that I seem older than Miss Shun. Yet, I'm actually younger than her. There aren't any pills left. You'd need your mother to take care of this. Qin Yu replied. What does Master Qin mean by this? Xiao Yu paused momentarily in confusion. What do you mean? Of course, it's impossible. Qin Yu smiled. To have skin return to baby-like softness, it's unattainable. However, achieving results akin to high-end cosmetic treatments, this is possible. Xiao Yu laughed, realizing Qin Xiao had been joking around with her earlier. Upon understanding there was no way for her skin to revert to baby-soft perfection, she felt a slight disappointment. But mostly, she was glad. This seemed like the first time Qin Xiao had joked around with her, showing that he considered her a friend. Recalling how difficult and mocking she once was toward him, yet Qin Xiao didn't hold grudges and was still kind to her. This proved how fitting he truly was for the young miss. Indeed, this kind of character made Qin Yu worthy of the young mistress. Chapter 218, Realization. Father, are you still thinking about Chun Balian and the Qin family? After Qin Yu and Xiao Yu left, Shun Lingyun asked. She and Qin Yu both noticed their father looking down in melancholy, assuming he was still pondering over the culprit behind this betrayal, and feeling helpless on how to confront or deal with it. Xuanhuan looked up at his daughter, chuckled lightly, and shook his head. No. Shun Lingyun didn't quite believe it, but also didn't want to trouble her father, so she suggested. Father, regarding the investigation into the murder of the Qin family, let me handle it. Once you're feeling a little better, go back to the clan and spend some quality time with mother. Xuanhuan paused, feeling conflicted, then after several seconds, reacted. Are you trying to drive me away, daughter? Is it because you think I'll hold you and Qin Yu back? When these words came out, he felt uneasy inside. Shun Lingyun shook her head. Father, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. It's just that once I take action against the Qin family, I fear seeing your pain if you're here watching. Xuanhuan paused again. You're preparing to take action against the Qin family? But, Shun Lingyun said. Look, father, I haven't even acted yet. Merely mentioned acting against the Qin family, and you already reacted so strongly. If I truly do act against them, your pain will only deepen. The Qin family has done many things recently. They started by stealing Qin Yu's spirit medicine Fuyong God Lotus. She recounted every unjust and evil deed the Qin family had committed in recent times to Xuanhuan. After listening, Xuanhuan was surprised. Qin Yu guesses that the conspiracy involving the Qin family you knew about before likely ties to the Zisha sect. Shun Lingyun added. Xuanhuan sighed. I didn't realize the Qin family had done so much in such a short period. He understood that his daughter was right to act against the Qin family. But, Xuanhuan thought for a moment and finally spoke up. Daughter, there is one thing father asks of you. Shun Lingyun's beautiful eyes slightly condensed. What is it, father? If one day you indeed have to face off with the Qin family, Father hopes you can spare Aunt Qin Baiyan. After all, I have wronged her before, so consider this as repaying her a debt of gratitude. As expected, Shun Lingyun sighed internally, having already guessed that her father would plead for Qin Baiyan. Frustrated, she said, Father, I cannot fulfill this request of yours. Xuanhuan immediately furrowed his brows, staring intently at his daughter. Shun Lingyun continued, this injury of yours, it's clear it's from Aunt Qin Baiyan. Without her interference, no one could possibly harm you like this. How surprising that even now, you continue to protect her. Qin Baiyan must be worried that you found out about the collusion between the Qin family and the Zhisha sect, so she tried to kill you to silence you. How foolish I was to once think she cared for you. It seems she never did. She must hope for your death, father. Xuanhuan looked troubled. Of course, he'd already guessed these reasons, but didn't know until now that the Qin family and the Zhisha sect were secretly colluding. Father, do you remember when I was injured initially? Shun Lingyun exclaimed angrily. I was poisoned by someone. Exactly by members of the Zhisha sect. The poison was theirs. In fact, during my stay in Yin City, I even survived an assassination attempt from the Zhisha sect. If I hadn't encountered Qin Yu, and if Qin Yu hadn't treated me, I would already be dead. The more Shun Lingyun talked, the harder it was for her inside. She couldn't fathom how her father remained so stubbornly blind. After hearing her words, Xuanhuan was shaken. I didn't realize she would stoop so low as to harm you too. If that's the case, then I don't blame you for severing old ties. He revealed a fierce look. Daring to hurt my daughter, even the Son of Heaven won't save you. If investigations show that it was indeed Qin Baiyan who targeted you, I'll personally deal with her. Seeing her father's firm stance, Shun Lingyun felt somewhat consoled. After all, her father was still her father, caring for her more than anyone else. Sorry, daughter, Xuanhuan added. I didn't realize Qin Baiyan had done so much. Shun Lingyun shook her head. Father, it's good that you see her true colors. Don't let her deceive you anymore. Xuanhuan nodded, sighing casually. All right, I agree to leave Jiangxing and let you fully investigate the massacre of the Qin Feng family. But daughter, be cautious. Investigate thoroughly, but don't take unnecessary risks. Their strength. I need an elaborate, you understand its magnitude. Shun Lingyun felt relieved that her father was willing to leave. This was undoubtedly the best option in any aspect. Father, rest assured. Recently, my abilities have greatly improved. Xuanhuan was surprised and astonished. He knew that Shun Lingyun had broken through not long ago, greatly enhancing her power. How could she have improved again in such a short time? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Seeing her father's expression of doubt, Shun Lingyun smiled and said, Father, look carefully. As soon as the words were spoken, she summoned a 3-foot green sword and began to wield it skillfully in the not-so-wide room. Each stroke after another displayed fierce movements. The blade was nimble and released an extremely ethereal sword spirit. This, Xuanhuan lying semi-propped on the bed was stunned and shocked. He could tell that Shun Lingyun's swordsmanship was very powerful, and it was clearly not their family style. In comparison, Shun Lingyun's sword technique was far superior to their family's. Before long, Shun Lingyun finished demonstrating the powerful swordsmanship she had just comprehended in front of her father. Daughter, did the sword saint come to Jiangxing? And then he taught you. Xuanhuan was moved inside, thinking that it must have been the sage of swords who had enlightened his daughter about sword techniques. Otherwise, his daughter would never have possessed such a strong set of skills, and to master it in such a short period. Before this, he had never heard Lingyun mention this particular set of swordsmanship. Shun Lingyun shook her head and smiled. Not the sword saint, it was Qin Yu. What? Xuanhuan widened his eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. Lingyun, are you saying Qin Yu? Shun Lingyun nodded. That's correct, it was Qin Yu who helped me understand this powerful set of sword skills. She didn't mention anything about cultivation, only said that Qin Yu had helped her comprehend a powerful set of sword skills. Though Qin Yu hadn't directly aided her in understanding these sword techniques, it was absolutely due to his help that she had reached her current level. Had Qin Yu not helped her channel energy into her body, leading her onto the path of cultivation, she wouldn't have understood these techniques at all. Xuanhuan took a while to regain his composure, shaking his head and laughing bitterly. This boy Qin Yu is truly so powerful, and has helped our family so much. Now that Lingyun has acquired such great strength, father can leave with peace of mind. Go tell Qin Yu that I'll change my clothes, and then find him. I want to have a proper talk with him. Chapter 219, Dialogue. Xuanhuan's mood was complicated tonight, a mix of joy and sorrow. Come on, Qin Yu, this cup is to you. In the villa dining room, Xuanhuan held his wine glass up for a toast with Qin Yu. If it weren't for you, Lingjun might already be dead. If it weren't for you, I might have died many times already. If it weren't for you, I would still be a disfigured failure. If it weren't for you, Lingjun wouldn't have become as strong as she is now. Xuanhuan sincerely felt grateful to Qin Yu, saying 4 ifs in succession. Qin Yu was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen Xuanhuan like this. He hurriedly said, Uncle Shun, I don't dare to bear what you're saying. I've already said that we're family. Lingjun's matters are my matters. Uncle Shen's issues are mine as well. If the Shen family has any trouble, I will certainly do my utmost to help. Good. Xuanhuan nodded happily and drank the whole cup in one go. Lingjun achieving what she has now isn't just because of my help. More importantly, it's because of her own talent. After finishing the wine in his cup, Qin Yu picked up the wine pot and refilled Xuanhuan's cup first. When talking about his daughter, Xuanhuan's face was filled with pride, and he sat up straight. That's my daughter Xuanhuan, after all. Lingjun has shown extraordinary martial talent since she was a child. She could easily master anything she cultivated, and nothing in cultivation could ever truly stump her. One can say that Ling Jun is the strongest prodigy our Shun family has ever seen. She's no worse than the top talents from any martial arts family or sect. As for this, Qin Yu didn't comment. Only he knew clearly in the entire world that Ling Jun possessed the body of a sword immortal and was far more powerful than any genius. However, he did not intend to reveal this to xuanhuan. If the news leaked out, he feared that other families and forces would act even more against Ling Jun. Miss, do you think Lord Qin will talk about what with Master Qin? While Qin Yu and xuanhuan were having their conversation, the two women, Xiao Yu and Xin Lingyun, were also chatting. Similarly, their topic of discussion was them. Don't know? Xin Lingyun's heart raced slightly faster subconsciously. Xiao Yu's bright eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled. I bet Lord Qin must be talking about you, Mississippi. Previously, I could feel it. Although Lord Qin was grateful to Master Qin and had good intentions towards him, obviously it hadn't reached any great extent. But now, after Master Qin saved Lord Qin several times and greatly helped our Qin family, I can clearly sense that Lord Qin's attitude toward Master Qin has changed significantly. Miss, Xiao Yu suddenly beamed even more brightly. Do you think Lord Qin will agree to betroth you to Master Qin? Upon hearing the word betroth, Xin Lingyun's perfectly beautiful face turned red immediately. Don't talk nonsense. Father may just be discussing something important with Qin Yu. Xiao Yu noticed that her miss had started to look a bit shy, chuckled a couple of times, but then her smile faded, replaced by worry. Miss, but Lord Qin had already betrothed you to Mr. Qin Feng's son when you were little. What should we do about that? If Mr. Qin Feng's son is no longer in this world, everything would be simple. But if, by chance, his son is still alive? Xiao Yu suddenly thought of this point and didn't continue further. Xin Lingyun's expression also darkened momentarily, but the next second it disappeared, showing resolution. She secretly vowed in her heart that regardless of whether Mr. Qin's son was alive or not, she would only be Qin Yu's wife in this life. Even if her father and the family opposed it, she would unwaveringly choose Qin Yu. Now, among us Qin family members, there are truly only 4 of us left who count as Shun bloodline. Lingyun, her grandfather, me, and her mother. The rest of the Shun clan mostly consist of those recruited later. Xuanhuan took a sip of wine and sighed. Because the Shun family became too powerful, various factions appeared within the family. Every strong individual thought they could establish themselves independently, and over time, the Shun family began to fall apart, each branch becoming its own household. Qin Yu remained silent, quietly observing, and it was evident that Xuanhuan was dissatisfied but powerless in the current situation of the Shun family. Perhaps Xuanhuan still hoped the Shun family could once again coalesce into a super hidden world family. Qin Yu guessed in his mind. As he suspected, Xuanhuan indeed hoped to place this responsibility on Shun Lingyun's shoulders, especially since Shun Lingyun had displayed exceptional martial talent from childhood, which gave rise to even greater expectations in his heart. And his daughter had not disappointed him either. Shun Lingyun's current martial arts prowess had already surpassed his own. Not only had she inherited the powerful martial tradition of the Shun family, but she had also created an even stronger martial legacy than the Shun family itself. Qin Yu. Xuanhuan snapped back to reality and looked at Qin Yu. This time when I leave Jiangsheng and return to the Shun family, you must ensure the protection of Lingyun in the future. Although her martial talent and strength have already surpassed mine and become even greater, the Wuhou culprit behind the massacre of elder brother Qin Feng's family must be incredibly terrifying. Qin Yu nodded earnestly. Uncle Shun, rest assured, with me around, I will certainly ensure Lingyun's safety. Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. I believe in you. As he looked at Qin Yu, his smile suddenly faded again. He sighed and said, if only you were elder brother Qin Feng's son, that would be wonderful. Elder brother Qin Feng would be so pleased, and he did not finish his sentence. From the bottom of his heart, Xuanhuan liked Qin Yu and hoped that he could become his son-in-law. But doing so would make him feel guilty toward the late Qin Feng. Back then, elder brother Qin Feng helped a great deal. He was an incredibly powerful martial genius with remarkable strength. And we became friends after clashing many times. Xuanhuan suddenly began talking about his past encounters with Qin Feng. Qin Yu clearly sensed that Xuanhuan was starting to get tipsy. His speech lacked coherence as he said whatever came to his mind. In my younger days, I was also a well-known martial genius. With my formidable strength, I fought my way up to the capital. Later, I heard of elder brother Qin Feng and learned that he too was a rare and extraordinary talent, even more famous than myself. In my youthful arrogance, I couldn't accept that someone could surpass me, so I challenged him. At this point, Xuanhuan drank the wine in his cup and continued. Watching Xuanhuan reminisce about Qin Feng with deep affection, Qin Yu hesitated secretly whether he should tell him the truth, that it was highly possible he was Qin Feng's son. Chapter 220, Going to the Qin family alone. In the end, Qin Yu decided not to tell Xuanhuan about this situation. Although current evidence suggested that he was very likely the son of Qin Feng, it wasn't definitive proof yet, so it would be better not to mention it for now. Qin Yu stayed with Xuanhuan drinking until about 10 o'clock in the evening when Xuanhuan finally passed out drunk. Actually, with his strength, under normal circumstances, he should have been impossible to get drunk. It was clear that he was extremely happy tonight. What did my father talk to you about? Xin Lingyun saw Qin Yu come out and asked curiously. Her mind couldn't help but think about what Xiao Yu mentioned regarding a potential marital arrangement. Her heart felt a little nervous. Qin Yu didn't notice her thoughts and said, Uncle Shun talked to me about some things from your childhood, your Shin family, and matters concerning Qin Feng. Shin Lingyun was surprised, then nodded, feeling a bit disappointed in her heart, wondering if her father still didn't recognize Qin Yu. Lingyun, in the future, if you encounter someone from the Qin family, you need to be particularly careful. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice. The Qin family has ties with the Zixia sect. The use of people for poison cultivation has reappeared in Jiangxing this time. I believe there must be a strong member of the Zixia sect hidden within the Qin family. Fulingjin looked at Qin Yu and nodded. I understand, don't worry. Still, the Qin family deserves death for colluding with the Zixia sect. Her beautiful face showed anger. At this moment, Qin Yu was about to continue speaking when he received a call from Lu Zhan. Dr. Qin, you're truly prescient. I successfully obtained evidence from Qin Hui according to your plan. The Qin family is indeed related to the disappearance of those girls in Jiangxing during this period. Qin Hui also said that their family has colluded with the Zixia sect. That's good. Qin Yu was actually somewhat surprised, never expecting Qin Hui to confess everything so quickly without putting up any resistance. Dr. Qin, our military district is already preparing to deal with the Qin family, and I'd like to invite you to oversee things. In fact, with the strength of the Southern Military District and Lu Zhan's position as adjutant, they could handle the Qin family without Qin Yu's supposed presence being necessary. He just wanted to strengthen the relationship between himself and Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately declined. Handling just a small family like the Qins will be easy for your Southern Military District. Lu Zhan was disappointed. All right then, I'll inform Dr. Qin as soon as possible once everything here is completed. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu was about to leave the villa. This was Shun family's villa in Jiangxing. If xuanhuan weren't here, staying overnight wouldn't be a problem. However, with xuanhuan present, it seemed less appropriate. Shin Lingyun also didn't have the intention to ask Qin Yu to spend the night. But before leaving the villa, Qin Yu's phone rang again. It was Mo Gaofei this time. Dr. Qin, something terrible has happened. As soon as the call was connected, Mo Gaofei's scream came through. My brother-in-law, Xuanhuan, has carried a coffin towards the Qin family, probably thinking to completely tear his face with them, resulting in a life-and-death battle. Dr. Qin, please save my brother-in-law. There's no way he can take on the entire Qin family by himself. Qin Yu was surprised inside. It seems I underestimated your brother-in-law Xuanhuan's decisiveness. Dr. Qin, Mo Gaofei respected his brother-in-law Xuanhuan deeply. Before Qin Yu could reply, Shin Lingyun received a call from Mo Chio nearby. Lingyun, you must help me this time. With an equally earnest tone, Xuanhuan went alone to the Qin family. I'm worried something might happen to him. You must help me rescue him. I just sought help from the clan, but the elder council disagreed. Even my grandfather had no way around it. My grandfather wanted to go, but I stopped him. My grandfather is too old. Sister Chio, don't worry, I'll go to the Qin family right away. Shin Lingyun immediately agreed. Even if we don't save Xuanhuan, I have some accounts to settle with the Qin family. She considered Qin Billion earlier, but since she learned that she was not a good person, Lingyun didn't feel the need to give anyone any special face anymore. After hanging up, Lingyun prepared to set off but heard Qin Yu speak. Lingyun, I'll go with you. The Qin family, one of the 6 great families in Jiangxing, was holding a meeting of core family members in the Grand Hall of the Qin estate. Present were elder Qin clan members and some young, key representatives. They were still unaware that the Qin family was about to face calamity. Clan elder Qin Taiyu sat at the head of the table, his expression grim, hinting at unease and slight concern. His aged eyes glowed with anger as he scanned over the family members gathered below and spoke heavily. When exactly did we lose contact with Qin Hui? I want the exact time. It should be around 6 o'clock in the evening, Grandpa. One of the elders immediately responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Taiyu's heart tightened once again. It has been over 4 hours since 6. He became increasingly uneasy. How many people have you sent to look for him? Where did he go missing? A few seconds later, he asked again. Several dozen clan members have already been dispatched, but there is still no news. He went missing at the delivery company after work. Qin Taiyu frowned. I have a bad feeling about this. First, my Jin was set up and killed by Xuanhuan. Then Tian Chao was murdered a few days ago, and now Qin Hui has gone missing. Could it be that Xuanhuan is responsible for this again, Grandpa? Someone suggested. It can't be. Xuanhuan has already killed several of our clan members, all core ones. He wouldn't dare make a move on elder brother at this time. But it's not entirely impossible. The Xuanhuan we know now is no longer the waste of space son-in-law from before. If he could do something like this, it wouldn't be surprising. I don't think so. Does he really think he can take on our entire Qin family alone? The group began debating heatedly. Billion, what is your opinion on Uncle Qin Hui's disappearance? Qin Grandpa broke in, interrupting the intense discussions. He didn't place much weight on what others had said so far. They seemed off topic. Instead, he was interested in his daughter-in-law, Chun Billion's perspective. Qin Taiyu knew very well that his daughter-in-law was incredibly capable, decisive in action, ruthless, scheming, and smart. Since she joined the Qin family through marriage, she had accomplished many significant tasks. Her contributions played a critical role in the family reaching its current achievements and strength. As the patriarch finished speaking, the conference hall fell silent, and everyone looked toward Qin Billion. Many in the room secretly resented her. After all, regardless of her capabilities, Qin Billion remained an outsider with a different surname. Father, I think elder brother's disappearance is absolutely not a simple matter. Qin Billion's expression turned serious. Chapter 221, a big shot from out of town. Dad, I think uncle must be in trouble. Qin Billion looked grave. Aunt, it's not that bad, is it? Someone immediately countered her. It was Qin family's third-generation descendant, Qin Hong, the elder sister of Tan Jin and one of Grandpa Qin's granddaughters. Grandpa Qin gently narrowed his eyes and looked at her, without saying a word, waiting to see if she had any new insights. Uncle probably went to some club to play. His phone wouldn't have run out of power, because charging is so convenient nowadays. I think the situation might be inconvenient there, so he turned off his phone. Or Uncle might be seeing someone important who requires turning off the phone for safekeeping. Yes, I agree with Ms. Hong. I also think that the master wouldn't be in trouble. I also believe this explanation is more reasonable. Many elders concurred. Stupid. Qin Billion was furious. What time is it, and you're still living under illusions? I do not deny that Uncle may not necessarily be in trouble, but what if he is? What if something really happens to Uncle? Would you dare bet on this what if? If this what if truly occurs, could our Qin family withstand such consequences? As a direct descendant of the Qin family, Qin Hong held a different status in the Qin family than the ordinary clan members, or even elders. Being rebuked by Qin Billion just now made her feel embarrassed, and she felt bufuchied inwardly. Aunt, when does this world have so many what-ifs? She countered. Our Qin family is one of the 6 great families in Jiangxing. How many people dare to mess with us? And besides, Uncle is our eldest son of the Qin family. If they wanted to target him, wouldn't they fear our entire clan rising up against them? Qin Billion was so angry that she wanted to slap this ignorant girl, Qin Hong, twice across the face. Furious, she said. If it were true that our Qin family has such tremendous deterrent power, then my son wouldn't have been killed. Qin Zero, Qin, and Tianchao wouldn't have been killed either. So many things have already happened within our Qin family over the past while. Haven't these events made you come to your senses yet? If you don't understand anything, just shut up and stop sowing confusion here. By the end of her reprimand, Qin Billion's tone had become sharper. Qin Hong, berated to speechlessness, couldn't find any way to rebut those facts. All she could do was glare furiously at Qin Billion. Grandfather Qin Taiyu sat in the main seat, and as he glanced at his granddaughter Qin Hong, his eyes revealed disappointment. He was upset and sad, feeling that the descendants of his Qin family were all unworthy descendants. None of them were competent. They were all useless. You were talking about the things done by Xuanhuan, that foolish man. From my view, those matters don't seem to have much connection to brother. The one who spoke was Qin Faping, the second son of the Qin family, and Qin Billion's husband. Billion, I think you are somewhat worrying too much like a man worried about the sky falling. Perhaps it's because you don't care much about the affairs of the clan. I know that lately, brother seems to be quite close to an important person. Maybe he is exactly with that individual. Billion looked at her husband, sighing helplessly in her heart. Incompetent, ignorant, absolutely meaningless. She originally did not want to marry this incapable Qin Faping, comparing him with xuanhuan. Well, he simply cannot be mentioned in the same breath as xuanhuan. As for the clan's affairs, I've always paid attention to them, but I haven't found anyone big interacting with my uncle. Besides, in our Jiangxing city, those few individuals considered major figures, we Qin family have long been familiar with them. Qin Faping was annoyed. He shot a fierce glance at his wife Qin Billion, memories flashing in his mind. He knew that from the very beginning, Qin Billion did not like him. She thought marrying him and coming into their Qin family was degrading. Over the years, she has always maintained the state of being unhappy in family life. Can't it be that he is visiting a significant person from another place? For instance, a martial arts expert family from the capital, or perhaps a reclusive family. Yes, I believe this possibility exists, and it isn't low. The young master also possesses strong abilities, especially in dealing with others. One after another high-level member of the clan agreed with Qin Faping. In reality, most people in the Qin family did not like Qin Billion much. Qin Billion's heart was boiling with anger. For so many years, she has dedicated herself to the Qin family, and this is how she was treated. She truly wanted to leave and no longer concern herself with the survival of the Qin family. Anyway, her most important tie to the Qin family, her son Qin Jin, has already passed away. So, whether the Qin family lives or dies doesn't seem that important anymore. Hold your tongues. As dissenting voices arose, Grandpa Tan, seated in the main seat, suddenly spoke up with a deep voice. Both Tan Faping and the various elders of the Tan family fell silent at once, looking towards Grandpa Tan as they awaited his stance on the matter. Grandpa Tan Taiyu's gaze was sharp like an eagle's. He swept it across the crowd below before finally resting his eyes on his daughter-in-law, Qin Billion. Billion, what do you think we should do under the current circumstances? Tan Faping immediately felt extremely disappointed. Since Qin Billion had married into the Tan family, his father had always trusted her more than him, his own son. After all, he and his father were blood relatives. The other elder members of the high-level circle also felt helpless about this situation, but dared not say much outwardly for appearance's sake. Qin Billion was inwardly moved. It was only due to Grandpa's continued respect for her that she hadn't left the Tan family already at this moment. Dad, I still believe our Tan family absolutely cannot afford to hold any Zhaoxing attitude, said Qin Billion. Uncle's disappearance is absolutely not without cause, and furthermore, our Tan family has been planning major events recently. With such a critical issue emerging at this crucial juncture, and Uncle not being just any ordinary member of the Tan clan, this calls for us to be even more alert. Listening to his daughter-in-law's analysis, Grandpa Tan Taiyu continuously nodded, agreeing that she hit the nail on the head. In the recent period, the authorities have been investigating the case of the missing girls non-stop. So I believe that until the authorities completely abandon this investigation, everyone in our Tan family must proceed with utmost caution. If possible, nobody should act alone. Pausing for a moment, Qin Billion continued. At the same time, we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. What if Uncle has really been captured by the authorities? We must now destroy any evidence or traces within the clan related to this incident. That way, even if Uncle does say something, we can firmly claim it was under official coercion and bribery. Our Tan family would remain unscathed. Exactly. Tan Taiyu nodded strongly, finally hearing a practical solution. However, inside Qin Feiping's heart, he remained bufu-cheat and still thought his wife went too far. In the conference hall, most of the senior clan members shared the same view as him. Only a few people considered Qin Billion's analysis and suggestions as highly fitting to the Tan family's present predicament. If necessary, we must sacrifice Uncle. Chapter 222, Sending the Qin family off. After these words were spoken, the entire meeting hall immediately fell into silence, then burst forth with a loud uproar. Qin Billion, what kind of evil intention do you have? Are you actually thinking of killing my brother? Qin Feiping shouted angrily. Aunt 2, are you attempting to seize this opportunity to murder my uncle so that you may inherit the Qin family estate? Let me tell you, I will not accept it first. Qin Hong also seized the chance to step forward. The rest of the senior members all cried out loudly. All of you be quiet. Grandpa Qin Taiyu stopped them again, glaring at everyone with anger. Let's hear what Billion has to say first. You are all useless. When it comes time for your suggestions and ideas, I never see such enthusiasm. The words coming from you are all nonsense. The hall quieted down instantly. At this point, Qin Billion, clearly upset, began speaking. If Uncle is truly being held under someone else's coercion and enticement, even under severe torture, it is difficult to ensure that Uncle won't disclose the secrets of our Qin family. He might even fully reveal more about our clan. If, I emphasize if, we really can't save Uncle, we should quickly sacrifice him in order to preserve our entire Qin family. This is an unavoidable method. Do you truly think I wish to kill Uncle? By the end of her speech, Qin Billion gave a furious look to everyone from the Qin family. Listening to her words, many fell deep into thought, having no choice but to admit that Qin Billion's suggestion was very reasonable, even though they still didn't want to accept or recognize her in their hearts. Grandpa Qin Taiyu on the main seat sighed, feeling like he had aged considerably. Under unfortunate circumstances, this indeed is the better way to protect our Qin family. And, Qin Billion said again, we must immediately transfer Mr. Gong Xiang away from our Qin residence. He cannot continue staying here, because if people discover that our Qin family hides a core member of the Xisha sect, there would be no denying our guilt. This time, almost everyone agreed with her suggestion. But right at this moment, a thunderous sound came from outside the meeting hall. Boom. Everyone including Qin Taiyu, Qin Billion, Qin Feiping, etc., turned their attention towards the gate, which had already been blown inside. When the dust settled, a tall and upright figure appeared. Xuanhuan. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Taiyu, Qin Billion, and others felt both surprise and intense anger. The next moment, when they saw what was on Xuanhuan's shoulder, they grew even angrier. It was a coffin. Xuanhuan, are you asking for death? Qin Feiping pointed furiously at Xuanhuan. You killed my son and countless members of our Qin family, and now you dare to come knocking at our door, bringing along a coffin. With a heavy thud, Xuanhuan placed the coffin from his shoulder onto the ground, his eyes cold and haughty. That's correct. Qin Jin was indeed killed by me. Today, all of you from the Qin family will join him below. This small coffin, though small, will fit all of you once you're crushed to pieces. Qin Feiping roared with rage. Fine, this coffin suits preparing for yourself. Onward, disable him first. Torture him, well so he knows what living in misery means. Waving his hand, several highly skilled warriors from the Qin family attacked Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan's sudden arrival, Qin Billion suddenly felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Was Xuanhuan here to settle something personal, or because he knew something specific? She guessed in her heart. Xuanhuan's strength was comparable to that of a great martial artist. Even the head instructor of the Qin family, Qin Tianqiao, died under his hands. How could these Qin family experts possibly match up to him? Xuanhuan utilized the powerful Zheng family fist technique, moving powerfully with great force. With one punch, he killed the two leading elders of the Qin family rushing toward him. With a backhand punch, he sent two more flying. Attack! Quick! All of you together, let's kill this kid! Qin Feiping shouted, surprised yet enraged. Although he had already known that Xuanhuan's martial prowess was very strong, he hadn't expected it to reach this level. Immediately, all Qin family members in the hall rushed out and attacked Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan fought like a fierce Lu Bu, fighting alone against a group of elder Qin family members. They screamed and groaned continuously as they either got thrown across the room or retreated desperately. In no time, all Qin family elders found themselves at a disadvantage. This sight made Qin Taiyu and Qin Billion tremble with anxiety. Surrender. Suddenly, Grandpa Qin Taiyu became extremely angry, swiftly standing up from his seat and slowly descending the steps. Seeing that Grandpa had finally joined the fight, the elder senior members felt relieved while generating excitement and joy. Their strongest warrior in the Qin family was still Grandpa, but in the past 7 or 8 years, he had hardly engaged in combat. Xuanhuan, of course, also knew that the strongest of the Qin family was Qin Taiyu, who was even more powerful than the head instructor Qin Tianqiao. He stared intently at Qin Taiyu, who was slowly walking towards him. The next moment, he saw that the figure had vanished from its original spot. Bang! Qin Taiyu suddenly appeared before Xuanhuan, striking with a palm which was blocked by a well-prepared fist from Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan was thrown back several meters, his feet scraping along the ground, leaving long scratches behind. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was filled with excitement and joy. Xuanhuan was also surprised in his heart. Qin Yu was stronger than he imagined. With one palm strike, Xuanhuan was forced to retreat as Qin Yu closed the distance. "You're still too inexperienced. This old man will kill you today." Xuanhuan said nothing, focusing on fending off the palms coming his way from Qin Yu. With every strike, Xuanhuan was shaken back. In an instant, the spacious meeting hall resounded with the sounds of their attacks colliding. Qin Yu's power dominated, heavily subduing Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan could only passively defend without much room or strength to retaliate. Both took an aggressive approach, not only using immense force, but moving at incredible speed. In no time, they had already clashed 70 to 80 times. Qin Feiping and the elder members watched excitedly, because Qin Yu consistently suppressed Xuanhuan, even landing a few strikes on him. If it wasn't for the formidable strength of the Zheng family martial art that Xuanhuan practiced, creating a layer of mysterious golden light over his body, he would have already been dead. Qin Billion, however, felt no happiness at all, her expression growing increasingly solemn. She realized that although Grandpa Qin kept Xuanhuan subdued and even injured him, Grandpa's own energy was becoming weaker and weaker. On the other hand, though Xuanhuan suffered some injuries, his energy did not weaken in the slightest and remained stable. She clearly understood that if the fight continued like this, it wouldn't take long before Qin Yu grew too weak and was overwhelmed by Xuanhuan. Just as she was worrying, she suddenly received a message. Chapter 223, Xuanhuan's Peril. Be careful, there are several forces heading to your Qin family. The message was brief, but the content was complex, and the situation was very urgent. Qin Billion's heart sank suddenly. She looked up at Xuanhuan, who was struggling to deal with the attacks from her grandfather, and thought, could it be that he really knows about the secret things happening within our Qin family? Stunned for a few seconds, she quickly made a decision and slipped out of the hall quietly, while everyone was focused on her grandfather's fight. She quickly went to the backyard of the villa, entered one of the rooms, and rotated a button on the desk in the room. In the next moment, one of the walls opened a door. A chilling aura emanated from inside. This was a highly ominous energy, almost tangible. Qin Billion felt a sudden chill. Inside was Gong Xiang, one of the core senior members of the Zhisha sect, where he practiced his cultivation. In this period, their Qin family had been helping him capture some young maidens for his practice and for his refinement of extraordinary poisons. With the current critical situation of the Qin family, once her grandfather's strength waned and Xuanhuan gained the upper hand, the Qin family would surely be destroyed. At this point, it was necessary to bring out a powerful expert for help, and Gong Xiang, one of the core high-level members of the Zhisha sect, was the best candidate. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also excelled in the use of toxins, making it impossible for others to guard against him. However, when she saw the chilling aura that was nearly palpable, Qin Billion didn't dare enter. What is it? A few seconds later, an unhappy voice came from the dimly lit room. Didn't I tell you already? The people of the Qin family absolutely cannot disturb my cultivation. The last time you asked me to help you and interrupted my cultivation, it made me incredibly angry. Qin Billion considered herself unafraid of anything or anyone, yet she alone harbored an inexplicable fear towards Gong Xiang. Gong sir, I have come to disturb you because I have no other choice. She spoke timidly. Currently, our Qin family is facing a life and death situation. Someone has challenged us, and grandfather is fighting the enemy. The situation doesn't look good. If he loses, the Qin family will be annihilated. At that point, we won't be able to provide suitable young women for you. Speaking of this matter, how can you even mention it? Gong Xiang said angrily. Among the women you provided before, there weren't many suitable ones. Qin Billion couldn't reply at first, moving her mouth, not knowing what to say. Next, from the dimly lit room, came a sigh. Given that your Qin family must continue helping me find young women in the future, this time I'll lend you a hand. But let this be a warning. This is the last time. If it happens again, I won't care whether your Qin family lives or dies. If needed, I'll find another martial arts family to cooperate with. Upon hearing this, Qin Billion instantly sighed in relief. All right, this is the last time. Subsequently, a middle-aged man stepped out slowly. His face was ashen, and his eyes were smoky black. Gong Xiang quickly followed Qin Billion to the conference hall. Their quiet arrival did not draw any attention from anyone present. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed throughout the venue. As Qin Billion had anticipated earlier, at this point, Qin Yu indeed was at a disadvantage, suppressed by Xuanhuan's counterattack. Faced with Xuanhuan's relentless punches, each time Qin Yu fought back, he was sent reeling. And he started showing signs of injury. For someone as old as he was, once injured, the situation would grow increasingly dire. It was difficult to recover, and the impact on his combat effectiveness would be even greater. Facing the aggressive Xuanhuan, Qin Yu took a deep breath and struck out with all his might, only to be hit by Xuanhuan's punch and flung away a short distance. He also let out a painful cry. Grandfather! The Qin family members wore solemn expressions and shouted loudly. Qin Feiping waved his hand and led the charge. Everyone, join me, and kill Xuanhuan together. All the Qin family members immediately joined in the fight. They understood clearly that if the elder Qin were killed by Xuanhuan, their own family would meet its doom. Combined with the efforts of their clansmen aiding Qin Yu, they launched a counterattack against Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan had the upper hand against Qin Yu, after being tangled with them for a while, he sustained some injuries. Now he could only match the Qin family members blow for blow, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. At this moment, Gongxiang quietly made his move. He snuck into the crowd of the Qin family members, slowly circling around until he positioned himself behind Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had no awareness of this. After thrusting out a punch to drive back 7 or 8 clan elders, he immediately struck out again toward the back with another fist toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu showed no change in expression and once again unleashed a palm strike. This was an opportunity. Gongxiang immediately acted, extending his left palm towards Xuanhuan's back. His palm emitted a blue-black energy, extremely overbearing. He could see that Xuanhuan's strength was formidable. If they were to fight head-on, it wasn't impossible to defeat him, but it would take some effort. And there was a high likelihood of getting injured. Thus, the most effective and reliable method was to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, at this very moment, Xuanhuan felt an incredibly perilous presence emerge behind him. Glancing back with his peripheral vision, his eyes widened in shock. He saw an eerie hand reaching out, striking towards his back. And it was almost upon him. There was no time left for any counterattack. Xuanhuan forcibly twisted his torso to avoid the blow as much as possible. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, he couldn't fully evade it. His back shoulder was still struck by the palm, and his chest was hit by Qin Yu's palm from the front. He flew sideways, crashing through a wall. Press the advantage and kill him. Grandpa Qin roared and charged forward first, with the rest of the clan members joining in the assault. As soon as Xuanhuan got up from the chaos, he was faced with the encircling attacks of the Qin family led by Qin Yu. Ignoring his severe internal injuries and the excruciating pain invading his lungs, he gritted his teeth and delivered punch after punch. Despite his serious wounds, Xuanhuan's punches remained fiercely strong, employing a reckless fighting style that pushed back wave after wave of Qin family assaults. Suddenly, he spat out blood, which had already turned black. Clearly, the poison was spreading further. Let me handle it, Gongxiang roared. After succeeding in the initial ambush, he hadn't rushed into action but instead allowed the Qin family to wear down Xuanhuan, forcing him to continuously exert himself, thereby deepening the poisoning. Seeing the perfect opportunity, he attacked again. As the shout faded, his left hand, emanating the strange blue-black gas, extended once more. At this point, Xuanhuan was not only severely wounded but also heavily poisoned. Unable to even stand up, he knelt on one knee. Am I going to die here? Looking at the approaching blue-black hand, Xuanhuan could no longer make any counterattack or resistance. Chapter 224, Xunlin Acts. The Tan family, including Tan Yu, watched as Gongxiang's poisonous killing technique was unleashed upon Xuanhuan, leaving him with no way to evade. They believed that this time, Xuanhuan would definitely die, and they were filled with great joy and excitement. Xunbilian felt the same, and she experienced a wild joy of avenging her deep hatred. Kill him. She couldn't help but shout aloud. Xuanhuan was reluctant. He had just broken through to become a true warrior, barely having the time to live a good life with his beloved wife, Imo, nor to develop the Zheng family's influence further. With a sigh in his heart, he had already given up. Bang! However, at the next moment, the strike missed. Everyone became perplexed. Where was Xuanhuan? In the instant just before, Tan Yu, Xunbilian, and Gongxiang, among others, noticed that Xuanhuan suddenly disappeared. The speed was so fast it seemed like he vanished into thin air. At the next moment, everyone realized that Xuanhuan had appeared at the entrance of the hall. Xuanhuan himself was somewhat bewildered at this point, realizing that he hadn't been killed by a single palm strike, but instead, divine Dr. Qin? He found himself somehow near the hall's entrance, seeing Qin Yu beside him and Xunlin. There was also his beloved woman, Imo, brother-in-law. Thank heavens we arrived on time, Imo Galfei exclaimed, his heart still trembling from fear. At the crucial moment when they entered through the main gate, they saw a toxic hand heading towards Xuanhuan. He and his sister Imo, along with the other members of the Imo family, had their hearts racing, assuming Xuanhuan was certain to die. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu used his immense strength to pull Xuanhuan over, allowing him to dodge that palm. Thank you, divine Dr. Qin, Xuanhuan sincerely said, full of gratitude. Considering his actions before, he indeed deserved not to be favored by Qin Yu. Firstly, in Yun City, he dragged him into unnecessary conflicts. Later, because of him, his future brother-in-law was arrested and nearly tortured to death. Yet Xuanhuan could have saved Qitian, but didn't due to an overall plan. Still, the other party now extended a helping hand to save him. I don't need your thanks. You should thank yourself for having a good wife, Qin Yu coldly replied. From the bottom of his heart, he still harbored resentment towards Xuanhuan, but he acted out of respect for Lingyun and Imo. Brother-in-law, Imo Galfei shouted again, supporting the unconscious Xuanhuan who had fainted. Imo nearby noticed Xuanhuan's cheeks gradually turning black, realizing the poison was getting deeper. Divine Dr. Qin, please save Xuanhuan. She immediately pleaded with Qin Yu for help. Qin Yu said nothing, only taking out a pill from his person, one meant for detoxification. Ever since learning about Lingyun's opponent from the Zisha sect who was skilled in poison, he had prepared some detoxifying pills, just in case. Thank you, divine Dr. Qin. Imo unexpectedly expressed her thanks, extremely moved. Tan Yu, your family is seeking death. At this moment, the strongest of the Imo family traveling alongside them angrily pointed at Tan Yu, repeatedly attacking our Imo family. Today, our families will settle once and for all, Tan Faping angrily countered. You old bastard, clearly it's your family's useless son-in-law who first killed my son, then proceeded to kill several more of our Tan clan, yet you accuse us first. Well, Today our two families will fight to the death, and we'll see whose neck ends up broken. He was brimming with confidence because Gong Xiang, one of the core senior members of the Zixia sect, was assisting. This time, the Mo family would surely lose without question. Also, people like Qin Yu were sure to die. Gong Xiang's prowess, he had witnessed once more, easily overcoming xuanhuan, who was even stronger than his own father. At this moment, a surge of ambition arose within Tan Taiyu to destroy the Mo family. He had long wanted to wipe out the Mo family. Before, the Tan family lacked the power, but now with Mr. Gong Xiang's help, the situation was different. Buzz. Just as both sides were ready for battle, a ringing sound of swords suddenly emanated from within the hall. Looking towards it, everyone noticed that Shun Lingyun had already acted, wielding a 3-foot-long green sword and rushing towards Gong Xiang. Many people felt rather surprised, unsure why she suddenly attacked Gong Xiang at such a time. Gong Xiang too was confused, watching Shun Lingyun fly directly toward him. Shun Lingyun's attack was akin to a celestial fairy scattering flowers, targeting Gong Xiang. Earlier, she had identified this person as the one who many years ago injured her father severely, leading to him losing all his powerful martial skills and almost his life. If it weren't for Qin Yu's intervention, her father would have perished. Gong Xiang did not bother much about the reasoning. Since someone willingly came to seek death, it was best to oblige. Seeking death, he let out a cold laugh and retaliated instantly, his right hand covered with a faint deep blue light, striking outward. Shun Lingyun's swordsmanship was now many times more powerful than before. With one slash, she cut off the toxic gas from Gong Xiang's palm and sent him retreating. Gong Xiang was shocked. He didn't expect Shun Lingyun to be so strong. No longer daring to underestimate her, he fought seriously, unleashing his toxic energy repeatedly to fight against Shun Lingyun. Unfortunately for him, Shun Lingyun, already on the path of cultivation, wielded an exceedingly sharp and piercing sword technique. Each successive move was both elegant and dominant, always keeping Gong Xiang suppressed. After a dozen moves, Gong Xiang's left shoulder was struck by the blade, eliciting a scream of pain as he flew sideways. Shun Lingyun gave him no time to recover. Pausing briefly in her graceful steps, she advanced again like a celestial fairy scattering flowers, thrusting her sword directly at Gong Xiang's chest. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain coursing through his body, Gong Xiang retaliated desperately. Onlookers from the Qin and Mo families watched with amazement. The Qin family knew that Master Gong Xiang was highly skilled, yet they witnessed him being constantly outmaneuvered by Shun Lingyun. Time and again, he barely managed to evade her attacks. A slight misstep could have meant certain death. Shun Billion looked on with heavy concern and disbelief. She was familiar with Shun Lingyun, aware of her talent and strength, but she had never been this powerful before. What has happened to Lingyun? She seems completely transformed. This is troublesome. Plans can't match destiny. Shun Billion worried internally. If Master Gong Xiang were to lose, or worse, be killed, then both herself and the entire Qin family would be ruined. A number of experts from the Mo family who had accompanied them were also greatly astonished. Even back when Shun Lingyun demonstrated her abilities at the Mo family estate, they considered her immensely powerful, but seeing her now, they realized just how much stronger she had become since then. Is she close to becoming a grandmaster, or has she already surpassed that level? The strongest member of the Mo family exclaimed in awe. Qin Yu watched Shun Lingyun dominate Gong Xiang, feeling pleased in his heart, though he remained vigilant. He carefully monitored every movement of all the members of the Qin family present, in case any of them attempted a surprise attack. Chapter 225, Control of Life and Death. Looking at Shun Lingyun's formidable and fierce sword technique, the Tan family members like Tan Taiyu and Tan Feiping all wore expressions of extreme gravity, especially when they realized that under Shun Lingyun's ethereal and supernatural sword moves, the powerful Mr. Gong Xiang could only defend with no strength left to counterattack. Tan Taiyu became even more aware that their Tan family might face an unprecedented crisis this time. Shun Billion was astute and capable, and she also noticed the problem, having already paid attention to Mr. Gong Xiang's waning momentum. But there was something she couldn't understand. Some time ago, she knew that Shun Lingyun's strength was not so powerful, and the sword technique Shun Lingyun was currently using had never been seen by her before. She could affirm that what Shun Lingyun was performing right now was absolutely not the Shun family sword technique. Could it be a hidden sword art that this damnable girl has always kept as a trump card? Or perhaps, one cultivated in recent times, even more potent than the Shun family sword technique? Impossible. Shun Billion immediately dismissed the second thought. She herself was a martial arts expert, and to perfect a powerful martial technique from scratch within a short period of time, especially a sword technique, was simply impossible. As Shun Billion was deep in thought, a sudden cry of agony from Gong Xiang jolted her back to reality. She immediately saw Gong Xiang struck again by Shun Lingyun's sword and thrown flying backward. No, if things continued like this, Mr. Gong Xiang would surely be killed by Shun Lingyun, whose power had suddenly surged. Shun Billion understood very clearly that if Mr. Gong Xiang were killed by Shun Lingyun, both the Tan family and herself would certainly meet their doom today. At the same time, she also understood that as long as this girl Shun Lingyun was dead, the remaining people on the other side would pose no real threat. Even Qin Yu himself would be manageable for her Tan family. Shun Billion believed that their elder master, Tan Taiyu, would suffice to annihilate the opponent. With this in mind, she immediately signaled with her eyes towards several strong elders of the Tan family. These few elders originally didn't have much resentment towards her. After she invited Mr. Gong Xiang, they appreciated Qin Billion even more. In this moment, all three simultaneously caught onto Qin Billion's hint and quietly nodded. The next instant, they made a bold move, attacking with full force and heading at maximum speed towards Xin Lingyun, who was fully concentrated on striking down Mr. Gongxiang. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, three piercing sounds were heard, and everyone witnessed three streaks of black spiritual energy, swift as lightning, rushing toward the three Elder Clan members who had attacked unexpectedly. Another set of heavy thuds followed soon after, and everyone saw their chests pierced, falling to the ground, blood spurting out, their vitality quickly fading away. SSSS. Everyone present, including Qin Billion, Tan Taiyu, Tan Feiping, and the Mo family, drew sharp breaths of cold air. Manifestation of Qi. This was something only a genuine grandmaster could achieve. A martial artist could merely release Qi outward, while a grandmaster could manifest it into forms. The previous three streaks of Qi had transformed into arrows. Unbelievably potent arrows. Looking along the direction from which the three arrows shot, all eyes fell on Qin Yu. All were stricken with fear in their hearts, especially the Tan family and Qin Billion, whose hearts quaked violently. Truthfully, everyone within the Tan family knew Qin Yu was no weakling, rather quite powerful. However, no matter how strong he might seem, the Tan family still firmly believed their own elder patriarch could definitely handle Qin Yu. But judging by the events just now, Qin Yu's strength seemed to surpass even Xin Lingyun's. Too frightening. Qin Billion's expression turned ghastly, filled with shock, fury, and regret, as her gaze remained fixed on Qin Yu. She hadn't expected Qin Yu to truly be the person pulling all the strings. You dare to move, or entertain any schemes. Die. Just then, Qin Yu's chilling words echoed in everyone's ears. The Tan family felt a sense of grave foreboding and involuntarily trembled. At this moment, Tan Taiyu, Tan Feiping, and Qin Billion all deeply realized the downfall of their Tan family was inevitable. Neither Mr. Gongxiang nor anyone else could help them. Their Tan family was doomed to disaster. The Mo family watched on with trepidation, yet also a sense of relief arose. They felt fortunate that their young Miss Mo Chio had established good relations with Qin Yu early on, fortunate that their Mo family wasn't like the Tan family, provoking such a strong and decisive man as Qin Yu. Otherwise, their Mo family would suffer the same fate as the Tan family. Haha, great. Dr. Qin is incredibly skilled. Mo Galfei flailed his arms around, extremely happy and excited, making others think that he possessed such overwhelming strength. After the excitement faded, he calmed down and increasingly viewed Qin Yu as a godlike figure, but also terrifyingly demonic. Sister, Dr. Qin is too awesome. His medical skills can rival with the King of Hell for souls, almost capable of reviving the dead. The martial arts strength is equally terrifying. A single finger point can kill an elder of a large family like the Tan family. In our entire Jiangqing, who can achieve this? After hearing this, the Mo family members were once again filled with amazement in their hearts. They also realized that Dr. Qin seemed to have a particular favor for young Galfei, which was not only his personal fortune but also a great opportunity for their Mo family. With the relationship between Miss Mo Chio and Mo Galfei and Dr. Qin Yu, their Mo family would surely benefit greatly in the future. On the other hand, Tan Taiyu, Qin Billion, and other members of the Tan family felt increasingly grave, even hopeless. After listening to Mo Galfei's words, they further recognized Qin Yu's terrifying power as the one who truly controlled life and death. At this moment, an alarm sounded from outside the villa. The faces of the Tan family turned ashen. They knew someone from the southern military district had arrived. They also learned that the young master had indeed been caught and confessed everything. Tan family. Even immortals couldn't save them. In the midst of disappointment and sadness, Tan Taiyu felt more regret than anything else. He regretted the decision his family made. To enhance their family's strength, they chose to collaborate with Mr. Gongxiang, a core high-ranking member of the Zixia organization, committing countless evil deeds, which led to today's destruction of their clan. In the battlefield, Xin Lingyun began to fully suppress Gongxiang with her powerful swordsmanship. If it weren't for Gongxiang's strong poisonous gas, he would have already been unable to withstand the assault. But even relying on the poison, he found himself growing weaker. 7 or 8 wounds covered his body, blood continuously flowing out. This cannot continue. Even if I'm not killed by a single blow of her sword, I'll be slowly tortured to death by this girl as if boiled alive in warm water. Gongxiang realized that continuing this way, he would certainly die. Then let's exchange injuries. Let's die together. He abruptly resolved to take decisive action, fully driving the potent toxins within him, concentrating all of it into his left palm before unleashing a strike. Xin Lingyun did not detect his intention and thrust her sword at Gongxiang's chest. Her 3-foot blade was swift as lightning. Chapter 226, Killing with a Pointed Finger. Lingyun, be careful. Qin Yu immediately saw through Gongxiang's intention and warned her. In fact, at the same moment, Xin Lingyun also noticed Gongxiang's move. Her figure lightly twisted in the air like a snowflake dancing in the wind, deftly dodging Gongxiang's palm aimed to wound her in exchange for his own injury. At the same time, the 3-foot green blade in her hand continued thrusting toward Gongxiang. Pooh! A sword once again pierced through the right side of his chest. Gongxiang was sent flying backward, smashing various conference tables along the way, and after hitting the ground, he coughed up large amounts of blood. At this point, all members of the Tan family and Mo family had understood Gongxiang's intentions, yet even with the thought of sacrificing himself to kill another, he was unable to harm Xin Lingyun in the slightest. Tan Taiyu, Qin Billion, and others became even more desperate. Even with everything Gong Xiang had done, he couldn't touch their opponent. What were they supposed to do? Phew. Shen Lingyun stepped forward, her sword pressed against Gong Xiang's neck, where he lay on the ground. Sister Lingyun's martial arts abilities have become even stronger than just a few days ago. Mo Chiu praised after seeing Shen Lingyun finally defeat Gong Xiang. Mo Gaofei was equally delighted. The stronger those around Qin Yu became, the better it was for him and the Mo family. I'll ask the questions, and you answer, or die. Shen Lingyun glared fiercely. Despite his grievous injuries, Gong Xiang hastily agreed. Did your Zhisha sect participate in the destruction of the Qin family in the imperial capital years ago? Gong Xiang immediately replied, this I truly do not know. At that time, I hadn't yet joined the Zhisha sect. After joining, there was no mention of this matter, nor did I intentionally inquire about it. Shen Lingyun remained silent, glaring furiously at Gong Xiang, trying to detect if he was lying. Miss Shen, I absolutely dare not deceive you, nor could I deceive you. You could casually inquire and find out when I joined the Zhisha sect. Gong Xiang hurried to supplement as panic arose within him. Shen Lingyun saw his frightened expression and huffed, saying, all right, I believe you on this point. That leads me to my next question. Were you the one who ambushed my father several days ago at the amusement park? Upon hearing this question, Gong Xiang hesitated for a moment, secretly stealing a glance at Qin Billion nearby. Shen Lingyun noticed this small movement and followed his gaze, finding Qin Billion slightly lowering her head, her eyes darting nervously, unwilling to look at Gong Xiang or meet her eyes. She had a pretty good guess already but decided not to reveal it, waiting for Gong Xiang to speak. Yes, it was me. But someone else instructed me to do so. Clutching his teeth, Gong Xiang finally said it aloud. Who? Qin Billion. Of course. Shen Lingyun's anger flared up uncontrollably despite realizing the truth earlier. Hearing it confirmed firsthand made the fury inside her impossible to suppress. She stared at Qin Billion from afar with rage. Why? My father has always treated you well. Regardless of how terrible you acted toward him before, he never blamed you. Even this time, when fire poison nearly claimed his life, from start to finish, my father never revealed it was you, though he knew very well that it was you sabotaging behind the scenes. Qin Billion, can you live with yourself knowing what you've done to my father? Huh. Suddenly, Qin Billion threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Your father Xuanhuan treated me well? Do I owe your father anything? Suddenly she stopped laughing. Back then, if only she hadn't abandoned me, I wouldn't have ended up in such dire straits today. It's all due to your father. It's his own fault. How dare you blame me? I deeply regret not being able to kill that traitorous man. I regret not being able to burn him to death at the amusement park a few days ago. Because of love turned into hatred. Qin Billion's true malicious nature was finally unveiled. Shen Lingyun was utterly astonished. She couldn't imagine her father's sincere treatment leading to such vicious resentment from Qin Billion. You deserve to die, she shouted with rage. Qin Billion realized her situation was hopeless. The sole real bond she had left with the Tan family, her son Tanjin, was dead, leaving her little desire to continue living. To die. What is there to fear? However, before she could finish speaking, her face lit up suddenly with great excitement as she realized something alarming. Lying on the ground half recovered, Gong Xiang launched a surprise attack on Shen Lingyun. Due to her emotional turmoil, Shen Lingyun had been distracted and wasn't fully focused on Gong Xiang. For a moment, she was unresponsive. Gong Xiang grinned, pleased. He had waited for exactly this opportunity all along. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. He burst into laughter, but in the next instant, his laugh was abruptly cut off, followed by an ear-splitting scream akin to a pig being slaughtered rising into the sky. Together with the screams, an arm shot up towards the heavens. It was Gong Xiang's right hand, the one he intended to use to attack Shen Lingyun. Qin Yu. He had been attentively observing every move in the scene. The moment he realized Gong Xiang was preparing to ambush, he had already acted. Before Gong Xiang could make his move, Qin Yu had already appeared by his side and severed his arm. At this instant, Gong Xiang also noticed Qin Yu beside him. He forcibly suppressed the excruciating pain, and out of his mouth spewed a stream of black flames. In fact, fire poison was his most proficient and lethal means of attack. With Qin Yu so close, there seemed to be absolutely no way to avoid it. He had originally intended to use these flames to burn Shen Lingyun alive, but now that Qin Yu was here, there was no time for hesitation. Whoever burned would suffice. Boy, I'll burn you to death. Gong Xiang roared wildly, yet his roar came to an abrupt halt as well. He found his flames were unable to approach Qin Yu, being completely blocked off just less than 20 centimeters away from him in midair. It was as if there was an invisible wall, blocking his highly toxic black flames. Gong Xiang couldn't believe what was happening, knowing full well that even a grandmaster would find it difficult to achieve such control, let alone a seasoned one. Impossible, impossible, he screamed absent-mindedly. Gong Xiang, being at the center of everything, could not comprehend such a phenomenon, nor could onlookers like the Tan family or Mo family understand how Qin Yu managed to accomplish this. Logically speaking, Qin Yu's strength shouldn't have reached the level of a veteran grandmaster yet. This time, however, Qin Yu was not actively suppressing Gong Xiang's poisonous flames. The invisible wall of air was spontaneously generated by the fire-repelling pearl on his body. Gong Xiang quickly reacted, realizing all his hidden tricks were futile against Qin Yu, leaving him with no choice but to beg for mercy. All wrongdoings are mine. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Just don't kill me, and I'll do anything for you. Qin Yu's eyes turned icy cold. His left index finger pointed out, releasing a beam of black light that shot straight out and pierced through Gong Xiang's forehead with a pew sound, killing him instantly. SSS. Almost everyone at the scene sucked in a sharp breath. How ruthless. Every person felt a chilling fear deep within their hearts. Chapter 227 Unexpected Visitor. Since you know nothing, die. Qin Yu killed Gong Xiang with a single finger flick. The cold tone that followed sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Everyone had witnessed just how powerful Gong Xiang was, yet Qin Yu dispatched him as if he were stepping on an ant. And without a word, a deadly move followed immediately. There was no room for negotiation, which was truly terrifying. This kind of deterrence was something even xuanhuan could not match, and not even the mighty Qin Lingjun could compare to. Even the Mo family members felt a wave of fear, despite the relatively decent relationship between Qin Yu and their clan. At this moment, they harbored a deep feeling of walking on eggshells around Qin Yu, afraid of the day when one of theirs might displease him, bringing about death, or even the annihilation of the clan. As for the Tan family, there was no need to say more. Their hearts were filled with despair. A person like xuanhuan had already instilled in them the fear of total extinction. Qin Lingjun's power left them feeling utterly hopeless. Qin Yu's strength was even greater than these two, leaving Tan Taiyu, Tan Feiping, and others from the Tan family ready to give up. At this moment, every member of the Tan family looked as though they had swallowed bitter poison. Clustering together, their expressions grim. You Tan family really are a bunch of useless people. So what? You've given up? Are you scared? Do you dare not resist? At this point, the silence in the conference hall was broken by Chun Bilian's loud mockery. What do we have to be afraid of? All of us working together against Qin Lingjun, Qin Yu, and the Mo family. Let's all die together. One life for two is a bargain. But at this moment, no one from the in-laws responded to her, nor showed any anger or irritation towards Chun Bilian's sarcasm. They all understood clearly that Chun Bilian's mentality had completely snapped, and everyone knew why. The only one who visibly frowned was Chun Bilian's husband, Tan Feiping. What Chun Bilian said earlier about xuanhuan made it difficult for him to keep his face in front of everyone. You, Chun Bilian, may feel wronged after marrying me, but shouldn't you refrain from saying such things in front of so many people? Chun Bilian cast a cold glance at the non-reacting Tan family members before turning her head back to Qin Lingjun, whose slow approach did not shake her composure. She continued to sneer. Qin Lingjun, you're as heartless and unfeeling as your father. How disgraceful. I treated you like my own daughter before, yet you never liked me, always despised me, and now you even want to kill me. Qin Lingjun didn't say anything. Holding a 3-foot green sword, she stepped slowly in front of Chun Bilian, lifting the green longsword in her hand and pressing it against the other woman's throat. Chun Bilian was also a martial artist, but at this moment, she offered no resistance, knowing well that she stood no chance against Qin Lingjun. However, Qin Lingjun did not act immediately. To be honest, she was not a completely emotionless person. On the contrary, she was someone who valued sentiment deeply. She was giving Chun Bilian a chance. If the latter could speak reasonably, perhaps she would consider letting her go, although absolutely not allowing her to leave unscathed. Disable her cultivation. If your father had been resolute back then and decided to continue our path together, none of this would have happened today. I wouldn't have planned anything against him either. Everything was his own choice. Chun Bilian suddenly sighed heavily, unwilling to accept. If he had chosen me, I wouldn't have been forced to marry into the Tan family, to such an unworthy person. At this, she cast a disdainful look at Tan Feiping standing nearby. When Tan Feiping heard his wife saying such words in front of so many people, naturally, he could not hold back his rage. However, he dared not react. His Tan family faced the threat of survival with strong enemies here. He feared that rash actions at this time might anger Qin Yu and others, leading to his immediate death. He clung to a glimmer of hope that Qin Yu and Qin Lingjun might not exterminate his entire clan, or official forces might not completely strip them of everything. Perhaps he could survive. Not only survive, but it was very likely that freedom could be regained soon. So under such crucial circumstances, dying unnecessarily must be avoided at all costs. Chun Bilian looked at her husband, who remained completely silent, and her heart turned entirely cold with disappointment. Of course, she understood Tan Feiping's thoughts at this moment. Immature, she mocked coldly again. Why did I choose such a man back then? The Tan family also belonged to a prestigious lineage. Back then, she believed that marrying into the Tan family would surely grant her what she desired. Later, she realized she had greatly underestimated the situation. The Tan family was not as powerful as she imagined, and outsiders perceived them to be. Neither was her husband, Tan Feiping, as brilliant and strong as the rumors spread about the second young master of the Tan family claimed. It's all that bitch Xianmenghua. If it weren't for her, I would have already been living with Wan Shan as a pair. Shut up, Qin Lingjun roared in anger. How dare you insult my mother? Are you not afraid that I'll kill you right now with one slash of my sword? Qin Bilian smirked disdainfully, showing no concern for her own life or death. Lingjun, your mother is not actually that remarkable. She's not that good. The only reason she could be with your father and make him abandon me wasn't because Xianmenghua is better than me, Qin Bilian, but rather because she had the favor of the previous master of Tianyuan's sect backing her. In comparison, whether it's beauty, figure, or talent and potential, am I not superior to your mother Xianmenghua in every way? In fact, I deliberately made Gong Xiang disfigure your father's face, scarring him and making him hideous so I could see how Xianmenghua would react upon seeing such an ugly and terrifying face. Pausing for a moment, she continued mockingly, but I can predict that Xianmenghua would definitely disdain Wan Shan. I know she is that kind of slut. Slap. Qin Lingjun slapped her across the face and growled in anger. That's enough. If you call my mother a slut one more time, I will kill you immediately. Qin Lingjun absolutely couldn't allow anyone to insult her mother. Blood seeped from the corner of Chun Billian's mouth after being struck, yet she still laughed coldly. Ha! Kill me. Go ahead, kill me. I will curse Xian Minghua and call her a slut. Xian Minghua is a slut. So what? Go ahead. Kill me. Chun Billian roared in a frenzy, behaving like a madwoman. During this entire time, Qin Yu did not utter a single word. This was, after all, something closer to Shun Lingjun's family matter, and he wanted Lingjun to handle it herself. Furious, Qin Lingjun declared, Fine, if that's how it is, then I will kill you. As soon as the words left her lips, she moved the 3-foot green sword toward Chun Billian's neck. Hold it. Just at this critical moment, a shout came from outside the door. A figure then flashed into the room and appeared next to Chun Billian, stopping Shun Lingjun's sword. Father. Chapter 228. Official arrival. The tide has turned. Everyone was surprised. No one expected xuanhuan to show up at this moment. Huanshan. Chun Billian looked at the figure blocking her path and couldn't hide her surprise. Shun Lingyun was even more astonished. Wasn't her father drunk? How could he have made it here? She soon realized and became angry. Father, were you pretending to be drunk just now? Your goal was secretly meeting Chun Billian tonight, right? Had the situation not changed so suddenly tonight, she wouldn't have known her father's true intentions. Huanshan said nothing as his thoughts were laid bare by his daughter. He didn't know how to respond, only sighing. Move out of the way. Seeing her father's reaction, Shun Lingyun knew her guess was correct. I will kill Chun Billian. Not only did she send people to secretly murder you, father, but she also insulted mother earlier. Xuanhuan naturally understood all this was manipulated in secret by Chun Billian and had heard her insults against his wife. Still, he stood there motionless, neither stepping aside nor knowing how to answer his daughter. Seeing this, Chun Billian was touched in her heart, not expecting that Xuanhuan still protected her at such a time. Huanshan. She called out silently in her mind. Shun Lingyun became increasingly furious. Father, you've disappointed me greatly. Chun Billian is not only plotting harm towards you, but now she has the audacity to curse our mother, yet you are unable to let go of her. Xuanhuan sighed again, finally opening his mouth to speak. Lingyun, it's not that I cannot forget about Billian within my heart, but once we were lovers and had even reached the point of talking about marriage. Back then, our feelings for each other were deep and genuine love. It was I who failed her back then. Hence, whatever Chun Billian does to me, even if she wishes to kill me, I see no problem with it. As for Billian cursing your mother, the crime does not warrant death. Moreover, even if you do not kill her now, given what the Qin family and Billian have done recently, such monstrous acts, both the southern military region and official forces will surely not overlook them. Let the authorities deal with this matter instead. No, Shun Lingyun insisted resolutely. I don't care what Chun Billian has done or how the authorities intend to handle her. I want to personally kill her. Xuanhuan furrowed his brows slightly, looking puzzled. Beside him, Qin Yu also narrowed his eyes momentarily, feeling that Lingyun was acting differently than usual. Qin Yu, help me stop father. I must kill Chun Billian. Just as Qin Yu was pondering in confusion, he suddenly heard Lingyun's enraged voice. Caught between two hard places, he froze on the spot, unsure of what to do. How could he dare approach Xuanhuan? The man would be his future father-in-law after all. Besides, although Qin Yu was known for being decisive and ruthless, when considering things from Chun Billian's perspective, he felt pity for her. Her life was tragic indeed. The person he loved, they had even reached the stage of discussing their wedding plans before, but Xuanhuan had turned around and married another woman, while she herself ended up marrying an unremarkable and inept man. Being unremarkable was already a more polite evaluation Qin Yu could offer. In fact, given the status and power of the Qin family in Jiangcheng, as the second heir of the family, Qin Feiping should possess far greater achievements and strength than what was evident. Apparently, Qin Feiping was nothing more than a worthless young aristocrat. Hatred born out of love. How deeply one loves translates directly into how strongly one hates. There is no baseless love or hatred in this world. This, Qin Yu could understand somewhat about Chun Billian. While he could empathize with Xuanhuan's sense of guilt and feel the sorrow behind Chun Billian's tragedy, he could also comprehend the anger and rage boiling inside his girlfriend. After all, watching one's own father protect someone else, a wicked woman at that, was bound to stir up incomprehension and frustration. But I still need to stand by my woman. Sighing in his heart, Qin Yu decided that sometimes loyalty lay in choosing the wrong side of future in-laws. Just as he was preparing to act, Deputy Officer Lu Zhan of the Southern Military Zone burst in with military personnel and members of other law enforcement departments, guns in hand, and pointed at every member of the Qin household. Don't move. Anybody in the Qin household making an untoward move will be shot on sight. Lu Zhan shouted loudly as a warning. Father, step aside. I will kill Chun Billian. Shun Lingyun paid no attention to the soldiers or officials present and declared her intent once more to kill Chun Billian. A troubled expression lingered on Xuanhuan's face. Meanwhile, Chun Billian was once again amazed. How could it be that Xuanhuan remained firm and standing before her, preventing Lingyun from harming her? Daughter, since the military zone and the authorities are already here, let's hand over this issue to them for resolution. Xuanhuan tried persuading her. Lu Zhan was no ordinary soldier. He immediately recognized Xuanhuan, and at the same time noticed Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun. Regardless of whether Shun Lingyun wanted to kill Chun Billian alone or exterminate the entire Qin family, Lu Zhan wouldn't dare express even a single objection. Shun Lingyun showed no signs of relaxing. She was fully aware that if the military handled the Qin family's affairs, core members like Qin Yu, Qin Faping, and Qin Bilian would likely face little trouble, perhaps just a few years in custody before resuming their carefree lives. Families like the Qin clan had loyal retainers who could step forward and take responsibility for everything, thereby ensuring the safety of others. In such an event, Qin Bilian would also eventually be released. Lingyun, there's no need to rush in killing Qin Bilian. Even if she is arrested by the authorities, we'll find ways to deal with her. Seeing the standoff between father and daughter, Qin Yu stepped forward and whispered into Lingyun's ear. Qin Lingyun stared coldly at her father standing in her way, thinking for a few seconds, and finally sheathed her 3-foot green blade. But Qin Yu noticed that Lingyun's beautiful eyes still gleamed with intense killing intent. He furrowed his brows again, suddenly recalling what his master once said. Among cultivators, swordsmen were the most ruthless, filled with heavy killing energy. However, this made them prone to losing control and becoming bloodthirsty demons. Realizing this, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and understood why Lingyun seemed different from her usual self. Her mind had been influenced by the violent nature of being a swordsman. Qin Yu inwardly sighed with relief that he had caught it early. Seeing Shun Lingyun lower her longsword, Lu Zhan knew he could proceed further. Take everyone from the Qin family away. Search every corner of the house thoroughly and uncover all relevant evidence. Yes, Deputy Officer Liu. A group of heavily armed soldiers loudly responded and immediately began taking action. Xuanhuan sighed in relief, grateful that things had been resolved smoothly, and he glanced appreciatively at Qin Yu. Wait a moment. I'd like to say a few words to Wanshan. Qin Bilian addressed the soldiers about to forcibly take her away. Chapter 229, The Best Choice. The two warriors looked back at Lu Zhan, and seeing him nod slightly, one of them said, "All right." Qin Bilian quietly sighed in relief. She had feared that even this last chance would slip away. Xin Wanshan turned around, looking at Qin Bilian. He was fully aware that this might be the last time he saw her, their final conversation. Qin Bilian also understood it was their final farewell. Her charming eyes shimmered with tears as she silently stared at Shun Wanshan in front of her. Infinite longing and regret rose in her heart. She couldn't help but think, if only Xian Minghua hadn't appeared, if Xian Minghua didn't have the backing of the head of Tiangong's sect, she would have built a family with the man she loved standing before her now, with many children, and such a life would certainly have been very happy. Unfortunately, Qin Bilian sighed inwardly before speaking slowly. I'm sorry, Wanshan. Earlier it was indeed me who asked Gong Xiang to attack you. But what I just said before was all out of anger. I never intended to kill you. Shun Wanshan nodded. Though he fell into a coma then, there were moments when he regained consciousness. He knew how worried Qin Bilian was about him during those times, something one could not fake. He also knew that Qin Bilian had sought out many divine physicians and renowned doctors to save him. I merely wanted you to disfigure your face so you'd know that Xian Minghua wouldn't accept you once she saw your disfigured appearance. I wanted to let you, Wanshan, know that the person in this world who truly loves you is me, and the person who loves you the most is I, Qin Bilian. Upon hearing these words, everyone from the Qin family present immediately wore expressions of utmost difficulty, especially Qin Faping. After all, Qin Bilian was their second Lady Qin. For her to declare her deep love for another man like this, if this got out, wouldn't their Qin family become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangxing? The Qin family despised Qin Bilian intensely. Even more so, they believed that their family's downfall to its current state was due to this despicable woman, Qin Bilian. Qin Faping's rage made his lungs feel ready to explode as he cursed. You despicable woman, Qin Bilian. May you suffer an agonizing death. However, Qin Bilian paid no heed to the insults surrounding her, continuing to look at the man she adored with deep affection. Xin Wanshan was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Bilian to say such things, and he stood there unsure of how to respond. But Qin Bilian kept talking. Wanshan, this will likely be our last meeting. After parting today, perhaps we'll never meet again. Could you give me one last embrace? Just like when we were passionately in love. SSS. Shun Wanshan's heart trembled sharply as he glanced sideways at his daughter Xin Lingyun, noticing her gaze once more filled with strong murderous intent. Of course, in his heart, he wanted to fulfill her wish, to give her one last hug as a form of reparation, but, caught in hesitation, he eventually stretched out his arms slowly, enduring immense pressure, satisfying Qin Bilian's final wish, while simultaneously making up for the past harms he had inflicted on her. The nearby Qin family members watched furiously. Had it not been for the presence of official authorities, had there not been Qin Yu and Shun Lingyun, two feared killing machines, they would surely have acted against Qin Bilian, this wanton woman. Shun Lingyun tightly gripped the handle of her 3-foot-long blue blade, her right hand clenching fiercely upon seeing her father's actions. Overwhelmed with happiness and surprise, Qin Bilian blushed and threw herself into Shun Wanshan's arms, feeling the warmth and embrace of the man she had adored for decades. Wanshan, your embrace is still like it was back then, making me feel comfortable and at ease. With her eyes tightly closed, she absorbed this warmth she hadn't felt in so many years. Xin Wanshan hesitated for a moment before finally encircling Qin Bilian in his arms. Feeling Shun Wanshan's hands touch her spine, Qin Bilian's heart trembled slightly, her graceful face lighting up with a trace of a content smile. Thank you, Wanshan. Time seemed endless, yet fleeting for Qin Bilian. It felt like both a brief moment and an entire lifetime. As she stepped out of Shun Wanshan's embrace, she said softly, Even though I'm now in turmoil, I still feel joy and gratitude that we became lovers long ago. Facing such heartfelt feelings from Qin Billion, Xuanhuan did not know how to respond for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he sighed heavily. Honestly, what he felt towards her was primarily guilt. As for the old-time feelings they shared, those were almost non-existent, possibly entirely gone. Qin Billion didn't mind his lack of response. After all, so many people were present, including his daughter. In such circumstances, receiving an embrace from him was already extremely rare. She smiled, radiating irresistible charm. Qin Faping beside them watched with eyes blazing, a sight of Qin Billion's alluring smile he had never witnessed before. That shameless woman Qin Billion. I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. He made up his mind deep in his heart. But the very next moment, Qin Faping saw something even more unbearable. Qin Billion suddenly kissed Xuanhuan's cheek. Everyone at the scene was completely stunned. Shen Lingyun was furious enough to go crazy and abruptly picked up her 3-foot-long green sword. As for Qin Yu, he lightly narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought about something. Xuanhuan was also astonished beyond measure. He didn't expect Qin Billion to do such a thing. His mind went blank instantly, and his first thought was how to explain this situation to his daughter Lingyun. Countless thoughts surged through his head, leaving him unable to sort them out. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened dramatically, revealing both surprise and terror. Wanshan, if there is a next life, I will definitely become your woman. No. Huff. Xuanhuan reacted already, but it was still too late by one step. He could only helplessly watch as Qin Billion suddenly pulled out a dagger from her side and slashed across her own neck. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain. The wound was extremely deep. This scene startled everyone present. Actually, not far away, Qin Yu had the time and capability to stop Qin Billion, but did not make a move. Perhaps for everyone present, Qin Billion's death was the best option. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would have no idea how to explain the series of actions just now to his daughter and wife. Even Shen Lingyun wouldn't know how to forgive Xuanhuan. Qin Yu understood Qin Billion's character. She was indeed an incredibly proud woman, full of haughtiness mixed with coquetry. He believed that over the past 2 decades and more, every day Qin Billion spent in the Qin family was unpleasant. Each encounter with her powerless husband Qin Faping brought nothing but anger and disappointment. Every single marital intimacy for her had been a form of torment. Now she ended it herself. Perhaps this was the best choice. Chapter 230. The deceased takes precedence. Billion. Xuanhuan was a step too late, unable to prevent Qin Billion from committing suicide. Now, he could only hold her corpse and scream, sobbing uncontrollably. At the same time, he felt even more regretful and guilty. Since Qin Billion had decided to commit suicide, she would naturally not give anyone the opportunity or time to save her. Therefore, her actions were very ruthless. With one cut, she severed her own throat and carotid artery, giving no chance for others to help her. Because of her determination, with one strike, her life force was completely extinguished. She clearly knew that Qin Yu's medical skills were extremely powerful. If she didn't die outright, Xuanhuan would definitely ask Qin Yu to save her. Xuanhuan held Qin Billion's body and could feel that her life force was already completely gone. Even if Qin Yu intervened, it wouldn't have helped. Qin Billion's act left everyone present shocked and surprised. But members of the Qin family felt a sense of relief. To them, the Qin family, Qin Billion was a disgrace. Now that she was dead, it was the best outcome. The Mo family, especially Mo Qiu, revealed a sorrowful expression. As a fellow woman, Mo Qiu was deeply moved by what had happened. Qin Billion might not be a good person, but in matters of the heart, she was absolutely a loyal lover, someone worthy of respect from every woman. Even Shen Lingyun, who had harbored strong intentions to harm Qin Billion, saw a noticeable decrease in her hostility at this moment. She never imagined that such a proud Qin Billion would choose this way to end her own life. She also understood somewhat why earlier she made such a request to her father. It was perhaps her final wish before death. Shen Lingyun sighed in resignation. Understanding is one thing, but deep down she was still angry, mainly at her father. For all his actions, her father had done wrong by her mother. I'm sorry, I failed you, Billion. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have ended up like this, nor would you have chosen suicide. Overwhelmed with guilt, Xuanhuan broke into tears, genuinely showing his emotions, unable to control himself. Yet, this scene seemed rather peculiar to those watching. There was after all Qin Billion's husband, Xuanhuan's daughter, and yet here Xuanhuan was embracing the deceased Qin Billion. Qin Yu quickly signaled to Lu Zhan with a glance. After looking back, Lu Zhan nodded in comprehension and loudly ordered, "Quickly, take everyone from the Qin family back. Don't search their mansion right now. Focus on capturing the remaining Qin family members still outside." At Lu Zhan's command, soldiers from the Southern Military District and other officials swiftly acted, leading the Qin family away from the villa rapidly. The Mo family, including Mo Qiu, were not fools either. They realized this was Qin Yu deliberately making Lu Zhan do so, and thus wisely chose to leave the villa as well. In no time, the Qin family villa was left with only Qin Yu, Shen Lingyun, Xuanhuan, and Qin Billion. By now, Shen Lingyun had calmed down, regaining rationality over emotion. Seeing her father hugging Qin Billion's corpse with regret and crying aloud, she became irritated again. What kind of situation was this? Still, she endured the discomfort in her heart without saying anything. Naturally, Qin Yu wouldn't say anything unnecessary either, choosing simply to stay quietly by his girlfriend's side. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Xuanhuan recovered slightly from his grief. I want to personally bury Billion. His gaze shifted toward his daughter, mixed with sadness and guilt. He knew well that his behavior was something his daughter could not accept. Initially, Shun Lingyun intended to refuse, but seeing her father in this state, she sighed helplessly. Do as you wish. Subsequently, Shun Wanshan went to the Jiangqing cemetery, found a quiet spot, and buried Chen Billion there. I'm sorry, Billion. Standing before the grave, Shun Wanshan took a deep breath, speaking with a pained voice. Back then, it was truly my fault for betraying your feelings. If it weren't for me, you would have been very happy. Looking back, perhaps marrying into the Qin family wasn't a bad choice. But due to the early feelings between herself and him, she compared Qin Faping with him, finding the latter wanting, resulting in Chen Billion viewing Qin Faping as a failure. This caused Chen Billion's life for the past 20 years to be constantly under suppression. Billion, if there really is another life, I hope you don't meet me again. Shun Wanshan remembered Chen Billion's last words before her suicide, insisting that in the next life, she must become his wife. Shun Lingyun and Qin Yu stood behind, hearing their father's speech which angered her, but she remained silent. In general, where the deceased is concerned, they take precedence. After staying at the cemetery for nearly an hour, the three of them returned to the downtown area of Jiangqing City. Father, let me ask you, aren't you, just like how Chen Billion couldn't forget about you, unable to stop thinking about her? The car had originally been quiet, the atmosphere even a bit oppressive, when Shun Lingyun's heavy voice suddenly broke the silence. Shin Wanshan sighed, knowing his daughter would certainly ask him such a question. Daughter, whether or not you believe your father, the one I truly love is your mother. Before I was with your mother, I did indeed love Billion. But after I started living with your mother, my heart was solely for her. As for Billion, I no longer harbored any feelings of love. Especially as time went by, all I felt toward her was guilt. Shin Lingyun didn't speak, but coldly stared at her father Shin Wanshan, trying to decipher if his expression was genuine. Shin Wanshan added, actually, I've always given Billion hints, but unfortunately, she couldn't let go of the feelings we shared during our youth. There's nothing I could do about it. You must believe me, daughter. In the end, he pleaded earnestly. Shin Lingyun felt that her father seemed to be telling the truth, and thus said coldly, fine, since the deceased should take precedence, now isn't the right time for this conversation. Once we return home, you'll have plenty of time to explain yourself to mother. Upon arriving at the villa, Shun Wanshan decided to find Qin Yu alone before leaving early the next morning to board a flight back. While I'm away, you must look after Lingyun carefully. I know how powerful she has become. Perhaps in Jiangqing, very few can match her strength, but better safe than sorry. While there may not be many opponents in Jiangqing itself, some may try something foolish and bring in other experts or warriors stronger than she is. Qin Yu nodded, recalling Gong Xiang, one of the core leaders of the Jisha sect hidden within the Tan family. If Shin Lingyun were still at the level she was when starting her cultivation journey, perhaps she wouldn't be able to defeat Gong Xiang. This time it was the Jisha sect. Next time it might be another strong clan or power. Qin Yu, I don't know what cultivation realm you've reached now. Maybe you're already a martial king, or even a martial emperor. But regardless, you've helped increase Lingyun's abilities so significantly in such a short time. This indicates without doubt that you must be incredibly strong yourself. After a pause, Shin Wanshan looked serious, catching Qin Yu's attention, who then realized the following words would be the true reason for this meeting. Qin Yu, I know that you and Lingyun truly love each other, but... Chapter 231, Acknowledgement. Of course, Qin Yu had guessed that Shun Wanshan's intention to talk with him wouldn't be as simple as the aforementioned matters. Similarly, he also anticipated that it would most likely involve the relationship between himself and Lingyun. All along, Qin Yu could feel that although Shun Wanshan hadn't explicitly said so, there was a sense of restrained tension regarding the matter between himself and Lingyun. Uncle Shun, please speak. I'm listening. Qin Yu said upon seeing the other person acting all serious, mentally preparing himself. He respected Shin Wanshan. After all, as Lingyun's father, however, respect was one thing. If Shin Wanshan asked him to leave Lingyun, impossible. No one in this world could make him leave Lingyun, not even the emperor. But, in fact, at the very beginning when I didn't accept your relationship with Lingyun, it wasn't because you were not good enough, or I disliked you, or I thought you weren't worthy of our family. It's not like that. I'm not a rigid father. Qin Yu furrowed his brows slightly, and looked at Shun Wanshan. On the contrary, I actually think that you, Qin Yu, are extremely talented and powerful. However, my brother Qin Feng's son already has a prearranged engagement with Lingyun. If Lingyun is with you, I felt it would betray my promise to brother Qin Feng. Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed even more deeply, still staring at Shun Wanshan silently. Of course, that was only my previous thought. Now, I believe Lingyun will be much happier with you. I think even if brother Qin Feng were still alive and knew you were the better match for Lingyun, he would agree to dissolve the engagement between his son and Lingyun. Qin Yu was surprised, never expecting Shin Wanshan to have these thoughts. Shin Wanshan suddenly patted his shoulder and laughed. The investigation into brother Qin Feng's family massacre, I entrust to you and Lingyun. As for finding brother Qin Feng's son, I'll handle that. If he is still alive, after I find him, I will inform him of the situation between you and Lingyun. Qin Yu smiled. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Clearly, Shun Wanshan's words represented official recognition of him as his future son-in-law. He didn't expect to gain the acknowledgement and acceptance of his future father-in-law so quickly. It should be me thanking you. Shin Wanshan laughed. The help you've provided to my family is already immense. We don't need to dwell on this topic. To entrust Lingyun to you gives me peace of mind. Rest assured, I will certainly protect Ling Yun well. With me around, no one can harm her. I trust you. Qin Yu hesitated but still decided not to disclose the possibility that he might be Qin Feng's son. After all, until now, there was absolutely no evidence proving he was indeed Qin Feng's son. Everything was based merely on conjectures between himself and his father. If he wasn't, and the truth came out causing misunderstanding within the Qin family, it would complicate things. Let's wait until there's solid proof later. He muttered this quietly in his heart. That night, Qin Yu and Ling Yun sent xuanhuan off onto the plane. On their way back from the airport to the villa, Qin Yu mentioned Ling Yun's unusual behavior during their stay at the Tan family. In fact, even after the incident, I myself noticed something was wrong. I couldn't control the emotions bubbling inside of me. It made me want to kill. But now reflecting on it, Qin Bilian's words and actions, although inappropriate, didn't warrant the degree of my fixation. Apparently, it was due to the sword cultivator's inherent influence that affected my mentality. Qin Yu was pleased. Ling Yun, you're truly a genius to have discovered this on your own. This is very important. Don't worry, I will definitely overcome this weakness and never let myself go astray, becoming one of the demonic paths. Qin Yu nodded. I believe in you. By the way, I believe Lin Xinru will have news soon. He continued. But with the situation unclear, I'll go alone when the time comes. Shen Ling Yun glanced at Qin Yu, who was driving, and from the start she had wanted them both to attend the meeting together. The mastermind behind the destruction of the Qin family is extremely powerful. We don't even know how strong they are. Nor do we understand Huang Hai's true circumstances, or his connection to Huang Tianshang, or how much information he possesses, and whether Huang Hai, as the commander of the southern military region, directly participated in the original action against the Qin family. All these remain uncertain. If this turns out to be a trap, if we go together, we may easily find ourselves at a disadvantage. After hearing Qin Yu's analysis, Shen Lingyun thought it made a lot of sense. Of course, if it truly was a dangerous trap, her going along might end up being more trouble than help. Despite her significantly improved strength, she still lagged far behind the truly powerful. This time against Gong Xiang. Even though she had the upper hand, she couldn't execute a fatal move instantly. It was worth noting that Gong Xiang was merely one high-ranking member of the Zisha sect, and there were numerous killers in the sect who were even stronger than him. Not causing trouble would be helping Qin Yu. Alright, you must be careful and absolutely don't overexert yourself. Shen Lingyun reminded him earnestly. She had already planned to go back and train diligently, aiming to enhance her martial abilities as quickly as possible so she could stay by Qin Yu's side and provide real assistance, rather than just not being a burden every time danger arose. After sending Shen Lingyun back to the villa, Qin Yu decided to visit the Mo family since he hadn't yet heard from Lin Xinru. After several days of rest, Qi Tian, who was on the brink of death before, could finally walk again, though he couldn't stride confidently like a normal person yet. Big brother, Qi Tian and I plan to return to Yunqing in a day or two. Although Qi Tian has been in contact with his father, it's been too long, and his dad must worry about him. Qin Qing said beside Qi Tian. Qin Yu nodded. That's good. As a father, he would certainly be concerned. Moreover, returning home is better. Jiangsheng is a place full of conflicts, and staying away is indeed a wise choice. I'll arrange for Mo family's top experts to escort them back safely. Mo Chio interjected, seizing the opportunity to prove himself. Good. Qin Yu then furrowed his brow slightly, realizing Mo Gaofei wasn't around. Normally, if the guy knew he was here, Mo Gaofei would have been waiting at the entrance long ago. Where's Mo Gaofei? Chapter 232, an end-of-the-world phenomenon. Given the attitude of Mo Gaofei towards himself, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel curious that he had come but not seen the boy's presence. My younger brother brought people from our clan to seize some of the territories and businesses of the Tan family, Mo Chio said. Qin Yu understood, as he recalled that the core members of the Tan family had fallen. Their remaining businesses would certainly become a sought-after prize. At this time, the other 5 major families in Jiangsheng would surely move to seize them first. This was like in the world of cultivation. When a great sect fell, other sect forces would rush to grab its leftover assets and resources. This wasn't difficult to understand. Many thanks to you, Master Qin, for your righteous assistance yesterday. As Qin Yu was deep in thought, suddenly Zheng Quan's voice sounded. After the fall of the Tan family, Zheng Quan also returned to the Mo family, and it was not just about being an ordinary son-in-law anymore. With Zheng Quan's current martial arts skills, perhaps no one in the entire Mo family could match him now. This time Zheng Quan was truly the prestigious son-in-law of the Mo family. Qin Yu turned his head to look at him. Master Qin, you don't have to worry. Whatever you promised before will definitely be fulfilled. Mo Chio was surprised. Zheng Quan, what did you promise, Master Qin? I once promised, after all matters of this are handled, I would pass on the Zheng family fist technique to Qi Tian. Mo Chio paused in surprise. Isn't the Zheng family fist only supposed to be passed down by the Zheng family members? She was indeed surprised. The Zheng family fist was powerful already, and during this incident, Zheng Quan used it alone to slay 2 masters of the Tan family, and then single-handedly charged into the Tan family, evenly fighting against the entire core group of the Tan family. If not for the sudden appearance of a high-ranking member of the Zisha sect, Zheng Quan might have defeated the entire Tan family on his own. Such achievements were enough to cause shock throughout Jiangxing. By logic, Zheng Quan wouldn't possibly hand down such a potent boxing technique easily to someone outside the family at this moment. Mo Chio actually knew her husband Zheng Quan had a very good relationship with Qi Tian, but still, would he really teach him the family's ancestral boxing art? Zheng Quan, seeing his wife's confusion, smiled and said, Qi Tian to me is far more than just a good friend. In face of death's threat, he stubbornly refused to say anything related to me. Even blood-related family members might not be able to do that, right? So in my heart, Qi Tian is not just my friend, but my brother, my younger brother. To teach our ancestors boxing techniques to my younger brother, there is no issue. Mo Chiu finally understood. Indeed, the sentiment between Qi Tian and xuanhuan was something even kinship couldn't compare to. This is up to you. It's between the two of you, Qin Yu stated. Moreover, even if you're willing to teach it, Qi Tian may not necessarily master it. Anyway, it's up to fate. He wasn't overly concerned. In any case, Qin Yu eventually intended for everyone around him to walk the path of cultivation, since immortality for an individual didn't seem too meaningful. Not long after, Mo Chiu sent out clan experts to escort Qi Tian and Qin away from Jiangqing. Qin Yu also left the Mo family, returning to the villa in Beilandi to meditate. Previously, he had refined 2 silver dragon pills, giving one to Ling Yun, and still had another remaining. Speaking of which, he himself hadn't yet consumed the silver dragon pill, so he hadn't triggered the potential within his body. Qin Yu was still confident in his current strength, though he thought it best to enhance his power before heading to meet Huang Hai. Anytime, increasing one's strength was never a bad thing. He sat cross-legged, swallowed the silver dragon pill, circulated the yin-yang nerve inside his body, and began cultivating. Boom. In less than 3 minutes, above the Beilandi commercial neighborhood, dark clouds suddenly gathered, the wind swirling wildly, covering the entire Beilandi. What's happening with the sky? That's true. It was bright just now, but now it's like the end of the world. It looks like 10,000 celestial soldiers descending. The people in Beilandi grew suspicious. What they didn't know was that this phenomenon of the sky and earth was caused by Qin Yu refining the silver dragon pill. At the same time, in the bedroom of the villa, Qin Yu's inner energy surged dramatically, his whole body enveloped in a gas-like aura. It was a black and white colored gas. Yin-Yang Qi. Yin-Yang is the essence of all things. The heavenly phenomenon triggered by Qin Yu at this moment, not to mention the present world of Daxia, where no one could accomplish such a feat. Even in the world of cultivation, few prodigy geniuses could manage this. Indeed, the Yin-Yang divine art that Qin Yu practiced was exceptionally powerful, but he himself was also an extraordinary genius. Otherwise, when he was in the Rootless Prison back then, his master, the Yin-Yang Taoist, wouldn't have taken him as a close disciple. 3 hours later, Qin Yu finally finished his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, a trace of black light flickered in his left eye, while a white light shimmered in his right. Whoosh! A beam of black and white light shot out from his eyes, blasting a wall in the bedroom with a loud explosion, causing it to collapse. At the same time, the thick black clouds hovering over Beilandi quickly dispersed, revealing the sky again. Puff! Qin Yu spread out his left hand, and a flame leapt out, floating above his palm, interweaving black and white colors, looking quite mysterious. With the appearance of this mysterious flame, the entire bedroom, and even the whole villa, instantly became scorching hot, like a giant furnace. Qin Yu gazed at the flame on his palm, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad, my strength has increased significantly. If I were to face that big snake again now, I could probably kill it with just one finger. He extinguished the flame, then adjusted his breathing for half an hour before completely exiting his cultivation state. It was at this moment that Qin Yu finally received a call from Lin Xinru, informing him that Huang Hai had returned to Jiangqing. And after hearing about Qin Yu's deeds, Huang Hai also expressed interest in meeting him. Divine Dr. Qin, I've already sent someone to pick you up. It won't be long before you arrive at Beilandi. Good. Qin Yu looked forward to this meeting with Huang Hai. I hope to obtain useful information. In less than 20 minutes, Qin Yu saw a military green off-road vehicle parked in front of his villa. Then, a female soldier stepped down and walked briskly toward the villa gate. He noticed the insignia on her shoulder, which was exactly the same as Wei Jun's. Hello, Divine Dr. Qin. I am dispatched by General Lin to fetch you. My name is Qin Yu, and I am the captain of the 3rd Special Forces Brigade of the Southern Military District. Indeed, she was the same rank as Wei Jun, being the captain of one of the Special Forces Brigades. All right, thank you for your trouble, Qin Yu said with a light smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's beautiful eyes briefly paused. Chapter 233, To the Enemy. Qin Yu noticed her unusual behavior and asked, What's wrong, Captain Bu? Is something the matter? Qin Yu was startled inside. Her previous focused glance was extremely subtle, something that most people wouldn't have been able to notice at all. Yet, Qin Yu standing before her had immediately picked up on it. Instantly, she became cautious and quickly said, I've long heard that Dr. Qin is a decisive and ruthless person. Before coming here, General Lin also specifically reminded me not to anger Dr. Qin. Qin Yu smiled and said, Captain Bu, I want to ask you, when you face the enemy in battle, do you ever entertain thoughts of letting the enemy go? How could that be? Anyone who dares to infringe upon Daxia's interests is a despicable enemy. Every one of our soldiers would eliminate them without hesitation. How could we even think about letting them go? As the words left her mouth, Qin Yu realized what she had said, and she stared blankly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled and said, Isn't that right then? In dealing with enemies, I am just like Captain Bu, I never hold back. But for those who respect me, I still treat them sincerely. Qin Yu was stunned for a few seconds, then softly smiled, understanding the kind of person Qin Yu was. Dr. Qin, this way please. Qin Yu nodded, and walked past the other party. Qin Yu got into a towering olive green SUV, sitting alone in the back row. Qin Yu sat in the front passenger seat, and there was another soldier driving. As a captain, Bu Qin Yu had some status and position within the military district. Naturally, she didn't need to personally take care of driving. All along the way, Bu Qin Yu engaged in conversation with Qin Yu. She recounted her experiences in the military district, while also revealing some situations within the southern military district. Especially as she mentioned how Huang Hai was preparing to step down, the southern military district now had two main factions competing for power. One faction was led by Chief of Staff Lin Xinru, while the leader of the other faction was Deputy Commander Zhang Zujuan. However, Bu Qin Yu did not explicitly say too much about these two factions, but based on Zhang Zujuan's backers from before, one could infer that Zhang Zujuan actually had the upper hand, with the support of Mu Buan and with her own help behind the scenes. Otherwise, Lin Xinru wouldn't have proactively approached her before and explicitly requested her not to side with Zhang Zujuan. Through further interaction, Bu Qin Yu came to know Qin Yu more deeply. She understood that Qin Yu liked substance, disliking falsities and superficiality. So either she refrained from speaking, or when she spoke about the true situation. The military district handled its country's secrets, and many things were not to be divulged, lest they involve confidentiality issues, an immense matter. Dr. Qin, there's something. I don't know if I should mention it. Hesitating for a moment, Bu Qin Yu finally opened her mouth and said. Qin Yu felt positively towards Bu Qin Yu and laughed, saying, Go ahead, whatever you say won't make me angry. Bu Qin Yu exhaled slightly and continued. This time, Lu Zhan uncovered the significant scandal involving the Tan family colluding with the Stop Killing sect in Jiang City. The Tan family committed grievous atrocities, and establishing great merit will definitely be counted as a major achievement for Zhang Zujuan. This gives Zhang Zujuan an advantageous position in the competition for the top spot in the southern military district. As for me knowing that Lu Zhan could capture the Tan family, Dr. Qin helped quite a bit. This is absolutely bad news for our General Lin. After finishing her speech, she almost held her breath, watching Qin Yu quietly, fearing he would get angry. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, Since General Lin thinks I broke our agreement by continuing to help Zhang Zujuan, why does she still help arrange a meeting between me and your commander-in-chief? Bu Qin Yu immediately replied, Our General Lin doesn't understand it herself and certainly feels upset, but she always follows through on her promises. In fact, General Lin is truly an excellent leader, full of emotions and righteousness, with a strategy of her own. If the southern military district could be commanded by her, it would definitely fare better under her leadership than under Zhang Zujuan's. So, if possible, I kindly request Dr. Qin to assist our general once more, helping her secure the top position in the southern military district. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at her. Are you trying to speak up for your superior? No. I only said that because it's not just because General Lin is my direct superior, Bu Qin Yu hastily explained. If Dr. Qin doesn't believe me, you can ask any of our soldiers in the southern military district. Qin Yu chuckled twice and then said, So, how do you want me to help your general? Bu Qin Yu paused in surprise, feeling that her mind couldn't keep up with Qin Yu. Isn't this Bibing powder supposed to become our southern military district's medical supply? Once we succeed, I hope Dr. Qin will attribute this achievement to Chief of Staff Lin. She was fully aware what the Bibing powder meant for the southern military district. It was miraculous medicine that would provide the soldiers with the best possible protection. This would be a great accomplishment. For one of the parties in the current intense competition for the top spot in the military district, it mattered greatly. Qin Yu nodded. This is easy, and I agree. Bu Qin Yu was overjoyed. On behalf of Chief of Staff Lin, I thank Dr. Qin. Is Captain Bu merely thanking on behalf of your Chief of Staff? Bu Qin Yu paused for a second and said somewhat shyly. I also thank Dr. Qin for your help in this matter. She suddenly realized that Dr. Qin wasn't at all like what people outside were saying about him. When Qin Yu was heading toward the southern military district, in one of the office rooms of a factory in Jiang City, 2 cabinet air conditioners were set to the lowest temperature of 16 degrees Celsius, with the fan speed maxed out, blowing cold air. The not-so-large office felt like early winter. The 3 men had nothing left on but their underwear, shaking as they clutched their arms tightly around themselves. They curled up in the corner. In the middle of the office, Mo Gaofei sat beside a barbecue grill, biting into a roasted chicken leg with his left hand, while continuously adding various seasonings to the oysters on the grill with his right hand. Sizzle. The sound was tempting, and the aroma wafted around. Dressed in 3 layers of clothing, Mo Gaofei smiled as he looked at the 3 men shivering in the corner. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you still refuse to sign the transfer contract, then once these oysters are done, we can sit down and enjoy them together. Otherwise, I'll put you guys here on the grill. These 3 men were elders of the Qin family group, controlling most of its shares. If Mo Gaofei could obtain those shares from them, he could take control of the Qin family group. Although the Qin family fell, their businesses continued unaffected and remained highly desirable assets. Chapter 234, The Top Aristocratic Family of Guangdong Province. The almost naked 3 individuals in the office were all members of the Qin family. From either a personal perspective or from the perspective of the Qin family's interests, none of them wished to simply hand over their shares of the Qin group. However, after resisting for some time, they also realized clearly that there was no way the 3 of them could stand up to the Mo family and Gaofei Mo. We agree. One among the 3 said this, representing the stance of all 3. Upon hearing this, Gaofei Mo smiled happily. That's what I thought. Come on, let's eat some oysters together. Hurry, come over to the grill here. It's cold. He shivered slightly while thinking, damn, even though I'm wearing 3 layers of clothing and sitting beside the heating stove, I still feel so cold. And look at these 3 old bastards with nothing on. They've lasted this long. That's impressive. Meanwhile, Gofei Mo was thrilled and excited about what had just transpired. Without waiting for arrangements from the old master, he had moved against the Qin group beforehand and successfully secured his gains. When I get back, the old man and the higher-ups within the clan will definitely view me differently. He murmured joyfully to himself, but, bang, the door of the office was kicked open. Gofei Mo jumped in fright and immediately turned around, revealing a surprised expression the next moment. Mu Bu Fan? It was Mu Bu Fan who came, along with his grandson Mu Tianlong. After the initial surprise passed, Gofei Mo sneered coldly. Aren't you Mu Bu Fan supposed to be hiding like a turtle in its shell? How do you dare to show your face now? Aren't you afraid that Dr. Qin will kill both you and your grandson? He'd heard that ever since being scared off by Dr. Qin and Yunqing, Mu Bu Fan and Mu Tianlong had been in hiding. Many people had tried searching but found no trace of them. Hide like a turtle? Mu Bu Fan sneered similarly. Against such a mere yellow-haired youth as Qin Yu, I have never been afraid. This period of time, I have merely been handling something more important. Now that I've finished dealing with it, I'm back. Jiangcheng is my territory, my stronghold. When I heard Qin Yu has come here during my idle time, I promptly returned. Last time in Yunqing Qin Yu got lucky. This time I'll have him die. Mo Gao Fei narrowed his eyes, looking at Mu Bu Fan who did not appear to be joking, and couldn't help but wonder, could it be Jiang Haiwu arrived at Jiangcheng? But he hadn't heard any news. I too am very curious to see Dr. Qin. Just when he was full of doubt, he suddenly heard a derisive voice coming through. Mo Gao Fei looked towards the entrance and saw a young man stepping out slowly. Clearly this visitor wasn't friendly and was aligned with Mu Bu Fan. Mo Gao Fei immediately thought this youth must be Mu Bu Fan's support. Otherwise, considering Mu Bu Fan's recent actions, there's no way he would have dared to make an appearance right now. Who are you? Yun family from Guanghui province, Yun Fei. The young man smirked as he spoke. Yun family of Guanghui province? Hearing this name, Mo Gao Fei was momentarily startled. He immediately thought of the most powerful aristocratic family in Guanghui province. Yes, Guanghui province has many powerful aristocratic families, but the one truly dominant power is only the Yun family. They are the sole behemoth, like an unscalable mountain peak, casting its shadow over every strong family in Guanghui province. Sure enough, this young man from the topmost aristocratic Yun family in Guanghui province was Mu Bu Fan's backing. The distribution of power in Guanghui province is different from that in Zhejiang province, where there are many flowers in bloom, especially in Jiangcheng, with no one daring to claim to be the top aristocratic family. In Guanghui province, the Yun family could claim to be first, and no other force dared to deny it. I've heard Mu Bu Fan tell me that someone called Qin Yu seems to be a reformed criminal. Never imagined that the martial arts scene in your Zhejiang province has declined to such an extent, where a mere reformed criminal makes your whole martial arts world bow down and acknowledge his supremacy. Yun Fei shook his head and said, "You all disappoint me greatly." After listening, Mo Gao Fei affirmed, "That's because you haven't witnessed the might of Dr. Qin." Even though the speaker hailed from the mighty Yun family of Guanghui province, Mo Gao Fei still had unwavering confidence in Qin Yu. No matter who this person was, none existed capable of causing trouble for Dr. Qin. To Mo Gao Fei, Dr. Qin was a godlike figure. Foolish, ignorant. Elsewhere, under Step Qin Yu's lead, Qin Yu reached the southern military district camp. "Dr. Qin, we meet again. Welcome." Before Qin Yu even stepped out of the car, Lin Xinru, the second in command of Daxia's southern military district, already moved forward actively to pull open the car door. Qin Yu felt a bit unexpected. He didn't expect Lin Xinru to be able to be so magnanimous, at least superficially. However, he was aware that the other party was indeed upset with him at this moment. Previously, he had already promised not to assist Zhang Zujuan anymore. Yet, this time in the matter of the Qin family, his actions could be considered inadvertently aiding Zhang Zujuan. Zhang Zujuan had been away from the military district due to other duties, but this time the one leading the operation to capture the Qin family members was none other than his close confidant, Lu Zhan. So all the credit would naturally go to Zhang Zujuan. "Hello, Chief Lin." Qin Yu also showed friendliness towards him. "It's quite an honor to have you personally come to greet me," he joked. "Dr. Qin, if I were to say that, it would kill me. You are a distinguished guest of our military district, and thanks to your help yesterday, we cracked a major case. As the second in command of the military district, I must personally come out to show my respect and gratitude towards Dr. Qin. Moreover, we will soon collaborate on the supply of medicine, hoping that Dr. Qin will fulfill your promise this time." Qin Yu understood that Lin Xinru was hinting for him to attribute the success of Bai Bing-san to her. He nodded. Of course. Lin Xinru, having received the affirmative answer, was delighted inside. In fact, this was one of the reasons she came early to wait here. "Please, Dr. Qin, Commander Huang is waiting for you inside." She gestured with a welcoming motion. Qin Yu took the lead. This process shocked and baffled many soldiers within the military district. In general, the soldiers in the military district are unaware of some events happening outside, especially in civilian matters. They looked curiously at Qin Yu, filled with doubt. Who is this young guy? Why has our Chief Lin personally come out to welcome him? Not just personally welcoming him. He even opened the car door for him just now. My God, what's going on? Even if this guy is the heir of a powerful family, it still doesn't seem reasonable for our Chief Lin to be so humble. With Qin Yu's current powerful abilities, he could naturally hear those soldiers' discussions from afar, but he didn't care, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xinru into the deeper areas of the military district. Chapter 235. The overbearing aura of "if not me, then who?" As Qin Yu walked forward with Lin Xinru, he looked around. The South Military Zone, as one of the major military zones of Daxia, housed many heavy weapons, including the most advanced tanks, the most powerful rocket launchers, and even missiles. Of course, those were just short-range missiles. The true national treasures would not be easily displayed. Dr. Qin, are you interested in these weapons? Lin Xinru noticed his gaze and smiled as she asked. I believe there is no man who isn't interested in these weapons. Lin Xinru nodded. That's true. Men are generally military enthusiasts, having a natural fascination with weapons. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, since Dr. Qin is interested in these, have you ever thought about joining the military camp? With Dr. Qin's strong abilities, I believe it wouldn't take long before you surpass me. Qin Yu shook his head with a smile. This doesn't suit me. I'm interested in weapons, but I don't have the intention to join the military camp. I'm not a fan of being constrained by others. I know that following orders is a soldier's duty. Exactly. Lin Xinru felt slightly disappointed inside. If Qin Yu were to join the military, he would surely rise quickly to a very high position. If that happened, then she herself would also gain a very powerful backing. Alas, she sighed inwardly. Welcome, Dr. Qin. At this moment, Lu Zhan arrived with the guards to meet Qin Yu. Dr. Qin, I heard you're visiting our military zone. Actually, I wanted to go out and welcome you. But since Commander Huang sent General Lin to greet you, I could only wait here for your arrival. Qin Yu smiled. Thank you for your trouble, Deputy Commander Lu. Lu Zhan didn't understand why Huang Hai arranged it this way, but from his perspective, Qin Yu should be on his side. Previously in Yunqing, he had already reached an agreement with his direct superior Zhang Zujuan. This time, regarding the matter of the Tan family, the other party helped greatly. With the current strength and influence of Dr. Qin gaining his support, Deputy Commander Zhang would definitely precede Lin Xinru in becoming the commander of the Southern Military Zone. In that case, as Zhang Zujuan's protege, he would naturally advance, filling the position left vacant by Zhang Zujuan as deputy commander of the Southern Military Zone. Thus, without Zhang Zujuan telling him to do so, Lu Zhan himself was already enthusiastically greeting Qin Yu. Please follow this way, Dr. Qin. Lu Zhan made an inviting gesture. Qin Yu didn't say anything, but slowly walked inside. This scene once again shocked the soldiers watching from afar. What in the world? That young man actually is both the second and fourth highest ranking officers in our military district greeting him respectfully. He absolutely cannot be some young master of a martial arts family. You're right. If he were a young master of a martial arts family, our general staff would never show such deference towards him. All the soldiers agreed. Even the young masters of powerful families would at most just make the general staff treat them well and respect them, but they certainly wouldn't be so respectful to the extent of appearing subservient. Generally speaking, the person who makes several of our leaders show such reverence must be a divine doctor. One soldier suddenly said. This statement startled the rest of them into realizing. Right, that must be it. Our commander Huang showed exactly the same reverent attitude towards divine doctor Yin Fenghua. But hold on, something's wrong. Suddenly, someone voiced a differing opinion. Yin Fenghua is a famous divine doctor, and it's understandable for our commander to treat him respectfully. But was that young man we saw earlier also a divine doctor? That's true. Theoretically, even if his medical skills were exceptional, it's impossible for him to become a divine doctor at such a young age. Perhaps he's from the divine doctor's family. Exactly. Maybe he's the young master of the divine doctor's family. The group came to an understanding, but believed their second and fourth in command respected the young man not for himself, but for the medical skills behind his family. With Qin Yu's hearing, he had caught all the words spoken by the distant soldiers, but he paid no mind, calmly walking behind Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan. Not long after, he finally arrived at the guest house. Though called a guest house, its decoration was no less luxurious than any five-star restaurant outside. Upon entering the hall, Qin Yu immediately identified which person was Commander Huang Hai. It was the elderly man sitting upright at the main seat. Despite his age, he was still energetic, with sharp eyes like eagles, emanating a killing intent and an aura of command. A faint air of superiority exuded from him. Huang Hai also turned his gaze to Qin Yu at this moment, recognizing him instantly. Oh, who would have thought that I'd encounter you just after arriving in Jiangqing? I was originally thinking about going to find you, but now it seems I don't need to go through the trouble. Qin Yu, you labor reform convict. Is this an unexpected surprise? Before Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan could introduce Qin Yu to Huang Hai, someone stepped forward and recognized Qin Yu. However, the words from the other party didn't sound very friendly. What's more alarming to the two of them was that the other person was not just anyone. It was someone valued by Huang Hai. Actually, Qin Yu had noticed him earlier. This young man, despite his tender age, was sitting beside Huang Hai, indicating from his seat that he was surely a distinguished guest of the Southern Military Zone. His gaze fell on the other person, dressed in black, standing with hands behind his back, head slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority as he looked down at Qin Yu. Qin Yu began recalling, wondering if this person had ever been imprisoned in the Wugan Sky Prison. However, after some thought, he couldn't find anyone who matched the description of the black-clad youth before him. Or could it be that I offended some hidden enemies during this period? Qin Yu was puzzled, and so was Huang Hai beside the black-clad man. Mr. Chun, is there any misunderstanding between you and Master Qin? The black-clad man sneered. Misunderstanding? I think it's not a misunderstanding. It's rather that this useless labor reform convict, Qin Yu, thinks himself invincible and has people create public opinion saying he can be compared to me, Qin Zimo. Huang Hai and some informed individuals present were surprised, glancing furtively at Qin Yu. He, being compared to Qin Zimo? This At this moment, Huang Hai and others finally understood why Qin Zimo suddenly became angry. Who was Qin Zimo? For someone to compare Qin Yu with him certainly enraged him. Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan remained silent at this point. Although they did not know the specifics of Qin Zimo's situation, they understood that Qin Zimo was no ordinary figure. After all, he was personally invited by Commander Huang Hai from the capital. Qin Yu frowned slightly, roughly understanding the situation. This individual named Qin Zimo was neither a prisoner of the Wugan Sky prison nor one of his recent adversaries. He was momentarily speechless. I don't know what happened, but I can confidently tell you, I did not ask anyone to deliberately create public opinion comparing me with you. In fact, I hadn't even heard your name before now. Moreover, you are not worthy of being compared to me. Qin Yu showed disdain for being compared to others or others being compared to him. In his view, across the entirety of Daxia, and indeed the world, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This reflected a sense of dominance within Qin Yu, an aura of unparalleled confidence. Chapter 236, No Fear in the Young. A reckless kid who doesn't know his place. At this moment, an elder beside them coldly sniffed. He was none other than renowned physician Yin Fenghua. Kid, do you have any idea who Mr. Chen is? How dare you say that Mr. Chen cannot be mentioned in the same breath as you? From your arrogant words, it's evident that those previous rumors must have been deliberately fabricated by someone on your behalf. Huang Hai didn't expect Qin Yu to utter such remarks, and he couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Of course, Huang Hai knew about all the significant deeds Qin Yu had done over the past period of time in Yunqing, Chongqing, and Jiangqing. He knew that Qin Yu's medical skills and martial arts were extremely powerful, but even so, how could he challenge Qin Zimo like this? Qin Zimo laughed coldly. Indeed, Qin Yu, you are as arrogant as rumored. No, you're even more arrogant than the rumors suggest. To claim I can't be compared with you is absolutely laughable, truly the biggest joke. All those present who knew Qin Zimo's identity now looked at Qin Yu as if he were some kind of fool, their gazes akin to looking at a dead man. Since that's the case, then fine. Qin Yu, let me see how you will demonstrate that I'm unworthy of comparison with you. Upon hearing this sentence, Huang Hai became immediately anxious. It was clear that Qin Zimo intended to fight Qin Yu. How could Qin Yu possibly beat Qin Zimo? Mr. Chen, please don't rush into this. He hurriedly interjected. There must be some misunderstanding here. Dr. Qin has already said that those statements weren't made by anyone he personally commissioned. Misunderstanding? There must be some misunderstanding here. We should all sit down, talk things through properly, and communicate well. Huang Hai worried that Qin Yu would be killed by Qin Zimo, which would be too great a loss for a talent like Qin Yu. Qin Yu not only had extraordinary martial abilities, but also excelled greatly in medical arts. He believed that Qin Yu's medical prowess was already worthy of the title Divine Physician, despite his youth. It would be tragic if such a person were killed now, and it would indeed be a great loss for Guangdong province. Qin Zimo gave a derisive laugh. Director Huang, you don't need to speak on his behalf. Even if those previous statements weren't directly made by Qin Yu or manufactured publicity under his direction, wasn't it still his exact statement that I can't compare with him? You heard it with your own ears, right? Isn't that what he said? This. Huang Hai momentarily didn't know how to respond, but quickly reacted saying, those must have been thoughtless words from Dr. Qin. Young people always tend to speak without much consideration. Mr. Chen, don't take it to heart. I have a 50-year-old Maotai wine here. Why don't we open it for Mr. Chen to taste? We could discuss matters over the wine like heroes and old tales. How does that sound? Qin Zimo suddenly shot Huang Hai an icy glance. Director Huang, why are you continuously protecting Qin Yu? Do you think I, Qin Zimo, am narrow-minded enough to hold on to small grudges? Huang Hai, upon hearing this, immediately became agitated. No, Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. You may not know, but not long ago, Dr. Qin developed a miraculous medicine called 100 Diseases Powder. Unless it's a terminal illness or an odd disease, it can cure anything upon administration. Dr. Qin has done immense good for the people of our Zhejiang province, blessing them through his contributions. For the greater public, I vow to ensure his safety out of duty. What nonsense this 100 Diseases Powder is. The elder beside them, Yin Fenghua, burst into sarcastic laughter. How old does Qin Yu look to you? How could someone so young have invented such a divine medicine? Not even I could achieve something like that. But don't worry, Director Huang. I too have recently developed a remarkable new drug, truly divine, with excellent effects against many illnesses. You needn't fear Qin Yu being killed by Mr. Chen. If he dies, I'll allow my miraculous drug to become the required supply for your southern military region. This. Huang Hai found himself stuck in another predicament. He hadn't heard of Yin Fenghua's so-called divine medicine, but Qin Yu's 100 Diseases Powder had been tested by the market. It was undoubtedly a divine drug. Yet Yin Fenghua's reputation was substantial, and it wasn't wise to offend him. Director Huang. Before Huang Hai could react, the voice of Qin Zimo rang in his ear again. Since even divine physician Yin is stepping in to support you, surely you have no further concerns? Then Qin Zimo fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu below. What about it, Qin Yu? Dare you fight me? If you're scared, I'll promise not to kill you during the bout. In this way, I can show respect to Director Huang. See, Director Huang? I've added one more layer of protection for you. Qin Yu slightly furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he contemplated whether he should just directly kill this person named Qin Zimo. However, he glanced at the nearby Huang Hai. Qin Yu, what's wrong with you? Not speaking up? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Seeing his continued silence, Qin Zimo mocked him again. Weren't you the one boasting loudly? Can you only be all talk? Or are you too scared to accept my challenge? If that's the case, it will truly disappoint me greatly. Moreover, you would also be unworthy of Director Huang's favor and care. At this moment, many people present shot disdainful glances at Qin Yu, with some even whispering among themselves. To be honest, Huang Hai sincerely hoped Qin Yu wouldn't accept Chun Zimo's challenge. Acceptance meant that Qin Yu could very likely die. He didn't put much trust in Chun Zimo's earlier promise not to kill Qin Yu. As he was about to continue persuading Chun Zimo, however, he heard Qin Yu speak. What is there for me to fear? Qin Yu replied with a light laugh. In my eyes, those who boast endlessly and make a lot of noise are just the ones without true strength. Enraged, Chun Zimo yelled. Qin Yu, you're asking for death. Very well. I hope when we fight, you can remain as arrogant as you are now. The rest of the crowd also thought that this young man named Qin Yu was being way too brash. TCH, typical overconfidence of an inexperienced pup, mocked Yin Fenghua. You'll definitely regret this once you know Mr. Chen's identity and realize his incredible power. Looking for death. Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan were growing increasingly curious about who this Chun Zimo was and what his status was. Alright, let's head to the training ground. Chun Zimo stormed out angrily, leading the way. Qin Yu, I hope your abilities live up to your arrogance. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Qin Yu and added a sentence. Qin Yu smiled silently, walking slowly behind with his hands behind his back. Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan were stunned, having never expected the situation to escalate to this point. Huang Hai, deeply worried, quickly followed after them. He was concerned that Qin Yu might be killed by Chun Zimo. Yin Fenghua and others equally believed Qin Yu would surely be killed by Chun Zimo, so they rushed outside eagerly to watch the spectacle unfold. Chapter 237. Ignorance is Bliss. The training ground of the Southern Military District was huge, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. Originally, there were quite a few soldiers practicing martial arts and engaging in actual combat sparring here, but now everyone had stepped back to clear the field. Groups of soldiers gathered around the training ground, looking at Qin Yu and Chun Zimo on the field. What's going on? Is that young man going to fight against Mr. Chun? I just heard General Lin call him Dr. Qin. Isn't he a famous doctor? Is he also a martial arts expert? Humph. Even if you are a martial arts expert, you would definitely not be a match for Mr. Chun. Don't forget, Commander Huang introduced Mr. Chun as someone even more powerful than himself. Yeah, this Dr. Qin is doomed. The soldiers watching the scene discussed heatedly among themselves, all eagerly awaiting the opportunity to see Mr. Chin's display of martial prowess. After all, they had never seen anyone stronger than their military district's commander. On the training ground, Chun Zimo looked at Qin Yu across from him, malice rising within his heart. Although he had promised Huang Hai earlier not to deal a fatal blow, who could guarantee that during the fight? He smirked inwardly. Qin Yu was also contemplating whether or not to kill this man, named Chun Zimo. He guessed the other person's identity must be significant, but this wasn't the reason for his hesitation. Instead, Mr. Chun, you are my honored guest. Dr. Qin, you are the medical hero of millions of our Zhujian province residents. I don't want either of you to get hurt. This was truly Huang Hai's heartfelt words. Besides, he was also worried. No matter whether it was Qin Yu or Chun Zimo, especially the latter, if any of them were to die here, he would certainly be unable to escape responsibility. Although the possibility of Chun Zimo being killed by Qin Yu was almost non-existent, one should always expect the unexpected. Therefore, please limit yourselves to a point-to-point engagement and do not cause any injuries. Finally, Huang Hai earnestly reminded them with a meaningful tone. Rest assured, I won't go for the killing blow. Chun Zimo smiled and replied. Qin Yu remained silent, but glanced at Huang Hai subtly. He had a decent impression of Huang Hai, who had been taking very good care of him since the beginning and kept helping him out. If he really killed Chun Zimo here, surely Huang Hai would bear the brunt of the consequences, judging by the way Huang Hai treated Chun Zimo. This guy must have a very complex background. Alright, even for Huang Hai's sake alone, let's not kill you for now. Qin Yu made his decision inside. Also, he intended to inquire about Huang Tian from the other person's mouth. If he did something to make the other side uncomfortable right now, then it would be harder for him to investigate. As for later, if it turned out that Huang Hai was involved in the destruction of the Qin family years ago, things would be different, and he wouldn't show any mercy. With Huang Hai retreating, only Chun Zimo and Qin Yu remained on the field. You go first. Chun Zimo stood there with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a master. I'm afraid if I go first, you might not even get the chance to attack. That would be too boring. Qin Yu laughed. That line should come from me. Furthermore, you should thank Commander Huang. Otherwise, I'd definitely kill you today. Damn, I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen such madness from a mere youth. Onlooker Yin Fenghua wanted nothing more than to personally step onto the field and beat Qin Yu. True ignorance is bliss. Don't know if this kid will still dare to talk like that after knowing Mr. Chin's true identity. Likewise, Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan, both present as well, frowned again, even casting somewhat irritated glances at Yin Fenghua. Why don't you tell us already, who exactly is Chun Zimo? What kind of terrifying identity does he possess? Each time, you start to speak and then cut off abruptly. The hell, this kid is incredibly arrogant. Every year we hear of arrogant people. This year it's Dr. Qin, extremely overconfident. People like this either thrash others thoroughly or get beaten to pulp. I think this guy is definitely one who'll end up getting trashed. Soldiers watching below mocked one by one. Humph. Seeking death. With an angry snort, Chun Zimo took a quick step forward, moving extraordinarily fast, akin to lightning. SSS. Instantly, a chorus of sharp intake of breaths resounded from the crowd. Such incredible speed. This speed exceeds Commander Huang by far. Indeed, Mr. Qin's strength surpasses Commander Huang. Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan also showed expressions of surprise, while subconsciously worrying for Qin Yu. Both knew Qin Yu's martial prowess was great, but this mysterious Mr. Chun seemed even greater. Humph, indeed only boasting skills, lacking real power underneath. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zimo had already approached within a meter of Qin Yu, his fist already thrust forward. However, he found that Qin Yu was still standing motionless. It was obvious that the other side simply could not keep up with his speed, showing no reaction at all. Qin Yu, it's not that I want to kill you, but you just can't evade my punch. Boom. An explosive sound echoed. Yet, everyone in the crowd slightly opened their mouths in surprise as they didn't see anything being blasted away. Chun Zimo himself was also bewildered. As the person involved, he knew very well that his punch had actually missed. What happened? Filled with confusion, he looked around everywhere, searching for Qin Yu's figure. There was no way Qin Yu could have avoided his attack in such a short instant. How can your speed even be compared with mine? At this moment, Chun Zimo heard a soft chuckle from behind him. His eyes widened instantly as he turned around and quickly retreated several meters, his heart full of doubts. When had this guy gotten behind him? Qin Yu smiled as he said, I told you, you cannot be compared with me, yet you didn't believe it. And you're getting angry. Boy, Chun Zimo was burning with rage. It was humiliation, outright humiliation. And when had he ever experienced such severe humiliation? This scene on the field left everyone watching speechless. None of them would have thought that the first encounter would end with the mighty and mysterious Mr. Chun being humiliated by Qin Yu. Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan were both shaken in their hearts, realizing how they had once again witnessed the true formidable strength of Master Qin. Is this really the true strength of Master Qin? But in fact, Huang Hai and Yin Fenghua, who understood the situation regarding Chun Zimo, were more deeply shaken. Chun Zimo was extremely powerful, yet he had been toyed with by Qin Yu. It appears that Master Qin's martial arts skills are much stronger than the rumors suggest. Huang Hai watched Qin Yu in the field with a bitter smile in his heart, but immediately became worried again. This time, he was genuinely concerned for Chun Zimo, wondering if he might get severely injured by Qin Yu during the fight. Let's hope he doesn't die. He felt restless inside. Chapter 238, Martial King Expert? Qin Yu, you're asking for death. Chun Zimo revealed a strong killing intent in his eyes. You've completely angered me. You'll regret this. As he finished speaking, he formed a hand seal in front of his chest, followed by a muffled sound emanating from his body. A powerful aura erupted from within him, and a surge of energy spread out in all directions. Chun Zimo lifted his left foot, and as it came down, cracks resembling a spider web appeared on the hard surface of the martial arts arena, producing a sharp cracking sound. I'm going to get serious now. I hope you can last longer and not die too quickly. At this moment, his voice had changed, becoming deeper and heavier. Such imposing momentum made even Huang Hai feel astonished. He knew that Chun Zimo's strength was formidable, but this was still the first time he had witnessed such power. Could Qin Shini withstand this attack? He subconsciously began to worry and looked towards Qin Yu, who was opposite Chun Zimo. Lin Xinru originally had confidence in Qin Yu, but upon seeing Chun Zimo's impressive performance at this moment, she too became concerned. Chief Commander, what is the background of this Mr. Chun? Could he be a martial king expert? Martial king expert? Upon hearing Lin Xinru's words, Lu Zhan felt his heart skip a beat. He stared intently at the fierce aura emanating from Chun Zimo, thinking, maybe he really could be a martial king expert. A martial king expert. That is an even stronger realm than that of a great master. It cannot be said whether or not he has broken through to martial king status, but he has certainly reached the level of an experienced great martial artist. Huang Hai replied without answering any questions about Chun Zimo's identity. An experienced great master? Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan both opened their mouths slightly in shock. Even if they knew Chun Zimo wasn't a martial king expert, the title of experienced great master was enough to evoke fear. Forget an experienced great master, even just a great master. How many exist across the entire Pearl River province? At least, in Guangzhou City, which serves as the capital city of the province, finding one experienced great master would be difficult. Truly worthy of being a martial arts expert from the capital, Mr. Qin's strength is truly formidable. That's right, this kind of aura might well be something we'll never be able to achieve in our entire lives. It seems that Mr. Qin didn't take things seriously just now, hence why Dr. Qin managed to toy with him. Yes, and this time since Mr. Chun is getting serious, it looks like this Mr. Qin will have a tough time. Several soldiers began whispering among themselves. Yin Fenghua, observing Chun Zimo going all out, also felt immensely pleased. Earlier, he was almost scared, fearing that Chun Zimo might be defeated by Qin Yu. Young man, this is Mr. Qin's true ability. You'd better witness firsthand what strength means. Qin Yu paid no attention to the murmurs around him, focusing instead on Chun Zimo, who radiated a powerful aura. His heart remained unshaken, yet some interest was stirred. Not bad. Otherwise, this fight would have been too boring. Chun Zimo sneered coldly. Let's see if you can remain as arrogant as you are now after a while. Ayo! After the remark, a sudden tiger roar burst forth. Everyone present was startled. They clearly felt the tiger roar coming from within Chun Zimo. What situation is this? Didn't you hear that just now? It seemed like there was a tiger roar. You didn't misunderstand. I heard it too. Mr. Chun is terrifying. He could actually emit a tiger roar. The soldiers couldn't stop discussing amongst themselves. Huang Hai, Lin Xinru, and Lu Zhan exchanged increasingly solemn expressions. Not only because of the shocking tiger roar, but also due to Qin Zimo's increasingly powerful aura, they truly feared Qin Yu might be killed. Qin Yu, whether or not you can withstand my punch depends entirely on your fate. Qin Zimo shouted again, launching a punch. Boom. As the punch landed, an immediate burst of powerful energy released, instantly transforming into a giant tiger shape. That is a tiger? No, that is not the regular tiger we know. That is one of the ancient divine beasts, the white tiger. This ancient divine beast. Someone revealed the truth, causing gasps all around. Even Qin Yu was taken aback, not expecting Qin Zimo's punch to conjure the shadow of the ancient divine beast Baihu. Moreover, he realized that the cultivation method practiced by Qin Zimo was similar to xuanhuan. They both trained in ancient martial arts. No wonder Qin Zimo's strength was so formidable. He followed the path of ancient martial arts. But before the path of cultivation, ancient martial arts mean nothing. Upon saying this, Qin Yu raised his left hand and joined two fingers together, causing a stream of black light to quietly emerge. In the next instant, he leapt high up into the air. A change in form? Is he a martial king expert? That's right. This definitely represents the transformation of internal qi into other forms, an accomplishment beyond even the reach of a great master. Could it be that this Mr. Chun has truly transcended to martial king level? Some people gasped in awe. As expected, he is a martial arts expert from the capital city, a true martial king. Everyone present felt awe. There might be some great masters in the whole Pearl River province, but there were no martial kings. The martial arts strength in the capital was truly formidable, incomparable to other places. Amidst a chorus of exclamation, the ancient divine beast Baihu let out a sky-shaking tiger roar, opening its massive jaws to engulf Qin Yu. Ha ha! Qin Yu, you must withstand this. Qin Zimo looked up at Qin Yu in the sky and burst into unrestrained laughter. Qin Yu showed no emotion, slowly raising his left hand before fiercely swinging it down. Rumble. In the next moment, a tearing sound that rent the void occurred, as a stream of black flames appeared in the air and descended from above, cutting towards the encroaching Baihu. Illo. The tiger roar soared into the sky, though it was one of sorrow. That Baihu was cleaved by Qin Yu's black flames right down its head, instantly splitting it into two. Then after emitting a mournful cry, it vanished with a resounding crash, quickly dissipating between heaven and earth. The bright sky had been obscured due to the colossal figure of the white tiger, but now clarity returned. All people below were dumbfounded, staring disbelievingly at this sight. Qin Zimo's Baihu had been extremely powerful, but the mysterious and potent black flames conjured by Qin Yu were even more so, effortlessly obliterating the Baihu. Was Dr. Qin really a renowned physician? How could he possess such tremendous martial prowess? Was he a fake doctor? Was he selling dog meat under the sign of a lamb? While the warriors were amazed, they couldn't help but feel bewildered. Huang Hai, Lin Xinru, and Lu Zhan also experienced immense shock. They knew Qin Yu was strong, yet never imagined he would be monstrously powerful to this extent. Moreover, don't forget that Qin Yu was only in his early 20s. At this age, to have reached such extraordinary martial skills, was he not on par with the top prodigies in the capital? Huang Hai fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, who slowly descended from the air, filled with amazement. Qin Yu gradually returned to the training ground, gazing at Qin Zimo panting heavily, and strode toward him. Chapter 239. If you're not good enough, go practice more. As everyone watched Qin Yu slowly walk towards the now defenseless Qin Zimo, everyone in the audience became worried, especially those who knew Qin Zimo's identity. They were concerned that Qin Zimo would be killed by Qin Yu. Huang Hai was sweating profusely, wanting to persuade Qin Yu, but after witnessing his formidable combat power, he dared not speak up. Qin Zimo could hardly straighten his back as he looked up at Qin Yu, who had approached. What do you want to do? To be honest, he was panicking inside, fearing that Qin Yu would kill him. Qin Yu smiled faintly. What? Mr. Chun, are you scared? Qin Zimo remained silent, worrying that if he spoke recklessly, it might further provoke Qin Yu. In that case, he might really get beaten to death. Suddenly, Qin Yu's smile turned cold, and he slapped Qin Zimo. Smack. The sound of the slap was crisp and unusually loud. The left cheek of Qin Zimo was fiercely slapped, causing him to fly through the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily more than 5 meters away. Sai, Huang Hai, Yin Fenghua, and several others inhaled sharply. I told you, you can't compare with me, yet you refuse to believe. Qin Yu slapped Qin Zimo far away and while laughing, continued walking towards him. If you don't believe it, then keep being stubborn and insist on fighting with me. Fine, let's fight. You've been growling like a mad dog all along. Qin Zimo shakily got up from the ground. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, his anger surged, but he did not dare to retaliate. At this moment, he felt as though the world was spinning around him. This was clear evidence of how powerful Qin Yu's previous slap was. He didn't know what Qin Yu was thinking, whether or not he would truly harm him. Furious, but unable to say anything, Qin Yu stood still before Qin Zimo. If you're not good enough, then go home and practice more. After speaking, he turned his hand and slapped the other side of Qin Zimo's face once again, sending him flying out. Splash. This time he crashed down over 10 meters away and passed out. In the end, Qin Yu did not resort to killing. Killing Qin Zimo wouldn't have been difficult or significant for him. He clearly knew that for him, a person like Qin Zimo meant nothing, but for Huang Hai, it was different. If Qin Zimo had died in the southern military district, even if they later found out it wasn't Huang Hai who killed him, Huang Hai would still bear some responsibility. Previously, Huang Hai had treated Qin Yu well, and Qin Yu also needed to ask something of him, so he decided to spare Qin Zimo. Otherwise, Qin Zimo would already be dead by now. Seeing that Qin Yu hadn't killed Chen Zimo, Huang Hai sighed inwardly with relief, but just barely. His heart was still somewhat uneasy. Yin Fenghua looked at the unconscious Chen Zimo on the field, unsure of what to do, when suddenly, she heard Qin Yu's voice. Dr. Yin, aren't you confident about your medical skills? Come on, quickly help our Mr. Chen receive emergency treatment. Otherwise, even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely be left with an ailment. At that point, not only Commander Huang will bear responsibility, but even you, the doctor present at the time, will also be responsible. Yin Fenghua was startled and reacted immediately. Although her mind had been slightly dazed until then, everything became crystal clear instantly. She rushed onto the martial arts training ground to help treat Chen Zimo. She first examined Chen Zimo's body and found his injuries weren't light. The main reason was because Chen Zimo used a powerful martial art technique, leaving his internal state empty, and then received 2 consecutive slaps from Qin Yu. Never underestimate these 2 slaps. It was merely due to Chen Zimo's strong base. Had it been an ordinary warrior, they would likely have perished by now. Huang Hai, Lin Xinru, and others also ascended onto the training ground. Thank you, Dr. Qin, for showing restraint, Huang Hai said gratefully. He could tell that it was because of himself that Qin Yu did not deal a lethal blow to Chen Zimo. Had Chen Zimo died in his military district, regardless of primary or secondary responsibilities, there would have been trouble nonetheless. Qin Yu nodded, without saying much. Although Yin Fenghua was not a great person, her medical skills were indeed commendable, living up to her title as Miracle Doctor. After about 15 minutes of treatment, Chen Zimo woke up. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a group of people surrounding him. Mr. Chen, are you alright? Huang Hai asked with concern, feeling uneasy inside. Although Chen Zimo was awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Zimo's eyes moved, and he caught sight of Qin Yu standing outside the crowd. His complexion immediately turned grim as he recalled being pressed down and humiliated, as well as the words spoken during the beating. At that very moment, he almost wished that Yin Fenghua had not revived him. Now, faced with everyone, Chen Zimo was utterly ashamed. He simply wanted to die. After being dazed for a few seconds, Chen Zimo abruptly got up and then leaped away without saying a word, leaving the southern military district. Seeing this, Huang Hai's unease deepened further in his heart. During this incident at the southern military district, Chen Zimo had lost face completely, and his strong sense of self-respect was brutally trampled. He would definitely not let it go just like that, and was sure to cause Qin Yu trouble in the future. He might even mobilize the power behind him against Qin Yu. Yin Fenghua saw Chen Zimo leave without a word, and he no longer wanted to stay there either. Director Huang, I have something prior to attend to as well, so I'll take my leave. Huang Hai's gaze finally dropped from the sky and looked at Yin Fenghua. Divine Dr. Yin, didn't you promise to help cure my mother? You haven't even started treatment yet, and you're already leaving? Yin Fenghua chuckled wryly. I believe Divine Dr. Qin's medical skills are as powerful as his martial arts abilities, so your mother's illness won't require my hands anymore, Director Huang. At this point, he had realized that Qin Yu was no ordinary young man. He believed that apart from martial prowess, his medical skills were absolutely exceptional too. Of course, the most important reason was that after seeing how the once proud and confident Chen Zimo had been slapped by Qin Yu, he didn't think he would become the next person to be humiliated by Qin Yu. It would be best to leave here quickly. However, Huang Hai still wanted to keep Yin Fenghua around. This time, he had specifically invited Yin Fenghua to treat his sick mother. Before that, he wasn't aware of just how powerful Qin Yu's medical skills were. But now that Yin Fenghua was already here, he hoped they could provide assistance first. He had only heard about Qin Yu's medical skills, but hadn't witnessed them personally yet. However, Yin Fenghua's medical skills were something he had seen with his own eyes. Divine Dr. Yin, could you please treat my mother before leaving? No matter what the outcome is, the conditions I promised will all be fully met. Upon hearing the word conditions, Yin Fenghua hesitated for a moment in his heart. After pondering for a few seconds and showing a troubled expression, he finally agreed to stay. Chapter 240, Redemption. In fact, at this moment, in the training ground, almost all the attention was focused on Qin Yu. The warriors were all stunned, looking at Qin Yu in disbelief. They all thought that Qin Yu was just a very skilled doctor, perhaps from a renowned family of divine physicians. But none of them could have imagined his martial arts abilities to be so astonishingly powerful. Mr. Chen, who had been chased away just now, came from the most powerful region of martial arts, the Daxia Imperial Capital. With a strong martial talent and power, it is very common for people there. Moreover, Mr. Chen was truly powerful. Young as he was, he had already reached a level beyond Grandmaster. However, it was Qin Yu who chased Mr. Chen away. The most critical point is, Qin Yu looks very young, probably about the same age as the young warriors themselves. The warriors were deeply moved in their hearts. Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan, however, were even more shocked than those warriors. They had long known about Qin Yu's powerful martial arts skills, and originally thought they had seen his true strength, but realized at this moment that they hadn't even come close. Lu Zhan, looking far off at Qin Yu's back, said to himself, he must hold tightly on to Dr. Qin if he ever hopes to advance further in the southern military zone, or even climb higher and farther within the Daxia military. Lin Xinru also realized that she must change her thoughts regarding Dr. Qin. Previously, she had thought that Qin Yu would surely incur the wrath of many powerful enemies, so she considered abandoning deeper ties, and instead went to rally Xuanhuan. But now it seems that Qin Yu has the guts to oppose so many strong warriors because of such great strength and confidence. It appears he possesses the power to sweep away all enemies. As Lin Xinru looked at Qin Yu, she secretly marveled, and also resolved with determination that no matter what, Using every means necessary, she must win over Qin Yu. After successfully persuading Yin Fenghua to stay and treat her mother, Huang Hai couldn't help but marvel at Qin Yu's powerful strength too. Just like Lin Xinru and Lu Zhan, he had also heard about Qin Yu's formidable strength before, yet never expected him to be so incredibly powerful. Even someone like Chen Zimo, whose talent and strength were equally extraordinary, was completely crushed by Qin Yu. And when considering Qin Yu's age, just over 20, it was indeed terrifying. But then again, this way their Zhujiang province gave birth to a superhuman talent. Shortly after, under Huang Hai's arrangement, Qin Yu and Yin Fenghua boarded Lin Xinru's dedicated military vehicle. Lin Xinru personally drove, with Huang Hai leading the way, and the four headed together toward his house. Lu Zhan originally intended to go along as well, but was rejected by Huang Hai, who left him behind to guard the military district. Standing at the gate of the military district, Lu Zhan watched the olive green SUV gradually disappear into the distance. He felt both disappointed and worried. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with Qin Yu further, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even get on the car. At the same time, a sense of crisis welled up inside him. Subsequently, he took out his phone and contacted Zhang Zujuan, who was on an external mission. Deputy Commander Zhang, Dr. Qin came to our military district today, and Lu Zhan related Qin Yu's stunning performance at the military district and the closeness between Lin Xinru and Qin Yu thoroughly to Zhang Zujuan. Deputy Commander Zhang, this is the most critical moment in our fight for the top position in the southern military district. The influence of Dr. Qin is immense. We must find a way to secure his support. He reminded seriously at the end. When Zhang Zujuan heard about the unusual relationship between Lin Xinru and Qin Yu, he was enraged and cursed. You idiot. Of course I know this is a crucial moment. Do you think I don't understand how important Qin Yu is? But the problem is that I'm not even in Jiangxing right now. He became anxious and a little panicked. From Huang Hai's refusal to bring Lu Zhan along to his home, it can be inferred that the old geezer, Huang Hai, may have already favored Lin Xinru. So what do we do, Deputy Commander Zhang? Shouldn't you return immediately? Lu Zhan was also alarmed, fearing if Lin Xinru, that wretch, ascended to the first seat position, let alone his hopes of climbing higher, he might even lose his current deputy officer position. What good will it do if I go back empty-handed? Zhang Zujuan thought if he returned with nothing in hand, he'd be utterly useless standing in front of Qin Yu. Lu Zhan remained silent, understanding that if their leader brought nothing substantial for Qin Yu, returning would serve no purpose. I've got it. Suddenly, there came a sound of surprise over the phone. Have you come up with a good plan, Commander Zhang? Dr. Qin will certainly be interested in finding out the whereabouts of Mu Tianlong. By this time, Qin Yu had already departed from the southern military district and arrived at a rural area inside Jiangxing City, rather than some high-end luxury residential complex. He was surprised in his heart. As the commander-in-chief and number one of the southern military district, it would not be excessive to live in a high-end neighborhood, right? Even having a detached villa covering more than several acres would present no problem at all. Why, then, did they come to a somewhat dirty and disorderly urban village? Divine Dr. Qin, Divine Dr. Yin, I apologize for the inconvenience, but my home is in this urban village. The sanitary conditions here aren't as good as those in the city center, Huang Hai said with a smile at this moment. Yin Fenghua was actually also puzzled. Commander Huang, given your status, there's absolutely no issue living in a high-end commercial residential complex, right? Why? Huang Hai chuckled. In fact, where you live doesn't really matter. It's just a place to rest your feet. Moreover, the urban village isn't as bad as people imagine. The atmosphere of life in Yanhuachi here is much better. Our commander has an extraordinary love for charity, devoting nearly all his earnings to various charitable causes. Lin Xinru, who was driving, said, her tone filled with respect. After hearing this, Qin Yu was surprised yet also felt curious and skeptical. How could such a benevolent and kind-hearted Huang Hai have any relation to someone like Huang Tianqing? At this moment, he felt that Huang Hai should have nothing to do with the destruction of the Qin family from years ago. Yin Fenghua also expressed admiration. Commander Huang is truly righteous. It's not hard for someone to do a single good deed, nor is it difficult to do good deeds for a day. But there are very few people in this world who can consistently do good deeds long-term or even forever. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Huang Hai laughed wryly. Divine Dr. Yin, you flatter me. In reality, this isn't some great act of righteousness, it's merely redemption. Qin Yu paused and thought. Redemption? Could it be that Huang Hai had participated in the fall of the Qin family in the capital years ago? Were his subsequent good deeds simply meant to atone for his sins from back then? He didn't say anything, quietly watching Huang Hai. He noticed that the other seemed to want to say something else. Oh, redemption? Yin Fenghua let out a startled sound. Huang Hai looked a bit uneasy, nodding. This is my redemption for what happened years ago. Chapter 241, Ordinary Medical Skills. This is my redemption for what my father did back then. Come. Qin Yu's heart jolted as he immediately associated this with Huang Tiansheng. Could it be that Huang Tiansheng is Huang Hai's father? He couldn't help but carefully think over the details and found that everything seemed to fit. The explanation that Huang Tiansheng is Huang Hai's father made the most sense. However, Qin Yu did not immediately confront Huang Hai, thinking of first observing silently. If in the end, he finds out that Huang Hai really is Huang Tiansheng's son, then there would be nothing he could do. Even though Huang Hai had treated him extremely well at the military district before, even going out of his way to help him and protect him, Qin Yu would absolutely not let up easily on his father. At this moment, he noticed Lin Xinru, who was driving, looking a little uneasy. Qin Yu felt even more that the relationship between Huang Hai and Huang Tiansheng was even more complicated. And actually, Lin Xianru was also secretly observing Qin Yu's reaction, noticing his expression changed. Soon after, Qin Yu followed Huang Hai to a 4-story self-built house. It was a simple house, no different from the common masses. Dr. Yin, Dr. Qin, please come in. Huang Hai invited them both inside. Qin Yu stepped across the gate, discovering a small garden in front of the house on the first floor with a few trees planted. He scanned quickly. One particular tree around a meter tall caught his attention. Qin Yu gradually lagged behind, carefully observing that small tree. How could there be such a locust tree here? He muttered softly to himself. Father. Just then, Qin Yu was suddenly interrupted by an elegant voice. He followed the gaze and saw a woman approaching 30 coming out from the house. Dr. Yin, Dr. Qin, this is my daughter, Huang Minling. Minling, this is Master Dr. Yin Fenghua. Master Dr. Yin, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Miss Huang. This is Master Dr. Qin. Huang Minling wanted to greet him, but clearly hesitated for a moment. The next instant, she recovered her surprise and smiled right away, saying, Hello, Master Dr. Qin. Qin Yu didn't feel any annoyance at all because of the other party's surprise. After all, he was indeed young, making it hard for people to believe that he was a divine doctor. That was an instinctive reaction. Hello, Miss Huang. He responded with a smile. I thought all divine doctors were relatively older. I didn't expect Master Dr. Qin to be so young. So young already being called a divine doctor. Master Dr. Qin's medical skills must certainly be very powerful, right? Huang Minling didn't belittle Qin Yu at all, just because of his youthfulness. Qin Yu smiled without responding, feeling quite good about Huang Minling's impression, the same as his impression of her father Huang Hai. Just hope that the Huang family, including Huang Tiansheng and Huang Hai, aren't too closely related. He quietly mused to himself. Honestly speaking, Qin Yu thought Huang Hai was still a person worth befriending deeply. The two of you divine doctors are here to help treat my grandmother, right? Huang Minling said again. Yes, I'm here to treat Elder Madame Huang. Yin Fenghua lightly laughed, having great confidence in his own medical skills. In fact, at this point, he looked sideways provocatively at Qin Yu beside him. On the martial arts path, he knew he could not match the other, but in terms of medical skills, he believed he definitely surpassed Qin Yu. Qin Yu directly ignored Yin Fenghua's provocation and followed Huang Hai and his daughter inside. Grandma Huang was already old and lived in an elder's room on the first floor for convenience. She was unconscious now. My grandmother has been unconscious for some time. Many doctors have treated her before, but failed to wake her up, said Huang Minling sadly. You? She looked towards Qin Yu and Yin Fenghua. I will go first. Yin Fenghua volunteered actively. I was personally invited by Commander Huang. I don't want to disappoint his sincerity. Commander Huang, rest assured, I can definitely wake up Grandma Huang. All right, thank you in advance, Master Yin. Huang Hai nodded earnestly. Qin Yu had been stealing the limelight back at the southern military zone. Now Yin Fenghua wanted to take down Qin Yu's shine. Once again, he gave Qin Yu a side-eye glance. Qin Yu chuckled internally, certain that Yin Fenghua would fail to revive Grandma Huang, because Huang Hai and Huang Minling, along with others, took a few steps back to leave some space for Yin Fenghua. Yin Fenghua took 2 steps to the bedside, stood firm, and retrieved a set of silver needles from his waist bag, starting to apply acupuncture on Grandma Huang. It has to be admitted, Yin Fenghua, able to be called a divine doctor and personally invited by Huang Hai, had very excellent medical skills. His acupuncture techniques were truly remarkable. Each silver needle under his hand acted like magic wands, swiftly inserting into Grandma Huang's body. Huang Hai and his daughter Huang Minling were continually surprised and delighted. They had seen many famous doctors, even divine doctors, perform acupuncture, but none of them were as skillful as Yin Fenghua. Though they didn't understand medical techniques, they could still judge the difference in skills by the methods used. They thought that this time, perhaps Grandma Huang might finally be saved. Lin Xianru was also deeply impressed, believing that Yin Fenghua's medical skills might not be inferior to Qin Yu's. Qin Yu stood nearby, silently observing, firmly convinced that no matter what Yin Fenghua did, he would definitely not be able to wake Grandma Huang. 10 minutes passed. In those 10 minutes, Yin Fenghua's actions were ferocious, yet Grandma Huang showed no signs of waking up. She didn't even have any reaction. At this moment, Yin Fenghua had finished applying the needles. Huang Hai and his daughter, who were standing behind him, exchanged a covert glance, both feeling a little surprised. What's going on? Why hasn't Grandma Huang woken up? Before Huang Hai or anyone else could ask, Yin Fenghua himself started questioning. Huang Minling glanced at Yin Fenghua, then looked toward her father. Huang Hai nodded slightly at her and asked, Divine Dr. Yin, how is my mother's condition? That's strange. Yin Fenghua turned around, frowning as he said, Grandma Huang's cheeks are dark, and her breathing is weak. It's clear that her blood energy is insufficient. The acupuncture I just performed could accelerate the circulation of blood energy in her body and regenerate it. She should have woken up. Grandma Huang is indeed lacking in blood energy, but reviving her isn't possible with ordinary medical skills. Qin Yu slowly said at this moment. Yin Fenghua was originally pondering, but when he suddenly heard Qin Yu's words, he immediately became unhappy, narrowing his eyes and glaring angrily at Qin Yu. What do you mean? Are you calling my medical skills ordinary? Are your medical skills superior to mine, Qin Yu? Let me tell you, Qin Yu, your martial arts skills are indeed very powerful, but when it comes to medicine, you're absolutely no match for me. Chapter 242. You must accept the consequences of your bet. Yin Fenghua was already quite irritated with Qin Yu. He originally thought that Chun Zimo could defeat Qin Yu, but he didn't expect Qin Yu's martial arts to be so formidable. Despite this, Yin Fenghua was confident that his medical skills were certainly superior to Qin Yu's. Do you know whose acupuncture techniques I just used? He glared at Qin Yu. It was none other than the great physician Hua Tuo's acupuncture technique. You claim to be a divine doctor, yet you failed to identify my acupuncture method and recklessly said that it was ordinary medical skill. Could it be that you think Hua Tuo was merely an ordinary doctor? Huang Hai, Huang Minling, and Lin Xinru were surprised. They really had no idea that Yin Fenghua had just used Hua Tuo's ancient medical techniques. Qin Yu looked at Yin Fenghua, who was acting like a mad dog, and smiled as he said, Master Yin, I can still address you as a divine doctor right now. You are wrongly accusing me of mocking ancient divine doctors, but I did not say that Hua Tuo's acupuncture was ordinary. My point is that the reason why Madame Huang fell into a coma wasn't due to illness. Therefore, any medical skill for her condition is simply ordinary. Huang Hai, upon hearing this, his expression shifted. Dr. Qin, are you saying my mother isn't ill? If she isn't ill, then why did she fall unconscious? Director Huang, don't listen to Qin Yu's exaggerated words. Yin Fenghua immediately interrupted Huang Hai. Madame Huang fell unconscious because of insufficient blood and qi over time. Rest assured, I will definitely wake her up. I have already used Master Hua Tuo's acupuncture technique to restore the early blood function in Madame Huang's body and unblock the meridians. If she consumes my Lingji Baiqi decoction, she will certainly wake up. Seeing Yin Fenghua making promises so confidently, Huang Hai was unsure what to do. Lingji Baiqi has no harm on elderly people without disease or pain. Drinking it would cause no trouble. Qin Yu said, Director Huang, since Dr. Yin likes creating problems, let him continue doing so. It seems he won't change until he sees the coffin. What are you talking about, Qin Yu? Yin Fenghua angrily asked. Don't get too cocky. Do you really think defeating Mr. Chun makes you invincible? Capable of controlling everything? Let me tell you, you have thoroughly offended Mr. Chun. One day, you'll see your own coffin sooner than me. Lin Xinru couldn't bear it anymore. Dr. Yin, Dr. Qin just kindly reminded you earlier. Why must you lash out so harshly? Yin Fenghua shot her a dirty look. Director Lin, I know you have a special relationship with Qin Yu, and your goal is to climb higher in the military district by using his power. Unfortunately, now Qin Yu has offended Mr. Chun. If you stay too close to him, not only will you not gain a promotion, but you might even lose the position as Southern Military District Chief Staff Officer. Lin Xinru felt a bit flustered. Whether it was Director Huang or Dr. Yin, both seemed to respect and almost fear that Mr. Chen greatly. What sort of identity does he possess? Seeing Lin Xinru unable to respond, Yin Fenghua chuckled arrogantly and then said to Huang Hai, Director Huang, please go buy 3 qian of Lingji and half a caddy of Baiqi immediately, and I'll personally cook the medicine for the madam. After she drinks this one decoction of mine, she will surely wake up. I guarantee it. Qin Yu shook his head speechlessly. What do you mean by shaking your head, Qin Yu? Yin Fenghua noticed Qin Yu's movement. As if someone stepped on his tail, he jumped up immediately. Nothing, I just feel a bit tired in the neck, so I'm stretching it. Qin Yu said with a smile on his face. But Yin Fenghua, no matter how he looked at it, believed that Qin Yu's smile was mocking him. Qin Yu, I don't understand, your medical skills are inferior to mine, but you keep pointing fingers at me. Where does your courage come from? Qin Yu frowned, feeling irritated inside. Old man, I haven't been targeting you since just now, yet you've persisted in nitpicking me. Now it should be me asking you what's your meaning? All I did was gently remind Director Huang that his mother did not collapse due to illness, yet you insisted on continuing with these meaningless methods. I didn't stop you. Of course, provided that this so-called Lingji Baiqi decoction does not harm old lady Huang. If you won't believe me, let yourself hit a wall. Qin Yu, dare you call me an incompetent doctor? Yin Fenghua became angrier. If he hadn't known that Qin Yu was a powerful martial artist, he would have rushed forward to beat him up. He took a deep breath, then suddenly realized something, and seriously said, All right, since you call me an incompetent doctor, believing my treatment won't awaken Madame Huang, then let's make a bet. How does that sound? How do you want to bet? If I can revive Madame Huang using my method, you must self-abandon your martial arts. If I fail to save her, then for the rest of my life I will remain anonymous and never set foot in the Dachau medical field or practice medicine again. No problem. Qin Yu laughed, knowing that he was certain to win. Huang Hai, Huang Minling, and Lin Xinru were all greatly astonished after hearing this, thinking it was completely unnecessary to go to such extremes. Moreover, it was clearly unfair to Qin Yu. If Qin Yu lost, he would become disabled, whereas Yin Fenghua would merely remain anonymous from then on, still retaining his powerful medical skills. Absolutely not. Huang Hai immediately said, I cannot allow either of you to be harmed because of treating my mother. Don't worry about it, Commander Huang. Qin Yu said, as he could tell that Huang Hai was solely concerned about him. Let someone go buy the medicine right away. With no choice, Huang Hai had to let his daughter go out to purchase the herbs. Yin Fenghua, upon seeing this, felt happy inside, looking like he had Qin Yu all figured out. He thought to himself, this way, I can avenge Mr. Chun. Lin Xinru was also deeply worried about Qin Yu. After a while, she quietly whispered into Qin Yu's ear, Divine Dr. Qin, are you really sure there's no problem? After all, Lin Xinru was counting on Qin Yu to help her climb higher. If something happened to him, wouldn't she lose her major support? Qin Yu smiled, but didn't say anything. Within 10 minutes, Huang Minling returned with the medicine and handed it over to Yin Fenghua. Yin Fenghua immediately took action, personally cooking the decoction for Madame Huang. An entire hour passed, filling the house with the rich aroma of Chinese herbal medicine. Make Madame Huang drink this, and within half an hour, she will surely wake up. Yin Fenghua handed the medicine to Huang Minling, then turned to Qin Yu, saying, "Young man, you'd better keep your promise and willingly accept the consequences if I win." "Yes, may some people certainly keep their word once they have made a bet." Qin Yu responded with a smile. Huang Minling went to the bedside, with Huang Hai helping by holding up his mother behind. Together, father and daughter fed the elderly lady the medicine. Chapter 243, The Murderer. After Madame Huang drank the medicine, she was helped back to bed. In the elder's room, 5 people, Huang Hai, Qin Yu, Yin Fenghua, quietly waited. Time passed slowly, and both Huang Hai and Lin Xinru felt uneasy in their hearts. Huang Hai naturally hoped that his mother would wake up, but at the same time, he didn't want to see Qin Yu end up as a waste of talent. Qin Yu, from Guangdong province, not only possessed formidable martial arts abilities, but also excelled in art. If someone like him were to die prematurely, it would indeed be a great loss. Lin Xinru, on the other hand, was more worried about losing a powerful ally if Qin Yu lost and became incapacitated. Yin Fenghua always wore a smile on his face, glancing at Qin Yu from time to time. He was confident that Madame Huang would wake up within half an hour after drinking his Lingji Baki soup. Qin Yu stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, calm as if nothing had happened. Soon, 20 minutes had passed, yet Madame Huang lying in bed showed no signs of waking up. Huang Minling and Huang Hai started to feel anxious. Yin Fenghua frowned slightly, also becoming nervous. Lin Xinru was secretly glad. Truth be told, she didn't want Madame Huang to wake up at this moment. Qin Yu remained in the same posture, without mocking Yin Fenghua. "Master Yin, why hasn't my grandmother woken up?" Huang Minling tightly held her grandmother's hand and couldn't help asking Yin Fenghua. Huang Hai also looked at him. Yin Fenghua took a deep breath before slowly saying, "There's no need to worry yet. There are still 10 minutes left before half an hour is up. Perhaps Madame Huang has been unconscious for too long, and her body's blood and qi depletion is severe. Recovery will take longer than I expected. Just wait a little longer." Huang Hai and his daughter nodded faintly, though they lacked confidence inside but had no choice. Yin Fenghua's expression began to falter. With Huang Minling's question, his heart grew even more restless. In no time, 15 minutes had passed, exceeding the half-hour mark. Still, Madame Huang did not wake up. No matter what Yin Fenghua said next, regardless of whether Madame Huang woke up or not later, he had already lost. Lin Xinru exhaled quietly in relief, appearing worried on the surface. Her real thoughts couldn't let Huang Hai discover. Otherwise, she would have no hope for the Southern Military Region leadership position. Yin Fenghua's face turned black, lowering his head slightly, remaining silent. Huang Hai couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Master Yin, why isn't my mother waking up? It has already been more than half an hour." "This." Yin Fenghua hesitated, unsure of what to say himself. After a brief pause, he said again, "It shouldn't be this way logically. Madame Huang was clearly in a deep coma due to severe deficiency of blood and qi. My acupuncture and the Lingji Baki soup should be among the most effective methods and remedies. Why aren't they working?" Seeing his expression, Huang Hai sighed in his heart, feeling somewhat angry. Huang Minling could no longer control herself. "Grandma, please wake up quickly. You mustn't have anything happen to you." Listening to her cries, Yin Fenghua looked increasingly troubled, staying silent. "What does Qin Master suggest we do now?" Huang Hai finally remembered Qin Yu's previous words and immediately questioned. "Earlier, you mentioned that my mother's coma wasn't due to illness, so what exactly happened?" Everyone turned to look at Qin Yu, including Yin Fenghua. At this moment, Yin Fenghua was no longer boastful, no longer arrogant. Qin Yu glanced at Huang Hai. Madame Huang's blood and qi deficiency is man-made. Man-made. Upon hearing these two words, everyone present, including Huang Hai, felt shocked, guessing something terrible. "Yes." Qin Yu observed their reaction and immediately added, "Someone tampered with Madame. Who is it? This person deserves death." Lin Xinru angrily shouted. "To harm the mother of Commander Huang is undoubtedly declaring war on our southern military district." Huang Hai was furious. No matter what vile means were used against him personally, it wouldn't matter much to him. But when it came to his elderly mother, does Qin Master know who the perpetrator is? Where is this person now? Qin Yu did not give a direct answer, but instead looked at Huang Minling. "Miss Huang, have you noticed any strangers or suspicious individuals hanging around recently?" Everyone then focused their attention on Huang Minling sitting by the bedside. Huang Minling immediately recalled, and after a moment, she suddenly remembered something. "In the past while, there indeed was a stranger in our village. His accent clearly isn't from our local area. This person looks ordinary and doesn't stand out in a crowd. If not for his accent, people here would hardly notice his presence." She added a sentence. Qin Yu nodded. "It should be that person. Where does this man usually hang around in our village?" Huang Hai asked. "He collects garbage, going door to door to buy recyclables. He lives at the end of the village and has come to our house a few times to collect waste." "Fine death. I'll go grab him right now." Huang Hai became extremely angry. "Director Huang, let me go instead," Lin Xinru said. "If this person is specifically targeting Mrs. Huang and your family, he will definitely recognize you. If you go, it might alert him." "No." At this point, Qin Yu stopped them both. "Neither of you going is suitable. I'm worried he might not be easily captured, and even worse, he might have special methods. If you get hurt, that wouldn't be good. Miss Huang, you should go instead." Huang Hai immediately paused. "Dr. Qin, since you say the opponent isn't simple and may have special skills, such a dangerous person, if my daughter goes, won't she be in danger?" It won't happen. Miss Huang has interacted with him, so his guard against her isn't high. Going to find him shouldn't alert him. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before adding. You go tell him there's more recyclable stuff at home and ask him to come over. Previously, shouldn't someone here have gone directly to him to collect waste? Yes. Huang Minling responded immediately. Dad, let me go, it'll be fine. Although Huang Hai believed Qin Yu's analysis was very reasonable, he still nodded in agreement, but reminded his daughter to be extremely careful. Chapter 244, Shu Mountain Charm. In less than 20 minutes, Huang Minling, who had gone out to find someone, came back, followed by a somewhat unkempt middle-aged man. Miss Huang, where are the recyclables? Uncle Yi, the recyclables are in the storeroom in the yard. Follow me for a moment. Huang Minling showed no sign of panic, appearing completely relaxed and freely smiling as she spoke to the middle-aged man behind her. This self-claimed Uncle Yi, a middle-aged man surnamed Yi, had not the slightest suspicion that it was a trap, slowly following behind Huang Minling while casually glancing at a 1-meter-tall locust tree in the courtyard. We're here, Uncle Yi. Huang Minling led the man to the storeroom, then stepped aside a few steps to let him go in. Uncle Yi didn't give it much thought and walked leisurely to the door. However, before stepping in, he saw that there were no recyclables in the storeroom. Everything inside was neatly arranged. He was slightly surprised but quickly realized what was happening. Instead of thinking about dealing with Huang Minling, he turned around immediately planning to flee. He clearly knew that if they could trick him into coming over, they must have been prepared. This implied his tricks had already been discovered. So, his first reaction was to run. However, just when Uncle Yi turned around, 3 figures blocked his path. They were Qin Yu, Huang Hai, and Lin Xinru, who had already been waiting here. Who are you? Uncle Yi's expression grew cold, no longer resembling an ordinary middle-aged man collecting waste. Qin Yu frowned. The fact that the man asked this meant he wasn't familiar with Huang Hai after all. Was he deliberately saying this? This question should be mine, Qin Yu responded. Who exactly are you? How dare you tamper with things here? Do you know whose home this is? Lin Xinru said sternly. Uncle Yi took a few steps backward, now realizing his plans had been uncovered entirely. Moreover, he sensed that none of the 3 people in front of him were easy to provoke. However, to death. He roared, grabbing something from a waist pouch and hurling it into the air. Instantly, a massive black shadow appeared, enveloping Qin Yu and the others. Seeing the black shadow overhead, Huang Hai and Lin Xinru were both startled, astonished. It was a blood-red skeleton, yet not just any skeleton. Its bones still had dark red flesh attached. Moreover, it was clear this thing wasn't human in form. What it specifically was, they couldn't name right away. All they knew was that it was unprecedented. Qin Yu did not hesitate or panic, but acted instantly. Raising his left hand swiftly, he grabbed at the void, unleashing a terrifying force upward that immobilized the gigantic bloody skeleton attempting to strike down. As though a pause button had been pressed, it remained utterly motionless. Uncle Yi exclaimed, showing a look of shock. How can this be? My blood-red skeleton could easily slay Masters-level warriors, yet you controlled it so effortlessly? Are you a Grandmaster? Yi stared incredulously at Qin Yu, his disbelief intensifying further when he noticed how young, barely in his 20s, the Grandmaster was. A Grandmaster in his early 20s? Holy shit, it's terrifying. At this moment, Uncle Yi almost collapsed on his knees. Watching the giant skeleton controlled, Huang Hai and Lin Xinru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Divine Dr. Qin was here, or things would have been very troublesome. Standing far away, Huang Minling watched this scene with immense shock, never imagining Qin Yu was not merely a doctor, but also a martial artist. And not just any martial artist, a powerful one. The Yi-named middle-aged man made no attempts to resist or flee any longer. He understood fully that confronting such a mighty warrior, there was no way for him to escape. Even his most potent advantage had been effortlessly nullified by the other party. What was there left to flee from? Tell us, where have you hidden the blood fiend insects? Qin Yu questioned. Uncle Ye's complexion changed, surprised that this youth had cut straight to the point. But instead of answering immediately, he hesitated and countered. If I tell you, will you let me go? I can guarantee your safety, provided you stop playing tricks. Huang Hai interjected hurriedly. His mother's life was at stake, making him quick to promise letting the man live as long as the other truly cooperated. Although agreeing, Huang Hai was sincerely willing to allow the man to leave alive, provided he cooperated truthfully. Uncle Yi looked at Huang Hai with doubt and hesitation, knowing clearly that among the 3, the most powerful one was the young man in his early 20s, not this older man. Seeing the doubt in his heart, Lin Xinru immediately said, he is the commander of the southern military region of our daxia. If he says he will let you leave, you will definitely be able to leave alive. What? The middle-aged man surnamed Yi exclaimed in shock. Is this the home of a military region leader? Lin Xinru snorted coldly. Do you really not know how to die? How dare you target the family of the commander of our southern military region? At this moment, brother, you wanted to die. Wailing, he said, I didn't know, I really didn't know this was the home of the southern military region commander. He was just too unlucky, never expecting that the top official of the daxia southern military region would live in such a village within the city. Shouldn't people of such high status live in the most luxurious neighborhood of Jiangxing or in a standalone villa covering several acres? I'll tell you, but will you really let me go after I do? As long as you don't play any tricks, I'll consider letting you leave alive, Qin Yu said. All right, with another confirmation, brother, you finally calmed down. The blood fiend insects are hidden 1 meter beneath the roots of that tree. He pointed at a 2-meter tall apricot tree. Huh, Huang Hai, Lin Xinru, and others looked puzzled. Qin Yu had already explained earlier that it was the 1-meter-tall locust tree in the courtyard. General Lin, dig according to his words, Qin Yu suggested. But, although the small locust tree absorbs human essence, the blood fiend insects might not necessarily be near the locust tree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to bring him here. The middle-aged man surnamed Yi was surprised inside, looking at Qin Yu, wondering what kind of person this guy was with his formidable martial arts skills and clear knowledge of Shu Mountain's poison techniques. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xinru dug 1 meter deep under the apricot tree and indeed found a dark wooden box. She noticed the material of the box was very unusual. With both hands, she picked up the box but did not open it, instead handing it over to Qin Yu. Lin Xinru remembered clearly. There was a good chance that the blood fiend insects were inside. The name alone was enough to make one shiver. Chapter 245, Don't Forget the Wager. This poison master from Mount Shu actually planned to use some of his unique methods to absorb the essence of some people in this relatively backward urban village, for cultivation, for a breakthrough, so that he could become a witch doctor. However, he never would have thought that he recklessly came to the home of the head of the Southern Military District, and even dared to harm the man's mother. He was truly down on his luck. Uncle Yi felt bitter regret. Commander, I've done as you said. Can you let me leave as we discussed? He didn't want to stay there a moment longer, especially when looking at the young but incredibly powerful subordinate of the commander. In his view, Qin Yu was merely a subordinate under the Southern Military District commander, and it made perfect sense for a military commander to have such a strong subordinate. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Just as Uncle Yi finished speaking, a black flame had already pierced through his forehead, with blood constantly flowing out from the wound. Huang Hai originally wanted to speak and agree to let the other person go, but now with his mouth wide open, he couldn't close it for a long time as he blankly stared at this scene. His heart filled with fear. He knew how ruthless Qin Yu was, yet he didn't expect such merciless killings. It was clear that he just agreed that if the other party cooperated with him, they would let them live and leave. Such a Qin Yu was truly terrifying, especially since his martial arts skills were so powerful that it made others feel desperate. Lin Xinru also felt deeply shocked, grateful she hadn't offended Qin Yu from the start. Otherwise, even if she wasn't killed, she'd likely become his rival. And becoming Qin Yu's rival, she didn't dare to imagine further. Qin Yu did not offer any explanation. The original words he said were, considering letting the other go, but it wasn't certain. This person is a poison master from Mount Shu. A poison master's abilities and means are very insidious, making them almost impossible to guard against. He has already been able to unleash techniques capable of killing grandmasters, and it won't be long before he breaks through to become a witch doctor. At that point, not even a grandmaster or perhaps even a martial king might be his equal. A person like this absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Huang Hai and Lin Xinru suddenly realized why, so as not to face a potentially dangerous enemy lurking in the shadows later on. That was reasonable, though they still believed Qin Yu's actions were too brutal. One must absolutely avoid becoming an enemy of Qin Yu. At this moment, Huang Hai and Lin Xinru reached the same understanding simultaneously. Let's go back inside and wake up Madame Huang. After saying this, Qin Yu walked into the house first. Huang Hai and others quickly followed him. Entering the elderly woman's room on the first floor, Qin Yu stood by the bed, while Huang Hai, Lin Xinru, and others stayed 2 meters away watching him. Qin Yu held the wooden box in his left hand, gently shaking his wrist, causing the box to fall apart with a soft sound. In the next moment, everyone saw a blood-drenched demon bug, hideous and horrifying. Simultaneously, they saw that underneath the bug was a streak of black fire lifting it up without touching its body from Qin Yu's palm. This blood-drenched devil insect is currently in a state of dormancy, absorbing much of Lady Huang's essence. Once it absorbs enough essence, it will awaken and then be absorbed by that previous poison master to aid in their breakthrough. What should be done now to save my mother, Dr. Qin? Huang Hai asked anxiously, looking at the intimidating blood-drenched insect. Return the essence inside the blood-drenched insect to Lady Huang's body, and she will wake up. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he raised his right hand without waiting for Huang Hai to ask more questions. He brought his index finger and thumb together, and instantly a black flame appeared between his fingertips. Drawing down the motion, the flame carved a slit across the slumbering insect. Ayu! The blood-drenched insect seemingly sensed a fierce pain and emitted a violent roar, attempting to struggle, but it was unable to move. Huang Hai and others knew Qin Yu must have used some method to control it. Next, they all observed as Qin Yu utilized the black flame to extract the essence within the insect and guided it back into Lady Huang's body lying in the bed. As one strand after another of essence returned to her body, very soon, Lady Huang truly awakened. Mom, Grandma, father and daughter Huang Hai and Huang Minling were both happy and excited. Lady Huang slowly opened her eyes and saw her son and granddaughter beside the bed, as well as 3 strangers. Lin Xinru she recognized. She was one of her son's subordinates, but she didn't know the other 2. How long have I been unconscious? Lady Huang asked. These 2 must be the doctors my son invited back to treat me. Before falling into a coma, she had already felt discomfort all over her body, believing she was about to die this time. Yes, Mom, this is Qin Shini, the one who brought you back to consciousness. Huang Hai introduced Qin Yu to his mother. Thank you, Master Qin. Mrs. Huang immediately said, her face filled with gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen my son and granddaughter again. Seeing his mother awake and still remembering everything, Huang Hai completely put his heart at ease. He believed in Qin Yu's medical skills and was sure that his mother had fully recovered without any aftereffects. Master Qin, I'm just an old woman with nothing to offer in return, Mrs. Huang said again. But my son can repay you. Then she looked at her son by the bed. Huang Hai. You must help your mother repay Master Qin well, even if it means using some influence. You're about to step down soon, but while you still have power, use it where it's appropriate and within principles. Otherwise, people will forget about you once you're gone. There's no need for me to say more on that. Huang Hai nodded. Mother, you can rest assured, I understand. As long as it's Master Qin's request, I will fully cooperate and do my best to help. Although he had only been acquainted with Qin Yu for less than a day, Huang Hai could see that his character was truly exceptional. In fact, Qin Yu kept a low profile. It was just that he mustn't be offended. Beside him, Yin Fenghua, though impressed by Qin Yu's abilities, felt uneasy deep inside, especially when he saw that Huang Hai hadn't mentioned him even once. After all, at the beginning, Yin himself had attempted to treat the old lady. He found staying there any longer quite boring, so he proposed leaving. Commander Huang, I need to head back to the capital urgently. Farewell. Fine. Huang Hai responded indifferently, showing no friendliness. In reality, what Huang Hai resented wasn't that Yin Fenghua couldn't cure his mother, but rather his reckless treatment without fully understanding her condition or having confidence in the diagnosis. Huang Hai now shuddered at the thought. If anything had happened to his mother, he would have definitely killed Yin Fenghua. Yin Fenghua, don't forget our wager. Qin Yu reminded. You mentioned it yourself earlier. Remember to honor the bet and accept defeat willingly. Chapter 246, Explosive News. Yin Fenghua had already turned around and was about to leave the room when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. He was furious, turning back to look at Qin Yu. I'm worried that Mr. Yin is getting old and might have forgotten this matter. Qin Yu looked at him with a smile. Also, I'd like to remind you that don't think just because of the distance, you can secretly practice medicine. If I hear anything about it, I will make sure you regret it. I'm very serious in what I say and do, and I mean what I say. When Yin Fenghua heard the words, I mean what I say, he almost exploded with anger. He thought to himself that didn't you just agree to let Mr. Yi go? But what happened? Of course, he only dared to think it, and did not dare to say it aloud, for fear that Qin Yu would kill him in a fit of rage. Huang Hai and Lin Xinru found it both amusing and worthy of ridicule. If the words, I mean what I say, could be heard by the late Mr. Yi, he would probably jump out from his grave. Humph. Qin Yu, don't get too smug too early, Yin Fenghua said coldly all of a sudden. This time I admit defeat, but things won't be easy for you either. You've offended Mr. Chun, your good days are numbered. We'll see how it turns out. After saying this, Yin Fenghua stormed out of the room in a huff. Qin Yu frowned slightly, looking at Huang Hai beside him. Director Huang, Yin Fenghua mentioned Mr. Chen multiple times, making him sound very powerful. Who is he? Actually, he had been curious all along. And when Chen Zimo met him, he said someone compared him to Qin Yu and claimed he surpassed Qin Yu, which made Qin Yu even more curious. Lin Xinru also looked at Huang Hai with great curiosity. Huang Hai took a deep breath. All right, there's no harm in telling Dr. Qin now. Chen Zimo is a member of our Daxia Yanlong army. The Yanlong army. Lin Xinru was immediately astonished. No wonder Mr. Chun is so powerful, and why Yin Fenghua respects and fears him so much. Now it makes sense why Yin Fenghua kept emphasizing that Dr. Qin has offended Mr. Chun and will suffer consequences. She looked at Qin Yu with concern. If it was the Yanlong army, then indeed it was troublesome. Qin Yu lightly furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. He finally understood why Chen Zimo confronted him upon seeing him. Previously, in the Wugan dungeon, members of the Yanlong army had already approached him, inviting him to join. However, Qin Yu disliked the overly restrictive lifestyle of the military, and he had his own path to follow, so he declined. He guessed that Chen Zimo must have joined the Yanlong army around that time. If he had agreed, Chen Zimo might not have been able to join. Dr. Qin, there's no need to worry. Just as Qin Yu was deep in thought, Huang Hai's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Although Chen Zimo is a member of the Yanlong army, and he has lost face in front of you, there may be subsequent troubles. But I know other people in the Yanlong army. I will use all my connections and resources to properly handle this matter. Qin Yu knew that the other party must have seen his expression earlier and mistakenly assumed he was worried. However, he didn't bother to explain and smiled without speaking. Afterward, Huang Hai and Huang Minling stayed in the elder's room to help take care of the affairs related to Grandma Huang. She had been unconscious for some time and smelled unpleasant, plus she was elderly. Qin Yu and Lin Xinru came to the living room. Dr. Qin, I have something to take care of. I'll make a call outside. Qin Yu nodded, then began to look around the living room. They had been busy dealing with Grandma Huang's issues before, leaving no time to carefully observe the house of Director Huang. His gaze swept through the nearly 100 square meter living room and was suddenly drawn to an altar in the corner. To the spirit of my father, Huang Tiansheng. Immediately, Qin Yu's eyes widened, his mood complex. He had hoped that Huang Tiansheng and Huang Hai were not father and son. Although there had been signs earlier, he still harbored some hope. After all, Huang Hai gave him a very good impression, valuing talent, kind-hearted, humble, and unpretentious. But alas, regardless, Qin Yu's mood immediately became colder. No matter how good Huang Hai is as a person, his father was ultimately involved in the destruction of the Qin family years ago. For the sake of Ling Yun and himself, Qin Yu couldn't possibly forgive Huang Tiansheng, and his family absolutely wouldn't escape punishment easily. At that moment, Huang Hai and Huang Minling supported Grandma Huang out of the room. The three of them saw something seemed off with Qin Yu's demeanor in the living room and felt puzzled immediately. What's wrong, Dr. Qin? Huang Hai asked, since among the three, he was the one most familiar with Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at the three of them, his expression heavy and his eyes cold. This demeanor once again struck fear into Huang Hai's heart. He was very aware of Qin Yu's decisive nature. Although he still did not know what exactly had happened, he was certain that if Qin Yu was angered, it would not end well. Minling, your grandmother just woke up and needs more time to rest. Please take her back to the room to rest. Huang Minling, noticing Qin Yu's strange behavior at this moment, obediently replied, and then supported Grandma Huang back to the room. No, Grandma Huang immediately rejected her granddaughter. Dr. Qin must have something troubling him, and I would like to hear about it as well. In fact, Grandma Huang had already guessed some things. Earlier, she noticed that Qin Yu's gaze had fallen on the shrine of her deceased husband. Similarly, Huang Hai had also noticed this detail, which was why he had intended for his mother and daughter to leave, in case Qin Yu took action and harmed the two of them. Dr. Qin must have some connection with my late husband. Grandma Huang sighed deeply and directly uncovered the truth. Since everyone seemed to understand the situation, Qin Yu spoke gravely. Let's cut to the chase. Did Huang Tiansheng participate in the downfall of the Qin family in the capital city years ago? What were the exact circumstances? What role did he play in all of this? As expected, both Grandma Huang and Huang Hai were shocked internally by these questions. It seems there is no escape after all. A descendant of the Qin family has come knocking. Grandma Huang sighed again. Very well, we will tell you everything we know, Dr. Qin. At the time of the fall of the Qin family in the capital city, my father, Huang Tiansheng, was one of the main planners. Huang Hai stated bluntly, revealing explosive news right from the start. Chapter 247, The Truth of That Year. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yu was even more shocked. He had hoped that Huang Tiansheng and Huang Hai were not father and son, but it turned out they really were. Moreover, Huang Tiansheng indeed played a part in the destruction of the Qin family. Now he learned that Huang Tiansheng was one of the main planners. This greatly surpassed Qin Yu's imagination. At this moment, Huang Hai, Grandma Huang, and Huang Minling could feel Qin Yu's rage and murderous intent. Dr. Qin, you also have the surname Qin. Could it be that you are a descendant of the Qin family from that year? Grandma Huang asked. Qin Yu glanced coldly at her. Who I am doesn't matter. It was your husband who planned the downfall of the Qin family back then. There is nothing more to say. A life for a life. Grandma Huang sighed. Yes, a life for a life. There's nothing we can say against this. It should be this way. Dr. Qin, I'm willing to take my father's place in death, but please spare my grandmother and my father. Huang Minling immediately stepped forward to say. No. Huang Hai pulled her back. Dr. Qin, if you want revenge, then kill me. They are both women, and in fact, it has nothing to do with them. Let the sins of the father be repaid by his son. Kill me, and I will have no complaints. Qin Yu sneered, irrelevant. What about all those women and children in the Qin family back then? Where were they? Does it concern them? Huang Hai suddenly had nothing to say, pausing for a while, then continued. Dr. Qin, I know, no matter what I say, it's still my father's fault. But before you take action to kill me, there are still some things I wish to tell. Qin Yu glared at him and spoke solemnly. Speak. My father was indeed one of the planners behind the downfall of the Qin family back then, but in truth, he was deceived. Deceived? Qin Yu frowned and didn't entirely believe what Huang Hai was saying, yet did not stop him either, watching as he continued. That's correct, my father was deceived. At that time, my father was a martial arts genius, powerful, and early on joined an extremely mysterious special forces unit within the Daya military district. Everyone in that group was considered a genius among geniuses when it came to martial arts. My father excelled there and was still outstanding in terms of talent, so soon he became the captain of that special forces team. As for me, I also entered the Daya military district to train because of my relationship with my father. Inside, I heard of a legendary name, Gong Ming. I don't know exactly what position Gong Ming held in the military district, but I know that he has accomplished various extraordinary feats for our country of Daya, making special contributions to it. In the Daya military district, Gong Ming has immense prestige. Listening up to here, Qin Yu furrowed his brow again, growing perplexed. Gong Ming, your intention is to tell me that your father, Huang Tiansheng, was deceived by Gong Ming? Gong Ming is truly the mastermind behind the downfall of the Qin family? Before Huang Hai could speak, Grandma Huang hastily interjected. That's right, it was that Gong Ming. Back then, after the incident, Tiansheng said that Gong Ming once found him and told him they would be embarking on a big endeavor together. Gong Ming told Tiansheng that the capital's Qin family was conspiring with foreign forces, planning something harmful to Daya. Given Gong Ming's standing and contributions to Daya, as well as the trust placed in him, Tiansheng naturally believed him and agreed to work together against the Qin family. On the day they acted against the Qin family, however, Tiansheng noticed some other unfamiliar strong individuals, very mysterious people he couldn't identify. Initially, he thought Gong Ming had recruited even stronger allies to ensure the success of their mission. After all, the Qin family at the time was very powerful. Even working together with Gong Ming, there wasn't a guarantee of certain victory. But later, upon hearing Gong Ming interrogating several core members of the Qin family, Tiansheng began to sense something wasn't right. Qin Yu remained silent, quietly listening as Grandma Huang spoke. At this point, Huang Hai picked up the narrative, continuing to recount the events of that year. My father heard Gong Ming interrogating those few individuals from the Qin family, demanding to know where something was hidden and asking for it to be handed over immediately. My father still harbored hope at that time, hoping that Gong Ming was trying to extract evidence of treason from the Qin family. But in the end, Gong Ming ended up finding a semi-spherical object from the Qin family. It was completely black. Gong Ming mentioned that this was the Yin-Yang divine sphere. The white side representing Yang was nowhere to be found within the Qin family. It was only then that my father finally realized that it wasn't about the Qin family being traitors, but rather Gongming had decided with full determination to seize treasures from the Qin family. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. Afterward, my father searched for Gongming, but he was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. My father scoured the entire country of Daya, without finding any trace. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. What does this mean? There's no proof if the person is dead. If that was the end of the matter, it would obviously not satisfy Qin Yu. By the way, I heard later that when Gongming was torturing the Qin family for information, he mentioned a place called God's Spirit Mountain. God's Spirit Mountain. Qin Yu was slightly startled. Didn't his master say earlier that he should go to God's Spirit Mountain soon? Could the extermination of the Qin family also be related to God's Spirit Mountain? And what exactly was the treasure, the Yin-Yang Divine Sphere, that Gongming wanted to obtain? Qin Yu thought for a moment. There wasn't much time left before he headed to God's Spirit Mountain. Initially, he felt that it was already significant that his master had specifically sent him there. Now, since God's Spirit Mountain was tied to the destruction of the Qin family, he felt even more that this trip might involve unforeseeable events. He hoped he could improve his strength before leaving, as this would perhaps offer more assurance. He silently said so in his heart. Xuanhuan noticed that after hearing the 3 words, God's Spirit Mountain, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. He assumed Qin Yu didn't believe him, so he added, Divine Dr. Qin, my father did indeed hear Gongming and his group mention God's Spirit Mountain. However, afterward, my father searched for Gongming, and to do so, he went to God's Spirit Mountain, but no matter where he looked in the world, he couldn't find that place. Xuanhuan frowned, his expression unpleasant, worried that Qin Yu wouldn't believe him. But what he hadn't expected was, I know where God's Spirit Mountain is. Surprised, Xuanhuan turned to Qin Yu. Divine Dr. Qin Yu do? Actually, he also wanted to find Gongming. Moreover, since Qin Yu had heard of it and knew where God's Spirit Mountain was, this meant that everything Gongming and his group had said was true. This also indirectly confirmed that everything he was saying was true, which might make Qin Yu trust him more. Qin Yu suddenly asked again, You said just now that Gongming brought along a few mysterious strong individuals. Did your father find out who they were? What were their names? He felt that finding Gongming, the instigator, might be difficult, but starting from those several mysterious strong individuals could be a way forward. Chapter 248. Only descendants of the Qin family could be this talented. Their names are Zhao Lei, Sun Yuanda, Lu Jiayu, and Xiao Junren. Xuanhuan immediately said. Qin Yu saw that he could instantly state the 4 names, confirming that Xuanhuan was telling the truth about everything, including his previous statements. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to so easily recall all 4 names. After all, Xuanhuan couldn't have anticipated meeting anyone related to the Qin family from the old capital today, let alone know in advance that Qin Yu would ask specifically about those 4 individuals who acted alongside Gongming against the Qin family back then. Yet Xuanhuan was able to immediately state their names, clearly showing that these 4 people had left a deep impression on him from that time. Master Qin, my father recorded every detail regarding the rise and fall of the Qin family. Xuanhuan continued, walking to the memorial tablet for Huang Tianxin and pulling out a notebook from one of the drawers below. Its cover was already yellowed with age. After my father passed away, I too secretly hunted Gongming and the 4 others like Zhao Lei for many years. Unfortunately, I never managed to find them. Master Qin, this is my father's notebook. It contains information about the Qin family, which you can cross-reference to determine whether what we've just said is true or not. He handed over the notebook to Qin Yu respectfully with both hands as they stood face to face. Naturally, Qin Yu had never heard of these 4 individuals named Zhao Lei, etc. Taking the notebook into his hands, he flipped it open and began scanning through its contents. Just as Xuanhuan had stated, it meticulously recorded everything leading up to and after the fall of the Qin family, indeed mentioning Zhao Lei and the other 3 individuals by name. Back then, Huang Tianxin had only seen Zhao Lei and the other 3 during the operation itself. No prior knowledge existed that Gongming had recruited these powerful allies. Regrettably, Huang Tianxin had failed to record any further information such as photographs or detailed descriptions of Zhao Lei and his cohorts. All he managed to obtain were their names. Even those might not have been authentic. Qin Yu quickly finished reviewing the contents of the notebook, feeling somewhat disheartened within himself. If the names of Zhao Lei and the other 3 were indeed fake, tracking down Gongming and uncovering the real reasons behind the downfall of the Qin family, as well as seeking vengeance, would be extraordinarily difficult. Still, despair wasn't an option for Qin Yu. At least now there was a direction, a target. The Divine Peak Mountain. Thinking further, Qin Yu remembered that he was soon to head to the Divine Peak Mountain, where perhaps more clues could be uncovered. Master Qin, although my father documented little about Zhao Lei and the other 3 individuals, over the years my investigation hasn't gone entirely fruitless. As Qin Yu lost himself in thought, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. Qin Yu perked up. Director Huang, what did you manage to discover? As for their exact identities, I don't know. But I've learned that Zhao Lei and the others all enjoy saying the same phrase. Destiny is unpredictable, yet it lies fully within my grasp. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brows slightly. This sounds similar to the art of physiognomy. Could they possibly be fortune tellers? Shaking his head, Xuanhuan responded. When I first encountered this lead, I also suspected that they might be fortune tellers, but despite pursuing it for many years, I still found no trace or clue. Qin Yu nodded, pondering for a moment. Director Huang, judging from your conversation earlier with Elder Lady Huang, Combined with the content of this notebook, perhaps your story is true and your father Huang Tianxin may have been misled. But at the end of the day, this remains merely your version of events without concrete evidence. Notebooks can be fabricated. For now, I won't act against your family, but if later investigations reveal discrepancies in the stories surrounding the Qin family and suggest a deeper connection to Huang Tianxin, you will certainly not escape punishment. With these words, Qin Yu turned and walked away. Thank you, Master Qin. Breathing a sigh of relief, Huang Tianxin bowed deeply to Qin Yu, who had already walked out. Madame Huang and Huang Minling similarly exhaled with relief. They had thought that their family's demise was inevitable. Although Madame Huang herself didn't overly concern herself with death, at nearly 80 years old, she felt her life was close to its natural conclusion. It was heartbreaking to think that her son and granddaughter were so young. Father, isn't this Qin doctor the descendant of the Qin family from back then? He shares the surname Qin, right? Seeing that Qin Yu had finally departed completely, Huang Minling asked curiously. Pausing briefly to consider, Huang Hai replied, yes, it should be so. The Qins from that era, especially Qin Feng, possessed remarkable martial talent and strength. Perhaps only a genius of Qin Feng's caliber could sire a terrifying martial prodigy like this Dr. Qin. Lin Xinru, waiting outside, noticed Qin Yu finally emerging from the house. Oddly, there seemed to be no traces of any combat or struggle inside, yet she did notice that Qin Yu looked rather grim-faced. She was curious, but she knew this wasn't the time to inquire. Without saying a word, she drove off to send Qin Yu away, not uttering a single word throughout the journey. Qin Yu sat in the passenger seat, also silent. He was deep in thought about many things. Regarding Huang Hai's family, he actually believed their account was largely true. Still, no matter what, Huang Tianxiong had participated in the operation back then, and he had even been one of the main planners. Despite being deceived into it, he had nonetheless inflicted great harm on the Qin family. That's why Qin Yu hesitated and didn't kill the three of them right away. Whether or not to do so in the future would depend on further investigation into the massacre of the Qin family and his mood later on. Additionally, he reflected on the upcoming trip to Mount Gangshan. He had already been quite cautious about this journey that his master had instructed him to undertake. Now, with its connection to the Qin family's past misfortunes, extra caution was essential. Gong Ming's strength back then had already been formidable, and more than 20 years had passed since then. His martial prowess must have grown even stronger. There could also be other unforeseen factors. Therefore, Qin Yu felt he needed to enhance his own martial abilities further. Only then could he deal with any sudden situations that might arise. With these thoughts, Qin Yu raised his eyes to glance at the sky outside the car window, noticing that it had already turned dark. He'd have to visit Mo Chio tomorrow morning and see if there were any useful spiritual medicines to help boost his cultivation. Qin Yu returned to the villa where Bailon resided. The next morning, just as he was about to leave, Lin Hong arrived. Although Qin Yu still held little regard for members of the Lin family apart from Lin Xinru, even Lin Xinru did not earn his absolute favor. If it weren't for her usefulness, Lin Xinru wouldn't treat him as kindly as she currently does. Divine Dr. Qin, I heard that Mu Bufan has already returned to Jiangxing. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yu showed some surprise, but not much. This reaction left Lin Hong extremely frustrated. Lin Hong had assumed that upon hearing this news, Qin Yu would show immense interest and declare his intention to go kill Mu Bufan. But he didn't. Chapter 249, Then Let Them Die. To be honest, Lin Hong was not just generally afraid of dealing with Qin Yu. After interacting with him more frequently over the past while, he came to better understand Qin Yu's personality and strength, which made him even more frightened. Recalling how he had acted arrogantly before Qin Yu only to survive without a single slap from him, Lin Hong felt himself extremely lucky amidst his misfortune. But coincidentally, the clan sent him to invite Qin Yu. Divine Dr. Qin, we would like to invite you to join forces with our Lin family against Mu Bofan. Once it's done, we'll split Mu Bofan's assets between both sides. Qin Yu glanced at him indifferently. Your Lin family wants me to cooperate with you? Yes. Lin Hong nodded quickly, seeing Qin Yu's reaction as a possible agreement. Feeling relieved and secretly pleased in anticipation, Qin Yu smiled faintly. How do you want to divide it? 3-7 or 2-8 ratio? Lin Hong suddenly froze. This distribution proportion was 2. Divine Dr. Qin, I am sincere, and I've come here with the sincerity of the Lin family for negotiation. His expression turned slightly awkward. If it were someone else speaking this way, he might have already slapped them dead. Sincerity? Qin Yu sneered coldly. Oh yes, back then you came to Yun City full of sincerity. Lin Hong laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, Divine Dr. Qin. Back then, I and the Lin family underestimated you greatly. But this time, we genuinely bring sincerity to sincerely invite Divine Dr. Qin. Qin Yu shook his head amusedly. The Lin family really is amusing. Haven't you understood the situation yet? Do you think if I wanted to take action against Mu Bofan, I'd need others to cooperate? Besides, if I really did seek cooperation, do you think I would first consider your Lin family? Lin Hong immediately said, Divine Dr. Qin, you may not know, but this time Mu Bofan didn't come alone. He came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? Although Qin Yu wasn't afraid of what Mu Bofan might cause, his curiosity about what preparations they had was piqued. Divine Dr. Qin, naturally, if it were just Mu Bofan and his grandson Mu Tianlong, our Lin family wouldn't fear them, Lin Hong said. But this time, Mu Bofan proactively contacted the Yun family, the top noble household in Gui province, and returned alongside Yun Fei, one of the young martial geniuses of the Yun family. This is very troublesome. So our Lin family thought of inviting divine Dr. Qin, who also has extraordinary martial talent, to deal with Mu Bofin and the talented members of the Yun family. Qin Yu chuckled calmly. Ah, so they've hooked up with the top noble house of Gui province. I thought that perhaps Mu Tianlong's master Jiang Haiwu had grown stronger. Speaking of which, divine Dr. Qin, you may not know, but perhaps Jiang Haiwu will indeed be coming this time, Lin Hong mentioned. Qin Yu looked at him silently, waiting for him to continue. According to Mu Tianlong, after being driven away by you, he immediately went to find Jiang Haiwu, who was already preparing to break through his cultivation phase. It won't be long before he comes to Jiangqing. And Mu Tianlong also stated that since divine Dr. Qin, you have killed or injured 3 disciples of Jiang Haiwu. Once he completes his breakthrough, he will definitely come looking for you first, seeking revenge for his disciples. After hearing this, Qin Yu frowned lightly, falling into deep thought. Lin Hong noticed and wisely closed his mouth, standing quietly by the side waiting for Qin Yu to make a decision. He had said everything he needed to say. If Qin Yu still refused, there was nothing he could do. Truthfully, Qin Yu wasn't unwilling to deal with Mu Bofin and Mu Tianlong. There had been intense conflicts between them after all, but this timing was problematic. Currently, the most important thing for him was trying to improve his martial abilities as soon as possible, preparing thoroughly for the impending visit to Gangshan Mountain. Of course, it wasn't impossible to completely ignore Mu Bofin and the rest at this moment, but it carried significant risks. People close to him, like his father, sister, Qi Tian, and even his grandmother, were still living nearby. If Mu Bofin and Jiang Haiwu targeted those close to him while he was already on his way to Gangshan Mountain, it could get dangerous. Divine Dr. Qin. At that exact moment, Mo Galfei arrived. Seeing Lin Hong, he instantly understood his purpose. Divine Dr. Qin, I believe you've learned the situation regarding Mu Bofin from him, right? Mo Galfei said. Divine Dr. Qin, this time, your involvement is truly necessary. Mu Bofin and Mu Tianlong themselves are no big threat, but the person accompanying him, Yun Fei and the rest from the Yun family, are serious problems. Damn Mu Bofin. They seem to have timed it perfectly, waiting for divine Dr. Qin to ruin the Qin family before returning. I reacted fast enough, originally planning to snatch a few core industries from the Qin family, but never expected Mu Bofin and that Yun Fei to show up. Qin Yu was somewhat irritated. So you just gave up like this? Of course not. Our Mo family immediately gathered our experts to counter Mu Bofin and his people. My brother-in-law personally led the team to fight against them, but the 2 powerful experts Yun Fei brought were too strong. My brother-in-law got injured. Qin Yu was a bit surprised. He knew Xuanhuan was powerful, yet now even Xuanhuan had been injured. This clearly demonstrated the formidable strength of the people from Yun family. It's not just that, divine Dr. Qin, Mo Galfei continued. The Wei family has already allied with Mu Bofin. Their aim is clear, to oppose our Mo family and you, divine Dr. Qin. They might even be targeting you directly, given how you made the Wei family lose face during the banquet. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu smirked coldly. So, the Wei family wants trouble again? Realizing that their opposing forces had already united, if he didn't eliminate them first, those around him would remain in grave danger. Alright, if they want death, let them die then. Upon hearing this, both Lin Hong and Mo Galfei were elated inside. Lin Hong thought, even if his own Lin family didn't get any share in the end, as long as Jiaqing rid itself of Wei family and Mu Bofin, it would benefit his Lin family indirectly, because there would be fewer strong competitors. This much was clear since the downfall of the Qin family already proved it. Still, divine Dr. Qin, you should still be careful, Mo Galfei advised kindly. My brother-in-law was injured this time because Yun Fei has 2 powerful and bizarre warriors by his side. How bizarre. They appear to have endless stamina and seem insensitive to pain. After being knocked down, they can instantly rise and continue fighting without showing any signs of agony, no matter how severe their injuries are. Chapter 250. If heaven won't claim them, I will. Unspent energy can enhance combat power. No sensation of pain can increase one's tolerance, and even allow trading wounds with the opponent. That's interesting. After listening to Mo Galfei's words, Qin Yu became interested in these 2 people from the Yun family. Yes. Mo Galfei replied repeatedly. Their conditions are just like what Master Qin said. My brother-in-law was injured by them, but fortunately, his injuries were not serious. Alright, then I'll go find them. Qin Yu looked at Mo Galfei. Do you know where Mu Bufan and Yun Fei are now? Mo Galfei immediately answered. Yes, our Mo family has been keeping track of Mu Bufan and Yun Fei's movements. Before I came here, I knew they were about to head to the Qin family stone quarry. Qin Yu nodded slightly and set off immediately. The Qin family stone quarry is one of the most profitable among the many businesses of the Qin family. Stone, being a resource-type industry, is one of the most lucrative industries in this world. At this moment, at the Qin family stone quarry. What the hell? Why have all of you stopped working? Do you want to quit? If you do, all of you get lost. Fang Gang, a remaining member of the Qin family who hadn't been killed or captured, yelled furiously at the workers in the quarry. This Qin family stone quarry is almost the largest one in the entire Zhejiang province, making money as if it were a printing press. Mr. Tan, no matter what problems your family is going through, you shouldn't lower our wages. Furthermore, cutting more than 50% is outrageous. A worker named Su Lu shouted loudly. That's right, your Qin family is nothing but vampires, trying to suck all the blood out of us. With such wages, even working 24 hours a day won't be enough to support our families. For 2,000 yuan a month, we cannot even support ourselves. Hell, even hotel security guards earn more than this. Following Su Lu's angry shout, all the workers started shouting, venting their dissatisfaction. Tang Gang glared at Su Lu and yelled again. Now the quarry has a new boss who can only afford to pay this much. If you think the wage is too low, feel free to leave. Anyone who doesn't want to work can get lost. But let me remind you all, except for doing some physical labor, none of you poor bastards have any skills. Without the quarry, what else could you do? Scavenge trash? Or, as someone mentioned earlier, become hotel security. When the workers heard Tang Gang calling them poor bastards, they were boiling with anger but didn't dare to lose control because Tang Gang was right. Most of them had no other skills beyond trading physical labor for income. Would leaving the quarry really mean that the only option would be to apply as hotel security? To be honest, the wage earned at the quarry was still quite decent. It was only recently after changes within the Qin family that a new boss took over. Realizing their predicament, the workers bore the oppression and ridicule silently. They turned around and returned to work. Seeing the situation, Tang Gang smirked condescendingly. You bastards don't even know how worthless you are, barking like dogs here. It's a joke of the highest order. The hell? Always talking about poor bastards and dogs. Su Lu, who had initially been holding back, was finally provoked by Tang Gang's last statement. I quit. Do you really think I can't survive without your quarry? I will beat you into extinction, scum of the Qin family. With a bang, Su Lu threw his safety helmet on the ground and rushed up furiously, knocking Tang Gang to the ground with one punch. Tang Gang didn't expect anyone to resist and attack him. He fell to the ground without realizing what happened, and then saw Su Lu charging forward again, swinging his fists, which were large like sandpots, repeatedly smashing down on him. Living a life of luxury and comfort, Tang Gang was far from a match for Su Lu, who worked hard physical jobs regularly. He was easily pinned down helplessly on the ground. Help! Someone save me! He screamed toward the guards in the quarry, and immediately several guards armed with truncheons rushed over. These guards flipped Su Lu over instantly and started beating him mercilessly with their truncheons. Beat him until he dies. At this moment, Tang Gang stood up, disregarding the blood flowing from his wounds. I'll take responsibility for any deaths. The workers saw this and were completely enraged. Stop it. If you continue, Su Lu will be beaten to death. Guys, let's help Su Lu. Whoever dares to lay a hand on him, I'll kill you. Shoo. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. Ah! Tang Gang screamed in agony and collapsed heavily on the ground with a thud. Everyone was startled and looked over, only to see a thumb-sized blood hole in Tang Gang's left knee, with a wound penetrating straight through from back to front. Who? You motherfucker are looking for death. Tang Gang roared in anger despite the excruciating pain. The workers all looked over and saw a young man walking slowly toward them. Qin Yu. Tang Gang clutched his left knee with both hands, showing an expression of surprise and terror. The guards were also filled with fear. Anyone who could instantly pierce through a person's knee was definitely no ordinary individual. Su Lu also witnessed this scene, deeply shaken as he stared at Qin Yu walking calmly toward them. Qin Yu looked down at Tang Gang on the ground. Your Tang family never changes its evil ways. Each one just like this. The workers earn their money through blood and sweat, yet you dare to oppress them so severely. If heaven won't punish such a Tang family, then I will destroy it. If heaven won't punish, I will destroy. Su Lu listened and felt even more stunned, his heart trembling as he unconsciously opened his mouth wide. Too dominant. Qin Yu looked at the large group of workers before him. Each of them had a hunched back, to varying degrees. Almost every single one appeared malnourished and weak, clearly using their very lives to earn their livelihoods. Tang Gang saw Qin Yu and felt as though he'd come face to face with death itself. Overcome with fear, he immediately pleaded for mercy. Qin Yu, please let me go. It wasn't my decision to lower their wages. It was Mu Bufan and Yun Fei's order. Qin Yu, I beg you don't kill me. I was forced to do this too. He knew the strength and methods of Qin Yu, who had personally caused the downfall of his own Tang family. Chapter 251. Three-legged cat skills can also knock you down. Puff. Suddenly, Su Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed with a thud. Su Lu. A group of workmates immediately rushed forward to check his condition. They found his breath weakening instantly, gasping for life. What happened? He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly become like this? None of them knew what had happened. Qin Yu glanced at him, and then walked over quickly. 2 of his ribs have been broken, and the broken bones have pierced into his heart. After hearing this, the workmates all showed signs of immense worry. Quick, send Su Lu to the hospital immediately. It's already too late, one workmate interjected. Move aside. Qin Yu bent down, took a pill from his body, and inserted it into Su Lu's mouth as he was gasping for life. The workers saw only a pill and didn't know that it was a pill with powerful effects. Can such a pill really save Su Lu? Everyone was filled with doubt, but the next moment left everyone in the scene shocked. They saw Su Lu actually wake up, his breathing rapidly improving, his cheeks, which were pale due to rapid deterioration, gradually turning rosy again. All of them were speechless. Su Lu was equally stunned, suspecting whether he was having a moment of clarity before death or whether he was dreaming. However, he soon became clear-headed and realized that the young Mr. Qin in front of him must not be an ordinary person and certainly not an ordinary martial artist. Earlier, he effortlessly shattered Qin Gang's knee, something that no ordinary person could accomplish. Now, with merely a pill, he had brought himself back from the brink of death. Is he a god? Puff. Su Lu knelt down. Mr. Qin, I want to learn medicine from you. He had also heard about some matters regarding martial artists, knowing that to become one, talent is crucial and cultivation must begin early. It was evident that he had already missed the best opportunity and might not possess any talent. If learning medicine, there aren't such high requirements for talent, nor any stipulations to start early. Qin Yu looked at him once. Medicine is hard to learn, especially my medicine, and you won't be able to learn it. Su Lu felt disheartened. If he couldn't cultivate martial arts, does that mean he cannot even learn medicine? However, if you wish, I can make you a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Su Lu first displayed expressions of surprise and disbelief, then excitement. Really? Can you teach me the martial way, Mr. Qin? Qin Yu shook his head. My martial way cannot be casually taught to others, but I can let you be trained in martial arts. Su Lu immediately replied. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. Though he yearned to cultivate martial arts under Mr. Qin, it was natural to feel disappointed upon discovering he wouldn't follow him for training. However, considering the prospect of becoming a martial artist, it was already an extraordinary fortune. I will have someone teach you martial arts. Su Lu expressed his gratitude more profoundly, continuously kowtowing. Then Qin Yu let Su Lu take the workers away first because within a short while, Mu Bufan and Yun Fei would arrive. If Su Lu and the group of workers were still present, they would inevitably get caught in the ensuing conflict. Su Lu, being intelligent, realized that the powerful Mr. Qin was likely preparing to kill someone and worried about innocent people getting involved. Without uttering a word or asking further, he led the group of workers away from the quarry. Seeing this, those security guards dared not linger either and fled along with the workers. Yet, Qin Yu didn't give them such an opportunity. He flicked his fingers in the air a few times, emitting several blades of air that killed those security guards immediately. These few were also dogs of the Tan family and hadn't refrained from helping the Tan family do bad deeds. Their deaths were insignificant. Tan Gang, who was half lying on the ground, witnessing this scene, turned pale instantly and started trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Qin, please spare me. He knew this would perhaps have no effect at all, yet still begged for mercy, better than doing nothing. Su Lu looked back briefly and noticed that several guards who had initially run together were killed. His heart was shaken, admiring Mr. Qin's formidable ability, but also astonished by his readiness to kill. At the same time, he became increasingly eager to one day become a strong person like Mr. Qin. Soon, the large quarry was left with only Qin Yu and Tan Gang. When Qin Yu looked back at Tan Gang got scared stiff, fearing for his life because he knew Qin Yu was preparing to kill him. The incident involving the workers earlier wasn't my original intention, rather Mu Bufan and Yun Fei. Qin Yu. Just then, Mu Bufan and Yun Fei and their group arrived. Upon spotting Qin Yu's figure, Mu Bufan seemed a bit surprised. Hearing this, Tan Gang looked over, and seeing them both, he exhaled deeply. Finally, he was saved. However, he did not dare to bark incessantly, for Qin Yu was standing right beside him. If he acted foolishly, Qin Yu might kill him first. Never would I have thought that you came here before we even went to find you. Mu Bufan smiled and said, Good, that saves us the trouble of looking for you. Qin Yu also smiled. I thought you, this old turtle, would keep hiding forever, too afraid to show up, yet you dared to come back to Jiang City. Are you so confident? Qin Yu, don't be arrogant. In Yun City, no one can do anything to you, but it's different in this Jiang City. Wow, a labor reform convict is actually acting so arrogantly. Yun Fei laughed at this moment. You think that by learning some three-legged cat tricks in a rootless prison and beating some people in Yun City, you are now invincible? Qin Yu looked at Yun Fei. Yun Fei, a genius offspring from the top family Yun clan in Gui province. Why don't you just behave well within your own province? You dare to jump around in Zhujiang province's Jiang City? Be careful not to fall into a hole from which you will never be able to get out. With or without these three-legged cat skills, I can still knock you down. Yun Fei laughed heartily. I've already heard that you, this labor reform convict, are very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than what I've heard. Great. I love seeing conceited people getting beaten limp by me. I hope your bones will become as wild as your mouth soon. Qin Yu smiled. What a coincidence. I am someone who precisely deals with those disobedient ones yelling around nonstop. I feel like hitting them until they yield. Even if it means killing them, letting them regret in hell. Oh, let's see whether it is you being knocked limp by me or you making me yield. Take action. Beat this guy up. With a wave of Yun Fei's hand, two middle-aged men behind him rushed forward immediately. Qin Yu had noticed these two people long ago. Just as Mo Gaofei mentioned earlier, these two individuals were not normal. They seemed to possess inexhaustible strength and showed no fear of pain. These characteristics were still unclear. However, he could see that these two people had blank expressions, their eyes hollow, resembling zombies. When the two charged out, the air around them began swirling violently, creating a roaring sound. The ground turned into flying sand and rolling stones, indicating their formidable power. Chapter 252, Living Dead. After the two powerful members of the Yun family received their orders, they suddenly attacked, surrounding Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not immediately unleash his full power, but instead tested the abilities of these two opponents. It must be said that these two powerful members of the Yun family were strong, and their coordination was extremely butchy, giving Qin Yu the feeling that they were essentially one entity. Or rather, they shared sight and sensation. They always attacked from the left and right, front and back, or simultaneously from above and below. For a moment, Qin Yu found himself in a predicament. Of course, this was only under the premise that he wanted to test the strength and situation of these two individuals. If he truly decided to act, he could easily kill them both. Mu Bufan, seeing this, was overjoyed in his heart. This whole time, Qin Yu had been like a giant rock pressing down on him, almost suffocating him. Mu Bufan had been constantly thinking of ways to deal with Qin Yu. Before Zhang Haiwu came out of seclusion, he could only seek out the first acknowledged noble family of Gui province and cooperate with them to return to Jiangqing. Looks like this gamble paid off. The Yun family is indeed worthy of being the first noble house of Gui province. Just these two powerful family members are enough to suppress Qin Yu. Following this momentum, it won't be long before Qin Yu cannot withstand them. Mu Bufan's murmurs were so low that no one around him could hear. But actually, there was no need to hear, as Yun Fei and the two Wei family members who came along could guess what he was saying. Indeed, after Yun Fei arrived, the Wei family also defected to ally themselves with the Yun family and Yun Fei. These two members of the Wei family were Wei Jin and Wei Ming. Wei Jin, seeing Qin Yu being suppressed, was similarly very excited. Previously, at the banquet hosted by Wei Jianghua, he had already experienced Qin Yu's strength, knowing all too well that he was no match for Qin Yu. It was simply excellent if someone could eliminate Qin Yu, otherwise, he would remain uneasy. In fact, after seeing another one of the 6 major families of Jiangqing, the Qin family, be destroyed by Qin Yu, the Wei family felt fear and realized Qin Yu's ruthlessness and cruelty. Their family had once conflicted with Qin Yu, and they feared Qin Yu might harm them next. Thus, they were compelled to choose to cooperate with Mu Bufan and Yun Fei. Yun Fei, watching his two subordinates pressuring Qin Yu into a fight, smirked coldly. "You convict. I thought you were as arrogant in strength as your words. You're really nothing more than that. From the start, my people have already been suppressing you. Let's see how you'll die." Mu Bufan. At this moment, Mu Bufan was lost in excitement and joy, but when he suddenly heard Yun Fei calling his name, he quickly snapped back. "Young Master Yun. Judging from this Qin Yu does not seem to be as powerful as the legend goes. The only person in your Zhejiang province who has ever piqued some interest in me is Mo family's son-in-law. Yes, his name is Xuanhuan. Correct, Xuanhuan. His martial strength is formidable and peculiar. If it weren't for my two subordinates' resilience, they might have fallen to Xuanhuan. Unfortunately." Yun Fei let out a cold snort and laughed continuously. Boom. Qin Yu simultaneously launched punches from both sides against the two powerful members of the Yun family, sending a surge of tremendous force spreading outward in all directions. This force was extremely terrifying. Tan Gang, who was struggling to crawl away from the battle on the ground, was instantly torn apart by this power before he even had the chance to let out a single scream of agony and perished. After exchanging punches, the two strong members of the Yun family remained motionless. Qin Yu felt an overwhelming force and his body trembled slightly. He clearly felt the strength of the duo was just as Magafei had described, limitless power. Moreover, he discovered that their strength was far greater than that of ordinary martial arts masters. It was only Xuanhuan. If replaced with other grandmasters, they probably wouldn't endure either. From Yun Fei, Mu Bufan, and others' perspectives, it appeared that Qin Yu took a clear disadvantage in this exchange of blows. It looks like the convict can't hold out much longer. Yes. Mu Bufan nodded with a laugh. The two powerful members of the Yun family wasted no time and continued their assault, striking simultaneously with fists aimed at Qin Yu. Shum. A breaking air sound followed as Yun Fei, Mu Bufan, and others were shocked. They had closely watched the ongoing battle, but somehow Qin Yu disappeared from the gap between the attacks of the two strong men. Boom. The fists of the Yun family's two strong men collided with each other. With the sound of their arm bones snapping, they flew back simultaneously. What kind of technique did Qin Yu use? Wei Ming exclaimed in amazement. As this was his first time witnessing Qin Yu's moves, he couldn't help but ask instinctively. However, none could answer. Both Mu Bufan and Wei Jin had previously interacted and witnessed Qin Yu's abilities. Yet even this was the first time seeing such skill from Qin Yu. Yun Fei was surprised in his heart. Such a technique, he had never seen before. The next moment, he snapped out of it and remained fearless. "Qin Yu, do you want to escape? Just because you couldn't defeat my two subordinates, you decided to make them hurt each other? I'm telling you, it's useless." Yun Fei was full of confidence in the powerful skills of his two subordinates. Qin Yu laughed. "Can I not break through your two underlings?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his hand into the void, and immediately a streak of black divine light appeared, like a bolt of thunder striking the two strong members of the Yun family, sending them flying over 10 meters away, their bodies pierced through, blood gushing out. Hiss. Mu Bufan, Wei Jin, and Wei Ming sucked in a cold breath at this terrifying technique. What on earth was that black divine light just now? It possessed such horrifying power. On a distant bald hillside, Su Lu, lying prostrate on the ground, saw this scene and stared with wide eyes in astonishment. Was the heavenly thunder released by Mr. Qin just now? Is Mr. Qin truly a deity descended from heaven? However, at this time, the two Yun family strong men still managed to stand up, despite the huge holes in their bodies, continuing their assault toward Qin Yu, showing no severe effect of their injuries. "Feel no pain, do you?" Qin Yu sneered coldly and again discharged a streak of black divine light, which hit the two strong members of the Yun family. With a thunderous boom, they were once again hurled far off, this time even farther, over 20 meters away. Not only that, but their bodies were blown apart, torn open. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded, as the two quickly stood up again and continued charging toward Qin Yu. Plop. But after advancing just a few meters, both fell down, finally unable to persevere any longer. Looks like these two living dead couldn't take it after all. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh. Chapter 253, Sneak Attack. Mu Bufan, Wei Jin, Wei Ming, and the others, although they knew there was something strange about Yun Fei's two subordinates, never expected them to actually be living dead people. When Qin Yu said this, their hearts were struck with immense shock, leaving them speechless. They finally understood why those two had been so fierce in battle against Xuanhuan and the Mo family earlier, even defeating Xuanhuan whose strength could be considered that of a grandmaster. The reason was because they were living dead. They also finally understood why, despite having suffered such severe injuries, the two could still continue to fight like nothing happened. Yunfei's face, on the other hand, drastically changed. He didn't expect Qin Yu to have discovered his secret. No, it should be called the greatest secret of the Yun family. As expected, I guess this is the reason why your Yun family can be the top wealthy household in Gui province. Having these living dead people who possess limitless strength and no sensation of pain. If you cannot defeat the opponent, you can let a group of these living dead surround and attack them, dragging them to death. And I've noticed that your Yun family's living dead are of an advanced level. Qin Yu paused briefly and then continued. Generally, living dead people come in two types. One type is fake, their bodies being formed from various substances which are controlled by special methods. The other type uses the bodies of strong warriors into which some special drugs are injected, causing them to lose their soul, lose their awareness, lose everything. No emotions, no sense of pain, becoming powerful killing machines. Clearly, your Yun family belongs to the latter type. This is a means that both gods and humans would detest, yet I never thought your Yun family would resort to such measures. Qin Yu had once learned about these genuine living dead when he was in the Wugan Heavenly Prison. Later, when he defeated Liang Zizhen, the peculiar gate array he obtained also contained records about living dead people. Yun Fei panicked, feeling a great disturbance in his heart, not only because of Qin Yu's formidable strength, but more importantly, because Qin Yu now knew the secret of his Yun family. If this secret spread out, his Yun family would become a tumor in the Daxiao martial arts world, which would surely bring catastrophic disaster to the Yun family. Today, Qin Yu absolutely must die. Yun Fei realized this point and immediately shouted at Mu Bufan and the two Wei family members beside him. You useless bunch, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take action. Kill Qin Yu. Mu Bufan, Wei Jin, and Wei Ming were left stunned. Fighting Qin Yu? Do you really think we're fools? He himself has already witnessed Qin Yu's prowess, and just now, Qin Yu killed two of Yun Fei's living dead subordinates. How are they supposed to fight back? It's nothing less than stepping forward to commit suicide. Yun Fei seethed inwardly, and if his two living dead subordinates were still alive, he would have immediately killed Mu Bufan and the Wei family duo right then. However, at present, the most crucial task was dealing with Qin Yu. Knowing he couldn't kill Qin Yu now, he immediately changed his stance. Indeed, Qin Yu, you do have the foundation and capital to be arrogant. I haven't misjudged you. In fact, what I did just now was merely a test, testing your strength. You didn't disappoint me, and even exceeded my expectations. Our Yun family can help you, allowing you to become the king of Zhejiang province, the sole king, controlling everything within the province. Qin Yu, you know that our Yun family is the top prestigious household in Gui province, and we definitely have the power to assist you. Anything you need, our Yun family will provide. Money, objects, people, everything is possible. At this moment, Yun Fei was trying every method possible to stabilize Qin Yu, as long as Qin Yu didn't die here. Once he returned home, he could bring even more powerful clan members to kill Qin Yu. Qin Yu mockingly laughed. This sounds quite tempting indeed. Becoming the sole king of Zhejiang province. Seeing this, Yun Fei genuinely believed Qin Yu was beginning to waver, and thus he continued. Yes, precisely. If you become the sole king of Zhejiang province, you'll own everything. Anything you want will be within reach, wealth and women, as well as status and fame, all that you can imagine. Trust me, you'll love that feeling. He enticed Qin Yu further with the manner and body language of someone experienced. Then, suddenly remembering something, Yun Fei brightened up. Ah, isn't Mu Bufan your enemy? To show my sincerity, I'll hand him over to you right now. Before Mu Bufan could react, Yun Fei slammed his palm onto Mu Bufan's back, flinging him towards Qin Yu. Enraged, Mu Bufan had no time to retaliate. Even though Mu Bufan was also a powerful warrior, compared to Qin Yu, he was just like an ant. You damn traitor, Yun Fei. He loudly cursed. Qin Yu looked at Mu Bufan, who had been slapped and flown over, and coldly laughed in his heart, thinking it was about time to settle the grudge with Mu Bufan. He gave Mu Bufan no chance at all, slapping him immediately. His palm hit the center of Mu Bufan's chest, sending Mu Bufan flying again, spitting out large amounts of blood in midair. The blood was mixed with some debris, which were the shattered internal organs. Qin Yu. Mu Bufan fell down more than 10 meters away. You will never have it easy. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Zhang Haiwu will definitely kill you. Then he breathed his last. Wei Jin and Wei Ming's faces suddenly turned ashen, sensing an unprecedented crisis. Master Qin, this matter actually has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with our Wei family. Wei Ming started begging for mercy. We were forced by Yun Fei and Mu Bufan to cooperate. Master Qin, please spare us too. Please spare our Wei family. Qin Yu remained silent. From the moment he saw Wei Ming, Wei Jin, Mu Bufan, and Yun Fei appear today, he had already made up his mind. The Wei family could not be spared. Before this point, he might still be pondering whether to destroy the Wei family, but now there was no need for any more hesitation. Moreover, he would soon leave Zhejiang province, so before that happened, he had to thoroughly eliminate all enemies here first. I've already given your Wei family a chance, and since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame others. Wei Ming froze instantly, plunged into despair. Wei Jin quickly realized the situation and was the first to turn and flee. In fact, he already knew very well that Qin Yu would absolutely not let his Wei family go. Qin Yu mocked. Want to escape? How ridiculous. Yun Fei suddenly opened his eyes wide, showing immense excitement. He'd been waiting for the opportunity, and couldn't believe he'd finally get it. Just a while ago, he was pondering that if Qin Yu were to come near him next, and also acted carelessly, then he would activate his ultimate secret skill and kill Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu was tangled up with the two from Wei family and had lost focus, it was the best time to strike. He pulled out a banner from his body, waving it towards Qin Yu. Die. A wild and terrifying force surged out of the banner, rushing towards Qin Yu. Chapter 254, heading to the Yun family in Gui province. Haha, Qin Yu is going. Yun Fei burst into wild laughter, but an instant later, his voice trailed off abruptly. He saw Qin Yu's figure once again ghostly vanish right before his eyes, and this time it was even faster than before, eerily swift. So fast that he thought no one in this world could achieve such a level. Nice thoughts, good means, but alas, you've met me. Qin Yu's voice sounded like a Grim Reaper's call to Yun Fei. Qin. Bang. Yun Fei had only managed to utter the first syllable when a tremendous muffled sound resounded beside his ears. At the same moment, an unbearable pain quickly spread from his chest. He fell down, clearly sensing his vitality fading away rapidly. Qin Yu didn't give Yun Fei a chance to speak or beg for mercy. With another quick finger flick, a stream of black divine light emitted with a pew sound and entered Wei Ming's forehead. Wei Ming didn't even have time to react from his horror before meeting his end. Qin Yu turned around, ready to chase after Wei Jin, who had already run away, but suddenly realized it was a bad move. You stop there. Su Lu rushed out and blocked Wei Jin's escape. He knew the person in front of him was undoubtedly a powerful martial artist. But considering the fact that this man was Mr. Qin's enemy, he dismissed everything else. Every second of delay was crucial. Just earlier, Su Lu had witnessed Qin Yu kill those security guards at the quarry site, fully understanding that Mr. Qin would never let go of his enemies. Wei Jin was planning his escape, ignoring Su Lu like a sudden ant leaping out. Get out of the way. With a roar, he pushed a palm forward, sending a current of energy rushing forth, which propelled Su Lu into the air like a broken kite. After flinging Su Lu aside, Wei Jin continued fleeing forward. However, just as he hadn't fled more than a few meters, a figure descended from the sky and landed right in front of him. Shock filled his face as he beheld Qin Yu standing midair on a flying sword. Are you a Wu Saint level master? Only masters of the Wu Saint level could float in midair and fly effortlessly. Yet, how could the 20-something-year-old Qin Yu be a Wu Saint? A 20-plus-year-old Wu Saint master? That was simply too astonishing. At this moment, rage surged within Qin Yu's heart. Seeing Su Lu grievously injured by Wei Jin, a fierce anger ignited within him. He couldn't understand why, but he felt something familiar about Su Lu, a reflection of himself from years ago. Back then, he too was tightly controlled by society and other powerful figures much like Su Lu. Slightly recovering from the shock, Wei Jin didn't beg for mercy either, realizing clearly that Qin Yu wouldn't forgive him no matter what. Since there was no escape, Wei Jin accepted everything with calm resignation. Qin Yu gave him a cold glance. Angered and unwilling to waste any words, he struck out directly with one palm, producing a thunderous explosion as he instantly shattered Wei Jin into countless fragments. Subsequently, he landed near Su Lu, who lay over 10 meters away, sighing softly. Why did you bother? Even if he escaped today, I still would have been able to kill him. Qin Yu was surprised all of a sudden. Initially assuming Su Lu, a mere commoner, would die immediately from a strike meant for a master, he instead found that Su Lu remained alive. Could it be because of the pill I gave him earlier? He immediately understood the situation and bent down urgently to check Su Lu's condition. Indeed, Su Lu was not dead. His last breath hung tenuously, thanks to the medicine's efficacy. Qin Yu was shocked again when he noticed that not only was Su Lu alive, but also seemed to have benefited immensely from the experience. Right now, something significant was transforming within Su Lu's body. For some unknown reason, the heavy wound inflicted by Wei Jin had triggered his body's latent potential, akin to consuming a silver dragon pill from Qin Yu. Is this what they mean when they say surviving a great calamity leads to blessings? Previously, my master mentioned that besides some potent pills, when a person faces dire straits, their body could spontaneously activate its potential. Who would have thought such a case actually exists? Amazed by this phenomenon, Qin Yu refrained from administering any treatment to Su Lu. Instead, he carried him back to Bailandi's villa. By now, people from the Mo family and Lin family had gathered at the villa. Mu Bufan, Yun Fei, along with Wei Ming and Wei Jin's group have all been slain by me. Both your families must immediately arrange the next steps. I don't want to see the Wei family lingering anymore. Qin Yu was about to head towards Gangshan Mountain, unable to predict how long he'd be away from Zhejiang province. Therefore, it was essential to clean up some strong opponents and enemies. After making arrangements with the Lin and Mo families, he urged both major families to take immediate action to prevent any fugitives from the Wei family. This time, the head of the Lin family, Lin Mingyuan, was also present. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, his heart was struck with awe. He had already known about Qin Yu's formidable martial arts skills, but after hearing that Qin Yu swiftly killed Yun Fei and Mu Bufan's group, he once again profoundly recognized Qin Yu's strength. Especially Yun Fei and the two powerful subordinates by his side. They were from the first-rate Yun family of Gui province. Moreover, those two strong subordinates of Yun Fei possessed great strength. Even Lin Mingyuan doubted if his clan could find someone capable of facing them. Fortunately, Master Qin did not hold a grudge for our previous rudeness and arrogance, otherwise our Lin family would have met the same end as the Tan family and the Wei family. In the Lin family conference hall, family head Lin Yuanming looked back with trepidation, his tone stern as he surveyed the high-ranking elders beneath him. From now on, none of you must ever offend Dr. Qin, or else I myself will kill you before Dr. Qin needs to act. Lin Hong felt a mixture of shock and remorse at this moment, recalling his own arrogance before. Had Qin Yu not been preoccupied with urgency earlier, it might well be that Lin Hong would have already been struck dead by a single slap. The Mo family, however, didn't need such a serious reminder from their leader like the Lin family. Every member of the Mo family had long since reached a consensus. They must never offend Qin Yu under any circumstances. Dr. Qin truly is a godly man. Xuanhuan sighed in amazement, mixed with happiness, yet tinged with a trace of sorrow. Of course, he knew how formidable Qin Yu was, and he understood that currently, he could never rival Qin Yu. But Xuanhuan himself had his pride, for he hailed from the powerful and mysterious ancient martial sect, the Zheng family. Initially, he believed that as long as he devoted himself fully to cultivation and research, he might one day catch up to Qin Yu. But now, it seemed he had underestimated everything and was overly naive. Especially through comparison with the battle against the two undead-like opponents from Yun Fei's side, he became even more convinced of this despair-inducing notion. Chapter 255, The Yun Family in the Sky. Mo Chiu saw the disappointment on her husband's face and the desperation in his tone. She smiled and consoled him. Husband, you have already surpassed the majority of your peers. You are even stronger than many seasoned warriors who have trained for years. This is truly remarkable. You also said that Qin Shini is a divine being, incomparable to any other warrior. Hearing Mo Chiu's call of husband and her comforting words, Xuanhuan calmed down. Indeed, I must recognize the gap between me and Qin Shini, but I should not belittle myself. I, Xuanhuan, am also extremely powerful. He rallied his spirit. Since Qin Shini has resolved the biggest trouble, I will immediately lead people to the Wei family and swear to uproot them completely. Seeing her husband regain his fighting spirit, Mo Chiu felt happy and nodded with a smile. The Wei family was not only their enemy, but also an enemy of Qin Shini. In fact, Xuanhuan was very grateful to Qin Yu. This was a good opportunity to repay the favor. He quickly organized the forces of the Mo family and then rushed to the Wei family. Mo Chiu watched as her husband was no longer looked down upon by everyone as just a mere son-in-law, but gained high prestige within the clan. Her heart filled with joy and excitement, and she believed that under her husband's leadership, the Mo family would certainly reach greater heights. When Xuanhuan led the Mo family members to destroy the Wei family, Qin Yu had already gone alone to Gui province. However, before leaving Jiang City, he summoned Bai Jingting and gave him instructions in the villa. While I'm not in Jiang City, you must take good care of Su Lu. No one is allowed to disturb him under any circumstances. Bai Jingting naturally followed the instructions, but looking at the seemingly severely injured Su Lu, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew clearly that with Qin Yu's medical skills, it would be easy to treat him. However, Su Lu is currently in a special state. Regardless of what happens next, you cannot bring anyone to treat him, nor give him any medication. Qin Yu noticed his confusion and reminded him accordingly. Bai Jingting nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qin Yu left for Gui province. This unexpected entanglement with the Yun family, the first wealthy household in Gui province, was unforeseen. Since we're tied up with them, let's eliminate everything together before heading to Gangshan Mountain. Qin Yu remembered the previous scene in Yun City when Shao Kong's mother and others caused trouble at his house. That incident constantly reminded him never to give the enemies or hidden foes a chance. The Yun family, as the first wealthy household in Gui province, must possess formidable power. He could guess a bit from the two undead warriors under Yun Fei. Yun Fei's arrival seemed to indicate that the Yun family wanted to gradually infiltrate its influence into Zhujiang province, and those two undead warriors were merely the vanguard, yet were so powerful. Fortunately, I didn't leave Jiang City. Otherwise, the people around me would definitely have faced great trouble and danger. Qin Yu was somewhat apprehensive. If it hadn't been him this time, probably no one in the entire city of Jiang would have been able to deal with Yun Fei's two undead warriors. There must be more and even stronger undead warriors from the Yun family. Undead warriors have unlimited stamina and don't fear pain. Regular warriors may manage to match or defeat them in terms of strength, but unless they inflict severe damage multiple times, they would ultimately fail. This can be known from Xuanhuan. Even though Xuanhuan practiced ancient martial arts and possessed combat power superior to that of ordinary warriors, along with durability, he still wasn't a match for Yun Fei's two undead warriors. As for other warriors, there's nothing much to say. Qin Yu analyzed the tremendous power of the #1 influential Yun family in Gui province. Soon, he appeared in the provincial capital city of Green Mountain City in Gui province, hailing a passing taxi on the road. Driver brother, please head towards the Yun family. The driver, a middle-aged man, upon hearing the passenger mention the Yun family, turned back and smiled at the rear seat passenger, saying, "Young man, you're also here for the Yun family recruitment, right? Right away, I see you're someone practicing martial arts." Recruitment? Qin Yu was surprised. Yes, indeed, I've come specifically for the Yun family. If I successfully join them, I'll surely rise to prominence in the future. After all, the Yun family is the top wealthy household in Gui province. That's true. For us commoners, the Yun family is practically a celestial existence. Does your accent mean you're from out of town? Qin Yu nodded. He continued following the man's conversation to learn more about the Yun family. Despite being confident in his own abilities, Qin Yu understood that knowing both oneself and the opponent is essential for better defeating them. As I thought, you're from out of town, so you probably don't know that the Yun family's base is on Green Mountain, right? I'll tell you, young man. After the Yun family became powerful, they started to build their residence according to the mountain terrain. They deployed incredibly strong methods across the entire mountain, making it difficult for ordinary people to ascend. Qin Yu had initially assumed that when the driver mentioned up in the sky, he referred to the Yun family's great power, but now realized the actual meaning. After hearing this information, however, Qin Yu grew more convinced that the Yun family's strength was no simple matter. The Yun family built upon the mountain and established strong measures there, which reminded him of Liang Zizhen on Zen City Mountain. Perhaps the Yun family had also learned the mechanisms of the peculiar sex array techniques. Qin Yu associated this with the undead warriors and developed a hypothesis in his mind. Young man, the recent recruitment by the Yun family isn't happening within their Green Mountain residence, but inside a place called the Stairway Manor in Green Mountain City. I'll take you there. The Yun family takes this recruitment very seriously. It is personally overseen by Master Yun Tianchao, the eldest son of the Yun family. Upon hearing this, an idea struck Qin Yu. Could the Yun family be plotting something significant? First, Yun Fei was sent with 2 formidable undead warriors to Jiang City, the capital of Zhejiang province, to test the waters, and now Yun Tianchao, the eldest son of the Yun family, was personally handling the recruitment process. What was the Yun family preparing to do? Guai province did not match the prosperity of Zhejiang province, and similarly, Green Mountain City, also being a provincial capital, couldn't rival Jiang City. Nonetheless, it wasn't too far behind, as Green Mountain City was among the most prosperous cities in the country. It was bustling with vehicles and people, filled with all kinds of luxury cars and renowned brands. It took nearly an hour before Qin Yu finally caught sight of the recruitment at Stairway Manor. Kid, up ahead is the Stairway Manor. Due to the large number of participants and spectators, the roads up ahead have been closed. I can only bring you here. Good luck, young man. Qin Yu paid and smiled, saying, Thank you, brother driver. Chapter 256, running into an old acquaintance again. At this moment, the Tian Ladder Manor was filled with a large crowd of people. Qin Yu walked among them and felt as though he were at a popular tourist attraction, bustling with people. At first, he thought these people had all gathered for the recruitment event. However, after observing for a while, he began to sense something amiss. He noticed that among the crowd, there were quite a few powerful martial arts experts, including several martial arts grandmasters. Are martial arts grandmasters also participating in the recruitment? Qin Yu muttered under his breath, finding it hard to believe. Even if the Yun family was the top wealthy household in Guizhou province, it seemed implausible for so many grandmasters to come solely for this reason. Even if a few grandmasters wanted to join the Yun family, it was inconceivable that so many would arrive at the same time. It appeared that this wasn't just an ordinary recruitment gathering. Qin Yu silently guessed within himself. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Pan Liang. Why is Pan Liang here too? Could he be here for the Yun family's recruitment as well? Qin Yu was very confused at this moment, but did not rush forward immediately to find Pan Liang. Instead, he blended in with the recruits and entered the Tian Ladder Manor along with everyone else. Pan Liang, your success or failure depends on you. You must take care of yourself. Though spoken in a low voice, Qin Yu still managed to hear the words of a young man walking shoulder to shoulder with Pan Liang from amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Pan Liang's figure here, Qin Yu already felt perplexed. Now hearing whispers about some secretive mission involving him made him even more suspicious and worried. Could Pan Liang have joined some organization? Is someone plotting secretly against the Yun family? This thought made Qin Yu's heart tighten subtly. The Yun family was the first-ranked martial arts family in Guizhou province, extremely powerful. Especially given those living dead, he couldn't imagine what person or force in Guizhou could match against the Yun family. As Qin Yu quietly observed Pan Liang while following the flow of people entering the manor, he discovered that its interior had an ancient elegance, like a beautiful old estate from the past. The decoration, though not overly luxurious, was quite unique. Despite its size, the vast estate was swarming with heads of people, clusters forming here and there. Some groups were animatedly discussing matters, but Qin Yu noted more than a few individuals with uneasy expressions. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that this evening wouldn't merely revolve around recruitment. How are your Yun family handling things? All our guests are present, yet your young master hasn't shown up. There's no sincerity at all. This is how your Yun family treats its guests. After a few minutes, the young man standing beside Pan Liang voiced his discontent. At this point, a middle-aged man from the Yun family calmly spoke. Young Master Jiang, don't be anxious. My young master will arrive shortly. There's been a bit of traffic on the way. Qin Yu glanced at this middle-aged man, speculating that his role was likely similar to that of a steward. His tone clearly radiated disdain and indifference, exactly as the youth said, showing absolutely no sincerity. Don't you know how jam-packed Qingshan City gets during these hours? Your young master should have left earlier. To make all of us wait for just one person shows no respect for us. How can we possibly discuss future cooperation under such circumstances? That young man grew visibly angry. Wenming, please calm down. Let's wait a little longer. At this moment, Pan Liang whispered from the side, tempering Jiang Wenming's fire somewhat, though irritation lingered. Once again, Qin Yu looked at Pan Liang and speculated. Cooperation? Could the purpose of all these people gathered here tonight be to negotiate partnerships with the Yun family? However, besides Xuanhuan, almost all others in the manor appeared far from happy, revealing no hint of partnership. They simply chose not to express their grievances outwardly like Xuanhuan did. Dare to be angry, but not dare to speak out. Qin Yu's gaze fell again on the Yun family steward who had just spoken, smiling inwardly. This clearly demonstrated the supremacy of the Yun family in Guizhou province. They were indeed the first-tier influential family. Even a person in the position of a steward dared to display such an arrogant attitude towards core clan members akin to another family's young lord. Time passed second by second, and among those waiting, some gradually lost their patience. A few more people voiced their dissatisfaction, shouting loudly at that steward. Still, the steward maintained his haughty stance, coldly dismissing their protests. Finally, after about half an hour, Qin Yu saw a young man dressed in a dark blue suit slowly stepping into the manor accompanied by 7 or 8 martial arts experts. He didn't need to guess who the other person definitely was. Young Master Yin Tianxiao of the Yun family. Is this young Master Yin deliberately putting everyone here in their place? He guessed that it must be Yin Tianxiao intentionally showing up so late. Suddenly, Qin Yu let out another surprise sound because he spotted yet another familiar figure. He saw a beauty with a sexy evening gown, slender and elegant, on Yin Tianxiao's arm, and it turned out to be Wen Xuanmei. Qin Yu momentarily froze, unable to believe his eyes. He had never imagined encountering his ex-girlfriend here. Back when he wiped out the He family in Yunqing. At that time when Xuanmei was actually present as well, though Qin Yu hadn't moved against her since all his attention was focused on several core members of the He family. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't thinking about necessarily killing Wen Xuanmei, but when he realized this, she had already disappeared. Later, he also did not have anyone specifically look for her. Surprising indeed, for Wen Xuanmei to hook up with another young master of a martial arts family so quickly. And this Yin Tianxiao was incomparably stronger than the previous He Xiaokong. Almost like a difference between heaven and earth. Unquestionably, Wen Xuanmei has incredible skill. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. To repeatedly attract heirs of martial families in such short spans of time. What else could this be but an extraordinary talent? A wave of wry helplessness swept over Qin Yu. He could not fathom why Wen Xuanmei would have chosen to be with him in the past. Back then, he was merely a poverty-stricken and struggling youth. As Yin Tianxiao arrived, every single pair of eyes in the scene immediately focused on him. Of course, most gazes were filled with discontent and even anger, but no one dared voice any objections. Everyone, don't waste time with meaningless chatter here. Let's get straight to the point. Yin Tianxiao, standing on a platform before the crowd, slowly walked up and spoke right away, completely disregarding the multitude gathered there. Chapter 257, The Ambitions of the Yun Family. Young Master Yin Tianxiao did not apologize to the several hundred people present for his tardiness, nor did he even mention it, revealing his arrogance. But indeed, he had the capital for such arrogance. Qin Yu knew that this was intentional on Yin Tianxiao's part, aimed at seizing the upper hand in what was to come. He was very curious about what kind of cooperation the Yun family wanted with these people from different families and factions. By now, he was certain that this night's event was absolutely not a recruitment conference. Perhaps because they had waited for over half an hour, someone finally couldn't hold back after hearing Yin Tianxiao's initial words. To die is to die. Why should we let you, Lord Yun, make hundreds of us wait? What does that mean? Someone immediately stepped forward, acting as though they feared no death. Exactly. Though your Yun family may be called the top noble household of Guangxi, you can't act like this. What you're doing makes us feel no sincerity from your Yun family at all. Jiang Weiming then took a step forward and said, Lord Yun, I know you intentionally came late to tell us how things will play out according to your Yun family. All you Yuns want to do is establish the Guangxi Province Chamber of Commerce with one simple goal, to control everything. Once all our families and forces have joined your own Yun family's Chamber of Commerce, we'll really have no say at all. Indeed, your Yun family wants to rule supreme, wanting to ride high above us all. Even though your Yun family has great power, you shouldn't act like this. I refuse. So do I. Following Jiang Weiming's speech, more voices were heard. Yin Tianxiao looked disdainfully down from the stage at Jiang Weiming below. Right to speak? You, Jiang Weiming, and all of you want the right to speak. What could you accomplish if we gave you that right? It'd be better for all of you to join my Yun family's Chamber of Commerce, allowing your resources to be centrally managed by my Yun family. That way, you will receive far more than before. Trust me, working under my Yun family, you will definitely gain more than you would by doing it alone. Jiang Weiming erupted in anger. What you're saying is crap, Yin Tianxiao. If all of us actually submit to being entirely controlled by your Yun family, everything will be up to you from that point on. We will have no autonomy and become mere dogs beside your Yun family, having to read your faces every day, receiving whatever you wish to give without complaint. You Yun family simply want to be dictators. A large group of people angrily protested below. After listening to their conversation, Qin Yu finally understood what the Yun family intended to do. Just as Jiang Weiming said, the Yun family intended to crown themselves rulers, and judging from the current situation, they didn't just aim to unify Guangxi province, but also planned to dominate Pearl River province. They truly wanted to claim territories as their own. Clearly, almost none of the individuals represented by Jiang Weiming were willing to join the so-called Chamber of Commerce of the Yun family. Qin Yu saw through it. Yin Tianxiao's so-called Chamber of Commerce was merely a ruse. Its real purpose was to build immense power, potentially leading to something like a Yun family empire. No one wished to become anyone else's pawn. Jiang Weiming and the others were here tonight to oppose Yun Tianxiao. At this thought, Qin Yu finally understood why his good friend Pan Liang was here. The Yun family excelled in the mysterious art of Qin formations, and it just happened that Pan Liang had mastered this same mystical skill, which was why he was brought in to deal with the Yun family. But how long has Pan Liang been practicing the Qin formations? Can he actually find a way, possess the ability, to effectively counter the Yun family? Qin Yu worried because the Yun family's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Cloudily surveying everyone on the stage, Yun Tianxiao spoke coldly. If there's any among you unwilling to join the Yun family chamber of commerce, you can choose to leave. But let me remind you, if you're not members of our Yun family chamber, then you are enemies of the Yun family. To self-destruct or to prosper together, it's only a decision away, resting upon each of you. This was outright intimidation. At this moment, when Xue Mei, who stood beside Yun Tianxiao, spoke, smiling, don't allow yourselves to be misled by certain malicious individuals. Joining the Yun family offers all of you a better path. The Yun family can lead you all towards even greater glory. However, no one paid heed to her words. Everyone knew that this woman was merely a plaything for Yun Tianxiao. Ignoring Wen Xue Mei completely, Jiang Weiming glared furiously at Yun Tianxiao on stage. Self-destruction? Exactly. You Yun Tianxiao are courting your own destruction, and your Yun family is courting its own destruction. Clang. He drew a long sword. Everyone, if we don't want to perish, let's kill Yun Tianxiao together and annihilate the Yun family. Kill. Jiang Weiming roared, swinging his sword as he charged towards Yun Tianxiao. Among the hundreds of people present, there was not a moment's hesitation as they all sprang into action. Facing the sudden eruption of these hundreds of people on the scene, Yun Tianxiao remained calm and composed, displaying an air of complete fearlessness even as Mount Tai crumbled before him. He even smirked coldly. A group of trash, seeking your own doom. At this moment, the butler standing beside him suddenly shouted, kill them. In the next instant, the martial arts clan members of the Yun family, who had already been stationed in the estate, surged forward, rushing to the stage to battle Jiang Weiming and his group, preventing them from charging onto the stage. In no time, the entire estate became a grand arena of chaos. As the top aristocratic family of Guangxi province, the Yun family possessed overwhelming overall strength, and every one of their martial artists was immensely powerful. They quickly overwhelmed Jiang Weiming and his group. Fortunately, among Jiang Weiming's group were several powerful martial arts masters. As those masters struck out, the combined attacks of the masters swiftly pushed back the strong Yun clan members, even killing a number of them. After all, they were martial arts masters, whose power was undeniable. Hu Lao, go straight for Yun Tianxiao's head. Amidst the turmoil, Jiang Weiming shouted to an elder at his side. All right. The elder responded, and in the next moment his eyes gleamed with ferocity. Wielding a spear, he deftly maneuvered left and right as he charged toward the stage. Yun Tianxiao on the stage still remained completely unfazed, his hands clasped behind his back, smirking disdainfully as he watched Jiang Hu approaching through the air. From start to finish, two bodyguards stood by Yun Tianxiao's side. Qin Yu noticed that these two bodyguards were actually undead beings.